3 years ago, my beloved wife gouged out my eyes and pushed me into the sea, convinced I would surely die. She then became a billionaire CEO, basking in endless glory. And I, returning from hell with a pair of Azure Dragon eyes that see through everything, presented a bloody gift at her grand and extravagant wedding. What she once owed me, today, I will make her repay 100-fold. My name is Qin Feng. 3 years ago, the woman I deeply loved, Lu Chulian, gouged out my eyes and threw me into the deep sea. I thought I was surely going to die, but I was saved by a mysterious old man named Li Laogui. Not only were my eyes healed, but I also mastered extraordinary skills. 3 years later, I rose from the ashes and returned to Yunhai City, solely to settle the blood debt with that venomous woman. Chapter 1, The son-in-law returns. Houhan International Hotel, the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Yunhai City, was bustling with excitement for a grand wedding. The bride, Lu Chulian, wore a stunning mermaid-style wedding dress. Her breathtaking beauty and graceful figure made her the center of attention. Arm in arm with the groom, Wu Kuan, the future heir of the Wu Group, she wore a blissful and sweet smile. Just as the MC announced the exchange of rings, a scream pierced through the clamor, followed by a bucket of red oil pouring from above, drenching Lu Chulian from head to toe, leaving her utterly disheveled. Lu Chulian, you heartless monster, a woman in a wheelchair, her face covered in scars, angrily accused. Not only did you gouge out Qin Feng's eyes, but you also killed him. This bucket of red oil is my wedding gift to you, she declared, sending a wave of shock through the assembled guests. This terrifying-looking woman turned out to be none other than Su Ru, the genius female doctor from 3 years ago. Su Ru was once Lu Chulian's personal physician. She fell deeply in love with Qin Feng after he saved her life. When she learned of Qin Feng's death by drowning in the sea, she was utterly heartbroken. Later, she discovered that Lu Chulian's eyes had suddenly regained sight, and the cellular tissue matched Qin Feng's with striking similarity. Risking her life, she gathered evidence. But Lu Chulian found out. That vicious woman hired someone to scar Su Ru's face, sever her legs, and destroy all evidence, completely ruining her life. Su Ru's words darkened Wu Kuan's expression. He didn't care whether Lu Chulian was ruthless, but he couldn't bear the humiliation to himself and the Wu family's reputation. Meanwhile, Lu Chulian vehemently defended herself, claiming that Su Ru was slandering her out of jealousy. Bodyguards, smash that crazy woman's mouth, He Yufan, Lu Chulian's mother, angrily ordered. The bodyguards obeyed, pinning Su Ru down as steel needles aimed straight for her eyes. Su Ru calmly closed her eyes, facing death with composure. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted at the hotel entrance. Kill my woman? Have you asked Qin Feng first? Chapter 2, Kneel before me. Qin Feng, with an upright posture and an imposing aura, strode confidently into the hotel lobby. With a casual flick of his hand, 2 bodyguards crashed into the wall, unconscious. Su Ru suddenly opened her eyes, her vision blurred by tears as she stared at the man who was both familiar and a stranger. Trembling, she sobbed out, You're not dead. Qin Feng crouched down, helping Su Ru to her feet, his heart aching with guilt. I'm sorry, I came too late. He gently wiped the tears from Su Ru's face. You go rest over there first. I'll kill a few beasts to cheer you up. Qin Feng's words caused an uproar among all the guests. That good-for-nothing live-in son-in-law who had fallen into the sea and died 3 years ago had actually returned. Liu Chulian's mother, He Yufan, stepped forward with a face full of scorn. I wondered who it was. So it's the blind dog our Liu family used to keep. What, trying to play the hero and save the beauty? Crunch! Qin Feng didn't give her a chance to finish, directly snapping He Yufan's neck and tossing her against the wall like garbage. My lady Lu, it's your turn next. Qin Feng gazed at Lu Chulian, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. You dare kill my wife? Lu Haiwan, the head of the Lu family, roared with eyes blazing in fury. Hong San, twist this brat's head off. A red-haired elder darted forward, his venom-coated blade thrusting straight at Qin Feng's neck. This man is none other than the owner of the Star Eyebrow Hall, who has shaken the entire Yunhai city, the red-haired eccentric. Trash! Qin Feng didn't even glance, merely raising his right hand slightly and pointing with his index finger. A strike through the air hit the red-haired freak's forehead, instantly shattering his skull and killing him on the spot. The guests at the scene were terrified out of their wits. This was no mere son-in-law, clearly, he was a homicidal maniac. Seeing this, Wu Kuan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Qin Feng, today is my Wu family's wedding. If you stop now, I can overlook everything that just happened. What kind of thing are you, to dare speak to me? Qin Feng sneered. Since you're so arrogant, I'll dig out your heart and give it to Chu Lian, so she can become a healthy woman. Trash, Qin Feng sneered, casually raising his left hand and snapping his fingers. Snap, the distinct sound echoed through the wedding hall. Boom! In an instant, the dozens of Wu family assassins surrounding Qin Feng collapsed simultaneously, blood streaming from their 7 orifices and their eyes bursting. Wu Kuan was terrified by what he saw, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Qin Feng. What did you just do? An ant like you isn't even worthy of knowing. Get on your knees, Qin Feng roared, and Wu Kuan's mind went blank in an instant, his body drenched in sweat, his spirit utterly shaken. In extreme terror, he was so frightened that he wet himself, kneeling before Qin Feng like a dead dog and weeping bitterly. Qin Feng glanced disdainfully at Wu Kuan, who was behaving like a dog, and ignored him, then turned his gaze to Lu Chulian and her father, who were already pale with fear. Chapter 4, Bowing in Adoration. Even the Wu family's elite warriors had been effortlessly annihilated by Qin Feng. No one on the battlefield could now threaten him. Gazing upon Qin Feng, who now resembled a god of slaughter, Lu Chulian finally panicked. Qin Feng, I know I was wrong. You love me so much you wouldn't kill me, would you? Just spare me, and I'll make you feel good. You can have me however you want. Her delicate frame trembled as tears streamed down her face, her eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Desperate to save her life, she abandoned all pretense, spilling words so lewd they made one blush and heart race. Her words nearly made Wu Kuan spit blood and die. That's shameless. She's worse than a whore. Qin Feng wore a meaningful smile as his sapphire blue eyes roamed over Lu Chulian's figure. Do whatever you want with me? Yes, if you like it, I don't mind doing it right here. As long as you don't kill me, everything I have is yours, hundreds of billions in wealth, my body, all yours. Lu Chulian. Do you even respect me? You dare to publicly cuckold me? You have no shame, but I still want it. Wu Kuan roared, his dignity utterly trampled by this woman. At this point, Lu Chulian stopped pretending. If I can't even keep my life, what good is saving face? I'll tell you straight, I do secretly keep 3 male lovers. So strictly speaking, this isn't the first time you've been cuckolded. You really shouldn't be so furious. But saying that only made Wu Kuan wish he were dead. Everyone present now saw Lu Chulian's true colors. What miracle goddess! She was nothing but a promiscuous harlot. Qin Feng. How dare you commit such audacious acts, slaughtering indiscriminately in Yunhai? Suddenly, a deep, resonant shout echoed through the hall, growing louder as it approached. The next second, a square-jawed man in military uniform strode into the center of the hall. Following closely behind him were 100 soldiers, all members of the Wolf Sting Army stationed in Yunhai City. Seeing the Wolf Sting Army, the ultimate symbol of Yunhai's power, arrive, a glimmer of hope instantly flickered across Lu Chulian's previously despairing face. Captain Zhang, this is Qin Feng. Arrest this psychotic murderer immediately, he just threatened to kill me. Zhang Biao of the Sting Wolf Army possessed astonishing martial prowess, a rare martial arts commander in the Dragon Nation. His nearly 1,000 soldiers were all fierce and skilled warriors, forming Yunhai City's absolute security guarantee. Over 100 soldiers moved with lightning speed, instantly surrounding Qin Feng. They raised a sea of black firearms, all aimed squarely at his head. Lu Chulian's heart finally settled. No matter how extraordinary Qin Feng's abilities might be, with so many weapons and soldiers present, any resistance would mean certain death. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Biao, instead fixing a meaningful gaze on Lu Chulian. President Lu, have you counted your chickens before they've hatched? Put. With you on the brink of death, of course I'm delighted. Lu Chulian flicked her hair back, revealing a vicious grin. Then she turned to Wu Kuan, adopting a look of deep affection. Kuan-gu, everything I said earlier was a lie just to trick that fool Qin Feng. You must believe me. I've only ever been with you. Wu Kuan's mouth twitched. This, doesn't she know she's already ugly enough? Lu Chulian, remember how you feel right now. Soon you'll know the meaning of despair. Qin Feng smiled wickedly. Hearing this, Lu Chulian's heart trembled. But seeing the massive scale of the manhunt, she quickly regained her confidence. She simply couldn't imagine how Qin Feng could possibly escape. Zhang Biao glared at Qin Feng with contempt. Kid, you sure are cocky. But today, you won't escape even if you grew wings. Wolf Stabber Army, take him down. Yet Qin Feng remained utterly still, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Biao. A powerful aura pressed down on Zhang Biao's crown, instantly making him dizzy and disoriented. Despite having experienced countless battles, great and small, never had an enemy instilled such overwhelming intimidation in him. Zhang Biao paled in shock. This kid was too powerful. Just as he prepared to summon his energy for defense, a token suddenly slammed into his forehead. Zhang Biao nearly lost his temper. Qin Feng, facing certain death, still had the audacity to hurl trash at him, utterly despicable, unforgivable. Just as the words "no mercy" were about to escape his lips, he glanced at the debris on the ground and froze in terror. The Flaming Dragon Hall's God of Slaughter token. The bearer of this token possessed absolute authority to kill, no need for approval, no need for public announcement. Anyone who sees the God of Slaughter token must perform the kneeling salute. Failure to do so results in immediate execution. What the hell is this kid's background? Thud. Zhang Biao had no time to think, trembling as he knelt before Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave him a dismissive glance and snorted coldly, I'll let you off this time. Get out. Hearing this, Zhang Biao breathed a sigh of relief. He dared not delay a moment longer, withdrawing his troops at top speed. Captain Zhang, why are you kneeling before him? Hey, why are you leaving? Quickly capture that murderer Qin Feng and execute him. This utterly unexpected reversal left Lu Chulian utterly dumbfounded, her heart plunging to the depths of despair. Even Wu Kuan was stunned. The captain of the wolf-stabbing army was actually bowing down to him? What was his background? Lu Chulian, how does it feel to fall from heaven to hell? Qin Feng shrugged, grinning maliciously. Lu Chulian never dreamed that even Zhang Biao feared Qin Feng. Don't come any closer. Help! Save me! Watching Qin Feng advance step by step, Lu Chulian panicked completely. Lu Haiwan gritted his teeth. Qin Feng, if you kill my daughter, my son won't let you off. I'm not afraid to tell you my eldest son is about to become the deputy commander of the Qinglong army. You can't afford to cross him. The Qinglong army was the highest-ranking military force in the Dragon Nation. Those who gain entry are truly one in a million. The commander of the Qinglong army is revered as a symbol of faith among countless generals in the Dragon Nation. Even a deputy commander stands above all but one. Lu Haiwan seethed with hatred. Qin Feng, once merely a dog of the Lu family, the very scum he despised, had now driven his clan to this desperate state. Driven to reveal his trump card, his most cherished son. One day, he would tear Qin Feng limb from limb. Enough of this nonsense. Qin Feng casually snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible surge of energy from his fingertips. Before Lu Haiwan could even react, every tendon and meridian in his body snapped, ending his life instantly. A deputy military commander? Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Not even a military commander could stand before him. Even the war god of the army would kneel at his feet. A mere deputy commander was nothing. Watching her parents die before her eyes, Lu Chulian knew she was utterly finished. Qin Feng, don't kill me. I'll give you my eyes back, please spare my life. Why not let me accompany you? Haven't you always wanted me? I beg you, take me. Terrified beyond reason, Lu Chulian clung desperately to any shred of survival, stripping naked before Qin Feng's eyes in full view of everyone. Chapter 5, 3 Years of Redemption. Her translucent skin and body as smooth as silk. It had to be said, Lu Chulian truly was a heavenly beauty. For the Qin Feng of the past, even catching a glimpse of this supremely alluring body had been an unattainable luxury. Now, he could feast his eyes to his heart's content, toy with her however he pleased. Yet not a shred of desire stirred within him, now only boundless hatred. Qin Feng approached step by step. Suddenly, he thrust both hands into Lu Chulian's eye sockets, violently ripping out the eyes that should have been his. Blood splattered across the floor. Lu Chulian's exquisite face was now devoid of eyes, replaced by two bloody, gaping holes. The sight was utterly horrifying. Qin Feng remained expressionless as he pulled out his phone. Lu Chulian's heart-wrenching scream sent shivers through the crowd. But Qin Feng showed no mercy. He was seeking justice for Su Ru. With a brutal stomp, he crushed Lu Chulian's delicate, pale calf to a pulp. His hands weren't idle either, tracking the contours of her face. He methodically tore away layer after layer of flesh. Ugh! The guests in the hall could no longer bear the sight, crouching on the floor and retching. The shadow of this scene would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. Seeing Lu Chulian collapse unconscious from the agony, Qin Feng refrained from delivering the final blow. Killing her outright would have been too merciful. This torment was worse than death. Lying on the floor, Lu Chulian was already unrecognizable, her legs mangled beyond repair. Qin Feng felt not a shred of pity or remorse. This was what she owed him, and Su Ru, she deserved it. The entire crowd shuddered in horror. Su Ru, let's go. Qin Feng scooped Su Ru into his arms and strode away. Mu Zitsuan was already waiting outside the hotel entrance. Only after Qin Feng had disappeared from sight did the crowd dare to breathe again, their legs numb with fear, unable to stand steadily. Bring that Lu Chulian to the hospital. Pass on my orders. Today's events must never be disclosed to the outside world. If I find out who leaked this, my Wu family will make sure they have no place to be buried. Wu Kuan said with a dark expression. No prompting was needed. None of the guests present dared utter a word about today's events. Fear of the Wu family was secondary. What terrified them more was Qin Feng, who seemed like a demon incarnate. Qin Feng, I remember this humiliation. Wu Kuan clenched his fists, his face twisted with resentment. Qin Feng, could you please let go of my hand? Qin Feng had carried her all the way, and even after reaching the car, he still held her hand without letting go. For a moment, Su Ru's face flushed crimson. No. I'll never let go of you, not in this lifetime. Qin Feng shook his head gently, turning to gaze into Su Ru's beautiful eyes as his large hand tightened its grip on hers. For the rest of my life? Hearing Qin Feng's words brimming with affection and seeing the sincerity in his eyes, her heart jolted violently. Two clear tears slid down her cheeks. 3 years from Qin Feng's fall into the sea to her own disfigurement, she had lived in utter despair and collapse. Countless times, she had wished for death. I'm sorry. Qin Feng tenderly wiped away her tears, his eyes brimming with unmasked guilt and adoration. But my face, you'll despise it. Su Ru painfully turned her face away. Her skin was scarred by dozens of deep, bone-piercing cuts, like grotesque pits in muddy ground, utterly revolting. She couldn't bear to look at herself. How could she possibly hope Qin Feng wouldn't despise her? I don't mind. Qin Feng turned Su Ru's body to face him, forcing her to meet his gaze. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. It has nothing to do with appearance or age. Give me a chance to make it up to you, to make you the happiest woman in the world, okay? Seeing the redness in Qin Feng's eyes and hearing his heartfelt words, Suru's heart finally surrendered. Tears streaming down her face, she nodded. But these tears were tears of happiness. Why hasn't my daughter come back yet? Could she really have gone to cause a scene at the wedding? A dilapidated little cottage. Suru's adoptive mother, Zheng Kailan, paced nervously back and forth, clutching the note Suru had left behind. The note stated that Suru had sold the jade pendant left to her by her birth parents. She would divide the money in half, one portion would be left for her adoptive parents' old age, and the other she would use to seek revenge. Suru's adoptive father, Su Shipei, lay in bed with clouded eyes, sighing deeply. Unfortunately, he could only lie there in frustration, unable to move or speak. The Su family of Yunhai City was a second-tier clan whose overall strength was not to be underestimated. 3 years ago, Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan served as general manager and financial director of the family conglomerate, respectively, while their adopted daughter Suru held the position of chief surgeon at Yunhai City First People's Hospital. Their lives were harmonious and blissfully happy. But ever since Qin Feng's fall into the sea, everything changed. Lu Chulian not only severed Suru's Achilles tendon and scarred her face, but also leveraged the Lu family's connections to pressure the Su family. This led to the elderly couple losing their positions and being expelled from the family. Su Shipei suffered a stroke from the shock and fell into a coma. Fortunately, Suru's exceptional medical skills saved his life. Sadly, he was now confined to bed for life, dependent on others for every need. Before her disfigurement, Suru had been Yunhai City's darling, the dream lover of countless young men. After her disfigurement, the men who had professed undying love vanished without a trace. To cover Suru and Su Shipei's medical expenses, Zhang Kailan depleted all her savings and even sold the small villa she lived in. The family relied solely on Zhang Kailan to make ends meet. She worked 3 jobs a day, scrimping on food and drink, enduring an extremely difficult life. Yet no matter how hard life became, the elderly couple harbored no regrets. Their sole wish was for the 3 of them to stay safe and together. But today, Suru might never return. Enough. I'm going to report this to the police. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to my daughter. Zhang Kailan gritted her teeth, pulled open the door, and was about to rush out. The moment she opened the door, she saw Qin Feng holding Suru outside. My dear daughter, it's so good to have you back. Zhang Kailan snatched Suru into her arms, tears streaming down her weathered, aged face. Su Shipei, lying on the bed, heard the commotion and breathed a sigh of relief. A faint glimmer of life returned to his cloudy eyes. And who is this gentleman? Zhang Kailan asked suspiciously, scrutinizing the man from head to toe with a wary expression. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. Boom. The couple's heads buzzed. Qin Feng? Isn't that the man? You're still alive? Zhang Kailan murmured as she snapped back to reality, but her tone suddenly hardened the next moment. What are you doing here? We don't welcome you. For the past 3 years, our family has suffered enough because of you. Our miserable life today is all thanks to you. Suru panicked and hurriedly interceded, Mom, don't be like this. Qin Feng looked at the dilapidated cottage, then glanced at Su Shipei lying on the bed. His heart ached with guilt and remorse. Aunt Zhang, believe me. I promise you this, I will give you the happiest life possible. You will never suffer again. Please give me a chance to make things right. Qin Feng's words rang out with conviction, brimming with sincerity and remorse, his eyes devoid of any trace of false kindness. But Zhang Kailan's face was twisted with fury. A long-suppressed hatred erupted in an instant. Make amends? Zhang Kailan pointed at Suru, her eyes red with fury. My daughter lost her legs and her beauty because of you. Every time she goes out, people call her an ugly monster. She then pointed at Su Shipei in the bed, her teeth clenched as she spat. My husband suffered a stroke and became paralyzed because of you. Every doctor says he'll be bedridden for the rest of his life, needing help even to eat and relieve himself. He can't even speak properly. When others bully him, humiliate him, and curse him, all he can do is swallow his tears, swallowing every ounce of frustration and humiliation. You say you can make amends? Can you cure his stroke? Can you give him back his dignity? Su Shipei lay motionless on the bed, yet the tears welling in his eyes and his trembling lips spoke volumes of the agony he endured within. Suru covered her face and wept bitterly. She couldn't plead for Qin Feng, because Zhang Kailan had spoken nothing but the truth. She had no idea what to do to ease the pain in the elderly couple's hearts. I can do it. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke with unwavering resolve, his words sending shockwaves through the room. I can cure Uncle Su's paralysis and help him live with dignity. Chapter 6, Let me help you undress. Buzz. Su Shipei's mind jolted violently, his calloused hands clenching the bedsheet tightly. What did you say? You can do it? Zhang Kailan froze in place, her breathing quickening. Qin Feng, are you serious? Suru's heart pounded wildly, for the look in Qin Feng's eyes was utterly confident, without a trace of hesitation. Absolutely. Because I am a divine healer. Qin Feng explained, during our brief conversation just now, I carefully assessed Uncle Su's condition. I have absolute confidence in curing him. Not only that, but I can also heal the injuries on Su Ru's face and legs. What? Su Ru's family froze. The immense hope that had filled them moments ago vanished instantly, replaced by profound disappointment. For what Qin Feng had said was pure fantasy. Setting aside Su Shipei's condition, Su Ru's face and legs had sustained permanent damage. Even the most advanced medical equipment in the world couldn't heal her injuries. You bastard! Zheng Kailan couldn't hold back her rage. My daughter is a doctor, for heaven's sake. You don't even possess basic medical knowledge, yet you dare to spout nonsense. I had a shred of trust in you, but now I see you're nothing but a quack. Get out of here. For her husband and daughter, Zheng Kailan had clung to every shred of hope over the past 3 years, exhausting every possible method. She had even been deceived by charlatans posing as miracle healers. That's why she despised quacks so intensely, hated their utter lack of humanity, even swindling people out of their last pennies. Qin Feng's words were like a fire burning in her heart. Su Shipei gave a bitter, self-mocking smile as the glimmer of hope in his eyes slowly faded. Su Ru's heart sank to the depths, yet she harbored no blame toward Qin Feng. She understood that, having just returned, he was desperate to make amends for his family, leading him to overpromise. What they hadn't anticipated was that Qin Feng hadn't lied at all. As the true disciple of Old Ghostly, capable of raising the dead and restoring flesh to bones, the condition of Su Ru and her daughter was utterly insignificant to Qin Feng. I meant every word. Qin Feng approached Su Shipei's bedside. His divine physician's hands exerted gentle pressure, using both hands simultaneously to firmly knead the Fengqi, Baihui, and Tianchu acupoints. Then, moving downward, he probed the top of Su Shipei's spine, channeling divine physician energy into the spinal acupoints. With a simple yet forceful method, he repaired and reawakened Su Shipei's 5 major meridians and 8 minor vessels. Don't touch my husband. Zheng Kailan panicked, fearing Qin Feng might do something harmful to Su Shipei. Don't stop him. At that moment, Su Shipei miraculously spoke up. Good heavens! This scene caused both Zheng Kailan and Su Ru to gasp in unison, their hearts churning with shock. Did Su Shipei just speak? How could this be? Su Ru and Zheng Kailan stared fixedly at Qin Feng and Su Shipei, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. For 3 years, they had exhausted every possible method, yet failed to get Su Shipei to speak. But now, Qin Feng had achieved a stunning improvement in Su Shipei's condition in just 1 minute. As Qin Feng continuously channeled his powerful energy into Su Shipei's body, he explained, 3 years ago, I apprenticed under an old master healer who taught me many miraculous life-saving techniques. With my unique treatment, barring any complications, Uncle Su should regain sensation in his legs within half an hour. He'll be able to stand with support in 3 days, and resume normal activities within 7 days. These few casual sentences revealed Qin Feng's formidable presence as a divine healer and his unparalleled confidence. Alright, Uncle Su, try wiggling your toes. Half an hour later, Qin Feng concluded the treatment and smiled at Su Shipei. Su Shipei's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously, tentatively wiggling his toes while his breath quickened with anticipation. Zheng Kailan and Su Ru held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Su Shipei's reaction. My toes really can move. My illness is truly cured. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Shipei's aged eyes reddened, and his entire body trembled violently. Su Ru and Zheng Kailan, however, could no longer hold back their tears and burst into loud sobs. Shipei! Zheng Kailan hurried forward, cupping Su Shipei's face no longer stiff in her hands. You're truly healed. This is wonderful. Yes, I'm better. I can feel it. Tears welled in Su Shipei's weathered eyes as he gazed at Zheng Kailan, worn down by life's hardships. Years of pent-up heartache finally poured out. My dear, all these years, you've endured so much. Husband. Zheng Kailan could no longer contain her emotions. She clung tightly to Su Shipei, letting her tears flow freely. Do you know how long I've waited to call you husband? 3 whole years. Mom and Dad. Su Ru watched this moving scene, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Hot tears slid down her cheeks as she turned and clung tightly to Qin Feng's sturdy frame. Qin Feng, thank you. It was Qin Feng who gave Su Shipei a new lease on life and brought fresh hope to the Su family. Qin Feng smiled, crouching down to gently return Su Ru's embrace. I'm the one who should be thanking you for trusting me. After the initial surge of joy subsided, Zheng Kailan and Su Shipei slowly calmed their emotions. Turning to Qin Feng, they hesitated, then asked, what about my daughter? At those words, Su Ru's hands froze. She released her embrace of Qin Feng, her heart racing. It was a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and utter bewilderment. Zheng Kailan and Su Shipei held their breath in suspense, waiting for Qin Feng's response. Though Qin Feng's medical skills were astonishing, curing Su Shipei's illness didn't guarantee he could cure Su Ru. To achieve a complete recovery for Su Ru, 1 more medicinal ingredient is required. Give me 3 days. Within that time, I will obtain it. A commanding aura of strategic mastery surged in Qin Feng's eyes. Su Ru shook her head urgently, clutching Qin Feng's large hand. It's okay, I can wait. She had already waited 3 years. What were 3 more days? As long as Qin Feng was by her side, she feared nothing. By the time they left the Su residence, it was deep into the night. Any news? Master, intelligence indicates the 9th-generation precious dragon grass is in the Yi family's possession in the provincial capital. Moreover, the Yi family issued a bounty yesterday. Whoever cures young Miss Yi's mysterious illness will receive the herb as a reward. Mu Zitsuan replied respectfully. The 9th-generation precious dragon grass was precisely the herb Qin Feng needed, worth a fortune, with only one such plant existing in the world. The Yi family, huh? Qin Feng pondered. 3 years prior, Qin Feng had already heard of the Yi family's formidable reputation as a century-old clan. As one of the 4 great families of the provincial capital, the Yi family had served in the military for generations. Their military might and financial power were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When the Yi family stamped their foot, the entire provincial capital trembled. With all due respect, Master, his subordinate ventured, given your medical skill, curing Miss Su wouldn't require the 9th-generation precious grass. Why? Qin Feng smiled, his eyes brimming with affection. Restoring life is but a simple matter for me. Yet, I wish to grant her a world far more vibrant and colorful. Feeling the tenderness beneath Qin Feng's commanding presence, the Ice Queen beauty Mu Zitsuan paused, a faint pang of envy stirring within her, so subtle even she barely registered it. After leaving the Su residence, Qin Feng arrived at the residence Mu Zitsuan had arranged for him, Yunhai City's most expensive and unique villa, the Imperial Cloud Palace. Perched atop Jade Mountain within the Imperial Cloud Villa district, this enclave housed only 23 villas. The higher the villa climbed from the mountain's base, the steeper its price. Towering above the rest, perched at Jade Mountain's very summit, stood none other than the Imperial Cloud Palace. From here, the entire panorama of Yunhai City lay spread out before him. This place is perfect. I'll have Su Ru's family move in later. The moment Qin Feng opened the villa's front door, he saw a stunning woman dressed in red lace standing there. Her eyes were seductively narrowed, radiating irresistible charm. Master, I've been waiting for you for so long. The alluring woman cooed playfully, her form shifting like a supple water snake as she wrapped herself around Qin Feng's body. She began unbuttoning his clothes. Master, you must be tired. Let me help you undress. Her breath was sweet as orchids, her skin soft and fragrant, utterly seductive. Qin Feng felt his entire body flush with heat, stirring restless desire. Chapter 7, Strangling Illness. Ahem, no need. You must be Lin Yi, the housekeeper arranged by old Ghostly? Qin Feng shifted uncomfortably, covering his embarrassment with both hands. Lin Yi, the formidable leader of the Jade Face sect, whose seduction arts were nothing short of divine. He never imagined Lin Yi would be so forward from the start. He wasn't ready for this. Lin Yi giggled sweetly, if my master doesn't mind, you may call me Yi. From this day forward, Yi will be your lifelong maid. With that, she covered her mouth with a playful smile, radiating charm. Yi has already prepared hot water for you, master, along with some fruit and snacks. Please help yourself. Wearing only a nightgown, Lin Yi turned, revealing a figure as delicate and translucent as crystal. Her serpentine waist sparked endless imagination. Her alluring charm was irresistible, a fox incarnate. Any normal man would be utterly captivated. Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Entering the large bath on the villa's second floor, the scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the steam, refreshing and invigorating. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, shed his clothes, and stepped into the bath, closing his eyes to savor the blissful warmth. Master, may I come in to serve you? Soon after, a soft, sweet voice sounded outside the door. Before Qin Feng could refuse, he saw Lin Yi enter the bathroom. What one sees in heaven. What is perfection? This is perfection. Everything was laid bare before his eyes. Qin Feng gasped, You? Master, allow me to massage your shoulders. Lin Yi, radiating allure, touched Qin Feng's muscular back with her soft, supple fingers, gently caressing him. Master, Yi is here to serve you. Feeling the unfamiliar touch on his back, Qin Feng steadied his breath, grabbed her small hand, and stopped her. I prefer bathing alone. Please leave. Lin Yi pouted, her beautiful eyes misting with hurt. Master, are you chasing me away? Do you dislike Yi? No, it's not that. I'm just not used to being served. Qin Feng explained. Lin Yi's tears instantly turned to a smile as she shyly added, then whenever you need anything, master, just call me. With that, she gathered her courage, kissed Qin Feng's earlobe, and shyly backed out. Feeling the lingering scent of Lin Yi, Qin Feng's heart pounded wildly. That little vixen. Thank goodness for his self-control, otherwise, he would have lost his virginity just now. The next morning. The sprawling estate, nestled in the heart of the bustling city center, covered 300 acres. Everywhere the eye could see was landscaped beauty, with a specially designed stream winding through the grounds, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. This was the Yi family residence in the provincial capital. Now, about the condition of the Yi family's young lady. Qin Feng stepped briskly out of the car. Yes, master, Mu Zitsuan replied. It turned out that Yi Chuxia had contracted a strange illness a year ago, leaving her unable to sleep. She was forced to spend every waking hour of the day with her eyes open. For an entire year, Yi Chuxia endured unbearable suffering, attempting suicide several times without success. She consulted renowned physicians, yet none could offer a solution. Qin Feng and Mu Zixuan traversed the vast estate, arriving at the villa's grand hall situated in the southwest. The interior was exquisitely appointed, radiating an antique charm. Seated on the glazed wooden sofa at the hall's center was a middle-aged man, visibly worn down by exhaustion. He was Yi Lidong, the patriarch of the Yi family. Since the scheduled consultation time was still over 10 minutes away, the renowned medical experts had not yet arrived. However, the host, Yi Lidong, was already waiting respectfully. Qin Feng merely gave a slight nod in greeting. Ha! Yi Lidong was quite taken aback. Though approaching 50, his imposing presence remained undiminished, even enhanced by an aura of authority that had deepened with age. Yet this young man before him showed no fear of his imposing presence, maintaining an utterly unruffled demeanor. This was almost unprecedented. He couldn't help but secretly appraise Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng remained composed and serene, his true depth impossible to gauge. This only deepened Yi Lidong's bewilderment. Having navigated the martial world for decades, he prided himself on his extensive experience. Yet now, he couldn't fathom a mere young man? Uncertain of Qin Feng's true depth, Yi Lidong grew increasingly astonished. Young man seeking treatment, what is your name? My surname is Qin. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Lidong learned that Qin Feng was merely a caregiver. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a quiet regret. Could it be that I've misjudged him? Nevertheless, Yi Lidong ordered tea to be served to Qin Feng. With a smile, he raised his cup in a toast. Mr. Qin. Thank you for coming. Please make yourself at home. Certainly. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that Yi Lidong was quite courteous, at least he treated him with respect. Just then, the butler hurried in. Sir. Provincial-level renowned physician Dr. Kai has arrived, accompanied by Dr. Zhang, Professor Chen Yang, and a group of medical professionals. As he spoke, several elderly gentlemen dressed in traditional Chinese robes or zhongshan suits entered the room. Their eyes shone with intensity as they strode in with heads held high, radiating formidable presence. At the forefront was Dr. Kai himself, a man with snow-white hair and the graceful bearing of a pine tree, radiating vitality. His gaze swept the room with piercing intensity. Completely ignoring Qin Feng beside him, Dr. Kai and the other renowned physicians strode swiftly to Yi Lidong. Master Dong. Our apologies for keeping you waiting so long. Master Dong, after a year of research, we've finalized the definitive treatment plan. Dr. Kai and the other renowned physicians had devised a full blood exchange treatment plan for Yi Chuxia's condition. However, this procedure carries immense risk. During the bloodletting phase, Xue Danhong must be infused into her bloodstream. The slightest misstep could cost Yi Chuxia her life. Qin Feng strongly disagreed with this approach. Dr. Li, performing a blood exchange surgery at this stage would be extremely dangerous for the patient and may not achieve the desired results. I advise you to reconsider, Qin Feng cautioned. This? When renowned physicians like Old Kai saw Qin Feng questioning their treatment plan, their eyes flashed with hostility. Who are you? A master physician? An overseas scholar? Neither. Qin Feng shook his head in response, drawing scornful sneers from Kai Lao and the others. Since you're not a renowned physician, you'd best not interfere with our discussions. Go back to drinking your tea. With that, Dr. Kai and Professor Chen Yang turned away with cold expressions, resuming their discussion of the treatment plan. They intended to perform a thoracotomy on the patient first. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng laughed coldly. Yi Lidong. If you let these ignorant fools treat your daughter, she won't survive the operating table. Hearing this, Yi Lidong's brow instantly furrowed. Old Kai trembled violently, his anger flaring. In the province, he was a towering figure in the medical community. Not only fellow practitioners, but even ordinary citizens knew of his prowess. Everyone treated him with utmost respect who would dare question his medical skills. And now someone dared call him ignorant. How insolent! Chen Yang leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Feng. You greenhorn! No skills, yet you talk big. Facing the collective fury, Qin Feng remained unflinching. He flicked his fingers dismissively, his face brimming with contempt. If you quacks had any real skill, you would have cured Yi Lidong's internal injuries long ago, the ones that have plagued him for 15 years. His gaze drifted calmly toward Yi Lidong. Chapter 8, Your illnesses are my responsibility. Clunk. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the assembled renowned physicians all paled, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. For Yi Lidong had indeed suffered from his injuries for 15 years. Moreover, this was Yi Lidong's greatest humiliation in life, and it was also the unspoken burden weighing on the hearts of these provincial-level renowned physicians. More crucially, the fact that Yi Lidong had internal injuries was a deeply hidden secret. Beyond the physicians present, the outside world knew nothing of it. Yi Lidong's eyes instantly grew solemn. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Qin. How did you know I had injuries? Qin Feng offered no reply, instead stating, when your internal injuries flare up, your organs will be racked with excruciating pain. Your upper body will feel like it's being seared by fire, while everything below your waist will feel like it's frozen in winter's grip. The agony is unbearable. Moreover, at noon and midnight each day, and especially during rainy weather, your internal injuries intensify. The agony is unbearable. It is precisely because of this internal injury that your dantian shihai and the meridians in your limbs have been damaged. This is the fundamental reason your martial cultivation cannot advance. With that, Qin Feng set down his teacup. His piercing gaze swept over the provincial-level physicians and Yi Lidong before him. Gentlemen, he declared with pride, I speak the truth, do I not? Seeing Qin Feng accurately describe Yi Lidong's ailment and its timing, Yi Lidong clenched his fists, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, Mu Zixuan felt Qin Feng's overwhelming presence. Her cold, exquisite features betrayed a hint of admiration. Good heavens! The arrogance and pride that had filled the renowned physicians like Elder Kai and Chen Yang just moments before vanished instantly. Their hearts pounded violently, and cold sweat drenched their bodies. Suppressing their shock, Kai Lao and the others hurriedly bowed to Qin Feng. May we ask, young man, what is your name? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng completely ignored the group of renowned physicians, his tone cold, you quacks aren't worthy of knowing who I am. Dr. Kai, Chen Yang, and the others couldn't help but look utterly embarrassed, as if they'd been slapped across the face. Their cheeks burned fiercely. Old Kai steadied himself, bowed again, and said, Mr. Qin, we were rash earlier. We sincerely apologize. Yet Qin Feng remained unresponsive. To the public, Kai Lao and his peers held positions of great prestige. They believed befriending someone like Qin Feng was a blessing accumulated from a previous life. But to Qin Feng, these self-important quacks were no better than ants utterly unworthy. And despite Qin Feng's blatant disdain, Old Kai and the others showed no sign of resentment or anger. For in the face of Qin Feng's haughty demeanor and commanding presence, they had come to realize that both his background and medical skill were far beyond their own. He was profoundly hidden, unfathomably deep. However, there was someone present who felt utterly exhilarated by Qin Feng's profound and unfathomable abilities. That person was Yi Lidong. I wasn't mistaken after all. This Mr. Qin is truly extraordinary. Yi Lidong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Mr. Qin, my daughter has been tormented by this strange illness for a full year. She's truly suffering unbearably. If you would agree to treat her, regardless of the outcome, I, Yi Lidong, pledge to offer not only the 9th-generation precious dragon grass, but also half of my family's assets. The Yi family will henceforth serve you faithfully, loyal to your side. With that, Yi Lidong suddenly dropped to his knees before Qin Feng, tears welling in his eyes. Please save my daughter's life. Mr. Qin, please help our young mistress. The steward and servants by Dong Ye's side, loyal to the core, knelt before Qin Feng one after another, pleading desperately for his intervention. Oh! Seeing Yi Lidong cast aside his own illness and focus solely on his daughter, Qin Feng found him somewhat intriguing. From the accounts of Yi Lidong's subordinates, it was revealed that 20 years ago, after retiring from the military, Yi Lidong settled in the provincial capital. With his extraordinary skills and chivalrous spirit, he won over a large group of loyal and righteous individuals who pledged their service to him. The Yi family rose rapidly, becoming a formidable superclan, with Yi Lidong emerging as a regional leader. At the peak of his career, Yi Lidong clashed with an underground toon raiding syndicate attempting to smuggle national artifacts abroad. In the ensuing battle, he suffered severe injuries, and over half of his most capable generals were killed or wounded. Following this catastrophe, the Yi family gradually declined, plummeting from a superclan to a first-tier family now ranking last among the 4 major families of the provincial capital. Yi Lidong had no choice but to bide his time and keep a low profile. More crucially, Yi Lidong was left tormented by deep pain and anguish, wishing he were dead. Fortunately, he was surrounded by a group of loyal and righteous men who remained steadfast by his side. After hearing Yi Lidong recount his life story, Qin Feng remained impassive. Taking a sip of tea, he asked, Yi Lidong, do you regret your decision back then? The others hadn't expected Qin Feng to pose such a question, and they couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. Old Kai and the others knew all too well the agony Yi Lidong had endured. To them, the answer was obvious. Who wouldn't regret it? Yet Yi Lidong clenched his teeth and replied with unwavering resolve, I have never regretted it. Those artifacts are national treasures. They represent the dignity of our nation. To turn a blind eye would dishonor my 6 years of military service and betray the boiling blood of a soldier within me. His tone was resolute and powerful, each deliberate syllable revealing a heart free of regret. Though this old man was advanced in years, his passion burned as fiercely as ever. Behind him, his men stood with eyes reddened, nodding resolutely, We swear lifelong loyalty to Boss Dong. At this, renowned physicians like Old Kai and others could not help but exchange glances once more. Military spirit? National treasures? Even if the national treasure is recovered, what then? Won't it ultimately be handed over to the state, earning nothing more than a commemorative banner? Is it worth a lifetime of deep pain and torment? Compared to life itself, what does it matter? Cut the nonsense. You fool. Old Kai and the others inwardly despised him. Having never served in the military and lacking that awakening, they couldn't muster a shred of passion. Thus, from beginning to end, they could never comprehend Yi Lidong's choice back then. Unexpectedly, a flicker of admiration crossed Qin Feng's indifferent gaze. Yi Lidong, you truly are a hero. Qin Feng set down his teacup and said with genuine praise, your illness and your daughters, I'll take care of both. Boom! Yi Lidong felt a thunderous roar in his head. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yi Lidong nearly knelt to pay his respects to Qin Feng. Behind him, his subordinates were also overcome with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears. As for Old Kai and the others, they were utterly astonished. They couldn't fathom why Qin Feng held Yi Lidong in such high regard. But Mu Zixuan suddenly understood, for the man before them was not only a divine physician, but also a true patriot who loved his country and its people. Please rise. Qin Feng helped Yi Lidong to his feet, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. Without warning, his right hand slammed into Yi Lidong's abdomen. Put! Caught completely off guard, Yi Lidong was struck by Qin Feng's fierce punch, immediately spitting blood that splattered onto the ground. This unforeseen turn of events startled everyone present. Chapter 9, done? Ah! Yi Lidong took the punch and immediately spat blood. Instinctively, he summoned his inner strength to resist. Qin Feng's punch was far beyond what Yi Lidong could possibly withstand. Boom! Qin Feng ignored Yi Lidong's resistance, shattering the defensive qi erupting within him with another punch. He slammed the blow into Yi Lidong's chest, sending him spitting blood again in an instant. Stop! The crowd cried out in alarm, trying to intervene. But Qin Feng ignored the clamor, raising his fist to strike Yi Lidong once more. At that moment, Yi Lidong's men could no longer stand by. Stop him! Several burly martial arts experts leapt forward, attempting to block Qin Feng's massive fist. But it was all for naught. Within 3 meters of Qin Feng, a protective barrier of true qi swirled. With a howling gust of force, it repelled all of Yi Lidong's men. This true qi was too powerful. Those present, all well-traveled and knowledgeable, instantly recognized the terrifying depth of Qin Feng's martial cultivation. Moreover, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike more precise and powerful than the last, landing squarely on Yi Lidong's vital acupoints with a series of dull thuds. Dan Tian, Shin Son, Ju Kei, Shin Kei. Under Qin Feng's relentless barrage, Yi Lidong coughed up over a dozen mouthfuls of bloody pus before Qin Feng finally withdrew his fists. Old Kai and the other renowned physicians, along with Yi Lidong's subordinates, turned deathly pale and rushed forward immediately. Boss Yi, are you alright? Seeing Yi Lidong's limp, gasping form trembling with exhaustion, his men's eyes welled with tears as they cried out in alarm. Facing the crowd's fury, Qin Feng remained utterly composed. Don't worry. I was merely treating Yi Lidong's injuries just now. Healing? Hearing this, Old Kai and the others were dumbfounded. Could there truly be such an absurd treatment method in the world? You were clearly beating him. No. Mr. Qin truly was healing me. At that moment, the exhausted Yi Lidong suddenly shouted, startling everyone. His face radiant with gratitude, Yi Lidong gasped, after Mr. Qin punched out the stagnant blood from my body, my breathing finally feels clear. He glanced at the wall clock inside the room. It was now 5 minutes past noon. Look at the time, everyone. Noon has passed, and my internal injuries haven't started tormenting me yet. The others finally snapped back to reality. Right. Every day at exactly 12 noon, Yi Lidong's illness would invariably flare up, causing him excruciating pain. But now, it was already 12:05. Yi Lidong's internal injury symptoms hadn't appeared. Moreover, Yi Lidong himself confirmed that after being struck by Qin Feng until he coughed up blood, he actually felt completely refreshed. This revelation finally made everything clear to everyone. Qin Feng had indeed been treating Yi Lidong's injuries. And his healing technique was so unique, it was truly eye-opening. Unbelievable. Old Kai was stunned. Could there really be such a miraculous healing technique? Indeed. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with sharp intensity, his demeanor serene. The medical arts of the Dragon Nation, cultivated over thousands of years, are profound and vast. How much of it do you truly know? He extended both hands, using his divine healing abilities to unblock major acupoints and meridians throughout Yi Lidong's body. Years ago, Yi Lidong suffered severe injuries. Out of excessive impatience, he rushed to resume cultivation before his condition had stabilized. This failed to cure the root cause, instead planting seeds of future trouble. His condition deteriorated rapidly, leading to this current ailment. It was unexpected, yet also logical. Yi Lidong was utterly bewildered by the explanation, and even the renowned physicians like Old Kai standing nearby were perplexed. Mr. Qin, forgive our dullness, but could you clarify the cause and effect? Qin Feng replied calmly, a towering edifice rises from level ground. The first step is to lay the foundation, then build upward layer by layer. When Yi Lidong suffered internal organ damage years ago, it was like the foundation of a great edifice being destroyed. His eagerness to achieve results led him to begin cultivation before his foundation was fully repaired, inevitably overburdening its load-bearing capacity. This caused the superimposed floors to become precarious and unstable, accelerating their collapse. Those doctors merely patched up the cracks in the upper floors without finding a fundamental solution. Therefore, I demolished all the upper floors built upon that foundation. By repairing and reinforcing the foundation itself, wouldn't the newly added floors become as solid as a rock? Qin Feng's gaze grew defiant as he spoke. This seemingly direct and brutal treatment method embodies the ancient Chinese medical principle of no mercy until death, forcing the body into a life or death struggle. Hearing Qin Feng explain the complex pathology through such accessible reasoning, the crowd nodded repeatedly, their minds suddenly enlightened. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! What an eye-opening lesson today! Renowned physicians like Elder Kai and Shen Yang couldn't help but express their admiration. They approached Qin Feng and bowed deeply. Mr. Qin, your medical skill is truly extraordinary. We are deeply impressed. They never imagined that beneath Qin Feng's unassuming attire and modest demeanor lay the profound mastery of a medical genius. Mu Zixuan's icy blue eyes sparkled with admiration. She suddenly realized Qin Feng possessed unparalleled wisdom and irresistible charm. Qin Feng walked to the desk, picked up a brush, and with strokes as fluid as dancing dragons, swiftly wrote out a prescription. Yi Li Dong, I have cleansed the internal injuries from your body. Follow this prescription to restore your health within a month, you will be fully recovered. As for the cultivation base I just stripped from you, it will return once your body heals. Moreover, with your foundation strengthened, your cultivation progress will surge dramatically, you may even surpass your former strength. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Li Dong's heart surged with excitement. Overwhelmed with emotion, he once again knelt before Qin Feng with a thud. Master Qin, please accept my deepest gratitude. As he spoke, Yi Li Dong banged his head against the ground several times, tears streaming down his face. Dozens of his subordinates kneeling beside him followed suit, their heads striking the ground in unison, a scene of profound awe. Yet Qin Feng remained utterly composed, his expression unchanging. What kind of mental fortitude must one possess to remain utterly unmoved by the sight of dozens kneeling before him? At this moment, Old Kai and the others were even more intensely curious about Qin Feng's identity and background. Yi Li Dong, rise. Qin Feng's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable, commanding authority that made Yi Li Dong and the others scramble to their feet. Take me to see your daughter. With that, Qin Feng strode out the door first. Yes, yes. Yi Li Dong snapped out of his daze, nodding frantically with wild joy. Dr. Kai and the other renowned physicians swiftly caught up with Qin Feng, all eager to witness what ingenious method he would employ to cure Yi Chusha's baffling and inexplicable illness. Yi Li Dong led Qin Feng to a room on the second floor of the villa. The moment the door opened, a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Inside, a disheveled woman wrapped in a bedsheet cowered in a corner, trembling violently. Muttering incoherently with a wild, unfocused gaze, she appeared utterly deranged. But when Qin Feng recognized Yi Chusha's face, his gaze sharpened abruptly, a cold blue light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 10, Be my sidekick. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. You're all demons. Yi Chusha looked haggard and listless, terrified of anyone who approached her, her expression filled with horror. Yi Li Dong was heartbroken to see his daughter in such a state. As a father who had waited so long for a daughter, he naturally doted on her immensely. But how had a perfectly healthy young girl in the bloom of youth become like this? Mr. Qin, is there any way to help? Qin Feng remained silent as he approached Yi Chusha. Yi Li Dong and the others held their breath. But who could have known? The moment Yi Chusha saw Qin Feng approaching, she screamed wildly like a madwoman, "Don't come any closer." Then she lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his arm. In mere moments, the fabric on Qin Feng's arm was stained crimson with blood. But Qin Feng didn't even flinch. "Shu Xia." Yi Li Dong's face paled, and he started to rush over. But Qin Feng stopped him. "Don't come over." This pain was nothing to Qin Feng. He was merely trying to get a clear look at something. The jade pendant around Yi Chusha's neck. Just as I expected. Qin Feng nodded silently to himself, then pressed two fingers together against Yi Chusha's snow-white neck. Yi Chusha instantly went limp. As her consciousness began to fade, she glimpsed a handsome, resolute face before slipping into unconsciousness. Qin Feng immediately caught her in his arms. Only then did Qin Feng clearly see Yi Chusha's face. Though slightly haggard and lacking vitality, her features were distinct and harmoniously arranged, truly the makings of a beauty. Yet illness had ravaged her, leaving her barely recognizable. Yi Li Dong rushed over. Upon seeing the blood-stained arm of Qin Feng, he urgently ordered, "Get gauze and antiseptic solution immediately." "No need. It's just a superficial wound." Qin Feng shook his head, laid Yi Chusha on the bed, and then casually pulled at her neck. In his hand, a jade pendant had appeared at some point. Upon closer inspection, a black thread could be seen inside the jade. "Where did you get this jade pendant?" Qin Feng asked. Yi Lidong replied, an old friend gave me this jade pendant, saying it could avert misfortune and bring good luck. Qin Feng sneered coldly, nonsense. This jade pendant only attracts calamity and drains one's lifespan. If I'm not mistaken, this is a burial artifact from a tomb, imbued with the most extreme energy. Your daughter isn't ill, she's possessed. What? Yi Lidong's face paled. How could this be? But my friend said this jade pendant is priceless, worth its weight in gold. And we've been close friends for 20 years, he wouldn't deceive me. Yi Lidong clearly refused to accept this reality. At the door, old Kai murmured, Mr. Qin, do you have any proof? Indeed, the notion of a jade pendant being possessed by evil spirits is unheard of. Mu Zitsuan sneered disdainfully, you're like frogs at the bottom of a well. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Qin Feng knew they wouldn't believe him. He snorted coldly and crushed the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, a shrill scream, like the wail of a ghost, pierced the air. Yi Lidong and the others felt their 7 orifices vibrate violently, their heads spinning dizzyingly. Before long, a wisp of black mist slipped from Qin Feng's hand. Not so fast. Qin Feng acted with lightning speed, his hand darting out to seize the escaping black mist. Playing tricks. Die. Qin Feng roared, clenching his fingers with such force that the black mist exploded in his grasp, vanishing into thin air. Only then did Yi Lidong and the others snap out of their daze, their faces frozen in disbelief. Everyone was drenched in sweat, hearts racing. Do you believe now? Qin Feng swept his gaze across them. Yi Lidong and the others were still trembling with fear. Just hearing that sound a moment ago had already unsettled them. If this were someone possessed, they'd be driven mad. Put. Yi Chuxia, who had been unconscious, suddenly sat up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Dad, why are there so many people here? Though still hazy, Yi Chuxia's gaze had cleared, and her complexion regained its healthy flush. Old Kai and the others were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xu Xia! Yi Lidong cried out in wild joy, rushing forward. It was Mr. Qin. He saved you. But Yi Chuxia swayed unsteadily and slipped back into unconsciousness. Before drifting off, she saw that handsome, resolute face once more. Only this time, it was clearer than ever. He saved me? Yi Lidong's emotions felt like a roller coaster, suddenly tightening. Mr. Qin, my daughter. The evil blood within her body has been expelled, but due to severe depletion of vital energy, she hasn't yet recovered. A night's sleep will allow her to walk normally, and after 3 days of rest, she'll be able to get out of bed and walk. Here is the prescription. Take it 3 times a day, and within a week, she should be able to resume normal life. Qin Feng wrote down a prescription. Yi Lidong breathed a sigh of relief, eager to immediately prepare the medicine for Yi Chuxia. But Qin Feng didn't hand it over immediately, as if waiting for something. Yi Lidong instantly realized what was needed and shouted, someone, bring the brocade box from the innermost secret compartment of the treasure room. As the box opened, an incredibly fragrant herbal scent filled the entire room. Old Kai and the others perked up, their eyes gleaming. Qin Feng nodded. 9th-generation precious dragon grass. Harvested from mountain crevices at 8,000 meters altitude where cold and heat alternate, it clears meridians, purifies the marrow, and is said to possess reincarnation properties. Only 1 sprouts every 100 years. You haven't deceived me. Yi Lidong bowed in profound admiration, clasping his fists and declaring, Mr. Qin, your knowledge is vast and your learning extensive. I am truly in awe. Qin Feng handed over the prescription and turned to leave. He sought the 9th-generation precious grass for Su Ru. Having secured it, he saw no reason to linger. Yi Lidong gritted his teeth but still called out, Mr. Qin, please wait. I have a small request. My daughter has suffered from illness for many years. Now that she has just recovered from a serious illness, I fear any unexpected complications. Therefore, I earnestly request that Mr. Qin stay overnight at my humble abode to observe my daughter's condition. Qin Feng glanced at him, his eyes like abysses, and said, You suspect I'm playing tricks? Yi Lidong's face paled, as if he'd been sucked into a void. He hastily retorted, I dare not. Mr. Qin not only expelled the evil toxins from my daughter but also cured my own chronic ailment. I, Yi, am overwhelmed with gratitude. I merely fear my daughter might suffer another setback. Mu Zitsuan replied coldly, My master has never failed. Your daughter is already luckier than countless others. The implication was clear, Yi Chuxia receiving treatment from Qin Feng was a blessing earned from a past life. Yi Lidong, a formidable figure in his own right, swallowed his pride and dared not argue for his daughter's sake. Qin Feng admired his resolve and said, Zijuan, he loves his daughter deeply. There's no ill will here. Very well. I shall stay 1 more night to observe Miss Ye's condition. Yi Lidong was overcome with joy, Mr. Qin, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. I will transfer the agreed-upon assets to your account shortly. The entire crowd gasped in shock. The Yi family's wealth was truly immense. Half of Yi Lidong's fortune alone would be enough to propel Qin Feng into the ranks of the nation's top 10 wealthiest individuals. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, not necessary. He acted on his own terms, seeking neither fame nor profit, much less money. Besides, those seeking to curry favor with him stretched from the ends of the earth to the farthest corners of the sea. Why would Yi Lidong even be on their list? Yi Lidong felt even more astonished, his curiosity about Qin Feng's identity deepening. We'll discuss this matter later. Come on, arrange the finest guest room for Mr. Qin immediately. Yi Lidong ordered promptly. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out the door, he saw Old Kai looking earnestly sincere. Old Kai immediately bowed deeply, clasping his fists before him. Mr. Qin, your medical skills are nothing short of divine. I am utterly in awe and humbly request the opportunity to follow you and learn from you. Chen Yang and other renowned physicians within the province were utterly astonished. Master Kai was one of the province's most renowned physicians, and now he was seeking to apprentice under a young man. Qin Feng replied coldly, I do not take disciples. Even if you called your teacher here, he wouldn't be qualified. Old Kai's heart trembled. His own teacher was a pinnacle of Chinese medicine, yet he had only grasped the surface of that master's knowledge. Yet even that had served him well throughout his life. Yet Qin Feng seemed to look down on even that. Master Kai felt profoundly awkward. Yet Qin Feng's tone shifted abruptly. However, I'm new to Yunhai and need someone to handle miscellaneous affairs. Consider yourself my assistant. Before Qin Feng could finish, Old Kai was overcome with gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for this opportunity. I am profoundly grateful. That very night, Qin Feng stayed at the Yi residence. Chapter 11, You're not wearing anything. Since Qin Feng would be staying overnight, he sent Mu Zitsuen back first. He instructed her to come pick him up first thing the next morning. Night fell. On the rooftop of the Yi family estate villa, Qin Feng was practicing a set of health-preserving martial arts. Yi Lidong certainly knew how to live well. The surrounding feng shui layout made the spiritual energy here abundant. Even an ordinary person staying here for a while could extend their lifespan. Qin Feng surveyed the villa's surroundings, silently pondering the layout. During their casual daytime chat, Yi Lidong had boasted proudly about the feng shui layout of his estate villa, even mentioning he'd spent tens of millions hiring a feng shui master to design it. The money of the wealthy is indeed easy to deceive. Qin Feng had spotted at least 9 flaws. Though the feng shui wasn't flawless, it still surpassed Yunhai's. The air quality here, of course, couldn't compare to the mountain where old Ghostly resided. Still, it was better than nothing. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng finished a set of martial arts forms, his body sticky with sweat, and headed for a shower. He occupied the large suite next to Yi Chusha's, specially arranged by Yi Lidong. Should Yi Chusha need anything, Qin Feng could immediately check on her. The bathroom was fully stocked with toiletries, towels, bathrobes, and more everything one would expect in a 5-star hotel. When it came to hosting guests, Yi Lidong left nothing to chance. Since it was his own suite, Qin Feng shed his clothes and stepped into the bathroom to unwind. Before long, the door opened, and a woman wearing a sheer silk nightgown, her figure faintly visible beneath the fabric, stepped inside. Yi Chusha had slept through the entire day. Waking in the night to use the restroom, she had groggily entered the adjacent suite. When she saw the bathroom light on, she rubbed her eyes. Strange, how could someone be in there? As she pushed open the door, a thick mist enveloped the space. A muscular, completely naked man stood before her. His towering frame, chiseled muscles, and ruggedly handsome face were enough to make any woman's blood boil and heart race. Yet, they were separated by a single door. The moment the door swung open, their faces were practically pressed together. Yi Chusha jolted awake, her mind snapping into focus. What are you doing here? Her heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. This was the first time she'd ever seen a man's naked body. And at such close range. Qin Feng also froze for a moment, his face suddenly flushing as he hurriedly wrapped the towel around his lower body. Miss Yi, you didn't even knock before coming in. Don't be fooled by Qin Feng's ruthless decisiveness and domineering nature in the outside world. When it came to matters of the heart, he was still a novice. When bathing, he habitually let his guard down. At such times, his pores opened wide, his qi and blood surged most vigorously, and his energy flowed most freely. This helps him better control his physical strength. But who could have predicted that just as his vitality peaked, Yi Chusha would burst in? A surge of lust suddenly ignited within Qin Feng. Qin Feng realized he was losing control. Yi Chusha had never seen a man this close before. Her entire body felt like it was electrified. Damn it! Why was this happening now? Qin Feng shuddered violently and slammed the door shut. Miss Yi, please don't misunderstand, it's beyond my control, Qin Feng immediately explained. Well, I am in control, but I can't control it. No, it's a normal physiological reaction. Damn it! Qin Feng only made things worse. Yi Chusha had long since frozen in place, her gaze unfocused. Watching the sturdy figure shrouded in mist through the bathroom door, faintly visible yet tantalizingly hidden, she felt a burning heat spread through her entire body. I'll go out first. Yi Chusha panicked, quickly turning to leave and pressing her back against the wall. So hot, so hot. Yi Chuxia fanned her flushed cheeks with her hands, trying to cool them down. But the image from moments ago kept replaying in her mind. She peeked sideways again, glancing toward the bathroom door. It remained hazy, yet she could still make out Qin Feng's rugged silhouette as he hurriedly dressed. He was so manly. Before long, Qin Feng emerged wearing a bathrobe. Ahem. Miss Yi, you're awake. Yi Chuxia gave a slight nod, her cheeks flushed like red apples, unable to lift her gaze. I just got up and walked into the wrong room. I didn't know someone was here. I'm sorry, Yi Chuxia apologized. Qin Feng's expression was peculiar, but he still said, you didn't do anything wrong. Yet Yi Chuxia still looked bashful and guilty. Before I passed out, my dad said you saved me. I didn't even know your name. Yi Chuxia spoke cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Feng introduced himself, my name is Qin Feng. So you're Mr. Qin. Thank you so much for today. It was nothing. Only then did Yi Chuxia notice a deep tooth mark on Qin Feng's arm. It suddenly dawned on her, wasn't that wound from her own bite? Mr. Qin, I didn't mean to do that. Yi Chuxia looked at the bite mark on Qin Feng's arm with a sense of guilt. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's just a superficial wound. I've endured injuries 1,000 or 10,000 times worse than this. His calm demeanor made Yi Chuxia feel a surge of affection for him. However, Qin Feng now noticed that Yi Chuxia was wearing an ice silk spaghetti strap nightgown, revealing a hint of her chest. Miss Yi. Nothing. I should get some rest. Qin Feng cleared his throat softly, shifting his gaze away, words left unsaid. But in the end, he still didn't say it. Mr. Qin, if you have something to say, please just say it. Is it because of my illness? Yi Chuxia hurriedly asked. She was most worried that her condition might affect Yi Lidong. Truthfully, she had already felt deeply guilty upon waking. Your illness is essentially cured now. What remains is recuperation. You can sleep well tonight. I should rest now too. Qin Feng began ushering guests out. Yi Chuxia felt a pang of disappointment. Earlier, when Qin Feng spoke, he hadn't looked at her. For a moment, Qin Feng felt distant to her. Then I won't disturb Mr. Qin's rest. After Yi Chuxia left, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he'd nearly lost control just now. Yi Chuxia felt a pang of disappointment. In the hallway, the housekeeper, Aunt Lan, happened to come up to check on her. Miss, how did you end up in Mr. Qin's suite? Aunt Lan inquired curiously. Yi Chuxia flushed and hurriedly explained, Aunt Lan, please don't misunderstand. I just woke up and was still groggy when I walked into the wrong room. I didn't know Mr. Qin was showering. Aunt Lan's expression turned peculiar. That sounds so strange. Doesn't that mean you stumbled upon Qin Feng showering? Yi Chuxia blushed even deeper, waving her hands hastily. I didn't see anything, Aunt Lan. Please don't misunderstand. Heh, young lady, you know how young people are. We all understand. Besides, Mr. Qin is so talented and accomplished, even the master praises him highly. Yi Chuxia grew flustered. The more she tried to explain, the more tangled it became. This reminded her of Qin Feng's earlier explanation. In that moment, Qin Feng's towering, unclothed form reappeared in her mind. Suddenly, Butler Lan exclaimed in surprise, Miss, you just went in like that? Yes, why? Aunt Lan pointed to Yi Chuxia's chest and whispered, you're not wearing anything. Ah! Yi Chuxia's cheeks flushed crimson. So Mr. Qin had noticed all along. He deliberately avoided looking at her. But the thought of Qin Feng's gentlemanly conduct filled Yi Chuxia's heart with a sweet warmth. The next day, Yi Lidong, Yi Chuxia, and their group saw Qin Feng off at the gate. Chapter 12, Medical Industrial Part. Mr. Qin, your kindness is beyond words. As long as I, Yi Lidong, live, I will grant any request you make in the future. Yi Lidong pledged solemnly. After a night's rest, Yi Lidong's body hadn't fully recovered, but the excruciating pain that had tormented him in the dead of night had vanished. Moreover, he felt his body was recovering at an astonishing pace. For the first time in over a decade, he felt this comfortable even sleeping soundly through the night until dawn. I take my leave. Qin Feng nodded, clasped his fists in farewell, and departed. Mu Zixuan was already waiting outside the estate in her Lamborghini. Mr. Qin. Yi Chuxia bit her red lips slightly, calling out to Qin Feng. Miss Yi, is there still something bothering you? Qin Feng turned back. Despite the awkwardness of the previous night, her complexion appeared noticeably rosier after waking. Her refined features, paired with subtle makeup, revealed a dramatically revitalized appearance. Yi Chuxia felt a flicker of shyness as she murmured, thank you. This was the second time Yi Chuxia had expressed her gratitude. But this thank you was not the same as the previous one. She was thanking Qin Feng for his gentlemanly conduct the night before. Had he stared at her then, she would have undoubtedly labeled him a lecher afterward. Qin Feng glanced at Yi Lidong and said, Miss Ye's life is also yours. I think you should pay closer attention to the people around you. Qin Feng was referring to Yi Chuxia's encounter with the evil spirit after wearing the jade pendant. At the time, Yi Lidong had claimed it was a gift from a longtime friend, promising protection from harm. Now, upon reflection, whether it truly protected her or instead determined her fate was painfully obvious. Yi Lidong understood. His fists clenched, his body radiating murderous intent. Mr. Qin speaks the truth, he said. If anything happens to Chuxia, it will be my fault. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Qin. I won't let him off the hook. Take care. With those words, Qin Feng got into his car and drove off. In the car. Master, I sense that Missy seems to harbor feelings for you, Mu Zixuan remarked while driving. Qin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and asked, how do you know? A woman's intuition, Mu Zixuan replied nonchalantly. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall last night's slightly awkward yet amusing scene. She didn't fall for me just because she saw me without clothes, did she? Qin Feng rubbed his nose. Don't be ridiculous. She's still a virgin. Besides, my heart has no room for anyone else. With that, Qin Feng closed his eyes. A flicker of bitterness crossed Mu Zixuan's eyes. Yi family villa. Qin Feng's car had long since sped away, yet Yi Chuxia still lingered with lingering reluctance. Yi Lidong glanced at her, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Though Mu Zixuan hadn't dressed up elaborately, she was still appropriately attired. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. Too bad Qin Feng didn't appreciate it. Who would have thought our Yi family would encounter such a distinguished gentleman as Mr. Qin? I only wonder when we might meet again. We will meet again. Yi Chuxia's gaze was unwavering. Also, Dad, isn't that plot of land downtown still undeveloped? I plan to have the group invest 30 billion yuan to build a new medical industrial park. In the central area, I've decided to establish a medical laboratory named after Mr. Qin. I will make sure everyone knows Mr. Qin's name. When this news broke, half the province was sent into an uproar. Wealthy tycoons and business leaders from across the region rushed to secure a stake in the project. After all, an investment of hundreds of billions was an astronomical figure. And with the Yi family spearheading it, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Becoming a key partner meant future skyrocketing success and rapid advancement would be within reach. For the Wu family, this was especially true. The Wu family may be a dominant force in Yunhai, but to expand their business, they must align with an even larger family power. The Yi family was their ticket to soaring to new heights. Dad, this is our golden opportunity to become a top-tier financial conglomerate within the province. Wu Kuan exclaimed excitedly to his father, Wu Xingde. Wu Xingde nodded. I hear the Yi family is hosting a major investment banquet in a few days. You will lead the negotiations for this project. You must restore our Wu family's prestige. As he finished speaking, Wu Xingde's expression turned icy. The incident at the wedding banquet, caused by Qin Feng, had turned the Wu family into the subject of gossip among Yunhai's upper-class society. If not for the Wu family's immense influence, they would have become the laughingstock of the entire city. Damn it! Qin Feng is to blame for all this. Wu Kuan's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Wu Xingde snorted coldly, a mere brute who knows only how to kill? He's hardly worth mentioning. This is the 21st century. Fighting and killing are no longer appropriate. No matter how high his martial prowess, could he possibly overpower authority? Once our Wu family aligns with the Yi family, he'll have no choice but to kneel before us, begging for mercy and wagging his tail. Wu Kuan nodded in agreement. Still, your wedding was ruined. We need to remind Yunhai of the Wu family's capabilities. I've already discussed it with your uncle Su. His daughter has returned from studying abroad. She's quite attractive, and crucially, the Su family isn't inferior to the Lu family. Though they're also second tier in Yunhai, they can still provide us with some support. In a few days, you'll meet with their family, consider it an engagement. Holding the 9th-generation precious grass, Qin Feng returned to Su Ru's home in Yunhai City early the next morning. Su Ru's family was already anxiously awaiting his arrival. After a night's rest, Su Shipei had recovered considerably. Shipei, do you think that kid Qin Feng might have slipped away? Zhang Kailan asked softly. Kailan, if Qin Feng had slipped away, he wouldn't have cured my paralysis. He might not even have come back at all, Su Shipei replied. But don't forget it was Qin Feng who put you in this state. Maybe he's doing this to ease his own conscience, Zhang Kailan countered. She simply couldn't believe that someone who vanished for 3 years would suddenly return to claim his daughter. Shu, don't speak so loudly. Our daughter is here. Su Shipei whispered. Both turned toward the window, where Suru sat in her wheelchair. Mom and Dad, I'm going inside to rest, Suru said suddenly. I'll go with you, Zhang Kailan hurriedly stood up. Mom, I want to be alone for a while. Suru turned around, forced a smile, and went into the room by herself. Once inside, moisture gathered at the corners of Suru's eyes. Qin Feng, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Truthfully, she had overheard Su Shipei and his wife's earlier conversation. She didn't want to doubt Qin Feng, for she could feel the sincerity in his heart. But she was already a hideous monster. How could any normal person possibly love her? In the hall, Xiaoru must have heard everything. Su Shipei sighed. The most dreaded affliction is a troubled heart. Once that happens, it's nearly impossible to heal. Especially that feeling of seeing hope only to have it shatter. It could drive anyone to the brink. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Then, a group of men dressed in sharp suits, but with sinister intentions, walked in. Su Shipei and his wife were startled. "What are you doing? Why are you barging into our home?" Su Shipei shouted. A young man in a suit at the back of the group feigned surprise. "Well, uncle, you're actually up?" And with such a strong voice. How delightful. Chapter 13, If a single hair on them is harmed, I'll make you pay with your lives. Chapter 13. I always believed Uncle Air would be the lucky one. All those years of burning incense and praying for your swift recovery weren't in vain. Su Shipei gritted his teeth in fury. "Su Yuha, what are you doing here? We have nothing left between us." Su Yuha, the eldest son of the Su family. Su Shipei's nephew. When Su Shipei became bedridden, his eldest brother, fearing the Lu family would take it out on them, immediately and ruthlessly cut ties with Su Shipei's family, even expelling them from the clan. For 3 years, not a single member of the Su family had shown them any concern. His sudden appearance today could only mean trouble. The moment Su Yuha entered, he wore a look of utter disdain. He then strode over and plopped down on the sofa, kicking his legs up. "Uncle, really? After all these years, you still haven't learned to temper your fiery temper. How do you expect to make friends? Just look at what you've done making Auntie and my cousin suffer such a miserable life." "Huh, where's my cousin? Still too scared to face anyone? In my opinion, one should be more optimistic in life, don't you agree?" Su Shipei trembled with rage. "Stop crying over spilled milk. You have no right to speak of my Xiaoru." Zhang Kailan also snapped angrily. "When Xiaoru was poisoned, why did you all keep your distance? Now you come pretending to be compassionate? Get out of here." Su Yuha, however, remained unruffled. He adopted a resigned expression and said, "Second aunt, it's not good for someone your age to get so worked up. You know I've been swamped with work lately and couldn't spare any time. Isn't today my special effort to make it up to you?" "Professor Lee," Su Yuha called out, and a middle-aged man in an expensive suit strode in. His stride was confident, radiating an air of scholarly elegance and gravitas. Su Shipei looked astonished. "Professor Lee, what brings you here?" Zhang Kailan was also taken aback. "Isn't this Li Yuanliang, the disciple of the provincial medical authority, old Master Kai?" Li Yuanliang adopted a self-assured demeanor. But it was no wonder he felt proud. Coming from such a prestigious lineage, he had already gained considerable renown in Yunhai City by his mid-40s. Backed by his mentor's extensive network, he had cured numerous difficult and rare illnesses for many of Yunhai City's wealthy and powerful figures in the prime of his career. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan, the couple, were both taken aback by Li Yuanliang's sudden appearance. Seeing their reactions, Su Yuha chuckled. "Uncle Su, Aunt Su, you must know that securing a consultation with Professor Li costs at least nearly 1,000,000 yuan. The list of patients waiting to see him is endless. On behalf of the entire Su family, I'm offering this token of appreciation as a small gesture of compensation. Is this satisfactory?" Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding. Frankly speaking, they had exhausted their savings trying to cure Su Ru's illness and had sought out every doctor they could find. But due to Lu Chulian's interference, they couldn't find a truly skilled specialist to treat Su Ru. Some even impersonated renowned doctors to swindle them out of their money. If Li Yuanliang was willing to help, Su Ru's illness might very well be cured. Su Yuha's smile grew even more exaggerated as he said, "Professor Li specializes in neurosurgery and dermatology. He even has successful cases of performing surgeries on people with crippled limbs, restoring their ability to walk. And with all those scars on my cousin's face, if Professor Li's skilled hands could perform skin graft surgery, she might regain her appearance at the very least. She could socialize normally again, right?" Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were instantly overcome with emotion. Their deepest wish was to see their daughter stand upright like any other person, regaining confidence and hope in life. Li Yuanliang spoke calmly. "I am aware of Miss Su Ru's condition. I estimate there is a 50-50 chance of achieving her recovery." "Only a 50-50 chance?" Su Shipei's face darkened instantly. Li Yuanliang gave a cold snort. "Do you know what a 50% success rate means?" Miss Su's legs have been crippled for 3 years, her face covered in hypertrophic scars, and her nerves are long since dead. I can assure you, there are very few surgeons in the province capable of performing such a difficult operation. Unless my master performs the procedure, no one else can possibly achieve this level of treatment outcome. Li Yuanliang finished with an air of pride. "Professor Li, are you truly confident you can cure Xiaoru's condition?" Zhang Kailan's heart surged with joy, her hands trembling with excitement. 3 years they knew all too well the suffering their daughter had endured. Now that an opportunity was right before them, how could they possibly let it slip away? Heaven be praised. Xiaoru finally had hope for recovery. Su Shipei was also overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Su Yuha, however, gave a cold chuckle, ignoring the couple's excitement and emotion. Uncle, auntie, he said, we went to great lengths to bring Professor Lee here. The surgery alone cost millions, and with post-operative physical rehabilitation, medication, and other expenses, the total would easily approach tens of millions. Su Shipei and Zhang Xilan's expressions darkened instantly upon hearing this. They didn't even have 10,000 yuan in savings, let alone 10 million. After all, these past years, Zhang Qilan had worked tirelessly as a migrant worker just to make ends meet. They'd sold off every valuable item in the house. Their life had been extremely frugal. This treatment cost was nothing short of astronomical to them. Yuhi, I know you're not short on money. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Even if you asked me to be your slave, I'd agree. Su Shipei immediately grabbed Su Yua's hand with force. Su Yua's lips curled into a faint smile. The prey has fallen into the trap. Su Yua patted Su Shipei's hand with feigned sincerity. Second uncle, we're family. How could I ever make you my servant? But you know these years have been tough, the economy's been rough, business hasn't been easy. Plus, the Wu and Lu families have been targeting us all along. For us to come up with 10 million now is no small pressure. I recall my cousin recently developed a new type of facial mask. If you were to hand over the formula to me, perhaps I could discuss possible solutions with my father. No sooner had Su Yua spoken than Su Ru rolled out in her wheelchair, shouting angrily, don't waste your breath. I won't give it to you. Xiao Ru. Su Shipei and Zhang Qilan both jumped in surprise. Seeing tears welling in her parents' eyes, Su Ru felt a wave of profound sorrow wash over her. Dad, Mom, I heard what you said. Su Yua's only goal is to get the mask formula. Once they have the formula, they'll do exactly what they did 3 years ago, kick us out. Su Ru's face flushed with fury as she lashed out at Su Yua. Su Yua, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You think my parents are too kind, so you're exploiting them for profit. Listen carefully, stop dreaming. I'll take that formula with me even if it kills me. You won't get a single benefit from this. Su Shipei and Zhang Qilan instantly turned ashen, their eyes wide with shock. So that's how it is, Su Yua. You bastard, you actually tried to deceive us. Su Yua's entire face fell. He gave a cold laugh and said, Su Ru, I never expected your stubborn streak to remain unchanged all these years. But so what if you guessed my intentions? The most valuable thing your family possesses now is that formula. Otherwise, why would we have been at odds with you all these years? With a wave of Su Yua's hand, several burly men charged forward, brandishing long clubs with menacing force. Su Shipei and Zhang Qilan instantly turned ashen. Su Yuha, what do you think you're doing? Su Ru immediately shielded her parents, glaring up at Su Yua. Su Yuha, you good for nothing. If the Lu family hadn't fallen from grace, how dare you come causing trouble at my house? If not for your father's influence, you'd be nothing but a good-for-nothing loser. If you want to fight, then fight. See if I'm afraid. Su Ru's face was stern, her posture defiant. She had nothing to lose anyway. Su Yuha roared with fury, you ugly. When Lu Chulian slashed your face, why didn't she cut out your tongue too? Just you wait, I'll deal with your parents first. Then we'll see if you still dare to be so stubborn. Attack. Beat her mercilessly. Leave her barely breathing. The group of burly men immediately lunged at Su Shipei and Zhang Qilan with demonic ferocity. Stop. Su Ru's heart skipped a beat, her face turning pale. Those iron rods striking down with Su Shipei and Zhang Xilan's builds, they'd be half dead in an instant. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from outside the door, sending shockwaves through everyone present. If a single hair on their heads is harmed, I'll make you all pay with your lives. Chapter 14, Your teacher is my sidekick. Su Ru's family was utterly surprised to see Qin Feng. Especially Su Ru, her eyes sparkled with delight. He didn't just walk away. He chose to return. Qin Feng walked straight in. Su Yua eyed Qin Feng up and down, his brow furrowing. Who are you? Su Ru is my woman. Oh? So you're Qin Feng? Su Yua smiled sweetly. So you're my future brother-in-law. I've heard about you. Su Ru ended up like this because of you. But speaking of which, you sure know how to time things. The Lu family fell from grace overnight, becoming a third-rate clan. You're here to pick up the scraps, aren't you? Qin Feng's gaze toward them held a chilling intensity. It's because they kicked them while they were down. Otherwise, how could Su Ru's family have suffered so terribly? Don't lump me in with scum like you. You're not welcome here. Get out. Qin Feng said coldly. You think a little sunshine makes you something special? Su Yua despised those who pushed their advantage too far. Su Shipei gritted his teeth. Su Yuha, you're targeting us, don't hurt him. Though Su Shipei hadn't fully forgiven Qin Feng, it was Qin Feng who had cured his stroke. Plus, Qin Feng's willingness to return at least proved he wasn't the kind to betray his word. That much Su Shipei could acknowledge. Yes, Su Yua, you can do whatever you want to us old folks, but Qin Feng has nothing to do with this. Zhang Qilan also stood up for Qin Feng. The elderly couple's words deeply moved Qin Feng. He understood that he was gradually being accepted by the elderly couple. Oh? Su Yua's eyes held a meaningful look. It seems this guy has a deep connection with them. If we could exploit that. Plus, the moment he saw Qin Feng's arrogant, self-important demeanor, he felt nothing but disgust. Humph. Playing the hero, are we? Take him down. The men charged at Qin Feng, iron rods raised. Qin Feng blurred into motion, snatching a club from one attacker. With a few swift strikes, he sent 7 or 8 men crashing to the ground. Before anyone could react, limbs were shattered, blood spilled everywhere, and agonizing screams filled the air. The man who had been so arrogantly boastful moments ago now lay motionless on the ground. Su Yua and Li Yuanliang both paled. Qin Feng casually tossed aside the club and walked toward Su Yua and Li Yuanliang. Sweat poured down Su Yua's face as he felt the icy, terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Feng. Qin Feng loomed over him like a mountain, crushing his breath. Li Yuanliang, a scholar by nature, had never experienced such overwhelming pressure. He couldn't help but shout, "Kid, if you dare lay a finger on me, Su Ru's illness will never be cured. Are you a physician?" Qin Feng looked at Li Yuanliang with interest. "That's right. In all of Yunhai City, only I can cure Miss Su," Li Yuanliang declared, his head held high. "But you're just a brute, you'd never understand what that means." Li Yuanliang immediately sneered with contempt. He came from an intellectual background, wielding a scalpel and studying the finest surgical texts. How could he compare to scoundrels like Qin Feng, who only know how to solve problems with their fists? Qin Feng replied calmly, "What's your name?" Li Yuanliang sneered, "Easy enough. I've never changed my name, Li Yuanliang." "Never heard of you," Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Li Yuanliang seethed with indignation. "With his reputation, this guy hasn't heard of me?" Su Yua scoffed, "Kid, if you don't know Professor Li, have you heard of Kai Qing, the old master? He's the top physician in our province, and Professor Li is his star pupil." "Kai Qing is your teacher?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Humph. My teacher's name isn't something you can just casually mention. He begged me yesterday to take him as a disciple, but I only accepted him as an assistant," Qin Feng stated. "What a joke." Li Yuanliang snorted as if hearing the world's most absurd joke. "Do you really think you're some living Huatua or reincarnated Shen gnome? My teacher could make you vanish from Yunhai with a flick of his finger, you believe that?" Li Yuanliang held his master in the highest regard. After all, most of what he had today came from his master. With his master's influence, countless people in the province fawned over him, eager to serve his interests. "If my master were your lackey, what if I knelt down and called you master advisor?" Li Yuanliang said with a cold sneer, his hands folded behind his back. The Su family exchanged glances. Qin Feng certainly didn't seem like the type to spout nonsense off the cuff. A top-tier physician renowned throughout the province, how could he possibly be Qin Feng's disciple? Qin Feng remained silent, dialing a number on his phone. "Kai Qing, do you have a student named Li Yuanliang?" The Su family grew even more astonished. Could this be old Master Kai? Seeing Qin Feng put on an air of importance while making the call, Su Yua burst into laughter. "Kid, you wouldn't be calling old Master Kai, would you? Ha! That's hilarious." He then turned to Su Ru's family and sneered coldly, "Su Ru, you wouldn't have just picked some random person to put on this charade, would you? Just to make me give up, right? But his acting was just too amateurish, ha!" Even Li Yuanliang wore a look of utter contempt. Forget outsiders, even he found it difficult to get in touch with his own teacher. After all, his master was incredibly hard to reach. Patients seeking his medical treatment had appointments booked solid for the next 6 months. Getting to see Kai Qing once a month was already considered fortunate. Kai Qing exclaimed in surprise on the other end of the line, "Mr. Qin, you know Yuanliang?" Li Yuanliang chuckled upon hearing this. "You put on quite the act, but unfortunately, my teacher's address book only contains the city's wealthy elite and high-ranking officials. There's simply no room for a lowly beggar like you." The Su Shipei family looked at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with suspicion. Qin Feng spoke calmly, "Kai Qing, from this moment onward, you do not know this person named Li Yuanliang. Is that clear?" Kai Qing's heart skipped a beat. Had Yuanliang gotten himself into trouble? Qin Feng's voice turned abruptly cold. "You only need to answer me, do you understand or not?" Though separated by hundreds of kilometers, Kai Qing could still feel Qin Feng's overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He hurriedly replied, "I understand." Qin Feng hung up immediately. Su Yua burst into laughter, rolling on the floor. "Ha! If I were an Oscar judge, I'd crown you Best Actor for sure. The guy on the other end of your call? Definitely Best Supporting Actor." Suddenly, Li Yuanliang's phone rang. "Why is my teacher calling?" Li Yuanliang wondered inwardly. But he was in high spirits now, and answered with a smile, "Teacher, do you need me to accompany you to your appointment? To be your assistant?" Kai Qing's voice came through coldly, "From this moment on, you are no longer my student. When you go out, don't mention any connection to me." Li Yuanliang's mind went blank, his smile freezing instantly. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 15, You're nothing but a piece of. Teacher, is there some misunderstanding? Or did I do something wrong? Li Yuanliang was frantic with worry, urgently asking. His current achievements were almost entirely thanks to his teacher. Without his teacher's recommendation, he would never have secured a position at Yunhai's top hospital. If his teacher hadn't taken him on house calls, introducing him everywhere as Kai Qing's student, no one would have recognized him. In fact, every single one of his patients, including the city's elite and wealthy, had been referred to him by Kai Qing. Everything he had achieved today was thanks to his mentor. Now that his mentor suddenly disowned him as a student, how could he possibly face himself? What path would he take from here on out? Even Su Yue sensed something was terribly wrong. You know exactly what you've done. There's nothing more to discuss. Don't contact me again. Kai Qing hung up the phone without hesitation. No matter how many times Li Yuanliang tried calling, he couldn't get through. Stop calling. He's already blocked you. Qin Feng said indifferently. Li Yuanqing's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Qin Feng in terror. Who the hell are you? How do you know my teacher? He finally realized. Qin Feng had genuinely called his master earlier. Qin Feng sneered, didn't I already tell you? Kai Qing is nothing but my lackey. Li Yuanliang's face drained of color. Even Su Yue found it hard to believe. Kai Qing, the province's top divine physician, revered by all as old Master Kai his sidekick? This was pure fantasy. Could it be, you really are the master? Li Yuanliang was dumbfounded. He recalled his earlier words that if his master was Qin Feng's assistant, he would kneel and call him master. But how old was this guy? What gives you the right to call me master? Qin Feng sneered coldly, arrogant with talent, abusing authority, colluding with villains, exploiting your position for personal gain. A doctor with such corrupt ethics is nothing but a disgrace to the medical profession. Without Kai Qing, you're nothing but a pile of. Li Yuanliang's face flushed crimson, yet he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. He wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. Su Ru's eyes flickered with emotion. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to tower exceptionally tall in her eyes. Enough, boy. Su Yue finally erupted in fury. Don't think we'll believe you just because you used underhanded tricks to get old Kai to play along. Mark my words, if Su Ru remains like this for the rest of her life, it will be your fault. Su Yue remained utterly arrogant. Professor Li, let's go. This was a strategic retreat. In his view, Qin Feng and Su Ru's family were simply unwilling to hand over the facial mask formula, yet still wanted to get something for nothing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He'd seen this kind of deception play out far too many times. Li Yuanliang had calmed down by now. Right, his teacher was renowned province-wide. How could he possibly be this kid's sidekick? There might be more to this than meets the eye. Or perhaps his teacher had been caught with some kind of dirt on him. With this thought, Li Yuanliang relaxed and resumed his haughty demeanor. Hold on. Qin Feng called out to them. Su Yue, how about we make a bet? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Su Yue. Oh? You know my name? Su Yue raised an eyebrow, smugly pleased. Though Su Yue, wasn't as prominent as Wu Kuan, the top young master in Yunhai's princeling circle, he still had a certain reputation. So it wasn't surprising that Qin Feng knew him. In fact, Qin Feng had thoroughly investigated Su Yue's family before arriving. Su Yue, ever since Uncle Su was ousted from the group by Yulat, you took his place as the group's general manager, right? Su Yue nodded and chuckled. I see you've done your homework. What's the deal? Looking for a cushy job? Not that it's impossible after all, you're my future cousin-in-law. Everything's negotiable. Qin Feng sneered, with your attitude, if not for your powerful father, you'd be nothing but a lowly employee for life. Young man, what did you say? Su Yue roared in fury. He detested being told he wasn't qualified for his position. Such remarks were taboo within the family conglomerate. Meanwhile, Su Shipei clenched his fists, seething with righteous indignation. Su Shipei had once been a man of great ambition. His lifelong dream was to successfully manage the family conglomerate. The position of general manager was rightfully his. Being kicked out was one thing, but now the reputation he'd worked so hard to build had been ruined by Su Yue. How could he not feel the sting? After all, he had played a part in founding the group back then. Su Ru gripped Su Shipei's hand tightly. How could she not feel heartbroken for her father? Betrayed by his own kin, cast out by his own brothers, left utterly alone. From the pinnacle to the depths of despair, she understood his pain all too well. Qin Feng cut straight to the point. You want Su Ru's facial mask formula, right? I'll make you a bet. If she can't get back on her feet within a week, the formula is yours. Su Yue's eyes lit up. Seriously? Absolutely. Su Ru's entire family was taken aback. Qin Feng. Su Shipei snapped. The formula for this facial mask was Su Ru's most prized treasure. Countless major cosmetics conglomerates in the city had tried to buy it outright, but she had turned them all down. Su Ru's reasoning was simple, she was a doctor, not a businessperson. She had intended this mask formula to elevate the family conglomerate to new heights. Alas, in the end, her entire family was betrayed by the very clan they served. The formula was then locked away and forgotten. Little did they know that Qin Feng would dare to use it as a gamble without their consent. Dad! Su Ru suddenly tugged at Su Shipei's sleeve. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng. Her unspoken implication was clear. Su Ru tacitly approved. Zhang Kailan grew frantic. Xiao Ru, this formula took you 3 grueling years of working dawn to dusk, burning the midnight oil in the lab to develop. Qin Feng wouldn't harm me, Su Ru said, looking at Qin Feng. For some reason, ever since Qin Feng returned, Su Ru felt an inexplicable sense of trust and security toward him. Fine. I'll take your bet. Su Yuha hastily agreed. He went through all this trouble to find Li Yuanliang, wasn't it just for the formula? Now someone was practically handing it to him on a silver platter. But if Su Ru can stand up again, I want you to step down as the group's general manager and relinquish your shares, returning them to Uncle Su's family. For a moment, Su Ru's family was deeply moved. So Qin Feng had been doing this for them. Oh? Su Yua raised an eyebrow. Give me a few minutes. Then he pulled Li Yuanliang aside. Professor Li, what are the odds Su Ru will be able to stand again? Su Yua asked in a low voice. Li Yuanliang replied calmly, rest assured, young Master Su. The odds of that girl walking again are slimmer than winning the lottery. You know that so-called 50% chance was just to reassure him. Even if my mentor came, a 10% chance would be optimistic. Su Yua nodded in relief, stepped back out, and said, alright, I agree. What if you renege on your promise later? Su Yua raised an eyebrow. He was a true businessman, considering every angle. He'd never let a sure thing slip through his fingers. Simple, Su Yua replied. We'll draft an attendance agreement. Whoever fails to show up forfeits their claim. Soon, 2 identical copies of the agreement were drafted, awaiting only the parties' fingerprints. Su Ru. Qin Feng looked at Su Ru. The latter nodded as if compelled by some unseen force and pressed her fingerprint onto the document. Qin Feng said, in 3 days, I want a lawyer present. No problem. Su Yua held the agreement in his hand and grinned. Su Ru, my dear cousin, you'd better get that formula ready, huh? After the deal was sealed, Su Yua and his group departed. Those with broken limbs were immediately carried away by his men. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan hurried over, visibly anxious. Qin Feng, are you really confident? Just now Professor Li said there was only a 50% chance. I have 100% certainty. Chapter 16, Restoring Appearance. 3 hours later. After Qin Feng finished simmering the 9 lifetime precious grass along with other herbs, he brought out a clear liquid. Su Ru's family was stunned. Qin Feng, are you sure this isn't just a bowl of water? Zhang Kailan asked skeptically. So after all that effort for 3 hours, this is what you bring out? This is just a joke, right? Mom! Su Ru shot Zhang Kailan a glare. Qin Feng, don't blame my mom. Su Ru said with a hint of apology. It's fine. And Zhang's doubts are understandable. After all, medicine brewed from 9th-generation precious dragon grass is colorless and odorless. That's its defining characteristic. Qin Feng chuckled. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan looked even more puzzled. Even if you brought out a bowl of water, no one would know. Isn't this just a bowl of water? Su Ru was also deeply suspicious. What? You don't believe this is medicine? Qin Feng chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. A person who can't even stand up, whose face is disfigured. Yet here you are, presenting a colorless, odorless liquid as a cure for your illness. Most people wouldn't believe it. Su Ru shook her head, her eyes dimmed with sorrow. I was just thinking, it's been 3 years. I know my condition. Professor Li said there was a 50% chance he was just trying to trick me into revealing the formula. Even if old Kai intervened, the odds wouldn't exceed 20%. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan felt a tightening in their hearts, sighing inwardly. It seemed Su Ru had given up all hope. She used to be such a lively, outgoing, and beauty-loving girl. Qin Feng suddenly crouched down, meeting Su Ru's gaze at eye level. His voice softened, what others can't do, I can. Just because others can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. Just trust me. Ripples of emotion stirred within Su Ru. Her eyes brightened as she nodded firmly. Yes. Here, let me feed you. Qin Feng fed Su Ru the medicine, spoonful by spoonful. 3 minutes later, the entire bowl of medicine was gone. A bizarre scene unfolded. The color of the scars on Su Ru's face began to harden. Like a thick layer of rust, they took on a purplish-black hue. Her face was soon covered in thick, dark scabs, transforming her entire appearance beyond recognition and making her look even more terrifying. Xiao Ru. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan's faces paled. Qin Feng, how did this happen to Xiao Ru? What on earth happened? The elderly couple were nearly driven to despair. No need to panic. Just wait half an hour. Qin Feng remained utterly calm. Everything was under his control. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Just my face feels a bit itchy. At this moment, Suru's face was covered in thick scabs, even obscuring her eyes. Yet she felt no discomfort and instead offered reassurance. Qin Feng, if you dare harm my daughter, I'll risk my own life to make you pay. Zhang Cailan's expression was intensely agitated. Back in the day, she had been a corporate elite, holding the position of group CFO. How full of vigor and ambition she had been, admired by countless women. Over these past 3 years, Zhang Cailan had aged considerably and lost the sharp edge of her professional demeanor. Yet the indomitable strength in her bones made her absolutely unwilling to let anyone harm her daughter. Qin Feng nodded firmly. I swear on my life, Suru will be fine. Mom, I trust Qin Feng too. Suru spoke up. Half an hour passed quickly. Su Shipei and his wife were both on edge. At that very moment, the scabs on Suru's face began to slowly peel away. Crack! Crack! Like the sound of glass cracking, the scabs fell away piece by piece, revealing tender, pale skin beneath. Su Shipei and his wife held their breath. In moments, a flawless, rosy-cheeked face appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiao Ru! Su Shipei and his wife were overcome with joy, trembling all over from sheer excitement. She's back! She's finally back! My Xiao Ru is back! Tears welled up in the corners of their eyes as they embraced Su Ru and wept bitterly. What woman doesn't cherish her own face? Su Ru had always been exquisitely beautiful since childhood. But the disfigurement was an utterly devastating blow to her. 3 years had passed. When they saw that familiar face again, the elderly couple could no longer hold back their tears. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes also glistened, his heart filled with emotion. He, too, had not seen that face in 3 years. That night, Qin Feng had saved Su Ru, but his thoughts were entirely consumed by Lu Chulian. He hadn't paid any attention to the beautiful and kind-hearted Su Ru. But after being framed by Lu Chulian and descending the mountain, learning that Su Ru had been disfigured and paralyzed for his sake, he suddenly realized. The most beautiful thing, had always been right beside him. And he hadn't cherished it. Su Ru comforted the elderly couple, not even pausing to look at her own face. Zhang Cailan quickly snapped out of it, she'd almost forgotten to let her daughter see her face. She hastily grabbed the mirror and handed it to Su Ru. Su Ru's hands trembled as she held the mirror. She dared not look. Yet she felt both dread and anticipation. Finally. Delicate features, a straight, upturned nose, eyes like autumn water, a face of beauty, elegance, and graceful poise came into view. In that moment, Su Ru covered her mouth, her eyes instantly welling up. How long had it been since she last saw the face she had longed for day and night? She had once thought she might never regain it in this lifetime. Qin Feng, thank you. Su Ru lifted her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Qin Feng gently stroked her hair, his voice tinged with regret. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Su Ru shook her head firmly. I did it willingly. Qin Feng's heart surged with emotion. He silently vowed never to let his beloved woman get hurt again. Ru, try to stand up. Zhang Cailan urged. Su Ru nodded firmly. She tried to stand but found she couldn't muster the strength. After several attempts, the result remained the same. I can't stand up, Su Ru shook her head. Qin Feng, how could this happen? Su Shipei asked. If Qin Feng could heal the scars on Su Ru's face, surely he could fix her legs too. Qin Feng smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Su. The medicine needs time to take effect. In 3 days, Xiao Ru will be able to walk. In a week, she'll be just like anyone else. That's wonderful. Su Shipei and Zhang Cailan were overjoyed. Su Ru was also deeply moved, her eyes sparkling with tenderness as she looked at Qin Feng. Zhang Cailan tugged at Su Shipei's sleeve, giving him a meaningful look. Shipei, the weather's nice today. Come with me to buy groceries. Sure thing. After the two left. Qin Feng, thank you. Silly. Qin Feng gently stroked Su Ru's face, smooth as jade. Her cheeks flushed, and she looked shy. I promised you I'd give you a perfect life. This is only the beginning. A warm current flowed through Su Ru's heart, sweeter than honey. Chapter 17, I'm giving you a chance to apologize. After Su Ru's family left, Mu Zitsuan was already waiting downstairs. Master, judging by your expression, you must have cured Miss Su. As soon as Qin Feng descended the stairs, Mu Zitsuan noticed the radiant glow on his face and his clearly uplifted mood. Yes, finally one less thing to worry about. In a few days, Su Ru will be able to live like a normal person again, Qin Feng said. Mu Zitsuan, being a woman, noticed the affection and fondness for Su Ru hidden between Qin Feng's words. Her own experiences flashed through her mind, casting a fleeting shadow of sadness across her eyes. But Qin Feng was no ordinary man. He sensed Mu Zitsuan's subtle shift. Did something come to mind? Qin Feng inquired. Mu Zitsuan paused, shook her head, and replied, I was just thinking about my own experiences. At 16, I was already struggling to make my way in the underground world of Yunhai. Here, only one thing remains constant, profit. Qin Feng had heard of Mu Zijuan's background. He said, "It's just a matter of time. You'll meet someone who truly cares for you." Then, Qin Feng took out 2 leaves. "Here." Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the entire carriage. "These are leaves from the 9 lifetime precious grass?" Mu Zijuan was utterly astonished. "I see some latent injuries within you likely carried over from years past. Boil these into a medicinal decoction and consume it. Within a month, your old ailments will vanish." A flicker of shock crossed Mu Zijuan's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that despite hiding it well enough, Qin Feng had still noticed. And he'd even taken it to heart. "Master, did you save these specifically for me?" Mu Zijuan felt a flutter of warmth in her heart and couldn't help asking. "Not really. The medicine to cure Suru didn't require that much. I just happened to have 2 extra leaves." Qin Feng spoke with a carefree air. Though he denied it, Mu Zijuan knew that with Qin Feng's medical skill, these 2 leaves could easily be refined into healing golden pills. Sold on the market, they would be worth a fortune. They could even be saved for future use as medicinal catalysts. Yet Qin Feng had given them to her. They weren't related, and they'd only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Master Mu Zijuan's usually unruffled heart stirred unexpectedly. "I won't say it twice. Take them," Qin Feng stated firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Moved, Mu Zijuan silently accepted it. It was the first time she had ever felt someone truly cared about her. That very night back at the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, Suru called. "Qin Feng, my parents would like to invite you to dinner. They say it's to celebrate our recovery and to thank you." This was Suru's first call to Qin Feng in 3 years and the first time she'd ever dialed his number since meeting him all those years ago. Previously, because Qin Feng was a married man and she was Lu Chulian's close friend, she felt it inappropriate to disturb him. But now things were different. It felt like the first call between a newly enamored couple, both nerve-wracking and exhilarating. "If your parents invite me, I might not have time," Qin Feng said on the other end of the line. Suru grew anxious. "I know my parents questioned you many times back then. They were just concerned about me. I apologize on their behalf, they didn't mean any harm." Qin Feng chuckled, "I was just teasing. I didn't take it to heart. You scared me, I thought you were going to refuse. I might not say yes to them, but I'll definitely say yes to you." "Do you want me to come?" Qin Feng countered. I think so," Suru said timidly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Great. As long as you want me to, I'll go no matter how bad the weather gets," Qin Feng declared. Suru beamed with joy. "Then it's settled. See you tomorrow without fail." The next day, since Suru's legs still hadn't recovered, Qin Feng picked up her family early in the morning in his BMW 7 Series. "Come on, I'll carry you." Without another word, Qin Feng lifted Suru and placed her in the passenger seat. Feeling Qin Feng's sharply defined features up close, tinged with a hint of pain, Suru's heart began to race. Seeing Suru's frail, delicate frame, a result of years spent confined to a wheelchair, stirred a pang of sympathy in Qin Feng. "Later, I'll prescribe some herbs to help you regain your strength." "You're far too thin." Suru quickly protested. "I don't want to be that fat people would look down on me." After speaking, Suru couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, meeting Suru's eyes directly. She immediately looked away. "Whether you're thin or plump, I love you just the way you are," Qin Feng declared. Suru felt even more flustered. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had also dressed up specially. Truth be told, Su Shipei's tall stature naturally exuded an air of high-level white-collar professionalism. Zhang Kailan was tall and slender. If not for the slight pallor on her face from years of hard work, she would have been the picture of a refined lady. "Qin Feng, it's just din and no need for such a big production," Su Shipei remarked. Clearly, they felt Qin Feng was staring at the car as if it were too flashy. Back when they worked at the family conglomerate, they had chauffeurs and drove million-dollar cars. But over the past 3 years, their lives had grown strained, and they'd shed that air of aiming high while falling short. Life had forced them into this. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. "This is actually the least fancy car we own. Moreover, I believe Uncle Su and Aunt Zhang will soon be riding in even more luxurious cars," Qin Feng said earnestly. A noticeable sparkle flashed in Su Shipei's eyes. Boli Club. This clubhouse was considered one of the more renowned restaurants in the city, and its prices were far from affordable. Qin Feng knew the Su family had struggled financially over the past 3 years. This was a place Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had deliberately chosen to express their apology. Clearly, it was also a form of recognition for him. Qin Feng silently vowed to himself that he would see justice done for Su Shipei, Zhang Kailan, and their family. Su Shipei had already reserved a private room. Since it was lunchtime, Qin Feng let them enter the club first while he parked the car. As Qin Feng approached the private room door, he heard voices arguing inside. "Our club has no policy guaranteeing exclusive use of a reserved private room. I advise you not to cause trouble, give up the room, or you won't get away with this in Yunhai." Su Shipei quickly interjected. "If you need us to pay extra, we can pay extra. It's peak hours now, and there are no seats available in the main dining area. Plus, my daughter has limited mobility. Could you please make an exception? Make exceptions? My ass. The manager replied coldly, let me be clear, if you don't want to die, get out of here now. This private room is already reserved, and the guests are highly influential. You can't afford to cross them. Su-ru added, manager, they haven't arrived yet. Could we just finish our meal quickly? The manager was already losing patience. Cut the crap. Judging by your clothes, you're not exactly a wealthy family. Besides, if you're having trouble getting around, you shouldn't be out embarrassing yourselves. Just stay home. If you don't leave now, I'll have to call security. Qin Feng, standing by the door, overheard this and his face darkened with murderous intent. He could imagine how lowly and helpless Su-ru's family must feel. Especially Su-ru in the prime of her life, ruined by a villain. Now, on their rare outing for a meal, they were subjected to such humiliation. How dare you speak to us like that? Su Shipei and Zheng Kailan were furious. Su-ru felt utterly disheartened, her expression heavy. Never mind, Mom and Dad. Let's go. Suddenly, a figure walked in, heading straight for the club manager. I'm giving you one chance to apologize. Chapter 18, You're her fiancé? After Qin Feng entered, his face was filled with a shocking murderous intent. Kid, what the hell are you? How dare you? The manager's attitude was extremely arrogant, his face brimming with contempt. But when he saw Qin Feng's pair of blue pupils, his own pupils suddenly contracted, and his entire body began to tremble. What kind of pupils were those? Awe-inspiring. Overwhelming superiority. Irresistible. The club manager felt as if a mountain had crushed him. His knees buckled, and he fell to the floor, drenched in sweat. Young man, the club manager was terrified. He couldn't comprehend why he was kneeling on the floor. Apologize. Qin Feng stepped aside, positioning the manager to face Su-ru's family. Apologize. His voice boomed like a great bell, crashing like waves, making the manager's head ring and buzz. I'm sorry, the manager stammered out. Su Shipei quickly interjected, that's enough, Qin Feng. It's better to avoid trouble. Let's go eat somewhere else. Over the years, Su Shipei had spent his days confined to bed due to a stroke, gradually wearing down his sharpness. Adopting the same better safe than sorry attitude, Zheng Kailan also wanted to avoid trouble. Yes, let's go somewhere else. Seeing Qin Feng stand up for her with such anger and dominance, Su-ru's earlier grievances vanished instantly. What could be happier than having a man who cares about you stand up for you? Qin Feng, let's go. Su-ru tugged at the hem of Qin Feng's shirt and said. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. This room is your thoughtful gesture. How could I waste it? We're staying here tonight. Let's see who dares to kick us out. His words, calm yet commanding, enveloped Su-ru like a towering fortress, serene and utterly secure. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Manager, have all the guests been cleared from the rooms? At that moment, a woman entered. She wore a form-fitting red dress, carried a Hermes handbag, and stood on 12-centimeter heels. Her heavy makeup and slightly thin, seductive red lips gave her a sharp, cold demeanor. Miss Su. The club manager, upon seeing the woman, clung to her like a lifeline and called out urgently. But as he tried to stand, he found his shoulders felt like they were carrying a mountain. He couldn't move an inch. Manager Qian, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to clear out all these useless people? Su frowned, sweeping a dismissive glance over Qin Feng and his group, her eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Her use of the word clear out made it abundantly clear she didn't regard Qin Feng and his group as human beings, but rather as trash. When her gaze landed on Su-ru's face, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Her face, clearly the result of extensive plastic surgery, appeared stiff and unnatural. Though Su-ru wore light makeup, her natural beauty, combined with her professional demeanor, gave her an air of dignified grace and understated maturity. Especially her features perfectly proportioned, the kind of natural beauty that was simply born with it. In comparison, Su-yu's looks fell significantly short of Su-ru's. Miss Su, the club manager was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. Even without his words, Su-yu understood what had transpired. So they'd hogged the restroom and had the nerve to humiliate the club manager? How dare you? Su Shipei had no desire for trouble. He quickly interjected, we didn't humiliate him. We'll forfeit the private room. That's how people are without power or influence, they don't want to make a big deal out of things, so it just blows over. But to Qin Feng, this was a classic case of kindness being taken for granted. Uncle Su, don't worry. I've got this. Not even the emperor himself could make us leave today. Qin Feng stood towering above them, radiating an imposing aura. Su-yu was seething with rage. Someone. Su-yu bellowed, and moments later, two suited bodyguards sprinted into the room. Tall and agile, they were clearly military veterans. A bunch of ants, completely lawless. How dare they cause trouble on my fiancé's turf? Don't they know when they're out of their league? Miss Su folded her arms, her posture exuding arrogance. Yunhai is your fiancé's territory? What's his name? Qin Feng's gaze was cold and indifferent. Humph. You're not worthy of knowing. Guards. Grab this and slash her face a few times. The more Suyu looked at Su Ru, the more envy and resentment she felt. She'd intended to enjoy a peaceful meal today and meet her fiancé, but instead, this had happened. The crux was that the moment she first laid eyes on Su Ru, boundless jealousy welled up within her. Why should a cripple be blessed with such a beautiful face from birth? Why was she, with both legs intact, not as beautiful as others? As two bodyguards approached, Qin Feng's voice turned icy. Dare to take one step forward, and you die. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold, piercing light, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. The two bodyguards had seen battle, yet they were still frozen in place by the sheer intensity in Qin Feng's eyes. What are you standing there for? Charge! Suyu barked angrily. The bodyguards lunged forward, but Qin Feng was faster. He struck out with both hands, delivering a slap with each. Smack! Crack! Both bodyguards' cheekbones shattered. One slammed into the left wall, the other into the right. Then came another crack, the sound of skulls fracturing. Instantly, they fell silent. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan both jumped in fright. They didn't understand what had happened. They hadn't even seen it clearly before the two bodyguards went silent. The club manager was scared out of his wits. This was utterly terrifying. Su Ru had witnessed Qin Feng's strength at the wedding, so she wasn't surprised. Her conviction in the man before her only deepened. In her hour of peril, he would step forward to protect her. Suyu, in a hysterical rage, screamed, "Get up! Get up, damn it!" She furiously kicked the unconscious bodyguard lying on the ground several times, but he didn't stir. Her rage boiled over. You've caused trouble. Do you know who my fiancé is? He's... Smack! Qin Feng's palm sent Suyu crashing to the floor. Suyu's cheek was a bloody mess, her hair disheveled, the implant in her nose knocked out. She touched her blood-soaked face, her hand trembling. My face. My nose. My fiancé will be here any minute. You're all going to die. Suyu screamed, her entire being seemingly on the verge of madness. Just then, someone rushed in. What happened? Koan, you must avenge me. It was him. I'll kill him. Suyu spotted the man entering and immediately screamed her accusation, her face twisted in fury. You're asking for death. How dare you touch my fiancé? The man's face darkened with fury. Just as he turned around, he suddenly caught sight of a pair of eyes flashing with a cold, blue-green glow. His expression changed drastically. It's you? Qin Feng regarded the man with interest. So you're this fiancé? Wu Kuan, it seems we have quite the connection. Chapter 19, he's getting annoyed. The newcomer was none other than Wu Kuan. Ever since he and Suyu got engaged, their marriage had been set in stone. But Wu Kuan never imagined Qin Feng would actually beat Suyu. Wu Kuan recalled the scene at the wedding where Qin Feng had committed murder. The memory sent shivers down his spine. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he collapsed to his knees. Brother Kuan? You know him? Suyu was equally astonished. What the hell is going on? Shut up! Wu Kuan roared. This woman was trying to get him killed. He's a ruthless killer. How could he possibly know him? He wished he'd never laid eyes on this man. Heh, Qin Feng, what a coincidence. You're here for dinner too? Wu Kuan gave a dry chuckle. Since this private room belongs to you, we'll leave now. Wu Kuan grabbed Suyu's arm, ready to leave. But Suyu shook off his hand and said, Honey, why should we leave? This private room is clearly ours. They're just a bunch of deadbeat bums. What right do they have to eat here? As the only daughter at home, Suyu had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and fine dining. She'd never been driven away like this before. She was the one who always kicked others out. No one could ever kick her out. I'm telling you to leave. Do you hear me? Wu Kuan snapped angrily. I'm not leaving. Suyu pointed at Su Ru's family and declared, they're the ones who should leave. Those who struck me. If you don't kneel and apologize today, this won't end. And I'll. Suyu's words turned into a flying slap. Wu Kuan's heart leapt into his throat, his mind going completely blank. Before Suyu's hand could land, Qin Feng's palm sent him flying, slamming him hard into the wall. His head spun dizzyingly. Looking for death. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Su Ru was his woman. He wouldn't even touch her himself, let alone tolerate anyone else laying a hand on her. Su Ru was still trembling with fear. Qin Feng's gaze fixed on her with unwavering resolve. I swore an oath, he declared. I won't let anyone else harm a single hair on your head. Wu Kuan, either you deal with her, or you take your own life. Qin Feng's voice boomed like the thunder of a god. Wu Kuan felt his head buzzing and exploding. That command, utterly unyielding, made him involuntarily grab the dinner knife on the table. Husband, what are you doing? Suyu, her hair disheveled, finally snapped out of it, her face turning pale. Wu Kuan roared, I'm not your husband. Suyu, you brought this upon yourself. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan both shuddered. Wu Kuan, are you really going to kill someone here? Qin Feng said, I still need to eat. Everyone else, leave. Don't scare my family. The Su family felt a strange yet warm emotion welling up inside them. Clearly, Qin Feng had already accepted them as family. Guards, take them out. Wu Kuan suppressed his reluctance but ordered the men to carry out all the unconscious bodies from the private room. At the same time, Su Yu was dragged into the adjacent tea room. Wu Kuan, you worthless piece of trash. If you dare kill me, I. From the storage room next door, the sounds gradually faded away. Take them away. Back in the car, Wu Kuan's eyes were bloodshot. His fiancée, he had killed her. And the culprit behind it all was Qin Feng. Pounding the steering wheel, he roared, Qin Feng, I want you dead. Inside the private room. The manager was too terrified to stand, trembling uncontrollably. You can place the order now. Qin Feng looked at Manager Chen, who was still kneeling. Manager Chen dared not rise. Qin Feng's authority was terrifying. And this man's background was unknown. Who could say if he might kill him on a whim? Didn't you hear me? I told you to get up and place the order. Qin Feng shouted again. If not for fear of delaying the meal, this manager would have been crippled long ago. Yes. Though this minor incident had occurred, it only served to make Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan see Qin Feng's true character more clearly. Despite his ruthless decisiveness, at the end of the day, Qin Feng was doing this for their daughter. What parent wouldn't want their daughter to find a man who could cherish her, protect her, and keep her safe? Clearly, Qin Feng had delivered. After placing the order, Manager Chen felt increasingly uneasy. As the manager of a prestigious club, he knew countless dignitaries and wealthy individuals in the city. Yet he had never lost his composure like this before. I recall when Captain Zhang from the Wolf Stabber army came to book a private room last time. That bastard incited murder here. He must be punished. Besides, by helping young Master Wu with this favor, he now owes me a debt. Manager Qian grew increasingly eager as he thought about it, so he immediately dialed the phone. Moments later, at the club entrance, Zhang Biao and several of his team members arrived in plain clothes. Manager Qian, you sounded urgent on the phone. What exactly happened? Zhang Biao asked immediately. He was Yunhai's guardian force, involved in every major and minor security matter in the city. Moreover, the owner behind this club is one of the city's wealthiest individuals, making him even more responsible for maintaining order here. Upon seeing Zhang Biao arrive, Manager Qian hurried over to greet him, urgently explaining, Captain Zhang, that murderer incited young Master Wu to kill his fiancée, and he also killed 2 bodyguards. He's currently dining inside. Is this related to young Master Wu? Zhang Biao's expression turned grim. Wu Kuan is Yunhai's foremost young master. The Wu family was Yunhai's foremost clan. Whenever the Wu family made a move, Yunhai's economy would tremble. The Wolf Assassins' funding was largely sponsored by the Wu family. Could it be martial artists? Lead the way. Whoever could drive Wu Kuan to murder was no ordinary person. He absolutely cannot let such a person. After Qin Feng and his group had finished their 3rd round of drinks and tasted 5 courses of food, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed through the room. Moments later, the door burst open. Manager Qian stormed in first, pointing at Qin Feng at the head of the group. Captain Zhang, it's him. He's the murderer. Zhang Biao stormed in, bellowing, how dare you cause trouble in my Yunhai establishment? Zhang Biao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face turning pale in an instant. Manager Qian felt a surge of secret satisfaction. When the time comes, I'll have young Master Wu give me a job at the Wu Group. Then I won't have to kowtow to anyone anymore. Dreams are beautiful, reality is cruel. Just as Manager Qian was lost in his daydream, Qin Feng spoke calmly, Captain Zhang, so you have time to spare? Who dares to run wild here? Care to tell me? Zhang Biao's face stiffened, sweat pouring down his brow. Why did he have to run into him again? Though he didn't know Qin Feng's true identity. But when the Yanlong Hall's God of Slaughter edict was issued, even the commander of the Qinglong army would prostrate himself in worship. Let alone a mere captain of the Wolf Stabber army. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Biao hurriedly turned and fled. Manager Qian panicked, grabbing Zhang Biao's arm. Captain Zhang, don't leave. He killed someone. Are we just letting him go? Zhang Biao's expression darkened. Who was he to even know Qin Feng? Qianjin, stop talking nonsense. From this moment on, I don't know you. Get out of my way. Zhang Biao then turned to Qin Feng with a forced smile. Sir, I won't disturb your meal any longer. This meal is on me. Inside, Zhang Biao cursed furiously, wishing he could kick Qianjin to death. Qin Feng tapped the table and said, I don't know him either. In fact, he's a bit of a nuisance. Zhang Biao immediately understood. Qin Feng never wanted to see Qianjin again. Understood, sir. Come on, take him away. Qianjin screamed and shouted, but in the end, he was dragged into Zhang Biao's car and taken straight back to the unit for execution. Until his dying breath, he never knew what kind of entity he had provoked. Su Ru, Su Shipei, and Zhang Xilan's family were once again stunned. Qin Feng seemed capable of delivering surprises to them anywhere. Su family villa. Yu-hee, how confident are you about the formula? Chapter 20. Thank you for your gift. Su Boyang, CEO of the Su Corporation and head of the Su family, had just returned from a business trip today. Upon learning that Yu-hee had staked all his shares in the group on a high-stakes bet, he was both surprised and displeased. You should know that all bets carry risks. Our group never engages in ventures without a solid foundation. Su Yuhua quickly replied, Dad, rest assured. I've thoroughly consulted Professor Lee and even sought opinions from numerous authoritative experts. The probability of that dead girl standing up is close to zero. Su Boyang nodded. Very well. You should be aware that the City Planning Bureau has approved the Yi family's medical industrial park project. Construction will commence shortly. This is our prime opportunity to secure that major partnership. The formula in Su Ru's possession is precisely our bargaining chip. Your grandmother has already made it clear we must secure that formula at all costs. Dad, rest assured, I've got this covered. Tomorrow, I'll have top-tier lawyers present. If they don't show up, it'll be considered an automatic forfeiture of the formula. If they refuse to hand over the formula, I can apply to the court for compulsory enforcement. Su Boyang praised, excellent. You know the majority of the group's shares are held by your grandmother. If you handle this well, she might transfer even more shares to you. Su Yuhua beamed with satisfaction, already envisioning victory. The next day, Su Yuhua arrived at the law firm early. Where's Professor Lee? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Su Yuhua asked his assistant. Professor Lee went to the provincial capital. He said he'd be back today. What a pity. I was looking forward to sharing the good news with him. Su Yuhua crossed his legs, smiling broadly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Su Ru were already in the elevator. Su Ru felt uneasy. What's wrong? Qin Feng inquired. Su Ru touched her legs, still numb and unresponsive. She gave a faint smile and shook her head. Qin Feng noticed this, gave a slight smile, and said nothing more. Before long, Qin Feng pushed Su Ru inside. When Su Ruxin's flawless, fair face appeared before Su Yuhua, he felt a slight jolt of surprise. He hadn't seen that face in far too long. Had it really only been 3 days? How could she have recovered so quickly? But he regained his composure. Su Ru was still in a wheelchair. That was the crucial point. Su Ru, it's truly a miracle your face has actually healed. Su Ru stared coldly at Su Yuhua. She detested Su Yuhua's arrogant demeanor. But unfortunately for him, Lady Victory stands on my side. Su Yuhua glanced at Qin Feng as he spoke. Qin Feng replied indifferently, the outcome remains uncertain. Miracles can still happen. Su Ru fell silent. She knew her physical condition all too well. For 3 days now, her legs showed no sign of regaining the strength to stand. Observing Su Ru's reaction, Su Yuhua felt even more certain of his victory. Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered. Mr. Jean, hello. Su Yuhua smiled as he shook hands with Attorney Jean. Attorney Jean replied with a smile, Good day, young Master Su. I've reviewed the share transfer agreement for Su Group Corporation and found it to be in order. Over here. Attorney Jean turned his gaze toward Qin Feng and Su Ru. Su Ru bit her red lips slightly, then finally produced a document. This is the formula for the facial mask. She clutched it tightly. After all, she had spent countless days and nights perfecting it. It was her life's work. Attorney Jean examined it, then nodded. It has the patent and seal. This is the genuine formula. Su Yuhua watched with growing eagerness. This was the holy grail that could elevate the Su family into the ranks of Yunhai's top-tier conglomerates. Attorney Jean promptly added, per our agreement, should Miss Su regain her footing, the formula shall belong to young Master Su. Conversely, if he fails, his shares in the group corporation shall be transferred to Miss Su. The entire process was recorded by surveillance cameras. Su Yuhua smiled slyly. Su Ru, why not admit defeat now? You know deep down your legs will never walk again. Su Ru lowered her head, biting her red lips lightly. Her silence spoke volumes. All right, Attorney Jean, you may announce the verdict. Su Yuhua declared triumphantly. Attorney Jean nodded. Before arriving, he had thoroughly investigated. Su Ru's legs had been paralyzed for 3 years, with permanent damage to her bones, tendons, and nerves. Any ordinary person would know she could never walk again. Unless a miracle occurred or perhaps Superman himself returned to Earth. I declare. Hold on, how can you say it won't work if Su Ru hasn't even tried? Qin Feng spoke calmly. Su Yuhua smiled. Fine. I'm in a good mood today and have plenty of time. Qin Feng crouched down, taking Su Ru's hand. Su Ru, you have to believe in yourself. You can definitely stand up. But Su Ru hesitated, words caught in her throat. Truthfully, the main reason she'd inexplicably agreed to the agreement back then was to avoid disappointing Qin Feng. Truthfully, I've come to realize that you matter more to me than anything else. A wave of warmth washed over Qin Feng. I know. He had understood Su Ru's thoughts the moment they were in the elevator. From the very beginning, Su Ru had never intended to stand up again. But she saw Qin Feng running around for her, brewing medicine for her, and holding on to hope. She didn't want to shatter Qin Feng's good intentions. But you should believe in yourself too, Qin Feng said with a smile. A faint, cyan blue light flickered in his eyes. Su Ru was instantly captivated. Qin Feng seemed to possess a strange, magnetic power that stirred something deep within her. Su Yue showed no sign of impatience, instead replying with a cheerful smile, "You two are quite sentimental, but I wonder if sentimentality can put food on the table." "Fine. I'll try." Su Ru took a deep breath, gripped the wheelchair's armrests with both hands, and slowly lifted her trembling legs. Just then, a surge of strength she didn't know she possessed washed over her. She felt her legs begin to straighten. Finally, she stood up completely. Success! Su Ru's face lit up with wild joy as she gazed at Qin Feng with eyes full of affection. "I told you could do it." Su Yue's smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted as he sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. How could this be?" Qin Feng looked at Su Yue and smiled. "What? Can't believe it, huh? Actually, Su Ru drank my medicine 3 days ago and could already try standing up. But she'd been trapped in self-doubt for 3 years, having lost touch with her legs and neglected practice for so long that she convinced herself she couldn't stand." "Su Yue, thank you for your gift." "No. You liar. You tricked me. Attorney Jean, this agreement is null and void. They deceived me." Su Yue's mind went blank. His eyes darted to the agreement on the table, and he lunged to tear it to shreds. But Qin Feng was quicker. A single kick sent him flying. Chapter 21, Grandmaster's Invitation. Su Yue slammed into the wall, reeling from the impact, nearly passing out from the pain. The agreement landed in Qin Feng's hands. Su Ru's heart had leapt into her throat, but she instantly exhaled in relief before settling back into her wheelchair. Having just stood up for the first time, she was exhausted and couldn't remain upright for long. "Are you okay?" Qin Feng, paying no attention to Su Yue, asked with concern. "I'm fine." Su Ru's forehead was covered in sweat, yet her face still radiated excitement. 3 years. She could finally stand up. All thanks to the man standing before her. Su Ru's beautiful eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but clasp Qin Feng's hand tightly. Qin Feng smiled gently in return. Everything was under his control, including Su Yue reneging on his debt. Ouch! Only then did Su Yue clutch his chest and wailed in pain. Earlier, Qin Feng had only exerted 1% of his strength. He had no idea that any more force would have killed him. "Qin Feng, you dare kick me?" Su Yue, enraged and humiliated, was helped up by his assistant. "You were about to breach the agreement. Of course I had to stop you." Qin Feng sneered coldly. "Attorney Jean, may we announce the outcome now?" Qin Feng inquired. Attorney Jean nodded. "I hereby declare that all shares of Mr. Su and the Su Group are transferred to Miss Su Ru. This agreement takes immediate effect." Su Yue trembled with rage. How many days had it been? He never imagined Su Ru could actually stand up again. You actually teamed up with an outsider to set a trap for your own family. Don't you fear your parents getting hit by a car when they step outside?" Su Yue spat venomously. Su Ru's face drained of color. She immediately retorted, "The ones who'll get hit by a car are you lot. Have you ever treated us like family? You selfish bastards, just to save your own skins, you kicked us out of the family long ago. How dare you talk to me about family now? Besides, these shares were my father's to begin with. You schemed to take them from him all those years ago. I'm merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us." Su Ru's words, fierce on the surface yet weak at heart, left Su Yue flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a single rebuttal. "Fine. Su Ru, you think taking my shares will let you return to the company? We'll see about that." Su Yue gritted his teeth and stormed out with his assistant. Attorney Jean swiftly finalized the remaining agreement paperwork. Su Ru clutched the share transfer deed for Secular Group in her trembling hands. After all these years, what belonged to them was finally hers again. Su Ru's emotions were both joyful and complex. The scene of berating Su Yue had also allowed her to vent all the resentment she'd harbored over the past 3 years. Qin Feng patted Su Ru's shoulder gently and said softly, "It's all right now. Everything is moving in a positive direction, isn't it?" Su Ru nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Qin Feng, thank you." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled faintly. "You don't need to thank me. From now on, your matters are my matters. This is only the beginning." A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "Young Master Su, what about these? All the shares are gone." The assistant was visibly panicked. This meant Su Yue's influence within the company had been significantly weakened. Worse still, his position as general manager was now in jeopardy. This would undoubtedly impact his future prospects. Smack! Su Yue slapped the table angrily, snapping, "Don't rub salt in the wound. My things aren't that easy to take." Just then, Su Yue's phone rang. "That quack, how dare he call me now?" Answering the call, Su Yue roared, "Li Yuanliang, you bastard! Didn't you say Su Ru would never walk again? Li Yuanliang's heart skipped a beat as he stammered, Young Master Su, I was just about to tell you my teacher really was his assistant. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I just heard about it myself, and my teacher has actually blocked me. Su Yua's face turned deathly pale. When he returned and relayed the news to Su Boyang. What did you say? That dead girl got back on her feet? Su Boyang's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, glaring furiously. Didn't you say it was foolproof? How could this happen? Su Yua clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. They set me up. They laid a trap for me. Then, with a look of deep concern, Su Yua added, Dad, what should we do? With this stake in their hands, they could come back to the company anytime. My position as general manager. Calm down. Su Boyang said coldly, your second uncle listens to your grandmother most. It's fine to let them have the shares for now. The key is the formula, it's our bargaining chip for cooperation with the Yi family. If grandma finds out, she'll blame me. Su Yua's expression darkened. No, the family will be yours eventually, and your grandmother has only you as her grandson. Go to the antique market and find a fine piece of jade to make amends to your grandmother. The next day, when Qin Feng visited Su Ru, the family seemed troubled. What's wrong? Qin Feng inquired. Qin Feng, you're just in time, help them figure this out. Zhang Kailan clearly regarded Qin Feng as family now, speaking without reservation. Qin Feng looked at Su Ru. Her expression was cold. Su Shipei, however, was taciturn, his expression complex. Is this about the Su family? Qin Feng asked. Su Ru's expression remained icy as she replied, Grandma Su called my father, asking us to come home for dinner tonight. Su Shipei sighed. It's been 3 years, the first time my mother has ever called me. Truthfully, I shouldn't have answered, or even returned. After all, they treated me and Xiaoru this way. But Qin Feng understood. Su Shipei still harbored some lingering affection for his elderly mother. Su Ru, however, had no desire to return. Had the Su family extended a helping hand back then, Su Ru's illness wouldn't have dragged on this long, nor would she have endured 3 years of ridicule. Her father, Su Shipei, wouldn't have endured 3 years of humiliation. My grandmother never liked me since I was a child. She never once spoke a caring word to me. Even if she died, I wouldn't shed a single tear. Su Ru said in a low voice. Su Shipei hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. One was his daughter, the other his mother. Qin Feng fully understood the resentment and fury boiling within Su Ru. Placing a hand on Su Ru's shoulder, a cool sensation spread throughout her body, filling her with warmth. I'll go with you both. I want to see what tricks they're playing, Qin Feng said. With Qin Feng's words, Su Ru calmed considerably. But I have one request. Qin Feng turned to Su Shipei. You must follow my lead throughout the entire process. Agreed. Su Shipei nodded firmly. Everything they had, Qin Feng had given them. Unconsciously, their trust in Qin Feng surpassed even that of their own families. By nightfall, the Su family had prepared a banquet. Qin Feng and Su Ru's party arrived as promised. The atmosphere at the dinner table was distinctly awkward. It was ultimately old Madame Su who broke the ice. Su Ru, this is your boyfriend, Qin Feng, right? Chapter 22, that divine healer, isn't that me? Everyone turned to look at Qin Feng. Especially Su Yua, who practically glared at Qin Feng as if he wanted to devour him. Su Ru had been keeping her face downcast, saying nothing. But when Qin Feng's name was mentioned, her cheeks flushed slightly. People only show their true reactions in front of those they care about. Qin Feng took Su Ru's hand, raised it, and gestured to the others, speaking softly, not a boyfriend, a fiancé. So if anyone dares to bully Su Ru, they're picking a fight with me. I won't let them get away with it. Su Ru's delicate frame trembled. When had Qin Feng become her fiancé? Su Ru understood that Qin Feng was declaring his stance to the Su family. The Su family members snorted in disdain. Su Yua snorted coldly, a mere attendant, where does he get such boldness? If you truly loved Su Ru so much, where have you been these past 3 years? You only returned to covet her facial mask formula, didn't you? Besides, we invited my uncle's family. What business do you have here, an outsider? Su Yuha, don't lump yourself in with Qin Feng. Besides, I invited him to come. Su Ru said coldly. Su Yua's anger flared, but old lady Su intervened, enough, Yua. Guests are guests, especially since Qin Feng is your future brother-in-law. Don't be so rude. Though the old lady enjoyed lecturing, her tone remained detached and lukewarm. Hypocrite. Qin Feng spat inwardly. Family, future brother-in-law, all just excuses. Su Yuha was clearly displeased, but he held his tongue. Alright, it's been ages since we all ate together as a family. Let's eat first. Shipei, Kailan, help yourselves. No need to be formal. Grandma Su spoke up. Su Shipei actually respected his elderly mother the most. Zhang Kailan also feared old Madame Su. It was said that in her youth, old Madame Su had a fiercely strong-willed and commanding personality. Without her connections and influence behind the Su group, the Su family would never have reached its current heights. But regardless, over these past 3 years, old Madame Su had truly hurt Sherpei and his family's hearts. Su Boyang adopted a lecturing tone. Sherpei, there's no grudge that lasts overnight within a family. Mom inviting you here already shows she still considers you family. Are you refusing to even save face for your mother? Seated at the head of the table, the elderly Madame Su remained impassive. Though past 70, she still exuded a robust and commanding presence. Come, let us begin. After a moment's hesitation, Su Sherpei gestured for Qin Feng and Su Ru to join them. The Su family was a prominent household in Yunhai, and old Madame Su still held some standing. Su Sherpei still wished to preserve some room for maneuver. Su Yuha was clearly even more displeased. His group's shares had been swindled away, and within the family, people were already whispering about him behind his back. If not for Grandma Su's favor, he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. What's the point of eating? Even dragon meat would taste like. Su Boyang shot Su Yuha a meaningful glance. Su Yuha understood and promptly produced a brocade box, saying, Grandma, this is a beautiful piece of jade I found at the antique market at Qing Dynasty White Jade Gourd Wash. I paid 920,000 yuan for it. Very good. Grandma Su beamed with delight as she examined the delicate jade in her hands. Su Boyang felt quite satisfied inside. Presenting the jade to appease Grandma Su was meant to make up for the lost shares. It was also to secure her future support for the Su Boyang family. Qin Feng glanced at it, a fleeting blue light flashing in his eyes before vanishing. Su Yua raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qin Feng and saying, Qin Feng, I hear you have a medical background too. You're a nurse, right? In my opinion, you should resign and come work for our company instead. How much could a nursing assistant possibly earn in a month? 3,000? 4,000? At best, you might become a nursing supervisor. But buying jade like this? You'll never be able to afford it in a lifetime. Su Yuha declared with pride. Su Boyang chimed in with an air of superiority. Exactly. A man working as a nursing assistant will only be looked down upon. How about this? I know the department head at the hospital. I can recommend you for a doctor position. What do you say? Su Boyang would never let Qin Feng join his family's conglomerate. That would be like inviting a wolf into the house. His talk of getting Qin Feng a doctor position was just lip service at best, a way to maintain a semblance of goodwill. Qin Feng replied indifferently, caregiving is also about helping people. It's just a hobby of mine. Besides, I could easily buy a whole pile of jade like this. What did you say? Su Yuha laughed angrily, don't flatter yourself. This is a one-of-a-kind jade piece. Do you really think it's a fake? My apologies, I misspoke. This piece isn't even worthy of being called a fake. It's nothing more than modern industrial waste. Nonsense. Kid, what proof do you have? Su Yuha's eyes flickered with panic, yet he still shouted angrily. Qin Feng replied, look closely. This jade is merely coated with a layer of glass imitating jadeite's iridescence. You won't see any reflection inside. Qin Feng picked up a chopstick and flicked it casually. The jade in old lady Su's hand collided with the chopstick, clattering to the floor and shattering into a scattering of glass fragments. The crowd gasped in shock. Qin Feng's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. Old lady Su, you can't possibly be blind to this, can you? He. Old lady Su's eyes flashed with anger. Su Boyang, equally furious, slapped Su Yuhi across the face. You good-for-nothing brat. You dared to deceive your grandmother with a fake. Su Yuha scrambled to explain, Dad, I really didn't know. I paid 92,000 yuan for this with my own hard-earned money. I was deceived too. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Qin Feng. Su Boyang was disappointed in his son, but his hatred for Qin Feng ran even deeper. Mom, he was deceived too. Please don't blame him, Su Boyang hurriedly interceded. The majority of Su Group's shares were held by the elderly Mrs. Su. Moreover, over these past 3 years, the Su family has been suppressed by the Lu family. Had it not been for the connections of the elderly Mrs. Su, the Su Group would have collapsed long ago. Though furious, the old Madame Su knew Su Yuha remained her only grandson. Enough. Let's eat. Grandma Su declared. After this minor incident, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. In truth, the entire Su family was enduring the situation. After all, they needed to ease the lingering resentment between Su Ru's family and the rest, but they couldn't be too forceful or direct. So they could only proceed step by step. After the 5th course, Grandma Su glanced at Su Boyang, who understood the look. Sherpei, have you heard about the Yi family establishing a medical industrial park lately? Having only recently integrated into the family and possessing a straightforward, honest nature, Su Sherpei shook his head. Su Boyang inwardly sneered, you're always slumped around the house like a deadweight. How could you possibly know anything about the outside world? Had it not been for Grandma Su's prompting, he wouldn't have bothered exchanging more than a few words with this unambitious younger brother. But it didn't matter. This medical industrial park would be a brand new opportunity for the Su family. Come to think of it, we owe thanks to that divine physician who cured the Yi family's eldest daughter. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't have established this medical industrial park. Qin Feng's heart stirred. The divine physician you speak of, isn't that me? The entire Su family turned to stare at Qin Feng. Their gazes were as though they were looking at a fool. Chapter 23, His decision is my decision. Su Yue sneered coldly, stop joking around, will you? You're just a lowly nurse, how could you possibly cure Miss Yi? Miss Yi has been ill for a year now. Every doctor and professor in the city has been stumped. Even old Kai couldn't help her. Do you really think you're Hua Tuo reincarnated? Don't think I don't know, you must have used some underhanded trick, threatening old Kai into staging this charade with you. Otherwise, how could you have swindled my shares? Su Yuha finally vented the resentment he'd been harboring. In truth, Su Boyang and the old lady Su were both aware of this matter. Su Boyang adopted a lecturing tone, Qin Feng, you know, in life, it's best to keep your feet on the ground. Aiming too high, being arrogant and conceited, or trying to outsmart others, none of that will get you far. Everyone snorted in derision. What a joke! The heiress of the Yi family, one of the four great families, had been afflicted by a mysterious illness for over a year. The one who cured her must be a renowned miracle doctor. How could it possibly be this reckless, boastful upstart? Even Su Shipei and his wife were uncertain. After all, Qin Feng had genuinely cured Su Ru and Su Shipei. But they hadn't heard Qin Feng mention this case. Su Ru, however, felt it wasn't impossible. Qin Feng sneered with contempt, you're like frogs at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly know how vast this world truly is? You. Su Yuha instantly flew into a rage. Then Qin Feng tapped his fingers thoughtfully, musing aloud, who would have thought the Yi family would present such a grand gift? This medical industrial park must have been designed with me in mind. Qin Feng's words only served to provoke even more laughter from the crowd. This guy, he's got some nerve. Qin Feng, your bragging has truly reached the heavens. Do you have any idea how much this industrial park requires in investment? At least hundreds of billions. Are you implying your net worth is worth hundreds of billions? You're shameless, and I'm embarrassed for you. Su Yue said with an angry laugh. The Su Shipei couple also felt Qin Feng seemed to be exaggerating a bit too much. They might have believed him about curing the Yi family's eldest daughter's illness. But getting the Yi family to pour hundreds of billions into building an industrial park? Wasn't that pure fantasy? Qin Feng showed no restraint, replying casually, what's a few billion? Yi Lidong even offered me half his fortune, I just declined. The Su family was finally left speechless. This bragging was getting a bit out of hand. Bang! Su Yuha roared in fury, Qin Feng. Do you really think you're some kind of god? Do you even know who Yi Lidong is? One of the province's four wealthiest tycoons, his net worth is well over 100 billion. I could have tolerated it if it was for building an industrial park, after all, it's under the Yi family's umbrella. But Yi Lidong offering you half his fortune? Do you take us for fools? The Su family worked their fingers to the bone just to latch onto the mighty Yi family tree. But Qin Feng just spouts off like the Yi family is some child's play, how could they not be furious? Su Shipei quickly interjected, Qin Feng didn't mean it that way. He was just joking. Qin Feng shrugged and said, Uncle Su, I wasn't joking. I just don't care about that measly sum. Su Shipei and his wife's faces froze stiff. Su Yuha's face flushed crimson with rage. Hundreds of billions, a pittance? He was about to erupt in anger, but Su Boyang shot him a look, signaling him to hold back. Su Yuha managed to hold back. After all, old Madame Su had lived a lifetime and wasn't so easily swayed. She dismissed Qin Feng as nothing more than a braggart spouting nonsense at best, a clown. The Su family's business had absolutely nothing to do with this man. Her true target was the facial mask formula held by Su Ru. Grandma Su said to Su Shipei, regarding Yuha's visit earlier, it was the younger generation's mistake. Don't dwell on it. We're all family here, so I'll be straightforward, whoever secures the Yi family's strategic partnership for this industrial park will rise to the top. Our Su family needs your formula to qualify for partnership with the Yi family. I hope you'll consider the greater good, hand over the formula, and bring benefits to our family group. Mother, Su Shipei hesitated, glancing at Su Ru. This matter was beyond his authority. Besides, he knows Su Ru's temperament, she would never compromise. Grandma Su also turned to Su Ru and said, Su Ru, you've already secured the shares in Yu River. Let's consider this matter settled. From now on, let's all dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the family group. How about it? I disagree. Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him. Kid, what business is it of yours when our family holds a meeting? He said coldly. What the hell business is it of yours if I talk to my girlfriend? Qin Feng retorted with contempt. Besides, you don't even hold any company shares anymore. I hereby declare you've been kicked out of the company. Qin Feng stated bluntly. How dare you? Su Yuha roared in fury. Because Su Ru is a shareholder. Everything concerning her is entirely under my authority. Qin Feng finished speaking and took Su Ru's hand. Su Ru's delicate frame trembled slightly. She had never felt such profound peace within her heart. She craved this sense of security so deeply. All these years, she had longed for someone by her side, someone to support her, accompany her, even strategize on her behalf. Now, finally, she had found it. Su Boyang asked coldly, Su Ru, is what he said true? Yes. Qin Feng is my boyfriend. His decisions are my decisions. Su Ru's eyes held unwavering resolve. Qin Feng met her gaze with a gentle light in his eyes. Humph. Daughters really do take after their fathers, supporting an outsider over her own family. Sherpei, how did you raise your daughter? Su Boyang demanded in a tone befitting an older brother. If you'd been making decisions for the company back then, who knows what state it would be in now? Finally. Su Sherpei slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud, startling everyone seated around it. Enough. Su Sherpei said coldly, you can mock me, look down on me, even ignore me, none of that matters. But you have no right to speak ill of my daughter. How I raise my daughter is none of your business. The entire room fell silent. Su Boyang, in particular, flushed alternately pale and crimson. Su Sherpei had always been known for his honesty and integrity, and since childhood, few dared to defy him. He was, after all, the head of the Su family and the CEO of the conglomerate. Being confronted like this in front of so many clan members made him feel utterly humiliated. Dad! A warm wave washed over Su Ru's heart. Su Sherpei had always been submissive and rarely argued back in front of his family elders. This was the first time she'd seen Su Sherpei stand his ground so firmly. Su Ru, whatever decision you make, Dad will support you unconditionally. Su Sherpei declared emphatically. At that moment, Su Ru's eyes grew misty. Su Sherpei suddenly seemed towering before her. Then Su Sherpei stood up, turned to look at Grandma Su, and said in a deep voice, Mom, no matter what you did to me before, I can let it go, because you are my mother. But when it comes to our family's affairs, we'll handle them ourselves. Thank you for your hospitality tonight, Qin Feng. Let's go home. Su Sherpei had never felt such relief as he did today. A look of trust appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly. In truth, this was precisely why he had come along. After leaving the Su family villa, Su Ru expressed her gratitude. Qin Feng, thank you. I know you deliberately provoked them to shake our family out of complacency, right? Qin Feng shrugged. I didn't do it on purpose. I meant every word. The divine doctor, that's truly me. The Yi family's medical industrial park was also built for me. The Su family was left speechless. In the dining room. How outrageous. Grandma, has our family ever been humiliated like this before? Old Madame Su narrowed her eyes slightly. We underestimated our opponents. They refused the olive branch, so they'll face the consequences. What belongs to us, no one can take away. Mom, do you have any ideas? Su Boyang asked. All eyes turned to Grandma Su. Chapter 24, Investment Banquet. All these years, Grandma Su had been the Su family's rock. Even when the Su family faced suppression from the Liu family, the Lius dared not overstep their bounds because of her presence. While Su Boyang appeared to be the family head and CEO of Su Group, it was Grandma Su who truly held the economic reins of the conglomerate. She held the largest stake in the conglomerate. Grandma Su said calmly, Yui's shares? Gone is gone. Consider it capital to win over Sherpei. Because sooner or later, she'll pay it back. I knew you'd always have my back, Grandma, Su Yua chuckled. Humph. Su Boyang snorted coldly, you little brat. If you ever dare buy counterfeit goods to deceive your grandmother again, I'll break your legs. Dad, I won't dare again. I've already punished the person who scammed me. Su Yua dared not lift his head, but his expression was filled with resentment. Grandma Su waved her hand dismissively. No need to put on a show in front of me. Father and son, Su Boyang and Su Yua, stood there awkwardly. But rest assured, she continued, I can tell the difference between the genuine and the fake. Those who can't be tamed will always remain outsiders. Also, tomorrow night is the Yi Group's investment banquet. You'll represent the group. Tell them we possess a one-of-a-kind facial mask formula. Grandma Su instructed. But the formula is still in that dead girl's hands, Su Yua hesitated. Isn't that deceiving them? Grandma Su replied calmly, have you forgotten? She already holds shares in the group. They are all shareholders and part of the group now. Given that, they bear responsibility for the group's development. First, we negotiate a partnership. If they refuse to cooperate, I'll exercise my rights as the largest shareholder to propose their removal from the board and acquire their shares. Brilliant! Su Boyang's eyes lit up. The Sherpei family will be meek and submissive. Having regained what they nearly lost, they'll surely treasure it all the more. By then, they'll have no choice but to hand it over. Of course, for safety's sake, I've arranged for someone to accompany you. That should ensure everything goes smoothly. In short, we are determined to succeed at this investment reception. After returning to the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, Mu Zixuan was waiting at the entrance. Master, Yi Lidong has posted a wanted notice underground seeking a divine physician surnamed Qin. Anyone who sees it should call this number. This Yi Lidong really has some connections. Qin Feng nodded. He hadn't left any contact information at the time. But Yi Lidong holds immense influence and standing within the province. Finding someone is no trouble at all. Mu Zixuan is the queen of the underworld. She knows every little thing that happens. What does he want with me? Qin Feng asked. He mentioned an investment reception tomorrow night and wants to invite you to attend. Qin Feng pondered. The Su family had just reclaimed their shares in Su Group. To regain the trust of the company's upper management, they absolutely had to deliver results. Qin Feng dialed the number. Hello, this is Qin Feng. A delighted female voice answered. Yi Chuxia speaking. Mr. Qin? It really is you. Wonderful. My father said you would definitely call me. Yi Chuxia sounded utterly delighted. I've established a medical industrial park. I'd like to invite you to the investment reception tomorrow evening. Yi Chuxia's voice trailed off timidly, sounding a bit embarrassed. All right, I'll be there. Qin Feng replied. Next, Qin Feng dialed Su Ru's number. Qin Feng? So late, and you're still awake? Su Ru's voice sounded pleasantly surprised. Though they'd only been apart for an hour, Su Ru already missed Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled, I missed you, so I called. Su Ru's face flushed, and she blurted out, me too. You what? Qin Feng asked. Nothing. Su Ru stammered, flustered, her heart racing. Qin Feng clearly sensed Su Ru's shyness and nervousness. He understood, after all, they hadn't seen each other in 3 years. And upon meeting, Qin Feng was already being so intimate with her. Truth be told, Su Ru had never been this intimate with a man before. She was a woman devoted to love. But she was also slow to warm up. Qin Feng understood this and smiled. Let's attend the Yi family's investment reception together tomorrow. Ha! Su Ru was flattered and even a little delighted. The Su Ru of today was desperate to reclaim everything of the Su group for her father. Equity alone wasn't enough. She needed signed cooperative projects. The Yi family's medical industrial park had already gained fame throughout the entire province. Who wouldn't want a piece of that pie? It's settled then. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Oh, and dress nicely tomorrow, okay? Qin Feng hung up the phone, while Su Ru gazed at the evening gown on her wardrobe, one she hadn't worn in 3 years. Her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation. Yi Chuxia hung up the phone, her face flushed crimson. Dad, Mr. Qin agreed. Yi Chuxia was so excited she practically threw herself into Yi Lidong's arms. But she quickly realized her outburst was unbecoming. Her face flushed crimson as she scrambled to pull back. Yi Lidong chuckled beside her, looks like you're thrilled. Not really. After all, I didn't even properly thank Mr. Qin. Is that all? Yi Lidong asked with a playful smile. Of course, Yi Chuxia replied, growing even more flustered as her heartbeat quickened. Yi Lidong naturally cherished Yi Chuxia deeply, but he still shook his head. I'm afraid you're giving too much without getting anything in return. Dad, what are you talking about? Yi Chuxia was clearly flustered and nervous. She seemed unable to grasp Yi Lidong's meaning. Yi Lidong sighed. A man as exceptional as Mr. Qin is like a firefly in the pitch-black night, so dazzling. He's bound to have women around him. Yi Chuxia's eyes dimmed for a moment before she regained her smile. Dad, I just wanted to properly thank Mr. Qin. As for his personal relationships, I have no interest in them. Alright, get some rest. You have many people to meet tomorrow. As Yi Chuxia turned to leave, she bit her red lips slightly, a hint of disappointment lingering. Yi Lidong shook his head silently, saying nothing. The following evening, Qin Feng went to pick up Su Ru. When he saw Su Ru's entire outfit, he was utterly stunned. Tonight, she was especially beautiful. Her graceful figure and skin fairer than snow. Paired with a silver white form-fitting gown, her slightly wavy long hair, and makeup applied with perfect restraint, she exuded an air of elegant dignity. Under Qin Feng's gaze, Su Ru felt quite embarrassed. Su Sherpei chuckled, Qin Feng, this evening gown was actually the one little Ru wore when she was invited to be a guest speaker at that medical lecture years ago. She's only worn it once. A hint of guilt and gloom flickered in Su Sherpei's eyes as he sighed, clearly overcome with emotion. She wore it just once, and then her whole life nearly got ruined. Dad, don't be like that. I'm wearing it now, aren't I? Su Ru said with a smile. Then she frowned slightly and twisted her ankle. Qin Feng immediately caught her. Are you okay? Su Ru shook her head and laughed, it's been too long since I wore high heels. Let me help you. Qin Feng exchanged greetings with Su Sherpei and his wife before getting into the car and driving away. Watching their receding figures, Zheng Kailan remarked with emotion, I can tell Qin Feng truly loves Xiao Ru. Before long, Qin Feng and Su Ru arrived at their destination. Chapter 25, I'll show you the world. Lizi Riverside Club. This was one of the most luxurious clubs in the province, renowned for its exceptional environment. The entire club was surrounded by lakes on all sides, illuminated by dazzling lights. Its modern decor seamlessly blended with traditional Chinese architectural aesthetics. Both inside and out, one could feel the serene comfort of the riverside lake. The parking lot was filled with a dazzling array of luxury cars, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and more. The kilometer-long parking lot was completely full. After helping Su-Ru out of the car, she too was visibly stunned by the scene before her. Though born into wealth, Su-Ru rarely frequented such establishments. Qin Feng smiled, "We'll be coming to places like this often from now on." Su-Ru shook her head, her eyes brimming with affection. "I don't care where we go. As long as it's with you, anywhere is fine." As she spoke, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Qin Feng felt a warm surge in his heart. "I'll show you the whole world," he promised. Su-Ru's slender frame trembled, her heart racing. Qin Feng extended his hand gallantly, his smile warm and inviting. "Would Miss Su do me the honor?" Su-Ru giggled softly, linking arms with Qin Feng as they walked inside. The club's grand hall was already bustling with many high society figures. Wu Kuan, of course, had also been invited. Accompanying him was a heavily made-up woman. As Yunhai's foremost family, the Wus ranked among the province's most prominent clans. "Darling, is the Yi family in the provincial capital really this influential? I've spotted so many celebrities I've seen on TV," the woman exclaimed excitedly. Wu Kuan wore a look of utter disgust. This woman was Xia Ani, the young miss of a third-tier family in Yunhai. At these top-tier provincial clubs and exclusive banquets, it would indeed be awkward not to bring a female companion to boost one's profile and save face. He had originally intended to bring Suyu, but unfortunately, she had been humanely destroyed. After all, the Suyu family was still a second-tier family in Yunhai. While Xia Ani might not measure up to the top tier, she was certainly above the lower ranks. Isn't that stating the obvious? The Yi family is one of the 4 major families in the province. If they're a towering tree, then my Wu family is merely a shrub beside them. Wu Kuan snorted coldly. "And stop acting like you've never seen the world before, show some restraint." Xia Ani finally reined in her behavior. But the moment Wu Kuan thought of the woman beside him, Lu Chulian, once the dream lover of every man in Yunhai, hatred began to well up inside him. "Qin Feng, once we partner with the Yi family, I want you kneeling before me." The cocktail party attracted not only rich second-generation types like Wu Kuan, but also plenty of scheming women hoping to latch onto wealthy men. "Ha? Why is she here?" Xia Ani frowned. Wu Kuan glanced over and saw a woman with a graceful, curvaceous figure, dressed in a silver white gown. His eyes lit up instantly. What kind of woman hadn't Wu Kuan seen? Yet this woman in the silver white gown exuded an air of elegant dignity. Beneath her subtle makeup, she radiated youth and grace. "You know her?" Wu Kuan asked. "That damn woman. How could I not know her?" Xia Anyun snapped angrily. "She was supposed to be mine, the school beauty. But because of her, every guy was head over heels for her." Wu Kuan's face darkened. In short, she was his romantic rival. What man enjoys hearing the woman beside him dissect his past romantic history? Xia Ani quickly wrapped her arms around Wu Kuan's hand, adopting a sweet, ingratiating tone. "Young Master Wu, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, that woman's always putting on airs of purity. She must have used some underhanded tricks behind the scenes, otherwise, how else would she attract so many admirers?" Wu Kuan's expression finally eased slightly. But when he caught sight of the man beside her, his expression turned icy. "Him again? Qin Feng?" Wu Kuan clenched his teeth in fury, his entire body trembling. "Brother Kuan, is this the enemy you mentioned?" Xia Anqi asked. Wu Kuan nodded. He had only told Xia Anqi that he and Qin Feng shared a deep-seated enmity, without elaborating further. After all, the events of that wedding day were strictly off-limits. But soon, Wu Kuan sneered coldly, "Even if you came, it wouldn't matter. With your status, you're only here to play a supporting role. Wow, young Master Wu, you're so manly. What should I do? I like it so much." Seeing Wu Kuan radiate such dominance, Xia Anya looked utterly mesmerized as she pressed herself against his chest. "I told you to be more reserved. You'll like me even more once we get back." Wu Kuan's tone was scolding, yet he clearly relished it. "Young Master Wu, did your family arrange everything beforehand?" Xia Ani inquired. "Of course." Wu Kuan replied casually, "Our family group previously collaborated with the Yi family on a project. My father even met with Yi Lidong, and they hit it off splendidly. This investment recruitment round isn't huge, maybe 10 spots at most, plus one top-tier partner. While our Su group won't land the biggest contract, we'll definitely get a piece of the pie. A 30 billion project? Even just getting a share of the profits would be enough to cover our company's profits for 10 years. Wu Kuan grew increasingly boastful, even casting a cold glance toward Qin Feng in the corner. He would come to realize just how foolish his previous actions had been. Meanwhile, Su Yua and an elderly man with black hair entered. Today, Su Yuha exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor undeniably distinguished. But the thought of the person beside him filled him with displeasure. Originally, he was supposed to attend this investment banquet alone, but now there was an extra person. They say it's to prevent any mishaps, but really, it's just to keep me from causing trouble, Su Yuha muttered under his breath. He loved admiring beautiful women, and tonight, there were plenty of potential targets here. Many were practically throwing themselves at him. But there was nothing he could do, he had business to attend to. His mutterings were overheard by the black-haired elder. The latter remarked indifferently, "Young Master Su, I've known old Madam Su for decades. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Since she entrusted me to accompany you, you'd best not entertain any other ideas. After all, old Madam Su has only you as her legitimate grandson." "Understood, old Kai." Su Yuha chuckled, his contempt deepening. Just an old man who likes to lord his age over others. But the thought of his stern grandmother quickly dampened his playful mood. Besides, Grandma Su had warned him that this old Kai was extremely powerful, someone you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. But just then, he sneered coldly, what a small world that guy actually showed up. Su Yuha stared into the distance. He too noticed Qin Feng and Su Ru's arrival. Even that dead girl showed up. The black-haired elder glanced over, his eyes cold and indifferent. "Qin Feng, is it? Old Madam Su has already told me about him. Should we kick him out?" "Not yet. That brute is nothing but a hothead. If he really wants to start something, he'll be the one to make the first move. Then we'll have every right to kick him out. Besides, tonight's guests are all high-ranking figures from the province. Let's observe the situation first." Su Yuha said indifferently. Old Madam Su had given him the confidence to speak thus. With old Kai standing by his side, he wouldn't be left feeling so frustrated like last time. Besides, business comes first. Just then, "Mr. Qin, you're here too? Chapter 26, you want to teach me a lesson?" Qin Feng turned to see a young man with a stern, handsome face calling out to him. "I don't know you," Qin Feng replied. Instead, Su Ru introduced him in a low voice, "This is Lu Xianming, the young master of the Lu Group?" Qin Feng inquired curiously. 3 years ago, the Lu Group was a powerhouse in Yunhai, rivaling the Wu family. But later, the Wu family overpowered the Lu family, even suppressing them relentlessly until the Lu Group became a third-rate company. They barely clung to existence even beneath the Wu family. "I seem to recall you were invited by the Wu family." Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. Lu Xuanming's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly explained, "Mr. Qin, I absolutely did not disclose what happened that day. Furthermore, we were forced to attend by the Wu Kuan family." The incident where Qin Feng killed someone in the banquet hall that day had shocked everyone present, including Lu Xianming. That was why he remembered Qin Feng so vividly. Su Ru also explained, Lu Group was a reputable company in Yunhai with an excellent reputation. The Wu family resorted to underhanded tactics to bring Lu Group down to a third-rate company. Moreover, they had been collaborating with my father and others at the time. Lu Xianming breathed a sigh of relief finally, someone was speaking up for his family. "Is this Mrs. Qin?" Su Ru's cheeks flushed. Qin Feng's lips curved into a gentle smile. Soon. Su Ru's heart began to race. Was this a proposal? But they'd only just reconnected, how could things move so fast? "Could you be Miss Su Ru?" Lu Xianming recognized her, his eyes brightening. "Yes, we met at a banquet before." Su Ru replied. "So it is you, Miss Su Ru. I'm truly sorry for what happened to you." Lu Xuanming's voice carried a note of regret. Lu Xianming was polite and humble, a stark contrast to the arrogant young masters like Wu Kuan and Su Yuha. This earned him some goodwill from Qin Feng. Lu Xianming suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, I wanted to warn you to be cautious of Wu Kuan. I heard the Wu family previously collaborated with the Yi family. If that partnership succeeds, the Wu family's influence will grow significantly. I fear it may pose a threat to you in the future." Qin Feng responded with a calm and detached tone, a toothless tiger. "Nothing to be concerned about. Besides, the Yi family won't cooperate with him." As they spoke, a sarcastic voice cut through the air, "Lu Xianming, is this even a place you should be?" At that moment, Wu Kuan strode over with an air of superiority. Lu Xuanming's expression changed upon seeing Wu Kuan, even appearing slightly flustered. "Young Master Wu, I only gained entry through a friend's connections." Lu Xianming forced a smile. Smack! Wu Kuan's hand shot out, landing a sharp slap across Lu Xuanming's face, leaving a bright red handprint. Qin Feng remained impassive, while Su Ru's expression shifted slightly. Though Lu Xianming wasn't close to them, he had at least come under the authority of the Wu family to warn them. "Wu Kuan, what are you doing?" Su Ru snapped angrily. Wu Kuan replied indifferently, "Miss Su Ru, the master is merely disciplining his own dog. No need to make a fuss. Surely Mr. Qin wouldn't wish to meddle in others' family affairs?" Wu Kuan's tone was sarcastic, his gaze icy as he stared at Qin Feng. In Yunhai, he might have feared Qin Feng's brute strength. But this was the provincial capital Yi family territory. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on the master here. But he dared. He was doing it to show off to Qin Feng. Lu Xianming clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. What? You still want to resist? Wu Kuan said coldly, don't forget the Lu family only has a place at the table in Yunhai because of the Wu family's generosity. What else are you but a dog of the Wu family? Lu Xianming couldn't utter a single word. In truth, Wu Kuan's actions were merely a warning shot across the bow, intended to intimidate the Lu family. He was telling Lu Xianming that this was the consequence of aligning with his enemies. Su Ru, it's been years. Looks like you're not doing too well. Hanging around with third-rate family scum like the Lus. Xia Ani, standing nearby, sneered with a look of bitterness. Xia Ani? What are you doing here? Su Ru recognized the heavily made-up woman. Xia Ani clung tightly to Wu Kuan's arm and declared, Young Master Wu is my boyfriend. Why shouldn't I be here? That question should be coming from me, Su Ru retorted. I heard your legs were crippled before. Why aren't you in a wheelchair? Did you get prosthetics? With that, Xia Ani's eyes flashed with malice as she reached to lift Su Ru's skirt. Su Ru wore a form-fitting long dress without a slit. If Xia Anya succeeded, Su Ru's lower body would be completely exposed. That was precisely Xia Ani's goal, to humiliate Su Ru in public. Su Ru's expression darkened. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed forward, and Xia Ani was sent crashing to the floor with a single slap. Who do you think you are? My woman, how dare you touch her? Qin Feng said coldly. How dare you hit me? Xia Ani cried out, clutching her face now marked with a bloody handprint. But when her gaze met Qin Feng's eyes, which held a faint bluish glint, her slender body trembled. What terrifying eyes! The scene drew the attention of those around them. Qin Feng, attacking at the Yi family banquet, you have no sense of propriety. Smack! Qin Feng's slap rang out even louder. Wu Kuan spun several times in place, a bright red mark now etched across his face. You should be thankful this happened in the banquet hall. Outside, you'd be dead. Qin Feng's sapphire eyes gleamed like razor blades. Wu Kuan was terrified out of his wits. The Azure Dragon's Eye. This was the power Qin Feng wielded after transplanting the Azure Dragon Eye. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng would never resort to using the Azure Dragon Eye. Its destructive power was simply too great. But Wu Kuan was simply too much of a nuisance. Centered around Qin Feng, everyone in the banquet hall felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, a voice boomed out with full vigor. Humph! How dare you! Qin Feng looked over and saw Su Yue leading an elderly man toward them. The old man's stern rebuke drew the attention of nearly half the hall. Su Yue wore a beaming smile. He was still wondering when Qin Feng would finally lose his temper and lash out. Now, they had their chance. Su Yue stepped forward, his voice booming with righteous indignation. This is outrageous. How dare you cause a disturbance at the banquet? Today, I'll take you down, you troublemaker. Qin Feng struck first. Even if old Kai crippled him, the host wouldn't blame him, only praise his righteous intervention. Qin Feng replied coldly, Su Yue, wasn't last time enough? Now you've even brought a dog to back you up? Old Kai's expression turned icy. Young man, do you understand that trouble comes from loose lips? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Old Kai's heart was filled with fury. He'd been in the game for decades. Within the province, anyone with any martial prowess knew his name. Yet here he was, humiliated by Qin Feng. You want to teach me a lesson? A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Kai Lao's pupils contracted, and he instinctively turned away, delivering a swift slap. Chapter 27, Mr. Qin, you're here? A sharp crack echoed as Su Yue was sent spinning several times on the spot before crashing headfirst into the table, his forehead splitting open. Old Kai? Su Yue was stunned. Why would old Kai hit him? Even old Kai himself was taken aback. It wasn't me. It was those eyes. Old Master Kai turned around and locked eyes with Qin Feng's piercing blue gaze once more. Kneel! Qin Feng roared, and old Kai felt as if a mountain had crushed him. He bowed his head, trembling violently. Su Yue was stunned. What was going on? Even Wu Kuan was left speechless. By his seasoned judgment, old Kai was undoubtedly a formidable martial artist. Yet at Qin Feng's single shout, he cowered like a docile, obedient dog. Strike! Qin Feng barked the command. Old Kai immediately slapped himself across the face. The sharp crack left a bright red mark across his cheek. Hit yourself again! Qin Feng barked coldly. Old Kai slapped himself again with his other hand. The sharp crack sounded like a glass cup shattering on the floor. Both sides of his face were a bloody mess, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Boy, you've struck fear into old Kai's heart. He couldn't control himself. Shut up! Hit him again! Smack! 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 After slapping himself over a dozen times, old Kai's lips split open, exposing the bone beneath his cheeks. Finally, he lost consciousness, swayed unsteadily, and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Ugh! The horrifying wounds and shocking scene caused some with weaker constitutions to vomit on the spot. Su Yuha turned pale with fright. What on earth had happened? A powerful martial artist nearly killed himself in combat? Wu Kuan was trembling with fear, drenched in sweat. Qin Feng. Su-Ru quickly grabbed Qin Feng's arm, shaking her head frantically at him. Su-Ru didn't want to make a big scene. Soon, a man in a suit rushed over, his voice cold. I'm in charge of security here. What happened? The man was tall and imposing, his eyes sharp and piercing. His voice carried an unusual resonance, distinct from ordinary people. He was clearly the head of security for the venue or someone of similar rank. His gaze immediately fell upon the figures sprawled on the ground. Especially old Kai. He instantly sucked in a sharp breath. He hit someone. Xia Ani pointed at Qin Feng. Wu Kuan sneered inwardly. The Yi family has arrived. Won't that Qin Feng be escorted out now? But the moment this man saw Qin Feng, his eyes lit up with delight. Mr. Qin, you've arrived? For a moment, Wu Kuan and the others were stunned. Qin Feng recognized the man Shi Chang, one of Yi Lidong's subordinates and his right-hand man. The scene of Qin Feng punching Yi Lidong straight through the lungs was still vivid in his memory, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Qin Feng gave a slight nod in greeting. Wu Kuan and Xie Ani's expressions changed. He actually recognized the security captain here? Shi Chang shot Wu Kuan and Xie Ani a cold stare. Don't cause trouble here. If it happens again, I'll have you thrown out. Su Yuha was stunned. Pointing at the unconscious old Kai, he hurriedly protested, but he was nearly beaten to death. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Shut up. Shi Chang said coldly, I observed the entire incident. Mr. Qin didn't lay a finger on him. This is self-inflicted. He has no one to blame but himself. Offending Mr. Qin, what else could it be but self-harm? He deserves whatever happens to him. Carry him away. Don't make a spectacle here. Shi Chang ordered coldly. How could Su Yuha dare resist? He immediately ordered men to carry away the unconscious old Kai. Mr. Qin. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, don't mind me. Get back to your work. Qin Feng disliked drawing too much attention and simply wanted to stay quietly with Su-Ru. Let's go. Qin Feng pulled Su-Ru away without so much as a glance at Wu Kuan. His gaze lingered briefly on Su Yuha instead. Like an ant. Qin Feng muttered disdainfully. Su Yuha had sought to gain an advantage over him, only to end up losing more than he gained. Su Yuha's face flushed from pale to crimson. He had no idea how he would explain this to old Madame Su upon his return. But then he regained his composure. Even if that adulterous pair returned, it wouldn't change anything. I represent the group corporation. The formula may be hers, but it belongs to our Su family. Young Master Wu, how could this happen? Xia Ani stared in utter disbelief. Wu Kuan and his woman had been beaten by Qin Feng, yet Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, not even receiving the slightest punishment. You ask me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Wu Kuan nearly roared. What the hell is this guy's background? Even Yi Lidong's right-hand man has to give him face. Fine. Wait until the banquet begins. I'll see how arrogant you can be then. Wu Kuan forced himself to hold back. Despite this minor incident, the crowd quickly returned to its lively state. At the front of the banquet hall stood a podium, with a round table before it, the host's table. Below the host table were 2 banquet tables, followed by 3 more, then 4. And so on, arranged like a pyramid. Clearly, the closer the banquet table was to the front, the higher the status and position of its occupants. All guests were invited and entered based on their status cards. Before long, the guests began taking their seats. Even representatives from Yunhai City's top corporations, like Wu Kuan, could only be seated at tables in the second row. Still, Wu Kuan was quite satisfied. After all, any higher up meant the host's table. Young Master Wu, sitting in the second row means your group can participate in the Medical Industrial Park project, right? Xia Anqi asked with a starry-eyed expression. Wu Kuan lifted his head, radiating pride. Of course. And given my father's relationship with Dongye, securing a level 2 partner status shouldn't be difficult. Besides, aren't all those provincial conglomerates more powerful than our family sitting at the same table as us? Wu Kuan's eyes flashed with contempt. These self-important family conglomerates were still on equal footing with them, weren't they? But this was also an excellent opportunity for him to expand his group's partnerships. Young Master Wu, look. That and that guy are standing back there looking for their seats. Xia Ani adopted a mocking posture. Wu Kuan scanned the crowd and sure enough, spotted Qin Feng and Su-Ru standing at the back. Typical of them to put on airs. I told you these places aren't for people like you. Even if you come, you'll only end up in the back row. After the banquet, I'll have Dongye teach him a lesson. Wu Kuan's eyes flashed with malice. Meanwhile, Su Yuha was seated in the third row. He too spotted Qin Feng standing at the back of the crowd. Su Yuha felt a surge of satisfaction. He couldn't fathom how that pair of dogs had snuck in, but they were stuck in the back anyway. Though I'm in the third row, I have the capital to partner with the Yi family. I might even secure a tier 1 collaboration. The thought made Su Yu's heart race with excitement. Soon, a loud voice rang out from the entrance. Chairman Yi, Miss Yi has arrived. Chapter 28, The Heavyweight Guests. Accompanied by the attendant's announcement, Yi Chuxia entered arm in arm with Yi Lidong. Yi Chuxia wore a sky blue gown tonight, radiant as starlight. Her exquisite beauty and outstanding poise outshone all others. Yi Lidong, meanwhile, strode in with the confidence of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger. His entire being radiated energy, his eyes sharp and piercing, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Good evening, Mr. Dong. Master Dong seems to have rejuvenated considerably. Miss Ye's illness has also been cured. Truly wonderful news. Everyone stepped forward to greet them. Everyone stood up to welcome Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia. After all, without their investment, none of those present would have had this opportunity to collaborate. Admiring the radiant Yi Chuxia, Su Ru praised, Miss Yi looks absolutely stunning tonight. I hear she's the future heir to the Yi group, and Yi Lidong has already begun preparing to hand over the family business to her. Qin Feng smiled and asked Su Ru, do you envy her? To everyone's surprise, Su Ru shook her head. Not at all. Why not? Qin Feng inquired. A faint blush touched her cheeks as she replied, some people crave the spotlight, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Others prefer to remain unnoticed, quietly giving behind the scenes. As for me, standing by your side, I envy no one else. Her words stirred deep emotion within Qin Feng. He gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and murmured softly, one day, the whole world will envy you. Su Ru shook her head slightly. What she didn't say was that she felt perfectly content with the present. Meanwhile, on stage, Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia greeted everyone in turn before scanning the room intently. Everyone present sat stiffly upright, their nerves taut. The first banquet table remained empty. They must be searching for the honored guests. Look at me. Look at me. Some began to hope inwardly. After all, they all had some connection to the Yi family's conglomerate. If they caught the eye of Yi Lidong or Yi Chuxia, their careers could skyrocket overnight. Dad, he's over there. Yi Chuxia finally spotted a figure, her eyes brightening. Yi Lidong saw them too. But they also noticed the woman accompanying Qin Feng. Su Ru's poise and makeup were every bit as striking as Yi Chuxia's. Standing together, they even seemed perfectly matched. Yi Chuxia visibly faltered for a moment, then a shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Lidong said, let's go. MHM. Yi Chuxia nodded, her eyes regaining their sparkle and her lips curving into a smile. After all, she was a lady of refinement. With so many people present, she couldn't afford to be discourteous to the guests. As Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia descended the steps, the crowd grew even more excited, parting to make a clear path. Wu Kuan straightened his collar, standing tall and proud. Among the second-tier banquet table guests, few were his age and held such representative status. He even took a step back from Xia Ani. She was one of the province's 4 great beauties. If he could win Miss Yi's favor, the Yi family would look to the Qins first for any future collaborations. They might even rise to equal standing with the Yi family, joining the ranks of the province's top 5 families. Wu Kuan grew increasingly excited at the thought, unable to resist stepping forward to greet her. Miss Yi, hello. My name is Wu Kuan, from... But Yi Chuxia ignored him completely, walking right past him. Wu Kuan's hand froze mid-air. His expression was awkward, but his heart burned with anger. He, Wu Kuan, had never been so blatantly ignored when initiating a greeting. In terms of status, while he might not match Yi Chuxia, he certainly didn't deserve such contempt. Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia walked down the aisles together from the second row, to the third, to the fourth. Without once pausing. Everyone was utterly astonished. Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia were already approaching the very last row. Su Yue clearly saw Qin Feng standing at the very end, wearing a smug smile. Humph. What a show. Does he really think Miss Yi is? But then, Su Yue's expression froze instantly. Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia had actually managed to stand before Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, hello. It's good to see you again. Yi Lidong was visibly moved the moment he saw Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Yi Chuxia also seemed a bit shy. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Su Ru was stunned. She never imagined Qin Feng would recognize this father-son duo from the Yi family. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, Yi Lidong, you really are resourceful managing to track me down like this. Qin Feng was referring to the incident involving the underground passage. To express my gratitude for your assistance, Mr. Qin, I would have tracked you down to the ends of the earth. By the way, who is this? Yi Lidong glanced at Su Ru beside him. This is the renowned tycoon of the province, the head of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families and chairman of Yi Group. Su Ru felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Even Yi Chuxia waited expectantly for Qin Feng's answer. She's my girlfriend, Qin Feng stated plainly. Yi Chuxia's mind went blank. Yi Lidong wore an expression of resignation, though he had anticipated this outcome. So she's Mr. Qin's girlfriend. Please, both of you, take a seat. Yi Lidong gestured invitingly. Qin Feng and Su Ru walked ahead. In truth, Qin Feng was practically dragging her along. Su Ru hadn't expected Qin Feng to declare her as his girlfriend in front of so many people. Shu Xia. Yi Lidong called out softly. Yi Chuxia finally snapped back to reality and smiled. Dad, I'm fine. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure ahead, Yi Chuxia felt a pang of sadness. But she comforted herself, he's so outstanding. Of course women would flock around him. Whoosh! The venue erupted into an uproar. Who exactly is that kid? Why does Dongye know him? I've never seen him before. Could he be the son of some powerful family from out of town? Or a local big shot? No wonder Yi Dong's men showed him respect earlier, they'd known each other all along. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No way! Wu Kuan's pupils contracted, his face frozen in disbelief. Young Master Wu, how could Chairman Yi possibly know him? Xia Ani grew anxious at once. Shut up! Wu Kuan nearly shouted again. Su Yuha found it utterly preposterous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy is nothing but a lowlife thug, how could he possibly know anyone from the Yi family? Yet in the end, Qin Feng and Su Ru were still invited to the head table by Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia. Wu Kuan and Su Yuha both felt their eyes practically shoot fire. What gives him the right? So young, with no notable achievements, unknown to anyone, yet he managed to secure a seat at the head table. He'd outshone everyone present. Even Su Ru found herself under the gaze of countless envious eyes. Su Ru lowered her head, her heart racing. She had never experienced a moment like this before. Nor had she ever been the center of so much attention. All of this was because of Qin Feng. At that moment, Yi Lidong and Yi Chuxia stepped onto the stage. Yi Lidong announced in a resonant voice, "Allow me to formally introduce our most distinguished guest, Mr. Qin. I also announce that Mr. Qin has officially become a key partner in our medical industrial park." Chapter 29, Mr. Qin's word is my word. A deep partner, doesn't that mean he's a top-tier partner? In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Qin Feng. Yi Lidong continued, "Of course, there will be 10 second-tier partners. If you can impress Mr. Qin, I will give it serious consideration." Soon, the banquet commenced. The city's wealthy individuals and corporate leaders spared no effort in promoting their companies. Some boasted of their financial strength, others highlighted their patent portfolios, while still others emphasized the benefits they could bring to the project. Naturally, only those with substantial backing dared approach Yi Lidong for conversation. Second and third-tier groups and companies simply lacked the courage. They knew that approaching him would only result in embarrassment. Unless they represented a major financial conglomerate or the most powerful local force, they stood no chance of catching Yi Lidong's attention. In short, Qin Feng became the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. Yet despite overhearing countless conversations, Qin Feng remained utterly composed, showing little reaction. Beside him, Su Ru's mind was racing. Qin Feng's composure unchanged even if a mountain collapsed before him was truly formidable. Even as countless wealthy and influential figures approached him for conversation, Qin Feng remained utterly unflappable. What had he endured over these past 3 years? Su Ru suddenly felt an urge to understand Qin Feng more deeply. As for Yi Chuxia, seated on the other side, her attention was entirely fixed on Qin Feng. That posture of facing 1,000 armies alone seemed to radiate a magnetic charm that drew her in. "Young Master Wu, I see the Qin fellow hasn't reacted much. He has a grudge against you, shouldn't we be concerned?" Xia Ani grew increasingly anxious. Representatives from financial conglomerates and major factions across the regions were already stepping forward, yet they remained behind. Wu Kuan's expression shifted between light and shadow. Though he was a Tier 1 partner, the Wu family was no slouch either. With his father's connections, securing a Tier 2 partnership wouldn't be difficult. "Mr. Yi, hello. I'm Wu Kuan. Wu Xingde is my father." Yi Lidong glanced at the man and nodded. "Oh, so Wu Xingde from Yunhai is your father?" "Indeed. We've had some prior collaborations." Yi Lidong nodded again, replying with a touch of politeness, "Indeed. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it." Yi Lidong then introduced, "Mr. Qin, the Wu family has considerable standing in Yunhai, and the clan has also ventured into the medical industry. Therefore, their family could bring considerable profit to our medical industrial park." Wu Kuan's heart leapt with delight. He had been paying close attention earlier. Yi Lidong rarely introduced people personally. He was the first person Yi Lidong had personally introduced. "Humph. With Dongbe introducing you, how could you possibly refuse him?" A flicker of contempt crossed Wu Kuan's eyes. Yi Lidong was a major figure in the provincial capital who dared refuse him? Even if Qin Feng was a top-tier partner, he'd still have to consider Yi Lidong's words. Qin Feng nodded. "All right." Wu Kuan's lips curled into a sneer. "Qin Feng, so what if you have martial prowess? This world is all about connections and tactics. In the end, you still had to bow your head and admit defeat. But who could have predicted that Qin Feng would abruptly change his tone and declare, the security duties at the industrial park will be handled by them? Wu Kuan's face flushed crimson with rage, but with Yi Lidong present, he held his temper. His voice grew heavy as he demanded, what exactly are you implying, Mr. Qin? Are you suggesting that Yunhai First Group should handle security duties? He was already struggling to contain his raging fury. This was a blatant humiliation. The Wu Group was a conglomerate worth at least 10 billion yuan, and now they were being asked to handle security. Qin Feng tapped the table and amended, I changed my mind. Let's make it sanitation work instead. Boom. Finally, Wu Kuan couldn't hold back. Qin Feng, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to humiliate me? Sanitation work? That's just being a janitor. The top conglomerate in Yunhai taking on menial cleaning duties? This is an outrage. You don't want to do it? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Wu Kuan. You don't want it? Then get lost. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Dong Yi. This brat is humiliating us. He doesn't give a damn about you. Wu Kuan glared at Yi Lidong, his eyes practically shooting fire. He couldn't believe Yi Lidong wouldn't speak up for him. The entire crowd fell silent. Yi Lidong, that old fox, had already figured out the relationship between Qin Feng and Wu Kuan. Mr. Wu, what Mr. Qin says goes for me too, Yi Lidong declared. Wu Kuan's face paled as he gritted his teeth. Mr. Dong, this kid is targeting our group. My father even dined with you once. Bang! Yi Lidong slammed his hand on the table, his voice icy. Wu Kuan, are you deaf or something? I'll say it again, Mr. Qin's words are my words. And while your father and I were at the same banquet, he was in the outer hall, I was in the inner hall. Wu Kuan's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Turns out, he was the real clown. This partnership? I don't need it. Wu Kuan spat out a parting remark and stormed off in a rage. Qin Feng didn't even bother to glance at Wu Kuan. To him, Wu Kuan and his Wu group, though they held no deep grudge against him, were no different from clowns in his eyes. The rest is up to you. Qin Feng addressed Yi Lidong. Understood, Mr. Qin. Yi Lidong nodded with a smile. With every gesture, he commanded the allegiance of a regional powerhouse. Such charisma left countless onlookers stunned. That said, the medical industrial park ultimately needed to turn a profit. He couldn't very well cut off Yi Lidong's revenue stream. Besides, this was a gesture of goodwill. He wouldn't have to invest a single penny, yet he'd get a share of the profits. Subsequently, more people approached to converse, and one after another received Yi Lidong's nod of approval. After Wu Kuan's earnest overtures met with a cold shoulder, Su Yuhai hesitated for a moment before deciding to step forward. What's there to fear? I represent our entire group, and Mr. Dong would never refuse. Su Yuhai smiled as he approached. Before he could introduce himself, Qin Feng pointed at him without looking up and ordered, throw this fly out. I don't want to see him. Shi Chang. Yi Lidong gave the order. Su Yuhai hadn't even uttered a word before Shi Chang yanked him away. Hey, Chairman Yi, I didn't even introduce myself out. Su Yuhai was tossed out of the banquet hall on the spot, landing with a thud that left him dizzy. This treatment was even more humiliating than what Wu Kuan had endured. Qin Feng, you wait. I'm not done with you. Su Yuhai raged impotently. The Yi family banquet concluded, and Yi Lidong had screened all potential partners. But no one could have imagined that the ultimate winner would be an obscure young man. Prior to this, they hadn't even heard a whisper about him. Afterward, countless people tried to approach Qin Feng to establish connections, but he politely declined them all. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Chuxia seemed reluctant to leave. Yi Lidong patted Yi Chuxia's shoulder and said, Chuxia, a man as outstanding as Mr. Qin will naturally have an exceptional woman by his side, won't he? The children of the Yi family won't admit defeat so easily, right? Yi Chuxia's eyes brightened, then flashed with intense determination. Dad, you're absolutely right. I will make Mr. Qin see me in a new light. Starting today, I'll dedicate my full focus to the medical industrial park. Wu family villa. How utterly preposterous. That Yi Lidong, does he really think he's something special? Chapter 30, Making Money Together. After Wu Kuan returned home, he flew into a rage. Tonight's banquet was the greatest humiliation he'd ever endured. Qin Feng didn't even bother to acknowledge his presence. The real problem was that Yi Lidong hadn't given him any face either. Yi Lidong had gone too far. Wu Xingde, standing nearby, wore an equally grim expression. What sanitation work? What security work? These could easily be outsourced. Their Wu group was a billion-dollar enterprise. Saying such things was nothing short of humiliating them. I suspect Yi Lidong must have been drugged by Qin Feng. Otherwise, how could he be groveling and tail-wagging before some young upstart? Wu Kuan was still seething with rage. Wu Xingde's mind stirred. I heard Yi Lidong's daughter was cured recently by some miracle doctor. Could it be him? Wu Kuan also calmed down. Father, you have a point. Miss Yi seemed remarkably well today, and the way she looked at Qin Feng was definitely unusual. So that's it. Wu Xingden narrowed his eyes. So this industrial park was specifically set up by Yi Lidong for him. Wu Kuan gritted his teeth. No wonder that bastard acts so brazenly. And Yi Chuxia, she didn't even glance my way. Humph. That scumbag. He has a girlfriend yet still flirts with other women. What a waste of Yi Chuxia's time. At the mention of Qin Feng's name, Wu Xingda's expression darkened considerably. The incident where Qin Feng caused a scene at the wedding was the shame of his life. Despite imposing a gag order on all the guests behind the scenes, many still secretly sneered at them. As long as Qin Feng remains unpunished, our Wu family will never see the light of day in Yunhai. You said he has a girlfriend now? Wu Xingda asked. Yes, that woman named Su Ru. Wu Xingda remarked meaningfully, since he cares so much about his woman, I'll see just how much he's willing to sacrifice. Uncle Tong. An elderly man with white hair approached. Master. After Qin Feng escorted Su Ru downstairs, she lingered reluctantly. What's the matter? Don't want to leave? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Su Ru nodded softly. Ever since Qin Feng publicly declared her as his girlfriend in front of so many people, Su Ru had grown less shy. With this partnership with the Yi family, you'll have a voice within the group, Qin Feng stated. Qin Feng had done all this primarily to help Su Ru and Su Shipei's family regain their place within the group, and even restore their standing within the clan. But Su Ru fell silent. I know you've done all this for me, she said. But what happened these past 3 years wasn't your fault. You don't need to make amends. First, because you saved my father and saved me. Secondly, Su Ru suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with affection. Your return is enough. Qin Feng's heart surged once more. Su Ru was a strong woman, so strong it was almost heartbreaking. From childhood to adulthood, Su Ru had always relied solely on herself. This time, she too wanted to rely on her own strength to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Qin Feng clasped Su Ru's hand and said, all right. If you don't want to rely on the Yi family, I can help you. Money is no problem for me. Su Ru paused, clearly skeptical. You don't believe me? Qin Feng asked. With his wealth, even helping Su Ru become a major player in an entire province wouldn't be a problem. I believe you, Su Ru replied bluntly, but I don't want your money. I understand. Qin Feng smiled. Truth be told, he was delighted. It wasn't that Su Ru didn't need his money. It was her self-reliant mindset. It proved Qin Feng hadn't misjudged her. No problem, I'll help you make money. Currently, the Su family was putting up numerous obstacles to Su Ru's family returning to the clan and the conglomerate. But if Su Ru had money, she could accomplish a great deal. The Su family. Smack. Upon returning home, Su Yuha was immediately slapped across the face by Su Boyang. On the hospital bed lay old Kai, his entire head swathed in bandages. Struck by the slap, Su Yuha retorted, Dad, Grandma, this isn't something I'd dare do. We underestimated Qin Feng's capabilities. You're backtalking? Do you know who old Master Kai is? He's your grandmother's friend and… Enough. Grandma Su's face was equally grim. At this banquet, old Madame Su had been certain of victory. Who would have thought Su Yuha would be kicked out? Su Ru, I truly underestimated you to find such a golden match. Old Madame Su's gaze held deep meaning. Grandma, what do we do now? The Yi family's industrial park won't let us in at all. Su Yuha. Su Boyang was equally anxious. Yes, mother. That pair of scoundrels has already gained Yi Lidong's trust, and they hold the formula. We have no chance. Grandma Su turned to Su Boyang and instructed, start with your second brother. He listens to me most, and the shares have been transferred to his name. Tell him the position of company general manager is now his. Su Boyang and Su Yuha were stunned. Mom. Giving away the general manager position would weaken their power, wouldn't it? Not only the general manager position, but even the CFO role is being handed over to your second sister-in-law. This. Su Boyang and his son were dumbfounded. Su Lauda remained calm and composed as he said, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. I want them to see our sincerity. Once your second brother and sister-in-law are both in the company, I won't be afraid that girl won't compromise. Su Boyang finally understood. I get it. This is a conciliatory policy, win their favor first. Once we sign the contract with the Yi family and the industrial park breaks ground, we'll find an excuse to kick them out. The next day, when Su Boyang and Su Yuha brought fruit to visit the Su Shipei family, they suddenly noticed their door was open. Ha? Are Uncle Air and the others not home? Su Yuha wondered. Your uncle's just an unemployed bum now, where else could he be? You remember this, kid, be nice to them later. Su Boyang instructed. Got it. Su Yuha reluctantly agreed. Once they all entered, they discovered Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had collapsed unconscious on the floor. What the hell? Su Yuha stared in disbelief. Su Boyang immediately checked their breathing and, finding it still present, breathed a sigh of relief. A thought struck Su Boyang, and he urgently ordered, "Go check on Su Ru." Su Yua rushed to search the room, only to find it completely empty. "Dad, she's gone." Just as Su Boyang was puzzled, a figure burst into the room. A torrent of overwhelming fury engulfed the space, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. What on earth happened? Chapter 31, The Power of Life and Death. Both men turned abruptly. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng had intended to take Su Ru for a walk today, but instead he discovered Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan lying on the ground. Also present were Su Boyang and Su Yua. The moment they saw Qin Feng, both were startled, dropping the fruit they held onto the ground. "Qin Feng, don't do anything rash. This has nothing to do with us," Su Yua hurriedly protested. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, turning both men pale with fear. "I bet you wouldn't dare." Qin Feng immediately dashed into the room. Su Ru was gone. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. He then rushed back out, immediately helping Su Shipei to his feet and massaging his back. Before long, Su Shipei slowly opened his eyes, though he remained groggy. "Strange, how did I fall asleep?" Qin Feng followed suit, using the same technique to rouse Zhang Kailan. "How did I end up sleeping on the ground?" Zhang Kailan was still groggy, but suddenly her eyes widened as she cried out, "Xiaoru! Xiaoru is gone! Aunt Chang, what happened?" Su Shipei finally snapped back to reality, grabbing Qin Feng's hand urgently. "Someone came in without knocking earlier, asking where Xiaoru was. Then we all passed out." "Where's Xiaoru? Did that person take her away?" Zhang Kailan asked repeatedly. Qin Feng's expression darkened to the extreme. At that moment, his mind was consumed by an overwhelming urge to kill. But right now, there was absolutely no clue. Suddenly, Su Shipei's phone rang. A text message. "Your daughter is in my custody. If you want her back, come to the abandoned building in the northern part of the city." A cold gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This text was meant for me. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan understood perfectly well. Otherwise, why go to such lengths to knock them unconscious? "No. I'm going with you." Su Shipei immediately stood up and declared. But Qin Feng stopped them both. "The enemy is after me. If you come, you'll only distract me. Uncle Su, Aunt Chang, rest assured I'll bring Xiaoru back safely. I won't let a single hair on her head be harmed. Qin Feng, I'm counting on you for Xiaoru." Zhang Kailan was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Qin Feng nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Su Boyang and Su Yua exchanged meaningful glances. "Brother, what brings you here?" "I don't have time for this right now." Su Shipei, consumed by anxiety, cut straight to the point. "Second uncle, Su Yua was about to speak, but Su Boyang cut him off. "Nothing. We were passing by and thought we'd check in. Glad you're both okay. Yuha, let's go." Su Yua hesitated, but Su Boyang pulled him away. Before leaving, Su Boyang added, "Take the fruit with you." Su Yua grumbled inwardly but took the fruit and returned to the car with Su Boyang. "Dad, weren't we supposed to visit Uncle Su today to rebuild his trust in us? Why are we leaving like this?" Su Boyang scolded with exasperation. "I always tell you to read more and play less, but you never listen." Su Ru was taken away. It must be Qin Feng's rivals. Isn't this our chance? Whether Qin Feng or Su Ru dies, it benefits us either way. Su Yua looked as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Right. If Qin Feng dies, no one can stop us from getting the formula. If Su Ru dies, Qin Feng won't care about Uncle Heir's affairs anymore. He might even abandon the industrial park partnership. Su Boyang narrowed his eyes. Quite right. Even if they both return safely, we can still curry favor with your second uncle later. But in my opinion, that Qin Feng talks too much and acts like a hotshot. I'd say he's got a rough road ahead. When Qin Feng arrived at the abandoned industrial building, a young man was already standing with his back to him. Meanwhile, Su Ru lay bound on the floor, her hands and feet restrained. Apart from her disheveled hair and a bit of dirt on her face, Su Ru showed no major injuries. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his sapphire eyes still burned with murderous intent. The young man turned around, radiating a cold, sinister aura. A flicker of contempt crossed Qin Feng's eyes. "You're Qin Feng, right? To arrive here so swiftly, are you a martial artist? Or perhaps a martial master?" Qin Feng sneered coldly. "Tang Sec scum are nothing but a bunch of vermin, always playing these sneaky little games." The young man's pupils contracted. "How do you know?" Qin Feng ignored him and asked, "What's your name?" "Yang Hui." Yang Hui stared intently at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was too calm. From the very beginning, he'd found Qin Feng somewhat inscrutable. What's more, Qin Feng even knew his background. But soon, Yang Hui's mind settled. So what if he knew? "I came prepared. If the King of Hell wants you dead by the third watch, he won't keep you alive till the fifth. I'll say this once, release her." Qin Feng's eyes were as still as the sea. Yet those who knew him understood that his murderous intent was now concealed to the utmost. Yang Hui sneered coldly. "My employer told me that someone must die here today. So tell me, will it be you, or her? Su Ru's pupils contracted sharply as she shook her head frantically. Her mouth was covered, yet she still shook her head vigorously at Qin Feng, urging him to leave immediately. What deep affection between man and woman! Your girlfriend is willing to die to save you. Well, if that's the case, I'll kill her. Yang Hui sneered. He wasted no words, extending his palm to strike down. When dealing with someone whose true nature remains unknown, one must act decisively. Only by seizing the initiative could one avoid being forced into a passive position. But at that very moment, a flash of blue light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Invisible yet tangible, it felt as though a pair of giant hands had seized his wrists. His hand was frozen in place. How could this be? Yang Hui's face paled. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a blue light, and Yang Hui trembled all over, as if being stared down by a fierce beast. You thought that by seizing the initiative, you could restrain me, didn't you? Yang Hui's face paled. He could actually guess what was on my mind. Too bad, in front of me, only one person can take the initiative, and that's me. A blue light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His Azure Dragon eye erupted with a burst of azure light. Snap! Qin Feng hadn't even moved, yet Yang Hui's hand was suddenly seized by a tremendous force, snapping clean off on the spot. Ah! Yang Hui let out a piercing scream, clutching his completely severed arm as it dangled limply. Terrifying. Yang Hui didn't even know who he'd provoked. And yet... Thud! Qin Feng strode toward Yang Hui, step by step. With each advance, Yang Hui felt his shoulders grow heavier by the third. Yang Hui's eyes narrowed menacingly. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, sending a silver needle hurtling toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even bother to dodge, catching it directly. It was a needle 10 centimeters long. Simultaneously, the needle pierced his palm. A green poisonous mist released from the silver needle instantly seeped into his wound. Silver pear needle? Qin Feng's eyebrow arched. Ha! You've been struck by my silver pear needle. Even if you were a great immortal descended from heaven, you'd be beyond saving. Chapter 32, If she doesn't die, you will. The needle carried a potent toxin, and soon Qin Feng's wound turned black. Then, in less than half a second, his arm was entangled by countless spider silk threads, a truly terrifying sight. Su Ru, a medical professional herself, cried out in panic. Qin Feng was clearly poisoned. Ha! Kid, you've been poisoned by our Tang clan's deadly venom. Even if you're a master of medicine, you won't be able to counteract it in less than 3 days. Beg me, and I'll let you die painlessly. Yang Hui roared with maniacal laughter. A quick death? I'll make you wish you were dead before I'm done with you. Qin Feng's face twisted with contempt, his eyes flashing with a cold, blue light. He clenched his fist, and a green mist began to spread across his arm. This was the poison gas he had forced out. Qin Feng's arm returned to its normal color. How could this be? Yang Hui's face, frozen in maniacal laughter, suddenly stiffened. Like an ant. The Lord of the Yanlong Hall, heir to the Divine Physician's legacy, possessing the Azure Dragon eyes that pierce all secrets of the world, a mere trace of poison was no more potent than the gutter oil he'd swallowed. Yang Hui felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his courage shattered in an instant. He realized his legs had gone completely numb. Damn it! Yang Hui grabbed Su Ru with one hand while pressing a silver pear needle against her throat with the other. Kid, take one more step closer and I'll pierce her meridians. You may be able to counter the poison, but I refuse to believe she can too. Ha! Yang Hui let out another savage laugh. Qin Feng actually halted his advance. Su Ru's face was deathly pale, yet she shook her head vigorously at Qin Feng, signaling him to ignore her and flee immediately. What? Scared? If you're afraid, get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Yang Hui sneered condescendingly. Qin Feng replied calmly, if you stab her and she doesn't die, you will. Su Ru froze, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Though she had resolved to die rather than give them a chance to threaten Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng speak so recklessly about her safety still left her with a pang of disappointment. Yang Hui's hand trembled violently. This young man was terrifying. He didn't even suspect the other might kill him. Kid, isn't that your woman? Are you just going to let her die like that? Yang Hui said coldly. Now, his sole concern was survival, and that meant targeting Su Ru. Su Ru had already accepted her fate, so her eyes held no expectation. Yet to her surprise, Qin Feng declared, she won't die. I'll protect her even if it costs me my life. Su Ru's delicate frame trembled slightly. Yang Hui gritted his teeth. Qin Feng wasn't falling for it. His eyes flashed with savagery as he sneered, then I'll see just what you're capable of. The silver pear needle pierced Su Ru's neck. A tiny crimson puncture mark instantly appeared on her snow-white neck. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Ru remained unharmed. Impossible. Yang Hui's pupils contracted. For an ordinary person, within 3 seconds, the toxin would spread throughout the body, causing convulsions and turning the skin purple-black. But Su Ru showed no signs of distress whatsoever. Even Su Ru herself was utterly astonished. Oh no! Suddenly, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. A dark shadow whizzed past his neck. Rip! A long, thin gash appeared on his neck. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had already flung his silver pear needles. In an instant, purplish-black spiderwebs crawled across Yang Hui's neck, then spread across his entire face. He stumbled back several steps, his face frozen in terror. Poisoned. Seeing Su Ru about to collapse, Qin Feng immediately rushed forward and caught her. The warmth of his embrace and the broadness of his chest gave Su Ru a sense of security. Qin Feng tore the tape from Su Ru's mouth and untied the ropes binding her entire body. It's okay now. Qin Feng. Su Ru threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly as her whole body shook with sobs. Ever since she'd reunited with Qin Feng, Su Ru had never felt such fear. Afraid of losing him. Afraid she might never see him again. Feeling Su Ru's tears of joy after her fright, Qin Feng said guiltily, I failed to protect you. It's my fault. Burying her face in his chest, Su Ru shook her head. No, it's me. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Qin Feng stroked Su Ru's silky hair, grateful that his decision back then had been the right one. At that very moment. Ah! Yang Hui's entire body had turned purplish red as he convulsed and spasmed on the ground. He struggled to pull a round pill from his pocket, intending to pop it into his mouth, but Qin Feng kicked it away. The antidote pill rolled several meters away from him. Yang Hui struggled to reach out and grab it, but he simply couldn't reach. The antidote. I need the antidote. Yang Hui gasped, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes now bloodshot. Qin Feng's gaze was cold and unmoved. A mere human-grade martial artist showing off his skills before me? This poison isn't even enough to tickle me. Qin Feng's face was filled with contempt. Impossible. How could she? Yang Hui still couldn't believe it. Su Ru hadn't shown any signs of poisoning yet. You fool! She consumed the 9 lives precious grass. Even if you had 100 times that amount of poison, she'd be fine. Su Ru gasped in surprise. So that herb has such benefits. Qin Feng chuckled. The real benefits are yet to come. You'll discover them gradually. Yang Hui's pupils contracted as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Qin Feng picked up the antidote pill from the ground, and Yang Hui clutched it as if it were a lifeline. Save me! Save me! Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Who sent you here? This is your only chance to live. I don't know. It was a middleman. He found me in the underworld. What's his name? I don't know. The antidote. I need the antidote. Yang Hui's body felt like it was being devoured by 10,000 ants. Dark blood seeped from his skin in droplets, a gruesome sight. Qin Feng remained expressionless as he crushed the pill in his hand. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the powder into the air. Yang Hui's pupils contracted. I only said I'd give you a chance to live, but I never said I'd spare you. Yang Hui coughed up another mouthful of black blood and died from the poison. Even Su Ru, a doctor who had seen countless corpses and performed numerous autopsies, found the sight of Yang Hui's poison-induced death difficult to bear. Let's go back. Qin Feng took Su Ru's hand and led her away. Back in the car, Qin Feng dialed a number. Clean up the scene. Back home, Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were already frantic with worry. Seeing Su Ru return unharmed, they both burst into tears and clung tightly to her. Seeing the family reunited, Qin Feng slipped away quietly. Xiaoru, you scared the life out of me. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Su Ru sobbed softly, I'm fine. Qin Feng saved me. Where's Qin Feng? Where did he go? After descending the stairs, a seductive woman had already joined him in the car. As soon as Qin Feng got in, his expression turned icy cold. Find out who did this. I want them to pay tenfold. Mu Zijuan nodded, yes, master. Oh, and master, about these two. Mu Zijuan extended her slender fingers, now holding 2 silver needles each 10 centimeters long. Silver pear needles. Qin Feng toyed with the silver pear needles in his hand, sneering coldly, the Tang clan, huh? Those cockroaches. I'll settle my accounts with them sooner or later. The Su family. You say that girl was taken? Chapter 33, The Hour of Death has come. When old Madame Su heard the news, she seemed slightly surprised but not overly shocked. Unexpected, yet logical. The old matriarch responded with a single, simple phrase. Mother, did you foresee this all along? Su Boyang couldn't help but ask. Grandma Su replied with certainty, given his ways, it's easy for him to make enemies out there. Su Yua exclaimed excitedly, Grandma, does that mean we just have to wait now? Grandma Su glanced at Su Yuha and praised, Yuha, you've improved. Hee, as they say, you learn from your mistakes. After all that's happened, I've picked up a thing or two from you, Grandma. Su Yuha felt a surge of satisfaction. Su Boyang snapped, you brat, don't get too cocky. Nothing's certain yet. But judging by Qin Feng's expression back then, I'd wager one of those two is in serious trouble. Su Boyang said with a smile. Grandma Su's eyes held a profound stillness as she said, Su-Ru, it's not that I don't want to keep you here. It's just, this is your destiny. Nightfall, the Wu residence. Wu Xingde sat on the sofa, leisurely puffing on a Cuban cigar. Are you absolutely sure this is safe? Wu Kuan asked, his voice tinged with worry. If you don't trust me, trust your uncle. He's been in this game for decades, he's got connections. Besides, haven't you heard the saying, money talks? Wu Kuan chuckled. You always have a way, Dad. At that wedding banquet last time, I was itching to kill him. That bastard ruined our big plan, how could I just let him off the hook so easily? Wu Kuan's face twisted into a grimace as he thought about it. His two fiancés, one crippled, the other dead. The Wu family had long been the laughingstock of Yunhai City behind closed doors. Uncle Tong, any news? Wu Xingde asked. Uncle Tong approached calmly. Rest assured, master. The assailant was no ordinary man, a human-grade martial artist. With his strength, even the elite of special forces would be no match for him. Wu Kuan inquired curiously, Tong steward, I heard that Lu Haiwan's son was the deputy commander of the Qinglong army. How powerful is he? The Qinglong army is the highest-ranking military force in the Dragon Nation. Their strength is formidable. Uncle Tong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, commanders at that level are all martial king tier. But that kid? At best, he's a peak martial artist. He won't amount to much. A peak martial artist could slaughter ordinary people like chickens and dogs, 100 of them wouldn't stand a chance against him. But once you reach the martial master level, your strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Too bad the family had some business to attend to back then. Otherwise, had I been present, he would have died for sure. Though his words seemed calm, they carried an unmistakable confidence. Sure enough, the group waited for a long time without any news. Wu Xingde frowned. Uncle Tong, it's been hours. Why no word yet? His eyes flickered as he added, fearfully, the odds are stacked against them. Wu Xingde and Wu Kuan both darkened. Uncle Tong had reached this conclusion without even saying much. At the same time. So, you know your time has come, is that it? Wu Xingde and Wu Kuan's expressions changed drastically as they abruptly turned toward the doorway. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had materialized there. Qin Feng. Tong Shu's eyes flickered with a strange light as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. The strength required to kill a human-grade martial artist was evident. The moment Wu Kuan saw Qin Feng, his legs nearly buckled with fear. Housekeeper Tong, you said it was foolproof. How could this happen? Wu Kuan truly never wanted to see Qin Feng again. To him, Qin Feng was nothing short of a nightmare. How many times had this happened? Each time, Qin Feng would descend like a god, crushing him beneath his heel. Unless he killed Qin Feng, he'd never find peace. Uncle Tong stepped forward. Dad, we have to leave now, Wu Kuan urged urgently. This is a ruthless killer who doesn't blink an eye. He could never forget how Qin Feng had killed that day. No need. Uncle Tong will kill him. Wu Xingde's gaze turned icy. As Yunhai's wealthiest tycoon, countless enterprises and conglomerates trembled under his power. In Yunhai, even those struggling to scrape by had to bow to Wu Xingde's will. Yet that wedding banquet had been the most humiliating experience of his entire life. Before, he hadn't taken Qin Feng seriously. But this time, Qin Feng had ruined the Yi family's multi-billion-dollar industrial park partnership. That truly enraged him. Qin Feng didn't even glance at Wu Xingde or Wu Kuan. His gaze fixed on Uncle Tong. You brought him? Qin Feng demanded immediately. Uncle Tong remained silent. Young man, I never expected you to dare kill someone from the Tang clan. Are you an Earth-grade martial artist? Or a Heaven-grade martial artist? You haven't answered me. Did you hire these men? Qin Feng pressed. Uncle Tong's eyes narrowed sharply. This man actually dared to ignore him. I advise you to leave now. I'll spare your life. Tong Shu's eyes flickered. My question is, did you send for that person? A thunderous voice roared forth, like the dragon's cry. The entire villa swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes blazed with an astonishing blue light, unleashing a terrifying, majestic force. Boom! Every piece of furniture and decoration in the entire hall shattered into pieces. Even Uncle Tong's pupils suddenly contracted. What terrifying might! This aura, even a martial king realm expert had never commanded such awe. Especially those azure eyes, radiating an air of looking down upon the heavens and earth. In the next instant, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward. A faint green light enveloped the area, as imposing as a mountain. Tong Shu's face paled. Crack! As if crushed by a mountain, his legs buckled, and he knelt to the ground, his knees shattering instantly. Ah! Uncle Tong's face contorted in agony, his complexion turning deathly pale. Wu Xingde and Wu Kuan were instantly stunned. What the hell just happened? Qin Feng had only taken a single step. How could Uncle Tong be so terrified? His liver and gallbladder seemed to split apart, his face frozen in sheer horror. In an instant, all his pride vanished without a trace. Qin Feng walked over, his gaze looking down. You should never, ever have gone after Su-Ru. Qin Feng raised his hand, his eyes devoid of emotion. Don't kill me. I'm from the Lin family. You can't kill me. Uncle Tong was utterly horrified, feeling as if darkness was about to engulf him. Qin Feng's hand paused. The Lin family of the Northwest? Tong Shu's face lit up with joy. Bringing up the family name had worked. But Qin Feng sneered contemptuously. Even Lin Poqian would bow down and call me Lord Qin. What are you, compared to him? Tong Shu's pupils contracted. You recognize the patriarch? Qin Palace Master, Yanlong Palace. Crack. Before Uncle Tong could speak, Qin Feng's palm smashed his skull to pulp. Red, white, and yellow splattered directly onto Wu Xingde and Wu Kuan's faces, terrifying them into collapsing to the ground. Ah! Wu Kuan screamed and tried to flee. Qin Feng appeared like a ghost, instantly closing the distance between them. Chapter 34, This is Revenge. Qin Feng yanked Wu Kuan's hair, ripping off his entire scalp with one violent tug. Ah! The piercing scream, accompanied by excruciating agony, nearly drove Wu Kuan mad. Kuan! Witnessing this, Wu Xingde finally lost his composure, his face contorting in horror. Qin Feng extended a finger, its tip seemingly flickering with a blue light. In an instant, he slashed several times across Wu Kuan's body. In an instant, Yang Qian's fingers became the sharpest scalpels in the world. Wu Kuan's hands and feet were slashed open as if cleaved in two. Wu Kuan, I gave you chance after chance, yet you kept dancing around me. You think you're so lively? I'll let you taste what Lu Chulian tastes like. The fascia, tendons, and ligaments in Wu Kuan's limbs were forcibly ripped out. Ah! Wu Kuan writhed in agony, the sensation akin to chunks of flesh being forcibly torn from his body. Ligaments and tendons are the bridges connecting joints. Instantly, Wu Kuan's limbs went limp and weak, rendering him as useless as a cripple. Wu Xingde's mind went blank. Qin Feng, let him go. I'll give you any amount of money. Wu Xingde roared frantically. Let him go? Qin Feng sneered coldly. Wu Xingde, when you had Suru abducted, you should have anticipated this outcome. Today, I'll make you witness firsthand the agony of watching your closest kin suffer. Qin Feng grabbed the slashed wound on Wu Kuan's flesh and yanked it violently. Rip! Like tearing paper, Wu Kuan's entire layer of skin was ripped off on the spot. In an instant, Wu Kuan was transformed into a bloody, flesh-exposed mess, a living, skinless mass of blood and flesh. Ah! A scream of agony, worse than death itself, echoed throughout the entire villa. Wu Kuan convulsed and rolled on the floor, ultimately dying from the excruciating pain. Wu Xingde's head buzzed and pounded, his hands trembling violently. Wu Kuan was dead. Even if he hadn't died, he would have had to survive in a completely oxygen-deprived room of fate worse than death. Wu Xingde's eyes widened. He yanked a black pistol from the display cabinet, aimed it at Qin Feng, and snarled with a savage roar, Ah! I want you dead. Bang! Wu Xingde fired like a madman, emptying the magazine in less than 2 or 3 seconds. After the barrage, Wu Xingde burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Qin Feng, you think you're so tough? But how tough can you be against modern firearms? After I kill you, I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter them to keep my son company. The maniacal expression on Wu Xingde's face suddenly froze. His pistol was a Glock, with a 17-round magazine. But what did he see? All 17 bullets had frozen in midair, suspended just 1 meter in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an eerie blue light, as if an invisible pale blue barrier stood before him. How could this be? Wu Xingde's pupils contracted in terror, and the pistol slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. This can't be human. This couldn't possibly be human. This is a superhuman. Who are you? Wu Xingde finally grasped just how terrifying a presence Qin Feng truly was. Who I am? You can ask the King of Hell when you get there. Qin Feng flicked his finger, and a bullet instantly pierced Wu Xingde's shoulder. Wu Xingde let out a piercing scream. But it wasn't over. Qin Feng flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending bullets flying out one after another. Their speed was no slower than those fired from a pistol. Bang! 1, 2, 3. 16 bullets tore through Wu Xingde's limbs and torso, leaving 16 bullet holes. The final bullet pierced straight through Wu Xingde's forehead. 17 bullets pierced Wu Xingde's body, leaving him dead with eyes wide open. Qin Feng wiped his blood-soaked hands with a handkerchief. At that moment, a sinuously alluring figure entered the room. Seeing the corpses on the floor, Mu Zixuan remained expressionless. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, she had witnessed even more gruesome deaths. Master, I'll have them cleaned up immediately. Not necessary. Qin Feng spoke calmly. I want everyone in Yunhai to know this is the fate of those who do evil. Mu Zixuan nodded. I see. You intend to strike a warning blow. Though I don't know who Wu Xingde offended, this should at least keep Yunhai's factions in line for now, especially the Lu and Su families. Qin Feng offered no explanation and simply departed. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of Wu Xingde and his son Wu Kuan, Mu Zixuan's beautiful eyes flickered with a haunting light. If a man were willing to fight for me with such fury, I'd die content. The next day. At the Wu family villa, the bodies were discovered early that morning by a maid who had come to work. The police were called immediately. The entire Wu residence was cordoned off, and a large contingent of police officers arrived. At the head of the group stood an exquisitely dressed woman in a coat and knee-high boots. She appeared remarkably young, perhaps in her early 20s, with sharply defined features that gave her an icy demeanor. Yet her eyes were clear and focused. Standing there, she radiated an overwhelming aura of strength and valor, dwarfing the presence of every male officer around her. Lu Wanqi, captain of the Yunhai Police Department's Special Operations Unit. Lu Wanqi was renowned as the most decisive and legendary figure in the entire Yunhai City Police Department, boasting the highest case clearance rate. Cases under her command were solved within a day at the fastest, or a week at the latest. This time, the victim was Yunhai's wealthiest man, Wu Xingde, who had been brutally murdered at home alongside his son. Such a case was, of course, extremely challenging. At the same time, only Lu Wanqi could solve it. The scene in the hall was gruesome. Blood, tendons, flesh, and human skin littered the floor. Anyone with even a shred of weak nerves would feel their scalp crawl. Captain Lu, the investigation is complete. 2 people are dead. Preliminary suspicion is that Wu Xingde killed his own son before shooting himself, a male detective reported. The moment Lu Wanqi entered, her icy gaze swept across the entire room, etching each face into her mind. Chui, she asked, do you think Wu Xingde, a businessman, had the strength to rip the skin off a living person? His own son, no less. This. Detective Xiao Chui hesitated. But Wu Xingde had 17 single hole wounds. We checked the gun model, the magazine, and the bloodstains on his hands. It should be accurate. We checked surveillance too. No one entered or left the premises from night until now. Lu Wanqi said coldly, do you think a person could empty an entire magazine on themselves? Xiao Chui fell silent. Lu Wanqi walked to the other side, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Another person had died here. Xiao Chui and the others froze. A death? No way. The floor was spotless. Team leader Lu, are you implying there was another person at the crime scene who was disposed of? I'll arrange for blood testing immediately. Xiao Chui hurriedly replied. Not necessary. It won't show up. Lu Wanqi's words were concise, her gaze flickering. Xiao Chui grew even more suspicious. Why? If any blood was cleaned up, there must be. Lu Wanqi remained silent. She wouldn't admit she'd sensed it. Lu Wanqi's eyes flickered as she stated, we can draw a preliminary conclusion. 3 people were present at the scene. Suicide is ruled out. 1 body was thoroughly cleaned, and the surveillance footage was tampered with. This is a vendetta. Chapter 35, a single word for them. A detective's case is solved in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chui and the others gasped in shock. The wealthiest man in Yunhai murdered by his enemies? They didn't doubt Lu Wanqi's preliminary conclusion at all. But why didn't they dispose of the body? Xiao Chui asked in confusion. Lu Wanqi replied, they deliberately lured us here to announce this news, a tactic to intimidate us by making a show of force. Xiao Chui gritted his teeth. Damn it! This is a blatant provocation, insulting our intelligence. We absolutely cannot play into their hands. Yet every piece of evidence pointed to suicide. But every detail points to Wu Xingde being incapable of suicide. It's almost as if they're telling us, I killed him, but you must treat it as a suicide. No! Lu Wanqi shook her head, her voice cold with scorn. Even if we don't release it, this can't be hidden. They want us to make it public? Then I'll make it public, and I'll make it as big as it gets. Yunhai is my turf. I'll see who dares to cause trouble on my turf. A heroic aura radiated from Lu Wanqi, causing Xiao Chui and the others to look up in awe. Meanwhile, the news of Wu Xingde and his son's murder spread like wildfire through Yunhai's upper echelons. As Yunhai's wealthiest man, Wu Xingde's prestige towered like an unshakable pillar in the minds of everyone in the business world. Wu Xingde was murdered. Reports claimed he first killed his son before turning the gun on himself. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. How could Wu Xingde be so ruthless? Who could disagree? It must have been after the Yi family's investment conference, where Wu Kuan returned empty-handed. Wu Xingde, unable to bear the humiliation, killed his own son before taking his own life in guilt. Serves him right. Wu Xingde committed every conceivable evil in Yunhai, relentlessly exploiting and suppressing his peers. With him gone, our day to rise will finally come. Su family compound. Mom, something about Wu Xingde's suicide just doesn't sit right with me. Su Boyang frowned. I can't shake the feeling he was murdered, and for some specific purpose. Su Laotai reclined in her armchair, eyes closed. Over the years, Wu Xingde committed many hidden misdeeds. It's only fitting someone would take his life. I've always said the Wu group wouldn't last long. Someone finally snapped. After pondering, he found logic in her words. His expression brightened as he exclaimed, the Wu and Lu families joined forces before, forcing us to retreat to the 3rd tier and conserve our strength. Now the Lu family has inexplicably declined, and Wu Xingde is dead. This is our chance to consolidate and rise. Heh, I don't know whether to say the Wu family is unlucky or we're just fortunate. The Wu-Lu marriage alliance was abruptly cancelled, and Lu Chulian was hospitalized with serious injuries. Isn't this heaven's blessing upon us? Old Madame Su suddenly opened her eyes and said, do you truly believe the Wu and Lu family's wedding banquet was cancelled without reason? Mother, are you suggesting Wu Xingda's enemies? Su Boyang's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was Wu Xingda's enemies, or perhaps Lu Haiwen's. Who can say? At this critical juncture, let's not make a big fuss. Wait until they've fought themselves into the ground, then we'll reap the rewards. Su Laoda's eyes held a calm, calculating expression. Brilliant. You're truly formidable, Mother. Without you, our family would be lost. Blast it, Mother, you'll surely live to be 100. Grandma Su replied coldly, I won't be able to help you much longer. The future of the family rests on you and Yu-He. While I still have a say, we must eliminate the greatest threat. As they spoke, Su Yuha rushed back, his expression tense. Grandma, Dad, it's bad news. Su Boyang chuckled, you mean the deaths of Wu Xingda and Wu Kuan? No, it's that damn Su Ru. She returned unharmed. What about Qin Feng? Su Boyang asked. No idea. In truth, the person they most wished dead was Su Ru. Damn it. Su Ru has such luck. If she died, we could have easily gotten her face masks. Su Yuha gritted his teeth. Never mind. Old Madame Su said, stick to the original plan. Go again tomorrow, and remember to speak kindly. Early the next morning, Su Boyang and Su Yua arrived at the building where Su Ru lived, but they didn't go upstairs. Dad, why aren't we going up? Su Yuha asked. He was already itching to persuade Su Shipei to make Su Ru hand over the formula. Wait a moment. If Qin Feng comes looking for Su Ru, and both of them are present, even if we were rocks, we couldn't pry a word out of your uncle. It would be a waste of effort. Sure enough. Before long, they spotted Qin Feng arriving at the entrance of Su Ru's residential complex. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out of his car, his gaze darted in one direction, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. It was a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan. He saw the two people inside. He could see their faces in such detail that even the fine hairs on their skin were perfectly clear. The Azure Dragon's eye, nothing escaped its gaze. A cold smile curved Qin Feng's lips before he headed upstairs. Today, Qin Feng had arranged to take Su Ru out for some fun. Having just endured a harrowing kidnapping ordeal, Su Ru desperately needed to get out and clear her mind. Qin Feng, you must keep a close eye on Su Ru. If anything like last time happens again, I'll hold you personally responsible. Zhang Kailan looked visibly anxious. Mom! Su Ru called out. Kailan, Qin Feng is a good man. He'll take excellent care of Xiao Ru. Su Shipei said. In truth, Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had already accepted Qin Feng in their hearts. But after their family, especially Su Ru, had endured such a major upheaval and finally gotten back on track, they naturally felt extra protective. Qin Feng understood completely. He simply lifted Su Ru's delicate, boneless hand into his own. Uncle Su, Aunt Zhang, rest assured. Once I take this hand, I'll never let go. Su Ru listened, her heart racing and her emotions surging. Before leaving, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and said, oh, right. If anyone from the Su family comes looking for you, just give them one word. Downstairs. Su Boyang and Su Yua had been watching Qin Feng the entire time. In that instant, they felt as if they'd been stripped bare. He's looking this way, Dad. Quick, get down. Su Yua immediately dropped to the floor, terrified of being seen. Su Boyang scolded, you fool. Do you think he can see through a car from dozens of meters away? Does he have X-ray vision or something? Su Yua thought about it and realized he was right. When he looked up again, Qin Feng was already gone. Dad, you were right. And that bastard isn't even hurt. Su Yuha gritted his teeth. He hated Qin Feng so much he could have eaten him alive. Wait a little longer, Su Boyang said. Another half hour passed before Qin Feng emerged, holding Su Ru's hand. Where are you taking me? Su Ru asked nervously. Qin Feng lifted their intertwined hands and smiled. On a date. Su Ru's cheeks flushed slightly. This was their first time going out on a date together. But my foot just healed a few days ago. I can't walk too long, Su Ru murmured softly. She felt both excited and hopeful, yet also a little apologetic, afraid she might dampen Qin Feng's spirits. It's fine. If you get tired, I'll carry you. Su Ru felt touched and asked, but what if you get tired? If I get tired? Then we'll just go home and take a nap. Qin Feng grinned. You rascal. Su Ru's cheeks flushed, her heart pounding wildly. The two climbed into the car and drove off into the distance. The moment had arrived. Su Boyang and Su Yua quickly went upstairs. Remember, be nice to them later. Su Boyang instructed. Su Yua nodded, still holding the fruit basket he'd bought last time. Su Boyang knocked on the door. Second brother, it's your eldest brother. Open up. The door opened to reveal Su Shipei's cold expression. Heh, we came especially to see Su Ru. Su Boyang and Su Yue smiled, taking half a step forward when Su Shipei suddenly bellowed angrily. Get out! Bang! The door slammed shut, knocking Su Boyang and Su Yue's noses until they turned bright red. Ouch! Both clutched their stinging noses, wailing in pain. Meanwhile, Yunhai Airport. A young man in plain clothes stepped off the plane, greeted by a group of people. Young master! You're finally back. The hospital just reported that second young miss is in critical condition. Boom! A torrent of murderous intent erupted from the young man, instantly engulfing the area. Those nearby were utterly terrified. Chapter 36, The Wrath of the Qinglong Army's Deputy Commander. This man was none other than the eldest son of the Lu family, Deputy Commander of the Qinglong Army Lu Haoyuan. He had just returned to his unit after special training when he received news from his father, Lu Haiwan. His mother had died, and his sister, Lu Chulian, lay critically injured in the hospital, facing imminent death. Go home! Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately drove home. Upon arriving home, over a dozen medical staff bustled about in Lu Chulian's room. Defibrillator, quick! The attending physician shouted immediately. Over a dozen medical staff were performing emergency resuscitation on Lu Chulian, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages. Dad, what the hell happened? Lu Haoyuan demanded in a low voice. He struggled to suppress the rage boiling inside him. If not for the medical staff performing emergency procedures, he would have exploded by now. Lu Haiwan's face was grim, yet he remained silent. After a long moment. After Lu Chulian's heartbeat finally resumed, the attending physician approached with a sigh. Chairman Lu, I regret to inform you we had no choice but to administer a strong cardiac stimulant. You should go see Miss Lu one last time. What did you say? Lu Haoyuan erupted in fury, grabbing the attending physician by the collar and roaring, My sister won't die. She won't die. The doctor shook his head. Miss Lu's eyes were gouged out, her skin is severely infected, and all her organs are critically necrotic. Surviving even half a month was pushing her limits. Impossible. Lu Haoyuan clenched his fists. Though Lu Chulian had been blind since childhood and even neglected by the family. From childhood onward, he and Lu Chulian had always been exceptionally close. Now, after returning from his special training, he was being told his beloved sister was dying? How could he possibly accept this? As for Lu Haiwan, ever since Lu Chulian's eyesight returned, the benefits she brought to the family and the corporation were beyond anything he had ever enjoyed in his lifetime. After all, she was his daughter. And she was not merely his daughter, she was the very hope of the Lu family conglomerate. But now, the Lu Haiwan family group's dream of reaching new heights had shattered. Haoyuan. Finally, Lu Haiwan spoke, his voice heavy. The doctors did everything they could. Chulian has suffered far too much these past 2 weeks. Father. Had it not been the very last moment, Lu Haiwan would never have uttered these words. This was undoubtedly telling the doctors to give up. Dad, brother. A hoarse voice came from the hospital bed. Chulian. I'm right here. Lu Haoyuan rushed over and clutched Lu Chulian's hand tightly. Her entire body now resembled a mummy, and the crusty, scabbed-over eye sockets were utterly horrifying. Seeing this, Lu Haoyuan felt his heart tear apart. Brother, avenge me. Qin Feng, I want him dead. After uttering these hate-filled words, Lu Chulian suddenly drew her last breath. Lu Haoyuan's face turned ashen, while Lu Haiwan's heart sank like a stone. Boom! Finally, Lu Haoyuan unleashed his fury. Every instrument and pane of glass in the entire room shattered into pieces. Such was the authority of the Qinglong Army's deputy commander. The medical staff turned pale with fear. Dad, I need to know everything that happened, every single detail. I will avenge Chulian. I'll make him pay with his blood. A furious roar echoed throughout the entire Lu family villa. Emperor Cloud Heavenly Palace. After seeing Su Ru home, he returned late into the night. Qin Feng was in high spirits today, as this marked his first official date with Su Ru. Upon his return, Mu Zitsuan was already waiting. Master, did you go on a date with Miss Su? Mu Zijuan couldn't help asking. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. It's been a long time since I felt this good. By the way, how long have you been here? Seeing Qin Feng's beaming expression, Mu Zijuan felt a pang of envy in her heart. At that moment, Lin Yi emerged carrying a fruit platter, dressed in a sheer, low-cut silk nightgown. Her long, slender legs and tousled hair gave her an alluring, seductive aura. Master, Sister Zitsuan has been waiting for you for 3 hours. If you hadn't come, she was going to sleep in your room. Lin Yi giggled. Mu Zitsuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Zitsuan snapped. If anyone knew that Mu Zitsuan, the demoness who ruled the underworld, could actually be shy, it would probably make their jaws drop. Here, master, let me feed you. Lin Yi pinched a grape, about to place it in Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng couldn't even refuse if he wanted to. What's more, Lin Yi was wearing nothing but a nightgown. Nothing else at all. His Qinglong eyes could see right through her nightgown. Could you please wear proper clothes? Lin Yi looked a bit aggrieved. Does my master not like me dressed like this? Then next time I'll just wear my underwear and bra, no pajamas. Qin Feng felt embarrassed. But that's still not dressing properly. I'll handle this myself. Go prepare the bathwater, I'll be taking one shortly. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore and had to find an excuse to send Lin Yi away. Zijuan, is there something you need to tell me? Qin Feng asked. Mu Zijuan nodded. Master, third senior sister asked you to reply to her message. She seems a bit upset. Mentioning his senior sisters sent a warm current through Qin Feng's body. During his recovery from injury, if not for these 9 senior sisters, he might have given up long ago after enduring such a major setback. Of course, aside from his master, Old Ghostly, the 9 senior sisters had also been immensely helpful. Though they hadn't been constantly by his side, each busy with their own affairs. Yet in certain ways, the meticulous care they had shown him would remain etched in his memory. He felt only a slight sense of helplessness toward third senior sister. Tell her for me my decision is final. No one can stop me. Mu Zizuan pondered for a moment before saying, but I know your third senior sister cares deeply for you. Among your 9 senior sisters, she is the one who cares most about the important matters in your life. I know she cares about me, but I don't enjoy this life of fighting and killing. All I want now is to be with the one I love and make things right with Su-Ru. Mu Zizuan offered no further persuasion. Yet deep within her heart, a sense of disappointment lingered. Who could have imagined such a decision from the former master of the Yanlong Hall, a figure whose reach extended to the heavens? Just as Qin Feng was about to ascend the stairs, the wail of sirens pierced the air outside. Mu Zijuan's eyes visibly flickered. Who? Qin Feng asked. Mu Zizuan replied coldly, Lu Wanqi. She's someone who's been relentlessly pursuing me. I didn't expect her to find this place so quickly. If I'm not mistaken, it must be about the Wu family. Master, I can handle her myself. Qin Feng said indifferently, she dared to step through my door. I want to see who she is. Mu Zijuan is the queen of the underworld. Most wouldn't dare provoke her. Moreover, Mu Zijuan clearly seemed a bit annoyed. The fact that she felt this way meant the outsiders were no pushovers. Moreover, the Wu family incident was something the regular police department couldn't really uncover any clues about. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Lu Wanqi leading Xiao Chui and others waiting. Mu Zizuan, we meet again. Chapter 37, He's Strong. Lu Wanqi immediately fixed Mu Zizuan with a cold stare. Qin Feng appraised the woman from head to toe. Her features were exquisitely defined, her bearing poised and commanding, exuding an air of sharp competence. Her eyes, in particular, were exceptionally bright. The male detectives beside her seemed to pale in comparison to her presence. From the very start, this woman adopted a confrontational stance, even going so far as to completely ignore Qin Feng. Her condescending demeanor radiated sheer dominance. Lu Wanqi, you found the time to come here looking for me. Surely it's not about some random cat or dog going missing, and you're asking me where it went? Mu Zizuan's gaze was equally cold. In front of Qin Feng, she was an obedient servant. But to outsiders, she was the queen of the underworld. Even Lu Wanqi's imposing presence couldn't suppress her. Lu Wanqi didn't respond. Instead, she glanced around and said flatly, the Imperial Cloud Heaven Palace, one of the most expensive villa complexes in the Cloud Sea. Mu Zizuan, I gave you a chance last time. I never imagined you'd become even more brazen. Mu Zizuan sneered coldly, did you give me a chance, or did I spare your life? Besides, where I live has nothing to do with you, does it? The atmosphere grew thick and heavy. Even agents like Xiao Chui held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Enough talk. You know exactly what you've done. Wu Xingde, Wu Kuan, was it you? Lu Wanqi cut straight to the point, her eyes flashing with cold intensity, as if trying to pierce through Mu Zizuan. What do their deaths have to do with me? Do you really think I'd leave evidence behind if I wanted to kill someone? Mu Zijuan laughed with utter indifference. Lu Wanqi took a step forward, her eyes suddenly sharpening. In the darkness, her eyes seemed to slice through the air. Who else in the entire Yunhai sect could dispose of bodies without anyone noticing? I'm here to take you back for questioning. If you resist, you know what fate awaits your 3,000 followers. Lu Wanqi stated coldly. Mu Zizuan had never been threatened like this before. For years, the underground forces of Yunhai City and the Investigation Bureau, represented by Lu Wanqi, had maintained a delicate balance of mutual restraint, coexisting without conflict. This was unprecedented. In truth, Mu Zizuan understood the gravity of the situation. The deceased was Yunhai's wealthiest man. His death had sent shockwaves through the city's economy. This was no trivial matter. Mu Zizuan hadn't spent all those years navigating the underworld for nothing. To surrender now would be no different from being killed. Just as she was about to strike, a calm voice cut through the air. Enough. Who are you? Lu Wanqi turned to Qin Feng, her voice icy. Qin Feng, hands clasped behind his back, replied indifferently, the place you stand is mine. Who do you think I am? The Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace was his? Surprise flickered in Lu Wanqi and the others' eyes. Since its construction, the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace had remained vacant in the Cloud Sea for many years. Even a tycoon like Wu Xingde, who could afford to pay a fortune for it, had never made a move to acquire it. Thus, over time, the Imperial Cloud Palace had become a legend, with everyone speculating about its true owner. Yet no one could have imagined it would be this young man. Lu Wanqi scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, trying to discern any hint of uniqueness about him. Yet after scrutinizing him thoroughly, she found nothing to distinguish him from ordinary people. Lu Wanqi said coldly, "I don't care who you are. I'm here to take someone away. This has nothing to do with you." "Nothing to do with me?" Qin Feng smiled, a smile dripping with sarcasm. "She's my person. You tell me if it has anything to do with me." Mu Zitsuan's slender frame trembled slightly, a flicker of unusual emotion darting across her beautiful eyes. "Then I'll take you along too," Lu Wanqi declared forcefully. She showed no mercy whatsoever, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let her go. "Take me away?" Qin Feng laughed, as if observing a 3-year-old child. "Zhang Biao bows his head and takes a detour just to avoid me. What gives you the right?" Qin Feng sneered. "What a joke." Lu Wanqi looked as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "Zhang Dui is the captain of our Yunhai Stinger Wolf army. The one asking what gives you the right is you. I'll give you one last chance, come with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force." Lu Wanqi had lost all patience. Coming to arrest someone late at night, only to be treated with such contempt by a guy who looked about her age. "Even if you're the master of the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, if you break the law here, I have the right to arrest you. Then come and arrest me if you dare." Qin Feng showed no anger, he merely chuckled. A mere detective threatening to use force against him? Wasn't that the height of absurdity? "Lu Wanqi, I advise you not to overreach." Mu Zitsuan spoke up, her face twisted in a cold sneer. "Go toe-to-toe with his owner? That's either stupid or blind." Lu Wanqi was naturally decisive and fiery, with an intense competitive streak. Faced with such provocation, she lunged forward, her slender fingers curling into claws as she grabbed Qin Feng's shoulder. But as she grabbed, she realized it felt like clutching solid concrete. What an incredibly hardened physique. Qin Feng stood as solid as a rock, his voice steady. "Use your strength." Lu Wanqi strained every muscle in her body, yet she couldn't budge Qin Feng. "Didn't you eat today? I told you to push harder." Qin Feng remained hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Lu Wanqi let out a soft shout as her internal energy erupted throughout her body. Yet she still couldn't budge Qin Feng an inch. Qin Feng shook his head dismissively. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted from his eyes. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from his palm, like a grenade detonating, violently repelling Lu Wanqi's hand and sending her reeling backward several meters. "Captain Lu!" Shui and the others startled, rushing forward with hands already on their waists, ready to draw their guns. "I'm fine." Lu Wanqi was startled. Just now, his eyes. Qin Feng's Azure Dragon eyes quickly dimmed as he spoke calmly, a mere human-grade martial artist. "If I'd acted, you'd have died 37 times already." Lu Wanqi's heart trembled. Martial cultivation typically progresses through 3 realms: warrior, martial artist, and martial king. Each realm has 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human. Xiao Chui said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Come back with us voluntarily. Otherwise." "Otherwise what? Kill me?" Qin Feng shot him a glance. A flash of blue light flickered, and Xiao Chui suddenly felt terror surge through him. The words on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. He was rendered speechless. Finally, Lu Wanqi's voice rang out, "Stand down." Xiao Chui froze in shock. "Captain Lu? I said, stand down." Lu Wanqi said coldly. Several agents shuddered. It was the first time they'd seen Lu Wanqi so furious, yet unable to vent her anger. The group drove away. Throughout the journey, Lu Wanqi remained silent, her expression grim. In the driver's seat, Xiao Chui finally asked, "Captain Lu, did you discover something?" Lu Wanqi's eyes flickered. "He's incredibly powerful. Head back immediately and investigate every detail about the owner of the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace." Lu Wanqi ordered instantly. "So are we heading back now?" Xiao Chui asked. "To the crime scene. I want to see if we missed anything." Lu Wanqi had a hypothesis forming in her mind. She needed to verify it. The Wu family villa had already been cordoned off. But upon reaching the entrance, all the lights in the villa suddenly came on. "Someone's broken in!" Xiao Chui exclaimed in alarm. "Stay here." Lu Wanqi's eyes narrowed sharply as she gave the order, then dashed into the main hall. "It's you?" Chapter 38, Lu Haoyuan arrives. Standing in the hall was none other than Lu Haoyuan. As the young master of the Lu family in Yunhai City, how could Lu Wanqi not recognize him? Even Zhang Biao, the commander of Yunhai's wolf-striking army, spoke and acted with utmost caution in Lu Haoyuan's presence. After all, he was the deputy commander of the Qinglong army, the highest-ranking military force in the Dragon Nation. In the future, he might even aim for the position of commander, or perhaps even have the opportunity to approach the war god himself. Lu Haoyuan didn't turn around. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, Lu Wanqi, how did Wu Xingde and Wu Koan die? Lu Wanqi drew a deep breath. This question undoubtedly placed immense pressure on her. You know I have my own way of doing things. I don't need to explain myself to you. Lu Wanqi said coldly. Had any outsiders been present, they would have been utterly shocked. Lu Wanqi actually refused to give Lu Haoyuan face. After all, Lu Haoyuan's reputation was renowned throughout the entire military of Dragon Nation. Lu Haoyuan whipped around, his face a mask of fury. Lu Wanqi, you should know that the man who died was supposed to be my future brother-in-law. And do you realize my sister is dead too? His aura surged violently, causing the decorations in the hall to tremble precariously. The aura of a martial king. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Lu Wanqi's eyes merely flickered. Others may fear your Qinglong residence, but I do not. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone. Lu Wanqi's gaze grew even colder. Her strength was considerably weaker than Lu Haoyuan's. Yet her nature was fiercely unyielding. When met with stubbornness, she would be even more stubborn. There was only one exception just 1 hour ago. That was the only time in her life she had ever backed down. That man. So on the way here, Lu Wanqi had actually been somewhat distracted. Her mood was downright sour. But Lu Haoyuan's tone when speaking to her only served to provoke Lu Wanqi's stubborn temper. Lu Wanqi, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Haoyuan took a step forward. His entire body loomed like a mountain, bearing down on her. Lu Wanqi replied coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you I ran into some trouble tonight too. I'm investigating Wu Kuan's case as well. But I'm not working for you. And you have no right to demand my service. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Even the commander of the Qinglong army couldn't save you. Flames seemed to leap from Lu Haoyuan's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. I admit I nearly lost control just now, he said gravely. But you can't possibly imagine what it feels like to lose someone so close. Especially right after I returned from special training. Seeing Lu Haoyuan's temperament subside considerably, Lu Wanqi softened her earlier assertiveness. I deeply regret your sister's death. I'd already heard about her wedding to Wu Kuan being cancelled without explanation, followed by news of her hospitalization. Now that Wu Kuan has been killed too, I suspect it's connected to the wedding. Lu Haoyuan said grimly, there's no need to suspect, it definitely has to do with him. Wu Kuan was my sister's fiancé. Now both he and his father have been silenced by murder. Who? Qin Feng. Lu Wanqi didn't recognize the name. Suddenly, her phone rang. Captain Lu, we've identified the person registered at the Imperial Cloud Palace. His name is Qin Feng, from Yunhai City. Boom! Lu Wanqi's eyes flashed intensely as she abruptly turned to look at Lu Haoyuan. I know where he is. Lu Haoyuan stared intently at Lu Wanqi. The Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. Ha! Excellent! After searching high and low in vain, it came to me effortlessly. A murderous intent surged from Lu Haoyuan, churning wildly like a raging sea. Lu Wanqi never imagined that the young man she had just seen was named Qin Feng. Who the hell is he? To stir up such a storm in the Cloud Sea. And no one even knows who he is. Lu Haoyuan may be impulsive, but he's no fool. A man who rose to the position of deputy commander of the Qinglong army at such a young age was no pushover. He stared intently at Lu Wanqi. Have you crossed paths with her? With his keen intuition, he knew all too well that a woman of Lu Wanqi's temperament rarely allowed herself to be this enraged yet unable to vent it. Yes. I'll go kill him right now. Lu Haoyuan. Lu Wanqi roared with fury. Yunhai was her domain, how could she allow Lu Haoyuan to run rampant? Lu Haoyuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he declared, Lu Wanqi, spare me your nonsense about bringing him to justice. Whoever stands in my way, I'll kill them. Even if you're family, I won't show any mercy. Lu Wanqi took a deep breath. Lu Haoyuan's murderous intent was overwhelming. If he suppressed it, disaster would surely follow. Besides, if Lu Haoyuan wanted to kill someone, who in Yunhai could stop him? Or rather, across the entire province, indeed, the entire Dragon Nation's military, how many could persuade him? You're looking for the killers of Wu Xingde and Wu Kuan, aren't you? I'll give you an answer tomorrow night. Lu Haoyuan walked out without another word. Lu Wanqi's eyes flickered. That answer Lu Haoyuan spoke of was, in truth, a corpse. Not a trace of pity flickered in Lu Wanqi's eyes. Killing demands retribution, this is your fate. After Lu Haoyuan exited, he immediately dialed a number. At that moment, Zhang Biao was preparing for bed. An unknown caller annoyed him greatly. Speak. Zhang Biao, it's me, Lu Haoyuan. Hearing that name, Zhang Biao's expression changed drastically as he sat bolt upright. How did he return? Deputy Commander Lu, you returned without a word. I should have been there to greet you, Zhang Biao said with a polite smile. The most respected figure in the Qinglong army in Yunhai City. The Wolf Stabber army is but a minor force, at best a second or third tier unit. How can it be compared to the Qinglong army? That's one of the 5 great armies of the Dragon Nation. Lu Haoyuan's voice was solemn. Tomorrow night at 8, Emperor Cloud Villa District. I want the area cleared. Except for the Imperial Cloud Palace. Zhang Biao was startled. Deputy Commander Lu, what are you planning to do? The Diyun Villa District is home to some of the most powerful and influential figures in Yunhai. And the Imperial Cloud Palace? That's the tallest villa there. Rumor has it no one's lived in it for years. Evicting residents would be an incredibly serious matter. Don't ask questions. Just do it. Lu Haoyuan didn't even bother to explain. Zhang Biao hesitated, saying, but you're from the Azure Dragon army, and I'm from the Wolf Sting army. By regulation, to mobilize local troops, we need a military order from above. My word is the order. Whatever the consequences, I'll take responsibility. Lu Haoyuan hung up. Zhang Biao dared not argue. Lu Haoyuan never returned even once a year. Could it be because of his sister? Could it be? Zhang Biao's pupils suddenly contracted. He intends to kill him. Damn it, how could this happen? Lu Haoyuan was targeting the very holder of the Yanlong Hall's killing god order. But I have no idea where he is. No. The Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. Zhang Biao quickly dressed and rushed toward the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace at top speed. Master, a man named Zhang Biao is outside seeking an audience with you. Chapter 39, Long Time No See. The bathtub was now filled with a brownish medicinal liquid. Qin Feng was completely submerged in it. Yes, his entire body. He seemed to require no air, not even a single bubble escaping his lips. In the hall. Sister Zijun, you say you don't care about the master, yet look at you still here this late at night instead of going back. Lin Yi covered her mouth and giggled. I have this feeling something's about to happen. Mu Zitsuan shot Lin Yi a cold glare. Lin Yi, ever the flirt, chuckled, don't forget the master is the lord of the Yanlong Hall, possessing the Azure Dragon's eye. Within the Dragon Kingdom, how many could truly stand against him? You don't understand. Though the Azure Dragon eye has been fused for 3 years, the master overused it the moment he descended the mountain. Old Ghostly instructed me, for the Azure Dragon eye to fuse permanently, it must be done gradually. Otherwise, why do you think the master needs medicinal baths? It's for recovery. Lin Yi feigned understanding, yet remained unconvinced. Rest assured, you know Yunhai's capabilities. At best, he's only at the martial artist realm. Only a martial king could pose any real threat to our master now. Just as Mu Zitsuan was about to speak, an SUV pulled up outside the door. Who could be coming so late? Mu Zitsuan's gaze turned icy. Stepping outside, she saw Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, what brings you here? Miss Mu? What are you doing here? Zhang Biao was utterly shocked. He certainly recognized the queen of Yunhai's underworld. The stability and balance of the underworld required someone with both the resolve and the strength to maintain order. As the commander of Yunhai's military forces, it was his duty to uphold that order. Without Mu Zitsuan, chaos would have long since erupted underground. And chaos underground would inevitably spill over to the surface. You've come to see my master? Mu Zitsuan countered. Zhang Biao's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly replied, I wish to see your master. Any business can be discussed with me. Mu Zitsuan replied coldly. No, it's not that. The deputy commander of the Qinglong army, Lu Haoyuan, is coming to kill us. Lu Chulian is his sister. Mu Zijuan knew this well. She waved her hand nonchalantly and said, you may leave. No. Our master is resting now. Outsiders must not disturb him. Mu Zitsuan said coldly. Just then, Lin Yi emerged, her long, seductive legs striding forward as she held a glass of red wine. She smiled and said, Captain Zhang Biao, you seem so nervous. Do you really think Lu Haoyuan could kill our master? Zhang Biao was speechless. He truly had thought so. Despite Qin Feng's strength being plain for all to see, he even suspected Qin Feng possessed the prowess of a heaven-tier martial master. In his view, Qin Feng possessing the Flaming Dragon Hall's God of Slaughter order merely meant he had some connection to the hall. And the God of Slaughter order definitely wasn't his. If such a person truly existed, how could he not know? But Lu Haoyuan was a martial king. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. You say Lu Haoyuan is back? Qin Feng, now dressed in a bathrobe, walked in. Zhang Biao hurriedly replied, yes, and he came in a rage. He must be here too. All right, you may leave now. Qin Feng said indifferently. Whatever he tells you to do, you do. You weren't even here tonight. After leaving those words, Qin Feng returned to the villa. Got it? Do exactly what he tells you. Don't tip off the snake. Lin Yi giggled and followed Mu Zitsuan inside. Zhang Biao stood there dumbfounded. In the end, he sighed. Considering our past friendship and shared lineage with the Yanlong Hall, I've done all I can. When a man is determined to die, no one can stop him. Inside the hall. Master, are you certain this is wise? Mu Zixuan voiced her concern. Qin Feng replied indifferently, "What's the problem?" "But Zijuan," Qin Feng called out softly. Mu Zijuan felt an unusual sensation in her heart. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever addressed her that way. "Master, Old Ghostly only instructed you to keep a close watch on me and prevent me from overusing the Azure Dragon eye. But did he mention that my Azure Dragon power hasn't been fully awakened yet?" Qin Feng said calmly. Mu Zixuan froze. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. "I'm also eager to see just how much progress Lu Haoyuan has made over these past 3 years. The following night, under the imposing presence of the Stinger Wolf army, the entire Diyun Villa district was temporarily evacuated. Even the security guards were barred from entering the compound. "Uncle Li, do you think some important figure is coming? They've cleared everyone out," a young security guard asked curiously as he watched a group of people standing at the villa complex entrance. A man in his 50s or 60s beside him, puffing on a pipe, glanced toward the entrance. "I don't know who it is, but if the police station and the Wolf Sting army are working together to seal off the entrance, it can't be anything minor." "The Wolf Sting army is here too," the young guard exclaimed in surprise. "They're Yunhai's personal guard. I heard from some colleagues on duty that when they cleared the area, there was one building they didn't go to, the one called the Cloud Peak Palace." The two looked up. The tallest villa in the complex, the Cloud Peak Palace, was now glowing. All the lights in the other villas had been turned off. "Hey, Uncle Li, you've been here since the Cloudtop villas were built. Have you ever met the owner of the Cloudtop Palace?" the young security guard asked curiously. Uncle Li shook his head, indicating he hadn't. The young security guard didn't press further. Uncle Li had a peculiar temperament, often muttering to himself, yet sometimes putting on an air of profound wisdom. The young guard had grown accustomed to it. Yet he always sensed that this Uncle Li wasn't just an ordinary old man. Uncle Li gave him the impression of someone who had climbed great heights in life and was now enjoying retirement. Just then, a figure approached from the distance. "HM?" Uncle Li abruptly stopped smoking and fixed his gaze on the man. "Uncle Li, do you know this person?" the young security guard asked again. Uncle Li shook his head and went back to puffing on his pipe. Finding the conversation dull, the young security guard simply greeted him and went to refill the water. After a while, "A Qinglong army officer? And one who seems to be a military commander at the level of a martial king. Looks like there's going to be a major showdown tonight." Watching Lu Haoyuan walk into the villa compound, Lu Wanqi asked, "Zhang Biao, you're in charge of security for that banquet. What's the deal with this Qin Feng?" Zhang Biao hesitated, then shook his head. "That's military classified. You're not part of the military, so I can't tell you. But I can tell you this much: he's incredibly powerful." Lu Wanqi felt a pang of defiance, yet pressed on. "Compared to Lu Haoyuan?" Zhang Biao pondered for a moment before sighing. "It seems Yunhai will remain peaceful for quite some time." Lu Wanqi understood. Zhang Biao had already given her the answer. When Lu Haoyuan arrived at the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace atop the mountain, a figure stood waiting for him, hands clasped behind his back. Killing intent surged in Lu Haoyuan's eyes, stinging like fireflies in the night. "Qin Feng, my former brother-in-law, it's been an age." Chapter 40, Complete Collapse. Boom! A terrifying killing intent swept out like a hurricane. Lu Haoyuan's entire body trembled without any external force, radiating a tidal wave of murderous intent. He stared intently at Qin Feng, as if trying to see through the young man. But upon seeing Qin Feng again, the earth-shattering transformation in his aura sent shockwaves through Lu Haoyuan's heart. Was this still the Qin Feng he knew? Those eyes, deep enough to swallow everything whole. And that intangible aura, vast as the ocean and towering as mountains, surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. The Qin Feng before him now felt like an unfathomable abyss, mysterious and utterly inscrutable. "Lu Haoyuan, it's been 3 years, and you're still just as hot-headed." Qin Feng's gaze remained calm. Lu Haoyuan's arrival held no surprise for him. In fact, it was exactly as he'd expected. "You knew I'd come, didn't you?" Lu Haoyuan's voice was cold and deep. "Qin Feng, you killed my mother and sister. How do you think you'll pay for this?" Lu Haoyuan's murderous intent surged. No matter how Qin Feng had changed, he came today to take his life. Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Why do you think I spared Lu Haiwan and the rest of your Lu clan?" "Ha!" Lu Haoyuan laughed bitterly 3 times, then suddenly stepped forward, his face twisted into a savage grin. "Are you implying I should thank you for sparing them?" Qin Feng's voice remained calm. "Lu Haoyuan, I'll give you one piece of advice: back off. Otherwise, you'll face eternal damnation." 3 years ago, Lu Haoyuan had stood before Qin Feng like an unreachable tower. But now, before Qin Feng, Lu Haoyuan was as insignificant as an ant. "Do you even know who you're talking to? Do you really think that after vanishing for 3 years and gaining a little strength, you can speak to me like this?" "Qin Feng, I came here tonight to take your worthless life. No matter how you beg for mercy, you will die." Lu Haoyuan radiated overwhelming momentum, his entire being pulsing with boundless killing intent. That intent had begun brewing the moment he laid eyes on Qin Feng. And with each provoking word from Qin Feng, his restraint finally snapped. Will you spare me, or will I spare you? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a piercing blue light. He suddenly stepped forward, his rage boiling over. When Lu Chulian wanted to marry me back then, don't tell me you didn't know about it. Why didn't you stop her? Suddenly, an intangible, terrifying force as massive as a mountain surrounded him. Lu Haoyuan's expression changed. How is this possible? How could you have grown so powerful? Nothing is impossible. Just like 3 years ago, you dismissed me as insignificant, even conspiring with Lu Chulian to exploit me. 3 years later, you're no more than an insect before me. I refuse to believe it. Lu Haoyuan, who had achieved success at a young age, could never have imagined that the timid little nurse who had trembled before him just 3 years ago would become so terrifying now. Come and take it. Finally, Lu Haoyuan shed all pretense. All his strength erupted. War King. A brilliant light coalesced around his fist, piercing the darkness with its intensity. Rip! His fist tore through the air, trailing a streak of light as it slammed forward with devastating force. This single blow could send even an elephant flying. Commonly known as the might of an elephant. Qin Feng countered with a punch of his own. Without much fanfare, without any aura, it was merely a light punch. With a crack, Lu Haoyuan's arm shattered from the blow. He stumbled backward several steps, his face frozen in disbelief. His arm trembled violently, the bones in his knuckles were shattered. How could this be? Fluorescent fire. You dare to boast with just the power of one form. Do you truly believe the martial king realm makes you invincible? Qin Feng's face was filled with contempt. I refuse to believe it. Lu Haoyuan was utterly shocked. He hadn't even exerted a shred of strength. Pure physical strength. How terrifying is that? I'll kill you. Lu Haoyuan clenched his fist. The shattered knuckles seemed to be filled with some invisible force, surging with power. Another punch flew out. Yet Qin Feng casually countered, sending Lu Haoyuan reeling back several meters. 2 elephant strength? Not enough, Qin Feng said calmly. Lu Haoyuan roared fiercely and unleashed another punch. Triple elephant power. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Qin Feng sent him reeling back several meters. Lu Haoyuan's face turned ashen. He roared furiously and unleashed a flurry of punches. Again. Too weak. You're wasting my time. Useless. He attacked again and again, but each time Qin Feng drove him back. Later on, Lu Haoyuan raged like a madman, hair flying wildly. He threw 9 punches. Qin Feng blocked all 9. Yet Qin Feng remained unmoved, solid as a rock. He, however, looked like a clown, repeatedly humiliated. Ah! Finally, Lu Haoyuan let out a furious roar. The unique, overwhelming aura of the Qinglong army surged forth like a tidal wave. Qin Feng, I will have you dead. Lu Haoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling violently with rage. All his strength surged together with frenzied intensity. Buzz! Veins bulged across his entire arm as he unleashed a thunderous punch. The entire cloudtop heavenly palace trembled slightly as a blinding light erupted, resembling the rising sun. 10-fold elephant power? Lu Haoyuan, you finally mustered all your strength, but it still isn't enough. Qin Feng countered with a single, effortless punch. Lu Haoyuan's eyes turned bloodshot. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Die! He roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire cloudtop heavenly palace, and slammed his fist down with brutal force. Crack! 2 fists collided, and one figure was instantly sent flying backward. Below the mountain. Unbelievable, he actually unleashed the 10 elephants' power. Zhang Biao's face was frozen in shock. Even Lu Wanqi's beautiful eyes held an intense gravity. Needless to say, the members of the Wolf Stabber army gasped in unison. The strength of 10 great elephants. How terrifying! Zhang Biao, tell me who wields this 10 elephants' might? Lu Wanqi asked abruptly. Zhang Biao clenched his fists and said, whoever wielded it, it's clear they were driven to this by their opponent. That answer spoke volumes. If it was Lu Haoyuan wielding it, then it meant they had all underestimated Qin Feng. For someone to push Lu Haoyuan to this extreme demonstrates just how formidable Qin Feng truly is. But if Qin Feng wielded it, that only underscored his terrifying prowess. Only a true martial king could unleash such power. This means that hidden within Yunhai, there lurks a mighty tiger and dragon. A being comparable to the commander of the Qinglong army. But Lu Wanqi was deeply concerned. Lu Haoyuan has only just reached the martial king realm. The 9 elephants' power is already his limit. If he truly unleashed the 10 elephants' might, it would take him at least several months to recover. Zhang Biao nodded, yet added, but it's also possible that Lu Haoyuan unleashed his killing intent to its absolute peak. After all, if my 2 closest relatives were killed, as the inviolable commander of the Azure Dragon army, I would do the same. Lu Wanqi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a more distant place, Uncle Li gazed toward the cloud summit heavenly palace. The power of the 10 elephants. Who would have thought such a small cloud sea could reveal it? But it was strange, why was there only one person's aura? Doubt not at Uncle Lee's heart. Back on the battlefield. His body was riddled with holes and covered in blood. His gaze was vacant, his mind a blank. He murmured. Why? Why did I lose? Chapter 41, Cloud Sea, the dragon is about to emerge. Lu Haoyuan simply couldn't comprehend it. He had unleashed every ounce of his power to the absolute limit, yet he still lost. The man who defeated him was the very attendant he had looked down upon and even trampled underfoot 3 years ago. Qin Feng looked at Lu Haoyuan with utter contempt. Lu Haoyuan, you have no idea how vast this world truly is. Who the hell are you? Lu Haoyuan's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. 3 years, how could a lowly nurse, and even a son-in-law of the Lu family, suddenly become someone he could never hope to reach? You're not Qin Feng. You absolutely cannot be Qin Feng. Lu Haoyuan repeated the words once more. Qin Feng looked at Lu Haoyuan with pity in his eyes. The person you see before you is the me of 3 years hence. The me of 3 years ago is already dead. The revelation struck Lu Haoyuan like a bolt from the blue. How could a person change so drastically in just 3 years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This can't be real. I'll kill you. Lu Haoyuan couldn't accept that Qin Feng, once someone he could kill, had instantly become an unattainable presence. Consumed by fury, Lu Haoyuan lunged forward, ready to deliver a punch. But suddenly, thud! Before Lu Haoyuan could even strike, Qin Feng grabbed him by the throat with one hand and hoisted him off the ground. Cough, cough. Lu Haoyuan coughed weakly, his face flushed crimson. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Qin Feng's iron clamp-like grip. Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold, as ruthless and merciless as a wild beast. Lu Haoyuan, I hold no grudge against you. Had you left just now, I would have spared your life for Wei Chuqing's sake. What a pity. Lu Haoyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. How do you know old Wei? Wei Chuqing, one of the 4 highest-ranking officers in the War Department. The Qinglong army belongs to that very War Department. This is an absolute heavyweight whose words could send shockwaves through the entire nation. Lu Haoyuan couldn't believe it, but it wasn't up to him to doubt. Snap. Qin Feng didn't even wait for Lu Haoyuan to speak. He snapped his neck with a twist and tossed him onto the ground. Lu Haoyuan died with his eyes wide open. Zijuan, see them out. Qin Feng turned and entered the villa. To him, tonight's battle hadn't even been a proper fight. 10 elephant power? Nothing more than an egg cracking against a stone. Below the mountain. 5 minutes had passed since the wave of energy erupted from the cloud-top heavenly palace. Though 5 minutes seemed brief, it was enough time to accomplish many things. Could the battle up there be over already? Someone from the Sting Wolf army murmured curiously. Lu Wanqi and Zhang Biao frowned. With power of that magnitude, it couldn't possibly be over. It's no wonder it's not over. Miss Lu, who do you think will win? Zhang Biao couldn't help but ask. Lu Wanqi shook her head. Lu Haoyuan, the prodigy of the Qinglong army, young yet already a deputy commander in his 30s, towering over countless younger peers. But for Qin Feng, she had only 3 words to describe him. Unfathomable. Just then, a large burlap sack was tossed directly at their feet. Who's there? The entire wolf-stabber army went on high alert. Zhang Biao raised his hand, signaling them not to make any rash moves. For the figure approaching was none other than Mu Zitsuan. Zhang Biao, Mu Zitsuan, and Lu Wanqi were old acquaintances from Yunhai, each well acquainted with the others. But when they saw the burlap sack on the ground, Lu Wanqi and Zhang Biao felt their breath catch in their throats. Inside was a corpse. Mu Zitsuan, this. Zhang Biao's heart raced, his eyes wide with shock. Retrieve the body. Mu Zitsuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. The atmosphere in the room was eerily cold and oppressive, almost suffocating. Lu Wanqi's eyes flickered as she too took a deep breath and walked over. The moment she pulled open the sack, her expression darkened abruptly. Zhang Biao's face turned deathly pale. Lu Haoyuan. The entire wolf-stabber army shuddered in terror. The deputy commander of the Qinglong army was dead. Lu Wanqi looked up toward the mountaintop, her gaze filled with suspicion and shock. After a moment, Lu Wanqi turned and walked away. Lu Wanqi, Zhang Biao immediately grew anxious. You're from the War Department. This body should be handed over by you. Lu Wanqi turned decisively and walked away. For the first time in her life, she felt utterly powerless. This helplessness stemmed from the fact that in Yunhai, someone had shattered her legendary reputation of never failing to solve a case. The deaths of Wu Xingda and Wu Kuan, father and son. This case, she couldn't crack it. Or rather, she lacked the power to solve it. Qin Feng. A name that would forever be etched into Lu Wanqi's heart. It became an indelible mark on her life. Zhang Biao stared at the corpse, feeling utterly at a loss. This wasn't just a corpse, it was a hot potato. Captain Zhang, what should we do now? Someone asked, trembling. They were Yunhai's guards. But the person died right on their turf. And this man was no ordinary figure. Zhang Biao took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said in a grave tone, "There's no way to cover this up. Take him back to the Qinglong army." The Cloud Peak Palace wolf stabber soldier pressed further. All eyes turned to the brightly lit cloud-top heavenly palace, perched at the very summit. The Cloud Sea was about to get lively. Uncle Zhang and the other security guards outside the villa were notified they could resume their regular duties. Meanwhile, the Wolf Sting army members carried a sack away. "Uncle Li, did you see that? It looks like a big sack. Judging by the weight and shape, it might be a person." The young security guard exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Li remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cloud-top palace, its light still burning brightly. Who would have thought? They were all wrong. A dragon was about to emerge from the Cloud Sea. News of Lu Haoyuan's death was swiftly relayed back to the Lu family by Zhang Biao. The Lu Haiwan family's expressions darkened considerably. Especially Lu Haiwan. In that instant, Lu Haiwan seemed to age 20 years. His wife, son, and daughter were all dead, killed by the same person. He knew Yunhai held no place for him anymore. The next day, Lu Haiwan was found hanged in his home. The Lu family vanished from Yunhai. The Su family. "Mom, I heard Lu Haoyuan is back," Su Boyang announced excitedly. "The one from the Qinglong army?" Old Lady Su's eyes flashed with surprise. "What's he here for?" "I'm not sure. Maybe it's related to Lu Chulian being hospitalized with serious injuries," Su Boyang replied. Su Yua interjected, "Of course it is. I heard later that the Wu family wedding banquet was cancelled because someone sabotaged it. Lu Chulian was severely injured at the banquet. Lu Haoyuan must have returned for revenge. But what does that have to do with us? If it weren't for the Lu family back then, our Su family would have become a top-tier family conglomerate long ago." Su Yua snorted coldly. No sooner had Su Yua finished speaking than Su Boyang's assistant rushed over. "Chairman Su, Lu Haiwan was found hanged at his residence." Su Boyang and Su Yua's expressions shifted. Grandma Su sneered coldly, "This is truly divine intervention. The day of our Su family's rise has finally come." Chapter 42, Consider It Borrowed. At this moment, the business world of Yunhai was in turmoil. Earlier, Wu Xingda and Wu Kuan were found brutally murdered in their home, causing the Wu group to plummet from its pedestal. Then came the discovery of Lu Haiwan, chairman of the once second-tier powerhouse Lu family, hanging himself at home. With the dragon's head gone to restrain them, Yunhai's business world plunged into a frenzy of competition. Everyone sought to reclaim the dominant position. Of course, none of this concerned Qin Feng. His primary task now was to accompany Su Ru on outings to aid her recovery. Yunhai Lake, the iconic inland lake of Yunhai. Qin Feng and Su Ru strolled hand in hand along the lakeshore. But today, Su Ru seemed deep in thought. "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Qin Feng asked. Su Ru thought for a moment, then looked up sharply at Qin Feng. "I don't want my parents to suffer under them anymore. I want to establish a new company and let them manage it." "Starting your own business? I'm all for it," Qin Feng blurted out. Su Ru's heart leapt with joy. Who wouldn't want the people closest to them to support their decisions? "Really?" Su Ru asked, still hesitant. "You asked me, wasn't it, to get my support?" Qin Feng smiled gently. "Whatever you choose to do, I'll support you unconditionally." Su Ru felt her heart surge with emotion. "Besides, I can sense that Uncle Su and Aunt Zhang aren't content to live like this for the rest of their lives." Su Ru nodded. "My parents devoted themselves entirely to the group, so much so that they didn't even have time to spend with me when I was young. That's why after graduation, I dedicated myself to perfecting the facial mask formula so they could establish themselves within the group. It took me 3 years to finally succeed, but I never expected things to take such a turn." Qin Feng immediately wrapped his arms around Su Ru's delicate shoulders, his heart aching with sympathy. 3 years. Countless days and nights. Countless nights burning the midnight oil. And how much heart and soul poured into it. No wonder Su Ru was willing to risk her very life to protect the formula. This was the legacy she left for her parents. "Oh, right, you mentioned helping me make money last time. What kind of project is it? You know our family needs funds urgently. Once I'm mostly recovered, I'll figure something out too," Su Ru suddenly asked. Qin Feng chuckled, "Don't worry. Focus on your recovery first. I'll keep you in suspense, you'll find out in a few days." Ever since she shared her entrepreneurial idea with Qin Feng, he could sense the fire burning within Su Ru. "If you won't take my money, then I'll help you raise funds." They strolled until evening, and Qin Feng walked Su Ru home. Before they even reached the door, voices echoed from inside. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You have one day to come up with the rent. If you don't blame me for kicking you out." Su Ru immediately grew anxious. "He's at it again." "Who?" "The landlord. We were going to pay the rent the day before yesterday." Qin Feng and Su Ru stepped inside. The moment they entered, Qin Feng spotted a young man in shorts and flip-flops. The young man's lecherous gaze fixed on Su Ru, practically drooling with lust. "Su Ru, you're back. I've been waiting for you for ages. Seeing the young man, Su-ru instinctively took 3 reluctant steps back. Su-ru forced a smile. Mr. He, you're here. Mr. He replied impatiently, Su-ru, I've told you countless times don't be so formal. Just call me a Quan. As he spoke, his eyes roamed up and down Su-ru's body. His breathing grew heavy, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Ah. Quan, Su-ru said reluctantly, yet with a hint of pleading in her voice, we've been trying to raise the money these past few days. Could you possibly give us another week? Quan feigned difficulty. Su-ru, you know your family's rent is always the latest among all my tenants. I've already been very lenient with you. Just last month, I extended it by 2 days. The month before that, I even gave you an extra day. Qin Feng sneered. This guy, always spouting noble-sounding platitudes. Su Shipei hurriedly interjected, Mr. He, 1 day isn't enough, we simply can't scrape it together. How about 3 days? I promised to pay you in full within 3 days. He was just recovering from a serious illness, and Su-ru had only recently regained the ability to walk. Neither of them was fit for work. As for Zhang Kailan, she hadn't received this month's pay yet, so naturally, there was no money for rent. Truth be told, they'd been scraping by for years. Su-ru was also anxious, which was why she'd suggested starting their own business. That way, they wouldn't have to depend on others, and they could take control of their own destiny. But unexpectedly, the rent issue had now stumped them. A flicker of disdain crossed Quan's eyes, but he still put on a difficult expression. This won't do, he said. You know I have over a dozen tenants, and you're already the latest to pay rent. I've only been so lenient with you because we know each other. But there is a way. If you'd reconsider my earlier offer, I could waive 1 month's rent. What do you say? As he spoke, Quan turned his gaze toward Su-ru, his hand moving involuntarily. Wow, how come I never noticed how beautiful you are before? Quan blurted out without a hint of restraint. Su-ru flinched in fear, instinctively retreating behind Qin Feng and clutching his hand. Previously, when Quan collected rent, he always dealt exclusively with Zhang Kailan. He knew Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had a daughter, but he'd never met her. Su-ru had always stayed hidden in her room, rarely coming out to see anyone. But the moment he saw Su-ru, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Mr. He, I already have someone in my heart. I won't be seeing you, Su-ru said shyly. Quan finally turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, standing tall with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Is this the man you've been talking about? How much does he earn monthly? 3,000? Or 5,000? My monthly rent alone is tens of thousands. Dating me won't be a loss for you. Besides, my father passed away long ago. This entire building is mine. You wouldn't have to work a day in your life, you could be a lady of leisure. Doesn't that sound appealing? As she spoke, Quan waved a ring of keys in her hand. These were all spare keys to the rental properties he managed. This guy was actually flaunting his privilege. Su-ru took a deep breath and said, fine. We'll give you 1 day. We'll come up with the money tomorrow. Quan snorted coldly. How ungrateful. But Quan seemed to think of something, and smiled faintly, fine, I'll give you 1 day. Goodbye, Su-ru. Before leaving, Quan couldn't resist giving Su-ru one last up and down look. After Quan left, Su Shipei and his wife breathed a sigh of relief, though they still looked dejected. We've sold everything we could, Su Shipei lamented. And where are we supposed to get the money in just 1 day? If it doesn't work out, I'll just take another night shift, Zhang Kailan suggested. Mom, you can't. Su-ru clutched Zhang Kailan's hand tightly. You've worked yourself to the bone these past years. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll ruin your health. Su Shipei looked reproachful, then made a bold decision. There is a way. We still have shares in the company. If my older brother and I ask to sell them back to him, we'll definitely have the money. Dad. No. Su-ru immediately protested. Qin Feng worked so hard to secure those for us. Hearing this, Su Shipei sighed even more deeply. It's all my fault. These past years of illness and paralysis drained every penny, and now my wife and daughter suffer too. The joy Su-ru and Su Shipei had felt over his recovery vanished in an instant over a mere rent payment. Qin Feng spoke up, Uncle Su, it's just money. I have it. Sure enough. Su-ru immediately stopped him. Qin Feng, I know you mean well, but you've already helped us more than enough. You silly girl, I consider you family now. But that only makes me feel indebted to you. Su-ru lowered her head. Don't be fooled by Su-ru's gentle demeanor in everyday life. When it came to matters of principle, she was more steadfast than ever. That was precisely why Qin Feng had remained silent until now. He knew that if he spoke up, Su-ru would never accept it. Alright then, let's just say I'm lending it to you. How about that? Qin Feng changed his approach. Then he pulled out a jet black card. Chapter 43, the universe's premier VIP. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had once been high-ranking executives in the group. What kind of bank card hadn't they seen? Diamond cards, black gold cards, starshine cards, and so on. But the card in Qin Feng's hand was pitch black on both sides, lacking even the slightest sheen. Is this really a bank card? Are you sure you're not pulling our leg? Su Ru's family all looked at Qin Feng strangely. Uncle Su, the funds inside should cover your rent. You can withdraw from any bank. Su Ru, I'll head back now and return tomorrow. Qin Feng, fearing Su Ru might refuse it, gave a quick farewell and left. Su Shipei was a bit puzzled. Can we really withdraw the money? And from any bank? You know each bank has different procedures. Dad, Qin Feng probably wouldn't lie to us. Su Ru said. All right. The next day, Su Shipei went to the bank to withdraw money. Qin Feng had vanished for 3 years, and he honestly didn't know how he was doing. So when he arrived at the bank, he still felt a bit uneasy. Yanwang Bank. As soon as Su Shipei reached the entrance, a sudden voice caught him off guard. Shipei, what are you doing here? Su Shipei turned to see none other than Su Boyang, tall and imposing in a sharp suit. Brother, you're here too? Su Shipei asked curiously. Why shouldn't I be here? Our group is about to approve a multi-million-dollar project, and I'm here to discuss the loan. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Su Shipei felt a bit flustered. Truth be told, this was his first time withdrawing money from the bank in 3 years. Over these 3 years, his social skills had deteriorated significantly, bordering on social anxiety. After all, confining a normal person indoors day after day, unable to even get out of bed, anyone would become withdrawn. It was only because Su Shipei came from a prominent family and had weathered many storms before that he dared step outside at all. Su Boyang had always looked down on his second younger brother. Honest and straightforward, he was inflexible and unwilling to adapt. He had long wanted to kick Su Shipei out of the group. After finally tricking Su Shipei into handing over his shares in the group, who would have thought he'd return them not long ago? Only then did Su Boyang notice the black bank card in Su Shipei's hand. He sneered, "You wouldn't be thinking of using that card to withdraw money, would you? You must be joking, right?" Su Shipei flushed slightly, clutching the card tighter. "Qin Feng gave this to me. He said there's money in it." Just mentioning Qin Feng made him furious. That outsider again. If he told you a pile of smelled sweet, would you go sniff it? You actually believe there's money in this dingy black card? Su Shipei was mortified by the accusation. Su Boyang shifted his tone and said calmly, "Getting money is simple enough. Transfer your shares back to me, and I'll give you the money." To be honest, Su Shipei was somewhat tempted. "Brother, don't even bring this up. I won't agree to it." But remembering Qin Feng's well-intentioned efforts, Su Shipei still refused. "Useless fool. What good are those shares to you? Without Mom's approval, you still can't come back to the company. I'll give you 100,000 yuan plus a security guard position at the company, enough to support your entire family in retirement," Su Boyang offered. Su Shipei's expression immediately turned stern. "Big brother, give up on that idea. We won't transfer these shares. Even if they were sold, my shares alone are worth at least several million." With that, Su Shipei walked straight inside. Su Boyang's face flushed crimson with rage. Su Yuhua's entire stake was worth a fortune. He was furious that he couldn't outmaneuver Su Shipei. Just then, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses emerged and hurriedly smiled. "Mr. Su, you're here. Please come in." Unable to contain his fury, Su Boyang's mind raced. He spoke coldly, "Manager Chen, do me a favor. Whatever amount that man just went in to withdraw, deny him every penny. Put him on the blacklist." "But that's against the rules." Manager Chen hesitated. "Once the loan is approved, I'll add an extra 0.5% to the foreign domestic helper allowance I promised you." Manager Chen's eyes lit up. No problem, Mr. Su. I'll have you shown to the VIP lounge first. Wait for my good news." Once Su Shipei entered the lobby, he felt somewhat at a loss. Before long, Manager Chen emerged and coldly asked Su Shipei, "What business do you need to conduct?" Su Shipei placed his black card on the counter and politely stated, "Hello, I'd like to withdraw some money." "I'm afraid we don't have the amount you wish to withdraw," Manager Chen replied coldly. Su Shipei's face flushed bright red. Could it be that this card truly had no funds? Though he hadn't delved deeply into Qin Feng's affairs, he could tell Qin Feng genuinely cared for Su Ru. Therefore, Qin Feng wouldn't deceive him. The card holder said there's money in it. He wouldn't lie to me. "Please check it for me," Su Shipei insisted. Manager Chen sneered coldly, "Do you take us for fools, or do you genuinely know nothing? Have you ever seen a card like this? If you don't even believe it yourself, how can you withdraw money? You're wasting our time. If you don't leave now, I'll have security escort you out." At that moment, Su Boyang stepped forward and said calmly, "I told you Qin Feng was deceiving you, but you didn't believe me. Now you're the one who looks foolish. So? Run out of options now, huh?" Su Boyang had timed his appearance perfectly. This was the moment of Su Shipei's deepest humiliation, the moment to strike while the iron was hot. He didn't even want to waste another word on this brother of his. Su Shipei was at a complete loss. The others in the hall stared at him as if he were a fool. Su Shipei wished he could sink into a crack in the ground and vanish. Ha, once you return, you'll have no choice but to consider my demands. Su Boyang felt deeply smug inside. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly gasped. Hold on. Su Shipei hurriedly said, my apologies for interrupting your work. I'll leave immediately. He thought he was being asked to leave. But the man strode forward, his gaze fixed intently on the black card in Su Shipei's hand. Upon seeing the man, Manager Chen hurried forward and said, Mr. President, Mr. Su is already here. But the middle-aged man paid Manager Chen no mind, instead gasping sharply. Sir, may we speak privately? Su Shipei grew even more alarmed. I'm not here to cause trouble. I came to withdraw money. If there's no money in this card, then forget it, I won't take it. The middle-aged man grabbed his wrist firmly and declared, Sir, you're mistaken. Possessing this card makes you our universe's #1 VIP. You have the privilege of being received by the head office president. Sir, please come in. Su Shipei was completely stunned. Before long, the middle-aged man ushered him inside, leaving Su Boyang standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 44, No Limit. The President's Reception Room. At that moment, Su Shipei felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. The universe's top VIP? That title sounded like a bluff. Before anyone else arrived, Su Shipei quickly dialed Qin Feng's number. Uncle Su, did you get the money? Qin Feng asked on the other end. Su Shipei hurriedly asked, Qin Feng, are you absolutely sure you didn't get it wrong? They said the owner of this card is some universe's #1 VIP. I've only ever heard of that in novels. Be honest with me, did you team up with them to prank me? Qin Feng thought to himself, who knew Old Ghostly had such a ridiculous nickname? But he knew Old Ghostly absolutely lived up to that moniker. Qin Feng said earnestly, Uncle Su, you can go ahead and withdraw the money without worry. Su Shipei was about to say something more, but just then, a group of people entered. He hurriedly ended the call. The visitors included not only the bank president, but also the vice president and every other high-ranking executive in the entire bank. They all lined up in a row beside the doorway, standing with utmost respect. Even Su Shipei, who had seen his share of grand occasions, was taken aback by the scene. The bank president respectfully inquired, Sir, it is our honor to serve you. May I ask how much you wish to withdraw? 50 million? Or 100 million? Su Shipei was utterly stunned. Even if the Su Group were liquidated, what would its value be? At best, a few billion. But in terms of liquid assets, we can only come up with a few hundred million at most. Just as Su Shipei was about to speak, the bank manager added, however, if you need 1 billion, I'll have to apply to the head office and transfer funds from the provincial capital. After all, with such a large sum, we'll personally deliver it to your residence. Su Shipei was even more startled and hastily waved his hands. That's far too much. Before Su Shipei could finish, the bank president's expression turned stern. Too little? If you need to transfer 10 billion, we cannot process it offline. It must be an online transfer. You understand, such funds require approval from our head office president. The bank president's tone grew even more serious. The assembled executives collectively gasped in shock. Transferring 10 billion yuan? What does that even mean? An absolute major client. Su Shipei's face drained of color in sheer terror. You've misunderstood, it doesn't need to be that much. I only need 5,000, Su Shipei whispered. He wasn't sure if these people were playing games with him. 100 billion in one card? He'd never seen anything like it. Wealthy individuals rarely keep such large sums in bank cards. Typically, they make money work for them investing and managing it. 5,000? The bank president and others all looked startled. I knew it. Qin Feng must have paid them to make me look bad. Su Shipei thought to himself. 3,000 would be acceptable, Su Shipei murmured. But thinking of his family's tight finances, Su Shipei still murmured. If 5,000 is too much, then surely 3,000 should be possible? If he can't even spare 3,000, then that bastard Qin Feng is really taking the piss. Playing me like this. How could they ever trust him with Su Ru again? The expressions on the bank president and others' faces were extremely peculiar. The senior executives even exchanged glances. Su Shipei's face flushed. Never mind. I don't want it. Su Shipei wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. That stinker Qin Feng. I absolutely won't let Xiaoru follow him. Sir, please wait. The bank manager hurriedly interjected, you are our most esteemed VIP, the universe's #1 VIP. Cosmic my ass. You're just trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Quickly, bring 3,000 to this gentleman. Su Shipei was taken aback. Is he really that wealthy? The bank manager then had someone fetch 3,000 yuan for Su Shipei and personally escorted him to the door. The entire entourage even lined up at the entrance. Passers-by found the scene utterly bizarre, assuming some important figure had arrived. Su Shipei dared not linger and quickened his pace. Well, 3,000 yuan is better than nothing. At least that kid still has some savings, Su Shipei thought to himself. Truthfully, he hadn't asked for much. He wanted to withdraw more because he also needed living expenses. 3,000 would cover the rent. Living expenses could be figured out later. Watching Su Shipei's retreating figure, the finance manager marveled. Who would have thought the owner of the universe's #1 VIP would be so unassuming? The manager of the asset management department also remarked, yeah, withdrawing 5,000 is already more low-key than most people. I thought he'd be arrogant and overbearing, but he's surprisingly humble. Does this prove you can't judge a book by its cover? A supervisor inquired, President, this is our first time seeing this black card. What is the credit limit? The bank president took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Offline, 10 billion yuan. Online transactions? No limit whatsoever. Whoa. Everyone gasped in shock. The bank president sternly ordered, to ensure our esteemed VIP client can freely manage funds in the future, cancel all large loans. Any loan over 100,000 yuan must be rejected. For withdrawals or transfers exceeding 100,000, all must wait at least 3 days. In the reception room, Su Boyang was growing impatient. Manager Chen hurried in shortly after. Manager Chen, what the hell took you so long? Su Boyang asked, his face clouded with displeasure. My apologies, Mr. Su. A VIP just arrived. We were instructed to drop everything and prepare for their arrival. Without Su Boyang, Manager Chen wouldn't have reached his current position. So naturally, Manager Chen had to be polite. Big shot? Who is it? Su Boyang instantly straightened his collar, tension rising. He knew every big shot in the province. If it were someone from within the province, they'd never come to a bank in Yunhai. It might be a big shot from somewhere else. If he could make an introduction, it would certainly benefit both his family and the group. I don't know either. It's just that earlier, the bank's top brass went to meet them. Su Boyang immediately thought of one person. Pei? No, it absolutely couldn't be him. Su Boyang immediately dismissed the thought. Sure, Pei was received by the bank president earlier, but who knows if he triggered some security alert? And the universe's top VIP? That's laughable. Qin Feng was clearly no good from the start. Pei, you've been led to your doom by him. Su Boyang sneered inwardly. Better off dead. Best if he goes to jail. Then Su Pei's family would have to rely on them to smooth things over. He had plenty of connections. Then the formula would be theirs anyway, wouldn't it? Manager Chen, I'll come back later to discuss the loan. Su Boyang couldn't wait. He immediately stepped out the door and waited in the parking lot. He was going to take a chance. If I really make that connection, I won't have to beg the Yi family for anything. Yi Lidong, what a joke. Do you really think success depends solely on you lot? Before long, Su Boyang spotted the bank president and all the senior executives respectfully greeting someone at the entrance. He's here. Su Boyang was overjoyed. But that silhouette, why does it look so familiar? And why was he without any entourage? If he were a provincial governor or some other high-ranking official, he'd definitely have assistants or aides with him. I see. He must be on an incognito inspection tour, checking the business environment in Yunhai. That's why he's traveling without an entourage. He was slightly surprised but didn't dwell on it, walking over excitedly. With a tone both excited and respectful, he smiled and said, Hello, my name is Su Boyang. The figure turned around, looking startled. Big brother? Pei? How could it be you? Su Boyang stared in disbelief. The person receiving all the bank's top executives was actually his second younger brother. Big brother, I gotta go. I need to get home to pay the rent. Su Pei hurried back. If he was any later, who knew what that pervert might do? Just then, Manager Chen hurried over. Mr. Su, there you are. The bank president just issued the latest notice, your loan application has been rejected. Chapter 45, Raising the Stakes. Still reeling from the shock of what had just happened, Su Boyang was jolted awake by the sudden news. Manager Chen, what's going on? Didn't you say the loan was guaranteed to be approved? Our project is ready to break ground, and now you tell me it won't be approved? Are you kidding me? Su Boyang roared in fury. Manager Chen quickly ushered Su Boyang into the meeting room and closed the door. Mr. Su, I didn't want this either. This is a directive from the bank president himself. Su Boyang was beyond furious. Seeing Su Pei, his own pathetic younger brother, was already enough to make him furious. Just moments ago, he had groveled and bowed to greet Su Pei. Now he's telling me the loan won't be approved. How could he not be furious? Chenin, don't forget you owe your entire position to the performance I delivered for you. And now you can't even approve a measly 30 million? Chenin hurriedly explained, it's not that I don't want to approve it. Not just you guys, even small and medium-sized companies probably wouldn't get approved. The president said no loans over 100,000 will be approved. Absurd. Su Boyang felt as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. It's true. The president said we must keep all funds available in case that big shot comes to withdraw money next time and we don't have enough to transfer to him. Now even withdrawing 100,000 yuan takes 3 days. After returning to the company, Su Boyang was thoroughly frustrated. Then he saw an elegant, mature woman walk in. "Honey, it's almost noon. I made a reservation at the revolving restaurant in Tianmao. I spent a whole week booking it in advance so many VIPs can't get a table. If we don't go now, we'll lose our spot." This woman was Su Boyang's wife, Wang Xuexiu. Su Boyang waved impatiently. "What's the point of eating? Even dragon meat would taste bland right now. What's wrong? It's all because of that good-for-nothing Su Shipei." Su Boyang proceeded to recount today's incident to Wang Xuexiu. Wang Xuexiu folded her arms and sneered coldly. With his current shabby state, he still calls himself the universe's top VIP? That's laughable. Chen claimed Shipei was the reason the loan got rejected, but I refuse to believe that nonsense. After digging around, I found out he only withdrew 3,000 yuan. What a good-for-nothing. Wang Xuexiu said, "Honey, in my opinion, since we know it has nothing to do with that good-for-nothing uncle, that's enough. Whether the loan gets approved or not is a minor issue. Our mom's backing the group's capital chain, right? What's there to worry about? We won't even have to dip into our own pockets. You're right, the loan is just a minor issue. But seeing that Shipei guy still makes me furious. In all my life, I've never had to grovel like that to anyone except our mom." From childhood onward, Su Boyang had always possessed an exceptionally strong sense of pride. Especially when dealing with his pathetic little brother, he always acted like a total bully. But today, recalling how he'd groveled when mistaking Su Shipei for some big shot, he was seething with rage. Just then, Su Yuha returned, his voice brimming with excitement. "Dad, Mom, look who I brought back." Behind Su Yuha, a refined young man stepped into the room. "Uncle Su, Aunt Wang." "Ha? Is that Wu Chen?" Su Boyang and his wife instantly brightened. "When did you return to Yunhai?" Su Boyang inquired. "Just today. Came straight to see Yuha." Wu Chen replied with a smile. "You haven't been back since your family transferred their assets away 10 years ago. How are your parents? Did they come back too?" Su Boyang asked, his voice tinged with hope. 10 years ago, Yunhai's foremost family wasn't the Wus, but the Wus. Back then, the Wu and Su families were very close. As the heir apparent of the Wu family, Wu Chen and Su Yuhi were even childhood friends. However, due to corporate development strategies, the entire Wu family relocated, and contact between the two families gradually faded. Wu Chen also went abroad for his studies. "My parents haven't returned, but they asked me to send regards to Uncle Su and Aunt Wang," Wu Chen said with a smile. "They also mentioned that if the opportunity arises in the future, we could explore collaboration." Su Yua exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it, the Wu family has become a provincial powerhouse out there. They just partnered with the government to develop a massive commercial center with investments exceeding 50 billion. Su Boyang's eyes lit up. "Isn't that even bigger than the Yi family's new medical industrial park?" Wu Chen smiled faintly but said nothing. But his expression betrayed his pride. Su Yua continued, "Dad, Wu Chen's main reason for coming back this time is to see Su Ru. Isn't she still single too?" As he spoke, Su Yua gave Su Boyang and Wang Xuexiu a meaningful glance. Wang Xuexiu recalled something and chimed in, "Right. I almost forgot, Wu Chen, you and Su Ru were childhood sweethearts. Let me tell you, Su Ru is still a maiden, and she's absolutely gorgeous. She was just over for dinner at our place the other day." Su Boyang caught on and quickly chimed in, "Right. Why wait? Let's go to Su Ru's place right now." "Great." Wu Chen nodded, his heart racing with anticipation. Wu Chen drove his Audi R7, while Su Boyang and the others took the Land Rover. Both vehicles headed towards Su Ru's home. In the car. "Dad, are you trying to set up Wu Chen and Su Ru?" Su Yuha asked. "You're finally being smart for once. Wu Chen is the heir apparent to the family conglomerate. His future is limitless. And after a decade away, he still holds the same affection for Su Ru. Just imagine the depth of his feelings for her. If we can cultivate a relationship with the Wus, what would we have to fear from the Yes in the future? But what about Qin Feng?" Su Yuha hesitated. "He's nothing." Su Boyang sneered coldly, "He's a brute. Any sane person knows which side to choose. And with the Wu family backing us, we might even be able to eliminate that bastard." After Su Shipei left, Wu Feng was already at home. After hanging up, Wu Feng had stayed home, fearing something might go wrong with Su Shipei retrieving the money. "Uncle Su, did you get the money?" Wu Feng asked. "I got it," Su Shipei sighed, then glanced at Wu Feng without elaborating. They reacted strongly to the 5,000 withdrawal. The card probably doesn't hold that much. 3,000 was probably the absolute limit. He didn't mention wanting to withdraw more, treating the remainder as living expenses. If the card didn't have that much, wouldn't it hurt Wu Feng's pride? Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in. "So, got the rent sorted?" He Quan wore a smug grin, his gaze still lingering on Su Ru. But when he saw Wu Feng still standing nearby, his eyes flashed with contempt. "Su Shipei, I know your family's financial situation. Here's the deal, if your daughter dates me, I'll waive this month's and next month's rent. He Quan chuckled. Here's the rent. Su Shipei's expression turned cold as he flung down a stack of cash. He Quan frowned, counted it carefully, and found it was indeed 3,000. Wu Feng said coldly, take the money and leave. He Quan's face turned icy. Humph. I never thought you penniless wretches could actually scrape together enough. But the amount seems off. You're 3 days late. With interest, you owe 4,000. And for the 3 years you've lived here, I'll discount the depreciation fee 800,000. Total, 840,000. Su Ru's family paled. He Quan, you're jacking up the price. Chapter 46, Su Ru's childhood friend. In truth, the Su family had long harbored resentment toward He Quan. Had it not been for the affordable rent here, coupled with the fact that both Su Shipei and Su Ru were ill at the time and had limited mobility, they wouldn't have stayed for 3 years. At first, He Quan merely looked down on the Su family with his words. But after seeing Su Ru just a few days ago, his true nature, a man who lusted after beauty, was fully exposed. What's the matter? No money? If you can't bear to part with your daughter, then have your wife accompany me for one night. I'll give you a week to decide. Zhang Cailan's face flushed instantly. In her youth, she had been one of Yunhai's most beautiful women. As the financial director of the Su Group, she possessed both poise and a striking figure. Though 3 years of hardship had dulled her edge, at 40-something she still possessed lingering charm. He Quan, you son of a. Su Shipei's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth in rage. Though usually honest and straightforward, he wasn't someone to be pushed around. Especially when it involved his wife and daughter. What, you angry? Come hit me. He Quan said with unshakable confidence. Before he could finish laughing, a sharp crack echoed, sending He Quan spinning several times in place. You hit me? He Quan was completely bewildered. Didn't you ask me to hit you? I'm just granting your wish, Qin Feng said indifferently. He Quan, that bastard, had wanted to fight him the moment they met. This time, he couldn't hold back any longer. You. He Quan roared furiously, fine. Su Shipei, your family is finished. You think you can just walk away now? I won't let you. I'll add charges for emotional distress and medical expenses, or I'll sue you. Su Ru's family paled visibly. This was turning into a major scandal. Qin Feng finally spoke up. Su Ru, Uncle Su, if it comes to it, we won't live here anymore. I have a place for you to stay. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it. I'll handle it. When faced with such thuggish behavior, Qin Feng had 100 ways to deal with them. Of course, the best approach was to ignore them. Killing him would only dirty his own hands. Truthfully, he'd long wanted to bring Su Ru's family to live with him. He just hadn't known how to broach the subject. After all, Su Ru had a strong sense of pride. She wouldn't accept Qin Feng's kindness without reason. He could only proceed step by step. But now, of course, was the perfect moment to broach the subject. He Quan's face flushed crimson when he saw Qin Feng completely ignore him. Just then, Su Boyang and his group walked in. Shipei, what's going on? If you're short on cash, just tell your big brother. Su Boyang entered and immediately put on a show of feigned concern. Su Ru. As soon as Wu Chen entered, his gaze landed on Su Ru, his eyes lighting up instantly. So beautiful. Her beauty instantly captured his attention. As if everyone else around them ceased to exist. Wu Chen. How did you get back? Su Ru looked somewhat surprised. Even Su Shipei and Zhang Cailan were taken aback. Wang Shueshou, looking affectionate, took Zhang Cailan's hand as if they were sisters and said, Cailan, Wu Chen came straight here after returning from overseas. They were childhood sweethearts, after all. Isn't it only natural he'd come to see Su Ru? Zhang Cailan clearly felt somewhat uncomfortable. 3 years ago, Zhang Cailan and Wang Shueshou had indeed been close, but their bond hadn't reached the level of sworn sisters. During those 3 years, Wang Shueshou hadn't once visited them, not even a single greeting. Why was she suddenly so warm and friendly now? Qin Feng observed this with contempt. Not a single member of the Su Boyang family was normal. However, Qin Feng had never heard Su Ru mention anything about childhood sweethearts. Fearing Qin Feng might misunderstand, Su Ru hurriedly explained, we were just classmates. Su Yuhua quickly interjected, what kind of classmates? Don't you know how good Wu Chen was to you when you were little? He'd walk you home from school every day. And the first thing he did when he came back was ask me where you were. That shows he really cares about you. Don't talk nonsense. Su Ru flushed and retorted. She had no recollection whatsoever of those childhood events. Besides, they hadn't seen each other in 10 years. They'd lost contact long ago. The more Su Ru tried to explain, the closer she leaned into Qin Feng. Eventually, she even took his hand. Qin Feng gently patted her hand and smiled, implying he understood no explanation needed. Qin Feng could keenly sense whether someone was lying or hiding something. If you didn't care about someone, explanations were unnecessary. This scene was witnessed by Wu Chen, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, he asked politely, Su Ru, who is this gentleman? He's my boyfriend, Su-ru said shyly. This was the first time she had formally introduced Qin Feng's identity to an outsider. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Qin Feng's hand. Wu Chen appeared unmoved, but a cold glint flickered deep in his eyes. Su Yue quickly interjected, "Oh, come on, what's this about boyfriends and girlfriends? In this day and age, nothing is set in stone until you're married. Even after marriage, if you find true love, you can always get divorced. Besides, Qin Feng was a son-in-law living with his in-laws before, and he got divorced too, didn't he?" Su-ru immediately countered, "That's different. Qin Feng was deceived back then. It's a willing participant situation, what's there to deceive? If he had real ability, he wouldn't have become someone's son-in-law. Who knows, maybe he's just playing with your feelings," Su Yue said contemptuously. With Wu Chen by their side, they seemed to speak with newfound boldness. Hearing this, Wu Chen instantly relaxed. Su Yue was right, without marriage, nothing was set in stone. Besides, the other guy used to be a son-in-law, clearly holding no status whatsoever. The Wu family was different. Wu Chen had complete confidence in himself. From this perspective, his advantage seemed overwhelming. Su-ru was desperate to explain, but Qin Feng declared with deep emotion, "The past is the past, and now is now. I've already missed my chance once, I won't let myself regret it again." Su-ru nodded firmly. Su Boyang and Wang Shueisho's family sneered in disdain. What's love worth when faced with status and money? Do you really think love alone can fill an empty stomach? The two gazed at each other deeply, completely oblivious to the others present. Wu Chen watched them with a look of utter disgust. At that moment, He Quan's face flushed crimson with rage. He bellowed, "Enough of this. Is this ever going to end?" He was right there. They were treating him like he was invisible. Since you know them, that's perfect. Add the rent and depreciation costs, that comes to 100,000 yuan. He Quan was no fool. Recognizing Wu Chen and his group as upper-class individuals, he immediately demanded an exorbitant sum. In fact, Wu Chen had overheard the argument from outside the door and had a rough idea of what had happened. His chance had come. "Here's 200,000. Is that enough?" Chapter 47, The Family with Ulterior Motives. Wu Chen quickly wrote out a check. He Quan snatched it up, his eyes lighting up instantly. It really was 200,000. Thanks a lot. Before leaving, He Quan added with a sly grin, "Su Shipei, remember to hand over the house on time next time. Otherwise, heh." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Su Ru and Zhang Kailan. But when his gaze landed on Qin Feng, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay dearly." Su Shipei hurriedly interjected, "Wu Chen, we'll find a way to repay such a large sum." Wang Shueisho chimed in, "Oh, uncle, we're all family here. Don't talk about repaying anything. Even if you gave Wu Chen 2 million, he wouldn't accept it." Wu Chen smiled and nodded. "Uncle Su, no need to be so formal. Money is trivial. The most important thing is not to trouble you." Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan looked at him with gratitude. They didn't care for Su Boyang's family, but they held a favorable impression of Wu Chen. After all, he came from a good family, had a kind nature, and was capable. Su Ru, however, insisted firmly, "No, I won't let you off the hook. I'll find a way to repay you." Wu Chen smiled and said nothing. Was he really concerned about that 200,000 yuan? What he cared about was Su Ru. "Uncle Su, I heard on the way that you and Su Ru both had serious illnesses. Now is the time you need to recuperate. I have a villa in the city. I'll arrange for you to stay there and rest. How about it?" As he spoke, Wu Chen turned to look at Su Ru, his eyes brimming with affection. Wang Shueisho remarked, "Kailan, look how thoughtful Wu Chen is. Though his family isn't from here, he specially bought a villa in Yunhai just to better care for you too. Unlike certain people who only know how to handle things with brute force, acting like complete bullies." Su Boyang chimed in, "That's right, Shipei. Wu Chen came specifically to find you too. Don't let his kindness go to waste." Su Yue chimed in, "Su Ru, you're just recovering from a serious illness and need rest. Listen to Wu Chen. This entire family is clearly a nest of snakes and rats, harboring nothing but ill intent. Su Ru, I was actually thinking of inviting you all to stay at my place if you wouldn't mind, of course," Qin Feng said. Su Ru hesitated. Compared to Wu Chen's offer, she preferred Qin Feng's invitation. But deep down, she always felt like a guest in someone else's home. Wang Shueisho sneered, "Your place? How big could it be? Bigger than Wu Chen's villa?" Wu Chen has a dedicated housekeeper for his uncle's family, available 24/7. They're the first to know if anything happens. But you? You only put 3,000 in your uncle's bank account. You probably can't even support yourself. Sister-in-law, don't speak like that. Qin Feng has already done everything he can to help me." Su Shipei immediately defended Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. "Only 3,000? Su Shipei had intended to save Qin Feng's face, but unexpectedly, Wang Shueisho overheard. Wu Chen heard this and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, a mocking chuckle. 3,000 in savings? And he dares to pursue Su Ru? It was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. His personal savings were at least 10,000 times that amount. Su Boyang snorted coldly, that's right, only 3,000. I happened to be at the bank that day. Qin Feng, if you're broke, stop stringing my second brother's family along. This kind of humiliation is utterly disgraceful. Sure Pei, listen to your big brother, pack your bags and move out now. Su Boyang adopted the air of the eldest brother. Su Ru instantly flared up. We won't move. You only care about us now? What about how you treated us before? We don't need your fake concern. Su Boyang's family panicked. They were only trying to curry favor with Wu Chen. He must never learn about their past actions. It was all a misunderstanding back then. We were being suppressed by the Lu and Wu families and couldn't spare the time. Su Boyang explained. That's right. We've always thought of you. Didn't we have a great time together at dinner last time? Wang Shuexiu chimed in. This only infuriated Su Ru further. You're twisting the truth. Anyway, you're not welcome here. Get out. As Su Ru's anger flared, she suddenly found herself short of breath, her breathing becoming rapid. Xiao Ru. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were alarmed. Qin Feng immediately helped Su Ru sit down on a stool. Qin Feng, what's wrong with her? Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan asked. Qin Feng replied sternly, Su Ru has only recently recovered. She mustn't overexert herself or become emotionally distressed. His gaze turned cold as he swept it over Su Boyang's family. Su Ru is unwell. Please leave. Wang Shuexiu twisted the truth outright, shouting, see, Qin Feng? Su Ru is clearly upset because of you. You admit you're incompetent, so why pretend to be a big shot? I advise you to let go of her sooner rather than later. Su Ru, flustered, waved her hands. No, it's not him. It's you all. Wang Shuexiu cut in again, of course it's us. We're family after all, we care about you most, unlike certain people with ulterior motives. That gossipy woman. She really is sharp-tongued and spiteful. Arguing with a woman like this? Even 3 Zhuge Liangs couldn't win. Wu Chen immediately interjected, my father has connections with Dr. Kai, the renowned physician in the provincial capital. I heard he's in Yunhai, I'll have him come right away. No need. Kai Qing is merely my assistant. Su Ru's condition is minor. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Su Boyang laughed, Qin Feng, do you even draft your words? If the renowned Kai Qing, the divine doctor, is your sidekick, then I must be the Buddha himself. Su Shipei hastily interjected, Kai Qing really is his assistant. Shipei, are you joining in his madness? How would you know? Have you met him? I haven't seen him, but I heard it on the phone. Su Shipei answered truthfully. Back at the club during dinner, Qin Feng did indeed call Kai Chung. Humph. Seeing is believing, how can you trust something you haven't witnessed? What if he hired someone to put on a show just to deceive you? Su Boyang snorted coldly. Zhang Kailan chimed in to explain, but Shipei and Xiao Ru's illnesses were both cured by Qin Feng. That was just pure luck. He's just a caregiver, what medical skills could he possibly have? Looking after the elderly, cleaning up after them, that's more like it. Su Boyang didn't give Su Shipei's family a chance to respond. Wu Chen's eyes flashed with even more contempt as he said, a caregiver isn't a doctor. Sir, you'd better not act recklessly, lest you worsen Su Ru's condition. The Su Shipei couple weren't competitive by nature. They were instantly rendered speechless. Su Ru, provoked by their defiance, was overcome with rage and distress. She tried to explain, only to find her voice completely gone. Qin Feng channeled a stream of vital energy through his divine physician's touch into her back, and only then did Su Ru's agitation begin to subside. If you don't believe me, just ask Kai Qing, Qin Feng said indifferently. Su Yue sneered coldly, you really think we won't dare? Wu Chen, we'll expose your lies right now. Wu Chen sneered inwardly as he dialed the number. Chapter 48, Endless Obstacles. Truth be told, Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were also eager to discover whether Qin Feng's medical skills surpassed Kai Qing's. Half an hour later, a frantic figure burst into the room. Young Master Wu, you've arrived. Why didn't you inform Yunhai beforehand? How is your grandfather's health? Kai Qing couldn't help but show respect to Wu Chen. After all, Wu Chen's grandfather had been gravely ill at the time. Kai Qing had merely glanced at him for less than 3 minutes, yet the fee had reached millions. What kind of concept was that? Such extravagance was rare even across the entire Dragon Nation. Moreover, many of his major clients and influential contacts in Longwa were connections he'd made thanks to the Wu family's influence. Mr. Kai, my friend isn't feeling well. Could you please take a look? Wu Chen said. Kai Qing's expression turned serious as he immediately approached Su Ru. To the person standing beside her, he said, could you take her hand for a moment? I need to take her pulse. Qin Feng stood there, left alone. Completely absorbed in Su Ru, Kai Qing failed to notice the other person still standing there. Qin Feng said nothing, stepping back 3 paces. Wu Chen had spoken, so Kai Qing couldn't afford to be careless. This scene only deepened Wu Chen and the others' contempt. Calling old Kai his lackey? What a joke. Su Yuhua snickered softly from the corner. This guy is nothing but a complete scoundrel, spouting nothing but lies. Now Wu Chen has a real chance, Su Boyang remarked indifferently. Wu Chen had always had a strong chance. It was Qin Feng who was shameless. Su Ru would make her own choice. Su Yuhua looked utterly certain. Even Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan felt extremely awkward. Why did Kai Cheng act as if he didn't recognize Qin Feng at all? Could Qin Feng be some kind of lowlife? After a long moment, Kai Cheng finally withdrew his hand. Wu Chen asked with concern, "Old Kai, how is my friend?" He had to show sufficient enthusiasm and care for Su Ru to make her understand his feelings. Kai Cheng chuckled, "Young Master Wu, no need to worry. Miss Su was nearly overcome by anger just now. But she has excellent constitution. Resting for another half hour will see her fully recovered." Qin Feng thought to himself, after consuming 9 life Shenlong grass, her constitution is naturally robust. Earlier, it was merely because Su Ru was too enraged, combined with her body being in recovery, causing a slight misalignment of her qi. Wu Chen exhaled in relief and smiled, "Su Ru, you're fine now. With old Master Kai's expertise, there's nothing he can't cure." As he spoke, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Qin Feng. It was a show of dominance. Su Ru had no intention of accepting Wu Chen's favor. She merely gave a polite nod. At that moment, Qin Feng remarked coolly, "Kai Cheng, it seems your medical skills have improved somewhat. You've grown far more humble than before. How dare you?" Su Yuhua erupted in fury. "How dare you address Elder Kai by his first name?" Kai Cheng was equally displeased. Only those of higher standing or close friends among peers would address him by name. But when he looked up, his expression changed instantly. "Master," he exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment and delight. "How did you end up here?" The entire crowd gasped in shock. Kai Cheng actually called Qin Feng teacher. They felt as if they had misheard. Su Boyang quickly interjected, "Mr. Kai, you must be mistaken. This man is your teacher? He's merely a caregiver." "Shut up!" Kai Cheng roared angrily, "Don't you dare slander my teacher like that. My medical skills are nothing but a fool's attempt at a master's craft. In his presence I'm not even worthy of being called a beginner. Do you know that Yi Lidong, who suffered for 15 years, was cured by him?" Boom! The entire crowd felt their minds explode, all eyes turning to Qin Feng. Clearly, they couldn't believe what they'd heard. Just empty fame. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Kai Cheng immediately apologized, "Master, I'm truly sorry. My focus was entirely on the patient just now, and I didn't notice you. A physician's heart is like a parent's. Medical ethics are the foremost principle in my discipleship. You are qualified to be my disciple. But only as an outer disciple." Kai Cheng's face lit up with ecstatic joy, his entire body trembling with excitement. Advancing from an attendant to an outer door disciple was a quantum leap. This meant Qin Feng would begin imparting medical knowledge to him. "Thank you, Master. You may return now." Qin Feng dismissed him with a wave. "Yes, Master." Kai Cheng bowed his head and slowly backed out to the doorway before turning to leave. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe what just happened." This was none other than the renowned Dr. Kai. Wu Chen's face darkened. He had thought he could impress Su Ru with his connections. But he never imagined that Qin Feng was the one with the connections. In fact, before Kai Cheng left, he didn't even glance at Wu Chen. This clearly showed Qin Feng standing in Kai Cheng's eyes. "Qin Feng, we're truly sorry for misunderstanding you." Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan both expressed their apologies. "It's fine. Seeing is believing, that's how most people think. If it were me, I'd react the same way." Qin Feng laughed, completely unfazed. Such magnanimity, coupled with his refusal to charge and his exceptional medical skill, left Su Shipei and his wife thoroughly impressed with Qin Feng. "Brother, sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, please leave," Su Shipei said coldly. He knew the Su Boyang family's nature all too well. Without personal gain, they wouldn't put on such a show of false kindness. Most likely, they were just trying to impress Wu Chen. Su Boyang nudged Wang Shueshio, signaling for her to come up with a solution. Leaving now would leave Wu Chen's face hanging. And their entire plan would be ruined. Wang Shueshio understood and said, "Kailan, I know Qin Feng wants to compensate you, but you should realize what you truly need isn't some miraculous doctor with extraordinary medical skills. What you need is a man who can provide for Su Ru's livelihood and bring her happiness, right?" "Shueshio, what are you getting at?" Zhang Kailan frowned. Wang Shueshio turned to Qin Feng with a smile. "I heard that before becoming the Lu family's son-in-law, Qin Feng donated his corneas and heart to his ex-wife. So now his corneas and heart are artificial, right? Let me put it this way, Su Ru is, after all, a member of our Su family. Her husband must be a fully healthy man. Otherwise, what if, not long after marriage, this or that problem arises and Su Ru ends up a widow? What then? Auntie, don't spread rumors. Those are just outside gossip. Qin Feng is perfectly healthy." Su Ru immediately retorted. Isn't that wishing Qin Feng an early death? Su-ru, your aunt isn't speaking recklessly, Su Boyang said. Losing one sight isn't a hindrance, one can still live. But if the heart is artificial, that's a major problem. To Su Boyang and Wang Shueshio, whether these were rumors or not didn't matter. Rumors spread like wildfire, repeated enough, and people will believe it. Wang Shueshio added, take a simple example, let's say you're sharing a bed. If your heart's weak, how could you possibly endure it? You'd end up dying in bed. Su-ru's face flushed instantly. As a medical student, she knew full well the physical demands of intimate relations on the heart. Especially when reaching a certain point, those with weaker hearts simply couldn't engage in such bedroom activities. Su Sherpei and Zhang Kailan turned their gaze toward Qin Feng. Intimate relations are a natural part of human nature. They couldn't very well let their daughter remain a living widow, could they? That venomous. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. No matter how much you try to make things difficult, I won't give you the satisfaction. Qin Feng replied calmly, my heart is perfectly fine, healthier than any of yours. Whether it's healthy or not, why not test it? Chapter 49, The Man's Test. These words came from Wang Shueshio, her lips curling into a faint, ambiguous smile as if she were hatching some wicked scheme. Qin Feng, Su-ru, and the entire family turned their gaze toward Wang Shueshio. Test? How exactly? Could it possibly be a live-action brawl? At this thought, Su-ru couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race. At this mention, Qin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Back when Lu Chulian tried to rip out his heart, he narrowly escaped death, only to fall into the sea. Later, old Ghostly transplanted the Azure Dragon's eye into his own eyes. Over the past 3 years, not only had his eyes gained the mystical power of the Azure Dragon, but even the blood throughout his entire body seemed to have been strengthened and transformed. His strength had surged at an astonishing rate, advancing by leaps and bounds. His talent was hailed by old Ghostly as unmatched in 5,000 years of history. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to master all of old Ghostly's lifetime of knowledge within just 3 years. Yet alongside this growth came a profound detachment. For these 3 years, Qin Feng had no desires or attachments. Beyond his 9 senior sisters, he had not approached any other women. Yet he knew he was a normal man. Otherwise, when Lin Yi leaned close to him or when he met Yi Chuxia, he wouldn't have reacted at all. But that was merely a fleeting moment. The truth of matters between men and women could only be verified through experience. So he was somewhat intrigued and wanted to give it a try. How exactly? Qin Feng asked calmly. Qin Feng, don't listen to her. I just need to know you're healthy. Besides, it's your heart I love. Su-ru's eyes held firm resolve, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. She knew her aunt was cunning and scheming, with a mind full of tricks. No one could ever predict what she was up to. Wang Shueshio interjected, oh, Su-ru, you're still too young. You're still a virgin, right? Haven't you heard the saying, at 30, a woman is like a wolf, at 40, she's like a tiger? Your aunt isn't lying to you, I'm speaking from experience. Su-ru blushed crimson at the words. Take Wu Chen, for example. Just looking at him, you can tell he's disciplined, healthy, and lives by a strict routine. Right, Wu Chen? Wang Shueshio turned to him. Wu Chen chuckled, I get a full physical twice a year. No bad habits, no family history of genetic diseases. The doctor says our family has excellent genetic makeup. See? That's the kind of constitution a normal man should have. Wang Shueshio truly lived up to her reputation as a gossip, chattering on endlessly. She glanced at Qin Feng with disdain and said, studies show that people with physical or mental imbalances often have hidden issues, like violent tendencies. And martial artists are far more prone to this than ordinary people. You're a doctor, you should know that. Before they even arrived, they'd heard about landlord He Quan getting beaten by Qin Feng. The implication was clear, Yang Qian harbored latent violent tendencies. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly at Su-ru, saying, I'll prove I'm a perfectly normal man. I'll give you happiness and sexual fulfillment. Su-ru's face was already flushed, and now it burned even hotter. After all, this was in broad daylight. Shame on you. Su-yua spat. Wu Chen's face was equally icy. The closer Su-ru and Qin Feng grew, the deeper his resentment became. The more resentful he became, the more he craved Su-ru. What do you want? Qin Feng asked openly. Even though he knew they were deliberately making things difficult for him. But how else could he prove himself? Wang Shueshio turned to Su-yua. Su-yua pulled out his tablet and tapped a few times on the screen. Before anyone knew it, the tablet emitted a sound so intoxicating it could make one's nose bleed. It made everyone present feel hot all over. The nature of the film was self-evident. You. Zhang Kailan felt a bit embarrassed listening to it. Su-yua had the volume turned up loud. He chuckled, we're all grown-ups here. Nothing to be shy about. Qin Feng, if you're a man, go to the room yourself. If you can walk out normally after watching it, that means your heart is fine. Otherwise. Su-yua's expression was half smiling, half not. No way. Su-ru's expression darkened instantly as she shouted. It's too much strain on the heart. If it can't handle it midway, it could cause sudden cardiac arrest and death. Qin Feng patted Su Ru's hand and smiled, I'll be fine. The Azure Dragon is one of the 4 divine beasts. Its bloodline is immensely powerful and noble. A mere action movie causing cardiac arrest? That's underestimating the power of the Azure Dragon's blood. Wu Chen remarked calmly, but if it's fast-forwarded or paused midway, none of us would know. Easy, Wang Shuexiu chuckled. I'm a woman, I'll supervise. I'll spot any cheating instantly. Though past 40, Wang Shuexiu still possessed grace and charm. When it came to matters of the heart, she knew them best. Otherwise, Su Boyang wouldn't be so utterly devoted to her. Su Boyang frowned slightly. Still not a good idea. A man and a woman alone in the same room. And Wang Shuexiu was his wife. How could that be acceptable? If word got out, where would Su Boyang's reputation stand? Honey, you're overthinking it. Are you worried Qin Feng might try something inappropriate with me? All of you are right outside. Besides, I have a mouth of my own. Besides, whether he's even capable is another matter entirely. Wang Shuexiu gave Qin Feng a dismissive once-over, her face brimming with contempt. Frankly speaking, she preferred mature, steady men. This youngster? No skills, clumsy moves, she wouldn't give him the time of day. All right. Su Boyang reluctantly agreed. Wu Chen spoke up, Uncle Su, no need to be so tense. Just turn on the video call on your phone and link it to ours. That way we can see what's happening inside, right? You're the smart one, Wu Chen. Use my phone. Su Yuha declared. He immediately opened the video call and found a good angle to position the phone in the room. Seriously, after all these years, you still don't trust me? Wang Shuexiu shot Su Boyang a disapproving look. Su Boyang replied, better to be thorough. Wang Shuexiu glanced at Qin Feng and said, let's go. Let this old lady see if you're a normal man. Su Boyang's frown deepened. Su Shipei and his wife exchanged a glance. That sounded so strange and awkward. Soon, Qin Feng and Wang Shuexiu entered the room. They put on their headphones. Once inside the room, Wang Shuexiu sat down on a stool. Qin Feng put on his headphones and began watching the action movie on the tablet intently. Meanwhile, Wang Shuexiu kept a watchful eye on Qin Feng. But for some reason, the more she watched him, the more pleasing he seemed to her eyes. Qin Feng had an upright posture, the type who looked slim in clothes but had muscle beneath. Moreover, there was an inexplicable charm about him. It radiated from his very core. Especially when she saw Qifang Nang's profile, Wang Shuexiu felt an unusual sensation. This guy, he actually looked pretty handsome. Wang Shuexiu couldn't help but touch her neck. She hadn't noticed that it had already turned slightly red. Strange. Why was she feeling a bit warm? Immediately after, Wang Shuexiu took off her coat. Outside. What was Shuexiu doing? Chapter 50, The Room's Temptation. In the lobby, everyone stared at the screen. Qin Feng, wearing headphones, sat quietly watching a video on his tablet. In the corner, Wang Shuexiu seemed restless, and finally, she even took off her coat. What on earth is Shuexiu doing? Su Boyang was startled. Su Ru's family also looked surprised. Su Yuha quickly interjected, Dad, no need to panic. This is a residential building, and the rooms are small. Mom just feels a bit warm. Though anxious, Su Boyang nodded in agreement. But seeing his wife act this way in front of a normal adult man as her husband, it would be a lie to say he felt nothing. Shipei, do you think Qin Feng might take advantage? After all, seeing that thing, any normal person would. Zhang Cailan's face flushed slightly as she asked. Su Shipei replied, he probably won't. Qin Feng is a man of integrity. But as a man in the prime of his youth. Su Shipei quickly shot Zhang Cailan a warning glance. Our daughter is right here. Su Ru also grew tense. After all, this is the moment that tests whether a man truly loves you. No way. Qin Feng wouldn't do something like that. Inside the room. After Wang Shuexiu took off her coat, she was wearing a red spaghetti strap top underneath. Strange, why was it so hot? She fanned herself with her hand. The heat made her pace back and forth in the room. Wang Shuexiu was a stunning beauty in her youth, and as she paced back and forth in the room, her figure was undeniably on full display. As for Qin Feng, to be honest, he hadn't been unfamiliar with such scenes before. Yet, encountering it again after 3 years, he felt an overwhelming surge of blood rushing through his veins. This sensation was more intense than anything he had felt before. His blood seemed to boil within him, and an eerie blue glow began to emanate from his eyes. As the saying goes, food and sex are human nature. But remember, the Azure Dragon is one of the 4 divine beasts. Its wildness is something no human could ever hope to match. This was primal savagery. This primal fury and surging bloodlust were so overwhelming that even Qin Feng himself could not suppress them. The room's temperature soared even higher, and Wang Shuexiu's entire skin began to flush crimson. Her gaze grew hazy. He was so captivating. The unique aura emanating from Qin Feng deeply captivated her. Wang Shuexiu had never felt such intense heat and passion. It was a quality beyond words. A regal presence that commanded the submission of all. Unconsciously, Wang Shuexiu swayed her serpentine waist and moved toward Qin Feng. As she moved, she touched her flushed cheeks and chest. Midway, she even pulled down the strap on one shoulder, revealing a deep cleavage. In the grand hall. How could this be? Su Boyang's face turned pale. Dad, calm down. Mom's using her beauty to deliberately provoke Qin Feng. If he doesn't react, then he's a useless. Su Yuha hurriedly interjected. Su Boyang retorted angrily, but she didn't need to pull down her strap to tempt him. He lunged forward. Su Yuha grabbed Su Boyang's arm. Dad, this is a critical moment. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. Mom knows her limits, and she's absolutely loyal to you. This scene looked exactly like his wife was seducing Qin Feng. She's practically taking her clothes off. Wu Chen chimed in, Uncle Su, with so many of us watching, Aunt Wang wouldn't dare do anything inappropriate. Wu Chen, of course, had his own motives. It would be best if Qin Feng made a move on Wang Shuexiu that would make Su Ru see Qin Feng's true colors even more clearly. Su Boyang was burning with anxiety, but he clenched his fists and held back. Su Shipei and his wife exchanged a knowing glance. This was the crucial moment to test Qin Feng. Su Ru watched with every muscle in her body tense. Inside the room. Just as Wang Shuexiu approached Qin Feng, the green glow in Qin Feng's eyes grew brighter and more intense. He suddenly looked over, his eyes emitting a blue glow unlike anything Wang Shuexiu had ever seen. Boom! At that moment, the Azure Dragon blood within Qin Feng reached its peak. A wave of scorching heat surged outward. This primal, supremely young bloodline of an ancient divine beast transformed Qin Feng entirely into a being that looked down upon all other creatures. Every breath he took radiated an indescribable, irresistible charm. It could be said that any woman in the world who came within 3 meters of Qin Feng would be driven mad. At that moment, Wang Shuexiu's gaze grew completely hazy. The Su family was wealthy to begin with, and Wang Shuexiu never had to work. Her days were spent shopping, pampering herself, and indulging in tonics, living a life of utter luxury. In her 40s, her skin remained finely textured and fair, one might mistake her for 30. Moreover, she maintained her appearance well. Fueled by that inner flame, her complexion glowed with a healthy flush, adding to her allure. Under the influence of Qin Feng's Azure Dragon Qi, Wang Shuexiu had completely succumbed. Her waist swayed seductively as her spaghetti straps slipped down, every inch of her radiating a visual impact. Qin Feng, you're so handsome, Wang Shuexiu murmured, her eyes hazy with desire. Meanwhile, in the hall. His expression abruptly twisted with rage. Fury made his entire body tremble violently. His wife had actually stripped in front of another man and uttered such lewd words. And in front of all these people. Wang Shuexiu was publicly cuckolding him. And he was an accomplice to this devilish scheme. He was essentially cuckolding himself. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were both dumbfounded. They never imagined such a scene could unfold. Su Ru felt her breath catch in her throat. It's over. This is too much. Su Yuha was also frozen in shock. That's his mother. To do something so shameless in front of her husband and son. But the real shocker was yet to come. Wang Shuexiu was about to expose her entire body before Qin Feng. No! Su Boyang's eyes turned bloodshot. How could she have no shame at all? Dad! Smack! Su Boyang struck out with a slap, roaring, you bastard! If you hadn't stopped me, how could this have done such a thing? Su Boyang's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth chattering. How was he supposed to live with himself now? He rushed over and started pounding on the door. Open up! Open the door, damn it! Su Ru and the others hurried after him. Especially Su Ru, a man and a woman alone in a room together? Few could resist temptation. Inside the room, Qin Feng was startled awake by the pounding. The green glow in his eyes immediately retracted, and even his Azure Dragon bloodline calmed. Qin Feng's heart raced with alarm. He never imagined that such an experiment could nearly plunge him into eternal damnation. At the same time, Wang Shuexiu also came to her senses. When she realized she was completely naked, her mind went blank. What the hell was I doing? Chapter 51, Full Payment. Just then, Su Boyang violently kicked the door open. Wang Shuexiu was thrown into a panic. Qin Feng, however, stood motionless with his eyes closed. Seeing Qin Feng's reaction, Su Ru's family instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. In fact, his eyes were still closed. Honey, let me explain. Wang Shuexiu's face turned pale as she hurriedly grabbed her clothes to cover her private parts. What else is there to explain? Smack! Su Boyang slapped Wang Shuexiu across the face and roared, You've brought shame upon me. The blow left a fresh crimson mark across her cheek. It really wasn't me. I couldn't control myself. But her explanation only fueled Su Boyang's rage further. Su Shipei muttered, that's just nonsense. What do you mean you can't control yourself? It's not like someone's holding a gun to your head. When passion runs high between a man and a woman, it's only natural to lose control. But from start to finish, it was Wang Shuexiu alone who seduced Qin Feng. And she'd flaunted her lewdness to the fullest. It's him. It must be his doing. Wang Shuexiu pointed at Qin Feng, accusing him. Qin Feng opened his eyes then and said calmly, I was watching the movie the whole time. I didn't even move a finger. You should have seen that, right? I, Wang Shuexiu, was speechless. Zhang Xilan's voice turned cold. Shuexiu, I truly misjudged you before. To frame Qin Feng, you've stooped to such shameless acts. Shut up. Wang Shuexiu, furious, raised her hand to strike. A shadow flashed as Qin Feng's hand struck first. You dare hit me? Wang Shuexiu stared blankly. You shameless harlot, what's wrong with hitting you? Try raising a hand again. Qin Feng said coldly. Wang Shuexiu shuddered instantly. Su Ru stepped forward, fury boiling. Enough of this. He's my boyfriend, none of you have any right to interfere. You have no right to do so. I'm ashamed to have relatives like you. Get out. If any of you set foot in our house again, I'll call the police. Su Ru was more resolute than ever before. After speaking, she gazed deeply at Qin Feng. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Qin Feng clasped Su Ru's fingers tightly. Humph. Su Boyang snorted coldly and stormed off in anger. Honey, wait for me. Wait for me. Don't call me husband. I'll divorce you the moment we get home. The group left, looking disheveled and defeated. Before leaving, Wu Qin said, Su Ru, I'll come see you another day. Not necessary. Unless there's something important, you shouldn't come over anymore. Su Ru's tone was icy. Wu Chen's expression darkened. He glanced at Qin Feng beside him, his jealousy and resentment intensifying. After they departed, Qin Feng said, Su Ru, thank you for trusting me. Su Ru shook her head. I knew you'd recovered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back for me. Besides, Su Ru's cheeks flushed slightly as she admitted, being by your side makes me feel safe. This only solidified Qin Feng's thoughts. To prevent these people from continuing to harass you, why don't you move in with me? It would also be more convenient for you and Uncle Su to recover. Qin Feng had long wanted to invite them to reside at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he'd just returned and didn't want to seem too abrupt. Now that he brought it up, they wouldn't refuse. Zhang Kailan hesitated before saying, but wouldn't that be awkward? Aunt Zhang worried my place might be too small to accommodate them? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Kailan quickly replied, No, I just worry about disturbing you. After all, you and Su Ru aren't married yet. Su Ru's face flushed slightly. Qin Feng understood that Su Ru's family shared similar traits. They were all fiercely proud people. You can be poor, but you must have backbone. Otherwise, they would have long since caved to Su Boyang's family of threats and inducements. They simply wanted to rely on themselves. Getting them to accept others' favors would likely prove difficult for the time being. It would make them feel like they were living under someone else's roof. Looks like we'll have to take it step by step. How about this, I'll find you an apartment in the city center. That way, you'll have more convenience. Qin Feng, fearing Su Ru and the others might refuse, added, I'll cover the rent for now. You can pay me back once you're settled. Soon after, Qin Feng called Mu Zijuan to make the arrangements. That same day, Qin Feng helped them pack their belongings and arranged for them to move into Mingzhu residential complex. The place was already fully furnished and move-in ready. This complex was one of the most expensive in the city center, at least tens of thousands per square meter. The rent alone would be over 10,000. Seeing the spacious, over 100 square meter apartment with its luxurious finishes, Su Shipei was taken aback. Qin Feng, we don't need to stay somewhere this expensive. We're used to living in urban villages, Su Rupei said, worried Qin Feng was spending too much. Qin Feng smiled. No need to save money with me. Daily necessities and all the food in the fridge are already prepared. Just settle in comfortably. After giving some instructions, Qin Feng left. Surveying the spacious apartment, Zhang Kailan remarked, Shipei, didn't you say Qin Feng only put 3,000 yuan on your card? How could he afford to rent here? I have no idea. Su Shipei shook his head. As they discussed, a young man in a suit entered shortly after. Hello, who are you here to see? Su Shipei inquired. The young man in the suit quickly smiled. I'm the real estate agent. Are you Mr. Qin's family? Su Ru nodded. We are. What can I do for you? Here's the spare key. I brought it up specifically. Also, congratulations on becoming esteemed homeowners of Mingzhu community. The agent left immediately after speaking. Su Shipei froze for a moment before quickly asking, wait, did you say Qin Feng already bought this place? Yes. Didn't Mr. Qin tell you? Su Ru and her family were stunned. For a place like this, you'd need millions to even consider buying it. Zhang Kailan pressed further, was it purchased with cash or a loan? The real estate agent replied, cash. The family was left speechless. All that talk about covering their rent first was just to ease their minds, it was a lie. To provide them with a place to call home, Qin Feng had spent a fortune on this property, all to ensure they lived comfortably. Meanwhile, Su Boyang's situation with Wang Shuexiu had escalated dramatically, throwing the entire Su household into chaos. "Boyang, how did you handle it?" asked the elderly Mrs. Su in the courtyard. Su Boyang gritted his teeth. Shuexiu insists she was out of control, like she was possessed. "With so many eyes watching, does she really think I'm blind? I will never forgive her." This must be handled discreetly. "No one must find out, or it will damage our company and family's reputation," Su Laotai said calmly. "Understood, mother." Then his tone shifted, and he gritted his teeth. "This was supposed to be our chance to win over the Wu family, but that brat Qin Feng ruined it again. Forget him for now. With the business world in Yunhai in turmoil, this is our chance to shine. There's a charity dinner in the city tomorrow. This time, we absolutely must build our reputation." "I understand, Mom." Chapter 52, The Charity Gala. "Master, here are the invitations for tomorrow night's charity auction banquet." Within the Cloudtop Palace, Mu Zitsuan relayed the news to Qin Feng and handed him the invitation. For days, Qin Feng had been instructing Mu Zitsuan to gather intelligence on the auction. However, this particular auction banquet required an invitation. Given Mu Zitsuan's standing in the Yunhai underworld, securing the invitation was no trouble. "Got it." Qin Feng nodded. "Master, would you like me to accompany you? Things go smoother with me around." Mu Zitsuan considered for a moment before speaking. Just then, Lin Yi emerged wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown and chuckled, "Says Zitsuan, you really shouldn't be the third wheel. Master and Miss Su are planning some alone time." Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Could you please dress appropriately at home? Is Master worried that bringing Miss Su over later might make her uncomfortable?" "Don't worry, Yi knows her place. Master belongs to Miss Su, no one can take him away." With that, Lin Yi shot Mu Zitsuan a meaningful glance. Her expression was cold. "Master, the medicinal bath is ready. Yi even tested the temperature for you earlier." Lin Yi smiled as she returned to her room. Qin Feng shook his head. "This Yi, she's such a little vixen. If he were just a few years younger, he might not have been able to resist." "Zitsuan, you should go back too." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Master, are you certain you don't need me to stay?" Mu Zitsuan hesitated, but asked anyway. "Nothing unexpected will happen." Qin Feng chuckled. "Besides, I'm just a supporting character." Watching Qin Feng ascend the stairs, Mu Zitsuan felt a pang of disappointment. What kind of extraordinary charm did this Su Ru possess to make an unparalleled powerhouse willingly play a supporting role? The following night, in the car. Earlier that day, Qin Feng had instructed her to prepare for an evening banquet. Su Ru had no idea what kind of banquet it was. "Qin Feng, where exactly are we going?" Su Ru finally asked. Tonight, she was stunningly beautiful, her makeup perfectly balanced, radiating a pure and luminous glow like the moon. Qin Feng chuckled, "Didn't you say you wanted to strike out on your own? Tonight I'll show you how to make money." Qin Feng knew Su Ru's family was struggling financially. Everything food, clothing, shelter, transportation cost money. Especially since Su Ru was just starting out. Money was the top priority. Since he couldn't give her money directly, he'd support her from the sidelines. Su Ru had clearly been anticipating this for a long time. What kind of banquet? A charity auction. Su Ru paused, then smiled wryly, "But our family doesn't own any antiques. And I know nothing about them. If we don't have shareholders, we can hunt for treasures. If you don't understand, I'll be your expert. But I don't have any money either." Su Ru looked embarrassed. "Doesn't that still mean using Qin Feng's money?" "No problem. I'll lend it to you. If the auction makes a profit, just pay me a consulting fee." Qin Feng chuckled. "All right." This time, Su Ru didn't hesitate. She knew how desperately startups needed funding. She would remember what she owed Qin Feng. Along the way, the two chatted about this and that, but Su Ru seemed hesitant. "Got something to say?" Qin Feng asked. "Why haven't you asked me about Wu Chen?" Su Ru's expression darkened. In his view, if a guy liked her, he'd naturally want to know everything about her. But Qin Feng hadn't mentioned a word. "Didn't you say he was just a classmate you hadn't spoken to in ages?" Qin Feng replied with a smile. "But, you don't want to know?" Su Ru's face flushed. "I know you don't have any feelings for him, never did, don't now, and never will, right?" Qin Feng countered. "Of course not." Su Ru hurriedly replied. But Qin Feng changed his tone, adopting a troubled expression. "He has connections, status, and education. He's bound to be a big shot someday. Compared to me." Su Ru grew anxious, thinking Qin Feng was jealous and insecure. "None of that compares to you." "Really?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning. "Absolutely." Su Ru answered with unusual earnestness. She was trying to give Qin Feng confidence. "Moreover, what he possesses, you will also possess in the future. What he lacks, you have." Su Ru added. "What is it that he doesn't have, but I do?" Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. My heart, you love my heart. Su Ru said, her eyes brimming with affection. Qin Feng felt warmth in his heart and said softly, silly girl, I was just teasing you. I don't care what Wu Chen has. All I care about is having you. Su Ru's heart blossomed at his words. 1 hour later, at the Shengshi auction house. Today's charity dinner was being held here. Upon entering the first floor lobby, the space was already filled with men in tailored suits and stunningly beautiful women. Tonight's attendees were all the city's elite, making for a lively scene. In the side hall on the first floor, counters and stalls specially set up for this auction stood ready. These were spaces where private vendors sold antiques. Of course, the vast majority of items here were modern industrial counterfeits. Whether one could find genuine treasures depended entirely on personal discernment. Despite the many small vendors, numerous well-dressed individuals and even some unremarkable, casually dressed people came hoping to find a treasure. Don't underestimate this place. With a stroke of luck, one could even strike it rich overnight. Qin Feng chuckled. Relying on luck to strike it rich overnight? That's no different from buying lottery tickets. Su Ru gave a wry smile. She felt it seemed a bit unrealistic. Qin Feng smiled calmly, his confidence unwavering. What we rely on is skill. Su Ru didn't know that Qin Feng's master, Old Ghostly, had diverse interests, and antiques were one of them. The old house on the mountain was filled entirely with Li Laogui's prized collections. Having seen so much, Qin Feng naturally understood. The side hall was vast, spanning at least 500 square meters. It was bustling with people, a lively scene. It seemed everyone wanted to snag some treasures before the auction began. At that moment, Su Boyang and Su Yuha, father and son, also arrived. Yuhi, that fake you gave your grandmother last time you bought it here, didn't you? Su Boyang shot Su Yuhi a glance. Su Yuha gave a nervous chuckle. Dad, what are you talking about? I was scammed that time. Don't lie to me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Tonight's charity auction is crucial. Don't you dare pull any stunts. Su Yuha quickly assured him, Dad, rest assured. I bought that antique with real money and had it appraised by an expert. Its value is definitely over 10 million. Su Boyang felt a pang of heartache. After all, he'd paid for it out of his own pocket. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Tonight will determine whether more people recognize us. Suddenly. What a stench! Those two jerks again. Su Boyang shot them a furious glance. They spotted Qin Feng and Su Ru strolling by. That damned bastard had even enraged his own mother, Su Yuha. Su Boyang's gaze swept over him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Humph. How did these two even sneak in? Su Boyang's tone was icy. Su Yuha's mind stirred. Dad, they're definitely trying to snag bargains here, then pull a fast one at the auction. I have a brilliant plan to make them look like fools in front of everyone. Su Ru knew nothing about antiques, so she followed Qin Feng. After browsing over a dozen stalls, Qin Feng finally stopped at one. This is. Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he was about to reach for it. But a figure was quicker than him. Owner, how much is this? I'll take it. Chapter 53, I don't want it even if you give it to me. Su Ru glanced over and immediately grew flustered. Su Yuha, we saw this first. Qin Feng's gaze remained calm, his words unfinished. Those two pests are at it again. In Su Yuha's hand was a palm-sized stone seal covered in copper rust. He snorted coldly, what do you mean you saw it first? First come, first served, don't you know the rules? Boss, how much is this stone seal? Su Ru argued, boss, we definitely saw it first. You be the judge. The vendor suddenly found himself in a tough spot. The antique trade does have its rules. Whoever spots an item first gets to name the price first. Others can only watch and not bid. Su Yuha had shopped here before and knew the rules well, but he still snorted coldly, nothing sold yet. It doesn't belong to anyone. If you truly want it, the highest bidder wins. Su Yuha wore an air of haughty superiority. When it came to money, he held the upper hand. Su Ru's face flushed. The vendor's eyes lit up at this. No need for the two of you to argue. If you truly want it, whoever offers the highest price gets it. Boss, Su Ru tried to protest, but Qin Feng cut her off. How much? Qin Feng asked directly. No problem, no problem. This is a stone seal from the spring and autumn or warring states period. 30,000. The vendor rubbed his hands together. Any fool can tell it's a trashy industrial knockoff. Spring and autumn warring states period? Su Yuha looked utterly captivated. I never imagined I'd come across such a stone seal. Boss, I'll give you 50,000. 50,000 yuan was an enormous sum for Su Ru right now. Their family had been scrimping and saving for the past 3 years, acutely aware of how hard it was to earn money. But Qin Feng replied coolly, Su Yuha, you seem to have forgotten about your last embarrassing incident. Qin Feng was referring to the dinner that day when Su Yuha had brought out a fake item. His implication was clear, Su Yuha was spending money on fakes again. Humph. Last time I was just duped. This time, I won't make the same mistake, Su Yuha declared. Boss, this isn't fake, is it? The vendor hastily assured him, absolutely not. This is genuine spring and autumn warring states period material guaranteed quality. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. You're selling something, would you actually admit it's fake? Your integrity is worthless. Once the money's exchanged, who cares if you're Tom or Dick? Qin Feng, did you hear that? You don't understand, so just keep your eyes on the prize. Qin Feng, don't buy it. He's deliberately jacking up the price. This thing is definitely fake. Su Ru whispered. She could tell right away Su Yue was just trying to provoke him. Qin Feng smiled, so Su Ru listened to him. 60,000. Qin Feng stated. Su Ru panicked. Qin Feng had fallen for it. A flicker of triumph crossed Su Yue's eyes. You have the nerve to ask for 60,000? 80,000. 100,000, Qin Feng countered. Su Ru tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, whispering urgently, Qin Feng, don't be ridiculous. Where would you even get that kind of money? Don't worry, I've got the money, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Su Yue watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. The fish is about to take the bait. The vendor's eyes nearly overflowed with excitement. Just then, Su Boyang hurried over. Yu He, what are you doing here? The auction is about to start. Hurry up and greet your Uncle Chen and the others. Su Yue felt a touch of reluctance. Kid, you're in luck, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Still, he set down the stone seal and followed Su Boyang away. The vendor looked at Qin Feng expectantly and asked, Sir, would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? This left Su Ru utterly flustered. That stone seal looked like nothing more than an ordinary rock. What spring and autumn warring states period? She'd even claimed the stones on the ground were from the Ice Age. But Qin Feng had already spoken up. Refusing to pay now would be terribly embarrassing. Without hesitation, Qin Feng turned and called Mu Zitsuan to transfer the payment. Take your time, sir. The vendor watched his balance excitedly. This single transaction would keep him fed for 3 months. Qin Feng, you're being foolish. Su Ru couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. This was the first time she'd ever doubted Qin Feng's decisions. Qin Feng chuckled, I'm not being foolish. This money is a loan from me. Su Ru felt like crying but couldn't. Was this what he meant by helping her make money? It felt like some kind of scam. Qin Feng chuckled, you'll thank me later. Come on, the auction is about to start. Let's head inside. Even though Qin Feng had been deceived, Su Ru knew it was all for her sake. In front of Su Boyang and his son, Qin Feng just wanted to save face. Left with no choice, she had to figure out how to cover the money after the auction. If it came down to it, she'd use the formula in her possession to strike a deal with the Su family. Meanwhile, in a corner. Haha, that fool really spent 100,000 on a rock. That's what happens when you pretend to be something you're not. Su Yuha grinned. Su Boyang remarked indifferently, the real show is yet to come. Before long, the crowd began streaming in. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also handed over the stone seal in his possession to the auction house for sale. Su Ru no longer cared either. After all, this was a charity dinner, the wealthy were here to participate, not necessarily to win. And for a stone worth 100,000, if someone bid a few tens of thousands, they'd be secretly delighted. Su Boyang and Su Yue sat in the front row, while Qin Feng and the others were seated further back. Dad, I checked earlier, one of the auction items really is that stone seal. Ha! That fool actually put it up for auction. Su Boyang scoffed, bringing a worthless rock to auction? He'll be laughed at and kicked out. Soon, item after item was brought out for auction. The auctioneer continued, next up is a treasured collection from the Su group, the Jusher postscript. Some art collectors exclaimed excitedly, isn't the Bureau Affairs scroll the surviving ink manuscript of Zhang Gong, one of the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song dynasties? Heavens! Wasn't this lost to history? To see it here now. Each character is worth a fortune. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward to begin the appraisal. Master Fan, the renowned appraiser from Yunhai. He's even appeared on Yunhai TV's Antiques Appraisal Show. After careful examination, Master Fan took a deep breath and declared, this is indeed an authentic work by Zhang Gong. Worth at least 200 million. Su Boyang and Su Yue both wore expressions of immense pride. They had acquired it from an elderly collector. They had even specially invited an appraisal expert at the time. It was safe to say that 10 million yuan was an absolute steal. 30 million. 50 million. 80 million. The final price ended up close to what Old Fan had predicted, reaching 230 million. The host announced loudly, we've just received confirmation from the chairman of Su Group that they will allocate 1/4 of the proceeds to charitable causes. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Su Boyang and Su Yue became the center of attention. For them, spending 10 million to acquire paintings worth 200 million was a bargain. Donating another 50 million not only turned a profit but also earned them prestige, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But just then, a voice of skepticism cut through the air. It's nothing but a defective product of modern industry. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. The entire venue erupted in uproar. Chapter 54, Turning Stone into Gold. All eyes turned to the back row. There stood Qin Feng, his expression calm and disdainful. Qin Feng. That bastard again. Su Boyang and Su Yuha instantly flew into a rage. Su Yuha roared angrily, industrial defective product? What do you think you are? Could it be that old Master Fan knows less about calligraphy and paintings than you? Master Fan's face turned icy as he replied, young man, I've dedicated at least 30, if not 40, years of my life to studying calligraphy and paintings. On what grounds do you call this an industrial reject? Su Ru hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so brazen. Master Fan, this brat is just trying to grab attention and stir up a fuss. Ignore him. Su Yuha said coldly. You're the one grabbing attention. You bought a fake and now you're trying to scam us here, Qin Feng sneered. You're talking nonsense. Su Yuha snapped back. Antique trading is all about discernment and skill. Even if you get duped into buying a fake, you just have to swallow your pride and deal with it yourself. Su Boyang remained relatively calm. He remarked indifferently, this was personally authenticated by Master Fan. Do you really believe your appraisal skills surpass his? What a clever ploy to sow discord. True to his role as chairman of the Su group, Su Boyang's words immediately shifted the blame onto old Master Fan. Master Fan's face darkened considerably. A kid in his 20s with greater expertise in appraisal than him? Wasn't this a direct insult to him? Young man, I'll see just how much you're worth. If you can prove this is a fake, I, Fan Songsheng, will take you as my master. A faint smile touched Su Boyang's lips. Fan Songsheng was indeed provoked. Dad, so you were trying to divert the blame. Su Yuha finally caught on. This Qin Feng thinks knowing a bit of martial arts and medicine gives him the right to strut around. He doesn't understand that there's always someone better out there. Qin Feng spoke up, overall, the calligraphy copy isn't too flawed, it's quite well executed. But look at the last few characters at the bottom of the copy. The brushstrokes are bold and unrestrained, and the execution is slightly sloppy. Why is that? Fan Songsheng startled, scrutinizing them closely. Indeed. How did I miss that before? Of course you didn't. Most people glance at a model copy, taking in the overall impression rather than examining each character individually. Even if one were to scrutinize it, without decades of expertise in calligraphy and painting, it would remain unnoticed. Listening to Qin Feng's relentless explanation, Fan Songsheng suddenly drew a deep breath. Strange. The earlier sections were in the authentic style, why did it suddenly change later on? Qin Feng explained, that's because Zhang Gong's characters are slender and elongated, with strokes that are vigorous and penetrating. His brushstrokes cut deep into the paper. But the person copying it clearly lost steam toward the end. The strokes became erratic. You've studied calligraphy for 3 or 4 decades, and you couldn't tell? Fan Songsheng was startled, then suddenly understood. Indeed. I truly had misjudged it. Fan Songsheng then strode quickly to Qin Feng, bowed deeply, and said, Master, your erudition and keen observation leave me in awe. I am truly convinced. Su Boyang and Su Yuha, father and son, paled visibly. Su Yuha, in particular, shouted, impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I purchased this painting from an elderly collector for 10 million yuan. And sitting so far away, without even going up to examine it, how could he know so much? Even Su Ru found Qin Feng utterly astonishing. One might think he'd been poring over the original calligraphy scroll. How could he see the last few characters clearly from such a distance? Qin Feng replied calmly, because I've seen the genuine article. Fan Songsheng was overcome with excitement. Master, you've truly seen the original? Where is it? Might I have the honor of viewing it? I cannot. That old gentleman is a friend of my own teacher, and he doesn't like to receive outsiders. By the way, Huang Tingjian's The Inscription on the Pillar and Wang Shiji's The Peace and Safety Scroll are also in his possession. Whoa! Some wealthy connoisseurs present gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! These are all priceless, long-lost masterpieces worth billions. Good heavens! If I could just catch a glimpse, I'd die satisfied. He's talking nonsense. I've never even heard of these. Su Yuha retorted angrily. Shut up. Fan Songsheng roared, just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. These are the most precious calligraphy and paintings from the Tang and Song dynasties. You're just a frog in a well. Su Yuha's face flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word in defense. Su Boyang's face darkened even more. The host paused, then asked, so, Mr. Fan, what's the value of these calligraphy and paintings? 200 yuan merely for decorative purposes. Su Yuha's mind went blank, and he slumped down onto a stool. Fan Songsheng was the appraiser invited by Shangshur auction house. His word was final. Su Ru's gaze toward Qin Feng now held an added layer of reverence. Even the city's most esteemed appraisal master showed him such respect. In the end, the fake painting was auctioned off for a mere 1,000 yuan. 10 million down to 1,000. This loss has left me penniless, Su Yuha muttered to himself. Su Boyang remained composed. Don't worry. He's got that stone to auction later. If he makes a fool of himself, then everything he said today will be completely discredited. By then, our painting still has room to appreciate in value. The auction isn't over yet. Slip some cash to that vendor and get him over here. Su Yuha immediately slipped away quietly. Su Ru, with her sharp eyes, witnessed Su Yuha's stealthy departure. What devilish scheme is that guy cooking up now? With Qin Feng's Qinglong eye vision, nothing escapes his notice. Just a clown, ignore him. The auction proceeded. Next, the auctioneer brought out a stone seal. Su Ru immediately grew tense. The auctioneer inquired, next up is an item brought forth by a Miss Su. May I ask who is Miss Su? Su Ru stared in disbelief. Qin Feng had actually announced her name. The crowd began searching. Qin Feng smiled, I'm calling you. Su Ru's face flushed as she raised her lotus root-like hand. Fan Songsheng paused in surprise. Is this item being offered by the master's wife? Please invite Master Fan. Fan Songsheng immediately began his appraisal, but after a long while, he still couldn't make a definitive judgment. He suddenly felt awkward. After all, it was his master's wife. Could it be some priceless treasure? He examined it again carefully, yet still couldn't discern its nature. Su Ru's face flushed. How could she not recognize it? Even Fan Songsheng couldn't identify this thing. Su Boyang wore a look of mockery. Now, won't you make a fool of yourself? Just then, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Of course you couldn't identify it, old fan. Because this is nothing more than an ordinary stone seal. This seal was bought from a street vendor. I have witnesses. The vendor stepped out from behind him and whispered, yes, I found this stone seal in some ruins. Fan Songsheng was momentarily speechless. Ruins? There are stones everywhere in that place. Humph. Qin Feng, weren't you talking a big game just now? How come you're auctioning off a crappy stone yourself? Aren't you just fooling everyone? In my opinion, everything he said earlier was complete bull. These two are just here to stir up a crowd. I moved to kick them out. Su Yuha's voice boomed, carrying a sense of righteous satisfaction. You were so cocky earlier, weren't you? Now I'll make you a pariah. Ignorance. Qin Feng was utterly contemptuous, not even bothering to explain. Fan Songsheng, he said, to determine its authenticity, simply burn it. Fan Songsheng's mind stirred, and he immediately ordered someone to fetch a torch to burn it. Su Boyang and Su Yuha wore broad smiles. Let's see what tricks you can pull. But, under the torch's flames, the stone seal gradually began to reveal a golden hue. Fan Songsheng suddenly gasped in shock, his voice trembling. Gold! Gold! It's a gold seal. The golden seal with a tortoise-shaped handle belonging to a great general of the Jin dynasty. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Could this be the legendary alchemy of turning stone into gold? Chapter 55, that's the consulting fee. Su Ru stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Earlier, she had thought Qin Feng was getting a raw deal buying such a worthless stone for 100,000. But who could have known the stone's origins were so impossible? This is clearly just a worthless rock. Old fan, did you misidentify it? Su Boyang questioned. Humph. Do you think you know better than me? Fan Songsheng's tone was icy cold. To you, it may be a worthless stone, but that's only because your cultivation is insufficient. You cannot see its true nature. Only someone with my master's discerning eye could uncover the hidden depths within this stone seal. Even I couldn't have done it. Fan Songsheng's words brimmed with profound reverence. Su Boyang and Fuyu, father and son, sat on stools, their faces grim. Who could possibly determine that a gold seal lies within, just by looking at the patina on the stone surface? They couldn't. But Qin Feng could. Because he possessed the Azure Dragon's eye. While browsing the stalls, Qin Feng had been instantly drawn to it. He knew there was more to it than met the eye. Mr. Fan, what's the starting bid for this gold seal? The auctioneer inquired. Fan Songsheng pondered for a moment before replying. A tortoise-knobbed gold seal symbolizes power, privilege, and status. It's said to bring meteoric success. Starting bid, 20 million. After Fan Songsheng's golden words, the eyes of the wealthy and powerful in the room lit up. Who doesn't want their wealth to multiply? Who wouldn't want to rise to the top? The tortoise-shaped gold seal perfectly embodies that meaning. I bid 30 million. 35 million. 40 million. The wealthy bidders began competing fiercely. In the end, the price settled at 80 million. As for the street vendor at the entrance, he froze stiff as a stone. His heart was bleeding. An $8 million treasure, and he sold it for a mere 100,000. He knew he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights after returning home. Qin Feng summoned a staff member and whispered something in his ear. Soon, the staff relayed the message to the host's ear. Qin Feng, what did you just say? Su Ru asked curiously. She was still riding the wave of excitement. Qin Feng had an eye for treasure, betting small to win big, unearthing a treasure that even Lian Yunhai's foremost appraisal master would marvel at. It could be said that her understanding of Qin Feng had reached a whole new level. Before Qin Feng could speak, the host announced, after confirmation by the original owner of the gold seal, Miss Su, she has decided to donate 30 million yuan to aid children in impoverished mountainous regions. Let's give a round of applause for the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Su. Su Ru shot a sudden glance at Qin Feng, who returned a faint smile. Clap. The entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The 30 million yuan charitable donation was already the highest amount pledged that evening. Father and son, Su Boyang and Su Yue, were as red as beetroots. Qin Feng and Su Ru were deeply moved. She didn't feel the slightest bit of regret about donating this 30 million. What moved her was that Qin Feng had done this to secure her a good reputation. Throughout it all, Qin Feng had willingly played the supporting role. The charity dinner concluded. After accounting for commissions and a portion of the donations, Qin Feng and Su Ru still held nearly 50 million yuan. Qin Feng immediately transferred the entire 50 million yuan into Su Ru's account. In the car, Su Ru remained silent. Qin Feng asked, Su Ru? You don't need to carry such a heavy burden. I said I'd be your art consultant. This money is yours. Just pay me my consulting fee. It's not about that. Su Ru shook her head. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll put this money to good use and won't let you down, Su Ru said earnestly. Truthfully, she knew everything. That's precisely why she offered to be the appraiser. It was merely a euphemism. Qin Feng didn't want her to feel burdened. Qin Feng had tried to help her many times before. If she refused now, it would feel too distant between them. Qin Feng knew Su Ru no longer carried that burden. This brought them even closer together. He chuckled, then you owe me that consulting fee you promised earlier. I will. Right now. Su Ru was very serious, picking up her phone to transfer the money. Hold on, Qin Feng said. As Su Ru lifted her head, Qin Feng's lips met hers. Her cherry-red lips were soft and moist. Qin Feng savored the moment. Su Ru offered no resistance, only a slight tremor running through her delicate frame. After a long moment, their lips parted. Qin Feng, your Su Ru's cheeks are like ripe red apples, she murmured softly. This is the consulting fee. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Damn it! Damn it! Thud. Back home, Su Yue slammed his fists on the table in fury, venting his frustration. Su Boyang's heart was bleeding too. Not only had he paid 10 million for a fake, but Qin Feng and his crew had snatched up a genuine treasure. And this treasure he had had the chance to acquire it himself. Of course, the money was a minor issue. The real problem was the reputation of the Su group, now in tatters after this fiasco. Dad, do you know what people are saying out there? They're calling our Su family fake philanthropists, passing off fakes as genuine pieces, and treating everyone at the auction house like suckers. They also say, smack. Su Boyang's hand came down hard, leaving Su Yue reeling from the blow. Dad? Shut your mouth. If it weren't for your incompetence, how would we have ended up losing both the battle and the bride? Su Yue was struck so hard he couldn't muster any defiance, not daring to utter a single word. Enough. Grandma Su on the sofa barked coldly. Despite his 70 years, his voice carried with remarkable strength. This isn't your fault. Blame their sheer luck. Mom, it's that good-for-nothing Yue. He can't get anything right. This is the second time. Once was an accident, but this time he was just plain stupid. Su Boyang couldn't get over his anger either. Come here, Grandma Su called out. Su Boyang walked over. Grandma Su promptly slapped him across the face. Mom? Su Boyang was stunned. Both of you, the old lady said coldly, each get 50 lashes. Because you failed to supervise properly. You share equal responsibility. Su Boyang dared not speak. Seeing the father and son with their heads bowed in defeat, old lady Su barked sharply, look up. Members of the Su family don't give up so easily. Is it just some wild boy and a weak woman that's got you scared? If that's the case, I'll file for bankruptcy and liquidate the company right now. No, mother. This is our life's work. Su Boyang finally protested. Su Yue quickly added, but Grandma, we've tried so many approaches. We have no idea what Qin Feng has been up to these past 3 years. Not only is he collaborating with the Yi family, but he's also a martial arts master. Old Kai is still bedridden. It's true. Ever since Qin Feng reappeared in Yunhai, the Su family hasn't had a chance to rise again. Su Boyang added, exactly. And they're sitting on tens of millions now. If they start their own operation, not only will we lose the formula, but we'll have to pay them dividends every year. Nonsense. Any money from the Su family must come through me. Old Madame Su declared forcefully. Just then, a servant approached Su Yue. Young Master Wu is here to see you. Su Yue glanced at Su Boyang, then at the old madam. Wu Chen must be here for Su Ru. Grandma? We won't do anything for now. You just need to cooperate with Wu Chen. Old Madame Su said calmly. She was no longer in a hurry, for even if they didn't act, others would do it for them. Chapter 56, Qin Feng's close ally. In the side hall. Wu Chen, so late at night is this about Su Ru? Su Yuha asked. Old Madame Su and Su Boyang had already retired to their rooms. Wu Chen nodded, his gaze icy. I heard about tonight's auction from a friend. Su Ru donated 30 million. Was that person there with her? Su Yuha looked indignant, gritting his teeth as he said, You're right. We were there tonight too. You have no idea how arrogant and smug that guy was. He's the one pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Su Ru is nothing but his puppet. I couldn't stand it anymore. That man is nothing but a lowly caregiver. What right does he have to be my sister's husband? Wu Chen remained silent, but his eyes betrayed equal contempt. Su Yuha, you know how I feel about Su Ru. If our two families could unite in the future, it would benefit everyone, wouldn't you agree? Wu Chen said calmly. You know our Qin family still holds considerable influence elsewhere. Su Yuha's eyes flickered with calculation. Wu Chen was giving him an opening. Wu Chen, we're all so familiar with each other. Of course I'd like to strengthen our ties. Last time we met, that bastard Qin Feng ruined it. This time, I'll make arrangements. Let you two have a proper chat over a meal to build some rapport. What do you say? Wu Chen nodded. That was precisely his goal. To win someone's heart, one must proceed step by step. After securing 50 million yuan, Su Ru's family, with the help of Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan, established a cosmetics company. They secured factory space, purchased equipment, and began laying the groundwork for their venture. Their core competitive edge lay in their facial mask formula. However, they needed someone well-versed in the gray areas to assist them. In Yunhai's underground world, no one understood the rules of survival better than Mu Zitsuan. Therefore, Qin Feng had Mu Zitsuan arrange for someone to assist Su Ru throughout the entire process. Su Ru herself was not idle either, personally overseeing every step of the process. This filled Qin Feng with satisfaction. Su Ru was determined to show him results, even insisting that Qin Feng wait until the company was officially launched before joining. He agreed. However, he also instructed Mu Zitsuan to discreetly assign personnel to protect Su Ru and her family. A week passed quickly. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Qin Feng hadn't seen Su Ru for several days, so he planned to invite her out for dinner tonight. But Su Ru, both excited and somewhat helpless, said, The class monitor contacted me yesterday. He said we have a class reunion tonight. Su Ru immediately replied, I'll cancel it. No need. Qin Feng replied, You need your own social circle too. Besides, it's been ages since you've seen your friends. We can always meet tomorrow night. All right. Though she agreed, Su Ru still felt a pang of disappointment. What's wrong? Nothing. See you tomorrow then. After hanging up, Su Ru murmured, Truthfully, I'd rather have dinner with you. Lately, she'd been busy with starting her company, and she missed Qin Feng terribly. But it just so happened that the class monitor invited me. Qin Feng was right, I should go see my friends. It's been 3 years since we last connected. From childhood onward, Su Ru had always been well liked. But 3 years ago, after her disfigurement and paralysis, she shut herself off from the world. She was grateful to Qin Feng. After all, finding someone who likes you isn't hard. What's difficult is knowing what you truly need deep down. Qin Feng was that kind of person. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng hung up the phone, another call came in. Mr. Qin, hello. Do you remember me? It's Lu Xianming. He didn't have many contacts saved in his phone, and Lu Xianming was one of them. At the investment banquet, Lu Xianming had kindly reminded him of something, which had earned him a bit of goodwill. I remember you. Lu Xianming said happily, Great. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. Would that work for you? Just as Qin Feng was about to decline politely, Lu Xianming quickly added, I heard Miss Su started her own cosmetics company. Our company is very interested in collaborating with you. Qin Feng had initially no interest, but the mention of Su Ru made him pause to consider. Su Ru was just starting out, she had no connections and no partners. The Lu family, however, had once been a major conglomerate in Yunhai. After some thought, he agreed. Following Lu Xuanming's directions, Qin Feng arrived at the private dining room. Lu Xianming had already arranged for dishes and fine wine to be served. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. During their detailed conversation, Qin Feng learned that the Lu family group was a supplier of raw materials. Since Su Ru intended to mass-produce facial masks, these resources were essential. Moreover, he sensed that Lu Xianming was highly capable, humble in demeanor, and genuinely sincere. Qin Feng may not understand business, but he could read people. Lu Xianming clearly wanted to leverage Qin Feng's influence to benefit their group. Alright, I'll speak with Su Ru tomorrow and arrange a meeting for you two. You can discuss the details then, Qin Feng said. We'd be most grateful. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Xianming excused himself to use the restroom. During his absence, the final course was served. Just then, a waiter entered to clear the leftover plates. Suddenly, Qin Feng? Qin Feng glanced at the waiter. His face was puffy, his body bloated, and he looked utterly drained of energy. You know me? Qin Feng asked in surprise. A flash of blue light flickered in his eyes as a thought struck him. This man felt so familiar. But despite the resemblance, he couldn't place who he was. The waiter set down the plate, grabbed Qin Feng's shoulders, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! It really is you. I'm Dazhuang." Hearing that name, Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to 3 years prior. Dazhuang was his good buddy, whose real name was Yanzhou. Though they studied different majors, they'd been assigned to the same dorm room. Their bond was so strong they'd pull all-nighters at internet cafes together, share a single pair of underwear, spontaneously watch action movies in the middle of the night, and even play video games together until dawn. After graduation, Yanzhou was the first to secure a position as a doctor at a top-tier municipal hospital. Qin Feng, however, struggled to find employment. Later, through Yanzhou's recommendation, Qin Feng also joined the hospital as a nursing assistant. Looking back now, Qi Feng felt deeply grateful for Yanzhou's care back then. During Qin Feng's time as a nursing assistant, he was recruited by Lu Chulian to become her son-in-law. After that, the two barely saw each other. But look at Yanzhou now. His entire body was swollen, looking as if he were suffering from an illness. He used to be a member of the school basketball team. After graduation, he became a doctor with a bright future ahead. How had he ended up working as a waiter? Whenever Yanzhou got excited, he'd clutch his chest, his expression twisting in pain as if struggling to breathe. But Yanzhou was still thrilled. He laughed. "When I passed by this room earlier, I already heard your voice. I'd recognize your voice even if it turned to dust. Never thought it'd actually be you." As Yanzhou spoke, his hand began to tremble slightly. "What's wrong with your hands?" Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he frowned and asked. Yanzhou's fingers were swollen and scarred, clearly having been broken before. "These are minor matters, best left unsaid. What matters is seeing you again. You have no idea, after learning you jumped into the sea, I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime." Was it Lu Chulian? Qin Feng's eyes darkened. Chapter 57, Barking Dogs. What if I beat them? Humph. That. But after I heard you jumped into the sea, I went to confront her. I never expected her to have Hong San, the master of Xingmei Pavilion, cripple my hands. Hong San is a master of poison. I sought out my master to treat me, but in the end, there was no cure. The toxin had already corroded my nerves. 60% of the nerves in my hands were destroyed. I could never hold a scalpel again. Compounded by my body's toxic reactions, I've had to rely on hormone-based medications. That's how I ended up like this. In the end, with no other options, I took a waiter position here with help from classmates. Yanzhou spoke with a calm detachment, but Qin Feng's heart was filled with guilt. He had been a young man with boundless promise in Yunhai City. He had looks, he had physique, he had knowledge. Yet he ended up reduced to this. Despite Yanzhou's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Qin Feng could clearly sense the deep disappointment lurking within him. After all, who could easily accept losing everything after being so highly regarded by so many? "Give me your hand," Qin Feng said. "Forget it. Massage won't help. My hands ache whenever it rains, and sometimes the pain keeps me up at night out." Before Yanzhou could finish, Qin Feng yanked his hand over and began vigorously kneading all 10 fingers. "You little bastard, trying to murder your brother. Try it and see if it's better," Qin Feng said. Yanzhou was astonished. He flexed his fingers and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? It really is much better now. They feel so much more flexible." This was merely Qin Feng channeling a simple stream of true qi to help clear the meridians in Yanzhou's fingers. But this was merely a temporary fix. Especially when he channeled the energy earlier, Qin Feng discovered Yanzhou's organs were severely damaged. It was clearly caused by toxin corrosion. One could only imagine just how formidable the master of Xingmei Pavilion truly was. "Dazhuang, I'm sorry. The man who killed you, I've already killed him," Qin Feng said apologetically. Dazhuang dismissed it as Qin Feng trying to cheer him up. "Cut it out. Red 3 is a formidable force in Yunhai. Even an elite commando might not stand a chance against him. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. We're brothers for life, no need for empty words. Right now, the one I truly despise is that woman, Lu Chulian. She's always flirting around, living it up. She's engaged to Wu Kuan, yet last month I caught her checking into a hotel room with some guy. If my hands weren't half crippled, I'd find a corner and execute her on the spot the next time I see her." Qin Feng shook his head. "It's not worth it for that." "Worth it? How dare she treat you like that? That venomous viper. If it costs me my worthless life, I'll trade it for hers." Yanzhou spoke with righteous indignation, his voice full of emotion. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. A brother like this is hard to come by in life. A man who'd feared death itself to avenge you, what more could one ask for? Qin Feng patted Yanzhou's shoulder. "I killed Lu Chulian too. She won't be calling for help anymore. I'll heal your wounds too." Yanzhou froze, assuming Qin Feng was upset about his ex-wife bringing up the Lu family. He patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, "I know all about it. Lu Chulian remarried Wu Kuan now. She'd probably love to cut all ties with you. I know you're bitter, but Wu Kuan has connections throughout Yunhai. He's surrounded by bodyguards wherever he goes. It's probably impossible to get back at him in this lifetime. Before Qin Feng could explain, Yanzhou added with a bitter smile, besides, I'm a doctor myself. Given my physical condition, I've got 10 years at most. After that, multiple organs will fail. At least I can feed myself without starving the whole family. The only regret is that I never married or had children. Qin Feng's heart suddenly trembled. If Yanzhou had been healthy, he would have married and started a family by now. He didn't mention killing Wu Kuan and the others. Yanzhou wouldn't believe it anyway. Qin Feng simply said, rest assured. With you looking out for me, I'll have your back in Yunhai and even across the entire Dragon Nation. Yanzhou chuckled. You still love to brag, kid. But youth is for recklessness, and with your health intact, you've earned every bit of it. Qin Feng chuckled. His capital for recklessness extended far beyond mere youth. Just as Qin Feng was about to tell Yanzhou to quit his job, a furious shout erupted. Yanzhou, you ing bastard. Are you slacking off again? A young man in a suit stormed into the room, fuming. Qin Feng recognized him, Yanzhou's classmate and another rich kid. At the sight of this young man, Yanzhou instantly shed his earlier youthful arrogance, replacing it with a fawning smile. Fei Peng, I ran into an old friend and chatted a bit longer, Yanzhou said politely. Ding Fei Peng exploded, I told you call me young Master Ding. Do you think you can just call me by my name? Yes, young Master Ding, Yanzhou hastily bowed his head and corrected himself. Ding Fei Peng eyed Qin Feng up and down, snorting coldly. Oh, so it's you. I remember you're the one Yanzhou never stops talking about, his so-called brother who shares the same pair of underwear, right? Qin Feng. His gaze then swept over the table laden with dishes, his eyes turning icy. I get it now, Yanzhou. You let this guy sneak in during cleanup to scavenge leftovers, didn't you? Don't you know our leftovers get recycled outside? That's money. Yanzhou hurriedly protested, young Master Ding, it's not like that. Qin Feng was already here before I arrived. Besides, he wouldn't do something like this. Shut up. You're our employee now, and you're defending an outsider? Don't you forget how you begged me for this job? He's your brother, but I'm your boss. You think I wouldn't kick you out in a heartbeat? With your ugly, ghost-like face and that nearly crippled hand, you'd only be good for begging on the streets. Ding Fei Peng was relentless, domineering and overbearing, as if he were talking to a dog. Yanzhou's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly protested, but my pay was cut in half too. Shut up. Arguing with your superior? Your pay for this month is gone. Yanzhou panicked. What? Not satisfied? If you're unhappy, get the hell out. Everyone needs their pride. Especially in front of their own brothers. No way. Yanzhou lowered his head, finally unable to utter a single word of protest. But 3 years ago, Yanzhou would have argued back. Things were completely different now. He was living under someone else's roof. And he needed to earn his keep. Qin Feng watched this unfold, his heart twisting with pain. Once a top student in the medical program. Qin Feng spoke up, Dozhuang, forget this job. From now on, you'll be working with me. Follow you? What are you, anyway? A beggar picking through leftovers. Qin Feng's attire was already plain and simple. So he didn't exactly give off a flashy vibe. This club is considered quite upscale in the city, with excellent pricing and ambience, and the minimum charge is at least 10,000. This isn't a place for ordinary people. Moreover, this club belongs to Ding Fei Peng's own family, so he certainly has reason to be proud. Ding Fei Peng stood there with an air of arrogance, coldly remarking, one's a failure, the other's penniless, you two are truly a perfect match. Say that again? Qin Feng's eyes held a calm intensity. I said, you two are truly a perfect match. Before he could finish, Qin Feng's palm slammed into his face. Ding Fei Peng spun around several times on the spot before crashing to the ground. Blood trickled down his face. You hit me? A barking dog, so what if I hit you? Qin Feng looked down on him. But Ding Fei Peng wasn't having it. From childhood onward, he was the one who beat others who dared strike him? Kid, you're dead meat. I've got brother Shan watching my back, he's right here. Don't you dare leave. Fine, I'll wait for you. Qin Feng plopped down onto a chair. Ding Fei Peng clutched his face and stormed out the door. But Yanzhou panicked, grabbing Qin Feng and pulling him toward the exit. Qin Feng, get out of here now. If you wait any longer, you'll be ruined for life. Chapter 58, A Whole Corpse or Your Life? Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. In this world, there were probably few people who could ruin his entire life. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and have something. Qin Feng patted Yanzhou on the shoulder. But Yanzhou was nearly frantic. Qin Feng, I'm not joking with you. Do you have any idea whose man this Shangu is? He's under the protection of Yunhai's Golden Orchid Trio. Golden Orchid Trio? Interesting name. What's their background? Qin Feng took a sip of wine and asked nonchalantly. Seeing Qin Feng's nonchalance, Yanzhou hurriedly explained, Golden Orchid Trio refers to 3 women who swore sisterhood. But they're all women and all thorny flowers. Is that so? Qin Feng remained distracted, his expression calm. Yanzhou was this close to grabbing a sack to haul Qi Fengning away. This kid really is fearless like a newborn calf. These 3 golden flowers are no ordinary people. You could say they control the lifeblood of underground intelligence, finance, and personnel. And I've heard each of them is a stunning beauty, each holding a key position within the underground syndicate. Even the police department can't touch them. Their influence is formidable, even the wolf assassins hold them in considerable fear. Yanzhou's eyes darkened with growing apprehension, yet they also held a hint of covetousness. Qin Feng glanced at him and chuckled. From what you're saying, they must be quite beautiful. Of course they are. Yanzhou's tone shifted abruptly from excitement to fervor. You have no idea any man in Yunhai who lays eyes on them would want to fall at their feet. I even tried to join their ranks back then, but couldn't even find the door to their headquarters. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. Food and sex are natural desires even in his current state. Yanzhou couldn't resist talking about beauties. And you wouldn't believe it, but above these 3 golden flowers is a bossa woman of unparalleled beauty, almost demonically alluring. Every wealthy tycoon in the city dreams of sleeping with her. TSK. Last time she visited for meetings with some of the city's major clients, I caught a glimpse. Only then did I truly understand what it means to die beneath the peony blossoms, a ghost of unparalleled charm. Yanzhou spoke, practically drooling. If I could just catch a glimpse of her, I'd die happy. Qin Feng nodded. You'll get your chance. Only then did Yanzhou remember the matter at hand, grabbing Qin Feng's arm and pulling him toward the exit. Enough talk. You get out of here fast, I'll hold down the fort for you. Just then, a cold laugh rang out. Yanzhou, you worthless piece of trash. What are you holding down with? Your own life? Yanzhou's face turned pale. Before long, Ding Feiping strode in, followed by a dozen others. Leading the group was a man in a Zhongshan suit. His neatly combed hair and refined demeanor gave off an air of gentle refinement. But those who knew his methods would never be fooled by his appearance. Brother Shanshan is here. Yanzhou's face turned pale. We're done for. There's no way out now. Brother Shan, it's this kid. He doesn't give you the time of day and even called you insignificant. Ding Feiping added fuel to the fire. Yanzhou's face flushed crimson with anger as he retorted, we never said that. We only. Ding Feiping snarled, just what? Just because he knows Brother Shan protects this place, he thinks he can hit me? Brother Shan, he hit me, that's disrespecting you. Take him down. Brother Shan stepped forward, his gaze settling on Qin Feng. Kid, you're the one who injured young Master Ding? He stood tall, utterly dismissive of Qin Feng. I did. Very well. Choose one, your hands or your feet. Qin Feng replied calmly, what if I want both? Then I'll spare your body intact in exchange for your life. Get moving. Brother Shan appeared calm and amiable on the surface, yet every word he spoke revealed his ruthlessness. In an instant, over a dozen men charged forward. Yan Feiping gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward, but Qin Feng was faster. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he landed solid blows on every one of them. Within moments, they were all beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen and bruised, wailing in pain. Yan Feiping stared in disbelief. When did this guy get so strong? Ding Feiping was startled, his courage faltering. Brother Shan. Brother Shan stared at Qin Feng, yet maintained his feigned composure. Where do you belong? Qin Feng ignored him, stepping closer. Upon closer inspection, his pupils were actually blue. A chill shot through Brother Shan's mind, soaking his back in an instant. Hand or foot? You choose. Qin Feng spoke as he walked. Brother Shan's feet felt as if they were welded to the ground, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Kid, do you know who I am? Qin Feng cut him off, I'll choose for you neither. Then Qin Feng reached out and snapped both of Shan Ji's arms and legs. A piercing scream erupted as Shan Ji's limbs were instantly crippled, contorting into grotesque, jagged shapes. But Qin Feng didn't kill him, choosing instead to let him savor the agony. Qin Feng planted his foot squarely on Shan Ji's chest. With a crack, Shan Gu spat out a mouthful of blood. Want your body intact, or your life? Kid, I'm Black Sister's man, you. Qin Feng's expression remained cold as he pressed down again, forcing another gush of blood from Shan Gu. I'll give you one last chance, your body intact, or your life. Life? Brother Shan gasped weakly, finally overcome by fear. Only then did Qin Feng lift his foot. Ding Feiping had long since been scared out of his wits and turned to flee. Yanzhou was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. After 3 years of degradation, he had long shed the humility of an educated scholar. Shared blessings, shared hardships. No turning back now. He shuffled forward on his bulky frame and kicked Ding Feiping flat on the ground. Then he stomped on him repeatedly, cursing under his breath. Damn it! You can look down on me, but you dare look down on my brother? I'll stomp you to death. Ding Feiping, I'm done with this. If it comes to it, I'll go down with you. You snob! Yanzhou delivered over a dozen kicks, leaving Ding Feiping's face swollen and bruised, blood streaming down his face. Stop! Stop kicking me. I'm sorry. Yanzhou was about to stomp again when Qin Feng said, enough, Dazhuang. It's not worth killing him. He could kill, but he wouldn't let those close to him get blood on their hands. Otherwise, there'd be no turning back. Dazhuang, help him up. Qin Feng pointed at Shan Gu. Shan Ji's face twisted in horror. He's already like this, must we torment him further? Qin Feng produced a silver needle, pricking it into acupoints on Shan Ji's limbs. Then he forcibly reset the broken bones in Shan Ji's arms and legs. Shang Gu was stunned. Though his limbs still felt numb and swollen, he could move them again. Out of respect for Jinlan Sanawa's connection to Ziju, I'll let you off this time. Next time, prepare for your funeral. Shan Gu stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Qin Feng waved impatiently. He quickly pulled Ding Feipeng away, while the others staggered off, supporting each other. Back in the private room, Brother Shan felt uneasy. Could he be Mu Lao Da's client? But recalling the man's formidable strength and medical skills, Brother Shan knew he was no match for him. Brother Shan, are we just letting that kid go? Ding Feipeng asked in a low voice, his face bruised and swollen. Shut up. A sharp slap echoed as Ding Feipeng was struck across the face. Chapter 59, Let me, his boyfriend, drink it. Brother Shan felt both furious and deeply troubled. With over a dozen men injured, he'd have to cover a hefty medical bill, money that fell squarely on his shoulders as the boss. And because of that idiot Ding Feipeng, he'd nearly provoked their boss's client. I'm in a foul mood. Add 20% to this month's protection fee. Ding Feipeng panicked. Brother Shan, the monthly protection fee is already $1 million. Another 20%. If you don't pay up, I'll tear this place apart. You better understand how many people are itching to get their hands on the profits here? Without us protecting you, do you really think you could keep this business running? Ding Feipeng hastily agreed, not daring to resist. Suddenly, a fair-skinned, youthful, and stunningly beautiful woman stumbled in, completely drunk. Oops, sorry, wrong place. One of Brother Shan's men noticed his boss's irritation and spotted the beautiful woman. Hoping to win Brother Shan's favor, he abruptly grabbed the woman's hand and shouted, "Don't go. Stay and keep Brother Shan company. Let go. What are you doing? Manager, help me." The woman looked to Ding Feipeng for assistance. Ding Feipeng was the one who had greeted them at the private room earlier, so the woman recognized him. Ding Feipeng, already in a foul mood, pretended not to see and walked straight out. His family ran a chain of private clubs with assets worth tens of millions. He was a second-generation rich kid. But he couldn't swallow his pride. Being beaten like this by a nobody made him seethe with hatred, wishing he could devour Qin Feng alive. Just you wait, I'll make sure you don't get off easy. With that thought, he hurried back to his office to apply a facial mask. Inside the private room. Holy crap! Qin Feng, I never expected you'd become so skilled after all these years. Even Brother Shan's scared of you now. Did you see how Ding the Fat looked just now? Ha! That was absolutely priceless. That bastard bullied me for so long, he deserved to taste what it feels like to be trampled underfoot. Yanzhou hadn't felt this exhilarated in 3 years. He roared with laughter. When life's good, you gotta enjoy it to the fullest. Now I've got nothing to fear. With you by my side through thick and thin, even if we end up serving 18 years, we'll still be heroes when we get out. With that, Yanzhou grabbed the steak from the table and began devouring it with relish. This top-grade Wagyu beef steak, he hadn't tasted one in years. Absolutely delicious. Yanzhou felt utterly satisfied. Perhaps with Qin Feng by his side, he'd simply given up on everything, no longer caring about anything. Qin Feng watched with a mix of admiration and a twinge of pity. But there were no leftovers on the table to begin with, and Yanzhou wasn't satisfied. Qin Feng, is there any more? Qin Feng replied, yes, as much as you want. Not just today, but tomorrow, and every day after. I won't let you go hungry again. Hearing this, Yanzhou was moved to tears, nearly offering himself in gratitude. Qin Feng laughed and scolded him playfully before heading out to call the waiter for more food. Suddenly, that voice, could it be Su Ru? He strained his hearing to the limit. Following the sound, Qin Feng made his way over. In another private room, Su Ru and some of her former classmates were gathered there. This reunion had been arranged by Su Yue with the intention of creating better opportunities for Wu Chen and Su Ru to interact. Though they were first cousins, Su Yue was only a year older than Su Ru. Many present were mutual friends. Here, Su Ru, let's drink to this rare moment of such joy. Su Ru raised her glass. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Ru was actually feeling a bit tipsy. But with so many classmates present tonight, she couldn't refuse their warm hospitality. Besides, she hadn't gone out to meet friends in 3 years, so she found it hard to refuse. What she hadn't expected was that Su Yue and Wu Chen were both present. Su Yue was one thing, she didn't even want to see him. As for Wu Chen, while she didn't particularly like him, she didn't dislike him to the point of aversion. Besides, since everyone present was a classmate, Su Ru wouldn't give him a particularly cold shoulder. Besides, Wu Chen was being exceptionally attentive to Su Ru tonight. He kept serving her food and drinking in her stead. This made Su-ru feel quite uncomfortable. But Su-ru didn't read too much into it, simply taking it as Wu-chen looking out for her. Just then, Wu-chen took the wineglass and said, "Su-ru is a bit tipsy. I'll drink this one for her." A man chuckled, "Wu-chen, you're too kind. You've already drunk several glasses for Su-ru. Someone might think you two are dating." Su-ru flushed and retorted, "I have a boyfriend." Wu-chen shook his head with a smile. "Someone as wonderful as Su-ru? I'm afraid I'm not worthy of her." A woman with a ponytail asked curiously, "What does your boyfriend do?" Su-ru almost blurted out the answer but realized she genuinely didn't know what Qin Feng did for a living. All she knew was that 3 years ago, Qin Feng had been a nursing assistant. Su-yuha interjected, "You wouldn't be referring to Qin Feng the caregiver, would you?" "Yes." Su-ru nodded. She showed no trace of embarrassment, let alone any sense of shame. Instead, she admitted it quite openly. But everyone present was taken aback. "No way, Su-ru. You were such a top student in school and you ended up dating a caregiver? You're a medical graduate, for goodness sake. You should at least be dating someone at your level. How can a nurse support you when he can barely support himself?" Su-ru immediately grew flustered. "He treats me very well, and he's highly skilled in medicine." A woman with slightly thin lips chimed in, "In this day and age, being nice to you won't put food on the table. And a nurse's aide? At best, he knows some massage techniques, nursing care, and rehabilitation training." "Su-ru, you really don't know how good you have it." "Exactly. In my opinion, you and Wu-chen are a perfect match. Back in class, either he or you always took first place. Everyone saw you two as meant for each other. Plus, I hear Wu-chen's family is one of the top conglomerates in the entire province. Su-ru, you've really misjudged him." Everyone chimed in, leaving Su-ru no chance to defend herself. Finally, Wu-chen spoke up, "Alright, stop giving Su-ru a hard time. It's just that I'm not lucky enough." His words only deepened everyone's sense of regret. Su-ru was even more at a loss for words. Wu-chen's background, status, standing, and character were all well known to everyone. Yet she simply felt nothing for him. Yet, bombarded by the collective pressure and reproach from those around her, she began to feel as though she owed him something. Su-yuha, meanwhile, wore a broad smile, inwardly calculating. This was exactly the effect he wanted. A lie repeated often enough becomes the truth. With everyone talking about it, Su-ru would inevitably start comparing Qin Feng and Wu-chen. The more she compared them, the more she'd doubt her own decision, and that would give Wu-chen his chance. This was precisely the purpose Wu-chen and he had agreed upon in organizing this reunion. Leveraging the pressure from those around her to create psychological pressure for Su-ru. Su-yuha gave Su-ru a meaningful glance, signaling that it was her turn to shine. "Su-ru, if you can't handle your liquor, you shouldn't drink. I'll take this cup," Wu-chen said gently. Just as Wu-chen was about to down it in one gulp, someone walked in and snatched the cup from his hand. Then he said indifferently, "This cup of wine, let me, as your boyfriend, drink it." With that, the person downed the entire cup in one gulp. Chapter 60, His name is Qin Feng, my boyfriend. "Why are you here?" Su-ru's eyes lit up the moment she saw Qin Feng. She stood up, took his hand, and acted all affectionate. Even her earlier drunkenness vanished completely. Sometimes, certain instincts in people simply cannot be feigned. Just like how Su-ru's entire being lit up the moment she saw this man arrive. Everyone was startled. Is this Su-ru's boyfriend? Their gazes immediately shifted to Wu-chen. Wu-chen's expression darkened instantly. Su-yuha gritted his teeth. That pest, how did he show up again? But Wu-chen suddenly switched to a smile and said, "Su-ru, this is your boyfriend? Why not introduce him to everyone? This is Qin Feng, my boyfriend." Su-ru introduced him with great ease, her expression radiant with joy. Yet some of her classmates wore skeptical expressions, their eyes filled with doubt. Su-ru had both charm and looks. How could she possibly end up with a boyfriend like Qin Feng? As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Qin Feng's casual attire alone made him seem unworthy of Su-ru. Moreover, with such a high standard set, few at Yunhai could hold a candle to Wu-chen. Otherwise, the women present wouldn't be filled with envy and jealousy. Though Su-ru introduced Qin Feng earnestly, few responded. Qin Feng didn't care. From the moment he entered, he had seen through their inner thoughts. The Azure Dragons, I could see through everything in the world. Including the human heart. Hardly anyone here was genuinely happy for Su-ru. Most were merely currying favor and seeking Wu-chen's goodwill. Especially after learning he was Su-ru's boyfriend. "Su-ru, let's go." Qin Feng pulled Su-ru away without so much as a farewell. This infuriated Su-yuha. "Hold on. Qin Feng, this is our class reunion. Su-ru finally made it out, and you're rushing her home already? You wouldn't be trying to control Su-ru's social circle, would you?" Su-yuha's expression was a mix of mockery and amusement. This was clearly an attempt to make Qin Feng look bad and establish him as the villain. Su-ru retorted, "Su-yuha, stop talking nonsense. Qin Feng is the one who brought me out tonight. Su-ru, you're so indecisive. If Qin Feng didn't let you come out, would you just stay home? Su Yu pressed her, practically dragging her along. In truth, Su Ru hadn't meant it that way. She was just rushing to defend Qin Feng and didn't express herself well. That's not what I meant. Su Ru snapped, growing flustered. What do you mean you didn't mean that? Su Yu, you're usually so decisive. How come after meeting Qin Feng, you just follow his lead on everything? A boyfriend like that? In my opinion, you're better off without him. Su Yu sneered. Another girl tugged at Su Ru and whispered, yeah, Su Ru. He controls your social circle too. You can't keep a guy like that. Su Ru, we rarely get to meet. Leaving so soon? That's hardly treating us like classmates. Wu Chen remained silent, but his face was beaming. The more people here criticized Su Ru, the more they questioned her choice. It indirectly helped him. Now was his chance to play the good guy again. Please don't speak of Su Ru like that, Wu Chen interjected. She's an adult capable of making her own decisions. Besides, she might be feeling unwell and simply wanted to return home early to rest. Su Yu immediately chimed in, Su Ru, look how concerned Wu Chen is about you. That's the standard for choosing a boyfriend, not like someone else who only thinks about themselves and never considers those around them. Qin Feng isn't like that. Su Ru grew even more flustered. Su Ru, why waste your breath explaining to a loser? Someone who can't even secure his own future has no right to criticize others, Qin Feng said calmly. Su Yu's face flushed. Qin Feng was mocking him over the share transfer incident. That matter was an eternal pain in Su Yu's heart. He was about to retort when a girl suddenly rushed in, flustered. Oh no! When I came out of the restroom just now, I saw Lily being dragged into a room by Brother Shan's men. Everyone's faces turned pale. Brother Shan, the most formidable figure in this entire district. Oh no! How did Brother Shan end up here? He's a lone shark, and none of his men are pushovers. What do we do? Lily's still dead drunk. Everyone grew tense. Su Ru immediately interjected, Su Yu, with your extensive connections, Brother Shan would surely give you face. Su Yu's eyes darted nervously from side to side. Lately, because of Qin Feng, Su Yu had stumbled a few times. Although the Su family held some influence, if he intervened now, Su Boyan might find out and berate him again for causing trouble everywhere. Just as he was racking his brain for an excuse, Wu Chen spoke up, Brother Shan came to our place to discuss business before. I met him once. If I ask him, he should give me some face. Great. Lily saved, the girl exclaimed happily. The group then headed toward the private room upstairs. Let's go, Qin Feng said. Su Ru expressed concern, I've heard Brother Shan has a large operation. Most of Yunhai's loan shark business is connected to him. I'm worried about Lily. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, this Brother Shan is probably in a bad mood right now. He might not give Wu Chen any face. Su Ru paused, then asked, how do you know he's in a bad mood? Just a hunch, Qin Feng replied with a smile. If you're worried, let's go check on her together. Then he paused again. Wait a moment. I'll send a message. If you're worried, let's go check on him together, Qin Feng said. The two followed suit. Inside the private room, Lily was being held down by two burly men and forced to sit beside Brother Shan. Hurry up! Brother Shan's in a bad mood. Quickly toast him, one of them barked coldly. Lily's face was streaked with tears, but she dared not resist. Brother Shan's face was clouded with gloom. He was still brooding over how he'd inexplicably run into his boss's client. But in all his years on the streets, this was the first time he'd ever been beaten. Boss, do you think that kid might be a rival gang member? We all know Mulauda's clients, and Black Sister always warns us in advance about which clients we can't afford to offend. But there's no record of this kid. Yeah, and he's so young with such impressive skills. I suspect he's from somewhere else, trying to scout us out. Brother Shan's suspicions grew stronger. Go check this kid's background immediately. If I find out he's trying to muscle in on our turf, I'll skin him alive. Brother Shan's eyes flashed with menace. Just then, Wu Chen led his men into the room. Who the hell doesn't have eyes? Don't they see Brother Shan's drinking? One subordinate shouted angrily. Lily spotted Wu Chen and his group, her face lighting up with joy. She tried to stand but was held back by the sofa. Wu Chen stepped forward. Hello, Brother Shan. My name is Wu Chen. Who the hell is Wu Chen? I don't know you. Get the hell out of here while I still have some patience left. Chapter 61, Please spare my life. Wu Chen's face twitched. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Though he was the top dog back home, his family's influence naturally paled in comparison here in Yunhai. Wu Chen still managed a polite tone, Brother Shan, my father is Wu Hongfu. We met before at a banquet you attended in our town. Only then did Brother Shan glance at Wu Chen, but he snorted coldly, so you're the young master of the Wu family. If you've got nothing to do, then get lost. Wu Chen's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Brother Shan to refuse even his father's request. Su Yuhua and his crew all paled. After all, they hadn't been out of school for long. In terms of connections and clout, they certainly weren't qualified to negotiate with Brother Shan. Wu Chen and Lily wept bitterly, their eyes pleading for help. Right now, Wu Chen was the one with the most clout here. He'd gone to great lengths to gather these classmates who could potentially intercede with Su Ru for him later. He had to make an impression. Besides, Su Ru was watching from behind. Wu Chen took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "Brother Shan, do me a favor and let my friend go. Next time you visit my place, I'll make sure everything's taken care of. How about it?" Already irritable, Brother Shan slammed his wine glass onto the floor. The loud crash made everyone tense. Brother Shan roared in fury, "Are you deaf or something? Who the hell do you think you are? Tell your dad to come see me. Would I give him that favor? If you don't get out of here now, none of you are leaving tonight." Wu Chen and his crew all paled. They had no idea they were walking straight into a trap. Shan Ji's henchman snarled menacingly, "Did you hear that? Shan Gu told you to get lost." Two burly men stepped forward, their imposing presence making everyone feel uneasy. Su Yuha whispered, "We should get out first and figure something out later." The girl who was close to Lily hurriedly protested, "But Lily is still here." Su Yuha snapped, "What do you know? Brother Shan's clearly in a foul mood. Provoking him at this critical moment is suicide. Besides, Lily's just keeping Brother Shan company over drinks. Nothing bad will happen." Everyone turned to look at Wu Chen. Wu Chen's expression turned icy. It wasn't that he wouldn't help, he simply couldn't. His family's influence hadn't reached this far yet. "Let's go first," Wu Chen finally spoke up. "No, don't leave," Lily cried, her face streaked with tears, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "Lily, just stay with Brother Shan. He's magnanimous and won't do anything to you," Wu Chen said. Wasn't that like pushing his friend into the fire? Su Ru, watching from behind the crowd, felt furious. Wu Chen's actions were especially baffling to her, causing her opinion of him to plummet instantly. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, "Is this how you treat your own friends? I'm ashamed for you." Su Yua spun around, his voice boiling with rage. "Qin Feng, don't stand there playing the saint. If you're so brave, go negotiate with Brother Shan yourself. Easy for you to talk when you're not the one in the hot seat. Even Wu Chen's family connections can't get you anywhere. Who do you think you are, the Jade Emperor?" Wu Chen's expression remained cold and indifferent. Truth be told, these so-called classmates were nothing more than pawns he'd used. He used them to build his reputation, indirectly making Su Ru accept him. He had already shown them every kindness possible. Did they expect him to kneel and beg? "Qin Feng, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, if Brother Shan truly loses his temper, not even the Emperor himself could save you," Wu Chen said coldly. The others' expressions shifted. Saving Lily was important, but saving their own lives mattered even more. Brother Shan's loan sharks are ruthless, some of them even have blood on their hands. "Qin Feng, just shut up. Get out of here before you drag us down." Qin Feng ignored them and walked forward. This sent Su Yuha and the others into a panic, their faces turning pale. What the hell is this kid doing? Brother Shan has already spared them, yet he still insists on courting death. He'll get us all killed. Su Yua's heart was pounding in his throat. But it was too late to stop him now. Qin Feng said indifferently, "Do me a favor and let her go. I can pretend nothing happened." Wu Chen and Su Yua stared at him as if he were an idiot. Why the hell would Brother Shan listen to you? Over there, Brother Shan had long since lost his patience. He roared furiously, "Damn it. Just because I haven't shown my teeth yet, you think I'm a sickly cat? Come on. Get them all out of here." His henchmen immediately grabbed iron bars and approached with menacing expressions. Wu Chen and his crew quickly turned and fled. Just then, someone hurried over to Brother Shan and said, "Brother Shan, it's Sister Hei on the phone." Before Brother Shan could even glance at Qin Feng, he hurriedly answered the call. This was Sister Black, known as the Black Rose of the Underworld. He dared not delay for even a second. "Sister Hei, what are your orders?" Shan Ji's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by extreme deference. A cold, solemn voice came from the other end. The boss said that if anyone surnamed Qin is present, you must comply with any demand no matter what. Even if he orders you to die, you must die. Brother Shan's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body trembling with dread. Who could this person be, that even Boss Mu showed such deference? To demand someone's death and have it carried out, isn't that the work of the King of Hell? Black Sister, who is this person? Shan Gu asked, his voice trembling. You have no right to know. All you need to know is that in his presence, we are no different from ants. After hanging up, Shan Gu remained in a daze for a long time. Could there really be someone in this world who struck such fear into his own bosses? Wait, Black Sister said someone surnamed Qin was at the scene. Could he have arrived? Brother Shan immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." His men instantly halted their actions. Brother Shan bellowed, "Which one of you has the surname Qin?" Wu Chen, Su Yuha, and the others all turned to look at Qin Feng. This kid's dead meat. Su Yuha's face twisted into a cold sneer. A cold curve also formed at the corner of Wu Chen's mouth. This is what happens when you stick your neck out. He could almost see Su Ru throwing herself into his arms. Su Ru's face drained of color. He's the one with the surname Qin. Su Yuha shouted, pointing at Qin Feng. Everyone took a step back, afraid to get too close to Qin Feng. Shangu pushed aside his men and finally saw a familiar face. You? Brother Shan's pupils contracted, and a chill ran through his entire body. He never imagined that the man Black's sister had spoken of was the very young man he'd encountered just an hour ago. And he had nearly offended him. The thought of Sister Hei's warning that Qin Feng would crush him like an insect sent Brother Shan into a panic. He immediately rushed forward, dropping to his knees and crawling on the ground. Mr. Qin, I've been blind to your greatness. Please spare my life. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. Chapter 62, Give me the time of a song. The renowned Brother Shan was actually kneeling before Qin Feng, prostrating himself completely. All his men stood there with their jaws dropped. Wu Chen, Su Yuha, and the others were frozen in place. This must be a mistake. Even Su Ru was flustered by the unexpected honor. Qin Feng's gaze was haughty as he commanded, "Look up at me." Shan Ji's entire body trembled. Terrified, he was drenched in sweat. "I told you to look up." Qin Feng repeated. Only then did Brother Shan lift his head, trembling. "Release her." "Any objections?" "No, no. Absolutely not." Brother Shan whipped his head around and roared, "Let the girl go, damn it." His men immediately let go, and Lily immediately hugged Su Ru and began sobbing. "Woo. Su Ru, thank goodness you have your boyfriend." "It's okay." Su Ru gently patted Lily's back. Qin Feng's gaze was piercing. Shangu, drenched in sweat, dared not meet Qin Feng's eyes. Terrifying. This is his true strength. Disabling his limbs earlier? That was merely an appetizer. He wouldn't doubt for a second that killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Who brought you here?" Qin Feng demanded of Lily. Lily hadn't regained her composure yet, trembling as she pointed at one of them. Brother Shan immediately understood and bellowed, "Come on. Drag old Qian out to feed the dogs." Old Qian's face drained of color as he screamed, "Brother Shan, spare my life." But in the end, he was dragged out anyway. Su Yuha and his group shuddered in horror. This was Brother Shan's way of doing things. If an ordinary person had offended him, they'd likely meet the same fate. But even more terrifying was Qin Feng. With just one sentence, he had Brother Shan groveling at his feet, obedient as a dog. Seeing the commotion, Ding Faping rushed in. "Brother Shan, what happened? Everything was fine just now." Ding Faping gritted his teeth. How could it be this kid? And he brought so many people with him. Lily, her eyes brimming with tears, pointed at Ding Faping indignantly and said, "He saw it too just now, but pretended not to." Ding Faping was baffled. But Shangu snapped back to his senses and shouted, "Drag him over here. Break both his legs." Ding Faping's face drained of color. Before he could react, he was dragged out. "Wu Chen, Su Yuha, save me." Ding Faping screamed in terror. Su Yuha and Ding Faping were close friends, and Wu Chen had been introduced by Su Yuha. That's why they'd specifically arranged this meeting at the club. But Su Yuha pretended not to see a thing. "Are you kidding me? Helping you would cost me my life." Wu Chen's expression darkened to the extreme. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. In that moment, they finally grasped just how formidable Qin Feng truly was. He didn't even have to lift a finger, others did the killing for him. "Mr. Qin, are you satisfied now?" Shangu asked with a fawning smile. "You scared my girlfriend's classmate. Compensate her appropriately," Qin Feng stated. "All right. Someone bring 1,000,000 yuan and give it to this young lady. Today's entire bill is on the house." Lily was overwhelmed with gratitude, her gaze toward Qin Feng shifting entirely. If Qin Feng didn't already have a girlfriend, she might have thrown herself at him. The others all looked on with envy and respect. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Shangu was merely a lackey, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. His goal was achieved, putting Su Ru at ease. "I still have friends here. I'll have someone escort you back later," Qin Feng said gently to Su Ru. Su Ru nodded obediently. In the private lounge, everyone gathered around Su Ru. "Wow, Su Ru, I'm so jealous. You have such a charismatic boyfriend. Su Ru, please thank your boyfriend for me. I'd love to treat you both to dinner sometime." "Su Ru, we misunderstood you before. I apologize. I hope you won't hold it against us." Wu Chen and Su Yuha were completely ignored, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. Back in the private room, Lu Xianming had already returned and was deep in conversation with Yan Zhou. As soon as they entered, they heard Yan Zhou say, "Let me tell you, this buddy of mine was a total virgin back in school. He had the desire but not the guts. He'd just fantasize about girls but never dare ask for their contact info. Plus, he had a crush on our director, who's almost 40. Holy crap!" Qin Feng's face turned pale. He rushed forward and covered Yan Zhou's greasy mouth. Yanzhou, shut the hell up. Lu Xianming looked utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, who'd have guessed such a decisive-looking guy could be so shy? Qin Feng inwardly cursed, his image completely ruined by this guy. Lu Xianming, if there's nothing else, you can head back. I'll discuss the partnership with Su Ru. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Qin. I'll make sure to reward you handsomely in the future. Lu Xianming departed excitedly after speaking. Qin Feng shot Yanzhou a withering look, inwardly speechless. Let's go. I've found a place for you, and then I'll help you with treatment. First, come back to my rental place with me. I need to pack a few things. To Qin Feng's surprise, the rental turned out to be a one-bedroom apartment with 2 living areas. Though converted from a private residence and somewhat run down in the neighborhood, the interior was tidy and even had a cozy feel. Soon after, a woman in her 30s returned. She was dressed plainly, giving off the aura of a devoted wife and mother. Dazhuan, you're back? She greeted Yanzhou with a smile, but when she saw Qin Feng, she suddenly looked shy. And this is? Yanzhou quickly introduced him, Sister Xin, this is the brother I've often told you about. Hello, you must be Qin Feng. Sister Xin was polite, yet still a bit shy. Dazhuan, there's a work meal today. I've already eaten. Yanzhou quickly said, no problem, I'll take care of it myself. Sister Xin, I won't be staying here anymore. Sister Xin looked a bit surprised, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes, but she still smiled and said, alright then. I'll look for a single room when I have some vacation time in a few days. No rush. We just paid the rent not long ago. Cindy said nothing more and entered the vacation period. Yanzhou sighed. Qin Feng noticed this and asked, your roommate? Sort of. Sister Xin is a widow. We've been sharing this place for 3 years. Qin Feng said nothing. He could tell their relationship seemed quite deep. By the time Yanzhou finished packing, half an hour had passed. He looked around reluctantly. Why not say goodbye? Qin Feng suggested. Yanzhou nodded. Before he could knock, Cindy opened the door. She had changed into casual attire, her long hair loosely styled, her complexion rosy. Dazhuan, haven't you been wanting this all along? Xianjia's voice was soft, but she still pulled Yanzhou inside with her head bowed. Yanzhou was overjoyed and shouted, Qin Feng, give me the time it takes to sing a song. With that, he shut the door. Alone together, what else could they do? Qin Feng simply closed his eyes in the hall. Chapter 63, let's start with 50 million. Yanzhou had expected it to be over in 5 minutes, but unexpectedly, he lasted half an hour. Xian's sister lay panting on Yanzhou's bed, big strong, I never knew you were this powerful, you always seem to be out of breath just walking around. Of course. As a medical student, Yanzhou understood this wasn't his skill, it was Qin Feng's. Qin Feng had healed his hands and feet, making him far more agile. Xianjia, if you want me to stay, I'll stay. Yanzhou paused before speaking. Xian's sister rose and changed her clothes. You're educated and talented. I know you're not content to stay here. I'm good at judging people. Your friend isn't ordinary, he's your benefactor. I'm just an unwanted widow. You'll meet someone better in the future. With tears welling in her eyes, Sister Xin turned and embraced Yanzhou tightly. Come with me. I'll take care of you. Yanzhou declared solemnly. Sister Xin smiled faintly, when you've achieved fame and fortune, remember me then. Let's go. Yanzhou silently dressed and stepped outside. Sister Xin, I swear I'll turn my life around. Yanzhou vowed silently. When I do, I'll make you my wife. Carrying his luggage, Yanzhou climbed into Qin Feng's car. Qin Feng glanced at the silent Yanzhou and said, the flowing water has affection, the falling flowers have intent. Why aren't you two together? Is it because you think she's a widow? No. Yanzhou replied firmly, she's 3 years older than me, but she's a wonderful person. And she takes such good care of me. You're the one taking care of her, Qin Feng remarked coolly. Yanzhou's job provided room and board, yet he didn't live in the dormitory. Instead, he rented a 2-bedroom apartment here. One could imagine the financial burden. Moreover, he had just caught a glimpse of Sister Xian's physical ailments. And he'd overheard their entire conversation in the room. Yanzhou gave a bitter smile. Sister Xin has had a hard life. She did heavy labor when she was younger and damaged her health. Now she can only do simple cleaning jobs for others. That's not the issue for me, Qin Feng pressed. The question is, do you want to be with her? I want to. But I can't. Yanzhou was acutely aware of his current predicament. His body hadn't recovered, he had no job, and he felt utterly useless. He was brimming with ambition now, yearning to make his mark. Qin Feng, my sexual happiness for the rest of my life depends on you. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, don't worry. Maybe once you make it big, you'll forget about your Xin sister. No way. Yanzhou declared emphatically. Qin Feng said no more. To him, Sister Xin was merely a stranger. He saw no reason to intervene. But if Yanzhou and Sister Xin ended up together in the future, then intervening wouldn't be too late. In a neighborhood near the Yunding Villa, Qin Feng found a one-bedroom apartment for Yan Zhou. He had already planned that once Yan Zhou recovered from Yang Hao's attack, he would have him move in to assist Su Ru. Both were medical professionals, making them perfectly suited to assist Su Ru greatly. Tomorrow, he'd withdraw some cash and pick up medicine for Dezhuan. That very evening, Qin Feng told Su Ru about Lu Xianming. Su Ru was so excited she couldn't sleep all night and insisted she treat Qin Feng to a big feast when she opened her practice. Qin Feng smiled and agreed. Funeral home. Today was the day of Lu Heiwen's funeral, and his clan members had all come to pay their respects. Among them, two men stood gazing at Lu Heiwen's body, one middle-aged, one young, both with dark, somber expressions. Lu Qian, Lu Heiwen's cousin, approached. "My cousin asked for you before he died," Lu Qian said in a low voice. "You'll avenge him, won't you?" "Why did he have to die?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "I don't know. All I know is that Hao Yuan returned from the Qinglong army and then sought revenge against someone named Qin Feng. It was him." The middle-aged man and the young man exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. After the funeral. Who would have thought that even Lu Hao Yuan was killed? This Qin Feng is truly no ordinary man. Lu Hao Yuan's rise to deputy commander of the Qinglong army in Yunhai was entirely thanks to them. The entire family are useless. Looks like we bet on the wrong horse this time. The middle-aged man's face darkened. When they first approached the Lu family, it was just a third-rate company. Without their backing and support, Lu Chulian would never have seen the light of day again. And Lu Hao Yuan certainly wouldn't have risen from a lowly soldier to deputy commander in just a few short years. The young man's voice turned cold. Back then, Lu Haiwan promised us he could obtain Qin Feng's heart. That's why we helped and supported his entire family. Who knew he'd end up jumping into the sea? And now he's back. If I'm not mistaken, he must have stumbled upon some opportunity. The middle-aged man replied, his life wasn't meant to end then. The Lu family merely saw him as a tool. "Uncle Hong, what should we do now?" the young man asked. Uncle Hong replied calmly, his return is actually better. It saves us from searching for a needle in a haystack. This time, you'll handle it. Yes, Uncle Hong. The next day, Qin Feng arrived at the Yanhuang Bank. The black card in his hand had been returned to him by Su Shipei last time. Since the card was registered under Old Ghostly, Qin Feng needed to visit the bank to transfer a portion of the funds to his own account. The lobby wasn't crowded. After taking a number, Qin Feng sat down in a corner to wait. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in through the door. "Mr. Su, you're here." Manager Chen had been waiting by the entrance and immediately stepped forward to greet Su Boyang the moment he saw him. Su Boyang nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted Qin Feng sitting in the corner. His expression darkened. Filth. He'd encountered him again. But then he noticed something in Qin Feng's hand, a black card. Humph. Penniless. Su Boyang instantly felt a surge of superiority. So what if you could fight and knew a bit of medicine? A bank card with only a few bucks in it? That's embarrassing to even mention. Qin Feng, what a coincidence. Here to withdraw money? Su Boyang asked with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Qin Feng ignored him. Su Boyang sneered, actually, if you're withdrawing a few thousand, you don't need to come to the counter. You could just use the ATM. This is such a hassle. Qin Feng replied indifferently, the machine can't handle it. Ha, are you trying to withdraw tens of millions? Su Boyang sneered coldly. Qin Feng said, pretty much. Humph. Su Boyang just chuckled, dismissing Qin Feng as a fool. If there really were that much money, Shipei wouldn't have only withdrawn 3,000 last time. Manager Chen said, Chairman Su, let's discuss this inside. Su Boyang couldn't be bothered to say much more to Qin Feng and went inside with Manager Chen. This VIP-level reception was something Qin Feng could never hope to experience in his lifetime. Once in the reception room, Su Boyang pulled out a stack of documents. Manager Chen, he said, these are some of my properties. I intend to pledge them as collateral for 50 million here. Don't tell me you don't have the funds this time. These properties are solid collateral. Even if approval takes a month, I can wait. But the sooner the better. Su Boyang got straight to the point. Meanwhile, in the lobby, it was finally Qin Feng's turn. Stepping up to the counter, he stated, hello, I'd like to withdraw money. Let's start with 50 million. Chapter 64, The Patient Beauty. Today was Li Qi's final day of internship at Yanhuang Bank. She'd worked hard to secure this internship, yet her supervisor had made things difficult for her at every turn, and her internship report contained unfavorable evaluations. Li Qi steeled herself, forget it. I'll just focus on doing my best today. At least I won't have any regrets. To her utter surprise, Qin Feng pulled out a dingy black card the moment he arrived and declared he wanted to withdraw 50 million. Li Qi felt as though he'd misheard. Nevertheless, maintaining her professional demeanor, Li Qi smiled and said, Sir, this card isn't issued by our Yanhuang Bank. You'll need to go to the corresponding bank to withdraw the funds. Most people would have written Qin Feng off as a fool by now. Qin Feng replied, "This card is universal across all banks. You can check the balance. Please hold on, sir." Li Qi thought to herself that since today was her last day anyway, she couldn't afford to leave a bad impression on the customer no matter what. But when she checked, the balance didn't show up. Just as she had expected. "Sir, I just checked, but I can't see the balance." Only then did Li Qi take a closer look at Qin Feng through the glass. There was no reason for this. He was quite handsome and didn't seem like an abnormal person. Why would he present such a card? Still, she dismissed Qin Feng as just bored, coming to the bank to amuse himself at their expense. Qin Feng paused, then said, "Check again, please." Though inwardly exasperated, Li Qi complied. "Sir, there really is no balance available to view," Li Qi said with a professional smile. Then she muttered to herself, "Thank goodness today's my last day. With fewer tasks assigned by management, I'd definitely be getting yelled at otherwise." Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Is there a possibility that only someone with higher permissions can see the funds inside? Have your manager come over?" Li Qi visibly froze. She'd spent so much time verifying this card. If her superiors found out, she'd definitely get scolded. Asking her supervisor now would just prove she couldn't handle her job. "Sir, our manager is quite busy. How about this? I'll check it again for you." Li Qi scrutinized it once more, but the result remained unchanged. Finally, she sighed in resignation. "Sir, how about trying another card?" "I only have this one card," Qin Feng replied. "Ask your supervisor to come over. There should be funds available." Qin Feng replied patiently. "Sir, please wait a moment." Li Qi had no choice but to go find her supervisor. In the VIP reception room, Manager Chen returned from his office and smiled. "Mr. Su, due to your excellent credit standing with our bank, the president reviewed your application and said we only need to wait 1 month for headquarters to release the funds." Su Boyang smiled. "Excellent. Manager Chen, I'll fulfill the promise I made to you regarding the foreign domestic helper." Manager Chen's eyes lit up, but he maintained a serious expression. Serving our clients is our core principle. This is simply part of my job." Just then, Li Qi knocked and entered, whispering, "Manager Chen, could you step out for a moment?" Manager Chen's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Li Qi. He smiled and said, "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." After Manager Chen left, he reached out to place his hand on Li Qi's shoulder. Li Qi instinctively dodged away, looking slightly alarmed. Manager Chen smiled. "Come to my office." Once in the office, Manager Chen sat on the sofa and said with a smile, "Li Qi, have a seat." Li Qi remained standing, hesitant to sit. She said, "Manager, a client wants to withdraw money, but my permissions aren't sufficient. Could you take a look?" Manager Chen showed no sign of urgency. "Don't worry," he said with a smile. "Today is your last day of internship, right?" "Yes." Li Qi nodded. Truthfully, she didn't care for Manager Chen. As her supervisor, he not only made things difficult for her at work but also took advantage of work guidance sessions to grope her. If this weren't her first job, she absolutely wouldn't put up with it. Sometimes she thought about just walking away. But then she'd think about how quitting would be a waste of the opportunity she'd fought so hard to earn through all those interviews. Yet she couldn't endure Manager Chen's harassment, whether verbal or physical. "Xiaoli, honestly, passing your probation isn't difficult. All I need to do is sign a piece of paper. But you know, you're out in the real world now. Sometimes you have to be flexible. How's that proposal I mentioned last time?" Manager Chen's gaze swept up and down Li Qi, his eyes gleaming with a hint of admiration. This delicate skin must feel incredibly smooth to the touch, Manager Chen thought to himself, his eyes glancing over her body. Li Qi's expression shifted slightly. "Manager Chen, I'm afraid I can't hold my liquor. This kind of drinking gathering isn't really my thing." Li Qi lowered her head. Even before joining the company, she had already known about the unspoken rules. She never imagined she'd encounter this situation. But no matter what, she wouldn't sell herself out. Manager Chen said calmly, "You should know how many people would kill for this job opportunity. Just one dinner gathering could introduce you to numerous clients. Once you're officially hired, you'll start as a team leader." The offer sounded undeniably tempting. But Li Qi shook her head firmly and changed the subject. "Manager Chen, let's stick to business. That client has been waiting for quite some time." "Humph. Ungrateful." A cold glint flashed in Manager Chen's eyes. "If you won't take it, plenty of others will. These young upstarts in society have plenty of opportunities if they want them. How much does that person want to withdraw?" Manager Chen asked indifferently. "He wants 50 million, but I double-checked his card balance, seems like he's got nothing." Li Qi replied. Manager Chen snapped impatiently, "This is just some social misfit wasting our time and trying to make fun of us. Why waste words on him? Just have security escort him out. But, he doesn't seem like he's here to cause trouble. Plus, his card is unusual, it's black." Li Qi pointed out. "Star Glory card? Or Black Diamond card?" Manager Chen inquired. "Neither," Li Qi replied. Manager Chen snapped angrily, "Neither? Does he plan to withdraw money with a hammer?" And 50 million? 50 million in Joss paper? He ordered, get him out of here immediately. Don't let him disrupt other customers' business. Li Qi returned. Qin Feng had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Sir, our manager requests you return to verify your identity before proceeding, Li Qi stated. Qin Feng frowned. Have him go back and confirm? No one even came out to see him, probably thought he was here to cause trouble. Please tell your manager again this card can't possibly be empty. I need to use the money. Qin Feng stated. But Li Qi hesitated. She saw the earnestness in Qin Feng's eyes. Alright, I'll ask again for you. When Li Qi returned and relayed the message to Manager Chen, he exploded in anger. This guy is just wasting our time. He can't even handle a simple task. After finishing this half-day shift, you're fired. Manager Chen stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Li Qi's expression darkened before he finally sighed. When he reached the service counter, he pointed at Qin Feng and barked, "Security! Get this troublemaker out of here." Chapter 65, The Arrival of a Distinguished Guest. Qin Feng hadn't expected the commotion to escalate this much. Two security guards quickly approached. Sir, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will consider using force, one security guard stated. Qin Feng turned to Manager Chen and said coldly, is this how you treat your customers? Manager Chen finally took a good look at him and said, I recognize you. That guy outside earlier, just because you have a toy card, you think you can withdraw tens of millions? You're dreaming. Su Boyang was his VIP client. Anyone his client looked down on was likely no big deal. Have your bank president come out, Qin Feng said calmly. Humph. Just some troublemaker wanting to see our bank president? That's a pipe dream. Get him out of here. Manager Chen snapped impatiently. Li Qi immediately interjected, Manager Chen, please don't. He just made a mistake. Then Li Qi hurried over to Qin Feng and said, you should leave quickly. Feeling Li Qi's well-intentioned warning, Qin Feng glanced at him with a hint of gratitude. But Qin Feng was also furious inside. Just because Manager Chen looked down on him like a dog and wanted to kick him out without any regard for the facts? He wasn't the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Li Qi defend an outsider enraged Manager Chen. Li Qi, as an employee of this bank, you dare speak up for an outsider? I'm formally terminating your probationary period. You don't need to finish this half-day shift. Pack your things and leave immediately. Li Qi's expression shifted. Qin Feng sneered coldly, what a show of authority. I won't leave until I get my money today. How dare you push your luck? Get moving. What are you standing around for? Manager Chen shouted. Two security guards lunged forward, only to be sent flying by a single slap from Qin Feng. Panic erupted throughout the entire lobby. Causing trouble in a bank? That's practically begging for death. Li Qi's face paled. Oh no, oh no. Assaulting security guards in a bank was tantamount to causing a disturbance. He'd be arrested. Call security. Have them take him away. Just then, the bank manager heard the commotion and rushed downstairs. What happened? Mr. President, some troublemaker, he even injured our security guard. Manager Chen complained. You're the bank manager? Qin Feng stared at him. The bank manager replied coldly, young man, do you realize you've committed a crime? Qin Feng casually flicked the black card in his hand right onto the bank manager's face. The bank president was about to erupt in anger, but upon seeing the pitch-black card, his expression instantly changed. The card for the universe's top VIP. Unlimited credit limit. This. Manager Chen's heart leapt with joy. His chance to shine had arrived. He immediately stepped in front of the bank president and shouted angrily, I won't let you harm our president. Take it out on me. Before Manager Chen could finish, the bank president barked, get out of the way. He shoved Manager Chen aside with one hand, nearly sending him stumbling to the ground. The bank president stood with a stern expression and straight posture, saying, esteemed sir, please forgive our rashness. I offer my deepest apologies for our earlier actions. Li Qi, Manager Chen, and the other staff members were all dumbfounded. This was their bank president. Why was he being so polite to this young man? Li Qi was secretly startled. Could he really be some big client? Qin Feng replied coldly, I am deeply disappointed in the attitude of your staff. Without distinguishing right from wrong, you tried to drive me away. I will propose to your headquarters that this branch be closed. The bank manager's face turned pale. Manager Chen shouted, hey, kid. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right? Shut up. The bank president roared angrily, do you have any idea what you've done? He's our universe's premier VIP. We recognize both the card and the person. The universe's #1 VIP? Even Li Qi was stunned. That title sounds so anime-like. But judging by the bank manager's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. How could that be possible? Manager Chen couldn't believe it. Isn't this the same super VIP who visited last time? Could it be him? Qin Feng knew old Ghostly was wealthy, but he never imagined he held such significant clout. Manager Chen flushed as he recalled his earlier words to Qin Feng. He then forced a fawning smile and said, "Sir, I'm truly sorry. I didn't recognize your importance. Please forgive me." Qin Feng noticed Li Qi's listless demeanor and inquired, "I heard you're still in your probationary period?" "Yeah, it ends today." Li Qi nodded, sounding a bit down. Li Qi murmured, having thought he could finish the day properly. Manager Chen immediately interjected, "Li Qi, given your excellent performance during your probationary period, I'm formally announcing that you've passed your probation. Starting tomorrow, you're a full-time employee." A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Feng's eyes. This opportunistic guy. He clearly saw the bank manager's change in attitude toward him and was deliberately trying to impress the manager. Li Qi's face lit up instantly. "Manager, is that really true?" But Manager Chen never expected that Li Qi, fresh out of school and naive, would blurt out without thinking, "So, do I have to attend the drinking parties afterward?" Manager Chen's expression darkened instantly. "What kind of dinner?" Qin Feng inquired. "It's just accompanying clients for dinner," Li Qi replied timidly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Manager Chen's face turned pale with shock. She hurriedly said, "Li Qi, don't talk nonsense. What dinner party?" Li Qi retorted, "But you told me yourself, manager. That's why I failed my probation because I refused to go before." Qin Feng sneered coldly, "So your bank has such unspoken rules, huh?" The bank president's face darkened as fury boiled over. "Manager Chen, how dare you? Taking your own staff to private dinners? Do you realize you've violated bank regulations? Effective immediately, you are no longer our employee." Manager Chen froze in shock, stammering, "President, this isn't my fault." "It's your." The bank president, flustered, roared, "Shut up. Security, drag him out." Two security guards immediately hauled Manager Chen out. The bank president finally exhaled in relief. But when his gaze met Qin Feng's, a chill ran down his spine. He lowered his head, unable to meet that stare. Qin Feng sneered inwardly but said nothing. "I admire those who are patient, diligent, and dedicated to serving customers," Qin Feng remarked calmly. "Now that Chen has left, his position is vacant, correct?" The bank manager, being astute, promptly addressed Li Qi, "Given your outstanding performance, effective immediately, you will assume Manager Chen's position." Li Qi was flattered and overwhelmed, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Sir, please come inside." Qin Feng had been invited inside by the bank manager at some point. Inside the VIP room. What the hell? Where did Manager Chen go again? Su Boyang was thoroughly annoyed. Last time it was like this, and now again twice he'd been left waiting. Before long, a young figure entered. It was Li Qi. "Where's Manager Chen?" Su Boyang asked. Li Qi replied politely, "Chairman Su, the bank president just informed me that this year's loan quota has been exhausted." "What did you say?" "I need to see the bank president. The president is currently meeting with an important guest in the conference room. Chairman Su, perhaps you should come back next year." Su Boyang's face flushed crimson with anger. "Where's Manager Chen? Where the hell is he?" Li Qi replied, "He's been fired." Su Boyang's face drained of color. He had painstakingly put up his property and other assets as collateral, but now it was all for nothing. Fuming, he stormed out, only to see the bank president walking side by side with a young man in the corridor outside the president's office, the president treating him with courtesy and respect. Su Boyang's face lit up. "Hello, Mr. President. I'm Su Boyang, from Su's. Qin Feng? Why is it you?" Chapter 66, I'll leave you 3,000. Su Boyang's face was filled with shock. How could it be this guy? And the bank president is personally attending to him. Could he be the distinguished guest? "Oh, Su Boyang." The bank president's tone was flat. Su Boyang chuckled, "Mr. President, I'd like to ask why can't our loan be approved? If it's a large amount, I can borrow 30 million. The bank president shook his head. "Not even 30 million. If absolutely impossible, 10 million would suffice," Su Boyang pressed. "Still no." The bank manager shook his head again. This time, Su Boyang grew impatient. "How can there not even be 10 million? If not, can't we transfer funds from the provincial capital or headquarters? A bank this big doesn't even have this much money?" Su Boyang's tone turned accusatory as he grew impatient. The bank president snapped angrily, "Su Boyang, watch your language. I told you, this year's allocation is exhausted. Every last cent was given to Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin? Who?" Su Boyang instantly turned to Qin Feng, his face frozen in disbelief. "Impossible. How could it be you?" Qin Feng replied calmly, "Didn't I tell you I wanted to withdraw 50 million? 50 million? How could that be possible?" Su Boyang finally understood why Qin Feng had said the machine couldn't do it. But he refused to believe it. "You only had a few thousand in savings. Where did this money come from?" Su Boyang gritted his teeth. "Do I need to account for my own money to you?" Qin Feng sneered. Su Boyang's face flushed crimson. "So it was you who withdrew my money?" The bank manager said coldly, Su Boyang, what do you mean your money? This is Mr. Qin's money. You were only here to take out a loan. Su Boyang looked as if he could devour Qin Feng. Qin Feng paused, then said, right. Starting today, put the Su group on the blacklist. Su Boyang erupted in fury. Qin Feng, what right do you have? Then I have the right, don't I? The bank president replied coldly. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. You are our bank's most esteemed VIP. Your requests are our highest priority. I will certainly comply, the bank president said with a smile. Su Boyang, I hereby notify you that from this moment onward, our bank will refuse all loan applications from your group and anyone associated with the Su family. The stark contrast in the bank president's attitude toward Su Boyang versus Qin Feng was like night and day. Su Boyang's mind went blank. Once one bank blacklists them, other banks will follow suit. Because they're all connected. The vast majority of companies understand financing using other people's money to make money. The Su group was no exception. But once blacklisted, every penny would have to come out of their own pockets, leaving them with no way out. Qin Feng took a few steps before pausing to add, actually, forget it. One shouldn't be so ruthless. Let's leave them a 3,000 credit line. Understood. I'll have someone handle it shortly, the bank manager replied respectfully. Su Boyang's eyes bulged with rage, his face contorted in fury. 3,000 yuan? He wouldn't even bother picking it up off the ground. This was an absolute, colossal humiliation. Meanwhile, in the first floor lobby. As noon approached, the lobby began to fill with customers conducting business. A spirited young woman wearing a baseball cap, a ponytail, and athletic-style casual wear walked in. This person was none other than Lu Wanqi. Lu Wanqi wore in-ear headphones, from which Agent Xiao Chui's urgent voice came through. Captain Lu, according to the latest intel, Black Wolf has entered the Yanhuang Bank. If our hunch is right, he's highly likely to pull off a heist. I know. I've already followed him inside. Lu Wanqi's gaze locked onto one of the men in black jackets waiting in the lobby, arms crossed, head bowed. Agent Xiao Chui blurted out, damn it. Black Wolf is ruthless and armed. At this hour, the bank is packed, anyone here could become his hostage. The hardest targets to capture aren't the ones hiding in corners, nor those armed with weapons of mass destruction, nor even the suicidal criminals. It's those who have potential hostages right at their fingertips. Especially with so many people present right now. Lu Wanqi also found the situation tricky. She'd handled countless cases, but situations like this were exceedingly rare. Based on past experience, she would have apprehended the suspect in a less crowded location, minimizing the risk of innocent bystanders getting hurt even if a struggle ensued. In these public spaces, if she provoked these desperate criminals into a fight to the death, the casualties would be far greater. Even her formidable combat skills wouldn't save them. Because in Lu Wanqi's eyes, if even one innocent person died, it would be an absolute failure regardless of whether the suspect was killed. Captain Lu, do you need backup? Asked Xiao Chui. No need. I'll observe the situation. Black Wolf is highly sensitive to sense you must not approach this area. Everyone retreat at least 100 meters. After hanging up, Lu Wanqi sat alone in the back row. She waited for an opportunity while simultaneously plotting her next move. But Black Wolf was cunning. He deliberately chose a seat flanked by people on both sides. She mustn't alert the others, or all her efforts would be wasted. Lu Wanqi thought to herself. She'd been tracking this Black Wolf for days. Unlike ordinary criminals, he preferred to operate at night. And he moved about without anyone noticing. This daytime activity was only possible because Lu Wanqi had gone 3 days and nights without sleep to track him down. Just then, the bank manager escorted Qin Feng down the staircase on the side. Mr. Qin, next time you visit, just give me a call ahead of time. I'll arrange for funds to be transferred from the main branch, the bank manager said politely. Qin Feng nodded. No need to see me out. You go ahead. Qin Feng waved his hand. Alright, take your time. As Qin Feng walked into the lobby, a thought struck him, and he glanced at the graceful figure seated at the table. She was here too? At the same time, Lu Wanqi also sensed Qin Feng's presence. Her gaze drifted over, a complex flicker crossing her eyes. Qin Feng was the only unsolved case in her career, a stain she could never erase. The elimination of Wu Xingde and his son Wu Kuan, the assassination of Qinglong Army Deputy Commander Lu Haoyuan. She knew Qin Feng was responsible. But she had no proof. So upon seeing Qin Feng again, she felt a complex mix of emotions. She wanted to bring Qin Feng to justice. Yet she also knew he was a force she could never hope to oppose. What was she thinking? The Black Wolf was the most important thing now. Shedding these distracting thoughts, Lu Wanqi pushed them aside. Just then, Li Qi spotted Qin Feng descending and approached excitedly. Mr. Qin, are you leaving? She had been waiting for him for a long time. Since taking over for Manager Chen, Li Qi had stopped working as a hostess. Yes. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. This girl has a pure heart, patience, and a professional attitude. She's passionate about her work. Someone like her shouldn't be overlooked. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Li Qi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Just be yourself, and that's thanks enough. Qin Feng replied. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a phone slipped from someone's pocket in the front row and fell beside Li Qi. Li Qi picked it up, turned, and handed it over. Sir, your phone. The man in the jacket kept his head down, extending his hand to take it. Suddenly, a murderous aura emanated from the man in the jacket. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw a gun concealed beneath the jacket. The man in the jacket felt as though his entire being was being laid bare. He stiffened, jerking his head up to lock eyes with Qin Feng. His years of fleeing had taught him that Qin Feng was no ordinary man. He'd been spotted. The jacket-clad man abruptly pulled Li Qi toward him, then drew a pistol and fired a shot into the air. Bang! Then he pressed the muzzle against Li Qi's temple. Nobody move. Or I'll shoot, the man in the jacket shouted. Ah! Shrieks erupted, and in an instant, the entire hall descended into utter chaos. Chapter 67, He Can't Kill Me. When everyone finally snapped out of it, they all instinctively ducked down. And when they saw Black Wolf pressing a black, gleaming gun against Li Qi's chest, they finally understood what was happening. Ah! Someone couldn't help but cry out. Black Wolf's eyes flashed with coldness as he fired directly at one person. Lu Wanqi, who had been at the back of the crowd, paled instantly. Moving with lightning speed, she threw herself at the fallen man. The bullet struck her shoulder. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she clutched the person tightly in her arms. The security guard at the door finally sensed the danger, his expression turning grim. Black Wolf paid no heed, coldly declaring, "Everyone stay put, or die. Close the iron gate." Under the glare of the black muzzle, no one dared to move an inch. They knew Black Wolf would shoot to kill. Black Wolf, release the hostages. You won't get away with this. The security guard trembled as he prepared to close the iron gate, but suddenly a voice rang out. Don't close it. The speaker was none other than Qin Feng. The security guard froze. Has this kid lost his mind? He's armed, you know. And judging by his methods, he doesn't need to waste words. One shot could take you out. Lu Wanqi's expression darkened. What is he trying to do? A cold glint flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. Qin Feng stood before him, his gaze calm. Kid, you wanna die? Li Qi's neck was clamped by Black Wolf, her face drained of color. Mr. Qin, don't. Though held hostage, Li Qi still managed to warn Qin Feng not to provoke the robber. Anyone daring to bring a gun into a bank isn't a good guy. They're all desperate criminals. He can't kill me. Qin Feng said indifferently. Black Wolf sneered, how amusing. In all my years on the streets, you're the first to say I can't kill you. I admire those with guts. Just as everyone thought Black Wolf was about to aim his gun at Qin Feng, he turned his head and gave a sinister smile. I just noticed this girl seems to know you. Black Wolf's sinister grin widened as the muzzle pressed against Li Qi's head. Li Qi's vision darkened with fear, her heart trembling violently. Black Wolf loved to play by his own rules. Tell me, he said, if I shoot her, what are my chances of surviving? Lu Wanqi, her martial artist's shoulder wound still bleeding, staggered to her feet and gritted her teeth. Black Wolf, surrender. You won't escape. Black Wolf studied Lu Wanqi coldly. You again, you old hag. You're something else. Chased me for 3 days and nights, and you finally tracked me down. Want to save this girl? Simple. Prepare 10 million in cash and a car. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Lu Wanqi's eyes turned icy. You know I'll never agree to your terms. If you refuse, I'll kill her first. With so many hostages here, how many do you think you can save? Black Wolf swept his gaze over the people cowering on the ground, his face twisted into a savage grin. Even in the worst-case scenario, if you capture me, at least a few others will go down with me. Wouldn't that be a win for me? A look of madness spread across Black Wolf's face. Lu Wanqi's face turned deathly pale. Black Wolf was a desperate criminal, a cold-blooded killer with more than 10 lives on his hands. In the worst-case scenario, Black Wolf could indeed take at least a few lives with him. Fine. I agree. Lu Wanqi said in a deep voice. It was a difficult decision. But this is a strategic retreat. We'll find a way to capture Black Wolf later. The hostage's safety is the immediate priority. Suddenly, another detached voice rang out. There's no need to agree to his terms. I've said it before, he won't kill a single soul. Lu Wanqi finally remembered right. There's still one person here. Qin Feng. This was the man who had even killed Lu Haoyuan. But soon, Lu Wanqi's heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Though Qin Feng was powerful, below the martial king realm, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun a bullet. Even a martial king could only anticipate a bullet's trajectory at best. A peak martial king, perhaps in a state of extreme focus, might evade it, but they could never outpace a bullet. What does it even mean to be faster than a bullet? Moreover, Black Wolf was no ordinary man. And with the bullet pressed against Li Qi, it was utterly impossible to subdue him before the shot was fired. All that stuff in movies and TV shows is just nonsense. Instead, she inwardly resented him. How could this guy keep provoking Black Wolf time and again? Black Wolf turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with heightened interest. But in the next instant, his gaze turned icy. I hate being ignored. Girl, when you go to the underworld, remember this, it was this kid who killed you. Black Wolf's final words were directed at Li Qi. Instead of firing, he shoved Li Qi forward. The gun in his hand was now pointed squarely at Li Qi's back. Li Qi's lips trembled, his face ashen. She glanced at Qin Feng, who remained utterly composed. Ha! Die! Black Wolf pulled the trigger. Li Qi closed her eyes, while Lu Wanqi felt her heart sink like a stone. But, to everyone's surprise, there was no sound of a gunshot. Black Wolf's expression changed. He realized he couldn't even pull the trigger. How could this be? He tried several times, but still couldn't pull the trigger. He snapped his head up and locked eyes with Qin Feng. A faint blue glow flickered in the other man's gaze, a flash he couldn't quite place. Black Wolf's pupils contracted, as if swallowed by a dark void. Then, he saw the gun in his hand transform into a venomous snake. The serpent flickered its crimson tongue, poised to strike. Ah! Black Wolf's face drained of color as he flung the gun from his grasp onto the ground. Everyone stood frozen in shock. What on earth was happening? Black Wolf seemed possessed, one moment terrified, the next tossing his gun to the ground. Lu and Wanqi both sensed something was off. Li Qi, unaware of what was happening behind her, turned to see the gun fall to the ground. She gasped and hurriedly ran behind Qin Feng. Mr. Qin! She clutched Qin Feng's clothes, her heart racing. Qin Feng looked at Black Wolf and said calmly, "Why didn't you shoot just now?" In an instant, Black Wolf snapped to attention. He rolled over, grabbed the gun from the ground, and aimed it at Qin Feng. This kid's got something fishy going on. He snarled, "Die." Suddenly, a flash of green light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Just as Black Wolf prepared to fire, an eerie scene unfolded once more. He held the gun, trembling as he pointed it at his own temple. Lu Wanqi gasped in shock. Was Black Wolf about to kill himself? But judging by his state, he didn't seem to be in control. How could this be? How could this happen? As the muzzle closed in on his forehead, Black Wolf finally froze in terror. He couldn't control his own hand. It was as if some force was gripping him, leaving his legs and head utterly immobilized. No, no. Black Wolf's mind went blank, filled with the terror of impending death. He wasn't afraid of death, he'd even contemplated it before, but now, as the gun pointed at himself beyond his control, he realized he didn't want to die. Bang! Black Wolf pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced his temple, blowing a hole the size of a bowl through his forehead. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Chapter 68, Only I Can Save Her Life. No one understood what had transpired. All they knew was that the once arrogant desperado had ultimately pulled the trigger on himself. Staring at Black Wolf lying in a pool of blood, Lu Wanqi felt a complex mix of emotions. Black Wolf was dead, but he hadn't been captured. He hadn't received the punishment he deserved. Of course, even 10 deaths wouldn't be enough for him. But his death was too bizarre. Lu Wanqi couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. It had to be him. From start to finish, Qin Feng's expression hadn't wavered once. Soon, security guards and staff began comforting and dispersing the crowd, while agents like Xiao Chui rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Team leader Lu, Xiao Chui stammered, wide-eyed. Suicide. Lu Wanqi uttered only 2 words before turning her gaze back to Qin Feng. What exactly did he do? Captain Lu, you're injured. Get Captain Lu to the hospital immediately. Lu Wanqi waved her hand. She was a martial arts instructor. Li Qi was still shaken, clutching only Qin Feng's clothes. Qin Feng patted her shoulder, simultaneously channeling a surge of true qi into her. Only then did Li Qi's emotions settle. It's okay now, Qin Feng said with a smile. Only then did Li Qi realize how close she'd gotten to Qin Feng. She quickly let go, her face flushing red. Mr. Qin, thank you. It was nothing. Suddenly. Captain Lu, what's wrong? Just as Xiao Chui and the others were about to help Lu Wanqi into the car, they saw her collapse to the ground. Her face was deathly pale, and her entire body was trembling. The bullets are poisoned. Lu Wanqi's voice trembled. She never imagined Black Wolf could be so treacherous he'd even poisoned the bullets. At this moment, her internal energy could no longer contain the wound. Moreover, the poison was rapidly corroding her body, already infiltrating her internal organs. Just then, Qin Feng spoke, "Step aside." Qin Feng paused, pressing 2 fingers beside the wound on Lu Wanqi's shoulder. This was to first stem the flow of the poison at its source. Sure enough, the relentless flow of poison ceased invading her body. Lu Wanqi stopped trembling and regained some vitality. But she had been shot, and the wound had already turned purplish black. We need to flush out the toxins immediately, Qin Feng declared. Get team leader Lu to the hospital immediately. Xiao Chui shouted. There's no time. She has at most 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the suppressed toxins will erupt. Within 10 seconds, even a great immortal couldn't save her, Qin Feng stated. Xiao Chui was utterly confused. Though he found it hard to believe, Qin Feng didn't seem to be joking. Kid, stop spreading alarmist nonsense. Team leader Lu will be fine. Xiao Chui snapped, his voice tinged with irritation. Truthfully, he didn't care for Qin Feng. Because during their last mission, Qin Feng had been with Mu Zixuan. Anyone who hung out with that underground queen couldn't be all that great. Qin Feng replied calmly, faith alone won't save her. Lu Wanqi said weakly, he's telling the truth. Xiao Chui's face paled. Lu Wanqi was also startled. She knew her own condition better than anyone. But how could Qin Feng know so clearly? Qin Feng turned to Li Qi and said, arrange a restroom for me. Li Qi hesitated, but complied nonetheless. Kid, what are you up to? Xiao Chui asked. I can save her, Qin Feng replied. Are you a doctor? If you're not, you'll only end up killing Captain Lu. Xiao Chui countered. Lu Wanqi also looked at Qin Feng. Only I can save her life. Lu Wanqi's heart skipped a beat. But the look in Qin Feng's eyes didn't seem like he was trying to impress anyone. Before Lu Wanqi could speak, Qin Feng scooped her up in his arms. Lu Wanqi flushed and tried to resist. What are you doing? Let me go. Lu Wanqi had a fiery temperament and had never been close to a man. Especially being held like this, it was her first time. Moreover, she didn't actually like Qin Feng. She even wanted to bring him to justice. But Qin Feng had just saved everyone. Don't move if you value your life. Qin Feng barked coldly with an air of authority. Anger flared in Lu Wanqi's heart, but when she saw Qin Feng's handsome yet stern expression, the words on her lips were abruptly swallowed. Lu Wanqi's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. In that moment, she realized she didn't dislike Qin Feng as much as she thought. And so she let Qin Feng carry her into the rest area. Xiao Chui and the others waited anxiously outside the door. But since Lu Wanqi offered no resistance, Xiao Chui felt it was inappropriate to say anything. The restroom served as a temporary resting spot for executives and was equipped with a medical kit. Qin Feng laid Lu Wanqi flat on the bed. Blood had already stained a patch on her shoulder crimson. At that moment, her limbs were numb, and she couldn't move. If Qin Feng harbored even a hint of ill intent, no one could save her. Somehow, she actually trusted Qin Feng. Sorry about that. Qin Feng muttered, then snipped away the fabric from Lu Wanqi's shoulder with scissors. Though covered in blood, Lu Wanqi's fragrant shoulder was fair and her collarbone alluring. What are you looking at? Lu Wanqi's face flushed slightly. Even she couldn't believe that in her weakened and wounded state, she offered no resistance whatsoever. Qin Feng said nothing, examining the wound. Bear with it. Then his hand touched the wound. Lu Wanqi gasped in surprise. What was he doing? Was he going to remove the bullet for her? Without a scalpel or any tools, how could he do that? Strangely enough, in less than 3 seconds, Lu Wanqi felt a sharp pang of pain. She watched in disbelief as the bullet began to crawl out of her wound on its own. Yes. It crawled out and landed in Qin Feng's hand. Don't touch it. It's poisonous. Lu Wanqi cried out. Sure enough. Within moments, Qin Feng's palm was covered in a dense network of green spider-like patterns. Oh no, oh no. Lu Wanqi knew how potent these toxins were. But suddenly, the green spider silk in Qin Feng's hand dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Lu Wanqi was utterly dumbfounded. This poison isn't even 1/10,000th of what my master fed me. Qin Feng shook his head. Old Ghostly loved delving into all sorts of bizarre things. Moreover, when Qin Feng first integrated the Azure Dragon eye, his physical body couldn't withstand such potent Azure Dragon bloodline, so he was often forced to drink strange concoctions. As the saying goes, all medicine has some toxicity. The more he experimented, the stronger Qin Feng's body became at resisting toxins. Lu Wanqi couldn't believe what she just heard. Is this guy some kind of freak? Testing poisons on himself? How utterly insane. Qin Feng then helped Lu Wanqi to her feet, moving behind her. The curve of her shoulder held an irresistible allure. What are you doing? Lu Wanqi asked, flustered. Though the source of the bullet and toxin had been eliminated, don't forget she was still poisoned throughout her entire body. This poison was exceptionally potent, leaving her limbs numb and immobile. She could only rely on Qin Feng's hands. Take off your clothes, Qin Feng said. Lu Wanqi flushed crimson, her voice tinged with indignation. You lecher. She had just begun to think Qin Feng was some kind of upright gentleman, her opinion of him shifting slightly. But who knew? He'd finally shown his true colors. I'd rather die than let you touch me. Gathering every ounce of strength, Lu Wanqi raised her trembling hand, poised to strike her own chest. Chapter 69, Shameless Bitch. Qin Feng didn't move. Instead, he spoke calmly, if you die, how will you arrest me? Lu Wanqi's hand froze instantly. True, if she died, how could she arrest this murderer? But I'd rather die than let you touch me. Lu Wanqi's eyes burned with even greater resolve. If forced to choose between her chastity and capturing Qin Feng, she would choose the former without hesitation. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes. For the first time, he felt a spark of admiration for this woman. It only strengthened his resolve to save her. Just as Lu Wanqi was about to strike her chest again, Qin Feng acted without a word, pressing a finger against her back. Lu Wanqi found her limbs even more immobilized. "You bastard! What did you do to me?" Lu Wanqi raged. "If you won't cooperate, I'll just have to take matters into my own hands," Qin Feng said calmly. "This is nothing but a forced assault." A wave of despair washed over Lu Wanqi as she closed her eyes. "I'll never forgive you, even in death." Lu Wanqi hissed hatefully. Qin Feng paid her no mind, helping her sit up before pulling down the other side of her clothing. Her snow-white back was suddenly exposed. Though one shoulder was stained crimson with blood, it did nothing to diminish the boundless allure it held. Lu Wanqi's delicate body trembled. She had never endured such humiliation. She had expected Qin Feng to grope her body. Instead, she felt only a stinging pain across her back. Qin Feng was performing acupuncture on her. Had she misunderstood him? No. Even if he was truly treating her, the act of undressing her was absolutely unforgivable. Lu Wanqi was about to curse Qin Feng as a scoundrel when a strange warmth suddenly spread throughout her entire body. Her mind, which had been clouded, began to clear. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Lu Wanqi felt her entire body growing hot. Then, her chest swelled up and a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Immediately after, Lu Wanqi realized that every trace of poison in her body had been completely purged. Moreover, her limbs regained full mobility. "I'm fine," Lu Wanqi cried out excitedly. Just moments ago, she had thought she was about to die. As if by reflex, Lu Wanqi spun around, eager to share her joy with Qin Feng. But the moment she turned, her expression changed drastically. She wasn't fully dressed. Lu Wanqi flushed crimson, covering her chest with both hands as her heart raced. Yet she discovered the door was ajar. Qin Feng was already gone. Where had he gone? Thud. The sound of many people ascending the stairs reached her from outside. Lu Wanqi hurriedly pulled her clothes on. Then she saw Xiao Chui and a team of medical staff rushing in with equipment. "Captain Lu." Xiao Chui ordered urgently, "Thank you for allowing us to examine Captain Lu." The medical staff began attaching monitors to Lu Wanqi, checking her heart rate and other vital signs. 5 minutes passed. The doctor exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly bizarre." The bullet contained a neurotoxin that would have spread throughout her body within 5 minutes. Within 10 seconds, even a god couldn't have saved her. Yet team leader Lu was completely unharmed. It would have taken them at least 10 minutes to rush here from the hospital. By all logic, Lu Wanqi should already be dead. Lu Wanqi was stunned. This was exactly what Qin Feng had said. Chui glanced around. "Strange. Where's that kid? Didn't he carry you up just now? Why's he gone?" After slipping out of the bank unnoticed, Qin Feng bought some herbs and returned to prepare medicine for Yan Zhou. After 3 days of taking the medicine, Yan Zhou's previously swollen body and face had noticeably slimmed down, and he no longer suffered from pain that kept him awake at night. While strenuous exercise remained off limits, he could now walk and stroll normally without fatigue. That day, Qin Feng took Yan Zhou shopping for daily necessities. Sitting in Qin Feng's BMW 7 Series, Yan Zhou asked curiously, "Qin Feng, did you get this car as a breakup gift from that woman, Lu Chulian? I mean, no offense, but a man should know when to let go. Women like Lu Chulian? There are plenty better out there like Su Ru, for instance." "How do you know Su Ru?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "You have no idea. After you jumped into the sea, Su Ru searched everywhere for you. She finally tracked down my contact info after asking countless people. When she heard I didn't know your whereabouts, the disappointment in her voice was palpable. Later I learned that Su Ru suffered retaliation from Lu Chulian because of you. A perfectly capable woman with boundless potential just like that, her future was destroyed." Yan Zhou spoke with a hint of regret. Qin Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. To have someone so utterly devoted to you, what more could one ask for? She's doing well. When the time is right, you'll meet her, Qin Feng said with a smile. Yan Zhou paused, choosing not to press further. Instead, he got into the car and started fiddling with the controls here and there, musing aloud, "Someday, I want to be like you, driving a BMW. Then I can go pick up Xincher too." Qin Feng chuckled, "Let's go buy a BMW." Before long, the two arrived at the dealership. Over the past 3 years, Yan Zhou had nearly severed all social ties, even developing a touch of social anxiety. So stepping into such a high-end establishment felt decidedly unfamiliar. Moreover, looking at the displayed cars, each was priced at least 300,000 yuan. "Qin Feng, I think we should just leave," Yan Zhou said. A young couple stood before them. "Huh, I thought I was mistaken. It really is you, Yan Zhou." Yan Zhou glanced over, his expression darkening. He recognized both of them. They were his classmates. And the girl, she was his ex-girlfriend. Her name was Feng Shui, also a medical student. Back in class, Yan Zhou and Feng Shui were known as the perfect couple. After graduation, though they went to different hospitals, their future looked bright. However, due to the Qin Feng incident, Yanzhou was disgraced by the Red Third, his body began to swell, he lost his job, and Feng Shui grew increasingly disdainful until she finally left him. Yanzhou initially thought it was for the best, leaving her behind would only hold Feng Shui back. But later he learned that during the time before his downfall, a wealthy second-generation heir had been regularly picking her up and dropping her off at work. Only then did he realize Feng Shui had been betraying him all along. He'd been cuckolded. And that rich kid was none other than their mutual classmate, Han Xiangming. "You two bastards." Yanzhou clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. Feng Shui said coldly, "Yanzhou, watch your mouth. It's your own fault for being incompetent. You can't even keep your own woman in check. What's the point of being a top student with boundless potential? At best, you'll end up as some low-level manager. With housing prices this high, you might not even afford a place after working 10 or 20 years. Yanzhou roared, "So that's why you betrayed me? You. This isn't betrayal. It's a wise bird choosing the right tree to perch on." Feng Shui leaned into Han Xiangming with a blissful expression. "Han Xiangming's family runs a pharmacy. After graduation, I'll take over the family business. Besides, Han Xiangming has liked me for ages. Why would I choose to struggle with you when I could be a young mistress?" Yanzhou's face flushed crimson with rage. "You shameless. You make cheating sound so noble, utterly shameless." Han Xiangming remained unruffled, smiling as he replied, "Yanzhou, no need to get worked up. Some people are born destined to stay at the finish line. Even if you struggled for 10 lifetimes, you'd never grasp it. It's like this place, you might come in to cool off or scrounge a free lunch, but you'll never be able to afford it. Who says we can't afford it?" Chapter 70, a few $100,000? You call that a car? Feng Shui scrutinized Qin Feng. "So it's you, Qin Feng. What happened? Did the Lu family kick you out like a stray dog?" "Yanzhou, I warned you not to get too close to this kind of person, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the mess you're in, it's all his fault. I actually thought better of you before. Now I only regret not leaving sooner. It really is true, birds of a feather flock together. What the hell are you talking about? Even a BMW 3 Series is out of your league. Get lost already. Stop embarrassing yourselves here. Feng Shui, don't look down on people." Yanzhou snapped. Han Xiangming caught on. "Oh, right, that Lu family son-in-law they treat like a dog, right? The entire Lu Haiwan family is dead. With no backing left, you're just trying to show off and feel superior here, huh?" Han Xiangming's eyes grew even more contemptuous, as if looking at them a second time would tarnish his dignity. A son-in-law and a cripple, truly a perfect match. Feng Shui crossed her arms, her expression sharp and scathing. "Feng Shui, if you slander Qin Feng again, Yanzhou made a threatening motion as if to strike. "So what? You wanna hit me?" Feng Shui raised her head arrogantly, looking like she feared nothing. "A deadbeat like you will spend your whole life just shooting your mouth off." Then Feng Shui waved the diamond ring on her finger. "See this? It's my engagement ring. I quit my hospital job ages ago. Now I'll focus on being a proper wife. That's something you could never give me. You're just a loser." Yanzhou's face flushed crimson with rage, speechless. Feng Shui reveled in Yanzhou's agony. But humiliating him wasn't enough. She pulled out her car keys and waved them in his face. "See? This is the engagement gift my fiancé bought me, a BMW 5 Series. It cost over 500,000 yuan. Han Xiangming chuckled, "Just over 500,000? That's nothing. The betrothal gift alone was over 300,000, plus other gold jewelry. It barely adds up to $1 million. Han Xiangming spoke with obvious pride. Feng Shui looked utterly entranced, practically ready to throw herself at Han Xiangming's chest. "Yanzhou, you hear that? That million yuan, even if you worked at the hospital and didn't eat or drink, it'd take you 10 years to save." Yanzhou gritted his teeth in frustration, but comparing his own situation, he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. "Qin Feng, let's go." Yanzhou's voice was dejected. "Leave? We came to buy a car. We haven't even bought one yet." Feng Shui sneered with contempt, "Two penniless bums claiming to buy a car? That's laughable. The change here alone could cover your living expenses for a month." Han Xiangming looked at Qin Feng as if he were a beggar. "Feng Shui, don't talk like that. After all, what woman doesn't dream of owning a BMW? I know the salespeople here. I can get you a 500 yuan discount. How about it? Need me to introduce you?" Feng Shui nearly burst out laughing. Blatant humiliation. Yanzhou could have sworn he wanted to slap both of them. The two of them, singing in perfect harmony, what a pair of phony bastards. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "The most expensive car here is the M8. Even the top-of-the-line model only costs a little over 2 million. Han Xiangming eyed Qin Feng up and down, sneering coldly, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have any sense at all. 2 million plus is just pocket change to you? You must spend too much time lurking on forums, huh? But then again, a broke guy like you has nothing but big talk and keyboard bragging online." Just then, a young female salesperson approached. "Hello, is something wrong?" she inquired. "Just two freeloading bums trying to get a free meal. Get rid of them." Han Xiangming waved his hand dismissively. Talking to these people would only ruin his mood. The saleswoman suddenly felt awkward. He'd been on the job for nearly 2 weeks and hadn't closed a single deal. With only another half-month left, if he couldn't sell a single car, he'd have to resign. He reminded himself, one mustn't take risks. Every person who walks in is a potential customer. This goes against his professional ethics. This doesn't feel right. The saleswoman hesitated. Han Xiangming and Feng Shui clearly weren't ordinary people. He dared not offend such important clients. Han Xiangming coldly remarked, "Humph. Useless. I'll speak to your manager, you're fired." "Honey, you're so charming," Feng Shui gushed, looking dazed. You make me sick." Yan Zhou gritted his teeth. Qin Feng glanced at the most expensive BMW M8 in the showroom, then handed his bank card to the saleswoman. "That car. Full payment." The saleswoman froze, as if she'd misheard. "That's the top of the line model. Over 2 million yuan. Yan Zhou quickly grabbed Qin Feng's arm. "Qin Feng, don't be ridiculous. Where would you even get that kind of money?" Even the BMW 7 Series had been gifted by Lu Chulian's family. Ordinary people couldn't possibly afford to maintain it. He'd been planning to have Qin Feng sell that car later and replace it with a regular grocery getter. But he never imagined Qin Feng would want to buy an even more expensive one. Qin Feng said, "Money's no object." "Ha!" Han Xiangming snorted as if hearing the biggest joke ever. "Over 2 million? You think that's just a couple hundred? If you really like that car, I can buy you a model to take home and admire at your leisure. Don't embarrass yourself here." The saleswoman reminded him, "Sir, would you like to take some more time to consider? Or perhaps look at other models?" Feng Shui sneered, "Just swipe the card for him. If he's going to embarrass himself, why shouldn't we help him out?" "Qin Feng, really, there's no need." Yan Zhou tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. Han Xiangming chuckled, "Yeah, why ruin yourself over a petty pride? If we walk out now, we'll just look like dogs with our tails between our legs." Yan Zhou wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. It was embarrassing enough that Feng Shui had seen him like this, but now it was even worse. Feng Shui covered her mouth and giggled, finally muttering, "Loser. Ignore him. Just process the payment," Qin Feng instructed the saleswoman. The saleswoman really wanted to help Qin Feng, but she couldn't. This was the customer's own request. Moments later, she brought over the card reader, and in the end, she still managed to show off a bit with it. Beep. The successful transaction sound rang out, and the receipt printed. The saleswoman was instantly stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Han Xiangming and Feng Shui both paled. "How is that possible?" Feng Shui's voice rose several decibels. Han Xiangming's face twitched. His card really had over 2 million. Yan Zhou was stunned. "Qin Feng, you." Qin Feng patted Yan Zhou on the shoulder. "Following me around, how could I let you down? This car is finally worthy of you." Then he glanced at Feng Shui and added, "A car worth a few $100,000? You call that a car?" Chapter 71, Medical Gathering. The female salesperson was beyond thrilled. This time, her sales target was finally within reach. The saleswoman immediately replied, "Sir, we happen to have one in stock right now. I'll arrange for you to pick it up immediately." Han Xiangming's face darkened as he snorted coldly, "Humph. That 2 million was the breakup fee from the Lu family, wasn't it? That's how the poor are. The moment they get some money, they act like nouveau riche, blowing it all in one go." Feng Shui sneered coldly, "Exactly. You're just putting on airs. You spent your money on a car for him, so what kind of car are you driving yourself?" Feng Shui was once again trying to find her sense of self-worth through Qin Feng. In their eyes, Qin Feng was acting impulsively, merely trying to assert his superiority and presence before them. After this incident, all that would remain was endless regret. Just then, a staff member jogged over and handed Qin Feng the keys. "Mr. Qin, your car keys." Han Xiangming frowned. "Why does this key look exactly like his? Both are for a BMW 7 Series? Honey, why does this car key look exactly like yours?" Feng Shui asked curiously. Han Xiangming nodded. "What kind of person would drive the same car as your husband? It's probably just a promotional key model gift." The staff member glanced at Han Xiangming and replied, "This isn't a model. It's the key to Mr. Qin's beloved car, which was just taken in for maintenance. And Mr. Qin's car is the top of the line model, more expensive than even the top spec M8. Han Xiangming was dumbfounded. Feng Shui spoke her mind bluntly. "Honey, I thought your car was a base model, just over 1 million yuan? Han Xiangming flushed. Yan Zhou chuckled, "So you're the ones putting on airs? Buying such a high-end car only to get the base model? Might as well not have bought it at all." This time, Han Xiangming and Feng Shui both wished they could sink into the ground. Han Xiangming's family was merely modestly wealthy. When they bought the car, their budget was limited, so they chose the base model. But his family was traditional and restricted his spending, so he'd driven that car for years. The staff member addressed Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I prepared a VIP lounge for you. Lunch is ready inside. Please, you and your friends, come on in and enjoy. Qin Feng nodded and walked away with Yanzhou, leaving Han Xiangming and Feng Shui standing there, ignored. Damn it! Han Xiangming seethed inwardly. He couldn't even measure up to a lowly son-in-law. Feng Shui hurriedly comforted him. Honey, a car is just a means of transportation. It doesn't mean anything. Besides, that guy's car was given to him by the Liu family, and the money came from them too. What's there to be proud of? When it comes to family background and connections, they can't hold a candle to you. Han Xiangming's expression finally eased a little. You're right. Without the Liu family, he's nothing. Feng Shui soothed him. Even if he spent his whole life striving, he'd still be a failure. Why get angry over someone like that? Besides, we have our medical department class reunion tonight. I hear Professor Li is attending. Han Xiangming asked, did they invite Yanzhou? Why invite him? He hasn't attended a gathering in 3 years. Besides, everyone attending is from the medical field. Yanzhou is a useless person. What right does he have to join us? Feng Shui said with contempt. Han Xiangming replied meaningfully, never mind. Just have someone invite him in the name of the class president. Feng Shui caught on and laughed. Alright, I understand. By the time Qin Feng and Yanzhou picked up the car, it was already afternoon. They spent the entire afternoon resting in the lounge. After receiving the car keys, Yanzhou hesitated. Qin Feng chuckled, what are you standing there for? Go pick up your Xin sister already. Yanzhou flushed slightly. I can't even afford to maintain a car. How could I possibly support Xinshi? You're just piling pressure on me. Pressure breeds motivation, doesn't it? Qin Feng chuckled. He knew full well Yanzhou wouldn't rush to find Xinshi just yet. He was merely giving him a little push. You're right, pressure breeds drive. Qin Feng, if you ever need anything, just call me. I'll go through fire and water for you. Nothing's too much. Qin Feng saw the intense passion burning in Yanzhou's eyes. He patted Yanzhou's shoulder and said, I believe in you. 1 car per person. Let's head back. Yanzhou's face flushed. What's wrong? I just remembered my driver's license expired. If I need to renew it, it'll probably take a few days. Plus, I haven't driven in so long, I've forgotten how. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Alright, then you can ride with me. I'll teach you how to operate it on the way. Just leave this car here. Come pick it up after you get your license renewed. On the way back with Yanzhou, his phone suddenly rang. After hanging up, he looked hesitant. An invitation to your class reunion? Qin Feng asked. How did you know? I overheard it, of course. But Yanzhou sighed and said, I haven't been in touch with them for 3 years, and since I'm no longer a doctor, this reunion really has nothing to do with me. Qin Feng felt a pang of emotion. Like Su Ru, Yanzhou had sacrificed a great deal over the past 3 years because of his own circumstances. Therefore, he felt obligated to look after them and help them get back on track with their lives. I remember you were doing exceptionally well before, Qin Feng said. You were highly regarded by all the professors and teachers in the department. Yanzhou smiled bitterly. Precisely because of that, I feel even less qualified to attend. He glanced down at his hands. Swollen, still not fully regaining their normal flexibility. Do you think I should go? Yanzhou asked. Qin Feng encouraged him, go. Let them see the renewed you. Seeing Yanzhou still looked reluctant, Qin Feng said, how about this? I'll go with you to give you some courage. Yanzhou's eyes lit up. Great. And guess who's coming too? Our class beauty. Sunana, right? Qin Feng pondered. Yanzhou beamed. Who else could it be? I introduced you two back then, and she even had a crush on you. Remember? Qin Feng remembered perfectly well. Yanzhou had mentioned a girl in his class with a great personality and introduced her to Qin Feng during an event. But back then, Qin Feng was focused entirely on his studies and hadn't considered romantic relationships. So the matter just fizzled out. Let me tell you, she's now the heir to her family's conglomerate, one of the most successful among us. I heard she's still single. Do you think it's because she can't forget you? Yanzhou said with a half smile. I already have someone special in mind. Qin Feng replied. I don't buy it. Could it be one of those Japanese action stars? Yanzhou said with a smirk. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. You'll find out soon enough. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel where the gathering was being held. By then, most guests had arrived, including Han Xiangming and Feng Shui, who had come early. As Qin Feng and Yanzhou walked in, someone chuckled, look who's here, isn't this our class's top student, the brilliant Yan? Chapter 72, Long Time No See. The speaker was none other than Han Xiangming. He had arrived early specifically to wait for Yanzhou's arrival, intending to thoroughly humiliate him. Little did he expect that Qin Feng would accompany Yanzhou. Seeing this, Han Xiangming's lips curled into a playful smirk. He exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Shui. He actually dared to tag along to this medical department reunion? What a fool! Before arriving, Yanzhou had certainly intended to make a comeback. But upon arriving and seeing everyone looking so polished and distinguished, he couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority when he considered his own situation. Qin Feng placed a hand on Yan Zhou's shoulder, signaling him to be confident. Yan Zhou nodded. Some who had returned from out of town, unaware of what had happened to Yan Zhou, asked curiously, "Yan Zhou, what happened to you? That looks like the side effects of steroid drugs, doesn't it?" "Yeah, judging by your appearance, there seems to be quite a bit of toxin in your system." Everyone present was a medical student. They could spot any health issues at a glance. Although he'd been drinking Qin Feng's herbal decoction regularly these past few days, Yan Zhou had been ill for 3 years. It would take at least half a month to completely eliminate the toxins from his body. Just as Yan Zhou was about to explain, Han Xiangming exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't you know? I heard Yan Zhou hasn't practiced medicine for a long time due to health issues." Many were taken aback and surprised. "Ah, what a pity. Back then, you were the most promising person in our class. I thought you'd at least be a department head by now." Han Xiangming looked genuinely heartbroken. Someone murmured, "No wonder Feng Shui ended up with young Master Han. Looks like she figured there was no future with Yan Zhou. Isn't being with young Master Han great? His family runs a chain of pharmacies that's even expanded to the provincial capital. With him, she could be a lady of leisure and never have to work a day in her life. If it were me, I'd make the same choice." Han Xiangming heard it all, his arm tightening around Feng Shui's shoulders. "Speaking of which, I owe it all to Yan Zhou. If you hadn't let go in time, I wouldn't have such a beautiful and capable girlfriend, no, fiancé now." Feng Shui looked utterly smitten. This was clearly a show of dominance. Heh, what a perfect match. Young Master Han and Feng Shui are truly meant for each other. "Yeah, when you two get married, remember to send us an invitation." "We definitely will." Han Xiangming chuckled, not forgetting to glance at Yan Zhou, who remained silent. Yan Zhou's face darkened. Ever since childhood, his dream had been to become a doctor. The fact that he couldn't pursue medicine was already a deep wound in his heart. Now Han Xiangming had publicly rubbed salt in that wound. What, letting go at the right time? We're all adults now? That's just lip service. Anyone could see that Yan Zhou had been dumped. Simply put, he'd been dumped. But that's just how this world works. The Han Xiangming family runs a pharmacy empire, powerful and wealthy. Everyone wants to curry favor with him. Who dares speak ill of him? Behind closed doors, people only whispered about his influence. Some who'd been close to Yan Zhou before stepped forward. "Yan Zhou, a man should know when to let go. Besides, the Han family's pharmacy brings in tens of millions annually. You have to understand Feng Shui." Many nodded in agreement. This was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Yan Zhou's wounds. Qin Feng remained impassive. Tens of millions meant nothing to him. "By the way, Yan Zhou, why not introduce us to your caregiver friend?" Han Xiangming raised an eyebrow, speaking casually. "Yan Zhou, is this friend of yours a caregiver?" someone asked. "Yes, he's my brother." Yan Zhou admitted openly. They had assumed Qin Feng would be some high-level professional or technical expert, but instead, he was just a lowly caregiver. Now, their gazes toward Qin Feng turned to one of contempt and disdain. A classmate named Zhang Jin, who used to hang around with Han Xiangming, called out, "This is our medical department gathering. Outsiders shouldn't be here." Yan Zhou snorted coldly, "You invited me. I don't even care. Qin Feng, let's go." Han Xiangming beamed with satisfaction. These two buffoons had finally been thoroughly humiliated. Just then, a cool, clear voice cut through the air. "Everyone here is a friend. We're all classmates. No one leaves." Everyone turned to see a tall, stunning beauty approaching. Her face was exquisite, her youth radiant, exuding the aura of a natural leader. Sunana, their class monitor and the class beauty. Back in the day, the line of guys pursuing her stretched from the front gate to the back gate. It could be said that every guy in the class had eyes on her. Han Xiangming, in particular, had pursued her relentlessly, but Sunana never gave him a second glance. Seeing Sunana's fiery figure and exquisite face made him feel restless and eager. If no one was around, Han Xiangming might have actually made a move. Even though Feng Shui was already quite beautiful, she still fell several levels short compared to Sunana. Feng Shui knew about Han Xiangming's past and felt a pang of jealousy. Han Xiangming smiled reassuringly, "Silly girl, you're my wife now. Of course I only love you." Feng Shui was utterly intoxicated by his words. Though Han Xiangming said this, his eyes never once left Sunana. Wow, what a stunner. The class beauty really stands out. Wonder if I'll ever get a chance to ask her out? Han Xiangming mused silently. Sunana's arrival instantly captivated everyone with her stunning presence. The class monitor is still so beautiful, and her aura has only grown more refined. Yes, class monitor, everyone's been waiting for you. Most of these horny men were already fantasizing about lewd things in their heads. Sunana greeted everyone in turn before turning her gaze to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you're here." A hint of surprise flashed in Sunana's eyes when she saw him. Compared to before, Qin Feng had gained a new maturity and an indescribable charm. Of course, that feeling vanished quickly. After all, it had been years since they last met. And the feelings they'd had back then were confined to that time. Now they were both grown up, had graduated, and had mostly forgotten the past. Long time no see, Qin Feng said. Hearing Qin Feng's emotionless words, Sunana felt inexplicably disappointed. Hey, class monitor, did you know him? Zhang Jin asked. Sunana didn't want to bring up those embarrassing moments from the past, but Feng Shui casually remarked, didn't you know? Our class monitor used to have a crush on Qin Feng. Wow! The onlooker's eyes lit up instantly. This was major news. Even when Han Xiangming relentlessly pursued Sunana, she never gave him the time of day. Turns out she'd already fallen for Qin Feng. A cold glint flashed in Han Xiangming's eyes. What was it about him that made her choose that guy over me? Feng Shui, why didn't you tell me sooner? Han Xiangming asked reproachfully. Feng Shui crossed her arms and snorted, tell you? So you could start chasing her all over again? Feng Shui had never liked Sunana. Sunana surpassed her in every way: academic performance, looks, popularity, and more. She certainly didn't want her fiancé to bring up the past. Ha, you're overthinking it. I was just curious. A flash of resentment flickered in Han Xiangming's eyes. No wonder that woman Sunana wouldn't even glance at him. Her heart had long since flown off to that good-for-nothing. Han Xiangming added fuel to the fire. What a pity. Qin Feng is quite famous in Yunhai. He was the son-in-law of the Liu family, but after the Liu family fell into decline, he became homeless. The implication was clear: Sunana had placed her affections in the wrong man. This was actually an attempt to drive a wedge between Qin Feng and Sunana, while also making more people despise Qin Feng. So that's the famed son-in-law of the Liu family. No wonder his name sounded so familiar. Zhang Jin, that sycophant, never missed an opportunity to curry favor with Han Xiangming. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. Is this ever going to end? Chapter 73, is 100 million too much? Watching everyone's sarcastic remarks, Sunana finally couldn't hold back. Can't we just be a little nicer at this gathering? Sunana naturally possessed that big sister aura. Add to that the fact her family ran a major conglomerate and she was the heir apparent. No one dared tease her anymore. The mockery ceased. Sunana said, Qin Feng, sit next to me. Sure. Qin Feng sat down without hesitation. He was actually somewhat grateful for Sunana's kindness. She was looking out for him. Otherwise, being the only stranger here, he'd easily be ignored by everyone. Watching this scene, Han Xiangming's expression grew even colder. He couldn't bear that what he couldn't obtain was now in the hands of some young upstart. However, the meal hadn't started yet, as important guests were still arriving. So they began making small talk. Han Xiangming gave his lackey, Zhang Jin, a subtle nod. Zhang Jin understood immediately and piped up, speaking of which, have you heard about the medical industrial park the Yi family recently opened? At this mention, someone exclaimed, you mean that medical industrial park they invested hundreds of billions into recently? I've heard about it. Led by the Yi family, it has one primary strategic partner and no more than 10 secondary partners. Companies across the province are fighting tooth and nail for a chance to collaborate. Rumor has it that once completed, it'll generate at least billions in profits annually. The group quickly erupted into lively discussion. The sycophant Zhang Jin chimed in again, young Master Han, I heard you secured this partnership qualification, right? All eyes turned intently to Han Xiangming. Han Xiangming's face lit up as he chuckled, we're not a secondary partner, but our family has close ties and cooperation with one of them. The crowd understood Han Xiangming's family enterprise would effectively get a share of the industrial park's profits. Han Xiangming added, even though we're a tier 3 unit, making 100 million a year shouldn't be a problem. The room erupted in murmurs of astonishment and envy. I always said young Master Han was destined for greatness. See? I was right. Exactly. Young Master Han just needed an opportunity. Now that it's here, it's truly cause for celebration. Young Master Han, if any good opportunities come up in the future, remember to give some of us old classmates a leg up. Hee, we're all classmates, that's a given. He Xiangming chuckled. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, just 100 million. Is that so much? Everyone stared at Qin Feng as if he were a fool. Even Sunana hadn't expected Qin Feng to say something like that. Feng Shui sneered coldly, 100 million isn't much? How much can a regular worker earn in a year? Besides, my husband's family business has already started handing over control to him. The implication was clear, any future earnings would belong to Han Xiangming. Many present felt uneasy hearing this, but it was undeniably true. Han Xiangming adopted a modest tone, Feng Shui, to some wealthy individuals, 100 million is indeed not much. But for others, it's an astronomical sum they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. As he uttered the last sentence, Han Xiangming shot a contemptuous glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied indifferently, Han Xiangye is your father, right? Han Xiangming glanced at Qin Feng and chuckled, that's correct. My father attended the banquet as well. I never imagined he'd be so well known. Anyone connected to this major industrial park would be well known throughout the province. Han Xiangming naturally felt a sense of pride, but Qin Feng's dismissive attitude only made Han Xiangming dislike him more. All his classmates were practically licking his boots, yet this lowly nurse was putting on airs, acting all high and mighty. Little did they know, Qin Feng then dropped a bombshell. Without my permission, you won't even get through the door. Bang! Han Xiangming finally lost his temper. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, Qin Feng, I've put up with you for far too long. Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you've heard a few news reports, you think you're some big shot now? You're just a nobody at the bottom of society. With one word from me, you'll vanish into thin air. You believe that? The entire group wore cold, mocking smiles. Qin Feng's background was already unwelcome, and now he'd repeatedly provoked Han Xiangming. Truth be told, Han Xiangming's fury was partly fueled by the fact that Su Nana had once rejected him for Qin Feng. No one spoke, staring at Qin Feng as if he were a clown. One less person, one less word. Su Nana spoke again. She glanced at Qin Feng, feeling a pang of disappointment. How could Qin Feng have become so reckless with his words after just 3 years apart? He used to be such a humble person. Could it be that becoming a son-in-law only to be kicked out had changed him? Su Nana still felt a twinge of sympathy for Qin Feng. I'll make a call. Qin Feng stood up and walked to a corner. Honey, don't take him seriously. He's just talking big nothing but a clown. Feng Shui offered blunt reassurance. Hee, young Master Han, don't get angry. Don't stoop to the level of those shameless people, it'll only ruin your appetite. Jiang Jin added. Exactly, everyone should just ignore him. The Han family isn't what it used to be. With Yunhai's valuation, their worth will skyrocket. If I were him, I'd have left long ago instead of clinging to this seat like a leech. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Several people spat in disgust. Kicked out by the Lu family, now trying to latch onto Su Nana? What kind of fairy tale is that? They only grew more contemptuous of this caregiver. Su Nana overheard it all and silently shook her head. After Qin Feng returned, he acted as if nothing had happened. Little did he know that behind his back, they'd long since written him off as a clown. Yanzhou felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If Qin Feng hadn't firmly held his hand under the table, he would have left long ago. In Qin Feng's view, Yanzhou had to learn to adapt to such settings and build his confidence. But confidence stems from real ability. The others continued their idle chatter, paying Qin Feng no mind. Qin Feng was quite content with the respite, focusing on savoring his wine. Honey, hasn't Professor Li arrived yet? Feng Shui finally asked after a long pause. Professor Li is a busy man with important matters to attend to. He's traveling all the way back from the provincial capital, it won't be that quick. Han Xiangming glanced at Yanzhou and chuckled, but if Professor Li does come, there's one person he'll definitely be disappointed to see. Everyone turned to look at Yanzhou with meaningful glances. Yanzhou lowered his head, his face flushing crimson. He was the top student in their class and the one Professor Li valued most. But now? He hadn't even managed to become a proper person. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. My apologies, everyone. I'm late. Professor Li has finally arrived. Hello, Professor Li. Instantly, everyone stood up and greeted the man at the door with great respect. Even Yanzhou stood up, though he dared not look up. Professor Li, Yanzhou murmured. Yanzhou? Why are you here too? Professor Li's tone turned icy upon seeing Yanzhou. Clearly, he was deeply disappointed in Yanzhou, so much so that he didn't even want to see him. Han Xiangming sneered inwardly. So that's why he invited Yanzhou. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed one person hadn't stood up. Instead, he sat with his back to Professor Li, drinking by himself. Han Xiangming said coldly, Qin Feng, this is the renowned Professor Li. Why haven't you stood up? Do you look down on Professor Li? Qin Feng replied indifferently, even if you called him teacher, I'd still remain seated. What arrogance! Are you implying Professor Li's status as a teacher is inferior to yours? Chapter 74, Professor Li? Little Li? Professor Li had been deeply troubled lately. Not only had his mentor, Kai Ching, expelled him, but he was now avoiding him altogether. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't earn his mentor's forgiveness. As a result, his client base had shrunk by more than half. His previous extravagant spending had left him somewhat in debt. If he doesn't resolve this issue soon, he'll have to sell off his assets. Today, when his former students came to the gathering, it was actually to see if there were any good resources available. He particularly remembered that Han Xiangming's family was fairly well off. Of course, no matter how much Professor Li had fallen on hard times, he was still the esteemed professor among these students. But unexpectedly, one student didn't stand to greet him. His expression darkened instantly. Especially that remark, call my teacher over, but I'll stay seated, stung him deeply. His own mentor now refused to see him. Where could he possibly find another teacher? And this student dared to compare him to the very teacher he revered most. Yanzhou shot Qin Feng a meaningful glance. Professor Li was, after all, the professor he respected most. Yan Zhou, you don't need to be so polite to someone who looks down on you. Qin Feng said indifferently. Yan Zhou's face flushed. Han Xiangming sneered coldly, what a joke. Yan Zhou is digging his own grave. He's throwing away a promising future, he's the one abandoning himself. We don't welcome self-important people here. Please leave. Su Nana interjected, Qin Feng isn't even in our class. It's perfectly normal he wouldn't know Professor Li. Humph. Even so, doesn't he know to respect his teachers? Han Xiangming's words were sharp. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng replied, I do know him. Professor Li frowned. That voice. I swear I've heard it somewhere before. See that? He claims to know him, but with that attitude, bragging like that only someone with a thick skin could pull it off. Zhang Jin poured fuel on the fire. Qin Feng replied calmly, I think he's just thick-skinned. Professor Li's face flushed. His face had indeed grown thicker lately, begging everyone to speak well of Kai Qing, yet his teacher simply ignored him. At the same time, suspicion gnawed at his heart. How does this man know so much? And that voice, he was absolutely certain he'd heard it somewhere before. What a joke. Do you even know who Professor Li is? He's Yunhai's most renowned medical professor. His appearance fees alone are in the millions. Countless dignitaries and VIPs clamor for his consultations, yet he can't even keep up with the demand. Han Xiangming sneered coldly. That was then. Qin Feng replied calmly. A chill ran down Professor Li's spine. Who exactly is this man? Could he have discovered his secret? After all, few knew about his expulsion from Kai Qing's school. Even among peers of equal standing, most only knew his name had lost its weight. But Professor Li had his pride, especially in front of his students. How could he lose his composure? I, Li Yuanliang, have practiced medicine for nearly 30 years. Who are you to question me, you brat? Professor Li stared intently at the retreating figure. Qin Feng sneered coldly, I address you as Professor Li. Do you dare to answer me? How dare you? Li Yuanliang instantly boiled over with rage. Already in a foul mood, he now faced such contempt from a young upstart. Just as he was about to explode, the figure turned around. Li Yuanliang's pupils suddenly contracted, his entire body trembling. It was him. His teacher's right-hand man. If not for him, Li Yuanliang would never have ended up in this miserable state. All this time, besides searching for Kai Qing, he had been hunting for another person. The very person responsible for his reputation plummeting. If he could find him and have him plead with his teacher, there might still be a chance to turn things around. But he'd searched every expert professor and renowned physician, no one that young. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to find him here. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. I've finally seen you. Li Yuanliang was overcome with emotion and hurried over. Han Xiangming and the others wore expressions of mockery. It turned out Professor Li and this young man had long-standing grievances. Truly, old and new grudges were being settled at once. Han Xiangming had expected Li Yuanliang to unleash a torrent of abuse on Qin Feng, perhaps even resort to violence. Instead, Li Yuanliang strode swiftly before Qin Feng and knelt directly before him. Master, I've finally found you. How could I dare call myself a professor in your presence? Just call me Little Li. Li Yuanliang's attitude was profoundly respectful, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? The top medical professor they all admired was kneeling before Qin Feng. And calling himself Little Li? This left everyone utterly bewildered. Even Su Nana's gaze toward Qin Feng had shifted in some way. Professor Li, this kid, Han Xiangming hurriedly interjected. Shut up. Do you think you can casually address my master's master like that? Professor Li glared angrily. This wasn't just about his future adoptive parents, it concerned a figure who would shape the destinies of his descendants for generations. Even if he had to kowtow 100 times, he'd gladly do it. Han Xiangming gritted his teeth. This must be fake. Professor Li, this guy is just a nurse, a cast-off son-in-law at that. How could he possibly be your master's master? Li Yuanliang retorted coldly, I won't tolerate you speaking that way about my master's master. His medical skill puts even my own teacher to shame. After all, my teacher was merely an outer disciple of his. Everyone was stunned. The venerable elder Kai, respected throughout the province, was merely his outer door disciple? How could that be possible? Good heavens! Did I hear that correctly? What's his background? Isn't he the Lu family's son-in-law? Everyone's gaze toward Qin Feng shifted. Especially Su Nana. No wonder he insisted Professor Li's teacher be seated. Even with Master Kai present, only they were greeted. Those present began to regard Qin Feng with newfound respect. Yan Zhou's eyes sparkled with admiration. So my brother is actually this impressive. How had he never noticed this before? Qin Feng retorted, Li Yuanliang, I'm not your master's master. Li Yuanliang's face paled instantly. Everyone present was utterly stunned. What immense prestige! Li Yuanliang was already kneeling on the ground, only to find his warm face met with a cold shoulder. The other party had outright rejected him. Li Yuanliang immediately began banging his head on the ground. Master, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Where did you go wrong? Qin Feng sat on the stool, his gaze serene. Li Yuanliang had thrown caution to the wind, utterly disregarding his student's presence. He declared, I was wrong for failing to recognize a mountain when I saw one. I was wrong for flaunting my unearned skills without proper learning. I was wrong for my arrogance and self-satisfaction. Li Yuanliang laid bare every flaw and misstep he had committed. This left everyone present utterly speechless. If even someone as renowned and skilled as Li Yuanliang could be considered a mistake, then what did that make them professionals in medicine? Qin Feng remarked, at least you possess self-awareness. But if you wish to rejoin my disciples, that alone is insufficient. Chapter 75, Partnership Cancelled. Li Yuanliang's face drained of color. Master, I am willing to reform myself completely, starting from the lowest position. Please grant this disciple a chance to redeem himself. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, considering your sincere repentance and the fact that medical skills are hard to come by, starting today, you will seclude yourself for 6 months of self-study. After half a year, once your medical ethics pass my assessment, I will allow Kai Qing to take you as a disciple. Thank you, Master, for this chance. Li Yuanliang's face lit up with wild joy. A mere 6 months of secluded study, what was that compared to what lay ahead? In 6 months, he would be a man reborn. By then, he'd have connections, wealth, and his reputation would soar even higher. The people in the private room were already gaping in astonishment, utterly speechless. They had heard it clearly, after 6 months of solitary study, he still hadn't managed to become Qin Feng's disciple. At best, they'd be the students of Qin Feng's students. You may leave now. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Li Yuanliang, overjoyed, rose and departed immediately. Yanzhou exclaimed in surprise, Qin Feng, you're something else. I never imagined your reputation was this great, even old Kai is your student, and you never told me. Qin Feng chuckled, glancing at Han Xiangming. There's plenty more you don't know. Han Xiangming gritted his teeth, his face twisted with bitter resentment. He'd intended to humiliate Qin Feng, but now Qin Feng had stolen the spotlight. Su Nana's gaze toward Qin Feng also shifted subtly. Han Xiangming sneered, humph. He's just some quack doctor. Who knows where he picked up his medical skills? He just happened to cross paths with old Kai, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. In this society, what good are brilliant medical skills or a stellar reputation? They still bow to money. The sycophant Jiang Jin chimed in, exactly. Without patrons like young Master Han funding them, these doctors and professors would just treat patients in hospitals and give lectures. How much could they possibly earn in a year? But with money, it's a whole different ballgame. As the saying goes, money makes the devil grind the millstone. The wealthy can even bring the dead back to life. Han Xiangming listened to the sycophant's flattery with a raised eyebrow and an air of arrogance. Some nodded slightly in agreement. Others, though uncomfortable with the sentiment, could only silently acquiesce. In this world, money isn't everything. But being without it is utterly disastrous. Yanzhou snorted coldly, a petty man's triumph. Feng Shui sneered with contempt, small-time success? Some people don't even get the chance to show off. Do you think it's that easy to latch onto the Yi family's powerful tree? Forget about soaring to the top. At the very least, we'll rise rapidly. My husband's family will soon become one of Yunhai's top-tier conglomerates. Han Xiangming nodded, his expression brimming with arrogance. The crowd launched into a fresh round of flattery, swiftly overlooking Qin Feng once more. Yanzhou felt a pang of resentment. But there was nothing to be done. Aside from the reserved and low-key Su Nana, the Han Xiangming family was the wealthiest. Especially after partnering with the Yi family's industrial park, their net worth would undoubtedly double. Han Xiangming had every right to look down on the entire gathering. Qin Feng remained silent. Han Xiangming sneered coldly. He finally felt a sense of presence when it came to Qin Feng. Finally, he had nothing left to say. But just then, an urgent call came through to Han Xiangming. Seeing his father's name on the caller ID, Han Xiangming smiled and said to everyone, my apologies, everyone. My father is calling. It must be about work. Heh, young Master Han, you go ahead. Young Master Han sure has a lot on his plate. Han Xiangming deliberately cultivated an air of busyness, making it clear he was the family's future heir. But then, Han Xiangming's expression suddenly changed, and his voice rose sharply. Dad, what did you say? The industrial park partnership is cancelled? The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Han Xiangming. Realizing his overreaction, Han Xiangming gave a nervous chuckle and hurried to a corner. Feng Shui quickly interjected, everyone, please don't misunderstand. My husband's family has already signed a letter of intent. There won't be any issues with the industrial park. But from the other end of the line came a thunderous roar, you good for nothing. What have you done? Why did they say they'll never cooperate with us again? They said it's all because of you. The room was already quiet, and with Han Xingye's furious roar on the other end of the line, nearly everyone heard it. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Feng Shui's face instantly paled as she hurriedly explained, there must be some misunderstanding. Everyone, please don't jump to conclusions. Han Xiangming, cornered, desperately protested, Dad, how could it be my fault? I never caused trouble for you. Did you offend someone surnamed Qin? Qin? Qin Feng? Han Xiangming's face was filled with shock. What does that have to do with him? Han Shengye flew into an even greater rage upon hearing this. You good for nothing. He's Yi Lidong's friend. Go apologize to him immediately. If you can't salvage this deal, don't even think about coming home. After the call ended, Han Xiangming's mind went blank and his phone slipped from his hand onto the floor. Swish! All eyes turned to Qin Feng. Though they didn't know the specifics, the tone suggested Qin Feng was the reason they'd lost the Yi family industrial park partnership. Qin Feng, what the hell did you do? Han Xiangming glared furiously, his entire body trembling. Sunana took a deep breath, staring at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Feng looked at Han Xiangming and said, have you forgotten what I said? Without my approval, you won't even get through the door. Whoosh! He wasn't bluffing. Good heavens, he actually has the power to sway decisions at the Yi family industrial park. Good heavens, I think I just heard the name Yi Lidong. Isn't he the head of the Yi family? And he's friends with the Yi family head? No wonder he said 100 million wasn't much, he's got such a big shot as a friend. Feng Shui was terrified and hurried over to ask, honey, is this real? Han Xiangming's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth gnashing. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? Is this how you beg for favors? Qin Feng sneered coldly, aren't you just riding on the coattails of the Yi family? Where's your pride now? Han Xiangming's face flushed crimson. All his earlier arrogance and swagger had been built on the foundation of his partnership with the Yi family's industrial park. But now they weren't even playing ball with them. What pride did he have left? From now on, Han Xiangming would be nothing more than a minor rich kid. Those who had been sucking up to him moments ago now acted as if they didn't even know him. Yan Zhou felt a surge of satisfaction and declared, Han Xiangming, weren't you being so arrogant just now? What's the matter? Can't even manage an apology? Yan Zhou, you worthless piece of trash, shut your mouth. Feng Shui snapped furiously. Smack! Han Xiangming's hand smacked Feng Shui across the face. You shut up. Honey, you hit me? Feng Shui was stunned. Yes, I hit you. You're always chasing after superficial things, acting like a fox borrowing a tiger's mite. I hate people like you the most. I'm calling off our engagement. You're not my fiancé anymore. Feng Shui's face turned pale. That car and jewelry. You'd better send someone to return them, or I'll sue you until you're bankrupt. Feng Shui's face flushed with shame and anger, wishing she could sink into the ground. Her dream of marrying into wealth lay shattered. Then Han Xiangming, shedding his earlier arrogance, approached Qin Feng and fawned like a lapdog, grinning. Qin Feng, I wonder if you're satisfied with how I handled things just now? Not satisfied. Chapter 76, What's wrong with playing you? In Han Xiangming's view, his offense against Qin Feng stemmed entirely from Feng Shui. He believed that by stealing Yan Zhou away, he had caused Qin Feng to take his anger out on him. Therefore, if he and Feng Shui simply annulled their engagement, all problems would be resolved. His earlier grandstanding was actually meant for Qin Feng's benefit. Once he regained Qin Feng's favor and secured that partnership back, what woman wouldn't be within his grasp? Besides, ever since meeting Sunana, he no longer felt much for Feng Shui. A vain, superficial woman like her? He could have any number of them. But he hadn't expected Qin Feng to be dissatisfied. Han Xiangming froze. Recalling his father's furious expression, he realized that if this partnership fell through, he might truly never be able to return home. Then all those perks, bank card limits, luxury cars, designer watches might be revoked. With that thought, Han Xiangming gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking and acted arrogantly. I apologize to you. Please forgive me for my petty transgressions. Consider my dog's eye view of people and my failure to recognize a mountain when I saw one. His pitiful state drew sighs of pity from those around him. Just moments ago he was arrogant and overbearing, now he was groveling and begging for mercy. Yan Zhou sneered coldly, Han Xiangming, so this is your day. Finally realize that some things aren't eternal, huh? Yan Zhou, you good for nothing. Han Xiangming roared in fury. But upon seeing Qin Feng still standing nearby, he instantly softened his tone, grinning obsequiously. Heh, brother Yan, you're absolutely right. Nothing lasts forever. And I shouldn't have poached your girl. If you want her back, I'll send Feng Shui right back to you. Han Xiangming, what do you take me for? Feng Shui's face flushed crimson with fury. Han Xiangming retorted coldly, you. If you hadn't tracked down my room number while I was on a business trip and climbed into my bed, would I have fallen for your tricks? You fickle, flighty thing. Feng Shui's face drained of color. Yan Zhou trembled with fury. You. Seeing Yan Zhou was now Qin Feng's right-hand man, Feng Shui quickly interjected, Dazhuan, don't listen to him. It was this guy who kept asking me out and groping me while you and I were dating. Enough. Qin Feng snorted coldly. And that's your excuse for sleeping around with him? You're all in the same rotten boat. Feng Shui felt like she could crawl into a hole. Han Xiangming, forget about any cooperation. Qin Feng said dismissively. Han Xiangming froze, then roared, Qin Feng, don't push your luck. I've already groveled before you even knelt. What more do you want? Did I ever promise you anything? That was just wishful thinking on your part. Han Xiangming leapt to his feet, raging as he pointed at Qin Feng. You bastard! So you were playing me all along. As Han Xiangming lunged forward, Qin Feng slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying. Ouch! Han Xiangming was knocked dizzy, slamming hard into the wall. The crowd gasped in shock. Su Nana's gaze toward Qin Feng now held a hint of something different. Truth be told, her past affection for Qin Feng had stemmed from a certain aura about him that she found appealing. But now, though Qin Feng had changed considerably over the past 3 years, he also possessed a charm that felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. She found herself starting to like him again. So what if I played you? Can't I afford to? Qin Feng sneered, looking at him as if he were a pathetic worm. Some opportunistic classmates whispered, Han Xiangming, you better back off. Keep this up, and you won't even be able to hang around Yunhai. Yeah, man up and apologize to Qin Feng. It's no big deal. He's friends with Dong Yi, the head of the Yi family. You can't win against him. Han Xiangming stomped his foot in fury. These opportunistic bastards. Just moments ago, they were eager to drink the water from his feet, and now they've turned their backs on him to side with his enemy. People are just that pragmatic. Suddenly, Su Nana's phone rang. She retreated to a corner and nervously said, Mr. Zhua, isn't there still a week left until the deadline? The voice on the other end replied flatly, you must be mistaken. The week is the grace period. The actual deadline is today. Where are you? I'll come find you. Su Nana had attended a class reunion today, though she wasn't particularly happy too many things weighed on her mind. She barely spoke throughout the entire gathering, only chiming in briefly at the beginning to say a few words on Qin Feng's behalf. Little did she expect that trouble would find her anyway. I'm at my class reunion today. Could you give me a few more days? The voice on the other end replied, a reunion? Then I'll come find you. I happen to want to meet your classmates too. Su Nana's face turned pale. As class monitor, she always led by example in front of her classmates. Plus, among those present, her family background was even more affluent than Han Xiangming's. Everyone treated her like a goddess. She was the class beauty, with countless admirers. After graduation, she would inherit her family's business, making her an absolute success in everyone's eyes. If her classmates ever learned about her family's affairs, her image among them would be shattered. She tried to speak again, but the call abruptly ended. Su Nana forced herself to suppress her unease and returned to her seat. A close female friend beside her whispered, Class President, is something wrong? Su Nana forced a smile. Nothing. Just some company matters. Qin Feng merely glanced at Su Nana without responding. At that moment, Han Xiangming coldly interjected, Qin Feng, don't think you're so great. You're just riding on the Yi family's connections, aren't you? What are you, really? You're nothing. Yang Qian, you relied on the Lu family, now you're relying on the Yi family, you'll be a useless piece of trash your whole life. The others fell silent. Yan Zhou roared angrily, damn it, you can't talk about Qin Feng like that. Da Zhuang. Qin Feng called him back, his tone calm. He can't do anything but bark like a dog now. You. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a group of men in suits walked in. The leader was a 30-year-old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing him, Su Nana's expression shifted. Who are you? Jiang Jin asked curiously. Unexpectedly, one of them walked over and slapped him across the face, leaving Jiang Jin's face bloodied and bruised. The others shuddered. This man looked so refined and polite, yet he struck with such brutal force. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Ah Shu, don't be rude. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses scolded, then smiled at the crowd. Heh, I hope you weren't too startled. No need to fear, my people are all well-mannered. You call that well-mannered? He nearly tore the man's face off with a single slap. Only someone with a background and skill as a thug could pull that off. Miss Su, we meet again. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses wore a friendly expression. Su Nana's face darkened. You've been following me? The moment I hung up the phone, you walked right in. What else could it be but stalking? Miss Su, you jest. We are simply doing our utmost to serve our clients diligently at all times. We're not here to intimidate you, just to remind you, today is the mortgage due date for your family's villa. Tomorrow, you'll have to move out. Otherwise, I'll have to call the moving company. Su Nana's expression changed. Wasn't there supposed to be a 1-week grace period? Why is it only 1 day? Chapter 77, Su Nana, deep in debt. Oh, it's like this, you might have misremembered. There was indeed originally a week, but due to your dishonest deception, we moved it up a few days. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone pleasantly courteous. Yet to everyone's ears, it sounded like nothing less than relentless pressure and an intimidating stance. People like this are the most terrifying. Smiling to your face, stabbing you in the back. As the saying goes, a smile conceals a dagger. Using the kindest words to achieve the most devastating effect. Don't be fooled by his outwardly amiable demeanor. Deep down, he radiates an icy coldness that keeps people at arm's length. Sunana, who had always seemed so high and mighty, suddenly gave off an air of putting on airs. The expressions of the classmates in the private room shifted. Feng Shui sneered coldly, what heir to a conglomerate? Looks to me like nothing but a paper tiger meant to intimidate. Whispers spread among the others. She put on quite the act. We were all fooled. She always acted so high and mighty, but now she's mortgaged her house? How bad must her family's situation be? Pretending to be rich when she's broke, it was all an act. Feng Shui and those who'd always envied Sunana's wealth and looks seized the opening to unleash merciless mockery. Of course, most people remain supportive. How much does our class monitor owe you? Someone asked. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses chuckled, based on the property's value, 50 million. Whoa! The crowd gasped in unison. Almost everyone present was a wage earner. Even the higher-level white-collar workers among them barely made a few 100,000 yuan a year at most. Tens of millions? That was an astronomical figure. Han Xiangming glanced at the silent Qin Feng, a secret smile spreading across his face. His chance to shine had arrived. So what if your medical skills are exceptional? How many tens of millions could you possibly earn in your lifetime? Humph. At the end of the day, you're still just a penniless beggar living off your past achievements. Han Xiangming straightened his collar. The slap mark on his face no longer stung. With an air of utter arrogance, he declared, 50 million? I've got it. All eyes turned to him. Zhang Jin, that sycophant, seized his chance to shine. Exactly. Among everyone here, only Han's family has the clout to pull that kind of money. Young Master Han, are you backing the class monitor? Someone asked. No matter how high Qin Feng's status was earlier, this was about cold, hard cash. Han Xiangming's family pharmaceutical company is the real deal. Unlike Qin Feng, whose fame is merely superficial. Helping isn't impossible. Han Xiangming suddenly perked up. But I have conditions. Sunana clung to this lifeline desperately, pleading emphatically, Han Xiangming, in 1 month, once our company is back on solid footing, I'll repay you. I'll give you triple the market interest rate. Han Xiangming smiled and shook his head. That interest money isn't worth my time. Then what do you want? I'll do whatever I can. Sunana pleaded. She was truly at her wit's end. Everything at home that could be mortgaged had already been pledged. Now only the villa they lived in remained. But her entire family lived there. If it were taken away, they'd have no choice but to rent a place. She could accept that, but she couldn't let her family suffer. So now, anyone who stepped forward to help her would be like a second parent to her. I want you to be my wife, Han Xiangming said with a smile. Sunana's face flushed. This guy has no shame. In truth, the moment Han Xiangming walked in, his eyes had been glued to Sunana. Feng Shui even grew jealous over it. But because Sunana's status and position were higher than his, and he was already engaged, he hadn't crossed the line. Now that he had an excuse to dump Feng Shui, he felt no qualms. If I marry Sunana, her family business will eventually be mine, strengthening my power. Han Xiangming calculated his plans in his mind. Feng Shui's face flushed crimson with fury. Han Xiangming, you scumbag. Han Xiangming shot Feng Shui a dismissive glance and sneered, I only pursued you because I couldn't stand that good-for-nothing Yanzhou. You're just an old rag, act like you're something special. Compared to the class monitor, you're nothing. Feng Shui's face burned crimson, her teeth gnashing with fury. Han Xiangming's last remark was clearly meant to curry favor with Sunana. Zhang Jin was no fool either. She knew that if the Han and Su families joined forces, their combined strength would be far greater than the sum of their parts. Class president, look how devoted young Master Han is to you. Why not just agree to him? Yeah, only young Master Han can help you now. And being his wife wouldn't be a bad deal, it'd be a powerful alliance. My face flushed crimson, and I bit my red lips lightly. Han Xiangming had been surrounded by gossip even during his school days. How could Sunana not know? Becoming the wife of this playboy? She'd rather die. Especially since just now, Han Xiangming hadn't treated her as anything special at all, he treated her like an object. This was something she simply couldn't accept. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses smiled. Miss Su, it seems you have quite the friend. Coincidentally, I brought the property deed. If you wish to redeem it, why not do so now? Yanzhou, seeing the situation, could do nothing to help. He said to Qin Feng, this guy clearly has some serious connections. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably under the Blue Demon, one of the Golden Orchid trio. The previous Shangu was under Black Rose, who runs underground casinos, loan sharking, and other gray market operations. Blue Demon's crew handles contracts, property deals, black market transactions, and the like. Qin Feng nodded, unconvinced. Yan Zhou sighed. Don't be fooled by how refined blue demons men appear. Each one is dangerous, hiding knives behind their smiles. First, there's the subtle, relentless pressure from the bespectacled youth. Then there was Han Xiangming's threats and enticements. Su Nana felt deeply wronged, her eyes misting over. She had always presented herself as a strong person in front of her classmates. Academics, looks, family background, she was always number one in everything. Now, however, she felt utterly exhausted. She felt like she wasn't even as good as an ordinary person. The pressure was overwhelming, and she desperately needed a strong shoulder to lean on. But Han Xiangming was no such shoulder. He was another abyss. But when she thought of how her family's business depended on her, Su Nana steeled herself and said, "I." Just as she was about to respond, a voice suddenly cut in. "I'll pay back the 50 million for her." Everyone turned to look. It was Qin Feng. Han Xiangming sneered, "Kid, do you even know what 50 million means? It's more money than you could ever earn in a lifetime." Qin Feng didn't even acknowledge him, instead flinging the black card across the table. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses was displeased. Was he being disrespected? But when he saw the black card, his expression changed drastically. He reverently cradled the black card in both hands, raising it above his head, and stammered in terror, I don't want the 50 million anymore." The entire room was left speechless. Chapter 78, 50 million means nothing to me. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses, who moments ago had been smiling with hidden malice and ill intent, suddenly became terrified and deferential. "No problem. Swipe it," Qin Feng said earnestly. We dare not. Sister Lan would kill us." The young man in gold-rimmed glasses was drenched in sweat, his face streaked with tears. "Are you kidding me? Not long ago, their boss had issued a directive, under no circumstances were they to cross anyone surnamed Qin or anyone carrying a black card. Even their own boss's boss had to address him as master." Hearing the words Sister Lan, someone gasped, "Sister Lan? Could it be Blue Demon, one of the legendary Golden Orchid trio of Yunhai's underworld?" So they were Blue Demon's men. The Golden Orchid trio, their fearsome reputation was legendary, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Yunhai underworld. Qin Feng actually knew Blue Fairy? Once again, everyone present was dumbfounded. Just who was this guy? Yi Lidong, head of the Yi family, one of the province's 4 major clans. Lan Yaojie, one of the 3 queens of Yunhai's underworld. And top-tier physician Kai Cheng. Su Nana was utterly flabbergasted. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the young man in gold-rimmed glasses and declared, "Those above need to eat, and those below need to eat too. Besides, 50 million isn't anything to me." One sentence stunned the entire room. Others begged you not to give them money, yet you went out of your way to hand it over. 50 million. And yet, in Qin Feng's words, it wasn't even considered money. What extravagance! Truly lavish beyond all reason. The young man in gold-rimmed glasses was on the verge of tears, and his men all looked up to him with utmost respect. "Hurry up and thank Mr. Qin." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." The group erupted in a deafening chorus, making everyone in the private room wince. Soon, the young man in gold-rimmed glasses swiped his card through the portable card reader he carried with him, then tossed the card onto the floor. Next, he produced the property deed and handed it to Su Nana, smiling as he said, "Miss Su, our debt is now settled. You should be grateful to have a boyfriend like Mr. Qin helping you." Splashing out like that, anyone could tell he wasn't just an ordinary friend. With that, the young man in gold-rimmed glasses exchanged a nod with Qin Feng before leading his entourage out. Su Nana's face flushed bright red. Han Xiangming sat back down, his expression darkening to the extreme. Throwing money around like dirt, this was the real deal. 50 million even in his household, it would take a year or 2 to earn that much. He had assumed Qin Feng was merely a quack doctor with some medical skills. Little did he know the man possessed such wealth. Status, reputation, and wealth. Everything surpassed him. "Qin Feng, I don't know how to thank you." Su Nana's gaze toward Qin Feng had changed, those eyes now flickered with an emotion that sparked endless imagination. "It's nothing," Qin Feng smiled. He didn't have much of anything now. Money, at most. And of all the things he possessed, money was the least useful. Before long, the crowd gathered around. "Yan Zhou, you haven't formally introduced this friend of yours to us yet." "Yeah, with such an impressive friend, why didn't you bring him out sooner?" "Mr. Qin, the moment you walked in, I sensed an aura of divine power like a purple mist rising from the east. I knew instantly you were no ordinary man." Mr. Qin is so young and accomplished. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and lack of manners." In an instant, the expressions of Yan Zhou's classmates shifted completely. All talk of him being the former Lu family's son-in-law or a mere caregiver vanished from their minds. Now, Qin Feng was a big shot, renowned, influential, wealthy, and powerful. Most crucially, he was their age. This was the perfect moment to curry favor and build connections. Even the female classmates present began touching up their makeup before proactively requesting introductions. "Mr. Qin, the Lu family's loss is your gain. What do you say?" Care to consider me? Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? I booked a suite with a bathtub big enough for two. Mr. Qin must be hungry tonight. I have ice and warm water at home. If you like, I can even prepare jelly with popping candy. In an instant, nearly every girl swarmed around him, leaving Qin Feng utterly flustered. Since Qin Feng was seated, the surging crowd pressing forward nearly buried him. Su Nana blushed instantly at the crude remarks. She felt flustered, yet her heart brimmed with gratitude. Still, seeing Qin Feng surrounded by so many people, a pang of disappointment touched her heart. Yanzhou then called out, all right, stop crowding. Qin Feng is my brother. I'll make sure his feelings are properly looked after. Yanzhou's calm words instantly drew the attention of many girls. Indeed, to get close to Qin Feng, one naturally had to start with those around him. That was the best approach. Because they could put in a good word. Soon, all of Yanzhou's contact information was requested. Yanzhou had never felt this excited before. 3 years. He'd endured 3 years. Feng Shui, however, seemed somewhat out of place. She now deeply regretted why she had played both sides back then. Han Xiangming gritted his teeth in frustration, finally leaving reluctantly. Just then, the waiter approached and placed the bill on the table. Mr. Han, here is your bill. Han Xiangming had intended to pay, but his expression changed when he saw the amount. What? 1 million? Everyone turned to look. Did you make a mistake? The waiter replied, no mistake. You ordered a single bottle of 50-year-old Glenfiddich whiskey, which alone costs 970,000 yuan. That's the base price, plus other ingredients and service charges. Han Xiangming was irritated but reluctantly swiped his card despite the pain. After all, he was the one who'd offered to treat everyone. Refusing to pay now would be unacceptable. What about saving face? But the server swiped the card and said, this card won't go through. Han Xiangming pulled out another card. Still no luck. Han Xiangming frowned and pulled out several more cards. But none of them worked. Finally, the server grew impatient. Mr. Han, don't you have any other cards? Yanzhou, beaming with glee, burst out laughing. Han Xiangming, did you forget your dad told you on the phone not to come back? He must have frozen all your funds. Han Xiangming felt panic surge through him, his face flushing red. I don't have any money. The waitress sneered contemptuously. You talk big about ordering the most expensive dishes, but you can't even afford to pay? What a phony. Han Xiangming wished he could sink into a hole. I'll handle it. Qin Feng pulled out his black card. The waiter hurried over to swipe the card. This time it went through. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn as he grinned and said, thank you. Before leaving, she couldn't resist glancing at Han Xiangming. Humph. Han Xiangming was seething with anger, but in the end, he could only leave in a huff. Soon, the gathering dispersed, and Yanzhou was beaming with satisfaction. Inside the room. Qin Feng, I can't just take this money from you. I've told myself that whoever helps me out like this is like a second parent to me. As she spoke, Su Nana's cheeks flushed crimson like a small apple, her voice soft as a mosquito's buzz. If you're willing, I can be your. Chapter 79, Who is the Puppet Master? It was no trouble at all. After all, we've known each other for a while. Qin Feng smiled with an air of nonchalance. Money truly was a trifle to him. But honestly, most people would have been tempted by what Su Nana just said. Whether it was professional expertise, looks, family background, or upbringing, Su Nana possessed countless qualities that countless women could only dream of. Especially tonight, in her white lace-embroidered mini-dress, her slender, graceful figure accentuated by 10-centimeter silver stilettos, she exuded an air of dignified elegance and cool poise. Qin Feng couldn't help but notice how many male classmates were glancing her way tonight, whether intentionally or not. Even some married men were no exception. After several years, Su Nana had shed the youthful awkwardness of her adolescence, gaining a newfound maturity and poise. It was precisely this aura that held a beauty to be savored. The more Qin Feng acted this way, the more Su Nana felt indebted to him. Qin Feng, if you truly can't think of any demands, I'll consider this your investment in our group. Honestly, give our group another month, and we'll be profitable. I truly believe in this company. Su Nana looked determined. All right. Qin Feng didn't refuse. Su Nana wasn't just some ordinary woman, she had her own character and pride. 50 million yuan invested in a major corporation was a substantial sum. The two agreed to meet at the law firm tomorrow to sign the share transfer contract. On the way back, Yanzhou's face glowed with excitement, still unable to shake off the thrill from earlier. Qin Feng, did you see that? Just seeing Feng Shui like that made me feel so good, ha! Qin Feng patted Yanzhou on the shoulder and said, you're a stock with potential. She'll regret this even more in the future. The fiery determination in Yanzhou's eyes burned even brighter. Following you, I'm confident. My dream of marrying Xinyu will come true soon. Qin Feng glanced at him. I thought you'd forgotten about her. Added a lot of girls tonight, huh? Yanzhou chuckled, don't get the wrong idea, I was just doing it for you. You've got the money and status, now it's time to find a partner. Don't tell me you still can't forget Lu Chulian. A real man doesn't look back, you know? Qin Feng remained silent. Lu Chulian had long since passed away. I have someone I cherish even more now. That's the spirit. But I'll keep a close eye on things for you, you know? After all, so many years apart, once you graduate and get shaped by society, people can change easily. You wouldn't believe it, once they found out you had money, power, and status, every one of them practically begged to strip naked in front of you. Some even offered to sleep with me just for a chance to dine with you. Others went further, suggesting I drug you, force myself on you, make it a done deal, then split the money with me afterward. What do they take me for? Some kind of brother betraying scum? Don't worry, I'll find you someone genuine. Listening to Yan Zhou's torrent of words, Qin Feng casually replied, keep them for yourself. After returning, Mu Zixuan seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. She said sternly, Master, someone underground is investigating your affairs. Who? Qin Feng asked, slightly curious. Unknown. The person inquired about the former son-in-law of the Lu family. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, meaning it's connected to the Lu family. Mu Zixuan pondered for a moment before saying, Master, I have a theory. I'm not sure if it's correct. Go ahead. Lu Chulian had issues with both her eyes and heart. After you donated your corneas, she could see clearly, but her heart condition remained unresolved. I reviewed her medical records. Her blood shows rejection to yours, meaning she could never receive your heart. She must have known this beforehand. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. So you're saying someone else is after my heart? Exactly. Mu Zixuan's voice was grave. Then there's the matter of Lu Haoyuan. In just 3 short years, he went from an ordinary special forces soldier to being transferred to the Qinglong army, then promoted to deputy commander. He must have had some extraordinary circumstances. My guess is he has someone backing him. Qin Feng sneered coldly, so it was all forced growth. No wonder when I fought Lu Haoyuan, his strength didn't even reach the level of a human-grade martial king at best, he was a heaven-grade martial master. I hadn't paid much attention before, but now I see there are so many strange things about him. Before descending the mountain, Qin Feng had been single-mindedly focused on exacting revenge against Lu Chulian, never imagining such convoluted connections existed. Master, those searching for your whereabouts are likely connected to the forces backing the Lu family. Should we prepare countermeasures? No need. I want to see for myself who truly stands behind the Lu family. They want my heart? I'll uproot them completely. Lu family villa. After Lu Haiwan hanged himself, the villa was auctioned off by his family. Yet just yesterday, a mysterious buyer purchased it at a steep price. Now, the Lu family villa was ablaze with light. Inside stood a young man with his hands behind his back. This youth was none other than one of the individuals who had met with Lu Qian, Lu Haiwan's cousin, at the funeral home. Shortly after, Lu Qian entered with a dozen black-clad bodyguards, bringing Su Ru with them. Let me go. What do you want from me? Su Ru had been busy lately with the new company's opening and recruitment matters. Every day, she worked until nearly 11 at night before leaving the office. This day was no different, but on her way home, she was inexplicably snatched away. Where is this? I recognize you, you're from the Lu family. Su Ru stared at Lu Qian. At Wu Kuan and Lu Chulian's wedding banquet, all the Lu family relatives were present. Lu Qian coldly declared, you wretched woman. If not for you, my eldest brother, sister-in-law, and nephew wouldn't have died. Lu Qian's palm struck Su Ru's face, drawing blood from the corner of her mouth. Su Ru realized these people were here to target Qin Feng. Su Ru retorted coldly, you cowards. If you have the guts, kill me. Lu Qian gritted his teeth. It was all because of this woman that the Lu family had fallen from grace. He had once had a promising future at the company, but now he had nothing. As he raised his hand to strike again, the young man coldly interjected, enough. The young man looked at Su Ru, his eyes devoid of emotion. She's offering her life to ensure Qin Feng's safety. Do you think I don't know that? Su Ru's expression changed. She stared at the young man and declared, none of this has anything to do with Qin Feng. Kill me or torture me, do as you please. Her nature was fiercely strong and resilient. Having finally seen Qin Feng safe and sound, she would never allow him to suffer harm a second time. A woman with character, let's see how far he'll go for you. Then he picked up the phone. Mu Zixuan, summon your master here. Mu Zixuan's expression darkened. What was bound to happen has finally come to pass. Chapter 80, Dreaming of Old Times. She had previously informed Qin Feng that someone was investigating him. The very next day, they had traced it back to her. Who are you? Mu Zixuan demanded in a low voice. In the Cloud Sea's underworld, few knew her name, let alone dared to address her by it. Forget who I am. All you need to know is that Qin Feng's woman is in my hands, the youth said coldly. Su Ru. Mu Zixuan's expression hardened. I warn you not to cross the line. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you'll regret it. The youth remained unflinching. Very well. In that case, you'd better bring him here. Otherwise, it will be him who regrets it. I'll give you an hour. You know where I am. With that, he hung up. Mu Zitsuan's expression darkened further. The other party used the calmest words possible, yet achieved the most devastating effect. She had no doubt that someone like this was truly capable of anything. Mu Zitsuan rushed to the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, only to find Qin Feng absent. She then sought out Yan Zhou. She had been the one to find Yan Zhou's apartment. When she kicked open the door, Yan Zhou was in the shower, but Mu Zitsuan yanked him out. Yan Zhou was stunned. What the hell was going on? He immediately covered his groin with both hands, curling up into a ball. You, who are you? The wet and naked Yan Zhou was utterly stunned when he saw the woman before him. Her alluring makeup, sizzling figure, and commanding presence. The leader of the Golden Orchid Triad. Yan Zhou couldn't tell if he felt more shocked or thrilled. He had just told Qin Feng that if he could see Mu Zitsuan once, he'd die a romantic ghost beneath the peony blossoms. And now, he had finally met her. Though this was a bit awkward. Where is the master now? Speak! Mu Zitsuan radiated an overwhelming presence. Her bewitching eyes exuded the aura of a queen. Yan Zhou couldn't help but drool, yet he still asked, who is your master? Qin Feng. Ha? Yan Zhou stared in disbelief, muttering under his breath, when did that guy recruit the underground queen of Yunhai? He's no good, wants to keep her all to himself. No wonder he mentioned meeting up last time. Mu Zitsuan was burning with impatience. As he continued to mutter to himself, she slapped him across the face. Yan Zhou snapped out of his daze. Where is he? Tell me. Mu Zitsuan glared coldly at Yan Zhou. Yan Zhou shuddered. I don't know. Why don't you just call him? His phone is turned off. Who else could find him? Mu Zitsuan was desperate. Yan Zhou thought for a moment and said, he was with me last night at my class reunion. He even helped Sunana. Sunana, it must be him. I saw them talking after the event ended. Mu Zitsuan immediately dialed the number and shouted, look up a phone number, Sunana, quick. As soon as Mu Zitsuan finished speaking, she glanced at the time. Exactly 1 hour. The call came in. It was that unfamiliar number again. Mu Zitsuan's expression darkened considerably. She'd raced all the way to the Cloud Peak Palace and then come looking for Yan Zhou. It had taken far too much time. She answered the call. The young man said, an hour has passed, and you haven't come. Since that's the case, it's one life for another. Mu Zitsuan gritted her teeth. Give me 15 minutes. 15 minutes. If you don't show up, you'll be collecting her body. Mu Zitsuan hung up, blaring coldly at Yan Zhou. Go find the master. Otherwise, Suru will die. With that, Mu Zitsuan headed straight downstairs. Now there was only one question, where was the young man on the phone? Since he was the powerful figure behind the Lu family villa. Mu Zitsuan had an idea and immediately drove to the Lu residence. Today was the day Qin Feng was to invest in Su Nana's company. He had been waiting downstairs at the office building, but Su Nana suddenly said she wanted to eat spicy hot pot and asked Qin Feng to accompany her. Instead, they ended up at an old square surrounded by dilapidated houses and residential buildings. The entire area was cordoned off with green netting and bamboo scaffolding, preparing for demolition and redevelopment. Qin Feng looked suspicious. Weren't we going for spicy hot pot? Today she wore a sporty casual outfit, a high ponytail, baseball cap, tight shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, giving off a youthful and vibrant vibe. Qin Feng suddenly felt like he'd been transported back to his youth. Such a vibrant, youthful teenager would make anyone experiencing their first stirrings of love feel their heart flutter. But Qin Feng had seen too much. He was no longer that boy. Su Nana's eyes held a trace of reminiscence. Without further explanation, she led Qin Feng to a spot where the green netting was torn and said with a smile, there's an opening here. Come on, let's go in. Just then, a uniformed man approached and barked, what are you doing? This area is sealed off. It's scheduled for demolition and renovation. You can't go in. Hurry up and get in. Su Nana pulled Qin Feng through the opening. Thankfully, the old man was slow on his feet, otherwise he would have grabbed them. Su Nana pulled Qin Feng along at a trot until they finally stopped in front of a storefront. Beads of sweat glistened on Su Nana's flushed face, which betrayed a hint of excitement. It's been too long since I exercised. I used to be a long-distance running champion, could run 500 meters without even breaking a sweat. Seeing the youthful smile radiating from Su Nana's face, Qin Feng chuckled, who knew you were such an athletic champ? Of course. Su Nana instantly beamed with pride. Only then did she realize she was still holding Qin Feng's hand. She quickly let go, her face flushing crimson as her heartbeat quickened. Do you remember this place? Su Nana pointed at the shop front. The shop sold spicy hot pot, but it was now dilapidated. The surrounding shops and stores were all deserted. This is where the three of us used to eat spicy hot pot. Su Nana's eyes sparkled. Yeah, it was Dazhuang who invited us out back then. Qin Feng chuckled. How could he forget? Dazhuang had wanted to introduce Su Nana to him back then. Yeah, Yanzhou really went out of his way. Before the hot pot even arrived, he claimed his stomach hurt and needed to use the restroom. Su Nana chuckled. Qin Feng nodded. Yeah, I ended up eating it all myself. At this point, Su Nana's tone turned slightly resentful. You were like a starving ghost reincarnated, just stuffing your face without a care for me. Qin Feng gave a dry chuckle and shrugged. I really was starving back then. Suddenly, Su Nana asked earnestly, tell me, if I asked you out for spicy hot pot again the next day, would you say yes? Qin Feng answered without hesitation, of course I would. Really? Yes. It's the first time the beautiful Su has ever invited someone to eat. No one would refuse. Qin Feng replied with a hint of sincerity. Back then, whether in class or across the entire department, Su Nana was undeniably a stunningly beautiful and brilliantly intelligent woman. Who wouldn't like her? If I had actually asked you out back then, would things be different now? Su Nana lifted her head from beneath the lake. Though beads of sweat still clung to her forehead, her lightly made-up face bore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Chapter 81, Mu Zitsuwen's Peril. The area around them was deserted, consisting only of demolished houses and an empty square. The two stood very close, so close that Qin Feng could hear Su Nana's breath. And the faint scent of her skin, lingering from their earlier run. But Su Nana gave a bitter smile and said, there are no what-ifs in this world. Besides, you never liked me back then, it was just my one-sided wishful thinking. Qin Feng remained silent. Back then, he was introverted and couldn't even imagine such a thing. When it came to pretty girls, he'd only ever joked around with Yanzhou and indulged in fantasies. Listening to Su Nana's sighs and reflections, Qin Feng wanted to comfort her. But then. You too. This area is off limits. Get out immediately. The elderly security guard, whose legs were unsteady, hurried over with 2 men in tow. Hurry up. Don't let them catch us. Su Nana's face lit up with playful excitement again as she dragged Qin Feng into the alley, darting in and out of hiding spots. Qin Feng couldn't imagine that Su Nana, such a proper young lady, knew this place so well. As she tugged Qin Feng along, Su Nana explained, you wouldn't know this, but my parents never let me eat street food growing up, they said it wasn't hygienic. But I'm such a foodie. As soon as class ended, I'd sneak out here to hunt for snacks. Which alley has the best snacks, where the flavors are top-notch, I know it all. I'm super familiar with this place. Su Nana's pride lasted barely 3 seconds before she suddenly stumbled. Watch out. Qin Feng's hand shot out, pulling Su Nana back just as she was about to fall forward. Her momentum carried her around, and she ended up hugging him tightly, burying her head against his broad chest. Qin Feng felt the softness pressed against his chest, instantly leaving him parched. Su Nana's cheeks flushed crimson. But unconsciously, her arms tightened around his waist. In that moment, Su Nana felt a sense of security she had never known before. Alone together in a deserted alleyway, the atmosphere grew intensely intimate. Suddenly, Su Nana's phone rang. Startled, she quickly let go. Hello? Who is this? Is this Su Nana? Is young Master Qin with you? A sudden chill permeated the voice on the other end. Young Master Qin? Su Nana froze. Qin Feng frowned and took the phone. Who is this? A delighted voice rang out from the other end. Young Master, I finally found you. It's Blue Demon. The boss couldn't reach you, so he sent me to find Su Nana. I finally got through. Qin Feng pulled out his phone. It was indeed turned off. But he had a bad feeling. What happened? Su Ru has been captured. The boss is heading to the Lu family right now. Killing intent surged in Qin Feng's eyes. Very well. He's finally come to us. Su Nana instantly sensed a profound shift in Qin Feng's demeanor. She froze for a moment. Qin Feng said, I have something to attend to. We'll discuss the contract transfer next time. With that, Qin Feng vanished in a blur. Watching Qin Feng vanish like a streak of smoke, Su Nana's heart fluttered slightly. If only I could have held you forever just now. 15 minutes later, a hurried figure arrived at the Lu family villa. Su Ru, bound hand and foot with disheveled hair, spotted Mu Zitsuwen and immediately cried out, hurry, get out of here. This wasn't Su Ru's first encounter with Mu Zitsuwen. At the wedding banquet, Mu Zitsuwen had been by Qin Feng's side. She hadn't known the nature of Qin Feng and Mu Zitsuwen's relationship. But just now during the phone call, she had heard Qin Feng refer to Mu Zitsuwen as his master, leaving her utterly shocked. Regardless, she refused to be entangled with anyone connected to Qin Feng. The young man turned to face Mu Zitsuwen. At that moment, Mu Zitsuwen's expression darkened. This man's vital energy is incredibly potent, a true martial king level expert. Let her go. Mu Zitsuwen demanded coldly. The young man glanced at Mu Zitsuwen, his eyes showing no emotion. Truth be told, Mu Zitsuwen's figure and appearance were unmatched even in Yunhai. She was the kind of beauty every young man dreamed of. Yet to him, she stirred no desire whatsoever. After all, he had seen far too many women like her. He'd seen women far more beautiful than Mu Zitsuwen, with an aura 100 times more ethereal. Besides, this woman was nothing more than a minor underground queen of Yunhai. Mu Zijuan, I've heard your name. Never imagined you'd be nothing but a lackey for Qin Feng. But you seem to have forgotten the person I wish to see is Qin Feng. Mu Zijuan's expression darkened. I'll serve as your hostage. I said, if I don't see him in 15 minutes, you'll be burying her. The youth paid Mu Zijuan no mind whatsoever. His hand shot up, poised to smash down on Su Ru's head. Stop! Mu Zijuan's expression changed drastically. She roared, transforming into a blur as she launched a flying kick. A streak of light flashed past. With this single step backward, Mu Zijuan could have easily shattered a steel plate with a kick. The young man had kept his hands behind his back the entire time. Without even taking a step, he struck out with a palm strike. Mu Zijuan felt as if her legs had been shattered, her entire body sent flying backward. The youth took a single stride forward. His form, serpentine and swift as a swallow, seized Mu Zijuan's wrist mid-air. He yanked her backward, slamming her violently into the wall. Crack! At least a dozen bones shattered throughout Mu Zijuan's body, and she immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Ru's face turned ashen. This man was terrifying. With effortless ease, he rendered Mu Zijuan utterly defenseless. A heaven-tier martial artist dares to show off in front of the master. The young man sneered coldly. But Mu Zijuan had spent years fighting her way through the cloud sea. She stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes burned with a fierce, ruthless glint. She swallowed a pill, and her body recovered significantly. A blood-restoring pill? Humph, you're courting death. The young man sneered coldly. Even if I die, I will kill you. Mu Zijuan knew she was no match for him, but she had to do this. She lunged forward again, a razor blade clamped between her slender fingers. The youth sneered coldly, his form darting out again. His speed was even faster, his fist striking Mu Zijuan squarely in the abdomen. Then he landed 4 punches on her hands and feet. Snap! Mu Zijuan's limbs shattered, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The youth swept over, gripping Mu Zijuan's snow-white neck. Mu Zijuan's entire face turned crimson. Su Ru watched in horror. Please, don't kill her. I'm your target. Su Ru cried out tearfully. Though she and Mu Zijuan had never met, witnessing her in such a state filled Su Ru with unbearable pity. She's an innocent person. Mu Zijuan hadn't expected that, despite both her and Su Ru wanting to die, Su Ru would actually plead for her life. Yet Mu Zijuan's eyes remained cold and menacing as she fixed the young man with a hateful glare. Kill me if you must. My master is coming, and he will tear you to pieces. Oh? Trying to buy time, are you? The young man smiled, utterly unsurprised. He even found it somewhat amusing. Release them, and I'll spare your body intact. 3 seconds later, Qin Feng appeared at the doorway, his murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. He stood like a blade drawn from its scabbard. The young man sneered coldly, Qin Feng, you finally show up. I'll give you a choice. Only one of them can live. Su Ru and Mu Zijuan's faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 82, Absolute Domination. In other words, only one of the 2 women could live. For Mu Zijuan, her heart turned to ashes. Her relationship with Qin Feng had been brief. Moreover, their relationship was merely that of master and servant. Su Ru was different. That was her master's lifelong love. If forced to choose, any sane person would know what to do. Su Ru glanced at Qin Feng, her voice choked with tears. Qin Feng, just save him. Don't worry about me. How utterly desperate must Su Ru have felt to utter those words. Her heart was torn. Yet she understood this was a difficult choice, so she didn't want to put Qin Feng in a bind. She might as well make the choice for him. I won't abandon you, Qin Feng told Su Ru. Su Ru's slender frame trembled, her eyes misting over. With Qin Feng's promise, she would have no regrets even in death. As for Mu Zijuan, her heart turned to ashes. In Qin Feng's heart, she could never compare to Su Ru. Yet she forced herself to turn away and cried out, Master, take Miss Su away. Qin Feng looked at Mu Zijuan and said, You are mine. No one can take your life. Mu Zijuan's heart trembled, and the gloom that had enveloped her vanished instantly. My master hasn't abandoned me. At that moment, the young man sneered coldly, Ha! What a touching display of love stronger than gold. What a profound bond between master and servant. Qin Feng, you can't even protect yourself. Isn't your ambition a bit too grand? It's you who can't take care of yourself. All your scheming is just to take my heart. Come and take it if you dare. Qin Feng's gaze was utterly calm and contemptuous. The young man's face grew icy cold. He could clearly sense Qin Feng's contempt. Playing the hero never ends well. Hand over your heart willingly, and I'll spare them. The young man said coldly. Is that so? But I never intended to spare you. Whoosh! The words barely left his mouth before Qin Feng transformed into a blur and lunged forward. You're asking for death. The youth roared in fury. After all, he was at the martial king realm, and he held 2 lives in his hands, lives he could take at any moment. Then I'll kill her first. The young man fixed his gaze on Mu Zijuan, his fingers tightening with sudden force. Mu Zijuan closed her eyes. Master, I can only serve you again in the next life. Just as the youth's fingers were about to tighten, in a fraction of a second, he felt an immense pressure descend upon him. Then he saw two pairs of eyes, both as blue as the sky. Oh no! The youth's face paled as a fist slammed toward him. Thud! The blow struck the youth squarely in the abdomen. His body flew backward like a shrimp curled into a ball, slamming violently into the wall. Several bones shattered within him. Mu Zitsuan's delicate frame was about to collapse to the ground when Qin Feng caught her, gently setting her down. Mu Zitsuan's limbs were all broken, a gruesome sight. If she had fallen, it would have caused secondary injuries. Are you okay? Qin Feng asked. Mu Zitsuan shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Master, I'll tend to your injuries first. Qin Feng performed divine medical manipulation, swiftly realigning Mu Zitsuan's limbs and restoring some mobility. Soon, Qin Feng steadied Mu Zitsuan and swiftly moved to untie Su Ru's hands and feet. Qin Feng. Su Ru threw her arms around Qin Feng and began sobbing uncontrollably. No one knew the extent of her terror. Twice Qin Feng had saved her. It's okay now. Qin Feng patted Su Ru's back, offering gentle reassurance. At that moment, the young man clutched his abdomen as he struggled to his feet. He was utterly shaken. He, a genuine human-grade martial king, couldn't even block a single punch from Qin Feng. The young man suddenly noticed that Qin Feng was now facing away from him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he lunged forward. Die! The young man unleashed a fierce punch, a faint aura of light pulsing around his fist. Mu Zitsuan's pupils contracted sharply, but she couldn't even scream in time. The martial king's speed was too swift. If that punch connected, it could dent even an armored vehicle. Not to mention, being attacked from behind was a cardinal sin in combat. This punch will kill you. Even Su Ru now saw the youth's punch, and her face drained of color. Qin. She tried to warn him, but it was already too late. The young man's fist was already descending. But suddenly, a flash of green light erupted from Qin Feng's body. The young man's fist struck the green light, as if hitting a meteorite. Crack! His fist shattered instantly, sending a violent shockwave of energy rippling outward. The hall seemed to be swept by a hurricane, shattering every ornament in its path. True essence projection. The youth's pupils suddenly contracted, his entire body trembling. True energy projection that was a feat only a martial sovereign could achieve. The martial sovereign realm surpasses even the martial king by an entire tier. How old is this guy? Given the youth's talent and strength, he would be considered above average even among the great martial clans. Yet before Qin Feng, he still fell short by several degrees. Qin Feng could even hold his own against the young masters of those great clans. The more the young man thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. A mere place like Yunhai has produced such a prodigiously strong talent. If word of this spread, the entire martial world would be shaken to its core. Mu Zitsuan instantly exhaled in relief. She had nearly forgotten just how powerful Qin Feng truly was. Su Ru was also left speechless. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Su Ru, you should rest first. Su Ru nodded obediently. She knew Qin Feng was about to strike back. Back when he caused a scene at the wedding banquet, that's exactly how he saved her. Mu Zitsuan also came over and pulled Su Ru into a corner. She sensed danger in this place. Qin Feng slowly turned his head, his eyes calm as still water. Yet deep within, a flash of cold blue light flickered and vanished. The gaze of a predator. The young man shuddered in terror. He had never seen such a terrifying gaze. Qin Feng swept his gaze around the area and declared, "How long do you plan to hide? Come out." Dead silence fell over the area. The young man's eyes turned icy as he growled, "Qin Feng, I never imagined you'd be this powerful. I underestimated you. But do you truly believe I came unprepared?" With a snap of his fingers, 8 men with menacing eyes emerged, each clutching a dagger. 8 men, all of them heaven-tier martial masters. Kill him. 8 figures closed in from different directions. Each moved with such peculiar footwork that ordinary people couldn't possibly track their movements. Qin Feng remained motionless, then suddenly flicked his wrist. A silver needle darted through the air. Whoosh! The silver light flashed. As if imbued with a will of its own, the needle instantly pierced through the heads of all 8 men before returning to Qin Feng's hand. In that instant, before the 8 could lunge forward, they all froze in place, then collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? The young man's mind went blank. The temples of all 8 men had been pierced clean through, as if strung like beads, not a single one spared, not a single one left. Hidden weapons. Tang Sek's silver pear needles. The young man let out a cry. This man is terrifying. I'm no match for him. Now he had only one thought: run. Halt. Chapter 83, Fly to your heart's content. I've got your back. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, striking the youth before he could even flee. As if bearing a 1,000-pound boulder, he collapsed to his knees. Crack. The terrifying force crushed his knees to splinters. What terrifying might! You're not the martial sovereign. You're not the martial sovereign. The youth was drenched in sweat, his face twisted with terror. Qin Feng walked toward him step by step, his gaze calm. "Why aren't you running anymore? You can't kill me, kid. Uncle Hong won't let you get away with it." The youth glared up, his teeth clenched. "It's him. He wants my heart? Kid, knowing too much won't do you any good. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you, your family, your friends, your lover, all of you will die without a proper burial," the youth said coldly. Su Ru turned pale at the words. "What kind of people are these? They're terrifying." Mu Zitsuan's expression darkened. She was merely the queen beneath the cloud sea, yet beyond its borders lay countless hidden, powerful factions beyond the reach of ordinary people. With a mere flick of their lips, they possessed the power to make a person vanish from the face of the earth. They possessed the might to cause an earthquake in Hua Nation with a single stomp. "Call him," Qin Feng ordered, expressionless. "Kid." The young man opened his mouth to speak, but the silver needle slashed violently, severing his arm clean off. "Ah!" The youth let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony as blood spilled from his severed arm. "That's brutal." Qin Feng didn't even give him a moment to hesitate. To strike or not? Qin Feng's face remained expressionless. The young man gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, trembling as he dialed the number with his remaining hand. "Leng Qian, Qin Feng has taken care of it." The voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line. "That was Uncle Hong." Qin Feng took the phone and said, "This is Qin Feng." Uncle Hong's expression darkened. He already knew what had happened. "Qin Feng, you've really opened my eyes. Who are you?" "Hong Yuan Feng." The voice on the phone was calm yet commanding, exuding an air of superiority. "Did you send him?" Qin Feng asked. "Yes." The moment Hong Yuan Feng finished speaking, Qin Feng slammed his palm onto Leng Qian's head. The latter's skull shattered, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The killing was decisive, without hesitation. "You killed Qian?" Hong Yuanfeng's voice was deep and heavy. He was barely holding back the rage boiling within him. "You're the one who ruined him," Qin Feng replied coldly. Hong Yuanfeng snarled, "You're provoking us." "So what if I am?" Qin Feng sneered, his words unwavering. "And let me remind you." Hong Yuanfeng was already furious, never expecting Qin Feng to adopt such a haughty and domineering attitude. Qin Feng's voice was as cold as ice, chilling to the bone like it came from beyond the grave. He declared, "I warn you, take it out on me. If this happens again, I will annihilate your entire clan, condemning you to eternal damnation." With that, Qin Feng crushed the phone in his hand. At the same time, within a quiet, ancient mansion, a middle-aged man's eyes blazed like torches, his body radiating a frenzied killing intent. A beep sounded from the phone in his hand. The other party hung up. His hand clenched, and the phone shattered instantly. At that moment, a young man emerged from the room, his face dark and grim. "How is Xiao Xin?" Hong Yuanfeng asked. The young man shook his head. "Master Physician Shui has already administered the heart-returning pill. She has at most 3 months." Both men looked grim. Using the heart-restoring pill meant they had reached the final stage. Meaning they had 3 months left. "Uncle Hong, any news from Leng Qian?" the young man asked. "He's dead," Hong Yuanfeng replied in a heavy voice. His expression was heavy, yet a lingering ache remained within him. The Leng Qian was merely an outer-door disciple, they had spent 10 years together. With proper cultivation, Leng Qian could have become another formidable martial sovereign. Now he was dead. The young man clenched his fists. "Though Leng Qian and I weren't particularly close, he was one of Xiao Xian's few friends. If she found out, she'd be heartbroken. What I never expected was that this guy had actually reached such a terrifying level." Hong Yuanfeng's eyes flickered as he said, "Before, he was just an ordinary person. We thought there might be better hearts available, at least those from martial masters, so we didn't rush to act. We planned to screen candidates slowly. But now it seems we all underestimated his potential." The young man's voice turned icy. "Over these past 3 years, we've found several suitable candidates. But now it seems, compared to him, they're all too weak." Silence fell between them. 3 years to go from an ordinary man to this level. How incredibly powerful and terrifying. It seems Dr. Shue's prediction was spot on. This kid's constitution truly is extraordinary. What was meant to happen would happen. Qin Feng was destined to be the one to make this wedding gown for Xiao Xian. It was his fate. "Yushuan, go fetch Black Falcon." "Understood, Uncle Hong." At the Lu family villa, 3 figures with fiery figures dashed inside, clad in red, black, and blue respectively. Blood Lotus, Black Rose, Blue Demoness. The Golden Orchid trio, Mu Zitsuan's 3 elite commanders. "Leader! Young Master!" The 3 immediately called out, and a group of people streamed in, helping Su Ru and Mu Zitsuan to their feet. "Master, how shall we deal with him?" Mu Zijuan inquired. All eyes turned to Lu Qian, who was trembling in the corner. Lu Qian had been there all along. But Qin Feng's sudden arrival had startled him into a daze, and he still hadn't regained his composure. Qin Feng scanned the Lu family villa. This place had once been his home. Yet 3 years ago, he was treated worse than a dog here, enduring the Liu family's scornful glances every single day. No matter how hard he worked, the Lius never gave him a single proper glance. Let it all be swept away by the wind. Qin Feng muttered under his breath and turned to leave. Then came a piercing scream, followed by the crackling roar of flames. Mu Zitsuan's severed limbs were reattached by Qin Feng. For her internal injuries, he prescribed a formula that would allow her to recover within a month. As for Su Ru, Qin Feng naturally took her back. Beyond some superficial wounds and a slight scare, Su Ru was otherwise unharmed. On the road, Su Ru remained silent. Qin Feng worried she hadn't fully recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Su Ru, starting tomorrow, I'll protect you, Qin Feng said. Previously, Su Ru had wanted to surprise Qin Feng for his grand opening, which was why she'd suggested they meet later. But now, Qin Feng feared Su Ru might face another accident. Su Ru shook her head firmly. I don't need it. Qin Feng paused, taken aback. Having endured 2 similar incidents, Su Ru showed no fear. This clearly revealed the strength and stubbornness within her nature. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, her gaze more resolute than ever. Therefore, I must grow stronger. Even if I can't help you in the future, I won't be a burden to you. Qin Feng felt a warm surge in his heart. The strength Su Ru spoke of wasn't martial prowess, but rather her overall capabilities. Su Ru refused to be a bird sheltered under an eagle's wing. This quality earned Qin Feng's profound admiration. Fly freely, for I will always be behind you. Mom, no bank will give us a loan anymore. We'll have to use our own funds. Chapter 84, Family That Cut Ties. Smack. Useless. Old Lady Su slapped Su Boyang across the face. A bright red handprint appeared on his face, yet he dared not utter a word of protest. You can't even handle a simple little task. Old Lady Su rarely got this furious. How many times had this happened? These past few months, their family had been plagued by misfortune. They had believed everything was under control, yet unexpected events kept unfolding. And they all involved one person. Qin Feng. Mom Su Boyan was on the verge of tears. Unbelievably, after being slapped by her mother, a woman nearly ready for the grave, this towering chairman of the Su group stood there like a little brat, unable to retort. Madame Su's face darkened. But she remained the pillar of the Su family, and she quickly regained her composure. Su Yuha, standing nearby, was also deeply frustrated. And what about Wu Chen? We had a chance to collaborate with him. Now that he's gone back, finding another conglomerate capable of standing up to the Yi family will be incredibly difficult. Shut your mouth, you brat. Have you forgotten your grandmother's family? Su Boyang said, glancing at the old matriarch. They knew full well what kind of presence her maternal family held. The reason the old Madame Su possessed such formidable backing stemmed entirely from her maternal family. The so-called 4 great families of the provincial capital? The Yi family? Compared to her maternal family, they were mere minor players. I won't ask my eldest brother for help unless absolutely necessary, old Madame Su said coldly. Besides, our Su family has accumulated some savings over the years precisely for situations like this. Su Yuha muttered, actually, we don't need to be afraid. Qin Feng and Su Ru's money has all gone into starting a company. I heard they invested tens of millions. What did you say? Su Boyang frowned. Starting a company? Su Ru has already registered a new business. She secured an office space and factory premises. They're currently hiring staff and preparing to launch operations. Su Boyang heard this for the first time and gritted his teeth. That damn girl. I never thought she had no interest in our group. Turns out she's going solo. Dad, what's there to worry about? Starting a business is easy, but keeping it going is tough. Do you really think companies are that simple to run? Besides, our group has been around for so many years. Trying to compete with us for market share is impossible. Su Yuha said with contempt. Su Boyan nodded in tacit agreement. Grandma Su asked calmly, Yuha, do you know when they plan to open? Su Yuha's eyes lit up slightly. Grandma, you're thinking of. When someone from our Su family starts a company, we should at least send a gift, shouldn't we? Grandma Su's eyes flashed with a cold smile. If they want to start a new venture, they'll have to get my approval first. Ever since Su Ru was abducted last night, Mu Zitsuan specifically asked Qin Feng if he needed to send more people to protect her. But Qin Feng had refused. Su Ru was a clever girl who preferred to stand on her own 2 feet. Too many guards would make her feel not secure, but rather watched. Loving someone doesn't mean hovering over them every moment. What truly matters is the heart behind it. Therefore, it was sufficient for Mu Zitsuan's people to stand guard below the company building. No other changes were necessary. Of course, if anything happens, Qin Feng should be notified immediately. Several more days passed, and Su Ru excitedly reminded herself that the company would officially open in just 1 month. Qin Feng smiled and assured her he'd definitely attend to show his support. After several days of medication, Yin Zhou's swelling subsided. His limbs returned to their normal state, and he was indistinguishable from anyone else. Seeing Yen Zhou again, he had regained his former spirited vigor. If he were to put on a white coat again, he would undoubtedly be a promising young man who could charm the masses. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Yen Zhou felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Qin Feng, I truly thank you. If not for you, I'd probably still be wasting my life away. Qin Feng chuckled. You're gold. Heaven won't bury your worth. Oh, and you still haven't told me how did you even meet Mu Zitsuan? Yen Zhou shot Qin Feng a puzzled look. She's the queen of Yunhai Underground. The dream woman of countless men. Shall I introduce you to? Qin Feng teased. Yen Zhou shook his head solemnly. Though the wildflowers outside are tempting, I still miss the chrysanthemums at home, pure, noble, and steadfast. Besides, why was she in such a rush to find you last time? To rescue someone. Qin Feng replied. Who? You'll find out in a month. Just follow her lead then, and money will become just a number. Qin Feng said. Truthfully, he'd already made up his mind. Once Su Ru's company launched, he'd have Yen Zhou join the team. Yen Zhou had a medical background, which would undoubtedly be an asset to Su Ru's company. After a few more casual words, Qin Feng told Yen Zhou to get some more rest. His visit today was also to check on Yen Zhou's condition. But seeing her recovery progressing well put his mind at ease. As he was leaving, Yen Zhou looked hesitant. Dashuan, is something wrong? Well, yesterday I tried contacting my mom and sister, but the moment they heard my voice, they hung up immediately. Qin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Yen Zhou wasn't an orphan. On the contrary, he came from an intellectual family. Both parents held government positions, and he had a beautiful younger sister who excelled academically. It can be said that Yen Zhou's family of origin was a truly comfortable middle-class household. It was precisely this intellectual background that nurtured the exceptional Yen Zhou. However, after Yen Zhou's incident, he severed all ties with his family. I feel guilty toward my parents. They worked so hard to raise me, yet I severed ties with them. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Qin Feng felt deeply remorseful. If not for him, Yen Zhou wouldn't have gone to the Lu family demanding answers, only to be poisoned and lose his job. Over these past 3 years, Yen Zhou knew he had no face to show his family, so he simply cut ties. He didn't want to drag his family down with him. Moreover, he knew his life was counting down. He didn't want to burden his family any further. Qin Feng's accident had hurt Su Ru's family the most. Next came his own brother Yen Zhou's family. It's none of your business. This is my choice. Yen Zhou forced a laugh. With the way I've looked these past 3 years, even if I showed up in front of them, they wouldn't recognize me. I'd only bring them shame. Do you regret it? Qin Feng asked suddenly. If given the chance again, I'd still choose the same path. Yen Zhou declared firmly. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He thought to himself, someday you'll thank yourself for that decision 3 years ago. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Remember when I stayed at your place during vacation? I haven't seen her in ages either. Let's go visit her. Yen Zhou felt grateful. Qin Feng had made up this excuse to spare Yen Zhou any awkwardness. Worried Yen Zhou might feel burdened, Qin Feng added with a smile, I'm not doing this for you. I just miss Auntie's braised pork belly. And Shinran, she used to help me with homework all the time. She must be in college now. Wonder how she's doing. How could Yen Zhou not miss home? Hearing Qin Feng speak like this only deepened his longing. The two then drove to the place where Yen Zhou used to live. What? They moved out? Chapter 85, Yen Zhou's sister. Hearing the security guard's words, Yen Zhou grew anxious. Hey! Aren't you that kid from Unit 6? The security guard recognized Yen Zhou. Yes, sir, you recognize me. The guard replied, how could I not recognize you? When you got accepted into medical school, your parents were overjoyed and even gave us all red envelopes. But I haven't seen you in 3 years. Your father passed away during that time, and later your mother and sister moved away too. The old man said with a sigh. Yen Zhou listened with a heavy heart, his eyes darkening. Qin Feng asked, Uncle, do you know where they moved to? The elderly gatekeeper, his mind clouded by age, pondered for a moment before replying, I think I heard it was Mingzhu Residential Complex. Yen Zhou sighed, housing prices around here start at least 20,000 yuan per square meter. Mingzhu community is a 30-year-old neighborhood full of rented houses. How desperate must their circumstances be to move from a spacious, comfortable home to a cramped, dilapidated one? Qin Feng made a call to Mu Zitsuan. 3 minutes later. Location found. The two immediately headed to the roadside. Across the street lay Mingzhu Residential Complex. The surrounding area was filled with dilapidated, aging buildings. Yen Zhou hesitated to approach. Let's go. Qin Feng patted Yen Zhou's shoulder. Even if Yen Zhou didn't go, Qin Feng would still go. At the very least, he needed to apologize and make things right for them. Just as the two were about to cross the street, they suddenly noticed 3 people following a young woman. The girl was tall and slender, her makeup flawless. She wore her long hair in big waves, a black miniskirt, and a black tank top. Her snow-white legs stretched up from black boots, strikingly eye-catching. Shinran? Yanzhou was stunned. Even Qin Feng was taken aback. In his memory, Yan Shiran, Yanzhou's younger sister, was a studious, well-behaved girl. But the Yan Shinran before him now exuded the aura of a fashionable, open-minded young woman. The three men behind her all wore lecherous expressions. Especially the young man leading them, his eyes gleamed like a predator, as if he wanted to devour Yan Shinran right then and there. Mr. Yu, our contract has ended. Please stop following me. Yan Shinran felt disgusted. The two men beside the young man were especially offensive, openly ogling her from head to toe. Secretly, they felt no different from lecherous demons. He Quan chuckled, didn't we just agree? Dinner tonight plus an overnight stay, I'll triple the payment. As he spoke, He Quan's hand reached out to touch her. Just as Yan Shinran tried to dodge, He Quan's hand was grabbed. What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Qin Feng and Yanzhou stepped forward. It's you? He Quan was utterly shocked to see Qin Feng. This He Quan was none other than the landlord who had previously rented to Su Ru's family. Let go. Qin Feng's gaze remained cold as he refused to let go. He Quan struggled several times, his face flushing crimson, before Qin Feng finally released his grip. But due to the momentum, He Quan stumbled backward, crashing into the two people behind him. Shinran, how could you be with someone like this? Yanzhou was visibly angry. Brother? And Qin Feng, how did you two get here? Yan Shinran looked genuinely surprised. But her expression turned icy as she coldly declared, who I'm with is none of your business. You're no longer part of our family. Yanzhou's heart tightened. No one could remain unmoved by such words from their own sister. But Yanzhou had to bear it. Shinran, Dazhuang has his reasons, it's for me, Qin Feng interjected. The moment she saw Qin Feng, Yan Shinran's expression softened slightly. She only resented Yanzhou, she harbored no ill will toward Qin Feng. You don't need to speak for him anymore. I've already written him off as dead. Yan Shinran said coldly. If you speak for him again, I'll consider you no longer my friend. Qin Feng hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, He Quan stood up. Do these people even consider me a person anymore? But upon hearing Qin Feng and Yan Shinran had no connection, he snorted coldly, did you hear that? She said she has nothing to do with you. She's my girlfriend now. Please leave. Shinran, 3 times isn't enough, I'll give you 5 times. That's 2,500. Enough for your monthly living expenses. Yan Shinran gritted her teeth. I knew you had ulterior motives all along. I shouldn't have gone on that date with you. You filthy scoundrel. He Quan exploded with rage, you filthy. Think you're hot stuff now? If you weren't posting all those provocative photos on social media, would I have fallen for your tricks? Chicks like you? I could find a dozen in college. You're a whore pretending to be a saint. Yan Shinran flushed crimson. Standing tall, she lunged forward and delivered a kick straight to He Quan's groin. Thud. The sound echoed like shattering eggs. He Quan's face instantly drained of color. Clutching his groin, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. He Quan was in so much pain he nearly passed out. Qin Feng and Yanzhou both stared in disbelief. That was brutal. Serves him right. He Quan rolled on the ground, rasping hoarsely, what are you standing there for? Grab her. I want her to serve me. 2 men behind him, looking like demons, immediately lunged forward. Yan Shinran's expression darkened. But Qin Feng casually delivered 2 slaps. The 2 thugs were sent tumbling across the floor, dizzy and disoriented, their teeth nearly shattered. Yan Shinran was taken aback. Qin Feng had become this powerful? She remembered how quiet and reserved Qin Feng used to be. He Quan regained some composure, but still clutching his groin, he pointed at Qin Feng and gritted out, you little punk, you're dead meat. Tiger Boss is my friend, and they're his men, you won't get away. And you. I've already looked into it, you've got family left. Just wait until they come crawling to me. He Quan's father had made a modest fortune in business before his death, allowing him to become a landlord who owned an entire building. But he died young a few years ago, leaving He Quan to inherit the building and become a landlord at a young age. So he spent his days loafing around with nothing to do. At a party, he met Tiger, who ran a martial arts school. Though called a martial arts school, it was merely a front for a gang of bullies who preyed on the weak. This Tiger Boss wielded considerable influence in Yunhai, and with his wealth, He Quan gradually became familiar with him by following him around. Tiger Boss then assigned 2 men to shadow He Quan. He Quan grew even more arrogant and tyrannical, using Tiger Master's influence to bully others. Yanzhou and Yan Shinran, the brother and sister, turned pale. He Quan was talking about their mother. If you lay a finger on my mom, I'll fight you to the death. He Quan didn't care. He immediately ordered the 2 thugs to help him to the hospital. Yanzhou urgently exclaimed, Shinran, how did you end up like this? If you're going to date, at least find a decent boyfriend. You have no right to lecture me. Yan Shinran's face was icy cold. Ignoring Yanzhou, she walked toward home. Qin Feng gave Yanzhou a meaningful look, signaling him to stay calm and let him handle the questioning. The 2 followed Yan Shinran back home. Chapter 86, 3 Years of Trials. Yan Xinran lived in a one-bedroom apartment with sparse furnishings, giving it a somewhat Spartan feel. Qin Feng felt a pang of sadness. He remembered how spacious and bright their home used to be. In just 3 short years, their family fortune had declined, leaving them in this state. The responsibility lay with him. Growl. As soon as they got home, Yan Xinran's stomach growled. Have you eaten? Yan Xinran asked. We've eaten, Yan Zhou hurriedly replied. Yan Xinran retorted coldly, don't try to butter me up. I wasn't asking you. Yan Zhou felt extremely awkward. Qin Feng said, we've all eaten. Help yourself. Yan Xinran looked famished and immediately started rummaging through the refrigerator. In the end, she could only find some leftover rice in fried rice. She tried to crack an egg, only to find it splattered everywhere at the slightest tap. She cracked a second egg, but whether it was due to poor technique or not, it splattered everywhere. Yan Xinran was instantly overcome with frustration. Even the eggs are against me. Yan Xinran was utterly distressed. Today had been nothing but bad luck. Yan Zhou also felt at a loss. If he approached her now, it would only provoke Yan Xinran. Let me handle it. The Yan Xinran of the past. Qin Feng took over, and within 5 minutes, a plate of fragrant fried rice was ready. It's so delicious. Yan Xinran quickly polished off the entire plate of rice, leaving not a single grain behind. Qin Feng smiled faintly. He recalled how, back at the Lu household, he wasn't allowed to sit at the table for meals. Instead, he often ate leftovers, and when he wasn't full, he'd make himself fried rice. Yan Zhou watched with a heavy heart, but couldn't help muttering, weren't you two on a date just now? Didn't you eat? Yan Xinran shot Yan Zhou a look and retorted, what do you know? I was just putting on a show. Who knows if he has some disease or something? Yan Zhou retorted under his breath, if he really cared that much about cleanliness, he wouldn't be dating someone like that. Yan Zhou, that's enough. This is my home, get out. Yan Xinran exploded at the words. In these 3 years, have you ever acted like a son? Where were you when Dad died? He couldn't even see you one last time. Do you know he was calling your name as he died? Now you come back pretending to be the good big brother, putting on a show. Are you even human? As she spoke, Yan Xinran began to weep. Yan Zhou felt immense sorrow, clenching his fists tightly. I came back for Dad's funeral. I just stayed far away because I couldn't bear to face you all. I've come back now only to make amends to you. It's all too late. Yan Xinran remained stubborn. She wouldn't even acknowledge him as her older brother. Qin Feng sighed, Xinran, if you must blame someone, blame me. Dazhuan was poisoned because of me. That's why he can't hold a scalpel anymore, his hands are ruined. He only got his job by groveling to his classmates. Otherwise, he'd have starved to death by now. Yan Xinran froze, then abruptly turned to Yan Zhou. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Yan Zhou lowered his head. Because I knew my days were numbered. I didn't want to burden you any further. Xinran, I'm sorry. Yan Xinran's eyes welled up with tears. Yan Zhou was a proud man. Being unable to hold a scalpel, unable to practice medicine for him, it was an absolutely devastating blow. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, turned her head away, and said, the one you should be apologizing to isn't me, it's Mom. Though Yan Xinran didn't say it aloud, she had already forgiven Yan Zhou halfway in her heart. Soon, Yan Xinran's emotions settled considerably. She turned to Qin Feng and asked, didn't you jump into the sea? Qin Feng chuckled, I survived a great calamity. Yan Zhou quickly chimed in, and what's more, it must be a blessing in disguise. Qin Feng is now. Yan Xinran shot Yan Zhou a glare, and he immediately fell silent. Qin Feng asked, you still haven't explained why you went on a date with that scoundrel. It's not really a date, just a part-time girlfriend arrangement. Yan Zhou breathed a sigh of relief but still anxiously added, but did you? What do you take me for? Of course not. Yan Xinran snorted coldly. We didn't even eat when we came to pick up the food. We just walked around and chatted. And it's only 500 a day. But that pervert tried to pay extra to sleep with me later, of course I refused. Yan Zhou asked, then why take a part-time girlfriend gig? Aren't you in school? I'm earning tuition and living expenses. I don't want to burden Mom too much. The Yan family wasn't wealthy, but they lived comfortably. Yan Xinran, in particular, had never lifted a finger to earn a living, let alone cover her own tuition. What about your aunt? What's she doing now? Qin Feng asked. He recalled that Yan Zhou's parents had both been civil servants, iron rice bowls, as they say. Logically, their basic needs should have been covered. Yan Xinran's eyes dimmed as she replied, ever since Dad passed away and then vanished without a trace, Mom suffered a double blow. She eventually lost all motivation to work, and her superiors had no choice but to let her go. With Dad's funeral expenses and my tuition piling up, we couldn't keep up. That's why we moved to a cheaper place, and Mom started washing dishes for others. Every day when she comes home, her fingers are all red and swollen. That's why I considered becoming a part-time girlfriend to ease Mom's burden. I even considered dropping out of school, but Mom absolutely refused. She said it didn't matter if she had to work herself to the bone or endure hardship herself, she just couldn't bear the thought of me suffering. Do you know how that made me feel? As Yin Xinran spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. Cry it out if you need to, Qin Feng comforted her. Whoa! Yin Xinran threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. The waves surged before him. They say girls change dramatically as they grow up. The little girl who used to ask him for homework help had blossomed into a young woman. Qin Feng patted Yin Xinran's back and reassured her, I'm back. You'll all have a better life. I promise you that. Who would bow their head if not forced by life? Even the proudest must yield someday. Qin Feng bowed silently in his heart. I absolutely cannot let the people around me suffer. Yin Xinran seemed to realize she'd overstepped, quickly releasing her grip as her face flushed crimson. Sorry. Her heart raced. When she had embraced Qin Feng just now, she had felt an unprecedented sense of security and stability. She'd often heard people say that men older than her possessed a mature charm. Qin Feng was several years older than her. When they first met, he was already in college while she was still in middle school. She hadn't felt much for Qin Feng before, but now she was an adult. She understood more about relationships between men and women. Plus, she used to be mischievous and outgoing, always calling him by his first name. Unconsciously, she felt her connection with Qin Feng seemed closer than ever before. Suddenly, Yin Xinran blurted out, Qin Feng, you two must leave immediately. That bastard He Quan won't let me off. Especially that tiger lord backing him. I can't drag you down with me. Get out of here now. Suddenly, Yin Xinran's phone rang. Yin Xinran's expression turned tense. It was an unknown number. Chapter 87, willingly walking into the tiger's mouth. Yin Xinran glanced at Qin Feng. A call at this hour was most likely from He Quan. Qin Feng nodded, signaling her to answer. The moment the call connected, a savage roar erupted from the other end. Who is this? Yin Xinran, you've caused trouble. The doctor said Brother Quan's lower body has necrotized and been amputated. Tiger has ordered you to become his woman or else your family will suffer. Don't touch my mother. Yin Xinran's face drained of color. She knew exactly how powerful Tiger was. She wouldn't doubt a word of what he said. She wouldn't doubt a word of it. Besides, she and her mother were all each other had. Her mother's life was more important to her than her own. The voice on the phone continued, think carefully. Follow Brother Quan, and you'll never want for food or clothing. But if you refuse, you and your mother will go down together. Don't you dare do anything rash. I agree. Very well. Come to Starry Sky KTV immediately. The call ended abruptly. But Yin Xinran's face was ashen. In her rage and frustration, her fingernails dug deep into her palms. Xinran, what happened? Was it Tiger's crew calling? Yin Quan asked urgently. They want me to be He Quan's woman. Otherwise, they'll kill Mom, Yin Xinran said in a low voice. And I've already agreed. No! Yin Quan roared furiously. Anyone who dares touch our mother, I'll fight them to the death. Qin Feng could tell that Yin Quan wasn't without family feelings. He just didn't show it. Yen Zhou suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, right. Qin Feng, you know the Golden Orchid Trio, don't you? This Tiger Lord should be afraid of them, right? Qin Feng replied, this guy runs a martial arts academy. They don't concern themselves with street fights. Qin Feng, you guys get out of here fast. This Tiger Master is ruthless. Anyone who defies him gets crippled. I hear his strength ranks among the top martial arts school masters in all of Yunhai. Yen Zhou gritted his teeth. What's there to fear? If it comes to it, we'll take them down with us. Qin Feng chuckled, don't worry. This tiger boss isn't my match. No matter how much Yin Xinran pleaded, Qin Feng wouldn't listen. In the end, the three headed to Starry Sky KTV together. At the entrance, Yin Xinran still felt uneasy. Qin Feng, why don't you and my brother just take it and leave? I don't want to drag you into this. Yen Zhou hurriedly interjected, Xinran, what's the point of saying this now? I'm here with you. Where were you earlier? Yen Xinran snapped angrily. This guy really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Qin Feng smiled. If you're scared, just grab my coat collar like you used to. Yen Xinran paused. She remembered that summer vacation when Qin Feng had stayed at their house. Her parents had gone to visit relatives, and Yen Zhou was spending the night at a classmate's house. A torrential downpour hit that day, and the power went out that night. Terrified and panicked, Yen Xinran clung to Qin Feng's shirt tail. They had sat together in the darkness for 3 hours. At the time, Yen Xinran was just a middle school student, but Qin Feng was already an older brother figure. She felt as if she had returned to that summer, when having Qin Feng by her side made her feel fearless. Yen Xinran reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's shirt collar. Yen Zhou asked curiously, what's like before? What did you two do before? Yen Xinran's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Qin Feng interjected, none of your business. Yen Zhou wasn't stupid. He clearly saw how Yen Xinran's demeanor had changed drastically in front of Qin Feng, clinging to him like a little bird. Inside the presidential box, dozens more people had gathered. Yes, dozens of people all standing at the edges, looking fierce and menacing. Two men sat at the head of the group. One was Quan, confined to a wheelchair. The other was a young man dressed in casual clothes. His gaze was deep and intense, his temples bulging. A martial arts master. When he saw Qin Feng entering alongside Quan's gaze grew even more sinister and cruel. Kid, didn't expect you'd tag along. Fine. You slapped me last time, and I haven't settled the score yet. Back at the rental apartment, if Wu Chen hadn't tossed him 100,000 yuan, he would have already picked a fight with Qin Feng. But the more he thought about it afterward, the angrier he became. He even hired thugs to threaten Su Ru's family. But by then, Su Ru's family had already quietly moved away, taking only their valuables and leaving everything else behind. That only made him even more furious. He blamed everything on Qin Feng. Brother Shen, this kid and I have some unfinished business. I'll need you to give him a proper welcome later. Shen Yan glanced at Qin Feng and said indifferently, don't worry. You're my master's friend. Your business is my business. Yan Xinran gritted her teeth. Quan, what will it take for you to let me go? Let you go? I nearly crippled your roots. Now I've only got one left. How do you expect me to let you go? I've already made sure of it. If you don't want your mother to suffer, starting today, you'll be my woman. You have no choice but to accept. Quan was utterly domineering. With Tiger Master's top disciple standing by, he felt completely confident. Even though he'd lost a testicle, he'd gained a woman he could mold to his will. All things considered, he'd come out ahead. Yanzhou spoke up, we can compensate you. Name your price. Fine. Cut off both of yours, and we'll call it even. Fine. A fierce resolve suddenly flashed in Yanzhou's eyes. Bro. Yan Xinran's expression changed. Xinran, these past 3 years I've failed you both. Let me do something to make it up to you. Yanzhou's eyes held only a death-defying resolve. It was a scene straight out of the ancient epic. The wind howls coldly over the Ishui River, the warrior departs, never to return. Quan chuckled upon hearing this, oh, so it's my brother-in-law. Well, that makes things easier. How about this? Just compensate us with 1 million yuan. Yanzhou's face lit up at once. If money can solve it, then it's no problem. So if I pay the money, will you let my sister go? Of course not. Quan grinned, I only said you'd pay compensation, I never said I'd let her off. I want the money, and I want the person too. Yanzhou glared at him. Was he trying to make a fool of them? You scoundrel. Quan, don't make things difficult for my brother. I replied. Yan Xinran clearly made a huge decision. Suddenly, Qin Feng seized Yan Xinran's hand. No need to agree to him, Qin Feng said indifferently. It's you again, you brat. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? This troublesome brat best to eliminate him first and enjoy the relief later. Shen Yan waved his hand, and instantly 10 men closed in on the three of them. Qin Feng, don't worry about me. Yan Xinran cried out in panic. This has really enraged Quan. Dazhuang, keep an eye on her. With that, Qin Feng strode forward. Shen Yan snorted coldly, looking for death. Kill him. Chapter 88, all cut. All 10 men lunged at Qin Feng. Yan Xinran was too terrified to watch and screamed. Several loud thuds echoed as Qin Feng knocked all 10 men to the ground. Their groans filled the air. Yanzhou and Yan Xinran stood frozen in shock. What just happened? Even Yanzhou, whose eyes were wide open, hadn't seen clearly what had transpired. Shen Yan sneered coldly, no wonder he's so arrogant, turns out he's a martial artist. Being a martial artist himself, he naturally looked down on Qin Feng. Such trivial skills were effortless for him. Bring on 20 more. Shen Yan waved his hand. This time, all 20 men grabbed iron rods. Quan sneered, no matter how hard your fists are, you can't possibly fight weapons with bare hands, can you? Shen Yan looked down on him. Kid, if you can stay on your feet, I'll give you a chance to fight me. Disable him. Shen Yan's eyes suddenly hardened. While ostensibly giving Qin Feng a chance, in truth, he wanted to cripple him sooner rather than later. After all, this youth was no ordinary opponent. To step forward like this, he must have some real skill. No. Yan Xinran stepped in front of Qin Feng, biting her red lips as she pleaded, you're here for me. I'll go with you. Don't hurt him. Xinran. Yanzhou's voice cracked with urgency. Shen Yan sneered coldly, he attacked my men. Without leaving him crippled, how could I let him go? Quan added, girl, keep interfering, and I'll cripple your brother too. Yan Xinran shouted angrily, Quan, you despicable scoundrel. Ha! Coward! Who told you to play the high and mighty? If you just joined me earlier, none of this would have happened. Shen Yan waved his hand coldly. Enough talk. If you don't move, I'll cripple you too. Dazhuang. Qin Feng gave the order. Yanzhou gritted his teeth but pulled Yan Xinran away. Brother, what are you doing? Qin Feng is in danger. Yan Xinran glared furiously. You'll only slow him down. He's got this under control. Yan Zhou insisted. He wasn't entirely sure himself. But he had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable fists just now. Even if he joined the fight, he'd only hinder Qin Feng. 20 men, each looking like a demon incarnate. Kid, you dare cripple my brother? You're asking for it. One of them swung a club at him. Qin Feng snatched it away effortlessly, the iron rod in his hand feeling like an extension of his own body. He darted forward like a leopard, flinging out a dozen or more dark shadows. Thud! The sound echoed like iron striking stone as every man was sent crashing to the ground, screaming in agony. They were all crippled. He Quan finally sensed something was amiss. Even Xin Yan's eyes darkened. Too fast. He hadn't even seen it clearly. The dozen or so people left in the room all sucked in their breath. This young man was terrifying. Xin Yan stood up, his voice cold. Very well. You have earned the right. Suddenly, Qin Feng blurred into a streak of motion, his iron rod slashing down toward Xin Yan's head. Xin Yan felt as if a mountain were crushing down upon him, his expression shifting dramatically. He barely managed to raise both hands to block overhead, but Qin Feng's forceful strike shattered his wrists instantly. Ah! Xin Yan let out a piercing scream as his arms fell limp. Qin Feng brought the iron rod down again, driving Xin Yan's shoulder down an inch and shattering the bone. Qin Feng showed no mercy whatsoever, bringing down a third blow. Xin Yan's face turned deathly pale. Qin Feng struck with lethal force, 2 blows landing before his opponent could react. The third blow was aimed squarely at taking a life. Xin Yan had never felt such terror of death. He could feel it keenly. This blow from Qin Feng would split his skull open. Hero, spare my life. Xin Yan cried out in desperation. The stick halted inches from his scalp. A shockwave rippled through the air, blowing his hair into a perfect center part. The club did not come down. But Xin Yan's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, his pants damp with fear. Everyone around him stared with strange looks. Xin Yan wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. But he had no time to dwell on it. Trembling, he bowed his head and pleaded, Hero, spare my life. I didn't recognize Mount Tai when I saw it. He Quan gritted his teeth. Shin, what the hell are you scared of? Your master is the legendary Tiger Lord. He was just trying to scare you. Shut up. Xin Yan snapped angrily. No one understood that feeling of impending death better than he did. Only martial artists could truly grasp the killing intent radiating from Qin Feng. He Quan's face flushed crimson. Truth be told, he didn't need to read Xin Yan's expression at all. He had befriended Xin Yan's master. Kid, hitting him is like slapping Tiger Lord's face. Do you realize what trouble you've gotten yourself into? Xin Yan cursed inwardly, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. He knew full well how terrifying Qin Feng was. But He Quan seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing Qin Feng silent, He Quan thought he was scared and sneered coldly, What? Scared, are you? Heh, you're no match for Tiger Lord. And you, Yan Shinran, just be my girlfriend, and everything will be fine. He rambled on and on. As He Quan ranted on, Qin Feng swung his club once. He Quan tumbled from his wheelchair, howling in pain. Kid, you're dead meat. You dare lay a finger on me. Qin Feng, growing impatient, turned to Xin Yan and said, Starting today, I don't want to hear a word from him. Xin Yan's face paled. Qin Feng was essentially ordering him to kill He Quan. But if he killed He Quan, how could he explain it to his teacher? He Quan roared in anger the moment he heard, Xin Yan, you wouldn't dare listen to him. Tiger ordered you to take good care of me, how dare you? Xin Yan certainly wouldn't dare. Though He Quan was just a thug, as the landlord of the entire building, he still had some money. Even though He Quan and Tiger were drinking buddies, killing He Quan would make Tiger a pariah among his own crew. They'd call him a traitor. How could his master ever hold his head high again? You or him. Choose one. Qin Feng said to Xin Yan. Xin Yan's face turned deathly pale. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hero, Xin Yan asked, earlier you said you didn't want to hear his voice? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Then I have a solution. Xin Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, Come on. Help him up. He Quan was confused, but he was lifted into a wheelchair. Hold him down. He Quan was pinned down by 2 men on either side, instantly panicking. Xin Yan, what are you doing? Xin Yan didn't answer. Cut off his other one too. He Quan's face instantly drained of color. Yan Zhou realized, right. If both are cut off, there'll be no male hormones left. His voice will feminize too, meaning we won't have to hear it anymore. Yan Shinran muttered, then he'll just become a transvestite? Qin Feng looked thoughtful. This Xin Yan, his mind works pretty fast. He Quan's face turned ashen with fear. But before long, his pants were pulled down. Staring at the bandaged remaining testicle, the man brought the knife down. He Quan let out a blood-curdling scream of agony, clutching his groin as he convulsed on the floor, blood pooling around him. Xin Yan didn't want to kill him, so he waved his hand and ordered, Take him to the hospital. He Quan's face turned purple with agony. He'd never be able to have sex again in his lifetime. Let's go. Qin Feng pulled Yan Xinran up and left with Yan Zhou. Only then did Shen Yan lift his head, his gaze dark and menacing. You wait, kid. My master will definitely kill you. Poor He Quan, even his last remaining descendants were gone. Chapter 89, Death as a Declaration. Dragged out of starry KTV by Qin Feng, Yan Xinran felt a sense of safety. She trailed behind Qin Feng like a little sister. Recalling Qin Feng's commanding display of force moments ago, along with his imposing, upright figure, Yan Xinran's heart fluttered slightly. This feeling was entirely new to Yan Xinran. Even when she saw handsome celebrities or classmates who liked her, none possessed such mature charm. Some girls, in truth, were drawn to mature men older than themselves. That's why Yan Xinran had never been interested in peers who pursued her. Especially those puppy-like guys. After all, most puppy boys lack life experience and the guts to handle danger. If it had been anyone else just now, they would have likely been scared stiff. Back in the car. Xinran, stop doing this part-time girlfriend thing. Focus on your studies and classes, Qin Feng said. Yan Xinran sighed, if I don't do this, I won't be able to cover my tuition and living expenses. You don't know my mom's a cleaner and her wages are so low, only 100 yuan a day. What about scholarships? I remember you used to get excellent grades, Yan Zhou remarked. Yan Xinran glared at him resentfully. That measly scholarship? It's nowhere near enough to cover mom's medical bills. Your aunt is sick? Qin Feng's brows immediately furrowed. Yes. The doctor said it's something about excessive grief, qi stagnation, and emotional blockages. Qi stagnation, Qin Feng blurted out. Exactly. That's it. That's why I need to take on a part-time job. Yan Xinran lowered her head. Qin Feng remained silent, head bowed. Her son's promising future was ruined, then he vanished. Her husband was dead too. What was once a perfect family was shattered into pieces. Xinran, don't worry. Qin Feng is a renowned master physician now. He'll definitely cure mom. Yan Zhou said excitedly. Yan Xinran looked surprised. But she knew Qin Feng was trained as a caregiver. It wasn't that she looked down on nursing assistants. It's just that the hospital doctors all said it would require long-term treatment. How could it possibly be cured so easily? Qin Feng, thank you no matter what. The doctor said she must take medication long-term, otherwise, she could easily have a stroke. Yan Xinran said worriedly. Xinran, I'll cover your tuition and living expenses from now on. Leave auntie's illness to me, Qin Feng said. Yan Xinran worried, you really shouldn't get involved with me. Tiger isn't exactly a saint. You crippled Xin Yan, that's like slapping him in the face. He won't let you off the hook. And you get out of here before something happens. Yan Xinran shot Yan Zhou a glare. In the past, Yan Xinran had always listened to Yan Zhou. But now, consumed by guilt, Yan Zhou feared Yan Xinran. Both knew, however, that Yan Xinran was actually protecting them. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Xinran has grown up. Yan Xinran's cheeks flushed slightly. Though Qin Feng was a few years older than her, it was only by 5 or 6 years at most they were practically peers. His words carried an intimate tone. Don't treat me like the little girl I used to be. I've grown up now. Yan Xinran puffed out her chest defiantly. She truly had grown up. Her chest had begun to swell. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, a mere tiger lord? Not worth mentioning. Suddenly, Yan Xinran's phone rang. She grew tense. Could it be Tiger Boss's people? One threat had just been dealt with, and now another call? Even Yan Zhou grew tense. Answer it. Qin Feng, however, remained calm and composed. He was actually eager to meet this tiger. Yan Xinran nervously answered the call. Yan Xinran, is that you? Yan Xinran breathed a sigh of relief. The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged woman. Clearly not Tiger. That's me. I'm from the Leighton Hotel. Your mother was caught stealing from the hotel. You need to come here immediately. Yan Xinran's face paled. Hurry to the Leighton Hotel. After hanging up, Yan Xinran looked tense. What happened? Qin Feng asked. My mom got arrested. They say she stole something. Leighton Hotel. Outside the presidential suite. A crowd had already gathered in the hallway. A heavily made-up woman was grabbing the arm of a middle-aged woman. The woman whose arm was being held was none other than Chen Lan, the mother of Yan Zhou and Yan Xinran. After Yan Zhou's accident, Chen Lan's husband also passed away. Overwhelmed by grief, she was dismissed from her job and ended up working as a cleaner at the hotel. Though life was bitter, she never blamed fate. Though she had lost her husband and son, she still had her daughter, Yan Xinran. Yet unexpectedly, her diligent work earned her nothing but slander. Today, she was assigned to clean the presidential suite. Unbeknownst to her, the female occupant returned immediately after she finished, accusing her of stealing items from the room. Hu Biao spoke coldly, Chen Lan, if you took it, hand it over now. I won't call the police station to arrest you. Otherwise, you should know very well that once you're arrested, your life is over. The wealthy woman coldly added, the missing watch is a brigade jade piece worth 3 million. Selling it wouldn't cover the damages you and your family couldn't pay it off. Qianlan wept, pleading, "Miss, I truly didn't steal it. We have employee manuals we're forbidden from taking customer belongings. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Then she turned to Hu Biao, "Manager Hu, you know I've always been reliable. Customers consistently praise my service. Please believe me, I truly didn't steal anything." Over the years, she had worked herself to exhaustion. Compounded by her illness, her voice grew hoarse with tension. Hu Biao was just a low-level manager. But the guest staying in this suite was none other than the city's renowned wealthy matriarch. If he managed to recover the watch, he would receive a reward. Then he could get a promotion and a raise. He couldn't care less whether Qianlan was telling the truth or not. Even if it were true, so what? He must maintain his stance for the wealthy lady to see. He said coldly, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows if you've been putting on an act all along, just waiting for the right moment to strike." Qianlan was struck by a bolt from the blue. The surrounding crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. Being poor is one thing, but who knew she'd be so spineless? Exactly. Who in their right mind would steal a 3 million yuan watch? That's practically committing suicide. Who would have guessed? She must have had real class in her youth. A thief? Qianlan wept uncontrollably. The feeling of being falsely accused was something she'd never experienced before. "I didn't do it. It wasn't me." Qianlan screamed hoarsely, violently breaking free from the wealthy woman's grasp before crashing into the corner of the hallway. "Shinran, it's Mom's fault for being useless. I'm going down to meet your father." Qianlan intended to prove her innocence through death. But at that very moment, a blurred figure darted swiftly from the other end of the corridor. Chapter 90, the 3 million yuan watch vanishes. Just as Qianlan's head was about to strike the corner, someone swiftly flew across and pulled her back. Aunt Chen. Who else could it be but Qin Feng? Qin Feng? Qianlan felt as if she were dreaming. "Aren't you dead?" "Yes, it must have been my execution. I've reached heaven. Husband, Dazhuang, I'm so tired. I can finally reunite with you both." "Aunt Chen, you're not dead. You're still alive." Qin Feng spoke as a surge of true qi flowed into Qianlan's body. The terror, grief, heartbreak, and despair that had gripped the frightened Qianlan vanished completely. Instead, a sense of sudden clarity washed over her. Qianlan clutched Qin Feng's arm. "This is flesh and blood, a real living person. Qin Feng, it really is you." Qianlan was overcome with emotion at the sight of Qin Feng. "It's me." Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw Qianlan's emaciated, gaunt appearance, his heart ached with pity. He remembered clearly that Qianlan wasn't just an intellectual, she was a woman of true grace. She spoke softly and had a kind nature. At her age, she should have been living comfortably without worry. But seeing her now, he could only imagine what kind of life they had endured these past 3 years. "Mom!" At that moment, Yan Zhou and Yan Xinran finally ran over. "Xinran? Is that Dazhuang?" Qianlan was utterly shocked upon seeing Dazhuang. Her hands trembled as she clutched his, tears streaming down her face. "Is it really you, my son?" Yan Zhou fought back tears, nodding firmly. "It's me." If not for the crowd around them, Yan Zhou would have broken down in tears long ago. It was hard to imagine that a man of such imposing stature could be moved to such emotion. "It's wonderful. Truly wonderful." Qianlan embraced Yan Zhou, overcome with emotion. "Mom, I'm so sorry." Yan Zhou was filled with remorse. "I know your reasons, son. Just being back is what matters. Just being back." Qianlan wept tears of joy. Qin Feng felt inexplicably moved. How could a family hold grudges overnight? Being reunited together is truly the greatest happiness. "Mom, why did you try to kill yourself?" Yan Xinran asked urgently. "They falsely accused me of stealing." In a moment of despair, Qianlan whispered. In that moment, she suddenly no longer wanted to die. That was because she had seen her son and reunited with her family. But the thought of being falsely accused filled Qianlan with bitter resentment. Qin Feng said, "Aunt Chen, if you die like this, you'll never clear your name." "Yes. Mom, I believe you wouldn't steal. You taught us from childhood that even if we're poor, we must never resort to stealing, cheating, or running away." Yan Zhou said. Qianlan's face softened with emotion. This truly was her son. He hadn't changed, and he still remembered her teachings. At that moment, the wealthy woman coldly remarked, "What a touching display of filial piety. So now you don't want to die?" Qin Feng struck her directly across the face. A clear handprint instantly appeared on the wealthy woman's heavily powdered cheek. Covering her face, she stared in shock. You hit me? You cornered me and hurled insults. What's wrong with hitting you back?" Qin Feng retorted coldly. The wealthy woman roared angrily, "Stealing is stealing. Don't try to dress it up with noble-sounding excuses. I'll give you 2 choices, either pay compensation, or I'll have you arrested." "I didn't steal anything." Qianlan gritted her teeth. They searched me from head to toe, nothing was found. If you don't believe me, search me. The wealthy woman sneered coldly, if you intended to steal, we'd never find anything on a search. You must have hidden it somewhere. I warn you, my watch alone is worth more than you could ever afford. And you for hitting me, I'll make sure you go to jail. The wealthy woman was utterly arrogant and overbearing. Qin Feng snorted coldly, how am I supposed to know if you hid it yourself and then framed Aunt Chen for stealing it? After all, plenty of people buy knockoffs just to pretend they're something they're not. You're accusing me of buying fakes? The wealthy woman's face turned crimson with rage. Hu Biao thought, my chance to shine has arrived. He shouted angrily, kid, do you know who she is? Her name is Qin Feng. Miss Qiu. My husband is the chairman of Tianyang Real Estate. Whispers immediately rippled through the corridor. No wonder she looked familiar, she's the chairman of Tianyang Real Estate's wife. Tianyang Real Estate ranks among the top 10 developers in Yunhai, they're involved in countless projects here. This is some serious clout. Seeing the reactions around her, Qin Feng's face twisted into a cold smile. Her husband frequently appeared on TV for financial channel interviews, and she'd even made a few on-screen appearances herself. Qin Feng sneered coldly, so you think you can stand high and mighty, slandering others? If you deliberately hid the watch and framed someone else, wouldn't you be able to pull off a scam and make a killing? You've done this kind of thing plenty of times, haven't you? Qin Feng immediately grew flustered upon hearing this. Don't talk nonsense. The moment Qin Feng arrived, his Azure Dragon eyes pierced straight through this woman's heart. His Azure Dragon eyes, besides granting him power, could also see through the hearts of all people. Someone like Qin Feng was instantly recognizable, greedy for small gains, arrogant and overbearing, and always bullying the weak. She frequented high-end venues, then used her status to look down on others, spouting nothing but lies. Even if she was loaded, 3 million wasn't exactly pocket change. Such high-end venues often feared individuals like Qin Feng, ultimately settling matters by paying compensation. It could be said that Qin Feng's tactics never failed. In contrast, someone like Chen Lan is honest and straightforward, she doesn't even know how to lie. Especially judging by the other party's reaction just now, they were clearly guilty. Yan Zhou immediately retorted, well? Got nothing to say now? You hid it yourself. Then framed my mom. I didn't. Manager Hu, you wouldn't believe these penniless bums over me, would you? That watch cost 3 million. If she won't compensate me, then your hotel will. Qin Feng shot a fierce glare at Hu Biao. She swiftly shifted the blame onto Hu Biao and his hotel. Hu Biao was startled. If the hotel really had to pay, it would mean he'd failed in his duties, his job would be on the line in no time. In truth, Qin Feng was also telling him, if you don't make them pay, you'll be the one getting fired. Hearing this, Hu Biao naturally couldn't agree. He respectfully replied, of course I believe Miss Qiu. Then he turned to Yan Zhou and the others, his voice cold. I warn you, making false accusations will get you sued for defamation. Chen Lan, for the sake of our past as colleagues, I'm giving you one last chance. Just as Chen Lan was about to speak, Qin Feng cut in, no need to waste words on them. They're all in cahoots. Besides, I already know where the watch is. Chapter 91, Crushed Underfoot. Qin Feng froze upon hearing this. The watch was actually hidden by her. Its location was extremely secretive, absolutely impossible to find. Qin Feng shot Hu Biao a meaningful glance. Hu Biao said, fine. If you can find it, we'll call it even. Qin Feng and his group walked inside, then he headed straight for the bedside. Qin Feng immediately grew tense. Don't you dare touch anything in my bag. I have a lot of valuable personal items in there. If you damage them, you won't be able to afford the compensation. Qin Feng sneered coldly, it's not in your bag. He grabbed a pillow, tore it open in 2 swift motions, and found a watch buried in the cotton stuffing. Qin Feng's face paled. Hu Biao was also stunned. He actually found it? Chen Lan exclaimed in astonishment, I've never even seen this watch before. Qin Feng looked flustered. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, your watch, did it grow legs and crawl into the pillow stuffing by itself? Qin Feng flushed. But she stubbornly insisted, I definitely didn't hide it. It was her. Qin Feng pointed at Chen Lan. This is your room. Who would be so stupid? If anyone hid it, they'd hide it in another room. Anyway, I don't care. Realizing she couldn't wriggle out of it, Qin Feng looked to Hu Biao for help. Hu Biao immediately said, alright, this was all a misunderstanding. Since the watch has been found, there's nothing more to it. Qin Feng, having won the argument, snorted coldly, you're just lucky this time. Next time I catch you stealing my stuff, I'll definitely catch you. Give me back the watch. Chen Lan breathed a sigh of relief. In her work, she always adhered to the principle of resolving minor issues peacefully. As long as she didn't have to pay compensation or get arrested, she didn't care if she was slandered. Qin Feng lunged forward to grab her watch back, but Qin Feng pulled his hand away. You still owe Aunt Chen an apology. Qin Feng stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng crossed her arms, her expression sharp and unyielding. You want me to apologize to a cleaner? Smack. Qin Feng slapped Xiu Feng across the face. Now both sides of her face bore a bright red handprint. She exploded instantly. You hit me again? Full of self-importance and arrogance, don't you deserve it? Qin Feng snorted coldly. The onlookers in the hallway gasped in shock, yet a sense of satisfaction washed over them. They couldn't stand Xiu Feng's attitude either. But she was the wife of the real estate company's CEO, they dared not cross her. Manager Hu, hurry up and call someone to arrest this arrogant fool. She had already endured having her hidden watch discovered and being slapped by Qin Feng. After all, she knew she was in the wrong. But Qin Feng had slapped her without any warning or explanation. She simply couldn't bear it. After all, she was a woman of social standing. Hu Biao immediately barked at two security guards, quick! Take this kid down. The two security guards rushed over, but Qin Feng's gaze swept over them. Instantly, they felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. They dared not approach. Eyes like a tiger's. Qin Feng stood like a mountain tiger, making their legs tremble. What the hell are you doing? Get on it! Hu Biao bellowed. Manager Hu, we. How could the two security guards know? Qin Feng's single glance had already planted fear deep in their souls. Like animals encountering a tiger, their legs had gone weak long ago, let alone getting close. Useless. Hu Biao simply took matters into his own hands. His physique was naturally robust, and he worked out regularly. Subduing a young man like this was no challenge at all. Kid, put your hands up right now. Hu Biao said, rolling up his sleeves, only to be knocked flying by Qin Feng's palm strike. Hu Biao was knocked flat on his back, his mouth split open from the blow. Useless. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with contempt. Yan Xinran witnessed the scene, and her heart fluttered slightly. Qin Feng's domineering demeanor earlier had sparked a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Qianlan realized trouble was brewing and tried to pull Qin Feng away. Qin Feng, just let this go. Forget it? Qianlan, starting right now, you don't need to come to work anymore. Hu Biao roared angrily. Qianlan's face paled. Manager Hu, he didn't mean it. I apologize to you, please don't fire me. Due to her health issues, Qianlan had interviewed for numerous jobs and finally secured this cleaning position here. And that was only thanks to connections from an old friend. Getting fired now meant no income, no food on the table. She could manage without food or drink herself, but Yan Xinran needed to go to school and required living expenses. Aunt Shen, don't beg her. A job like this isn't worth keeping anyway, Qin Feng said. Hu Biao sneered coldly, yeah, you'd be better off not working at all. Qianlan, if it weren't for your friend finding me and asking me to give you a chance, do you really think your qualifications and physical condition make you suitable for this job? You'd be begging on the streets otherwise. Qianlan's face drained of color. Yanzhou comforted her, Mom, starting today, we don't have to grovel to anyone anymore. Because Qin Feng is back. Qin Feng nodded toward Qianlan. Rely on him? Even Xiu Feng sneered contemptuously, he looks like a penniless beggar. What could he possibly do? Money? Connections? Relationships? Background? Let me tell you this, you hit me, and none of you will get off scot-free. And give me back my watch. Or I'll press charges for robbery. That'll land you inside for half your life. The onlookers gasped in shock. A 3 million yuan watch? Could this guy really be planning to keep it? 3 million? Qin Feng tossed it aside, then crushed the watch under his foot. You. Xiu Feng's face flushed crimson with fury, her entire body trembling. Everyone was stunned. 3 million. Shattered under Qin Feng's foot like that. This was deliberate destruction of private property. This was far more than just compensation. Yan Xinran and Qianlan both looked utterly stunned. We're done for. Where are we supposed to get 3 million to pay them back? Yanzhou chuckled, Mom, don't worry. Qin Feng has money. Qianlan hurriedly retorted, at a time like this, you're still lying. I'm not. He really is wealthy. Even if he is wealthy, 3 million is no small sum. That's no small sum. You're dead meat. I'm calling my husband back right now. Xiu Feng immediately picked up the phone. Bring your husband over. Let's see if he dares to ask me for money. Qin Feng said indifferently. Just you wait. My husband knows a lot of people, you're dead meat. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over. Honey, what the hell happened? Zhang Ho, chairman of Tianyang Real Estate. This kid is finished. He's doomed to fail in Yunhai. Youth is so impulsive. Not only will he have to pay compensation, but he'll also face criminal charges. The onlookers among the residents all shook their heads in disbelief. Honey, you're just in time. This jerk slapped me twice and stomped on the birthday gift you bought me. You have to stand up for me. Xiu Feng was overjoyed to see her husband arrive. In Yunhai, how many people wouldn't give her husband face? Who had the nerve to do this? Men value their pride, especially when their wives are wronged. Zhang Ho spun around instantly. The moment he saw Qin Feng, his legs went weak with fear. It's you! Chapter 92, I want her to look up at people for the rest of her life. Qin Feng recognized Zhang Ho at a glance. So it was you. Zhang Ho had been one of the key guests at the Wu and Lu family's wedding banquet. He was also one of those bound by the Wu family's gag order back then. Zhang Ho would never forget how Qin Feng had killed someone at that banquet. Honey, it's this guy. He slapped me twice and even took my watch. Shut up. Zhang Ho roared. This woman, does she want to kill me so she can find some other young ghost to play with? This is a god of death incarnate. Ordinary people are like ants in front of her. Qiu Feng froze in shock. Zhang Ho, you dare yell at me? Zhang Ho's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly whispered, honey, I wasn't yelling at you. This person is truly untouchable. Qiu Feng, naturally fiery and domineering, roared back, your wife just got slapped twice, and you tell me this guy is untouchable? Right now, immediately, make him kneel before me and apologize. And pay 5 million in compensation. Qiu Feng's voice rang out, fueled by both fury and an undeniable authority. Zhang Ho was terrified, his scalp tingling. No way. He'll kill us. Let's just go back. Can we drop this? Zhang Ho pleaded urgently. Even Hu Biao and the others were utterly shocked. Why was Zhang Ho acting like a mouse seeing a cat around Qin Feng? He's one of the bigwigs at Yunhai Real Estate, for crying out loud. Smack! Zhang Ho was slapped across the face by Qiu Feng, who roared, Zhang Ho, are you a man? Do you realize everything you have is thanks to my father? Without him, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. And now you dare defy my orders? Are you rebelling against me? Whoosh! The scene instantly stunned the onlookers. What the hell? Isn't Chairman Zhang's wife known for being virtuous and gentle in public? How could she turn out so fiery? In public and on TV, they always appeared deeply in love. Yet behind closed doors, he was actually so afraid of his wife. This was absolutely beyond their wildest expectations. Someone whispered, I heard that before he made it big, Zhang Ho was just a real estate salesman. But then a well-to-do family's daughter took a fancy to him. She helped him set up his company, and that's how he got to where he is today. So that story was true. That daughter from a prominent family must be Qiu Feng. And what's more, Qiu Feng's background is no small thing either. Her father is the headmaster of the Qiyang Martial Arts Academy. Everyone gasped in surprise. Qiyang Martial Arts Academy? So the man known as Tiger Master Qiu is actually her father? Everyone suddenly understood. This finally explained how Zhang Ho, starting as a mere real estate salesman, could eventually become one of Yunhai's top 10 developers. Qiu, whose reputation was formidable. While he may not have been wealthy, his strength lay in his martial prowess. It was through the Red Sun Martial Arts Academy that he cleared obstacles for the couple, Zhang Ho and Qiu Feng, allowing them to grow their empire. Yan Zhou and the others overheard the crowd's conversation, their expressions instantly darkening. Yan Zhou especially was kicking himself. After all, they had just come from the Starry Sky KTV, where they had crippled Tiger Boss's top disciple, Xin Yan. Who could have imagined she was his woman? Brother Yan Xinran was deeply concerned. Yan Zhou shot her a warning glance, signaling her to stay silent. The sharp-eyed Chen Lan sensed something was off and immediately asked, Are you hiding something from me? Mom, we're not hiding anything from you, you're overthinking it. You're lying. When we were kids, you two would always exchange glances when you lied. Spill it. Is this about Qin Feng? Chen Lan demanded angrily. Yan Zhou and Yan Xinran hesitated. Speak up. Chen Lan was nearly beside herself with impatience. She knew Qin Feng was an orphan, so when he stayed at her house during summer break, she had taken great care of him. Combined with her relationship with Yan Zhou, she had practically treated Qin Feng like her own godson. Mom, I got into trouble and offended Tiger's friend. Qin Feng stepped in to help me and ended up fighting Tiger's men. Yan Xinran explained in a few words. You're driving Chen Lan crazy. This is Tiger Boss, the most formidable martial arts school master in Yunhai. Rumor has it he has over 1,000 disciples. Zhang Ho, the subject of everyone's discussion, flushed crimson. Few knew he'd built his fortune on his wife's back. Outside, Qiu Feng gave him plenty of face. But at home, Zhang Ho held no standing whatsoever. Useless. Zhang Ho, you useless piece of trash. Once we get back, I'll call a shareholders meeting and kick you off the board. Don't forget I'm the largest shareholder. Whoosh. Another bombshell spread through the corridor among the tenants. So their affection was all for show. This Zhang Ho is nothing but a freeloader. Without his wife and Tiger Lord, Zhang Ho would have nothing left, wouldn't he? Shut up. Zhang Ho finally lost his temper and slapped Qiu Feng across the face. You dare hit me? Qiu Feng was stunned. At home, he couldn't even touch her without her consent, and now he'd actually hit her? He roared, so what if I hit you? I don't care if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. I've had enough of you two all these years. You never treated me like a human being, you just treated me like a dog to be commanded. Smack. Zhang Ho slapped Qiu Feng again, leaving her utterly stunned. You. Now it's not you dumping me, it's me dumping you. After unleashing his rage, Zhang Ho felt a surge of satisfaction. He then approached Qin Feng with deference, bowing deeply. Mr. Qin, I apologize. You needn't compensate for the watch. She is no longer my concern. Do with her as you please. With that, he turned and left. He would immediately hire a lawyer to file for divorce and prepare to leave Yunhai. What a joke. Though he felt vindicated, he still had to consider the consequences. He had no intention of staying in this trouble-ridden place called Yunhai. Qiu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. But having been spoiled and pampered by her father since childhood, coupled with her stubborn, unyielding nature, she stood up, glared coldly at Qin Feng, and sneered, "You heard it yourself just now, my father is the Tiger Lord, feared by all. You just hit me, wait for them to collect your body. A 3 million yuan watch? Gone is gone." But today, no matter what, she would teach this penniless jerk a lesson. In fact, she wanted Qin Feng dead. Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Perfect. I have some unfinished business with your father. If he comes looking for me, it'll save me a lot of trouble." At that moment, Lan Yaojie, one of Mu Zijuan's subordinates, sensed something. "Young master, what's happening?" Lan Yaojie's sudden appearance startled everyone in the corridor and the room. The Golden Orchid trio, each unique, were all as beautiful as celestial beings. Lan Yaojie embodied the poised, icy elegance of a corporate executive, a true ice queen beauty. But don't be fooled, though she handled contracts and lease agreements. Each of the 3 golden flowers under Mu Zizuan's command possessed formidable skills. Who was she? She seemed to hold Qin Feng in high regard. Yan Xinran's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Qin Feng looked down at Qiu Feng and said, "She thinks she's superior and looks down on others. Then cripple her legs. I want her to spend the rest of her life looking up at people." Chapter 93, Qiu Wu's Wrath. Qiu Feng paled at the words. Her greatest pride lay in her status and position. As the wealthy wife of a city magnate and the daughter of the renowned Tiger Master of the Qian Martial Arts Academy, Qiu Feng could never endure such humiliation. Qianlan was stunned too, urgently pulling at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, no. If you really do this, there'll be no turning back. Later tonight, I'll personally go to Tiger Master to plead for mercy. He's magnanimous, he'll surely let us off." Qianlan wasn't afraid of causing trouble, on the contrary, she even mentioned us. Clearly, she intended to stand by Qin Feng through thick and thin. Besides, Qin Feng was doing this for her, she had to stand by him. Warmth filled Qin Feng's heart as he gripped Qianlan's hand. "Aunt Chen, no need to apologize. Even without today's incident, Tiger wouldn't forgive me. Might as well go all in. People like that, sitting so high and mighty, deserve someone to teach them a lesson." Qin Feng gave no room for resistance, waving his hand decisively. Blue Demoness swiftly crippled Qiu Feng's legs in a few swift moves. Qiu Feng writhed in agony on the ground. Her foot bones, tendons, joints, and nerves, everything was shattered. Hu Biao had long since turned ashen with fear. The hotel manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before him. What on earth had happened? Hu Biao clutched the manager's arm desperately, as if he'd found a lifeline. "Manager, help," he cried. "They've crippled Miss Qiu. She's Tiger Boss's daughter." The manager's expression changed instantly. But suddenly, he thought he recognized a familiar face. "Miss Lan, what are you doing here? General Manager, you know her?" Hu Biao stared in disbelief. The ruthless decisiveness Lan Yaojie had displayed moments ago was still vivid in his mind. "Shut it. The Landar Hotel is built on is leased from Miss Lan's company. She could tear this place down and take it back any time," the general manager declared sternly. Qin Feng replied, "Then that's perfect. This man has abused his power for personal gain. I never want to see him again, nor hear his voice." "You're the general manager," came the astonished reply. Lan Yaojie's voice turned icy. "He is our young master. His words are my words." "Yes." The general manager was no pushover either. Without another word, he ordered, "Security. Break his limbs and throw him to the dogs. I never want to see him again." Hu Biao's face drained of color, but he was quickly escorted away by 2 security guards. Yan Xinran and Qianlan both stared in disbelief. Lan Yaojie clearly wasn't an ordinary person, but who would have thought she wielded such immense power? This was a 5-star hotel, and she actually managed the property deeds. Even the hotel's general manager had to obey her orders. Yet toward Qin Feng, she showed reverence as if he were royalty. She even addressed Qin Feng as young master. Yan Xinran's beautiful eyes flashed with a look of, "That Miss Lan, she..." The general manager swallowed hard, glancing at Qiu Feng writhing in agony on the floor. Lan Yaojie turned to Qin Feng. "Have someone pick her up," Qin Feng said. He wasn't being soft-hearted. He simply wanted to have someone notify Qiu Hu. The onlookers in the hallway scattered like birds and beasts the moment Qin Feng's group emerged, rushing back into their rooms. To cripple even Tiger Boss's daughter like that, this guy's ruthless. Now Tiger Boss would be furious, he might even summon all 1,000 of his disciples. They secretly pitted Qin Feng. Yunhai was about to be drenched in blood. Soon, several people burst into the room. Miss! Qiu Feng was nearly fainting from the pain. When she saw that the arrivals were her father's disciples, she weakly cried out, "Quick, notify my father." One of them quickly dialed the phone. "Master, it's bad. Miss Qiu's legs have been crippled. We're taking her to the hospital right now." Meanwhile, at the Qiang Martial Arts Academy, a burly, bald-headed old man flew into a rage upon hearing his daughter's legs had been crippled. He smashed the table with a single blow. Everyone around him trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. The focus of the Qiang Martial Arts Hall Qiuhu. This man ranked among the top 5 masters in Yunhai. A heaven-tier martial master. Who is this? Qiuhu roared, his deafening voice echoing through the air. All the disciples were terrified into kneeling on the ground, nearly wetting themselves in fear. The aura of a heaven-grade martial master was terrifying. The voice on the other end of the phone said, "The young lady mentioned it was someone named Qin Feng." Qin Feng? At that moment, Shen Yan, his entire left side and both arms wrapped in bandages, was wheeled in on a wheelchair. "Master, my injuries, they were crippled by Qin Feng." This man was none other than Shen Yan. "Very well. Qin Feng, you've got some nerve. You don't even hold me, Qiuhu, in any regard." First, his senior disciple. Now it was his daughter's turn. "This is a blatant provocation. Since you deliberately sent word to me, I shall grant your wish. Come on, gather everyone together. Follow me to slay this arrogant fool." After leaving the hotel, Lan Yaojie asked, "Young master, any further instructions?" Truth be told, this was only the second time Lan Yaojie had met Qin Feng. The first time she had seen Qin Feng was at the Lu family's villa. But that had been but a fleeting glance, she hadn't truly conversed with him. This time, since Mu Zitsuan was still recovering, she was immediately dispatched upon learning of Qin Feng's whereabouts. She'd heard the young master was a formidable and imposing young man, but she hadn't expected it to be true and even more domineering than she'd imagined. Lan Yaojie oversaw the white-collar operations. Black Rose handled high-interest lending and other gray market operations. Blood Lotus specialized in handling shady affairs. The Golden Orchid, White Lily, and Black Rose each had their distinct roles. But Blue Demon Flower was relatively more conventional. She primarily deals with society's elite and wealthy. Naturally, with her Ice Queen beauty and domineering CEO persona, the wealthy young men pursuing her were only half as numerous as those after Mu Zitsuan. Even so, it was enough to make over half the city's young gentlemen utterly captivated by her, lingering endlessly in her presence. Yet she remained utterly uninterested. In these wealthy young men, she sensed none of the overpowering aura capable of subduing her. But Qin Feng could. That dragon-like dominance even stirred the heart of Lan Yaojie. Whatever Qin Feng asked her to do, she wouldn't refuse even in bed. Yan Xinran watched with a tinge of envy. Unconsciously, she thrust out her already well-developed chest, as if challenging Lan Yaojie to a beauty contest. Shenlan watched with genuine admiration. She had the figure, she had the looks, absolutely a prime candidate for a wife. Everyone's hungry. "Let's grab a bite first," Qin Feng suggested. Soon, Lan Yaojie made a phone call and announced, "I've already arranged a place." "All right, lead the way," Qin Feng replied. Lan Yaojie drove the Lamborghini, while Qin Feng followed in his BMW 7 Series, carrying Yanzhou and the others. They arrived at the private dining room. Lan Yaojie went to order food, but Shenlan suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her to sit beside Qin Feng. Lan Yaojie paused, taken aback. "Heh, young lady, you've been running around all day and must be tired. Let me handle it." "Xinran, go call the waitstaff in to take our order." Yan Xinran froze. "Me? Yes, you. How could I let your future sister-in-law handle this? Hurry up." Qin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 94, Is this what virtue looks like? Lan Yaojie's face flushed. Since Mu Zitsuan had saved her life, she dared not act recklessly. And though she admired Qin Feng, she dared not cross the line. "Aunt Chen, don't say such things. She's still a virgin," Qin Feng said helplessly. Lan Yaojie's cheeks flushed even redder. How could the young master possibly know she was still a virgin? All these years following Mu Zitsuan through thick and thin, she'd never had time to consider her own future. Adding to that, her icy beauty aura meant that while she had many admirers, most couldn't match her formidable presence. Yanzhou asked curiously, "Qin Feng, how do you know Miss Lan is still a virgin?" Qin Feng shifted uncomfortably. He couldn't very well say he'd seen it, could he? The Azure Dragon eye could see through everything in the world. A mere virginity is easily discernible. Plus, Qin Feng's medical skills were unparalleled. He could detect it just by sensing a person's vital energy. Shenlan chuckled, Qin Feng, I never expected you to be so traditional. You must be waiting until marriage to overcome this obstacle, right? But that's the kind of responsibility a man should have." "Aunt Chen, you've misunderstood," Qin Feng hurriedly explained. "This Aunt Chen sure has a way with words. Young man, staying true to yourself is already commendable. Aunt Chen has been there, she understands. Miss Lan is so beautiful, and clearly has exceptional grace. Many must pursue her, you must treasure her. Yan Shinran felt a pang of jealousy, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. Mom, he hasn't even admitted anything yet. Stop playing matchmaker, she said. Maybe someone even better is waiting for Qin Feng. What do children know? You haven't even graduated yet. Qianlan retorted. But I'm an adult now. Yan Shinran thrust out her chest again, projecting an air of I'm a grown-up now. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and sigh. At this stage, you should focus on your studies. You can date while studying. Yan Shinran countered. Qianlan replied, I don't oppose you dating, but if you can find someone as devoted as Qin Feng, then I'll be completely at ease. Yan Shinran's heart fluttered, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Feng. Indeed, Qin Feng had sharp, defined features, yet his complexion was fair and clean-cut. His clothes weren't extravagant, but they were neat and clean. His posture was upright, the kind that easily made young girls' hearts flutter. If it's Qin Feng, then I wouldn't mind, Yan Shinran murmured to herself. Qin Feng's expression turned peculiar. He'd heard every word. Lan Yaojie quickly interjected, this restaurant is under our management. Order whatever you like. Qianlan grew increasingly pleased. Miss Lan is both talented and virtuous. Excellent. Though Qin Feng wasn't her biological son, she already regarded him as her own. By comparison, Yan Shinran truly had nothing to rival Lan Yaojie except her looks. Ms. Lan, have you decided what you'd like to order? The waiter inquired respectfully. Yan Shinran couldn't contain her anger and snapped, I want fish. Lan Yaojie's expression shifted. Suddenly. At that very moment. Boom. Dozens of people, all armed with knives and guns, burst into the room. Ms. Lan, what's happening? Has someone taken you hostage? This scene left Qianlan, Yanzhou, and their group pale with shock. Even Qin Feng hadn't anticipated such a large force. It was like a gang fight where everyone rushes in to protect their boss. Was this what virtuous and upright conduct looked like? Qin Feng felt a strange sense of unease. Aunt Shen must be questioning her own judgment. Lan Yaojie shouted, everyone, get out of the way. Miss Lan, are these your people? Qianlan was genuinely terrified. Most people would be terrified at the sight of a knife. But this was dozens of people. You'd think they were about to start a gang fight. Blue Fairy explained, don't worry, Auntie. They're our own people. Our people? Qianlan swallowed hard. As an intellectual, she'd never had any dealings with people like these. Aren't you dragging me down with you? I said it's fine, let's get out of here. Seeing her men still poised for a fight, Lan Yaojie roared in anger. Her imposing presence and commanding voice sent the group scattering like startled birds, rushing away in a hurry. Before one of them left, he called out, Ms. Lan, if you need us again, just give the word. We'll be standing by outside. The words echoed the tone of ancient assassin guild leaders, sending chills down the spines of Qianlan and Yan Shinran, mother and daughter. Yanzhou was slightly less affected. After all, he'd seen his share of high-stakes situations. Mom, don't worry. They're all Qin Feng's people. Yanzhou intended to smooth things over, hoping to ease their fears. Little did he know, this inadvertently dragged Qin Feng into the mess as well. Qin Feng, you've really scared Qianlan. Just moments ago, she was telling Yan Shinran to find a boyfriend someone like Qin Feng. Now she's hanging out with these menacing-looking guys. Qin Feng shot Yanzhou a meaningful glance. We can't scare the elderly. Yanzhou quickly interjected, Mom, I misspoke. They're here to protect us. Qin Feng asked Miss Lan to bring them. After all, Tiger Boss is so powerful. Lan Yaojie also apologized, my apologies, everyone. Eating fish is our code meaning danger is imminent, and we must. Lan Yaojie nearly blurted out kill, but thankfully stopped herself in time. Yan Shinran muttered, what kind of weird secret code is that? Watch too many TV dramas, huh? But getting mixed up with people like this can't end well. As she spoke, she glanced at Lan Yaojie with deliberate nonchalance. Shinran. Watch your tone. Miss Lan was just trying to protect us. Qianlan scolded. Lan Yaojie felt awkward, having nearly startled Qin Feng's friends. I'll go see if the food's ready. After Lan Yaojie left, Qianlan pulled Qin Feng aside and said, Qin Feng, look how wonderful Miss Lan is. You must truly cherish her. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. Yet a warmth also stirred within him. Having lost his parents at a young age, he naturally felt deeply touched by Qianlan's affection. So he said nothing. Yan Shinran, standing nearby, heard this and felt a bit displeased. There are plenty of good girls out there. Does Qin Feng intend to treat every one of them like a rare treasure? In my opinion, he should find someone with a clean background. Yan Shinran remarked, seemingly offhandedly. Qianlan shot Yan Shinran a glare. You little troublemaker, stop messing around. Yan Shinran pouted. She was only 18 or 19 herself, in the prime of her youth. Yet by this age, she was already quite familiar with matters of the heart. Naturally, this was also the age when youthful passions were in full bloom. The group then began chatting casually. Upon learning that Qin Feng had been rescued these past 3 years, Qianlan expressed both surprise and profound relief. Yan Zhou apologized repeatedly, but Qianlan forgave him each time. The family was enjoying a warm and harmonious moment. Suddenly, the sound of a struggle erupted outside the restaurant. At the end of the corridor, someone shouted while running, "Mr. Lan is injured. We need reinforcements immediately." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. Lan Yaojie had emerged? "You guys eat first. I'm going to the restroom." Chapter 95, 1,000 men besiege. Outside the restaurant, dozens of formidable figures were locked in combat with Lan Yaojie and her henchmen. Though Lan Yaojie's men possessed formidable combat skills, they were still ordinary mortals. The other group, however, was different. Their strikes were decisive, swift, and fierce. They were clearly trained fighters. One of them alone could take on at least 3 opponents. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, mostly Blue Demon's men. "Lan Yaojie, this day has come for you. Tell us where that boy is, or we'll cripple you," a burly man said coldly. Lan Yaojie's voice was icy. "Cut the crap. Die. Don't be fooled by Blue Demon's icy CEO demeanor. Remember, none of the Golden Orchid trio are to be trifled with." The dozen or so remaining opponents all pounced at once. Their martial arts were deadly, every strike aimed to kill. But Lan Yaojie was, after all, a martial arts master. Soon, more than half of the dozen men lay in pools of blood. Finally, the towering man's eyes narrowed with intensity. Seeing the situation, he launched a punch forward. Lan Yaojie's expression shifted slightly. Caught between 2 attacks, she couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely on the shoulder. Her footing faltered, her movements becoming chaotic. She absorbed several more blows in quick succession, collapsing to one knee as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The tall man sneered coldly, "Golden Orchid Trio, Blue Demon Princess? Ha! Still so proud now?" With that, he struck out with a palm strike. Lan Yaojie's face turned deathly pale. That strike would strip her skin, if not kill her outright. But then, she felt a whirlwind envelop her. She wasn't dead? A figure darted forward, seizing the tall man's wrist with a sudden grip. "Who the hell are you?" The tall man's face turned pale. "She's mine. Who do you think I am?" Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. With a swift pinch of his fingers, a piercing scream erupted as the tall man's wrist snapped clean off. "Ah!" The tall man's face drained of color from the pain. "Seen your brother." The others rushed over, gasping in horror. The man's wrist dangled limply from his arm, connected only by a thin thread of blood. The sight was horrifying. "Are you okay?" Qin Feng asked Lan Yaojie, extending his hand. Lan Yaojie shook her head. Qin Feng's broad hand conveyed a gentle yet immense force, pulling Lan Yaojie up in one swift motion. "Who the hell are you?" the tall man snarled, his eyes bulging with fury. "Weren't you looking for me?" Qin Feng's gaze remained calm. "These guys are clearly martial artists." Lan Yaojie had followed him all day. Who else would be seeking her out for revenge if not the Red Sun Martial Arts Academy? "Fine. Kid, you crippled Tiger Lord's daughter. You're as good as dead." The group helped each other up and limped away. Soon, Lan Yaojie's men arrived and helped her subordinates back to their feet. Lan Yaojie's expression darkened considerably. She hadn't expected Qiuhu's men to show up so quickly. "Master, you should take them and leave first." "I'll hold the fort here," Lan Yaojie said solemnly. At that moment, Yan Zhou and the other 2 heard the commotion outside and stepped out. Seeing Lan Yaojie injured, along with everyone else battered and bruised, some even bleeding, the 3 were utterly shocked. "Qin Feng, what happened?" Yan Zhou asked sternly. He knew exactly what had transpired, but feared Qianlan might be frightened. "Dazhuan, take Xinran and Anchen back first," Qin Feng said, glancing at Yan Zhou. Yan Zhou nodded. "Mom, let's head back first." Qianlan knew full well how dangerous Qin Feng's mission was. "Qin Feng, were they attacked by Tiger Boss's men?" Qin Feng smiled. "Just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Without further ado, he instructed Blue Demoness to arrange for someone to escort them back. Before leaving, Yan Xinran cautioned, "Be careful." Qin Feng nodded. Yan Zhou was worried too, but he trusted Qin Feng even more. After they were escorted away, Qin Feng's eyes were as cold as ice. Misunderstanding? He was about to strike down Blue Demoness. Was this still a misunderstanding? Only after they left did Lan Yaojie notice that the area within a kilometer of the restaurant was eerily quiet. Clearly, the area had been cleared long ago. "Master, this doesn't look good." Blue Demoness' face darkened. Her people had all gone to tend to their wounded comrades, leaving only Qin Feng and her behind. Just then, 2 vast groups approached from opposite sides. Though it was night, their formidable presence surged like ravenous beasts, closing in on Qin Feng and Lan Yaojie. Lan Yaojie's expression darkened instantly. The vast processions numbered well over 1,000. Soon, both groups halted 50 meters away from them. "Ha!" A savage laugh echoed through the air. Qiu Feng, seated in a wheelchair, was being pushed forward by someone. Her legs were encased in thick casts. Despite this, Qiu Feng's legs were ruined for life. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "How does it feel to watch from a seated position?" Xiu Fang's eyes burned with malice, her expression twisted into a demonic grimace. "Kid, the young lady belongs to Tiger. You've ruined her." The man pushing Xiu Fang was a well-mannered middle-aged gentleman. This man was the strategist of the Qiyang Martial Arts Academy. Xiu Hu had grown to his current scale largely because of this advisor's scheming behind the scenes. "Master Zhuang, why waste words on him? Kill him." Zhuang's eyes narrowed sharply as he waved his hand. Soon, over 100 men emerged from each side. A full 200 men slowly closed in on Qin Feng and Lan Yaoji. These were all Xiu Hu's disciples. Each possessed martial arts skills. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't defeat a deadly hand, a single mouthful of saliva could drown them all. "Charge!" 200 men roared like thunder as they charged forward. Blue Demoness stepped forward solemnly. "Young master, I'll clear a path for you. You must flee." "Leave? With this bunch of rotten eggs and spoiled potatoes?" Qin Feng took a step forward. Then his figure blurred like green smoke. A burst of azure light erupted. Like a high-speed train, he plowed through over 100 men, sending them crashing to the ground on either side. Then Qin Feng swiftly reversed direction. Another 100 who hadn't yet charged forward were similarly scattered by his onslaught. 200 people in less than 2 or 3 seconds all lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Is this even human? The disciples of the Crimson Sun Martial Arts Academy were all stunned. "Are you okay?" Qin Feng glanced at Lan Yaojie, who was also frozen in shock. "No." Lan Yaojie only knew that her leader, Mu Zitsuan, supported Qin Feng as the young master. Though the Golden Orchid trio felt deeply perplexed, they dared not disobey orders. Besides, last time at the Lu family villa, they had arrived late and hadn't witnessed how Qin Feng had killed anyone. But this time, Lan Yaojie was truly blown away. He was practically a human reaper. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the crowd on both sides, his voice cold and detached. "Those who wish to live, come forward. Come as many as you dare, and I'll kill them all." Zhuang Shurie's eyes flickered with shifting shadows. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng was terrifying. But he had received orders from Xiu Hu. He had no choice but to obey. Zhuang Shurie waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Kill without mercy. Kill." Nearly 1,000 men from both sides surged forward in a killing frenzy. The battle cries shook the heavens, their momentum as fierce as a dragon. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with the blue dragon's gaze. An unrivaled, overbearing aura surged skyward. "Today, I'll unleash a bloodbath." Chapter 96, Catching Bullets Bare-Handed? Qin Feng darted into the crowd like a razor-sharp blade. His hands and feet became his most formidable weapons. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, over a dozen men fell dead. His fingers flicked repeatedly, unleashing bursts of force that sent flesh and blood flying in all directions. No one could come within 3 feet of Qin Feng. In an instant, hundreds fell like autumn leaves swept by the wind, each meeting a violent end. Xiu Fang's face was frozen in icy resolve. But as her men fell one by one in pools of blood, her expression shifted. From a frown, to shock, to a deathly pallor. Within 5 minutes, the original group of nearly 1,000 had lost more than half their number. Zhuang Shurie was utterly shaken, his face frozen in disbelief. This man was terrifying. He had slaughtered so many, yet not a single drop of blood stained his body. As the slaughter continued, those who remained were overcome with dread, retreating 3 feet at once. Qin Feng was like a ferocious wolf or tiger, utterly untouchable. Warrior King. Zhuang Shurie's face turned deathly pale. What kind of being was the martial king? Across the entire Yunhai region, there might not be a single person to match him. Even their own hallmaster, Xiu Hu, was at best a heaven-tier martial master. Yet here he was, Qin Feng, striding toward them. Even Xiu Fang and Master Zhuang held their breath. Just then, another group charged over, brimming with fierce momentum. A force of 200 to 300 men, each radiating an aura of solemn, murderous intent. The Yunhai wolf-stabbing army. At the head of the group was none other than Zhang Biao. The moment he saw Qin Feng, Zhang Biao inwardly cursed his luck. Why did he have to run into this killing god again? But Zhang Biao steeled himself and said, "Qin Feng, could you do me a favor and spare them?" Qin Feng shot Zhang Biao a glance, causing the latter's heart to tremble. He dared not meet Qin Feng's gaze. "Why should I give you face?" Qin Feng retorted. Zhang Biao's face twitched. Truth be told, when he learned Qin Feng possessed the Flaming Dragon Hall's God of Slaughter order, he was stunned. The bearer of the God Slayer order could kill first and report later. All local military forces must obey and kneel before the bearer of the God Slayer order. That was the rule, but he had no idea who Qin Feng really was. Moreover, he was the commander of Yunhai's guard forces. The safety of Yunhai rested on his shoulders. Since Qin Feng arrived in Yunhai, he has indulged him several times. Now he's gone and killed hundreds of people outright. This is nothing short of disrupting Yunhai's order. No matter how influential the other party might be, with so many lives lost in Yunhai, he simply couldn't justify it to his superiors. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth. Mr. Qin, I understand your unique status, but so many lives have been lost now. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Zhang Biao, are you implying I should just stand there and let them beat me to death? Zhang Biao was rendered speechless. He replied solemnly, Mr. Qin, rest assured. I will give you a full accounting. What kind of explanation? Lock them all up? Or help me kill Qiu Hu? Zhang Biao was stumped, stammering incoherently. Finally, taking a deep breath, he said, Mr. Qin, I won't hide it from you. Qiu Hu has powerful connections. His ability to stand tall in Yunhai for so long relies on far more than just his own strength. So, leave this matter to me, okay? Zhang Biao was already speaking in a submissive tone. Qin Feng was untouchable. But the people behind Qiu Hu? He dared not provoke them even more. Qiu Feng, however, erupted in fury. Zhang Biao, you coward, she screamed. He crippled my legs and slaughtered hundreds of my father's men. How could you become the leader of the wolf stabbers? After all the friendship my father showed you. Zhang Biao replied coldly, Miss Qiu, what's your language? My personal friendship with your father doesn't mean I'll help you. I don't care. Master Zhuang, order someone to kill him. Qiu Hu snarled ferociously. Master Zhuang's voice was solemn. Miss, Captain Zhang is correct. We cannot defeat this man in combat. No. I'm going to kill him myself. Just then, Qiu Feng produced a pistol from somewhere and aimed it at Qin Feng. She was now less than 3 meters away from Qin Feng. Zhang Biao and Master Zhang's faces paled. Miss, you mustn't. Master Zhuang cried out urgently. But it was too late. Qiu Feng pulled the trigger. They didn't understand that Qiu Feng had been pampered since childhood, cherished like a precious jewel by Qiu Hu. Even after marriage, Zhang Ho had been utterly submissive to her, never daring to defy her. She had never endured such humiliation. Therefore, she would kill Qin Feng to avenge herself no matter what. Bang! A deafening crack echoed as Qiu Feng fired the gun. Ha! You won't survive this time. Qiu Feng's face was filled with triumph. Lan Yaojie's expression darkened. But Qin Feng remained standing, unharmed. He extended 2 fingers and clamped them down on the bullet's tip. Qiu Feng's savage grin froze instantly. How could this be? How is this possible? Zhuang Shurye's pupils contracted. Catching bullets? Was he some kind of martial arts master? Zhang Biao had anticipated Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, but never imagined he could actually catch a bullet. This was power beyond even a martial king's capabilities. And with this, you still want to kill me? Qin Feng casually tossed the bullet casing aside. Go to hell! Qiu Feng felt as if lightning had struck her mind. In a fit of rage, she fired several shots in quick succession. Bang! Qin Feng remained largely unharmed, merely waving his hand a few times. How could this be? Qiu Feng's eyes went blank. Where did the bullets go? Where did they go? Are you looking for this? Qin Feng opened his hand. So he caught all the bullet tips. Is this even human? Qiu Feng had never encountered such a terrifying presence before. Click click. She tried to fire again, only to discover she had no bullets left. Out of bullets, huh? Qin Feng asked calmly, then stepped forward 1 step at a time. Zhang Biao and Zhuang Shurye had long since sucked in their breaths in horror. Qiu Feng laughed furiously. Even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't dare. Qin Feng struck out with a single slap, as if hitting a rubber ball. Qiu Feng's head was instantly knocked off. Blood spurted like a fountain, splattering Zhuang Shurye and Zhang Biao's faces. Didn't I just kill you? Qin Feng's gaze was cold as he stared at the headless corpse. Hiss. Under the night sky, every member of the Qiyang Martial Arts Hall felt their hair stand on end, chilled to the bone. No! At that moment, a tall man burst forth from the distance. The man was in his 50s, radiating an intimidating aura. He was Qiu Hu, the master of the Crimson Sun Martial Arts Hall and one of the 10 great masters of Yunhai, known as Tiger Lord. Qiu Hu threw himself directly onto Qiu Hu, whose entire body was drenched in blood. Feng! He immediately scrambled to retrieve the head lying dozens of meters away, staring into his daughter's eyes that refused to close in death. Qiu Hu's eyes bulged with fury, his entire body trembling. Then he whipped his head around, his tiger-like eyes blazing with murderous intent. Kid, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. With that, Qiu Hu lunged at Qin Feng, driving a punch straight at him. Chapter 97, Whoever touches her dies. Zhang Biao sighed inwardly. He knew this situation couldn't be resolved peacefully. Therefore, he remained silent, offering no words of persuasion. This matter could only be resolved by force. Qin Feng's casual slap sent Qiu Hu flying instantly. He couldn't even fight back. Though expected, Qin Feng's effortless display of overwhelming power still made everyone present hold their breath. I'll kill you. Qiu Hu scrambled to his feet and charged forward again, only to be sent flying once more by Qin Feng's palm strike. Qiu Hu's bones snapped in over a dozen places, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he rose once more. The murder of my daughter is an unforgivable offense. Die! Qiu Hu roared once more, gathering every ounce of strength into a punching fist. Qin Feng casually countered with a single punch, shattering Qiuhu's fist. With a crack, Qiuhu's arm fell limp as he staggered back several steps. Aren't you afraid of death? Qin Feng looked at Qiuhu. I'll drag you down with me even in death. Qiuhu snarled ferociously. Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. The Azure Dragon's eye endowed him with the noble and revered power of its bloodline. To the weak, he felt only contempt. His palm struck down, a flash of azure light erupting. Vaguely, the 5 claws of the Azure Dragon seemed to materialize. Qiuhu's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such power. At that very moment, the sound of a thunderous roar filled the air. An armed helicopter hovered overhead as a dozen fully equipped Special Forces soldiers descended. Next, a heavy-duty off-road vehicle roared to a stop. A man in a Zhongshan suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. Zhang Biao took a deep breath. These were men from the Southern War Department. Qiuhu's face lit up with wild joy at the sight of him. Staff Officer Pan. Save me. This bastard killed my daughter. Zhang Biao also stepped forward quickly, standing straight and solemnly addressing him, Advisor Pan. Staff Officer Pan replied coldly, Zhang Biao, you have deeply disappointed the general. I, Zhang Biao, bowed my head. Advisor Pan, he possesses the God of War's order. Oh? Staff Officer Pan shot Qin Feng a contemptuous glance. No one has ever seen the killing god's order. How do you know it's real? I, Zhang Biao, was momentarily speechless. He truly didn't know if it was the real god of slaughter's order. He had only seen the character slaughter engraved upon it, and since it was a golden token, he assumed it to be the Yanlong Hall slaughter god's order. But upon closer thought, there was indeed a major flaw. How could the master of the Godslayer's order be so young? And to appear in their Yunhai region? That was utterly implausible. Not to mention, the master of the Flaming Dragon Hall had long since retired to the deep mountains. These days, there are plenty of imposters claiming to be the master of the Flaming Dragon Hall. Did you know that? Zhang Biao lowered his head. Could it be that I truly misidentified him? Useless fool. I'll consider informing the general to replace you as commander of the Wolf Stabber Army next term. Staff Officer Pan's voice was cold. Zhang Biao's face paled, but he dared not speak. In terms of command structure, the Wolf Striking Army falls under the Southern War Department. Moreover, Staff Officer Pan was the Southern War Department general's favorite. With just one word from him, Zhang Biao could be kicked out of the military department's roster in an instant. You should know that few of the old general's original subordinates remain. Qiuhu once took a bullet for the old general. The old general specifically ordered that Qiuhu's matter be handled properly. Staff Officer Pan glanced at Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's face darkened. The unspoken implication was clear, he must execute Qin Feng. Finally, Zhang Biao fixed Qin Feng with a cold stare and said, Qin Feng, we may not be friends, but I've given you fair warning and this isn't the first time. When Lu Haoyuan returned last time, Zhang Biao had warned Qin Feng. He genuinely wanted to be friends with Qin Feng. But Qin Feng was a loner, always going his own way. Gradually, Zhang Biao realized that such a person was not someone you could be friends with. He could only be someone to respect from a distance. Qin Feng nodded. Zhang Biao, I don't blame you. It's your duty. Zhang Biao is just a minor figure, there's no need to make things difficult for him. The real big fish is this Pan advisor standing before us. Come on then. I want to see whether you die first or I perish first. Qin Feng stepped forward, a flash of blue light erupting from his eyes. An overwhelming aura of unrivaled dominance erupted from his entire being. This aura enveloped everyone within hundreds of meters. Every heart trembled. What terrifying might! Advisor Pan felt even more certain of Qin Feng's extraordinary nature. For those beyond his control, Pan could not afford to keep them around. Aim! At Zhang Biao's command, all 300 of his men drew their rifles. These weren't pistols, they were rifles capable of sustained automatic fire. Their lethality was terrifying. Qin Feng could block a few bullets, but what about hundreds or thousands? How many hands did he have? Such a barrage would turn even the strongest man into a sieve. Qin Feng sneered coldly. So many black muzzles were aimed at him, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he found it thrilling. This was the greatest challenge he'd faced since descending the mountain. Just as Zhang Biao was about to give the order to fire, a loud shout rang out from the distance. Zhang Biao, stop! A top-of-the-line Range Rover sped up, and an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire stepped out. Mr. Dong? What brings you here? Indeed, the man who arrived was none other than Yi Lidong. Yi Lidong's presence was commanding. After months of recovery, he had long since regained his peak condition. Master Dong? What brings you here? Pan, the military advisor, visibly restrained his demeanor upon seeing Yi Lidong. This was the head of the Yi family, a figure whose every move could send shockwaves across the entire province. Moreover, this man had intricate connections with their war department. Though not formally under their Southern War Department, he was a veteran bearing the half-star medal. Advisor Pan, Mr. Qin is my friend. Let's just drop this matter. Yi Lidong waved his hand dismissively. Staff Officer Pan's expression turned awkward. Sir, he killed the daughter of our general. You should know our old general is rather protective of his own. Pan did not refuse outright, but spoke with tact. Yi Lidong's expression darkened. Pan Shun, has my word lost all weight? But this falls under the Southern Command's jurisdiction. Pan Shun's expression turned equally icy. Truth be told, he had only one superior, his old general. Yi Lidong had already retired from the military and wasn't part of their unit anymore. Are you lecturing me about chain of command? Have you forgotten this is my turf? Yi Lidong retorted sharply. Zhang Biao found himself in an even more awkward position. He knew full well how much influence Yi Lidong wielded across the entire province. But Staff Officer Pan was even more untouchable. Finally, Pan Shun said in a deep voice, Master Dong, the old general has given orders no one can override them. Killing demands retribution debts must be repaid. Both sides must compromise. You must protect him, but you must also allow me to fulfill my duty to the old general, correct? Yi Lidong wielded considerable power, and Pan Shun dared not burn his bridges. He could only say as much. Yi Lidong turned his gaze to Lan Yaji behind Qin Feng and addressed him, Mr. Qin. Lan Yaji's expression darkened, but she stepped forward nonetheless. She understood Pan Shun's meaning. Today, someone must die. Qin Feng had someone protecting him. But she must die. Suddenly, Qin Feng seized Lan Yaji's arm, smooth as lotus root, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept it across the room. Whoever touches you dies. Chapter 98, Come at me all at once. Lan Yajie had already stepped forward, prepared to sacrifice her life to save Qin Feng's. Yet Qin Feng's single sentence made her slender frame tremble violently as she snapped her gaze toward him. Qin Feng's eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of authority that brooked no defiance. Standing there, he felt like a pillar of strength. In that instant, Blue Demoness no longer feared death. Young master, my life belongs to the boss. If she were here, she would make the same choice. I am willing to die in your place. Qin Feng shook his head. No matter who it is, as long as they're my people, I won't let them die. I've said it before, whoever touches you dies. These seemingly ordinary words deeply moved Lan Yaojie. She couldn't fathom how a lowly subordinate like herself could possibly be so valued by Qin Feng. These words were not only directed at Lan Yaojie, but also at everyone present. Xiao Hu, however, refused to accept this. His eyes bulged with fury as he shouted, killing demands retribution, debts must be repaid, this is what you owe me. Then he shouted toward a sniper lurking in the shadows, fire. That sniper was just an ordinary special forces soldier, but Xiao Hu was a martial artist. The sheer power of his roaring sonic wave. In a way, it could even influence another's judgment. His roar sent a sniper in the distance, as if possessed, pulling the trigger. Bang! The thunderous crack of the sniper rifle echoed through the air. At a distance of less than 100 meters, a bullet at that range would tear a hole the size of a bowl through the body. And Lan Yaojie was right in front of Qin Feng. Who the hell fired that shot? Yi Lidong roared at the sight. At his peak, Yi Lidong had reached the martial king realm. Coupled with 20 years of military service, his lung power was formidable. His furious roar nearly shattered the eardrums of Pan the staff officer and the others. But his shout came too late. The bullet had already been fired. As the bullet streaked toward Lan Yaojie's side, Qin Feng's Azure Dragon eyes flared with sudden brilliance. The sniper rifle was fast, but he was faster. He lunged forward, snatching the bullet from the air just a foot from Blue Demon's ear. A wisp of blue smoke drifted from between the knuckles of Qin Feng's fist. The entire crowd was left speechless. Catch a bullet? In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, nothing is unbeatable in speed. Typically, a sniper rifle's rate of fire is at least 3 times that of a handgun, if not more. That Qin Feng could catch a regular handgun bullet was one thing, but this was a sniper rifle. Even Staff Officer Pan sucked in a sharp breath. Such prowess might only be within the reach of a Qinglong army commander or even a god of war. Suddenly, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Die! He barked coldly, his figure darting to the corner. With one hand, he snapped the man's neck, then tossed the body before the crowd like discarded trash. The sniper's eyes remained wide open in death, sending a chill down Pan Shun and the others' spines. Who else dares to step forward? Qin Feng swept the entire room with a cold gaze. Even Yi Lidong sucked in a sharp breath. Even at his peak, he couldn't match a tenth of Qin Feng's prowess. What he hadn't anticipated was that Qin Feng wasn't just a master healer, his combat prowess was extraordinary too. Pan Shun's eyes darkened as he warned, Kid, you really want to take on our Southern War Division? Let me tell you, you're not ready for this. Even Yi Lidong found himself at a loss for words. Qin Feng protecting Blue Demon Princess was understandable. But the daughter of the old general's subordinate had been killed. Pan Shun had been dispatched all this way, and now he'd return empty-handed. How could he possibly account for this? Where would the Southern War Division's face be? A thought struck Yi Lidong, and he stepped forward. I have a proposal. Pan Shun, you're merely a messenger, you still need to report back. Why not send someone to duel Qin Feng? That way, you'll have an explanation. As for Qin Feng's life or death, that's not your concern. Pan Shun pondered. He was indeed just a messenger, and with Yi Lidong present, it was difficult for him to act. But if he sent someone out, even if they fought Qin Feng, at least he wouldn't be disobeying orders. Besides, Qin Feng was too powerful. Whether he lived or died was no longer important. What mattered was that he could report back. Of course, Qin Feng's death would be ideal. That would mean he'd have completed the mission perfectly. Pan Shun remarked indifferently, it's a sound proposal, but the question remains, how many men should we deploy? Yi Lidong pondered as well. He hadn't considered this aspect himself. In a one-on-one fight, naturally no one could match Qin Feng. But what about 2, 4, even 10, or 100? Pan Shun had a dozen fully armed special forces soldiers with him. And then there were the 300 wolf stabbers led by Zhang Biao. With such numbers, even the commander of the Qinglong army might not escape unscathed. No need to think about it. Bring them all on. Qin Feng declared. Save me the trouble of picking them off one by one. How dare you? Pan Shun roared in fury. His original plan was to have a few dozen men riddle Qin Feng with bullets. But he never expected Qin Feng to be so brazen. Wasn't this treating them with utter contempt? Just to come for Zhang Biao. He took a deep breath. 300 men firing simultaneously, that was terrifying. Even if the martial king were present, death would be certain. Even if the martial sovereign were present, even if struck by a single bullet, the subsequent barrage would inevitably overwhelm him. That's not your concern. Qin Feng declared from above. Young master. Lan Yaojie cried out in panic. Qin Feng is risking his own life. That bunch of ants isn't even worthy of tickling me. Qin Feng glanced at Pan Shun and the others, his tone indifferent. Pan Shun gritted his teeth in fury. Fine. Since that's your wish, I'll grant it. Zhang Biao, make sure your team shines. This is your only chance to transfer from the local militia to the combat division. Zhang Biao's excitement surged. Even at the highest rank in the wolf-stabbing army, he was only a division commander at best. But as the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't dream of becoming a general isn't a good soldier. Transferring to the War Department was the dream of his entire life. Qin Feng, forgive me. Zhang Biao said sullenly to Qin Feng. When faced with the choice between military glory and personal connections, he chose the former. At his command, all 300 wolf stabbers raised the M16A4 rifles slung on their shoulders. Blue Demon, stand down. Qin Feng called out coldly. Lan Yaojie gritted her teeth and declared, I will fight alongside the young master. Pan Shun and Xiao Hu sneered coldly. Don't even mention a martial artist. Even if a martial king were inside, he'd be doomed. Battle? Are you crazy? Fine. Stand behind me. Qin Feng declared. Come on, let me see what your wolf stabber army is made of. Qin Feng's aura surged, his voice booming like thunder. Had Xiao Hu and Zhang Biao not cleared the area long ago, the surrounding civilians would surely have been stunned into dizziness, unable to recover. Zhang Biao's eyes suddenly blazed with fire. A flame of defiance, a fire burning to confront the forces of evil. Yi Lidong stood nearby, holding his breath. As a seasoned soldier, he understood clearly, Qin Feng was taking on an entire battalion. All units, fire. Chapter 99, Before me, you're not even worth a dog. Zhang Biao's roar echoed. The earth-shattering roar of machine gunfire erupted. Bang! A crisp explosion, accompanied by flashes of gunpowder colliding, burst forth like 1,000 flowers blooming, illuminating the sky with dazzling brilliance. A dense swarm of shadows descended like locusts, engulfing the scene in a relentless wave. The sheer force carried not only terrifying destructive power, but also the primal fear of death inherent in humanity's understanding of gunfire. Even Blue Demon Princess shuddered at the sight of the pitch-black muzzle just a second before firing. How much more so in that thousandth of a second, engulfed by a hail of bullets, that numbing helplessness to resist. Yet precisely in that 1,000th of a second, Qin Feng moved. He stepped forward, a flash of azure light erupting from his eyes. If one had a microscope, they would see a blue dragon soaring from the depths of his pupils. Amidst the swarm of bullets and the darkness of night, Qin Feng and Lan Yaojie seemed to be pierced through, riddled like sieves. Yi Lidong sighed and closed his eyes. Ha! Xiaofeng, Dad finally avenged you. Xiao Hu burst into maniacal laughter. But before he could finish laughing, his face froze. Impossible. Not only him, but Pan Shun's pupils also contracted sharply. A foot in front of Qin Feng, it seemed as though a natural green barrier had materialized. Every single bullet struck this transparent barrier. Qin Feng was completely unharmed. How could this be possible? Pan Shun, Xiao Hu, and Zhang Biao were all dumbfounded. Yi Lidong, however, was instantly overcome with excitement. External release of true qi. This is the martial sovereign realm. 300 men fired relentlessly for a full minute, emptying their magazines. Yet they still couldn't break through that transparent screen. This unimaginable scene was utterly baffling. After emptying a magazine, Zhang Biao gritted his teeth. This was crucial to his future prospects. Pan Shun's expression darkened even further. This was even more crucial to the Southern War Department's reputation. Continue. Pan Shun gave the order personally. Reload the magazine. Zhang Biao immediately ordered. But Qin Feng sneered, is it my turn now? The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Biao's face twisted in fury as he bellowed, hurry up. The entire wolf stab army swiftly reloaded their magazines. Before they could react, Qin Feng stomped his foot down on the ground. Every bullet on the transparent barrier was violently dislodged by a tremendous force, all hurtling toward the wolf stabber army. Boom! Protect Staff Officer Pan. A dozen Special Forces soldiers from the combat unit instantly realized the danger and threw themselves in front of Pan Shun. But even so, all 300 members of the Wolf Stinger army were struck by bullets. Within 3 seconds, every single one of them fell. The majority were killed outright. The remaining wolf stabbers, if not for their bulletproof vests protecting vital areas, would likely have joined their comrades in death. Even so, limbs were torn off and blood flowed everywhere. Even Zhang Biao took 3 bullets. Of the dozen or so Special Forces soldiers brought by Pan Shun, 7 or 8 were killed. Blood pooled everywhere, mingled with cries of agony. The members of the Qiyang Martial Arts Hall watching from afar were already trembling in terror. This was utterly terrifying. Pan Shun was terrified out of his wits. As a staff officer, he wasn't supposed to be on the battlefield. This was the first time he'd ever been this close to dead bodies. And right before his very eyes. Xiao Hu, sensing trouble, had already backed away to a safe distance. Seeing this, he angrily shouted at Qin Feng, you little bastard. You've killed so many people you're dead meat. Qin Feng opened his palm, revealing a bullet inside. Qin Feng had deliberately saved it earlier. For this very moment. With a flick of his finger, the bullet pierced through Xiao Hu's body. Xiao Hu knelt on the ground, writhing in agony. Xiao Hu was stunned by my power. It felt as though a force had just pierced through his entire body, and now he couldn't circulate his qi. His cultivation had been shattered. What did you do to me, you brat? Xiao Hu roared. Qin Feng sneered coldly, I've shattered your bones and severed your power. This is so you'll remember forever before me, you're not even worth a dog. Xiao Hu's mind went blank. As one of Yunhai's top 10 masters and the pride of the Qiyang Martial Arts Academy, without his strength, what difference was he now but a cripple? Advisor Pan, you must speak for me. Shut up. What the hell are you yelling about? What time is it? Don't people need to sleep? Pan Shun bellowed. If you want to die, drag me with you. If that bullet had hit him just now, he'd be dead already. And it wasn't that he couldn't complete the mission, it was that it was impossible to complete. Xiao Hu's face flushed crimson. But your mission was to. Pan Shun retorted, my mission is already complete. If you have any issues, take them up with the old general yourself. Get out of here. Pan Shun just wanted to get out of there fast. Everything else? To hell with it. The helicopter departed, and the Qiyang Martial Arts Hall members scattered like birds and beasts. Come back. All of you, come back here. But no matter how loudly Xiao Hu bellowed, the Qiyang Martial Arts Hall disciples didn't even glance back. Damn it, useless master. If you can't even keep your martial arts, what's the point of learning the 18 dragon subduing palms from him? Exactly. What a waste of my time, I still have to work the night shift. What the hell? I paid 10 grand tuition. That money went to the dogs. The crowd cursed and stormed off. Xiao Hu's face flushed crimson, wishing he could sink through the earth. His Qiyang Martial Arts Hall boasted 1,000 disciples, but supporting that many required daily expenses of at least tens of thousands. That added up to over 1 million yuan a month. How could he possibly afford that as a martial arts school? So the so-called multitude of disciples? Most were actually working, attending school, or just dropping by occasionally to practice their moves. If he had 100 genuine disciples, he'd count himself lucky. But even his true disciples had left. Before long, a figure with a bandaged arm hurried over. It was none other than his top disciple, Shenyan. Shenyan, you're still the best. Those ungrateful bastards, I won't let them off the hook. Xiao Hu gritted his teeth. Shenyan frowned. I'm here to tell you it's time to pay back the 100,000 you borrowed from me. If you don't have the money, I'll mortgage the martial arts school tomorrow. Xiao Hu's face drained of color. He'd lost both his money and his men. Xiao Hu, that clown Qin Feng couldn't care less about his fate. As for Zhang Biao, hold on. With his brothers lying dead or wounded all over the place, he aged 20 years in an instant. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I'll announce my withdrawal from the Wolf Sting army. From now on, I'll lay down my arms and return to farming, never meddling in Yunhai's affairs again. Qin Feng's eyes held no pity. Because all of this was Zhang Biao's choice. Before he left, he suddenly said, "The Qinglong army will soon take action regarding your killing of Lu Haoyuan. Also, I've received intelligence that the forces backing the Lu family have already dispatched men to hunt you down. You'd better be prepared." Qin Feng said to Lan Yaoji, "I'll see you back." Lan Yaoji nodded obediently. Not long after Qin Feng started driving, he suddenly floored the accelerator, rapidly pushing the speed to 180 km/h. Even Lan Yaojie was startled. "Young master? What's wrong? Someone's following us." Chapter 100, The Pursuit Battle. Qin Feng's keen senses detected several auras tracking him. Though he was driving a BMW 7 Series, the pursuer's vehicle was a Ferrari coupe with superior performance. One of the cars closed in, its window rolled down, the barrel of a submachine gun pointed directly at Qin Feng in the driver's seat. Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, causing the submachine gun to fire into empty air. He then abruptly rammed upward, instantly flipping the Ferrari coupe over. But then, a Lamborghini coupe closed in from the right. Through the passenger side window, Qin Feng clearly saw the muzzle of a rifle. He wasn't afraid of bullets, but Lan Yaojie was still in the car. "Watch out." Qin Feng had no time for explanations. His left hand gripped the steering wheel while his right hand pressed Lan Yaojie's head firmly against his thigh. Lan Yaojie was caught off guard, her face flushing and heart racing. This was a bit too thrilling. Bang! Fortunately, Qin Feng reacted swiftly enough. The rifle bullet struck the front of the car. "Sit tight," Qin Feng shouted, and Lan Yaojie immediately sat up straight, though her face flushed and her heart raced. Just now, her mouth. Qin Feng yanked the steering wheel hard to the right. The powerful impact sent the Lamborghini speeding off the road, slamming into a lamppost. The pursuit of 3 vehicles in succession stunned the traffic on the road. Cars stopped one after another, too afraid to approach. But it wasn't over yet. Another GTR sports car closed in, this time pulling up directly in front of Qin Feng's vehicle before slamming on its brakes. In a split second, Qin Feng slammed his brakes to the floor, stopping just 1 centimeter short of the car ahead. He immediately jerked the steering wheel to swerve into another lane. But the GTR's performance was too powerful, a heavily modified 3,000 horsepower beast, and it slammed right into him. Qin Feng lost control, his car swerving wildly before finally grinding to a halt. But the other driver, seemingly reckless, rammed into him once more. This time, as the collision occurred, the driver leaped out of the car. Vroom! Qin Feng's eyes darkened. He slammed the accelerator pedal, nearly crushing it. Boom! An explosion echoed, sending their car flying through the suburban area by the shockwave. Qin Feng steadied the vehicle and continued driving forward. Fortunately, the explosion had occurred on the left side of the vehicle. The shockwave had no effect on Qin Feng, but Lan Yaojie was left reeling from the impact, and half the car was mangled beyond recognition. To kill Qin Feng, these people were truly reckless. Yet the roar of 2 engines echoed behind them. They were relentless. Qin Feng shouted, "Blue Demon, you take the wheel." First, they rammed the car. Then, recklessly slamming on the brakes to force Qin Feng's car into a rear-end collision. Finally, a reckless car explosion. Who knows what the end result will be? Lan Yaojie nodded, but found herself at a loss. "Sit on top of me first." Lan Yaojie blushed and nodded, sitting on Qin Feng's lap. Qin Feng swiftly switched seats and moved to the passenger side. Lan Yaojie's heartbeat quickened. This was the second time she'd felt it. Qin Feng paid her no mind, rolling down the window. A Porsche 911 was now catching up. This time, a dark object was hurled through the other car's window. A fragmentation grenade. Qin Feng flicked his finger, and a flash of blue light shot out. The grenade exploded violently mid-air. The deafening blast sent a sharp pain through Lan Yaojie's eardrums, making her grip on the steering wheel unsteady. Qin Feng placed a hand on her shoulder, channeling a surge of true qi to steady Lan Yaojie's nerves. Lan Yaojie finally regained her composure. Her expression suddenly changed, and she jerked the steering wheel hard. Just moments ago, the car had nearly crashed into a massive boulder. "Thank you, young master," Lan Yaojie expressed her gratitude. "Don't mention it. We're in the same boat now," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Even in such a perilous moment, Qin Feng remained as calm as ever. This quality gave Lan Yaojie a profound sense of security. But another dark shadow hurled toward them. The Porsche 911 was clever. It sensed Qin Feng was on the right, then circled around from behind to the left and tossed a grenade. The grenade lodged precisely in the cleavage of Lan Yaojie's strapless top. Before Lan Yaojie could even feel embarrassed, fear darkened her expression. Qin Feng acted swiftly, snatching the grenade and hurling it into the enemy's vehicle. Boom! The Porsche 911 exploded instantly. Lan Yaojie felt an intense rush of danger. Though she'd been through countless battles and tasted blood on the edge of a blade, nothing had ever been as terrifying as today. Multiple explosions had occurred, each capable of killing someone at any moment. But it wasn't over yet. A powerful roar echoed from behind. This time, 4 off-road vehicles, resembling small tanks, drove toward them. G-Class, Land Rover Defender, Hummer H2, Land Cruiser. They closed in from all four directions, completely surrounding Qin Feng's vehicle. Qin Feng noticed these vehicles had been heavily modified. Their thick, rugged bumpers could withstand collisions with walls without a scratch. Tires, engines, and overall weight had all been maxed out. The four vehicles coordinated with perfect precision, closing in like a sandwich, pinning Qin Feng's car between them. Snap! Their vehicle couldn't withstand the pressure from these heavy, high-powered machines. The front and rear seats were instantly crushed flat. The pressure from both sides intensified, forcing Qin Feng and Lan Yaojie dangerously close together. Looking for death. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with cold fury. He kicked the door open with one foot, simultaneously sending one of the SUVs flying over 100 meters away. Possessing the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, Qin Feng's single kick possessed immense power. And he was only using 1,000th of his strength. Hold on tight. Qin Feng shattered the windshield and leapt onto the roof of the car ahead. He smashed open the roof with one hand, yanked a person out by the collar, and flung them aside. The man was smashed to pieces upon impact. He repeated the process, leaping onto the roofs of the next two vehicles. He yanked out two more people and tossed them aside like trash. Finally, their car came to a halt. But by then, only half the vehicle remained intact, the rest was completely crushed beyond recognition. Lan Yaojie kicked open the door and tumbled out of the vehicle. Surrounded by utter chaos, Lan Yaojie's expression grew grim. If not for Qin Feng's intervention just now, she would have been crushed like a sandwich cookie by now. Young master, it seems those who sought to kill you must be of considerable stature. Lan Yaojie's expression was grave. Qin Feng nodded. The value of just the 8 or 9 vehicles alone ran into the tens of millions. But he knew that for certain reclusive clans, spending tens of millions to eliminate someone was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. He'd once heard that a secluded clan had even offered 100 billion yuan bounty to eliminate their sworn enemy. At the time, the underground assassin organizations of Dragon Nation had erupted into utter chaos. The commotion grew so immense that the Dragon Crown War Division had to step in and halt it. Suddenly, Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "You went to such great lengths, dispatching so many to kill me, just to lure me here, correct?" Lan Yaojie's expression abruptly changed. She abruptly scanned the surroundings. Chapter 101, Slaying the Black Falcon. This was already the outskirts. Pitch darkness surrounded them, broken only by the streetlights along the roadside and the moon's faint glow. But there was no one here. Following Qin Feng's gaze, Blue Demoness abruptly looked toward a certain direction. Qin Feng said calmly, "If you want to kill me, why not just come for me directly? Why go to all this trouble?" Snap! After a moment, a man clad entirely in black emerged, clapping his hands as he walked. His eyes gleamed like two sharp blades, piercing enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Lan Yaojie held her breath. From the moment he appeared until now, she couldn't sense his presence at all. Indeed, this was the man Hong Yuanfeng had brought, the infamous Black Falcon from the underground assassin organization. Qin Feng, you truly live up to the rumors, powerful enough to kill even Lu Haoyuan, the deputy commander of the Qinglong army. But Lu Haoyuan only forced his power to rise, nothing to speak of. I did this merely to test whether you're worth my trouble. Hong Yuanfeng sent you to take my heart, didn't he? Qin Feng said indifferently. Who sent me matters little. What matters is that you are no match for me. Every word Black Falcon spoke radiated extreme arrogance. But as one of the most renowned assassins in the Dragon Nation's underworld, he certainly had reason to be proud. Is that so? Qin Feng wasted no words, launching a direct punch. A mere martial king dared to act so arrogantly before him? Though he'd just endured a fierce pursuit battle, Qin Feng's composure remained utterly unshaken. The fist, radiating a blue glow, charged forward like a ferocious beast. The Black Falcon, who had been brimming with confidence, instantly saw his pupils contract. Pushing his speed to its absolute limit, he transformed into a streak of light, darting forward at breakneck speed. Then, a soft sword materialized in his hand. No one knew when it had appeared, and he slashed viciously toward his target. The white, fierce glint flashed through the night sky, radiating an eerie, bone-chilling killing intent. Trying to disarm me with bare hands? Dream on. The words had barely left Black Falcon's mouth when Qin Feng's fist shattered his soft sword. Black Falcon's face twisted in fury as he reeled back dozens of meters. What terrifying physical strength. Impressive. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. A flicker of excitement passed through Black Falcon's eyes. But you are not. Qin Feng snorted coldly, launching another punch. You're asking for death. Black Falcon roared with fury. He was, after all, a top-tier assassin in his own right. Even Hong Yuanfeng had sought him out for this mission, proof that his abilities were recognized. Yet before Qin Feng, he was utterly disdained. He drew another small sword. The moment it appeared, a chill swept through the air. Black Falcon moved with blinding speed, instantly transforming into dozens of afterimages that completely enveloped Qin Feng's figure. Simultaneously, dozens of razor-sharp glints flashed, each capable of tearing through a martial king's skin. Blue Demoness watched in a daze, her scalp prickling with a chill that ran down her spine. So this was how he killed through footwork and speed. Qin Feng's gaze remained calm. Die. All these shifting forms and blinding speed were merely to confuse the enemy. The true attack lay hidden within this chaos, striking when the opponent was most disoriented and vulnerable. Die. A fierce gleam erupted from among the swarm of shadows. It was about to pierce Qin Feng's throat. But Qin Feng extended 2 fingers, snapping them shut to clamp the small blade. Impossible. All of Black Falcon's shadows vanished, his disbelieving gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face remained expressionless, yet deep within his eyes lay utter contempt. Are you overestimating yourself, or underestimating me? Black Falcon's expression twisted violently. What did he see then? Qin Feng's eyes, now flickering with a blue-green glow, seemed to hold an unfathomable depth. Run! He had only one thought now: escape. This man was terrifying. Even with his Earth-grade martial king strength, he felt boundless dread. Martial sovereign. This man must be a martial sovereign. Damn it! Hong Yuanfeng, you betrayed me. Black Falcon cursed inwardly. He had assumed the target sent to kill him couldn't possibly be stronger than himself. Even if it were a heaven-grade martial king, with his footwork and killing techniques, he could absolutely wound the opponent. But now? He couldn't even touch Qin Feng's fur. Did I say you could leave? Qin Feng sneered coldly. Black Falcon had even mustered every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet Qin Feng materialized before him as if by some supernatural force. He tried to flee again. Black Falcon veered off in another direction. He was the hawk of the night, moving with astonishing speed, like a bullet. But the next second, Qin Feng appeared before him again, hands behind his back. Impossible. Black Falcon's face twisted in fury. He changed direction several more times, but in the end, Qin Feng always caught up. Damn it, I refuse to believe this is real. Qin Feng clung to him like a parasite, shadowing his every move, always pausing a split second before him. This far exceeded his wildest expectations. Yet Black Falcon had been in the game for 20 years, claiming countless lives. Even facing a martial sovereign, he had never felt such dread. Yet this Qin Feng he encountered made him feel a primal fear for his very life. He strained every muscle, summoning every ounce of strength. Yet Qin Feng still appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. In that instant, Black Falcon's mental defenses finally shattered. He snarled savagely, "Kid, you're dead." Black Falcon jerked his dagger again, lunging forward with a fierce thrust. But this time, his attack missed completely. Qin Feng's figure had vanished? How could this be? How could this be? Black Falcon was on the verge of losing his mind. The Qin Feng before his eyes wasn't real? But he had fled in dozens of directions. Then who were those dozens of people before his eyes? Lan Yajie stood there, utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend what was happening, only knowing that just moments ago, Qin Feng had been standing right there. Heisen, however, was running around like a madman, yet he couldn't escape this few hundred-meter radius. Had he run himself out of steam? Suddenly, Qin Feng's voice echoed behind him. Only then did Black Falcon whip his head around, his face drained of color. That spot. He hadn't moved at all just now. How could that be? Hey Sun suddenly realized something. His eyes. It was those blue eyes playing tricks. That's what caused him to fall into that illusion. How terrifying. Could this young man be some kind of immortal? Finally, Black Falcon's mental defenses completely collapsed. He knelt on the ground, trembling violently, and pleaded, "Sir, please don't kill me. I was just doing it for the money." "Very well. I won't kill you. Come here." Hey Sun shuffled over, trembling. He dared not resist. Resistance meant certain death. "My lord, what are your orders?" Hey Sun asked timidly, head bowed. "Go tell Hong Yuanfeng that I'll settle accounts with him sooner or later." "Leave." Qin Feng dismissed Black Falcon. The man slowly turned and shuffled away. Strong men were decisive in battle. It was quite possible Qin Feng was merely toying with him. But after walking several meters, he noticed Qin Feng hadn't moved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he wished he had 2 more legs to flee swiftly. He failed to notice that the instant he vanished, Qin Feng snapped his fingers. A silent blast of force shot into the back of his head. Black Falcon paused, but without further thought, vanished into the night. Watching the vanishing figure, a cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips before he turned back with Lan Yajie. "Black Falcon, you worthless piece of trash. What the hell kind of job are you doing? Without us, you'd be nothing but a nameless, insignificant lackey right now." Chapter 102, Azure Dragon's Floating Shadow. Inside the ancient villa, the young man glared angrily at Black Falcon, who stood silent with head bowed. "Yu Xin, I know you're thinking of Xiao Xian, but you should have asked first." Hong Yuanfeng's expression remained largely unchanged. "He actually let you return?" Hong Yuanfeng turned to look at He Shun. Recalling the battle scene, He Jun took a deep breath and said, "That man is too powerful. If I'm not mistaken, he's at least a heaven-tier martial king. Or even a martial sovereign? A sharp glint flashed in Yuxuan's eyes. This Qin Feng truly defies our expectations, once again proving divine physician Shue's assessment. Among assassins, He Sun ranks within the top 20. A low-tier martial king alone could already sweep through an entire region. In military terms, that would be equivalent to a division commander. Yet he actually lost? You were sent back, so you must have a message for us, Hong Yuanfeng said. Black Falcon hurriedly replied, yes, he said he'll come for you sooner or later. Yu Xian sneered coldly, settle accounts with us? A mere martial king? Who does he think he is? He has no idea how powerful our world truly is. Hong Yuanfeng's gaze remained calm, not even registering the words. What else did he say? Just as Black Falcon was about to answer, suddenly, a crimson glow erupted around Black Falcon's entire head. His head rapidly swelled. Hong Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed sharply as he shouted, Yu Xian. Then he and Yuxuan darted to the corner. Boom! Black Falcon's head exploded instantly, splattering white and red across the entire hall. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of people rushed in. My lord, what has happened? These dozens of individuals radiated powerful auras, saturated with a murderous intent. It's nothing. Stand down. Hong Yuanfeng waved his hand, and the group retreated like ghosts, vanishing into thin air. Yu Xian laughed angrily, that Qin Feng is practically asking for death. Uncle Hong, this is clearly a warning to us. If we don't kill him, won't he think he can look down on us? Hong Yuanfeng sneered coldly, it's been ages since anyone dared to openly provoke us like this. Very well. If Black Falcon won't do, then find someone else. Yu Xian, go fetch Lang Tao and the others. Yu Xian suddenly grew amused. Qin Feng, I'll see how you defend yourself. By the time Qin Feng delivered Blue Demoness to the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, dawn was nearly breaking. Mu Zitsuan, Blood Lotus, and Black Rose had been waiting anxiously for some time. Little Lon, are you alright? Mu Zitsuan rushed over to ask. Mu Zitsuan and the Golden Orchid, Blue Lotus, and Black Rose were as close as sisters. This was her affectionate nickname for Blue Demoness. I'm fine. Thank goodness for the young master. Lan Yaoji's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Qin Feng. Mu Zijuan glared at Linny, who was lounging around in her pajamas like a lazy little cat. It's all your fault for blocking us. Thank goodness the young master returned. If anything had happened to him, I'd never forgive you. Qin Feng interjected, don't blame me. I instructed her earlier. More people don't necessarily make things easier, on the contrary, I'd have to look out for all of you. Linny shrugged it off, grinning. Hear that? That's the master's order. I know you're worried about him, but the best way to show concern is to wait for his news. Mu Zitsuan flushed, her gaze shifting nervously. Don't be ridiculous. I was just concerned about Xiaolan. Linny covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, choosing not to press the issue. Zijuan, have you traced their origins yet? Qin Feng inquired. Those who want his heart aren't from some minor family. It's a hidden clan even larger than the 4 major families within the province. Not much yet. I've already sent some underground contacts to investigate, Mu Zijuan replied. You're injured. I'll prescribe some medicine for you later. For now, you and Zijun should recuperate here. Qin Feng turned to Lan Yaoji. Yes, young master. Lan Yaoji appeared slightly bashful. After settling matters, Qin Feng went upstairs to wash up. Upon inquiry, he learned that Chen Lan and Yan Xinran had already been taken back to the residential complex by Yen Zhou, which eased his mind somewhat. He did instruct them to stay home and avoid going out for now. Just as he finished undressing and was about to enter the bathroom, that little vixen Linny sashayed in. Master, you must be tired tonight. Yi will run your bath for you. Qin Feng immediately covered himself below, his face flushing as he shouted, Yi, don't you knock before entering? I always come in like this. Qin Feng was speechless and hurriedly put on his bathrobe. Before long, the bathroom was shrouded in mist. Linny emerged from the bathroom, a trail of white mist trailing behind her, giving off an ethereal aura. Perhaps it was the result of a night of intense activity, and it just happened to be morning. After all, in the morning, every man experiences some physical arousal. And it was the time when his energy was at its peak. Her long, slender legs, exquisite features, and hair cascading down to her hips all exuded a deadly allure. Qin Feng felt parched, about to speak. Linny, radiating allure, approached and began undressing Qin Feng herself. You've worked hard, master. I know you fought all night. Let me give you a massage. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, she guided him toward the bathtub. The moment he sat in the tub, a wave of bliss washed over Qin Feng. The tub contained a medicinal solution specially concocted by Old Ghostly. Due to the fusion of the Azure Dragon's eye, he needed to soak in this medicinal solution every night. This wasn't merely to repair his physical body, but also to solidify the fusion. Linny massaged Qin Feng from behind. Qin Feng wanted to refuse, but found himself too relaxed to resist, so he let her continue. But after a short while, The potency of the solution seemed noticeably weaker. Qin Feng frowned. Master, you forgot you haven't prepared it in ages. The solution is running low, this barely covers one use. Qin Feng murmured, old ghostly said the potion must be in sufficient quantity, or there might be complications. Master, what are you muttering about? Lin Yi leaned closer, her head brushing against his cheek as she asked curiously. Her breath was like orchids, an intoxicating fragrance. The mingled scents of medicinal herbs and her own body fragrance sent a dizzying wave of desire through Qin Feng. The Qinglong blood bestowed by the Azure Dragon, though belonging to the king of beasts, was savage and wild. Qin Feng was confident in his control over it. No. Qin Feng shook his head. He thought to himself, though the concentration isn't quite enough, it should be fine. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint green light suddenly flickered behind him. Lin Yi saw faint blue scales emerging on Qin Feng's back. Vaguely, it seemed to form the shape of a soaring green dragon. Lin Yi was utterly astonished. She had seen Qin Feng's body before. But this shadow of a green dragon was something she had never seen before. What she hadn't expected was that after just one glance, her mouth suddenly went dry and her eyes grew hazy. Her hand unconsciously slid from Qin Feng's shoulder down to his broad chest. Qin Feng reacted like he'd been struck by lightning, snatching Lin Yi's hand away. What are you doing? Little did he know, what followed would catch Qin Feng even more off guard. Chapter 103, Uncontrollable Passion. Lin Yi climbed straight into the bathtub, her entire body resembling a seductive little kitten. She gently bit her red lips, teasing like a playful kitten, utterly captivating. The bathtub in the room was quite large, one could easily mistake it for a small hot spring tub. It could easily accommodate two people making love. Qin Feng watched Lin Yi steadily crawl toward him, his throat involuntarily clearing. Though she was his housekeeper, Lin Yi was famously alluring and seductive. Her mastery of seduction had once left countless men utterly spellbound. As if she hadn't heard a word Qin Feng said, Lin Yi suddenly threw herself onto him. Caught off guard, Qin Feng found himself pinned beneath her weight. Her face flushed crimson, her breath quickened, and her eyes grew hazy with desire. Then, she made a move as if to remove her nightgown. Meanwhile, downstairs. Xiaolan, why have you been flushed since you got back? Did something happen? Black Rose frowned and asked. Golden Orchid, Plum Blossom, and Rose sisters in spirit. Lan Yaojie was the icy CEO of the workplace, usually unapproachable and radiating a cold aura. But her current state was a complete departure from her usual self. She looked like a young girl with budding feelings. Could it be that something happened between you two? The speaker was a coldly beautiful woman dressed entirely in crimson. Her long red hair cascaded down, and even her lips were a vivid crimson. Though she appeared alluring and cold, she showed no mercy when it came to killing. Blood sister, don't say such things. Lan Yaojie hurriedly interjected. If it weren't for the young master, I'd have died countless times already, Lan Yaojie admitted. The other woman in black, he eyes, chuckled. The young master is robust, highly skilled in martial arts, and possesses a handsome, rugged appearance. He's far superior to those arrogant fools. This was, of course, Black Rose. Any business deal involving underground interests in Yunhai was orchestrated by her. Though she appeared gentle, when she turned ruthless, she wouldn't bat an eyelid at acts like chopping someone up to feed the dogs, ripping out organs while the victim was still alive, or stabbing someone 3 times through 6 orifices. Mu Zitsuan interjected, enough, stop smiling like Little Blue. The master is my savior's sole disciple. I promised him even if it costs me my life, I'd gladly pay the price. Since you've joined me, you're now master's people too. Got it? Understood, boss. Though Jinlan Sanhua joked around daily, they dared not be disrespectful toward Mu Zitsuan. After all, when the orphanage caught fire and the 3 girls were about to be burned alive, it was Mu Zijuan who saved them. Even if asked to sacrifice themselves for Qin Feng, they wouldn't utter a word of protest, they'd do so willingly. Mu Zijuan instantly recalled the day Qin Feng rescued her from Lu Haoyuan's grasp. She would be eternally grateful. Even if Qin Feng ordered her to die, she would not refuse. Little Red, Little Black, stay with Little Blue. I have matters to attend to. Mu Zijuan pondered for a moment before heading upstairs to greet Qin Feng. Inside the bathroom. Hey! Stop it! Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and shouted. Truth be told, facing an irresistibly beautiful woman at this vibrant hour of dawn, it was impossible not to feel desire burning within him. Master, I'm utterly lost in desire. I can hardly wait any longer. Lin Yi struggled fiercely to break free, her strength unexpectedly surging as if possessed. Whether it was her struggle or not, it only served to ignite the primal beast within the Qinglong bloodline. Qin Feng's eyes glowed crimson. A surge of burning desire shot straight to his forehead. Before Lin Yi could undress, Qin Feng pounced on her. The force of the movement sent water splashing out of the tub, soaking both her hair and clothes. The allure of something barely visible was undeniably beautiful. Her damp hair only fueled Qin Feng's desire further. Qin Feng recalled his middle school days, recalling scenes from those educational films he'd secretly watched, as he firmly pinned Lin Yi's hands down. In that moment, Qin Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, and he lost all rationality. As events spiraled toward uncontrollable yet inevitable consequences, a knock sounded at the door. "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Mu Zixuan knocked several times, but there was no response from inside. She knocked again, still no answer. She decided to push the door open. The moment she pushed the door open, the bathroom door swung outward. Steam filled the space, but Lin Yi stood before her, flawless and radiant. "You too." Mu Zixuan's face flushed. Her words startled both of them. Qin Feng snapped back to his senses. That was close, something almost happened. Wake up." Qin Feng immediately sent a surge of spiritual energy to bring Lin Yi back to consciousness. He then sprang to his feet and frantically searched the bathroom for a scarf. Mu Zixuan caught a fleeting glimpse and witnessed a world-renowned masterpiece. She stared in disbelief, as if witnessing something she'd never seen before in her life. This is just not right. Qin Feng felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly wrapped himself up. "Zijuan, it's not what you think," Qin Feng exclaimed. Mu Zixuan's face flushed crimson. "If it's not that, then what is it?" Lin Yi also came to her senses. Though she usually exuded allure, she had no idea what had just happened. She hurriedly pulled her nightgown back on. But since the nightgown was already soaked through, it left nothing to the imagination, revealing her stunning figure. "I saw the blue dragon on your back, master, and then I lost my mind." "I didn't mean to, master." Lin Yi looked as if she'd done something wrong. "I'm not blaming you," Qin Feng said helplessly. "Besides, I was teasing you earlier too." Lin Yi whispered softly, "If master desires, he is willing to be teased by you." Qin Feng's face flushed. But upon reflection, that earlier scene of burning desire truly left him unable to resist. Even though he considered his self-control to be quite strong. Under the influence of the Azure Dragon bloodline, all his efforts were in vain. Qin Feng even wondered if, had Lin Yi not entered, they might have already become one with the heavens. Dismissing these distracting thoughts, Qin Feng instructed Lin Yi to return to her own room. Mu Zixuan was still in the room. "Zijuan, did you need something?" Qin Feng asked awkwardly. He'd thought being seen by Lin Yi was bad enough. Now Mu Zixuan had seen everything too. "No, master? I'll be heading back then," Mu Zixuan said before turning to leave. Then, after a moment's thought, she turned back. "Zijuan, is there something else?" Qin Feng asked. "Master, my benefactor said that once the Azure Dragon's blood erupts, it becomes uncontrollable and must be vented." Qin Feng rubbed his temples, looking troubled. "That old devil Li warned me about this too. I never expected it to erupt tonight. But it hasn't fully erupted yet. If it ever reaches that point, I have no idea what I'd do. This is the price paid for the Azure Dragon's eye. When you accept its power, you must also accept its side effects. Though these side effects can bring exquisite sensations." Mu Zixuan hesitated for a long time, biting her red lips lightly before finally saying, if you truly have nowhere to release it, I'm willing to cooperate." With that, Mu Zixuan turned and fled the scene as if escaping. Qin Feng froze for a moment. The next day, Qin Feng intended to visit Yin Xinran and Shenlan, but found an uninvited guest lingering uncertainly at the door. How should I broach this with him? Chapter 104, Are You a Pig? The person lingering outside the door was none other than Lu Wanqi. Ever since Qin Feng saved her, Lu Wanqi couldn't shake his face from her mind. She knew he was a thief and she was a soldier. Qin Feng had undeniably saved her life. Even in that situation, he hadn't harbored the slightest improper thought toward her. It had all been her misunderstanding. Afterward, Qin Feng had someone deliver a prescription. This was something Lu Wanqi hadn't anticipated. But she wasn't one to like owing favors to others. Therefore, once her injuries healed, she resolved to seek out Qin Feng. But it must be noted that Lu Wanqi was not one to take the initiative. Especially when it came to social interactions, she simply wasn't skilled at them. Her days were usually spent either training in martial arts or apprehending criminals. Thus, when she arrived at the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, she suddenly lost her nerve. She didn't know what to say if they met, so she decided to just go back. Just as Lu Wanqi was thinking this, someone stepped forward. "Looking for me?" Qin Feng emerged, wearing a faint smile. Lu Wanqi's face flushed. She tried to speak, but something seemed to be stuck in her throat. "What do you want to say?" Qin Feng gazed at Lu Wanqi with a playful smile. Lu Wanqi still couldn't speak. "If you wish to thank me, I'll accept it," Qin Feng said. He was waiting for Lu Wanqi's gratitude. But Lu Wanqi herself was not one for words, and even fiercely proud. Seeing Qin Feng toy with her like this, her temper flared instantly. "Qin Feng, don't think that just because you saved me, you can do whatever you want. One thing is one thing," Lu Wanqi said coldly. She had reverted to her decisive, no-nonsense demeanor. "Fine. I'm hungry anyway. I saved you, so you're buying me dinner," Qin Feng said. Why? Because I saved you. Qin Feng emphasized again. Lu Wanqi flushed crimson, unable to retort. The saying a good woman fears a rogue holds true. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't a rogue. He had simply seen through Lu Wanqi's character. Someone as upright and principled as Lu Wanqi, who strictly separates personal and professional matters, would never readily accept another's favor. Fine. What do you want to eat? Qin Feng wasn't playing games with Lu Wanqi, he genuinely was hungry. The two then found a noodle shop. Qin Feng promptly ordered 10 bowls of noodles. Not only Lu Wanqi, but even the owner was stunned. Is this appetite even normal? And he meant to finish every last drop of broth. Owner, 10 more bowls. By now, the bowls on the table were piled high, drawing stares from nearby diners. Lu Wanqi muttered under her breath, "Are you a glutton? Or do you have worms in your stomach?" "This isn't even enough to fill my teeth," Qin Feng replied. The owner stared at him like he was a freak and brought over 10 more bowls of noodles. Qin Feng devoured them in a flash. Lu Wanqi felt increasingly embarrassed. As a brilliant detective, she always maintained a solemn and stern demeanor, no matter how many formidable criminals she encountered. But faced with this scene, she desperately wanted to walk away. Too many people were giving them strange looks. But having promised to treat Qin Feng to a meal, she couldn't go back on her word. Lu Wanqi felt like she was sitting on pins and needles until Qin Feng finally finished his noodles. "Owner!" Qin Feng called out. Lu Wanqi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately exclaimed, "Qin Feng, are you a pig? How could you eat so much?" It wasn't that she was worried about the money. She was stunned by Qin Feng's appetite. Eating that much will burst your stomach. But Lu Wanqi's voice instantly drew the attention of those around them. Qin Feng looked helpless as he said, "I really haven't had enough." Lu Wanqi's face flushed. "Stop eating." Lu Wanqi snapped involuntarily. After all, she was the squad leader, commanding a team of subordinates. In her daily life, she naturally acted like a cold-faced tyrant, looking down on others, and her subordinates dared not resist. But after being provoked by Qin Feng just now, her habitual domineering nature kicked in, and she blurted out, treating Qin Feng as if he were one of her subordinates. "That girl's way too bossy, won't even let her boyfriend eat noodles. Yeah, look how pitiful her boyfriend is, he's been scared silly. Must get bullied at home all the time. Look at him eating 20 bowls of noodles, he must be starving. What an inconsiderate girlfriend." Exactly. Hearing their whispered comments, Lu Wanqi's face flushed scarlet. "You've got it all wrong. He doesn't usually eat this much." Lu Wanqi hurriedly protested. "This guy is here to get back at her. He wants to be the laughingstock. That must be it." Qin Feng looked at Lu Wanqi and said, "I always eat this much." The people around them started criticizing again. "See? Even your boyfriend says so. He must not be eating well at home." "Yeah, girl, you can't be so bossy. We're talking about equality here. It's obvious he puts up with you all the time." One person chimed in, then another, until Lu Wanqi was left speechless. She wasn't good at defending herself anyway. When faced with injustice, she resorted to force. If that didn't work, she'd just pull out her gun and the other person would shut up and submit. Lu Wanqi had never endured such treatment. Even her own boss treated her with respect at the police station. "Shut up!" Lu Wanqi's hand shot to her hip, ready to unleash a tirade. But Qin Feng pressed her hand down, signaling her that this was a public place, she couldn't act like this. Lu Wanqi glared at him. "It's all your fault. Fine, I'm done eating. Let's go. Boss, the bill, please." Qin Feng sighed in resignation, paid the bill, and pulled Lu Wanqi away. This guy has such a temper. Can we even enjoy a meal in peace anymore? He was genuinely afraid that if they lingered any longer, Lu Wanqi might draw her gun and scare the crowd. But murmurs of discussion followed them out the door. What a great guy, so easygoing. Yeah, guys this easygoing and obedient to their girlfriends are practically extinct these days. The crowd sighed in admiration. Stepping out of the noodle shop, Lu Wanqi grew increasingly furious. "Let go of me. Qin Feng, did you do that on purpose?" Lu Wanqi glared at him. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "My appetite really is that big, you just didn't know. Besides, I paid for it myself. You still owe me a meal." Lu Wanqi found herself at a loss for words. She'd wasted her time, endured a scolding from a stranger, and in the end, hadn't even received the favor she was owed. She stomped her foot in frustration. Qin Feng glanced at her and remarked, "Your liver fire's been too intense lately. Your period hasn't been regular for 2 months now, has it?" "How did you know?" "How could I not know?" Qin Feng countered. Lu Wanqi suddenly remembered Qin Feng's uncanny medical skills. "None of your business. And I'll repay the favor I owe you." Lu Wanqi turned and stormed off in a huff. But after taking just a few steps, a sudden sharp pain gripped her chest. She was about to collapse when a broad, sturdy chest caught her from behind. It was Qin Feng. "You see, your pent-up anger has nowhere to vent, causing your chi to rush to your heart. Combined with the poisoning from last time, your heart can't handle the strain. No need. Lu Wanqi was about to retort that she didn't need Qin Feng's help, but he ignored her protests and scooped her up without a second thought. Lu Wanqi froze for a moment, but surprisingly, she didn't resist. Because this sense of security from being held was something she'd never felt before. You're the patient, I'm the doctor. You have to listen to me. His tone was commanding, utterly unyielding. Lu Wanqi flushed, her arms instinctively wrapping around Qin Feng's neck. After Qin Feng channeled a stream of true qi into Lu Wanqi's body in the car, her complexion regained its healthy flush. I'll prescribe a tonic for your recovery later. Let me drive you home, Qin Feng said. Lu Wanqi stole a glance at Qin Feng's profile. Actually, when he's serious, he's not so hard to like. Suddenly, Lu Wanqi's phone rang. Captain Lu, we've received a warning from the city's most notorious thief, Flying Fox. He's announced he'll steal the heart of the sea from tonight's exhibition. Lu Wanqi's eyes sharpened instantly, her demeanor transforming into that of a brilliant female detective dedicated to punishing evil and eliminating villains. Flying Fox. Is this guy finally showing his face? I'm not going back. Take me to the Golden Glory building. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This woman is such a workaholic. But to prevent any mishaps involving Lu Wanqi, he decided to postpone visiting Yan Zhou's family and accompany her instead. Chapter 105, The Century's Most Notorious Bandit. I told you not to follow me. Lu Wanqi was utterly exasperated. This Flying Fox was one of the top 3 most wanted criminals in the Yunhai Police Department. He was a notorious yet revered century-spanning bandit. Simply because the Flying Fox only struck once every 6 months. Yet each time, he stole priceless treasures. Moreover, before each heist, he issued a warning. These announcements were not only a direct challenge to the police department, but also a warning to the world: wherever the Flying Fox passes, treasures will vanish. For 3 years, since first shocking the world, the Flying Fox had stolen 6 treasures. Not a single person has ever caught sight of him. Each time, he had snatched the treasures right under everyone's noses. Of course, what frustrated Lu Wanqi most was that each time, he chose to strike precisely when she was occupied with other duties during her shift. This unsolved case had been festering within the police department for far too long. It could be said that every time Flying Fox sent ripples of panic through the city, Lu Wanqi seethed with frustration, itching to leap into action and arrest him herself. She had waited so long, and finally, her chance had come. But just when she was there to work, Qin Feng insisted on tagging along. And no amount of persuasion could make him leave. You don't like owing me favors, and neither do I. I won't let anything happen to my patient unless I cure you. I have so many teammates here, and the Flying Fox isn't a murderer, he's just a thief. Nothing will happen to me. Qin Feng said calmly, this is my principle. I saved your life, so you must listen to me. Calm and straightforward. Domineering and forceful. Lu Wanqi didn't know how to respond at first. But something felt off inside her. After all, Qin Feng was concerned about her. I really don't have time for you. Lu Wanqi said helplessly. She, a fiercely independent and strong-willed woman, found herself utterly helpless in Qin Feng's presence. The strangest part was that Qin Feng wasn't using force, nor was he being soft. He certainly wasn't playing hardball and softball at the same time. He simply spoke to her calmly and reasonably, yet she found herself unable to refute or refuse him. Agent Xiao Chui and the others had also arrived at the lobby of the Jinshin building. Captain Lu, what happened? Did he harass you? Xiao Chui's expression turned serious the moment he saw Qin Feng. That guy again. I didn't harass him. Her illness hasn't healed yet, Qin Feng replied. You're the one who's sick. Lu Wanqi rolled her eyes. This guy says I'm still sick and wants to follow me over, Lu Wanqi said. Under normal circumstances, she would never explain herself so thoroughly to her subordinates. But she was so infuriated by Qin Feng that she couldn't help herself. Even Xiao Chui and the other team members were left speechless. Who knew team leader Lu had such a playful side? Yeah, she's usually so cold toward us. On duty, she never says a word beyond official business. Have you noticed? Ever since Captain Lu met Qin Feng, her personality seems to have changed. I've noticed it too. If I didn't know better, I'd think they were a couple. This wasn't the first time Lu Wanqi's team had met Qin Feng. Every time Lu Wanqi meets with Qin Feng, her personality undergoes some shift. She used to be an ice-cold judge, but now she's nothing but a flirtatious little girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Wanqi shot everyone a furious glare and snapped, this is duty time, not your playtime. Everyone flinched back, instantly falling silent. Lu Wanqi's aura was terrifying. One moment she seemed like a normal woman, the next that cold, iron-faced demeanor returned. Qin Feng shook his head. You need to blow off some steam. You're the one who needs to cool off. Lu Wanqi flushed and snapped back. Xiao Chui whispered, Captain Lu, if it weren't for him last time, you'd probably be in serious trouble. Since he insists on tagging along, let him. As long as he doesn't interfere with our work. Lu Wanqi considered it, then nodded. Stay away from me during the mission. Got it? Got it. Qin Feng nodded. This scene left Xiao Chui and the others stunned once more. Why do they look more and more like a couple? Team leader Lu is like a boulder, nothing could crack him open. Who knows? They say sincerity can move mountains. Lu Wanqi is at least a heaven-tier martial artist, how could she not hear? Before the team members could respond, she snapped, got nothing better to do? Get your security preparations in order. If anything goes wrong tonight, forget about promotions. The team scattered like birds and beasts, rushing off to make arrangements. Lu Wanqi's heart raced, her cheeks flushing slightly. To outsiders, she and Qin Feng actually looked like a couple? How could that be possible? How could I possibly be a couple with a criminal? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Wanqi noticed Qin Feng staring at her, lost in thought. Qin Feng, what are you thinking? Lu Wanqi asked, as if compelled by some unseen force, her eyes darting away. He couldn't possibly have mistaken it for the real thing, could he? I was thinking we need to increase the dosage. Lu Wanqi flushed crimson. So it was all her misunderstanding. She paid no mind to Qin Feng and got to work. Their responsibility was security. The only way to capture the flying fox was to lure it with the Azure Heart. The exhibition proceeded as scheduled, and night soon fell. Many of the city's elite were in attendance. Lu Wanqi and her team blended into the crowd, disguised as waitstaff, event personnel, and prominent citizens. In the center of the exhibition hall, a large aquamarine gemstone was displayed under a transparent case, guarded by 8 bodyguards positioned all around it. Wow, this is the aquamarine heart. Rumor has it the Ding family spent 80 million to bring it from overseas 2 years ago, the only one in the world. Indeed, when illuminated, the heart of the sea emitted an oceanic glow that radiated across the entire venue. They say anyone who sees the ocean will have a year of great fortune. All good omens will come their way. I want to strike it rich overnight. I'll climb the career ladder. I'll get promoted and a raise. Everyone began to anticipate its appearance. Everyone present yearned to glimpse the true form of the sea blue heart. Qin Feng in the corner merely glanced at it briefly. Suddenly, Chairman Ding Hongchang and his son, Ding Feipeng, had arrived. The crowd saw a middle-aged man and a young man appear at the entrance. Chairman Ding. Both men radiated confidence and vigor. Today's exhibition was organized by them. Ding Feipeng suddenly caught sight of someone in the corner and walked over with a cold expression. I didn't expect you to be here. You opened the doors for people to see the exhibition, can I come? Qin Feng said indifferently. If it weren't for Qin Feng, he wouldn't have had his legs broken by Brother Shan, forcing him to lie in a hospital bed for 2 whole months. He swore he would avenge this. Of course, not today. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off. Ding Feipeng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Soon, the exhibition was about to begin. Feipeng, is that your friend? Ding Hongchang asked. Dad, he's the one who had my legs broken. Ding Feipeng's expression darkened. Ding Hongchang glanced at him and said indifferently, after the exhibition ends, find someone to take care of him. Got it, Dad. Ding Feipeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Everything arranged? Ding Hongchang inquired. It's all set. No surprises. Qin Feng, standing in the corner, suddenly glanced their way, a cold smile curling his lips. 10 minutes later. All the lights went out. Only the host remained on stage, bathed in spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated Heart of the Ocean exhibition is about to begin. Please take a look. The crowd grew expectant. A spotlight pierced through the ceiling, focusing on the Heart of the Ocean at its center. But suddenly, in the instant the beam illuminated it, a dark shadow flashed by, and the heart of the sea vanished. Chapter 106, Volunteering for the Mission. Before the exhibition began, Lu Wanqi and everyone else kept a close watch on the people in the venue. For if the slightest disturbance occurred, they could apprehend the flying fox immediately. But everyone appeared perfectly normal. Even if there were some suspicious targets, they dared not make a move. They knew they had to wait until the lights were turned off. Their long-awaited target finally appeared. But what vanished instead was the sea blue heart. Oh no! Lu Wanqi's face paled. Even she could only catch a fleeting afterimage. In an instant, the entire room was thrown into chaos. Turn on the lights. Lu Wanqi shouted. All the lights in the venue flashed on. Yet everyone looked at each other in confusion, utterly baffled. Check all exits. Lu Wanqi ordered urgently. Agent Xiao Chui hurried over and reported, Team Leader Lu, all 4 exits are open. Due to the Flying Fox's warning, to prevent his escape, the other 3 entrances had been locked before anyone entered. Simultaneously, all exits had been sealed off when the exhibition began. But Lu Wanqi never imagined Flying Fox would be so cunning. This was a diversion tactic to confuse them. At that moment, 2 furious individuals approached. What the hell is wrong with your police department? Ding Hongchang shouted angrily. I entrusted you with the security of such a valuable item, yet you let thieves walk in brazenly and then escape right under your noses. Ding Feipeng added coldly, there's only one heart of the blue sea in the entire world. If you can't recover it, every single one of you can expect demotions and disciplinary action. Agent Xiao Chui and the others paled. Demotion and disciplinary action were extremely serious consequences. That would effectively end any chance of advancement for the rest of their careers. Chairman Ding, rest assured I will catch this thief. Lu Wanqi seethed inwardly. Stealing the heart of the sea right under her nose showed utter contempt for her and the entire police department. Lu Wanqi shouted, everyone, split into 4 teams and search from all 4 entrances. One person stays behind to review all surveillance footage along the route. Move out. Mr. Ding, give me 3 hours. Please wait here for my report. Lu Wanqi declared. Ding Hongqiang nodded. Though his expression was furious, he showed no sign of urgency. After issuing her orders, Lu Wanqi immediately left with her team, but Qin Feng followed her. Don't follow me. This isn't the time for jokes. Lu Wanqi's voice carried a hint of gravity. At this critical moment, she was deeply troubled. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the repercussions would be immense. She didn't care about her own future, but she had to consider her team members. After all, she was the one in charge. Everyone's future depended on her. Qin Feng said, given your current physical condition, it's not advisable for you to be running around. Ding Feipeng snorted coldly, Captain Lu, is this guy your boyfriend or something? One moment he's agreeing to help us catch bandits, the next he's flirting around. I find this highly unprofessional and will consider filing a complaint against you. Ding Feipeng was simply holding a grudge. To conceal her identity, Lu Wanqi deliberately changed into a simple silver brickstone fishtail dress. Her icy elegance couldn't conceal her peerless aura or her stunning figure. If not for the important matter at hand today, he would have invited this woman to spend the night with him. But as luck would have it, Lu Wanqi was accompanying Qin Feng. This only fueled his anger further. So he seized the opportunity to attack both Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi. Lu Wanqi retorted, don't talk nonsense. I have absolutely no connection to him. My professionalism doesn't need your questioning. Ding Hongqiang snorted coldly, if it were truly professional, the blue heart wouldn't have been stolen. I'll consider seeking compensation from your police department. Expect my lawyer's letter. Lu Wanqi was furious. This was pure distortion of the truth. Overwhelmed by rage, Lu Wanqi suddenly felt blood rushing to her head. Not yet fully recovered, she instantly felt dizzy and lightheaded. Qin Feng immediately caught her. He sighed inwardly. This was the consequence of ignoring his advice. See? I told you so. You're not fit for duty right now. Qin Feng said. Lu Wanqi, never believed it, but I never imagined Qin Feng would be proven right. No, I must catch the flying fox. Lu Wanqi gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay alert. I said it's impossible. It's impossible. Qin Feng suddenly hardened his stance. If it were anyone else daring to contradict her like this and speak so forcefully, Lu Wanqi's temper would have flared long ago. But coming from Qin Feng, she felt no urge to resist, only a strange sensation. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed so commanding, so full of authority. In that instant, Lu Wanqi found herself unable to resist, even finding a strange pleasure in it. Perhaps it was because she was so accustomed to being dominant herself. When faced with someone even more dominant, Lu Wanqi tended to submit even more readily. Humph. Stop putting on this charade. Ding Feipeng snapped coldly. You're just trying to cover up your incompetence. Why put on such a show? Ding Feipeng sneered. Lu Wanqi hated being misunderstood more than anything. She glared at him. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, who's putting on a show here, I wonder? Such a valuable item has vanished, yet I see not a trace of urgency in you. And despite knowing the bandits had issued a warning, you still refuse to cancel. Ding Feipeng felt a flicker of panic, but Ding Hongqiang, ever the schemer, coldly interjected, the exhibition invitations were sent out a month in advance. Some clients even flew back from overseas just to witness the display of the heart of the sea. Do you realize the damage a last-minute cancellation would cause to the Ding family, to my distinguished guests, and to Yunhai's reputation? And we had complete faith in Yunhai's police department. It's just that you've disappointed us terribly. Ding Hongqiang's gaze swept coldly over Lu Wanqi and the other team members. This Ding Hongqiang was no ordinary man. To shift all blame for his own carelessness and mistakes so completely, that kind of audacity isn't found in ordinary people. Lu Wanqi detested nothing more than being misunderstood or looked down upon. Her voice turned icy. If we fail to capture this bandit, I will hold you accountable. We've already wasted too much time. Move out immediately. Xiao Chui and the others prepared for battle, swiftly organizing their sortie. But then, Qin Feng looked at Lu Wanqi and asked, once we catch the bandit, will you finally go back and rest? Even if I have to go without sleep or rest, I will catch that bandit. Lu Wanqi declared with unwavering resolve. The implication was clear, even if it cost her life, she would not hesitate. All right. Wait here for me. I'll bring them back. With that, Qin Feng departed immediately. Qin Feng, you. Lu Wanqi gasped in alarm. What was this guy up to? Was he going to capture bandits? But in half a second, Qin Feng was already gone. Chapter 107, Is She the Flying Fox? What a joke. As agents, they actually need outsiders to help. Who knew we paid so much every year only to support a bunch of useless fools? Ding Feipeng sneered coldly. Lu Wanqi's face flushed crimson. Xiao Chui shouted, What do you mean outsider? He's our consultant. Since he's our consultant, he's obviously one of us. Lu Wanqi was utterly baffled. Consultant? When did Qin Feng become their consultant? Xiao Chui whispered, Captain Lu, Ding Feipeng clearly has ulterior motives. He's deliberately targeting Qin Feng and us. If we don't handle this, they'll definitely file complaints and smear our reputation. Plus, Qin Feng has connections with Mu Zijuan. Maybe he really can help us catch the bandits. Then we could make amends for our mistakes. Also, I think Qin Feng genuinely cares about you. Maybe he likes you. Lu Wanqi's reaction wasn't denial, it was a flushed face and racing heart. Qin Feng likes me? How could that be possible? Lu Wanqi remained level-headed. Rather than liking her, it was more accurate to say Qin Feng was just stubborn. But somehow, Lu Wanqi found herself believing Qin Feng. And the fact was, Qin Feng genuinely cared about her. Perhaps he really did have a solution. Captain Lu, what should we do? Another agent asked. Secure the scene and wait. Lu Wanqi gritted her teeth, making this difficult decision. Qin Feng, you better not let me down. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Wanqi bit her red lip slightly, thinking to herself. Inside a suite at Jinshan Tower. A girl dressed in Lolita fashion, her hair styled in 2 fishtail braids, appeared to be around 17 or 18. She was currently playing with an object in her hand. Moments later, the door opened and someone walked in. Who's there? As if caught doing something wrong, the girl quickly hid the object behind her back. When Qin Feng walked in, his first reaction was utter astonishment. Yes, sheer astonishment. This adorable, harmless-looking anime girl, the very same one known as the century's greatest thief, the one who stole the Azure Heart? This was completely different from what Qin Feng had imagined. The first impression evoked by the name Flying Fox should be that of a sneaky man who could fly through the skies and vanish without a trace. This stark contrast left Qin Feng feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. The Flying Fox's eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Feng's youthful face, fair skin, and upright posture. Big brother, you're so handsome. The girl's eyes sparkled with an almost dreamy light. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out and hooked her arm through Qin Feng's. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What was this? He was here to help Lu Wanqi catch a thief. But as he drew closer, Qin Feng noticed that despite her petite, adorable appearance, her ample bust gave off an unervingly developed vibe. It reminded him of a certain deadly island nation star he'd seen back in his school days. The girl acted all affectionate, constantly rubbing against Qin Feng's arm. This was practically a crime against restraint. Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Big brother, what's your name? I'm Rue. The Lolita-like girl appeared warm and lively, grabbing Qin Feng's hand and shaking it playfully. Qin Feng pushed Rue away and said, I'm not your big brother. I'm here for that thing. He pointed to the black cloth bag on the bed. Rue's expression changed instantly. She snatched the black cloth bag to her chest, looking tense as she protested, No way. I brought this back myself. Big brother, you might be handsome, but Rue won't give it to you. You call stealing taking? Did you even ask me? Qin Feng replied, If you won't give it to me, I'll just take it myself. Big brother, you're not a good person, you're a bad person. Rue isn't playing with you anymore. Rue puffed out her cheeks in indignation, then suddenly turned to leap out the window. Qin Feng was startled. Was she serious? But this only confirmed that this flying fox was no ordinary person. Rue was fast, but Qin Feng was faster. He stepped forward and grabbed Rue's braid. Ow, that hurts. You can't leave, Qin Feng declared. Rue turned around, pleading, Big brother, please let go. I won't leave anymore. As she spoke, Qin Feng released his grip. But then, a flash of cunning flickered in Rue's eyes. She transformed into a blur, darting through Qin Feng's armpit in an instant before dashing out the door and vanishing. That little rascal. Qin Feng sneered coldly, stamping his foot as he gave chase. Close call. That big brother is so powerful. Inside an empty conference room at Jinshan Tower, Rue patted her chest, looking shaken. Then she beamed with pride, gazing at the cloth bag in her hands. The one and only sea blue heart in the world. I've had my eye on it for so long. But suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed from behind her. So what if you've had your eye on it? It's not yours. Big brother. Rue was startled and whipped her head around. Sure enough, Qin Feng's face appeared right behind her. Run! Rue transformed into a blur and vanished swiftly. Qin Feng chuckled softly and gave chase once more. From the tea room to the break room, the electrical room, the rooftop, and beyond. Wherever Rue went, Qin Feng followed like a ghostly shadow, arriving a second later. Finally, Rue returned to her original room and immediately locked the door. This time she'd learned her lesson. As she fled, she kept watch for pursuers behind her. Rue thought to herself with relief, the most dangerous place is the safest place. You won't find me here. But Rue was left utterly speechless. Unbeknownst to her, someone was already seated on the sofa in the room. It was him again. Rue was utterly stunned. How did he know she was coming back? Qin Feng stood up, his face stern. Alright, little Rue, hide and seek is over. If you don't hand it over now, I'll really have to use force. Though this Lolita girl moved with lightning speed, she was no match for him. He found her amusing, so he decided to play along. But that didn't mean he'd let her off the hook. Yet Rue pouted, her big eyes welling up with hurt tears. Covering her face, she wailed, "What's that supposed to mean? Big brother, you're bullying me. Rue won't play with you anymore." With that, Rue promptly threw herself onto the ground in a tantrum. This completely threw Qin Feng off balance. His opponents had always been ruthless from the start, killing without a second thought. But this time, his opponent was acting like a completely immature little girl. If you didn't know better, you'd think Qin Feng was really picking on a young girl. Hey, stop crying. Why, you're bullying me. Rue still looked like she was pouting and wiping away tears. Stop crying, okay? You stole something. You did something wrong. Qin Feng tried to reason with her gently. If he hadn't seen that the girl was innocent and not malicious, and if she'd been one of those sky-high thieves, he would have slapped her senseless first and asked questions later. But this crying was indeed starting to get on his nerves. What? I didn't steal anything. I just borrowed it to play with. You're accusing me unfairly. Wah! Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Is stealing now so high and mighty? Watching Rue throw a tantrum on the floor, Qin Feng finally lost his patience and bellowed. Stop crying. Keep it up, and I'll sell you off as a servant. Instantly, Rue stopped crying. Her pitiful expression turned hopeful as she asked, Can I be Big Brother's servant? Chapter 108, Little Lolita Rue. Before Qin Feng could even speak, Rue crawled over. Yes, she literally crawled. Like an alluring fox, she crawled over. Master, Rue now belongs to you. What are your orders? Rue knelt before Qin Feng with a respectful, ingratiating demeanor, like a devoted servant. Yet Rue wore a beaming smile, projecting an utterly harmless demeanor. That feeling made Qin Feng's heart race, and he found himself unable to refuse. Master must be exhausted after chasing Rue for so long. Let me massage your back. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, she pulled him onto the sofa and began massaging his back, kneading his shoulders, and rubbing his legs with eager attentiveness. Qin Feng himself was a master healer, and his massage techniques were legendary. Yet he never imagined Rue's massage technique would be so uniquely skillful. So comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had always been the one administering massage therapy to others. Aside from the initial period when Old Ghost Lee massaged him during the fusion of the Azure Dragon eye, no one else had ever done it for him. But Old Ghost Lee's hands were rough and forceful, lacking any gentleness. Each session left Qin Feng feeling utterly exhausted. But Rue was different. Her fingers were soft and gentle, tender and considerate, making one feel as if floating on air. This girl, though known as the legendary thief Flying Fox, was nothing like her fearsome reputation. Instead, she gave off the vibe of a sweet little neighbor girl. Knowing Rue meant him no harm, Qin Feng let her massage him. Before he knew it, Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to savor the moment. Master, Rue has even more special skills. Rue asked with a look of eager anticipation. Is that so? Qin Feng was intrigued. But then, something felt off. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. He snapped his eyes open and immediately grabbed Rue's hand. Rue, what are you doing? Startled, Rue let go and began to sob loudly. It's my fault, Rue. I offended the master. What? Rue began to sob, looking even more pitiful and helpless. Ignorance is no excuse. Get up now. Qin Feng shouted. He hurriedly suppressed the surging passion within him. A man and a woman alone together in a room, trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. And what's more, she was merely a servant. If one lacked self-control, Rue would do anything asked of her without hesitation. Rue shook her head vigorously, her expression solemn. Rue has committed a grave error. This cannot be forgiven. Please punish Rue, master. As she spoke, Rue produced a black leather whip from somewhere and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared in disbelief. Rue was actually a masochist. Do you carry this thing around with you? Qin Feng couldn't help asking. No, Rue replied earnestly. I only bring it out when I meet a suitable master like you. Me? Qin Feng was speechless. Come on, master. Rue is ready. Saying this, Rue climbed onto Qin Feng's back and his vision instantly went dizzy. Qin Feng's mouth went dry. This was practically tempting him to sin. The Azure Dragon blood within him ignited unconsciously. The Azure Dragon had been revered as a divine beast since ancient times, the sovereign of all beasts. Its primal ferocity was self-evident. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with streaks of azure light. He raised the leather whip in his hand and lashed out violently. Just as Rui braced herself for Qin Feng's punishment, the whip suddenly struck the ground instead. Rui, if you don't get up now, I'll have you arrested," Qin Feng declared sternly. Qin Feng still possessed a measure of reason. Reason told him that if he did this, what would make him any different from a beast? "Please, master, you haven't punished Rui yet," Rui pleaded, her face filled with self-reproach. "Then I'll punish you for telling me the truth," Qin Feng said helplessly. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. What if his patience wore thin? Rui, though still filled with remorse, answered honestly, "My bust is 80 g, waist is 30, hips are 7. "Stop." Qin Feng immediately cut her off. "What the hell is this? That's not what I asked." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Master just asked Rui to honestly answer her measurements. When did I ever ask you that?" Qin Feng sighed in exasperation. But thinking back, those measurements were truly out of this world. Qin Feng dismissed these stray thoughts. "I asked why you stole the sea blue heart," Qin Feng pressed. "Because I heard that possessing the sea blue heart brings good fortune, and then I'd need a tall, handsome master who treats me well. But now that I've found my master, I don't need the aquamarine heart anymore." Speaking, Rui placed her hands over her chest, gazing at Qin Feng with an ingratiating expression. The implication was clear, Qin Feng was already her master. Then the aquamarine heart is naturally useless now. Anything else? Qin Feng sensed there was more to the story. Judging by the reactions of Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feiping, father and son, and the conversation he overheard between them, Rui paused, then explained the whole story. Qin Feng sneered coldly. "So it was them all along. Rui, you've been used. Look at the sea blue heart," Qin Feng said. Rui took the sea blue heart and began examining it closely. Ever since stealing it, she hadn't truly examined it closely. But the next second, Rui's face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in fury. "This is infuriating. This aquamarine heart is fake. Qin Feng had seen through it long ago. I'm going to settle the score with that person." But Rui changed her mind, wrapped her arm around Qin Feng's, and beamed with delight. "But whether it's fake or not doesn't matter anymore. You're already my master. Rui, I need you to do me a favor. Whatever my master requests, Rui will do." At the conference venue. "Captain Liu, what time is it now? It's been an hour. There's no way we can get the blue heart back." Ding Feiping snorted coldly, "I'll sue you for negligence. You'll be facing charges." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "The ones being sued will be you lot." Chapter 109, The Thief Shouts Stop Thief. Qin Feng walked in. Following him in was a lively, bouncing young girl dressed in a very Lolita-style outfit, her eyes darting around the room. Ding Feiping raised an eyebrow. No matter how powerful this guy might be, how could he possibly track down something stolen by flying fox? If they could be tracked down, Lu Wanqi and the others wouldn't be so troubled. Ding Feiping grinned. "Master, weren't you supposed to be searching for the sea blue heart? Why did you bring a little kid along?" "Ha!" Rui immediately protested, charging forward angrily. "Don't you dare speak to my master like that. If you say another unkind word about my master, I won't let you off." "Master?" Ding Feiping eyed Rui up and down. Ding Feiping felt an immediate stir of desire. Blame it on Rui's figure, it was truly too good, even borderline unreal. She was practically a child's face with a giant's body. He'd never tasted such a little loli before. Once this was over, he'd find out exactly who she was. Ding Feiping thought to himself. With so many people around, in broad daylight, he dared not show it. Ding Feiping said with a smile, "Qin Feng, you know that trafficking minors is illegal, right?" Rui finally couldn't hold back and delivered a direct kick right between Ding Feiping's legs. Ouch! Ding Feiping's face turned pale as he clutched his groin, hopping up and down in pain, nearly falling over. "Young Master Ding! Someone caught him. Humph! See if you dare talk nonsense again." Rui flexed her fist menacingly. "Qin Feng, you have some nerve." Ding Feiping's face flushed crimson with rage. Rui, come back," Qin Feng ordered. Rui shot Ding Feiping a cold glare and retorted, "If my master weren't here, I'd have kicked your balls to smithereens already." She then respectfully returned to Qin Feng's side, taking his hand and adopting the demeanor of a little sister. Lu Wanqi felt a surge of irritation. Wasn't he supposed to help her find the sea blue heart? Why did she bring back this little sister to cause trouble? And she's calling Qin Feng master? This was simply too outrageous. She couldn't believe she'd trusted Qin Feng so much earlier. She even made promises to her own team members. Had she really trusted the wrong person? Ding Feiping pointed at Qin Feng. At that moment, Ding Hongqiang spoke up coldly, "Enough. Captain Lu, since the heart of the Blue Sea has been stolen, it's a done deal. There's nothing more to discuss. You may return. As for the complaint against you, I'll give it serious consideration. Ding Hongqiang waved his hand dismissively. Ding Feipeng smirked inwardly. If not for more pressing matters, he would have had Qin Feng dealt with long ago. But this grudge he would never forget. Lu Wanqi's face darkened. Not only had she failed to catch the flying fox, but she'd also placed her trust in the wrong person. Needless to say, she was furious. As everyone prepared to leave, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Ding Hongqiang, in such a hurry to leave? Have you done something you shouldn't have? Ding Hongqiang's expression turned icy. Kid, what do you mean by that? Ding Feipeng also roared angrily. Qin Feng, don't think you can run wild here. You're really pushing your luck. Rui's eyes widened with fury as she raised her foot, ready for a fight. Ding Feipeng felt a chill in his groin and instantly took a step back. Qin Feng ignored them, instead whispering something into Agent Xiao Chui's ear. Agent Xiao Chui looked at Qin Feng in surprise. This? Qin Feng nodded at him. Agent Xiao Chui immediately exited the room. Qin Feng, what the hell are you doing? Lu Wanqi's tone was icy. She had thought Qin Feng was genuinely helping her. But that wasn't the case. He'd just gone out for a casual stroll to fool her, and who knew where he'd found this girl? Now he was even giving orders to her team members. How could she not be furious? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough, Qin Feng told Lu Wanqi. Then he called out, Rui. Rui stepped forward. Facing the crowd, Rui showed no sign of nervousness, even radiating a calmness born of experience. She is Flying Fox, Qin Feng declared. Suddenly, gasps filled the room. That little girl is the legendary thief Flying Fox? How could that be possible? Yeah. Give me a break. Shouldn't Flying Fox be some shifty-eyed, rat-faced, demonic-looking monster? These two don't even look remotely related. You've got to be kidding. If she's Flying Fox, I'll eat my hat. Ha! Ding Feipeng roared with laughter. Qin Feng, you don't seriously expect us to believe some random underage girl is the legendary thief Flying Fox? Do you take us all for fools? Rui puffed out her cheeks, hands on her hips, retorting, I'm an adult. Just turned 18. Ha! Ding Feipeng doubled over laughing, tears streaming from his eyes. 18? Flying Fox started stealing 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, you were 15? Still in school, right? Little sister, cut the nonsense, okay? Did you finish your homework? You've been out this long, don't you know your parents are worried sick? Rui's face flushed crimson with anger. Just as she was about to lash out, Qin Feng called out to her. Lu Wanqi's face alternated between green and purple with rage. Just how long is this guy going to keep playing around? If Qin Feng had previously betrayed her trust and infuriated her, now she was utterly disillusioned with him. That's it. Lu Wanqi didn't even want anything to do with Qin Feng anymore. Don't leave. The best part is yet to come. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wanqi. Lu Wanqi clenched her fists, holding back. If no one else were here, she would have already struck him even if she knew she couldn't win. Was he treating her like a monkey? Qin Feng produced a cloth pouch and declared, the sea blue heart is in my possession. He opened it, revealing the very heart of the sea blue inside. Wow! It really is the sea blue heart. He really found it. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lu Wanqi was startled. Could he have actually gone to find the sea blue heart? Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feipeng, father and son, both paled slightly. Rui is the Flying Fox. She's the one who took the sea blue heart, Qin Feng stated. Ding Feipeng retorted, just because you say it's the sea blue heart makes it so? I can tell at a glance this thing is fake. How do you know it's fake? Did you know all along? Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Ding Feipeng's expression darkened. Ding Hongqiang spoke up, the sea blue heart is our family's most treasured heirloom. We've been with it every day, we can tell genuine from fake at a glance. You bring out a fake sea blue heart and claim to have retrieved it for us? Old foxes are indeed cunning. Qin Feng inwardly sighed. Ding Hongqiang showed no sign of nervousness, having clearly prepared his explanation in advance. If he hadn't come prepared, no one would believe it. Qin Feng glared at Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feipeng, father and son, and said, let me tell you the truth. You knew the Flying Foxes would come to steal the sea blue heart, so you staged a fake exhibition. You even told Rui the best escape route and instructed someone to open all the other doors when the lights went out, all to confuse Lu's team. Lu Wanqi asked, but doesn't that mean the sea blue heart will never be recovered? Exactly. That was their goal. The heart of the sea was fake anyway. If it got stolen, so be it. They didn't need it. Ding Feipeng snorted coldly, where's the evidence? Why would we put on such a charade? What's in it for us? Just then, Xiao Chui rushed in. Qin Feng, I found it. The Ding family insured the blue heart. If it goes missing, the insurance company will pay them 10 billion. Whoa! The entire room was stunned. Chapter 110, not auntie, but sister. 10 billion in compensation? Good heavens! That's an astronomical sum. Yeah, could it really be that they staged this themselves? It's not impossible. They hired someone to steal the aquamarine heart, then swindled the insurance company. It's been done before. And if the heart of the sea is fake, wouldn't that be getting something for nothing? Whispers rippled through the crowd as Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feiping's expressions darkened. Lu Wanqi said coldly, Chairman Ding, I believe you need to accompany us back for investigation. You're implicated in a massive fraud case. You could even face life imprisonment. Ding Feiping panicked, his legs trembling. Ding Hongqiang remained composed, replying coldly, we purchased the heart of the sea with real money at auction. The auction house has records, and it was reported on their official website. For such a valuable item, isn't it perfectly normal for us to insure it? Ding Feiping snapped out of his panic and quickly chimed in, exactly. You're slandering us. Even celebrities insure their legs and breasts. An item worth nearly 100 million naturally requires insurance. Besides, this is standard practice among the upper echelons of society. What would you penny pinchers know? Seizing his chance to counterattack, Ding Feiping suddenly turned the tables. Crossing his arms, he sneered, but then again, it's understandable that lowly people like you would never see such a treasure in your lifetime. Ignorance is forgivable. Xiao Cui and the others were flushed with anger. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Ding Feiping even turned to Qin Feng with a provocative glare. And by the way, you claim the blue heart is fake, do you have any proof? It seems to me you're deliberately slandering us. You want proof, Rui Rui? Rui produced a cloth bag containing famous paintings, jewels, and antique artifacts. The entire room erupted in gasps. Isn't this the Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain stolen 2 years ago, worth 150 million yuan? And that painting worth 240 million yuan stolen last year, hailed as the pinnacle of modern landscape art. One by one, the crowd counted the items, each discovery more astonishing than the last, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Cui gasped, these are all stolen by the Flying Fox over the past 2 or 3 years. And they're all here. Could she really be the Flying Fox? Rui wore a look of utter satisfaction. Though I dislike the name Flying Fox, I am indeed the one you call Flying Fox, Rui declared, standing tall with her chest puffed out. Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feiping, father and son, instantly paled. This can't be true. It must be a lie. Ding Feiping panicked. At this point, even a fool could see what was happening. Only the Flying Fox could have produced so many stolen items. This proves the Ding family orchestrated everything themselves, bribing the Flying Fox to steal the sea blue heart to extort a massive compensation payout. Qin Feng, it must be you. You must have hired an imposter. What are your intentions? Ding Feiping was hysterical. Qin Feng replied calmly, no need for futile struggles. Have it appraised, and the truth will be revealed. But I suggest you focus on saving yourself right now. Lu Wanqi barked in order, Ding Hongqiang, Ding Feiping. The evidence is irrefutable. You embezzled from your own household and committed grand fraud. Do you plead guilty? Ding Feiping's mind went blank. This was a stain that couldn't be washed away. Dad! Ding Feiping immediately turned to Ding Hongqiang for help. But then came a sharp crack, followed by Ding Hongqiang's furious rebuke, you beast! How could you do such a thing? You've brought shame upon the entire Ding family. Ding Feiping stared in disbelief, his entire body frozen in shock. Dad? Don't call me Dad. I have no son like you, you beast. Ding Hongqiang adopted a righteous demeanor, sternly addressing Lu Wanqi, Captain Lu, I am utterly ashamed of my son's actions. I had no knowledge of this matter whatsoever. But as the saying goes, if a child is not properly raised, it is the father's fault. I will cooperate fully with your investigation. If the allegations are true, I will not tolerate it. Ding Feiping's face turned ashen. Dad, I'm innocent. It was clearly. Shut up. Ding Hongqiang, fearing Ding Feiping might slip up, roared at him. How have I taught you? When you make a mistake, you admit it. Captain Lu, please take him away. I will fully cooperate with your investigation. Take him away. Lu Wanqi ordered coldly. Soon, Ding Hongqiang and Ding Feiping were led away. Soon, the crowd at the venue dispersed. And you, Flying Fox. Lu Wanqi stared coldly at Rui. Rui hid fearfully behind Qin Feng, clutching his hand. Master, this lady is so scary. Rui is scared. Lu Wanqi was furious. She was barely in her 20s. At most, she was just a few years older than this girl. Technically, they're the same age. Rui, she's not an auntie, she's a sister. Seeing Lu Wanqi about to explode, Qin Feng quickly corrected her. You sound so old when you get mad like that. Rui retorted. Lu Wanqi was seething with frustration. Qin Feng tried to smooth things over, children speak without restraint, Childish innocence? Do you think she's still a child? Lu Wanqi glared at Qin Feng. Rui, however, stood tall and proud, her posture commanding and defiant. This was practically a direct provocation to Lu Wanqi. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Captain Lu, I've told you before your temper flares too easily, and it's taking a toll on your complexion. If you keep this up, you'll really. Lu Wanqi's eyes practically shot flames. Even this guy was criticizing her. Was she really that old? Qin Feng immediately shut up. Flying Fox, you've also committed theft. I now formally arrest you. Lu Wanqi said coldly. Rui cried out, Master, save Rui. Qin Feng pleaded, Captain Lu, since the items have been recovered, we just need to return them to their rightful owner. They haven't suffered any loss. Plus, Rui can make amends for her mistake. How about we just let this go? One thing is one thing, Qin Feng. You can't protect her. Lu Wanqi had once longed to arrest Flying Fox herself. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could she let it slip? Most importantly, Flying Fox had indeed made a mistake. Rui looked at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. Qin Feng, if you plead for her again, I'll arrest you too. Lu Wanqi declared coldly. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Captain Lu, you know very well that Rui was brought back by me, not by you. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to shield her? What I mean is, you haven't seen Flying Fox, and neither have I. Even if I brought her back, it wouldn't be a proper arrest, right? Qin Feng explained. Lu Wanqi fell silent. She was a perfectionist. This was like accepting charity even if rewards were offered. Lu Wanqi couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. Because the Flying Fox wasn't captured by her own hand. Doesn't that just let Lu Wanqi get away with cutting corners? Qin Feng added, I promise you, Rui won't steal anything from now on. If she does, I'll personally catch her for you. Lu Wanqi looked at Qin Feng intently. You said it. My word. Lu Wanqi turned and led her team back. Before she left, Qin Feng handed Lu Wanqi a prescription for restorative medicine. Take 3 doses a day for a week of recuperation. Qin Feng instructed. Lu Wanqi nodded and left immediately. Seeing this, Rui perked up. Yay, master, let's go home. Rui exclaimed. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and agreed to temporarily take Rui in. Meanwhile, Van Gogh Garden Bar. This was the most popular and renowned bar among young men and women in Yunhai. Tonight, 2 stunningly beautiful women arrived. Chapter 111, The Langtao Sisters. The bar was bustling, filled almost entirely with handsome men and beautiful women. But the moment these 2 women entered, they drew the attention of many men. The girl on the left, dressed in white, had fair skin and was elegantly styled, radiating the fresh, vibrant charm of youth. The one on the right wore a tight-fitting red dress, heavily made up with dramatic red lips and big curls, her curvaceous figure radiating a sultry vibe. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern they were identical twin sisters. Their styles and appearances, however, were worlds apart. They are known as the Wild Peach Sisters. Twin sisters, huh? They seem to have different styles. Twins? I've never tried that before. If you could book them both at the same time, imagine a 3-way, Whistles were already starting to fly their way. Just then, the woman in red walked over to a booth and plopped down next to a young man in a suit. The young man in the suit and his friends were stunned. But when he saw the woman in red, his eyes lit up with lust. Hey, beautiful, did you get the wrong table? The young man in the suit was Feng Xiang, a wealthy second-generation heir in the city. He happened to be drinking and chatting with his friends here today. Little did he expect a beauty to come to him. Feng Xiang eyed the tall, red-clad beauty beside him from head to toe. Her long, dark legs, 12-centimeter heels, and crossed legs were on full display. Her tight skirt was dangerously close to revealing too much. Especially the impressive curves of her chest, which ignited a surge of lust within him. The red-clad beauty draped one arm over Feng Xiang's shoulder while her other hand roamed freely over his body. Feng Xiang was instantly consumed by desire. Handsome, I haven't eaten dinner tonight. Would you treat me? The red-clad beauty adopted a seductive, alluring posture. Feng Xiang chuckled, of course. But it's too noisy here, shall we change venues? Change venues? I'm easy to satisfy. As she spoke, her hand slipped unconsciously beneath Feng Xiang's shirt. Feng Xiang's breathing quickened. He'd played with women if not 100, then dozens, but never encountered one so brazen. And this was in broad daylight. His friends all wore wicked grins. Young Master Feng's got some luck with the ladies today. Wow, she's so wild. She's way too forward, but I like it. Even Feng Xiang, with all his experience, couldn't help but feel a little thrill. This is a public place, should we get a room? I love doing it in public. With that, the red-clad beauty actually sat directly on Feng Xiang's lap. Feng Xiang was completely lost in desire. You're not seriously suggesting we fight here, are you? But if you want to, I'm game. Feng Xiang's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Truth be told, he'd never tried it before. The surrounding cacophony of loud music, cheers, and dancing only deepened Feng Xiang's intoxication. His hands began to wander unconsciously. The others in the booth were watching with dry mouths. The red-clad beauty suddenly purred, "Then I'll begin." Her breath was like perfume, igniting a burning desire. "Go ahead," Feng Xiang murmured, "I can't hold back any longer." No sooner had Feng Xiang spoken than a piercing scream echoed through the room. The red-clad beauty had violently ripped Feng Xiang's private parts from his body. Feng Xiang collapsed unconscious from the agony. "Ah!" Everyone in the booth screamed in horror. But the music was too loud, and it was still the weekend, so the place was bustling. Just as they tried to flee, the red-clad beauty extended her sharp nails, slashing the throats of all 7, who collapsed onto the booth. Only one person remained, trembling in the corner. "No, no, don't kill me." The red-clad girl climbed atop him, revealing her seductive crimson lips as she laughed. "Give me a reason." I. Meanwhile, those around them finally sensed something was terribly wrong. Seeing the blood-soaked floor and the unconscious, death-staring bodies, panic instantly spread. "Someone's dead. Someone's dead." Inside the private room, a waiter entered carrying drinks. The sight that met his eyes sent the beverages crashing to the floor. Inside, over a dozen men lay emaciated and gaunt, their faces hollowed by exhaustion. They moved like the walking dead, struggling to crawl out of the room, yet utterly drained of strength. Before the waiter stood a woman, completely naked, with a perfect figure. She turned around, her face flushed, eyes pitiful yet radiating boundless youth. "Handsome, wanna join in?" The waiter's mouth went dry, but before he could speak, Taobai pulled him inside and slammed the door shut. Soon, irresistible sounds began to echo from within, only to gradually transform into cries of terror and pleas for help. One after another, people passing by the room were pulled inside by Taobai. This woman in white was Taobai, one of the Lang Tao sisters. Taobai appeared youthful, harmless, and radiantly beautiful, a fatal temptation for men accustomed to wild, promiscuous women. But that was only her exterior. Her inner nature was savage as a beast, and she practiced the treacherous art of draining yang energy. This often left men wishing they were dead, drained of their essence until they perished. Tao Hong pounced on every man she saw. As for Taobai, with limited space to maneuver within the room, her battlefield shifted to the main hall. Chaos erupted in the bar, screams piercing the air as bodies lay sprawled in pools of blood. On their way back, just as Qin Feng and Rui were preparing to leave, Mu Zitsuan's call came through. "Master, it's bad. The Lang Tao sisters appeared at our venue and killed dozens." "Who?" Qin Feng frowned. "They're twin assassin sisters notorious for their wild ways, yet their methods are completely different. One cultivates the sun-sucking technique, specializing in draining men's essence. The other masters a killing art that severs lineage. Their wildness is merely a facade. Rumor has it that when they join forces, they can even kill a martial sovereign-level expert." "We're heading to Van Gogh Garden now." Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'm nearby. I'll head there first." With that, Qin Feng floored the accelerator, carrying Rui straight to Van Gogh Garden. And when he saw the scene before him, his brow furrowed. Chapter 112, Endless Provocation. Inside the bar, the scene was nothing short of horrific. Blood permeated the air. Even those who hadn't died writhed in agony, rolling on the floor. Imagine a pain 10 times more excruciating than the agony of severed fingers. The screams that accompanied it were utterly despairing. After all, it was a part of their very bodies. Men suffered the most. The most bizarre sight was 2 women standing among the corpses. Their styles were as different as night and day. One was like mountains, rivers, and grasslands vast and open. The other, clad entirely in crimson, was blood-soaked and demonically alluring. Of course, both women were peerless beauties. One radiated pure innocence and grace. The other was lush and alluring. "Wow, these 2 ladies are so unique, and they're twins too." Rui couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. When Tao Hong and Taobai saw Qin Feng, their eyes flashed involuntarily. Taobai's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she purred softly, "Qin Feng, we've been waiting for you for so long. Come play with us." Her tone was as familiar as that of a long-time lover, without a trace of reserve. But Qin Feng could imagine how terrifyingly vicious and cunning this seemingly pure and kind Taobai must be in private, using her seductive arts to drain men dry. Tao Hong licked her crimson lips, her voice dripping with allure. "Qin Feng, I admire your courage to come here alone. To show my respect, I'll let you enjoy yourself first, and then." As she spoke, Tao Hong licked the blood from her luscious red lips, her gaze drifting with a mocking smile toward the instruments on the floor. "Sis, don't scare him. He traveled all this way, and we haven't even shown him proper hospitality yet." Tao Hong adopted a sisterly tone. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, yet it was laced with a certain pitifully alluring charm. Add to that a stunningly beautiful woman standing so openly before a grown man, most would find it hard to resist. Rui stepped in front of Qin Feng, her cheeks puffed out indignantly. "You 2 demonesses. Don't you dare steal my master. Master only has Rui as his servant." Tao Hong smiled sweetly. "Qin Feng, I never knew you enjoyed master-servant games." "Well, I happen to like them too, but I prefer being the one in control." Taobai bit her red lips softly and murmured, "I can play along too, as long as you don't mind my seasoned experience." True to the Wave Sisters' reputation, their lewd words, though differing in style, were enough to make one's mouth water just listening. Anyone with even slightly weaker resolve would likely have their mind corrupted by now. Even Qin Feng, with his Azure Dragon eyes and Azure Dragon blood, found his gaze momentarily clouded by their allure, experiencing a dizzying sensation that felt like his very soul was being swept away. After all, Qin Feng now possessed the Qinglong physique, his very blood carrying a wild, untamed essence. That night, when Lin Yi provoked him like that, he'd nearly lost control. And both of them were martial king-level practitioners. Her seductive arts felt downright fox-like. Her mere words could cloud a person's judgment. If they were to actually fight, wouldn't they be willing to die for it? Qin Feng finally understood why they say, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of romance. Though he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he could certainly fantasize. That fantasy alone was enough to make countless men lose control of their lower halves. Rue, wait for me outside the door. Qin Feng said calmly. Is my master abandoning Rue? Are you planning to play a threesome game with these two old ants? No. Qin Feng was speechless. What on earth was going through Rue's mind? If not, let Rue join you too. I've never tried a foursome before. Rue looked earnestly sincere. Be good. Qin Feng called out. Rue dared not disobey and walked straight out the door. Qin Feng walked over to the sofa and sat down, elegantly crossing his legs. Pour the wine. Qin Feng called out. The Langtao sisters exchanged a glance. Tao Hong sashayed over with a seductive catwalk, poured a glass of wine, then sat beside Qin Feng. One arm draped over his shoulder, she offered him the glass with her other hand. Her breath was sweet as orchids, and every inch of her, down to the finest hair, radiated a deadly allure. Whether intentionally or not, her long legs kept brushing against Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Qin Feng, Tao Hong murmured in a voice as magnetic as it was alluring, aren't you afraid I might have poisoned this wine? She even breathed softly into his ear. I'm immune to all poisons, Qin Feng replied indifferently. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Let me massage your legs. Tao Hong approached, then knelt before Qin Feng and began massaging his legs. Qin Feng instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. Is it comfortable? Tao Ba asked softly. Yes. Should I apply more pressure? Tao Bai inquired again. Whatever you like, Qin Feng replied. Just then, a hint of mischief flashed in Tao Bai's eyes. Her fingers pressed into Qin Feng's thigh, sending a wave of pleasurable sensation through his legs. But in truth, the acupoints in his legs had been sealed, leaving them numb. Though the Langtao sisters excelled in seduction arts, they were fundamentally martial cultivators. Earlier, Tao Bai's feng shui kneading technique had severed the circulation of true qi throughout Qin Feng's entire body. Now Qin Feng was no different from a cripple. Seeing this, Tao Hong provocatively circled behind Qin Feng, resting her hands on his shoulders as she pressed her head close to his. Qin Feng, you're the first to actively provoke us, sisters. Looks like you haven't had a meal in ages. Tao Hong looked down at Qin Feng, as if he had already become her meal. Qin Feng asked calmly, what is your relationship with Hong Yuanfeng? He's our master, Tao Bai declared. We must bring your heart back to him. But rest assured, once we achieve oneness with heaven, I'll control my strength perfectly, leaving you with a breath of life. After all, someone as powerful as you is a first for me. Besides, your heart is worth a fortune. Had any outsiders been present, they would have been utterly shocked by Tao Bai's words. Beneath that most plain and unassuming exterior lay a heart more venomous than a scorpion's. Giggle. But the master only said to bring back your heart, not other parts. I just need to keep you barely alive, right? As she spoke, Peach Blossom's hands grew restless. Her fingers brushed against Qin Feng's broad chest, slowly making their way deeper. Qin Feng wouldn't let her succeed. He immediately seized Tao Hong's hand. Hong Yuanfeng must be quite the teacher to have trained you two to be so formidable. Are you two related? Yes. Tao Hong nodded. That's why our sisterly teamwork is seamless. Such a bold statement, yet she uttered it so effortlessly. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Both were Earth-grade martial kings. The sheer impact of their seemingly casual words was something even martial lords struggled to parry. Moreover, the Langtao sisters possessed a peculiar power in their speech, one that drew people deeper into their trap, leaving them utterly helpless. Qin Feng suddenly asked, did your master tell you that you might very well die? Chapter 113, when women get vicious, even they scare themselves. Qin Feng had expected the Langtao sisters to show signs of fear upon hearing this. But they didn't. Instead, they felt exhilarated. Especially Tao Hong, her eyes blazed with unbridled excitement. I adore men who threaten me, doesn't that just prove how irresistible we are? Tao Bai also grew restless, saying, sis, it's been ages since I met a man like that. I just wonder if we'd get along. Qin Feng sighed. Truthfully, he had just given them both a chance to submit. But unfortunately, they didn't need it. Truthfully, I have no interest in you two, Qin Feng stated. Oh? Are we not beautiful? Asked Taba, batting her alluring eyes as she settled herself on Qin Feng's other side. Her eyes were dazzling enough to blind anyone, truly igniting a burning desire. Having just experienced Lin Yi's unconscious teasing, Qin Feng's understanding of the Azure Dragon physique had become far clearer. Did these two women truly not fear that he might kill them? Whether they're pretty or not is irrelevant to me, they're just not my type. Tao Hong purred seductively, but many men want to devour us, you know? That's not me. Why? Anyone can take a dump here, wouldn't that make it a public toilet? Peach White grew even more passionate, as the old saying goes, when life is good, revel in it fully, don't let your golden cup face the moon in vain. In this moment, I am your private swimming pool, exclusively yours, with no one to disturb you. Qin Feng retorted, but swimming pools are filthy, and they never get disinfected. I wouldn't even want to go near one. Taba grew slightly annoyed. Qin Feng, don't push it too far. I'm really quite skilled. Tao Hong giggled, look what you've done, you've angered my sister. She'll punish you. Impulsive punishment will be your undoing. But I love impulsive punishments, especially from someone as strong as you. Stubborn fools, do you know what I want to do right now? I want to kill you both. Qin Feng spoke with a casual air, but Peach Blossom's eyes turned icy. Her hand broke free from his grasp, and suddenly she launched into a monkey grabbing the moon maneuver. Her razor-sharp nails could easily rip through steel plates, even tearing a human-grade martial king to shreds. Those ordinary treasures were merely plucked out with a fraction of her power. But against Qin Feng, Tao Hong unleashed nearly her full power. Qin Feng's arm trembled, sending Tao Hong flying backward instantly. Blood immediately spilled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Tao Hai leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and whispered softly. Don't be so fierce. In this moment, I am yours. You'll experience pleasures beyond anything you've ever known. The men who had sparred with Tao Bai numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. She knew exactly how to handle these men. Whether it was the Dragon Phoenix 72 transformations or the 36 Cloud Rain positions, she mastered them all to perfection. Any martial arts master who crossed paths with her would fall head over heels, losing all appetite and self-control. Of course, they rarely get a second chance because they're already dead. At this moment, Tao Bai wielded a bewitching art that clouded the mind. She specialized in cultivating such mind-bending arts. My joy comes from being with someone I love, not with a. Qin Feng's palm slammed into her, sending Tao Bai flying like trash, half her face shattered. Ah! My face! My face! Tao Bai clutched her mangled face, her mind going blank. Even with her devilishly alluring figure, it was her innocent, pitifully delicate face that had captivated countless men. But now, even if she stood naked with her stunning figure on full display, half her face mangled beyond recognition, she could only inspire revulsion. I'll kill you! Tao Bai glared with fury, her delicate frame trembling. Tao Hong added coldly, our master was right to send us. You are strong. But you only know we wield seduction arts, you don't know we can kill with brute force too. The Langtao sisters Tao Hong specializes in bloody killing techniques, while Tao Bai excels at bewitching minds. Tao Hong smiled cruelly. Very well. I adore powerful men. Qin Feng, you've successfully ignited my desire for you. I must demonstrate the power to make you submit to me. Immediately, Peach Blossom drew a silver needle and plunged it viciously into her own abdomen. Tao Bai gasped in shock, exclaiming, Sister, not there. Sister, if I don't do this, I won't be able to subdue him. And he'll kill us. Tao Bai fell silent. Tao Hong let out a frenzied scream. Ah! That shrill, wrenching scream carried desire, excitement, and boundless satisfaction. Qin Feng froze. This was the Blood Palace stimulation technique. Having spent much time with Old Ghostly, he knew the world held many bizarre forbidden arts that manipulated stimulating forces. The technique Tao Hong was using now was one of them. By stimulating her own palace, she achieved a state of ethereal ecstasy, thereby invigorating the qi and blood throughout her entire body. It could be called one of the most bizarre techniques. Yet its effects were undeniably potent. Qin Feng distinctly sensed an unprecedented power radiating from Tao Hong's body. I've never felt such pleasure before and such power. Tao Hong's cheeks were flushed crimson, radiating an exquisite feminine allure. It seemed as though every movement she made could captivate all who witnessed it. The Azure Dragon blood within Qin Feng's body was stirred. His mouth went dry, and he felt an uncontrollable urge stirring within him. Yet he fought to suppress this burning desire. Old Ghostly hadn't lied to me, this ultimate art of seduction could indeed awaken a person's primal animal instincts. Of course, the side effects afterward were clear, the inner palace would wither, and she'd never be a woman again. As Qin Feng pondered this, Tao Hong declared coldly, Qin Feng, let this old woman see just how much you're really capable of. Tao Hong's current strength had already reached the heaven-tier martial king level. Plus, she had Tao Bai assisting her nearby. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tao Hong lunged forward, unleashing terrifying force potent enough to shatter a massive log. When a woman gets this fierce, even she scares herself. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. Tao Hong was determined to subdue him, even if it meant shedding her femininity. What a vicious technique. Meanwhile, Tao Bai wasn't sitting idle either. She continuously unleashed sonic attacks, attempting to disrupt Qin Feng's mental focus. As Peach Blossom closed in for the kill, Qin Feng casually threw a punch. Crack! Half of Tao Hong's chest caved in instantly, sending her flying backward. Tao Hong's face was frozen in shock. Impossible! How could you defeat me? Not only had Qin Feng remained unaffected by Tao Hong's sonic attack, but his strength was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what she had imagined. That effortless, weightless ease, it wasn't the level of a martial king at all. You're a martial sovereign. Tao Hong's expression changed drastically. A martial sovereign at this age could only be found among the heirs of great clans. Tao Bai also rushed forward immediately. Seeing Peach Blossom's once peerless figure now half collapsed from the beating, she felt a pang of heartache. Tao Hong herself couldn't bear to look at her current state. Her alluring beauty and devilishly curvaceous figure had always been the weapons she relied on to survive. How many men would gladly die without regret just to share a night of passion with her? But Qin Feng remained unmoved. He showed her no mercy whatsoever. Tao Bai screamed hoarsely, "Qin Feng, are you even a man? Don't you know how to treat a woman with tenderness?" Qin Feng looked at the two of them as if they were clowns. Spare her? Do you even deserve it? I'm a man you'll never have in your lifetime. With that, Qin Feng smashed Tao Hong's skull with a single blow. Sis! Tao Bai screamed in agony. She pointed angrily at Qin Feng, her voice trembling. Are you even a man? Don't you know how to cherish women? Now I suspect you're a. You killed us because you couldn't have us. You dead freak, dead eunuch, dead impotent. A cold, blue glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. You want to test me, huh? Chapter 114, I'll never dare again. Possessing the body of the Azure Dragon, Qin Feng's beastly blood boiled more fiercely than most. Especially the Azure Dragon, a divine beast. It was a being that towered above heaven and earth, looking down upon all living creatures. An untouchable being. This was the first time someone had dared to question Qin Feng's worthiness. And they did it right to his face. He may not care about his own face, but the Azure Dragon certainly does. Stirred by Tao Bai's words, Qin Feng's eyes began to blaze with a piercing blue light. A powerful, fiery energy surged skyward. To be honest, Qin Feng hadn't actually engaged in real combat. He hadn't even taken things further with Su Ru. An old ghostly had once told him that if he ever needed to, he could go to his senior sisters to vent. Qin Feng wanted to do just that. He was a normal man. Especially after meeting the Langtao sisters. Both radiated an innate charm and allure unlike anything Qin Feng had ever encountered. No one knew how Qin Feng had endured these past 3 years. He had forbidden desire, forbidden lust. Even forbidden to think. Otherwise, it would affect the fusion with the Azure Dragon. 3 years had passed, and he could finally descend the mountain. Finally, he could let loose. Of course, his primary purpose was to seek revenge and repay a debt of gratitude. That's why this matter had been delayed all this time. Since being teased by Lin Yi last time, Qin Feng had never again felt such a burning desire consuming him. It could be said that the primal desire within his Qinglong blood had been ignited. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Tao Bai sneered coldly, "Try it. I don't believe you dare. If you don't try, you're not a man." With her twin sister murdered, Tao Bai had lost all will to live. Combined with her breathtaking beauty, even completely naked, no man could resist her in such a state. Yet Qin Feng remained unmoved. Thus, she felt a profound sense of defeat. A defeat she had never known before. She had toyed with hundreds, if not thousands, of men. Yet here she was, pulling out all the stops, only to end up the fool herself. Come on. Ravish me to your heart's content. I'll show you what heaven feels like. I'll make you understand what it means to be utterly captivated. No man could resist me, they'd even die for me. Can you do that? No. You can't. Tao Bai's taunts grew more intense, her eyes finally turning bloodshot. Because you're powerless. I'm the woman you'll never have. Qin Feng's entire body trembled. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted from his eyes, enveloping both of them. Qin Feng lunged forward, pinning Tao Bai to the ground. You'll regret today's decision. Qin Feng's voice carried a deep, commanding authority like that of a dragon. Tao Bai suddenly felt her entire body burning intensely. An unprecedented wave of desire consumed her entire being. In an instant, Tao Bai experienced a pleasure she'd never known before, feeling as if her very soul was about to leave her body. Come on, let's see if you're a real man. The azure light grew denser, illuminating the entire bar hall. Vaguely, the two figures danced wildly within the blue light. At the same time, Mu Zijuan and Jinlan Sanhua both arrived simultaneously. What they witnessed upon arrival left them utterly stunned. Qin Feng resembled a raging beast. Qin Feng now stood completely naked, a majestic blue dragon pattern etched across his back, radiating an unstoppable aura of power and dominance. His opponent on the platform was a woman of breathtaking youthful beauty, none other than Tao Bai. They paid no heed to the corpses and bloodstains scattered around them. Qin Feng's current state was simply too shocking for them to process. Tao Bai was utterly defenseless, struggling desperately and screaming frantically. "Save me! I'm sorry. I'll never do it again." But Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't care less about any of that. Or rather, Qin Feng simply couldn't control himself. The eruption of the Azure Dragon's blood was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Qin Feng was nothing but a raging, primordial divine beast. Even Mu Zitsuan and the three women of the Golden Orchid, the Four Flowers, were overcome with desire and gasping for breath at the sight. Merely the aura emanating from the Azure Dragon's limbs was enough to set the four women ablaze with desire. This was the majesty of a sovereign. Any female creature, faced with such supreme bloodline power, would willingly surrender herself. Master is so majestic. Even Mu Zitsuan couldn't help but utter a gasp of awe. Such a sight is rare in heaven, let alone on earth. The sharply defined muscles, the majestic stature, and that fleeting glimpse of a natural marvel all exerted a fatal allure upon the four women. Yet in Tao Bai's eyes, there was no pleasure, only terror. A terror beyond measure. She had always believed she could command any man in the world. Even the lowly martial sovereign couldn't resist her allure. But she was wrong. Qin Feng's power, the allure radiating from the depths of his blood, and his overwhelming aura, these were forces she could not resist. At first, she could still bask in the unparalleled bliss. But later, she discovered that what Qin Feng brought her was a fear she would never forget for the rest of her life. It was the oppressive aura of a superior being far beyond her own rank, one that prevented her from fully surrendering to pleasure. In that moment, she had only one thought: escape. But how could Qin Feng, controlled by the Azure Dragon's blood, possibly let her pull her palm away so easily? Tao Bai finally felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet no matter how desperately she begged for mercy, Qin Feng paid her no heed, continuing his actions unabated. Finally, Tao Bai went from fear to a deathly pallor, then to trembling, and finally to a numbness. Immediately afterward, Tao Bai felt a sense of impending death envelop her. She breathed her last breath and lay utterly still. Even in her final moments, Tao Bai never imagined that her defiance would be met with her own death. Mu Zitsuan and the others, witnessing this, finally snapped out of their daze. "Master, stop. She's already." A loud shout snapped Qin Feng back to reality from his uncontrollable state. Qin Feng halted his attack, staring at the lifeless form. Qin Feng's mind went blank, his entire being frozen in shock. What did I just do? He stared at his trembling hands. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he fainted instantly. Mu Zitsuan and the others rushed over immediately. Seeing Qin Feng's naked body once more, all four women blushed crimson. Who would have thought the young master's physique was so imposing? Black Rose licked her lips. Lan Yaojia's face flushed crimson. She recalled the strange sensation she'd felt more than once during their pursuit on horseback. Blood Lotus marveled, to ascend to immortality amidst this sea of corpses and blood. Peach White is truly fortunate to become a seductive ghost. Mu Zitsuan's heartbeat quickened. This was actually her second time witnessing it. But this time, it was much closer and without any time constraints. Enough talk, take the master back. And have the cleaners clear the scene. Chapter 115, The $10 Billion Bounty. News of the Langtao sisters' murder quickly reached Hong Yuanfeng and Yu Xian's ears. The martial sovereign, it must be the martial sovereign. Even Yu Xian's eyes flickered with recognition. The Langtao sisters were notorious, one for her bloodthirsty attacks, the other for her mesmerizing sonic illusions. Working together, they could overpower any martial king-level man. Only a martial sovereign possessed the strength to kill these two sisters. He understood precisely what a martial sovereign represented: a powerhouse capable of commanding a territory, becoming a dominant figure in the mortal world. Even within the military, such a figure commanded the reverence of tens of thousands. Yu Xian's eyes flickered. Even among the young masters of their reclusive great clans, such a figure would rank above average. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you truly surprise me. You repeatedly show no gratitude. Since you cannot serve my purpose, you shall vanish from this world. Hong Yuanfeng's eyes betrayed no trace of sorrow or joy. Whether it was Black Falcon or the Langtao sisters, they were nothing more than puppets they kept under their control. Death meant nothing to them. For that was their purpose. Yu Xian's patience was gone, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the heart they needed from Qin Feng, they would have killed him long ago. Black Falcon's self-detonation had already been an extreme humiliation. Finally, they could bear it no longer. Hong Yuanfeng waved his hand decisively. Yushuan, gather the Heavenly Slaughter Organization, the Crimson Alliance, the Hand of God Mercenaries, and the Loyalty Gate. Have them all march to Yunhai. Whoever retrieves Qin Feng's heart will receive a reward of $10 billion. Bring him back alive or return his corpse. Within the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace Villa. When Qin Feng regained consciousness, he felt groggy. How did I get back? He remembered. He recalled sparring with Tao Bai just before losing consciousness. Yes, but even then, though Qin Feng retained a sliver of consciousness, his body was already beyond his control. This Tao Bai truly worthy of the Lang Tao sisters' name. Each one wilder than the last, and their skills were undeniably top-notch. This was Qin Feng's first time engaging in intimate relations since descending the mountain. That thrill, that lingering sensation utterly addictive, unforgettable left him feeling like his entire body was on fire. Of course, this also revealed to Qin Feng the terrifying nature of the Azure Dragon's blood. Once it erupted, even he couldn't control himself. Try it and die. Told you not to try it, but you wouldn't listen. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. In the end, Tao Ba had breathed her last. Clearly, she couldn't withstand the impact of Qin Feng's Qinglong physique. But it was only natural. The Azure Dragon was a divine beast. Tao Bai, a mere Earth-grade martial king with a frail, delicate physique, how could he possibly withstand it? Master, you're awake. Mu Zitsuan and the others, learning Qin Feng had awakened, immediately pushed open the door and entered. The voice belonged to Rue, who had returned with Mu Zitsuan and the others. Master, you worried Rue to death. I thought I'd have to find a new master. Wah! Rue looked like a weeping pear blossom. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. I'm not that easy to kill. Rue immediately perked up, her expression turning wistful. You're right. Your constitution is incredibly robust. I watched the entire 2-hour ordeal live. And it was non-stop. Mu Zitsuan and the other girls blushed crimson at his words. Qin Feng's face flushed slightly too. Rue. Get lost. Rue suddenly gasped again, pointing at Qin Feng. Master. What is it? Qin Feng shot Rue a disapproving look. Mu Zitsuan and the other girls also flushed slightly, turning their faces away. What's wrong with you all? Qin Feng grew even more curious. Master, you're still in transformation mode. Rue blurted out. What transformation? Qin Feng finally realized something seemed off. He looked down. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. It turned out Mu Zitsuan and the others had carried him back. But he'd been covered only in a robe, no pants at all. And now, perhaps due to his heightened excitement, the Qinglong blood hadn't fully receded. And it had all pooled in one particular spot. No wonder it seemed like something was breaking through the surface. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly moved aside. Don't mind that. Just woke up. Normal physiological reaction. Mu Zitsuan and the other 3 women were all parched. Back when they'd carried Qin Feng back, they too had been repeatedly stunned beyond words by this spectacle. Truth be told, Qin Feng radiated a certain deadly allure at all times. Anything else? If not, I'd like to rest. Qin Feng said. After all, he was their master. But this was just too embarrassing. Mu Zitsuan whispered, we only came to see if master had awakened, and to see if he needed anything else. The 3 women of the Golden Orchid trio all flushed slightly. Truthfully, they were utterly stunned by the scene of Qin Feng taking Tao Bai right there on the spot. Even standing at the doorway, they could keenly sense the overwhelmingly potent male pheromones radiating from Qin Feng. Black Rose added in a seductive tone, why let the benefits go to outsiders? Rather than letting others profit, let us satisfy the young master. At those words, something within Qin Feng stirred, stirring once more with youthful vigor. Rue looked thoroughly unwilling, glaring fiercely at the 4 women as she declared, if there is any, it must be given to Rue first, because Rue is the master's servant. Qin Feng was speechless. What the hell was Rue up to? Just then, Lin Yi rushed in, her expression grave. Bad news, master. Over 20 underground assassin organizations, the Heavenly Slayer Organization, Crimson Alliance, Hand of God Mercenaries, Loyalty Gate, and more are all heading for Yunhai. Mu Zitsuan and the others' expressions darkened. Qin Feng sneered coldly, Hong Yuan Feng, you really couldn't wait any longer. Each of these assassin organizations was a dominant force in its own territory. And each faction is backed by at least one martial king. With 20 or 30 assassin groups, each commands at least hundreds of operatives. Some even had thousands. This isn't like Su Hu's so-called 3 gates and 3,000 disciples. These were genuine armies of thousands. Mu Zitsuan had long anticipated this scenario and immediately shouted, Xiaohe, Xiaohong, Xiaolan. Recall everyone at top speed. Hurry! The expressions of the Golden Orchid trio grew unprecedentedly grave as they immediately set off to carry out the order. Master, they've definitely found this place. We'll protect you while you leave first. Lin Yi said solemnly. At this moment, Lin Yi shed her usual alluring charm. Even she understood what it meant when dozens of assassin organizations descended upon them like this. Mu Zitsuan nodded in rare agreement, correct. They operate in the open, while we work in the shadows. We'll hold the line here. Qin Feng's Azure Dragon eyes flickered as he sneered. Leave? No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Overnight, the entire Yunhai region was swept by turbulent winds, signaling a profound shift in the political landscape. Chapter 116, Do You Like Me? Report. Over 30 assassin and martial arts factions including the Heavenly Slayer Organization, Crimson Alliance, Hand of God Mercenaries, and Loyalty Gate have all converged on Yunhai. At the Wolfstabber Army headquarters, the newly appointed commander Han Chang's face paled upon hearing the news. These were assassin groups from all corners of the land. Why would they come to a mere place like Yunhai? Ever since Zhang Biao left the Wolfstabber Army and Han Chang took over, Yunhai had been peaceful. But before he could even gloat, barely settling into his seat, a week had passed and such a massive incident had erupted. Damn it! Who the hell stirred this up? Han Chang demanded angrily. Qin Feng, the master of the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. Word is someone wants his head and has put up a $10 billion bounty. Whoa! $10 billion? What does that even mean? Enough to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Qin Feng again. Han Chang gritted his teeth. Before arriving, he'd already uncovered the truth. Zhang Biao had left the Wolfstabber Corps because of Qin Feng. The commotion Qin Feng caused back then was no small matter. He'd directly offended Qiuhu, the headmaster of the Qian Martial Arts Academy. Though Qiuhu ranked among the top 5 in Yunhai, he wasn't the strongest. He couldn't even compare to the late Red Third of the Starbrow Academy. But Qiuhu had something else, powerful connections. His master was a general in the Southern War Department. He mobilized the entire 300-strong Wolfsting army of Yunhai, along with his own top disciples. Yet he still ended up being killed. Zhang Biao resigned because of this. I thought this guy would finally settle down. Is this never ending? Does he only feel satisfied when he's turned Yunhai upside down? Han Chang was furious beyond words. Captain Han, what should we do? Should we seal off all the checkpoints? Or request reinforcements from the War Department to intercept them? Would that even work? Han Chang shot his subordinate a cold glare. Do you even know what the Heavenly Slaughter Organization and the Crimson Red Alliance are? I've heard they're backed by hidden clans. Even the War Department can't touch them lightly. The subordinate couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Qin Feng actually offended a hidden clan? He silently mourned for Qin Feng. The power of these hidden clans in Huagua was immense. For an ordinary person to cross them is nothing short of suicide. Han Chang said gravely, even if I were to help him, it would mean offending this clan. It's simply not worth it. Besides, I have no connection to him whatsoever. Moreover, the Wolf Assassin's mission is to maintain order and stability in Yunhai. Qin Feng is a disruptor here. Eliminating him is essentially me ridding us of a menace. Meanwhile, at the Yunhai police headquarters. After taking the medicine prescribed by Qin Feng, Lu Wanqi no longer experienced those bouts of irritability or blood deficiency. These past few days at work, she had been remarkably calm and composed. Even her subordinates felt she was practically a different person. It wasn't just her subordinates. Lu Wanqi herself couldn't believe how calm she felt. This deepened her admiration for Qin Feng's medical skill. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Sis Qi. Lucia, what is it? Lu Wanqi's tone was slightly cold. Lucia gave a wry smile. Cousin, I'm still your distant cousin. You don't need to treat me like this. You should know I deeply dislike you spying on me. I'd shown you considerable leniency by not breaking your limbs. Lucia sighed helplessly. I'm just following the head of the family's orders, managing things here in Yunhai and ensuring your safety. You know how much he cares about you. I told you this is between me and my father. Outsiders have no place meddling. Besides, you can't even beat me. How exactly do you plan to protect me? If you have nothing else, get lost. With that, Lu Wanqi prepared to hang up. Lucia felt awkward and quickly interjected. Sis Qi, hold on. This time it's serious. Spit it out already. Lu Wanqi snapped. I heard that over 30 assassin organizations, the Heavenly Slayer Organization, the Crimson Alliance, and others will gather in Yunhai soon. Rumor has it they're after one person's head, with a bounty of $10 billion. Lucia's tone carried a hint of astonishment. What did you say? Lu Wanqi frowned. Isn't the Wolfstabber army involved? The Wolfsting army? Lucia sneered with contempt. The Wolfsting army is just a local militia. Of course they wouldn't dare interfere. Besides, these assassin groups run rampant across entire provinces. Even the military command has to give them face. Got it. Lu Wanqi dismissed it nonchalantly. She was a detective, true, but her duty was to catch criminals and maintain public order, not uphold world peace. As long as they didn't cross her boundaries or exceed her jurisdiction, she wouldn't lift a finger. Besides, anyone hunted by assassins had only themselves to blame. And Qi Jia. Could you just say everything at once? Lu Wanqi rolled her eyes. Lucia said, I just want you to stay away from that guy. Don't get caught in the crossfire. After all, these people will kill anyone for money. Oh, and I found out his name, Qin Feng. What? Lu Wanqi's expression abruptly changed. Just moments ago, she'd thought that as long as it didn't involve her, she wouldn't get involved. But she never imagined it would be Qin Feng. She hung up immediately and called Qin Feng right away. At that moment, Qin Feng was lounging in a traditional armchair in the courtyard, relaxing leisurely. With the assassin approaching, he had also contacted Yen Zhou, instructing them to stay home. As for Su Ru, he kept things as usual, occasional phone calls to chat about everyday matters, nothing too deep. He didn't want to cause undue worry among those close to him. When he saw the unknown number, Qin Feng hung up immediately. But the calls kept coming, several more, all of which Qin Feng hung up on. Finally, he simply blocked the number, disturbing my rest. Then the phone rang again. This time it was Mu Zixuan. Zijuan, is the assassin coming for us? Mu Zijuan replied oddly, that call was from Lu Wanqi. She found me. Qin Feng froze. So it was that woman. No wonder she's been calling so much. Qin Feng hadn't expected Lu Wanqi to reach out to her through Mu Zijuan. He restored her number to his whitelist. Lu Wanqi immediately bombarded him with calls. Qin Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you not answer my calls? Lu Wanqi was furious beyond words. She'd never cared so deeply about anyone before. She'd called several times, but he'd rejected every single one. I don't usually answer unknown numbers, and I was resting. Though furious, Lu Wanqi still said, a hitman came looking for you. Did you know? Yeah, I know. You know, yet you sound so unconcerned? They're all formidable assassins. Every leader is at least at the martial king level. This time, there are at least several thousand of them. Oh. Qin Feng replied casually. Oh? Lu Wanqi grew even more frantic. Why was she the only one freaking out? This guy actually seemed completely unconcerned. Qin Feng, Lu Wanqi's face flushed crimson. She'd been scouring everywhere for his number, desperate to rush over, yet he seemed completely oblivious. Qin Feng grinned. Lu Wanqi, I'm not even anxious. Why are you? Be honest, do you like me? Chapter 117, Coming for Blood. Me. Lu Wanqi froze, suddenly flustered. Yes, why was she so anxious? She hadn't realized it until just now. Her cheeks flushed crimson. I don't care if you live or die. Lu Wanqi snapped. Fine, my life has nothing to do with you. Bye. Qin Feng was about to hang up. Wait. Lu Wanqi grew even more frantic. Can you take this seriously? A high reward attracts brave men. Your head is worth $10 billion. Qin Feng sounded slightly disappointed. Only $1 billion? Only? Lu Wanqi was so furious her hair was practically on fire. She was discussing serious matters, yet this guy still had the nerve to joke around. Qin Feng, aren't you afraid of dying? Lu Wanqi blurted out in her panic. Of course I am. I haven't married or had kids yet. I haven't even properly enjoyed life. Qin Feng replied. Then why do you act so unconcerned? Because I know I won't die. Qin Feng said calmly. Thanks for your concern. I'll be fine. Lu Wanqi hadn't expected Qin Feng to actually thank her. She snorted coldly, don't misunderstand. I'm not concerned about you. You should know I have a duty to maintain peace in Yunhai. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. You're maintaining public order. The assassin was targeting me. How does that concern you? This woman was just being stubborn. Mind your own business. Don't come near me, you'll only cause trouble, Qin Feng retorted. This time, Lu Wanqi was the one who couldn't take it. What do you mean, causing trouble? Are you rejecting me? Obey me. Qin Feng snapped. Lu Wanqi froze. Though they hadn't met face to face, the domineering aura radiating from Qin Feng's words left her with no room to argue. Particularly that blend of strength and a certain tenderness, the kind shared between close friends. Stay put at the police station. If I need you, I'll call. With that, Qin Feng hung up. Lu Wanqi bit her red lip slightly after hanging up. Qin Feng was trying to reassure her. Yet a lingering unease remained in her heart. Just then, the phone rang again. It was Lu Jia calling. Sis Qi, you scared the life out of me just now. Your line was constantly busy. Is this person connected to you somehow? The sharp-witted Lu Jia immediately caught on. He's my friend, Lu Wanqi said. Ha? Wait, a friend? Sis Qi, I thought you didn't have any friends. Lu Jia exclaimed. Are you trying to get me mad? Lu Wanqi asked, a bit annoyed. No way, no way. Lu Jia thought to himself, how could this rock-solid guy have friends? Could it be? Lu Jia quickly asked, Sis Qi, is this your boyfriend? Why else would you be so nervous? Wow, your boyfriend must be seriously badass to attract all these assassins from the Heavenly Slayer organization, Sis Qi. Lu Jia. I'm not in the mood for your jokes. Keep talking back, and I'll come over right now to break your legs and send you crawling back to your family. Lu Wanqi shouted angrily. Lu Jia felt a twinge of fear. Then Sister Qi, is there anything I can do? Get Grandpa Yin on the phone, Lu Wanqi ordered in a low voice. Lu Jia gave a nervous chuckle. What Grandpa Yin? He's at the family estate. Don't play dumb with me. You're here just for show. My dad wouldn't send only you. Suddenly, a resigned voice came through the phone. Miss, you know the head of the family too well. Grandpa Yin, do me a favor. Yunhai remained calm, but the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace was anything but. The order came down, the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace was being cleared out once again. What the hell is going on? We've been cleared out twice in half a year, and we're still stuck guarding this place. Uncle Li, they're not giving us a raise? That's just outrageous. The young security guard exclaimed. This was the second clearance since Lu Hao Yuan's attack last time. Uncle Li knew it was because the master of the Imperial Cloud Palace had brought in more enemies. Uncle Li chuckled. A clearance is actually better. We don't have to do anything. We can just doze off or watch shows without anyone bothering us. The young security guard nodded, finding some logic in that. In a wealthy neighborhood like this, you couldn't afford to let your guard down for even a moment. After all, the wealthy are notoriously picky. One complaint about your attitude, and you're out on your ear. And the pay here was actually pretty good. Well then, Uncle Li, I'm going to catch a quick nap. You keep watch. The young guard dozed off on the sofa in the security room. Uncle Li didn't mind. But before long, figures began pouring into the villa complex from all directions. These individuals radiated a bone-chilling aura of lethal intent. Uncle Li, who had been puffing on his pipe, suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing as he forgot to puff. The one leading them seemed to be Lang Feng, the leader of the Heavenly Slayer organization. What was he doing here? Then another group surged in. Their attire was remarkably uniform. Members of the Loyalty Gate. The Crimson Alliance. God's Hand Mercenaries. Uncle Li watched the crowds gathering, so engrossed he forgot to puff on his pipe. As the names of organizations and assassins rolled off his tongue, even he felt a sense of astonishment. Assassin guilds, mercenary regiments, underground factions, martial arts academies. As he catalogued these forces, Uncle Li's brow furrowed only to smooth out again. It seemed another massacre was brewing. The only question was how long the one above could hold out. $1 billion bounty, almost any martial king would be unable to resist such temptation. Not to mention the motley crew within the assassin organizations. Dozens of assassin organizations had poured into the vicinity of the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. The dark mass of people numbered at least 8,000, if not 10,000. The mundane world had no idea just how terrifying a hidden great clan truly was. Meanwhile, Mu Zitsuan had long since gathered Jinlan Sanhua, the high-ranking members of their faction, and their 3,000 disciples all awaiting the moment. Kill! Suddenly, someone shouted the command. In an instant, the outsiders charged forward. Outside the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace complex, the air rang with battle cries. Severed limbs flew through the air, and blood pooled across the ground. Sisters, kill! Mu Zitsuan charged forward like a wild horse. Blood Lotus, you vile hag. You destroyed half my martial arts academy. Today, I'll use your blood to honor my fallen disciples. The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man. His name was Pang Shun, master of the 9 Tripods Martial Arts Academy and one of the top 5 martial arts experts in Yunhai. He too had attained the rank of martial master. Humph. Pang Shun, last time you hid like a turtle. This time, I'll beat you into a turtle. Soon, Blood Lotus and Pang Shun were locked in combat. When the leaders of some assassin organizations saw the stunningly beautiful Black Rose and the icy cold Blue Demon, they all licked their lips. Guys, go easy on them for now. I want first dibs on these 2 women. Ha! Soon, a brutal battle erupted. Suddenly, a chilling command cut through the air. You'll all die. Chapter 118, Did you ask me before killing me? A cold shout echoed as Mu Zitsuan charged forward, leading the assault. As a heaven-tier martial artist, Mu Zitsuan hadn't yet reached the martial king realm. Yet, having spent years battling in the underworld, dealing with an earth-tier martial artist like Pang Shun was as easy as beating a weakling. Moreover, after Qin Feng had healed her wounds last time, her cultivation had advanced further, and her foundation had grown even more solid. Within mere exchanges, Pang Shun's skull shattered under a single palm strike. His head split apart like a watermelon, ending his life instantly. The disciples of the 9 Tripod Martial Arts Hall were also successively killed by Jinlan Sanhua. At the same time, a burly, dark-haired man stepped forward, his foot striking the ground with such force it caused a slight tremor. A powerful aura enveloped the area. A martial king! Mu Zitsuan's expression abruptly changed. Though the gap between a heaven-tier martial master and a martial king seemed but a single step, that step was vast indeed. Over 1,000 figures surged forward simultaneously. Every one of them wore identical attire, with the character Loyalty embroidered across their chests. The Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. The Loyalty and Righteousness Hall was a regional powerhouse, and its leader, Ao Qian, possessed the cultivation level of an Earth-grade martial king. Mu Zitsuan, I've long heard of your infamous reputation. Seeing you today confirms your ruthless nature. I shall rid the people of this scourge. Bull. Ao Qian, you petty villain. You're only here for the money. Ha ha ha. Ao Qian roared with laughter 3 times, declaring, what's wrong with pursuing wealth? Some chase fame and fortune, some crave status, some covet riches, but no one pursues death like you. Bring Qin Feng out immediately, or I'll destroy you. At that moment, hundreds of black-clad figures swept in. Leading them was a figure as sharp as a blade drawn from its scabbard. The leader of the Heavenly Slayer organization Cold Blade. Mu Zitsuan and Jinlan Sanhua's expressions darkened. The Heavenly Slaughter organization, a name renowned far and wide. Lung Feng himself was notorious for killing without batting an eye. Though he brought only half of the loyalty and righteousness hall, every man was a cold-blooded assassin. His strength had reached the Earth-grade Martial King level. Mu Zitsuan, you're merely a minor underground lord in Yunhai. This responsibility is beyond your capacity. Lung Feng declared coldly. I'll take it on whether I can or not. If you want to kill my master, you'll have to step over my dead body first. At that moment, two more groups arrived. One group wore crimson cloaks, exuding an air of solemnity. The other wore full-body combat gear, resembling mercenaries. The Crimson Alliance and the Hand of God mercenaries. Both groups were uniformly blonde-haired and fair-skinned, each numbering over 100. At first glance, they might seem like foreign assassin organizations, but that was not the case. They were all cultivated within China. Durabo, leader of the Crimson Red Alliance, and James, the top mercenary of God's Hand. I never imagined you'd both be the same person's lackeys. Mu Zitsuan's expression darkened considerably. These individuals were renowned figures within the assassin community. I'd only heard their names before, but this time I've actually seen them in person. Meeting them in person proved far more impactful than mere hearsay. Mu Zitsuan's heart sank into a pool of black water. Give up. Call Qin Feng out. Our master, you can't afford to offend him. Durabo was a tall, fair-skinned man, yet his Mandarin was remarkably fluent. James, the mercenary king of God's Hand, shouldered a Barrett rifle while puffing on a cigar. Woman, you should know when I fire this rifle, it's no joke. Do you really think you can stop it? Loyalty Hall, a martial arts sect specializing in close-quarters combat. The Heavenly Slayer organization excels in stealth assassinations, taking lives without a trace. The Crimson Red Alliance primarily dismembers victims, employing methods of extreme cruelty and depravity. God's Hand mercenaries, exclusively elite mercenaries whose sniper bullets are specially modified, even possessing bio-tracking capabilities. Terrifying. These four organizations are immensely powerful and terrifying. Gathered here, even a peak martial king would find death inevitable. And that's not counting the second-tier organizations and factions steadily joining their ranks. Within this force of nearly 10,000, there are 2 to 3 dozen martial kings truly terrifying. These forces could level 10 Yunhai realms and even challenge the might of the Southern War Division. Faced with such overwhelming might, the 3,000 disciples of Mu Zitsuan turned deathly pale. I've said it before, if you want my master's head, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Mu Zitsuan bit her red lips and stepped forward. Jinlan Sanhua followed closely behind. Simultaneously, their elite enforcers advanced without hesitation. Kill. At Mu Zitsuan's command, another wave of slaughter erupted. Charge. Boom. Ah. The clang of clashing blades, the crack of bullets, the thud of bodies colliding, and piercing screams rose and fell in a chaotic symphony. Though Mu Zitsuan possessed only the strength of a heaven-tier martial artist, she knew no fear of death. Soon, over 100 had fallen by her hand. But she was, after all, only a heaven-tier martial artist. Within 3 exchanges, she was sent flying backward by a single punch from Ao Qian, the Hall Master of Loyalty and Righteousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mu Zitsuan, you're no match for me. Why not join me now? Return as my hall mistress. You'll never have to fight again, just live as a happy young mistress. How does that sound? Ao Qian's eyes crinkled with amusement. Mu Zitsuan possessed unparalleled beauty. Forget Yunhai, it's a top-tier place even when you look at the whole province. He'd long heard of Yunhai's reputation as the underground queen. Given the chance today, he naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Ao Qian, attend to your master's affairs first. Don't forget our mission. Lung Feng said coldly. Ao Qian stared at Lung Feng and said, I don't need you telling me how to do my job. Whoever can take Qin Feng's head, it's all about skill. Put. Mu Zitsuan spat out a mouthful of blood, scrambled to her feet, and declared grimly, even if I die, I will never surrender. What a fiery woman. Hand over Qin Feng, and I won't kill you. Become my woman for life, how does that sound? Lung Feng couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Mu Zitsuan's beauty was truly peerless. Especially this unyielding fierceness, he found it utterly captivating. I wonder what it would be like to take her to bed. James chimed in with a sly grin, stop bickering, you two. Maybe I won't satisfy either of you. In that case, why not play a little threesome game? Ha! James, you're quite the lecher, aren't you? No wonder they call you the king of soldiers. You must have had your fair share of fun with the women you captured, right? Ao Qian roared with laughter. Listening to their crude banter, Mu Zitsuan's face flushed crimson. Though countless men desired her, her chastity remained intact. And she would never sell her body. I'll kill you all. Unfortunately, Mu Zitsuan was knocked flying once more, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. James now held the Barrett rifle in one hand, pointing it at Mu Zitsuan's head with a smirk. "If I pull the trigger," he said, "do you think your head would pop like popcorn?" "Boss! Boss!" Jinlan Sanhua and the others paled. Mu Zitsuan stared intently at James and said in a firm voice, "If you've got the guts, kill me." "Fine." James's lips curled into a cruel smile as he pulled the trigger. But suddenly, a figure lunged forward. Then James realized that no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't release the trigger. Because a finger had been inserted into the trigger. "Those who seek to kill me, did you ask me first?" Chapter 119, They All Must Die. "Master." Mu Zitsuan had already closed her eyes, but when she saw that towering figure, her face lit up with wild joy. The arrival was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng's finger pressed into the trigger guard, blocking James from firing. James, upon meeting Qin Feng's pair of eyes glowing with a cold, blue light and utterly devoid of emotion, jumped in fright. Qin Feng forcibly turned the muzzle of the gun toward his own forehead. "Fire!" James's face drained of color. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger. Let alone fire it. Consider that the Barrett M82A1 weighs nearly 30 pounds. He could effortlessly hold it with one hand and fire, even achieving perfect accuracy every time, proof of his extraordinary strength. But Qin Feng's strength made him even more terrifying. "Let go, and I'll shoot," James barked. Qin Feng actually let go. Barrett swiftly backed up 10 meters, the muzzle fixed on Qin Feng. So you're Qin Feng? Do you realize that firing at this range would blow your entire body to pieces?" Barrett's lethality could even rival a strike from a martial king. "I don't believe it," Qin Feng said calmly. James' eyes turned icy. He hated being looked down upon more than anything. So he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! It sounded like a grenade exploding. Mu Zitsuan and Jinlan Sanhua both paled. At a distance of 10 meters, even the martial king couldn't dodge in time. Unable to dodge, he would have to endure the explosive force head-on. But Qin Feng was faster, slapping down with one hand. Boom! An explosion echoed through the air, billowing blue smoke. White vapor rose from Qin Feng's palm. He shook his hand, barely singed, no other damage. How is that possible? James' pupils contracted sharply. Cold Blade and the others were equally stunned. Is this even human? Catching a shell with his bare hands? Not even enough to tickle me. Qin Feng sneered. This man is incredibly strong. James, battle-hardened and seasoned, often relied on his keen senses and unerring accuracy to eliminate targets from afar. He knew Qin Feng was no ordinary man. Sniper, lock on! James roared. His 100 men had already taken up positions in ambush all around. Fire! James roared again. He had to finish this quickly. 100 sniper rifles fired simultaneously. The scene was utterly spectacular. Mu Zitsuan and the other women paled. Such force would be fatal even to a peak martial king. Bang! Explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Bullets rained down like a hailstorm. Assassin leaders like Long Feng, Ao Qian, and Di Labo watched coldly. Compared to James claiming the bounty, they would much rather see Qin Feng killed. What had just unfolded was nothing short of astonishing. A human body could withstand the power of a Barrett sniper rifle. That was a bullet powerful enough to pierce armored vehicles. As for the money, as long as they were alive, they could always earn more. But without their lives, what use is $1 billion? But at that very moment, Qin Feng moved. He could evade these shells, but he couldn't do that. Because behind him stood Mu Zitsuan and the others. Qin Feng let out a cold snort and slammed his foot down onto the ground. His eyes blazed with a flash of azure light, as if a blue light barrier had materialized before him. All the shells struck this light barrier, suddenly halting in mid-air before plummeting to the ground. Was this a true Qi shield? Truly a martial sovereign. Ao Qian sucked in a sharp breath. Only a martial sovereign possessed such power. You've realized it too late. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he lunged forward, smashing James from head to toe into a bloody pulp with a single palm strike. Bull elite soldier. Qin Feng sneered with disdain. He lunged again, and screams erupted from the shadows as snipers fell one after another. Cold Blade, Durabo, charged together. It's either him or us. Ao Chen finally sensed the sheer terror of Qin Feng and roared in shock. With Qin Feng joining their ranks, Mu Zitsuan and the others felt as though they'd been infused with new vitality. Kill. Though the 100 mercenaries were skilled marksmen, Qin Feng's speed surpassed theirs. 100 men were dispatched in less than 10 minutes. Next came the relentless onslaught of the various leaders. They all knew Qin Feng was the leader, his cultivation defying the heavens. Only by killing Qin Feng could they survive. Jun, you all stand down. I'll handle them. Qin Feng surveyed the thousands before him. Mu Zijing's face paled. Master, they can withstand an entire army. Even a peak martial king would die here without a doubt. The enemy numbers were overwhelming. Though individually weaker than Qin Feng, their sheer numbers made them unstoppable. Crucially, these men were suicide commandos. Yet Ao Qian and the others let cruel smiles curve their lips. One man against all of us? You'll die a miserable death. No one possesses infinite strength, not even a martial sovereign could withstand this. Stand down. Qin Feng roared. A flash of azure light erupted from his body, forming an invisible azure dragon soaring through the air. Mu Zixuan and the others were violently shaken by the overwhelming pressure. Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder. Since you've come, you'll all leave your lives behind. Qin Feng's form shifted. Wherever he passed, like a great phoenix spreading its wings, he instantly swept away over 100 people. Kill him quickly. Kill Qin Feng. Furious shouts echoed as the chieftains charged forward in a frenzy. Qin Feng understood the principle: to capture the bandits, first capture their leader. He lunged toward Lung Feng first. Feeling an overwhelming aura of might and dominance descend upon him, Lung Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. He drew a dagger, and a popping sound like bursting beans echoed within his body. Crackle! Cold blades formed suddenly projected a phantom trail. This afterimage was slender and elongated like a serpent, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. This was Lung Feng's lethal technique, an advanced version of shrink the earth to an inch, shrink the earth to a snake. In the blink of an eye, it could take a life. He had once used this very technique to instantly slay a heaven-tier martial king, a move both treacherous and vicious. But Qin Feng suddenly reached out, grabbing Lung Feng's throat as he lunged forward. Lung Feng instantly revealed his true form, his eyes widening in shock. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. Qin Feng exerted his power, crushing Lung Feng's neck with a single squeeze. He casually tossed the body to the ground, the head rolling away instantly. The entire Heaven Slayer organization gasped in horror. Their leader had died so abruptly. Your turn. Qin Feng's gaze snapped toward Durabo. The leader of the Crimson Blood Alliance roared, his long hair suddenly turning crimson. His physical stature surged upward by nearly a meter. This was a state of berserk transformation. After entering this frenzied state, his combat power surged to a new level, though it also became far more brutal and bloodthirsty. Yet, the instant Labo entered this frenzied state, Qin Feng's fist pierced through his chest. Durabo was slain before he could even attempt to strike back. Ao Qian was terrified out of his wits. This was utterly insane. Seeing Qin Feng lunging toward him, Ao Qian abandoned all caution. He channeled his vital essence, forcibly boosting his cultivation through the barrier-breaking method. Qin Feng, die! Ao Qian roared, unleashing a fist as thunderous as a mountain's roar. That punch, channeling every ounce of strength he'd ever possessed, was shattered by a single palm strike from Qin Feng. In the end, Ao Qian himself was flattened like a pancake, killed instantly. The entire crowd was frozen in terror, every soul trembling uncontrollably. Is this even human? Qin Feng's eyes were already bloodshot with fury. His piercing blue eyes now held a murderous intent, so intense it seemed to consume everything. They all must die. Chapter 120, One Man Against an Army. Qin Feng's hands were the sharpest weapons. His body was a cannonball brimming with boundless energy. Wherever the azure light struck, it swept through like a crimson tide, mercilessly taking down hundreds each time. The dazzling flashes of blue light were a dizzying spectacle. Like the most dazzling fireworks display, each burst carried hundreds along in its frenzy, only to be buried beneath it. Within mere minutes, over 1,000 lives were extinguished. This scene left the leaders of major factions and assassin organizations stunned and speechless, frozen in terror. They had absolutely no power to fight back. Almost everyone met their end before they could even react. As for Qin Feng, he grew more frenzied with each kill. The blue glow in his eyes intensified. Faintly visible, something resembling blue scales began to float on his skin. His combat form resembled a dragon-like phantom appearing without a trace, vanishing without a shadow. As the saying goes, a dragon esses its fatal weakness, touch it, and death follows. Precisely, these assassins had touched Qin Feng's dragon's reverse scales. Another wave of severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feng fought amidst the blood, growing frenzied with each drop. It seemed the very sight of blood only fueled the primal ferocity within his Azure Dragon blood. Thousands upon thousands after an hour of slaughter, over half of the 8,000 assassins lay dead. Bodies of the brutally slain piled at his feet. This scene sent a chill down the spines of Mu Zixuan and the others. This was the first time they had witnessed Qin Feng killing with such relentless ferocity. And to see him kill so many. Witnessing so many of their comrades brutally slaughtered at Qin Feng's feet, the remaining 3,000 fighters were finally terrified beyond measure. Every last one of them began to lose heart and contemplate retreat. The $10 billion bounty was undeniably tempting. Pity their leaders and commanders before Qin Feng, they were no more than chickens being slaughtered for eggs. As mere foot soldiers, they were essentially walking to their deaths. If even the martial king could be crushed like an egg, just how terrifying was this man? Money meant nothing if you didn't have the life to enjoy it. Especially when they saw the eerie, bluish glow emanating from Qin Feng's skin, they were convinced he wasn't human. He was a primordial beast. A demon? This man is undoubtedly a demon. Forget the money, I'm going home. Assassins aren't emotionless, desireless beings, they're flesh and blood, with families and friends. Staying another second would truly mean the elderly burying the young. Just as they prepared to flee this hellish place, a deafening roar erupted. Dozens of armed helicopters descended in formation, sweeping over them like a train entering the city. Armored vehicles followed in succession, disgorging thousands of soldiers. The Southern War Division has arrived. Someone shouted excitedly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The assassins perked up. Their greatest ally had arrived. Here in the south, the greatest power wasn't them, but the War Division. From one of the armed helicopters, Pan Shan sat at the edge as his commanding voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Qin Feng, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we will raise the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace to the ground. Mu Zitsuan and the others turned deathly pale. Meanwhile, at the villa entrance. What's that loud noise? Is it thunder? The young security guard opened his eyes groggily. Armored vehicles rolled up the hillside toward the villa, while dozens of armed helicopters descended like a dark cloud over the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. The young security guard was so terrified he tumbled off the bed. He scrambled to his feet, stammering, "Holy crap! The War Department's armed helicopters, what are they doing here?" Having served in the military, he knew exactly what this meant. Such a deployment only occurred during major incidents. Uncle Zhang beside him had already looked up in astonishment. Looks like a major battle is brewing. If even so many assassin organizations couldn't eliminate the master of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, just how powerful was this person? Uncle Zhang couldn't even begin to imagine. Deploying such a massive force could only mean one thing to him. The martial sovereign. Who would have thought that in the seemingly insignificant Yunhai there could be such hidden dragons and tigers? Qin Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The War Division's men had all arrived. This meant they were all in cahoots. Pan Shun, you deserve to die. Qin Feng's voice carried boundless murderous intent. A dragon's might swept across the sky like a tidal wave. Dozens of armed helicopters hovering mid-air began to sway precariously. This sent a chill down Pang Shun's spine. Yet his expression remained icy as his voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Qin Feng, he who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. You've slaughtered too many and stirred up this much trouble, you brought this upon yourself. Pang Shun would never forget how utterly humiliated he felt after returning that day. He had even been reprimanded by his superiors. At that moment, he resolved never to let Qin Feng off the hook. Yet when he learned of the incoming wave of assassins, he knew his chance had finally arrived. This time, he would exact his revenge. Naturally, he kept this from his superiors, acting first and reporting later. Once Qin Feng was dead, he could redeem himself through his victory. Mu Zitsuan and the others were ashen-faced. Both ground and air forces from the War Department had arrived. Their fate was sealed. Death was their only outcome. Though not the entire Southern War Department's forces had arrived, the numbers already amounted to a full division. Combined with the remaining assassins, that meant tens of thousands. A veritable army of 10,000. Death. Qin Feng could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He roared in charge toward the thousands of soldiers below. Fire! Pan Shun, hovering mid-air, surveyed the entire Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. He roared. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat! Artillerymen, snipers, infantry all opened fire on Qin Feng simultaneously. But while they were fast, Qin Feng was faster. His fist struck out, unleashing a vast, surging blue light that engulfed the area like a tidal wave. In an instant, hundreds perished. Qin Feng then darted to an armored vehicle and hoisted it onto his shoulder with one hand. This scene sent shockwaves through the entire battlefield. An armored vehicle weighed at least several tons. And he lifted it with just one hand. What kind of monstrous strength was this? They naturally had no idea that with the Qinglong power unleashed, Qin Feng's single-handed strength far exceeded mere tens of tons. Moreover, this was the second strongest killing intent he'd felt since descending the mountain, surpassed only by the moment he'd laid eyes on his sworn enemy, Lu Chulian. Back at the hotel, Qin Feng had suppressed his power. Otherwise, the entire five-star hotel building would have been completely shattered. But this time, since these men sought his life, Qin Feng would let them taste what true despair felt like. With a casual toss, the armored vehicle rolled like a ball, crushing over 100 people into mincemeat. He then leaped onto the armored vehicle and brought his fist crashing down. Boom! Amidst a series of explosions, one armored vehicle after another was smashed to pieces by Qin Feng. Soldiers caught in the blast were instantly blown to smithereens. Within mere minutes, over a dozen armored vehicles were smashed and detonated, killing or blowing apart at least 1,000 people. Pang Shun's eyes blazed red as he roared, "Open fire with machine guns." Chapter 121, The Southern War Division General arrives. The machine guns of dozens of helicopters locked onto Qin Feng. "Zijuan, get everyone inside." Qin Feng bellowed. Mu Zijing gave the signal, and everyone streamed into the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Rat-a-tat-tat. Thousands of bullets poured down from the machine guns. But Qin Feng was too fast, and the villa was surrounded by trees and numerous assassins. With so many variables to account for, hitting Qin Feng was simply impossible. Advisor Pan, there are too many people. He's moving too fast, we can't get a clear shot. Better to kill the wrong person than let him escape. Full range indiscriminate fire. Pan Shan issued the order once more. This time, machine guns in the sky and on the ground opened fire simultaneously. Outside the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, a vast expanse of space was completely blanketed by a dark, dense curtain of machine gun fire. Ah! The assassins hadn't even reacted before they were hit by the machine gun fire. Run! They finally realized that if they didn't flee now, they would become cannon fodder. The War Division's men, though from different backgrounds than them, were certainly no friends. Every one of these assassins had blood on their hands, more or less. If they died, so be it. Perhaps the War Department could even claim credit for it. All soldiers opened fire simultaneously. With the full-range barrage, Qin Feng had nowhere to hide. Yet even so, Qin Feng did not enter the villa. He knew clearly that entering the villa would endanger Mu Zizuan and the others. Mu Zizuan and the others watched the scene unfold through the windows, their hearts pounding in their throats. What are you doing? Our master is fighting for you, yet you're acting like cowards. Rui watched in panic and was about to rush out to help Qin Feng. Rui. Mu Zizuan immediately grabbed her arm. Going out now will only distract our master. The master summoned us here precisely to face them alone. Mu Zizuan said in a low voice. I don't care. Rui tried to rush out again. But this time, Lin Yi clutched Rui tightly. Rui, listen to me. If you go out there, the master will have to divert his attention to protect you. You'll only slow him down. But Rui was so anxious she was about to cry. Outside the villa, it felt like bombs were exploding non-stop, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The machine gun assault was terrifying. Even if the Martial King could block one bullet, what about 2? 3? What about thousands upon thousands of bullets? At that very moment, the master counterattacked. Mu Zizuan and the others hurriedly peered out the window. What they saw was Qin Feng stared skyward at the strafing armed aircraft, a flash of azure light erupting from his arc. His entire body leapt 100 meters high, violently smashing a helicopter to pieces. Boom! Amidst the exploding artillery fire, Qin Feng leapt onto another helicopter and smashed it to pieces. Repeating this tactic, he obliterated dozens of helicopters before they could escape. Over half were shattered by his terrifying physical assault. The soldiers below were utterly stunned. They watched as streaks of azure light, like long rainbows, streaked across the sky. Wherever he passed, helicopters erupted in brilliant flashes of fire, followed by explosions. Such a scene was utterly breathtaking. It even made them wonder for a moment, could this be the legendary god? Pan Shan watched as helicopter after helicopter exploded mid-air, his soul nearly leaving his body in terror. Run! Run now! Pan Shan shouted. But in an instant, a flash of green light appeared beside him. Qin Feng was already seated beside him. Pan Shan's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body standing on end. He distinctly felt the scorching heat radiating from Qin Feng's body. Out of the corner of his eye, he even caught a glimpse of faint blue scales shimmering on Qin Feng's skin. Holy, is this even human? Advisor Pan, which direction are we heading now? The pilot asked from the helicopter cockpit. Pan Shan barked, shut up. No talking while flying. Didn't your instructor teach you that? Then, chuckling, he turned to Qin Feng, who sat beside him with a grim expression. Qin Feng, where are you headed? I could give you a ride since it's on my way. I'm heading to the underworld. Can you swing by? Qin Feng replied coldly. Pan Shan felt a chill run down his spine. He gave a nervous chuckle. I've never been to that place. You'll be going there soon enough. With that, Qin Feng grabbed Pan Shan's shoulders and plunged headfirst from 100 meters up. Boom! He stomped a massive crater into the ground. The recoil sent Pan Shan reeling, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart. Release Staff Officer Pan. All machine guns locked onto Qin Feng. In that moment, these soldiers had dwindled from a division of several thousand to half a division. And it had only been a few minutes. Qin Feng's fingers gripped Pan Shan, who finally snapped back to his senses. Qin Feng, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Make them lay down their weapons. Qin Feng commanded in a deep voice. Pan Shan bellowed, drop your weapons. Now. The soldiers dared not disobey and lowered their weapons. Get your boss over here. Qin Feng commanded again. Pan Shan's face turned ashen. He'd already acted first and reported later that was bad enough. But now, with so many dead, calling his boss over meant certain punishment. 1, 2, Qin Feng counted down. I'll call him. I'll call him. Pan Shan hurriedly responded. For some people, life and death come with only one chance. Having spent years in the War Department, Pan Shan had seen his share of fierce, ruthless, and brutal individuals. He knew these rules well. He dared not gamble. "Hey, General, it's Pan Shun." A thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the line. "Pan Shun, you bastard. Do you have any respect for me left? You've committed a grave offense by moving troops without authorization." Pan Shun's face drained of color. "Old General, you must save me. Otherwise Qin Feng will kill me." The old general took a deep breath. Though furious, he retained his reason. Besides, Pan Shun had served him faithfully for so many years. Aside from this incident, he had always handled matters with meticulous order. "Qin Feng, don't kill him. I'm coming over right now." After the call ended. Barely 10 minutes later, an armed helicopter touched down swiftly. A burly, black-haired elder in military uniform stepped out. This was General Bai Jigua of the Southern War Department. When Bai Jigua arrived at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace and saw the surrounding sea of corpses and blood, even he, a man who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, could not help but darken his gaze. The manner of their deaths was horrifying. And among them were 1,000 or two of his own men. "Qin Feng, this was our mistake. Release Pan Shun, and we'll withdraw immediately." Qin Feng sneered coldly. "When a dog makes a mistake, shouldn't the master be the one to apologize?" Bai Jigua roared angrily. "Qin Feng, I've already backed down. What more do you want? You know full well who you've offended. I can afford to offend them." With that, Qin Feng tossed the Godslayer order. "Is this the God of Death's order Zhang Diao mentioned?" Pan Shun shouted. "General, this killing god order is the fake one I mentioned to you last time." Bai Jigua picked it up, but instantly, his legs went weak with fear. He abruptly stepped before Qin Feng and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Qin, I failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. Pan Shun acted without my consent, committing an act that provokes the wrath of both heaven and man. He deserves whatever punishment you deem fit." Pan Shun was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Why had Bai Jigua's attitude undergone such a drastic change? Suddenly, he realized something, his mind going completely blank. Could the God of Death's edict be real? Chapter 122, One Day, I Will Come Calling. Pan Shun shuddered violently. If this were true, then wouldn't he be a member of the Godslayer Temple? The Godslayer Temple. What a terrifying existence. General, do not believe him. He is a fraud. Shut up. Bai Jigua's face drained of color in terror, and he roared in alarm. Pan Shun couldn't tell the difference, but surely he could? He had dealt with the God of Slaughter Temple before and knew this material couldn't be faked. Because it was forged from celestial meteorite. From this moment on, you are no longer part of our war division. Pan Shun is hereby expelled from the war division. Pan Shun's face drained of color. General, won't you spare me for the sake of my past service? I've followed you for 20 years. 20 years? That's nothing. Bai Jigua spat inwardly. Compared to the rest of his life, 20 years was just a number. Pan Shun, you first violated military orders and then disrupted the order of Yunhai. Not executing you would defy the laws of heaven. Guards, take him away and bring him before the military tribunal. Pan Shun was so terrified his mind went blank. If taken to a military tribunal, his fate could only be one thing. Execution by firing squad. Qin Feng released his grip, letting Pan Shun be dragged away, wailing and screaming. Bai Jigua felt not a shred of regret. Subordinates could always be replaced. But once a life was gone, could it ever be replaced? In truth, Qin Feng understood this was Bai Jigua's way of pledging his loyalty. At that moment, Mu Zitsuan and the others also rushed out. "Master! Thank goodness, Master! You're unharmed." Seeing Qin Feng, everyone instantly relaxed. Bai Jigua couldn't help but be struck by the women's beauty, even feeling a touch of envy. Youth is truly wonderful, they know how to enjoy life. You've gathered such young, beautiful, and utterly captivating women. What's your name? Qin Feng inquired. Bai Jigua hastily replied, Bai Jigua. Bai Jigua, what happened today is something your war division owes me. Qin Feng stared intently at Bai Jigua. Bai Jigua shuddered. For someone who feared neither machine guns nor artillery shells, killing him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. He was drenched in sweat. Mr. Qin, what are your orders? Bai Jigua dared not meet Qin Feng's gaze. So now you're afraid? Bai Jigua's legs were weak. If not for the many subordinates watching, he would have nearly fallen to his knees. Mr. Qin, it's my failure to discipline him properly. Qin Feng sneered coldly. You aided and abetted his crimes. Why didn't you punish him last time? With that single sentence, Bai Jigua finally collapsed to his knees in terror. The soldiers of the Southern War Division were stunned. A general who had spent his entire life on the battlefield was now kneeling at Qin Feng's feet. But how could they know that Qin Feng was merely confronting Bai Jigua? When Pan Shun appeared last time, it was actually Bai Jigua who had agreed to it. But when Pan Shun returned, Bai Jigua was furious. He had even threatened to kill Qin Feng. Had it not been for pressing official duties, he likely would have taken action himself. But clearly, Qin Feng had anticipated this very outcome. Bai Jigua naturally had no grounds to deny it. Mr. Qin, it's my fault. You may punish me however you see fit. Gasp. The entire Southern War Department gasped in shock. This was their general. The pillar of the Southern Divination Bureau. Yet here he was, kneeling before this young man. But if they knew what the God of War Temple truly represented, they wouldn't think that way. It was a colossal power that struck fear into the entire Huagui nation, indeed, the entire world. The War Division was but a junior in the presence of the God of Slaughter Temple. Though Qin Feng's identity remained unclear, Bai Jigua was certain that anyone possessing the God of Slaughter's edict must be at least a high-ranking member of the God of Slaughter's temple. In other words, killing him would carry no consequences whatsoever for Qin Feng. Hong Yuanfeng, do you recognize that name? Qin Feng inquired. Bai Jigua's expression shifted violently as realization struck, so these men were dispatched by the Hong family. Tell him this, one day, I will pay him a visit. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with an intense, almost palpable killing intent. Bai Jigua shuddered violently. Qin Feng was going head-to-head with the Hong family. What a terrifying confrontation this would be. The Hong family, even the Southern War Division, dared not touch them. Yet Bai Jigua hesitated. If he doesn't die, you will. Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand, his eyes icy cold. Stop. This can work, it can work. Though our Southern War Division is the weakest, we're still a legitimate war division. The Hong family will grant me this favor. Very well. If I see any of their men in Yunhai again, you'll bring their heads to me. With that, Qin Feng entered the villa. Bai Jigua trembled with fear and hastily agreed. General, one of them, rushed over. Bai Jigua roared, you saw nothing just now. If a single word leaks out, you know the consequences. Bai Jigua regained his imposing, commanding presence. After all, he was the ruler of this domain. Before Qin Feng, he dared not even breathe loudly. But when facing these subordinates, he still held his head high. The Southern War Division was already the weakest among the 7 major divisions. If word got out, it would only bring further disgrace. After boarding the plane, Bai Jigua took a deep breath. General, are we really going to confront the Hong family? One of his men asked, trembling. He knew full well what kind of force the Hong family represented. Acting as the intermediary would surely be a thankless task. Bai Jigua found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. But this call he absolutely had to make. Making it might prove futile. But if he didn't, he might just die. He picked up the phone. At the same time, in the courtyard of an ancient villa, Hong Yuanfeng stood with his hands behind his back, eyes closed, resting his mind. Yu Xian waited for news. Before long, someone finally rushed in. Report. Speak. The leaders of the Heavenly Slayer Organization, God's Hand Mercenaries, Loyalty Hall, and Crimson Alliance, all 4 are dead, along with thousands more. How is that possible? Yu Xuan's face betrayed utter disbelief. Even a heaven-tier martial king couldn't withstand such a massive force charging in all at once. Martial Sovereign, Qin Feng, you've been hiding your true strength all this time. Yu Xian's eyes blazed with shock. They had previously assumed Qin Feng was merely a martial king. That's why they brought out Black Falcon, followed by the Langtao sisters. In the end, they concluded that even with all his luck, Qin Feng could only be at the heavenly mechanism unforgettable level. With so many people present, even a heaven-grade martial king would have been doomed. But he was wrong. Not only was he wrong, but Hong Yuanfeng was wrong too. Hong Yuanfeng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze intensifying sharply. Ha! Hong Yuanfeng let out 3 loud laughs. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you truly surprise me. Martial Sovereign, ha! Suddenly, at that very moment, someone rushed in. We've found a compatible heart. Chapter 123, The New Heart. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuanfeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Yu Xian was also overjoyed. Urgent news. The donor is a girl, only 12 years old. Dr. Xue says she's a suitable transplant candidate. 12 years old? Yu Xian frowned deeply. Master Physician Xue had mentioned that the younger the heart, the longer the recovery period. Moreover, it might struggle to withstand Xiao Xian's cultivation level. Uncle Hong, should we proceed? The reporter replied, Young Master Yu Xian, Master Physician Xue anticipated your concern. He also mentioned that a young heart holds immense potential. With proper cultivation, it might even surpass the one matched 3 years ago. Yu Xian's spirits lifted. But soon, he fell silent again. For he had other considerations. You may leave now. The reporter left. Uncle Hong, although there is a matching heart, it's clear that Qin Feng's heart possesses martial arts talent. Moreover, given their similar ages, if transplanted, Xiao Xian could adapt more quickly. Her cultivation might even advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, as Qin Feng continually demonstrated astonishing martial cultivation and innate talent, even Yu Xian was tempted. Of course, he didn't care about Qin Feng's current cultivation level. What he coveted was the heart that could replace Xiao Xian's. Suddenly, a call came in. Uncle Hong, it's by Jigua, Yuxuan said. The phone in his hand was his link to the outside world, serving as Hong Yuanfeng's designated communication device. They kept records of all contacts they'd interacted with. Answer it, Hong Yuanfeng instructed. Yuxuan answered and switched to speakerphone. Hong Yuanfeng, it's me, Bai Jigua. Bai Jigua said in a deep voice. What is it? Speak, Hong Yuanfeng replied calmly. You've got so many people here with me. Why not do me a favor and just let it go? What do you say? Yuxuan couldn't hold back any longer. Furious, he shouted, Bai Jigua, who do you think you are? Talking to my Uncle Hong like that? Even if we killed you, see if your headquarters would utter a single word. Bai Jigua had his pride too. Especially after the humiliation he just endured in front of Qin Feng. Even if he was nothing in front of the Hong family, he still had his dignity. You may kill me easily, but can the Hong family possibly stand against the entire war division? Don't forget, you have a treaty with the war division. You cannot meddle in secular affairs. You've gone too far, Bai Jigua. Do you really think you're some kind of thing? How dare you use the War Department to pressure us? Yuxuan erupted in fury. So many assassins and forces they had cultivated were dead, how could he not feel the pain? Qin Feng still held the heart they sought. Could he just give up like this? Absolutely not. Yu Xin was about to erupt in curses when Hong Yuanfeng calmly asked, what else did he say? Bai Jigua replied solemnly, he said he would personally pay a visit one day. Yu Xin's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. How laughable. A mere martial sovereign, where on earth does he get the nerve? In their world, a martial sovereign might be considered a formidable figure, but he posed no real threat to them. Hong Yuanfeng added, tell him I'll be waiting for him. Uncle Hong? Yu Xin stared in disbelief. Even Bai Jigua paused in surprise. Bai Jigua, contrary to expectations, showed no anger but remained remarkably calm. Of course, Bai Jigua understood that Hong Yuanfeng had essentially conceded. After hanging up, Yuxuan urgently said, Uncle Hong, we absolutely must get Qin Feng's heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isn't there another heart? Hong Yuanfeng asked indifferently. That heart requires a lengthy recovery period, and besides, we have divine physician Xue, the finest alchemists, and masters surpassing martial sovereigns guiding her. Xiao Xian's future achievements can only rise, never fall. Hong Yuanfeng remained as calm as ever. But now it was Yu Xin who was confused. Between the lines, Hong Yuanfeng was abandoning Qin Feng. Wasn't that like raising a tiger to become a threat? Though Yu Xin didn't care about Qin Feng's current strength. What about the future? This man was far too terrifying. He could even persuade Bai Jigua. Such a man was no ordinary individual. I want to see just how far he can go. Hong Yuanfeng suddenly had other considerations. A meaningful glint flashed in his eyes. Uncle Hong, could it be that Yu Xian's heart stirred? Hong Yuanfeng remained silent, merely chuckling softly. Qin Feng, I'm already looking forward to meeting you. Yuxuan, starting today, prepare with all your might for Xiao Xian's recovery. Back at the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. Outside was a veritable sea of corpses and blood. Mu Zixuan had called in the cleanup crew, who were hauling the bodies away truckload after truckload. Inside the villa, Mu Zixuan, Lin Yi, Rui, and Jinlan Sanhua all watched Qin Feng with tense expressions. Ever since Qin Feng entered, his skin had been covered in faint bluish scales. Moreover, a scorching heat radiated from his entire body, keeping them from daring to approach. Earlier, Qin Feng had been so engrossed in the killing that he had unleashed the Azure Dragon blood within him. It could be said he was still in a semi-battle state. Only then did Qin Feng realize. He nearly forgot. Qin Feng immediately suppressed the Azure Dragon blood within him. The faint blue scales on his skin began to fade. You're injured. Qin Feng looked at the others, his heart filled with pity. Mu Zixuan bore the worst injuries. She had just faced the leaders of several major assassin organizations alone, knowing full well she couldn't prevail. Lin Yi, Jinlan Sanhua, and Rui also bore numerous wounds. Their strength couldn't match Mu Zixuan's, and they faced leaders of second and third tier assassin organizations. Even so, surviving was already a blessing. One must remember, women cherish their beauty. Look at them now, skin torn and bleeding, hair disheveled, some wounds oozing blood that had soaked through their clothes. I'll tend to your wounds. Zijun, you first. Qin Feng headed upstairs himself, but Mu Ziju remained unmoved. What's wrong? Mu Zixuan was genuinely touched inside, but outwardly she remained composed. Master, I'm accustomed to fighting and bloodshed. These wounds will heal with proper rest and care. I'll be fully recovered in a month or two. No sooner had she spoken than Mu Zixuan coughed violently several times, her face instantly turning pale. It won't take a month or two, just 3 days. But I don't want to trouble you, Master. Qin Feng shook his head. You're fighting for me, I'm the one troubling you. But, if you still consider me your master. Qin Feng's expression turned stern. Boss, hurry up and go. Your injuries are severe. I'm afraid you won't make it back. Yes, boss. The young master is a divine healer. He can cure you. Jinlan Sanhua chimed in. Mu Zitsuan shyly nodded and followed Qin Feng upstairs. Once inside the room, Qin Feng stood behind Mu Zitsuan, examining her injuries. Then he said directly, "Take off your clothes." Ha! But Mu Zitsuan obediently nodded. She slid her clothes off her shoulders, revealing her snow-white back. Yet the wounds on her back filled Qin Feng with a wave of self-reproach. Chapter 124. Unlike Mu Zitsuan's outward appearance, her back was entirely covered in ugly, grotesque scars. Scars covered her entire back. One particular scar stretched from her shoulder, cutting straight down to her waist and beyond. Though hidden from view below, Qin Feng could vividly imagine the horrors Mu Zitsuan had endured. Mu Zitsuan lowered her head and murmured, "These scars must be hideous, right?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not ugly. Don't lie to me. Outsiders only know these scars as the mark of the Cloud Sea's underground queen, but I constantly wish to erase them. Because of them, I can't get close to men. I can't even look at myself in the mirror." As she spoke, Mu Zitsuan turned around. Her front was completely exposed to Qin Feng's eyes. A devilishly perfect figure, utterly flawless. But that was merely the exterior. For Mu Zitsuan's front was also covered in scar after scar. Particularly on her slender waist, a horizontal scar ran across, almost as if it had snapped her in two. The scar tissue from this wound was the thickest Qin Feng had ever seen. He stepped forward and traced the raised scar with his fingers. At that moment, he felt nothing but pity for Mu Zitsuan. Only a profound ache in his heart. Though the scar had long since ceased to feel anything when Qin Feng touched it, Mu Zitsuan still flinched as if struck by lightning. "That scar nearly killed you back then, didn't it?" Qin Feng asked. Mu Zitsuan lowered his head. "Back when I first arrived in Yunhai, I had few men under me. The local thug, Crazy Bear, was skilled with a broadsword. In the end, he slashed me, but I snapped his neck. I still regret it to this day." Qin Feng covered Mu Zitsuan's mouth. "Enough. From now on, if anyone so much as touches a hair on your head, I'll wipe out their entire family," Qin Feng declared, his eyes heavy with resolve. Mu Zitsuan had been with him from the very beginning. All matters, big and small, were handled by Mu Zitsuan. This allowed Qin Feng to focus entirely on his goals without worry. Though Old Ghostly had done Mu Zitsuan a favor, Qin Feng could feel deep down that Mu Zitsuan would die for him if he asked. Today's battle was the clearest proof of that. Mu Zitsuan's eyes were brimming with tears. How many years had it been since she, the queen of the Cloud Sea's underground world, had last shed tears? But this time, she was genuinely moved. All these years, though she had many sisters in Yunhai, yet, she was the pillar of strength for her followers. In this moment, she realized for the first time that someone had been standing behind her all along. That person was Qin Feng. He was the first person to speak to her like this. Mu Zitsuan's heart surged with emotion, and she suddenly embraced Qin Feng. Qin Feng was both flattered and a little taken aback. "Zitsuan, what are you?" Mu Zitsuan flushed crimson and quickly let go. Qin Feng could clearly see that Mu Zitsuan's entire body was burning hot. "Master, I'm sorry. I got carried away just now because you're the first person who makes me feel safe." Qin Feng smiled. "You'll feel even safer in the future." Mu Zitsuan nodded firmly. Qin Feng said, "Back to business. Sit still. I'll treat you." Mu Zitsuan snapped back to reality, her voice trembling with surprise. "Really? Is that possible? All the renowned doctors said my scars were too old, even surgery couldn't restore them, and they damaged the deeper layers of skin. They couldn't do it, but I can." Without waiting for Mu Zitsuan to respond, Qin Feng's hands began massaging her back. True energy began to gather within his palms. Wherever his touch fell, the scars on Mu Zitsuan's back began to smooth out, gradually becoming soft and supple. An hour later. "Feel it," Qin Feng said. Mu Zitsuan reached behind her back. Sure enough, all the scars had vanished. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Master." Mu Zitsuan turned around in surprise. But at this moment, Qin Feng was merely a doctor. His mind was focused solely on his work, treating everyone equally. Mu Zitsuan blushed and turned to face away again. Qin Feng said, "No need to turn away. I'm going to smooth out these wounds on your front now." "Ha?" Mu Zitsuan's heart began to race. This isn't necessary." Mu Zitsuan felt embarrassed. This massage technique requires touching the scars. She had numerous scars on her front as well. But the front and back are different, after all. Especially since she had another scar below her chest. To ease Mu Zitsuan's discomfort, Qin Feng suggested, "I'll cover my eyes." "That should work, right?" "Master. And I'll wear gloves too." Qin Feng paused, then added. Mu Zitsuan muttered, "That's like taking off your pants to fart." "What did you say?" Qin Feng asked. "No need to blindfold me or put on gloves. My body belongs to you anyway, and I trust you." Mu Zitsuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Qin Feng nodded. He took a deep breath and began the massage. In truth, this was the fastest way to heal Mu Zitsuan's scars. Other methods existed, but they required enduring the dual torments of fire tempering and ice extraction, suffering most people couldn't bear. Qin Feng didn't want Mu Zitsuan to endure that suffering again. That was why he chose this slightly awkward yet remarkably swift approach. Qin Feng remained utterly focused, his expression unruffled. Though Mu Zitsuan felt profoundly embarrassed throughout the process, witnessing Qin Feng's unwavering composure only deepened the confusion and attraction in her eyes. This was the mark of a true gentleman, never taking advantage of someone in distress. Mu Zitsuan, fortunately, didn't dwell on it too much, surrendering herself completely to Qin Feng. Yet midway through, other sensations inevitably surfaced. Soon, an hour had passed. Zitsuan, take a look in the mirror. Qin Feng said with a smile. Really? Is it okay? Mu Zitsuan hesitated timidly. It had been 10 years since she last undressed to look in the mirror. So she hesitated. Qin Feng grabbed her shoulders and pushed Mu Zitsuan toward the mirror. At first, Mu Zitsuan couldn't bring herself to open her eyes. Don't be afraid, open your eyes. When Mu Zitsuan finally tried opening her eyes, she saw skin as smooth as congealed fat and her own flawless complexion. Wonderful! The scars really are gone. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mu Zitsuan turned back and hugged Qin Feng tightly. Qin Feng gave a wry smile but let her have her way. Finally realizing her rudeness, Mu Zitsuan hurriedly dressed herself. I'll call them up. Mu Zitsuan flushed crimson and hurried downstairs. Chapter 125, Making You a Normal Woman. As Mu Zitsuan descended the stairs, Jinlan Sanhua swarmed around her. Big sis, how'd it go? Lan Yaojie inquired. Very good. Mu Zitsuan's cheeks were as rosy as little apples. Of course it was good. That sensation of being touched by a man for the first time was something she'd never experienced before. Especially since she harbored other feelings for Qin Feng. So how could she not feel excited and her heart racing when Qin Feng touched her? Boss, how good is very good? Lan Yaojie inquired. Blood Lotus and Black Rose were also curious. Huh, Aunt Mu's face is so red. Did something happen? Rue asked innocently. Not Auntie, it's sister. Mu Zitsuan shot her a glare. And no, nothing happened. As she trailed off, Mu Zitsuan seemed to hesitate, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Black Rose, Blood Lotus, and Blue Demon Flower exchanged glances. This Mu Zitsuan was vastly different from the one they usually knew. Mu Zitsuan, is the master picking on you? Lin Yi asked with a half smile. She always enjoyed teasing Mu Zitsuan. Besides, she herself had been bullied by Qin Feng earlier, though he hadn't succeeded. Lin Yi, don't talk nonsense. The master was merely removing my scars, nothing more. The Golden Orchid trio were all taken aback. Having fought alongside Mu Zitsuan all this time, they knew just how stubborn her scars were. Leader, let me see. Lan Yaojie hurriedly pleaded. Mu Zitsuan knew Lan Yaojie's situation was similar to hers. She slipped off her clothes, revealing skin as white and smooth as jade. The Golden Orchid trio stood frozen in shock. It's really gone. My goodness. Who knew the young master's medical skills were so incredible? Mu Zitsuan looked at the Golden Orchid trio. The master can heal any internal injuries or scars you bear. Who will go first? Black Rose and Blood Lotus both turned to look at Blue Demon Princess simultaneously. Lan Yaojie was the youngest among the three women. They usually took the most care of her. Little Blue, you should go. After all, your duties are above ground. You'll be facing many people and frequently attending banquets, Black Rose said. Lan Yaojie was naturally delighted. But she shook her head. Sister Black, your internal injuries are the most severe among us three, and besides. Black Rose was the eldest among the Golden Orchid trio. Often, it was Black Rose who yielded to Blood Lotus and Blue Fairy. Listen, my internal injuries, whether they're treated or not, doesn't matter. Black Rose said with a touch of nonchalance. Blood Lotus added, Black Sister has spoken. You should go up first. But Blood Sister, your illness is more serious than my scars. Blue Demoness protested. Rue innocently suggested, why not go up together? The room's big enough, and with the master in his transformed state, he's so powerful he'll definitely handle it. Mu Zitsuan rolled her eyes. You brat, spouting nonsense. The master is seriously treating us. TSK, I'm actually quite curious to see master's transformed state myself. How else could he have charmed our leader so completely? Black Rose chuckled. Little Black, even you're joining Rue in this nonsense. Mu Zitsuan sighed, speechless. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Little Blue, you go up first. Lan Yaojie's eyes gleamed with eagerness as she nodded. Upon reaching the upper floor, Qin Feng was already waiting. Little Blue, it's you. Qin Feng smiled. Yeah. Lan Yaojie felt a bit embarrassed. She'd never forget the thrill of chasing down the enemy alongside Qin Feng back then. Nor could she forget his courage in shielding her before 1,000 soldiers. Take off your clothes, Qin Feng said immediately. Ha! Lan Yaojia froze, lowering her head as her breathing quickened. Was he this eager right off the bat? Could it be that the boss really? Don't be shy. Zijun did it too, and it won't hurt. Qin Feng murmured softly. Lan Yaojia's heartbeat quickened. Master, I've never. Lan Yaojia's heartbeat quickened further. Though she was in her 20s, she'd been taken in from an orphanage by Mu Zijuan since childhood and had worked alongside her from a young age. Though she managed the commercial operations on the ground, countless wealthy young men had pursued her. But she'd always put them off, claiming she was too busy. This being her first time, how could she not be nervous? Seeing Lan Yaojia's hesitant expression, Qin Feng chuckled, I'm not a tiger, I won't eat you. His tone was as if he were soothing a child. I'm afraid the master will look down on me, Lan Yaoji whispered. Not at all. I treat everyone equally, Qin Feng assured her. Alright, Lan Yaoji stammered, finally biting her red lip and agreeing. Soon, her uniform was shed. Lan Yaojia's back also bore numerous scars, though not as severe as Mu Zizuan's. However, her slender arms bore hideous scars that resembled centipede tracks. In a way, these scars were even more terrifying than the one stretching diagonally from Mu Zizuan's shoulder to her hip. Another equally gruesome scar stretched across Blue Demoness' collarbone. Apart from Mu Zizuan, Black Rose, and Blood Lotus, this was the first time Blue Demon had ever shown her scars to anyone else. Young master, is it ugly? Feeling Qin Feng's gaze fixed on her wounds, Lan Yaojia's eyes dimmed. I knew it. Young master would never like this. Lan Yaojia silently picked up the clothes from the ground, her eyes already slightly moist. Truthfully, revealing her scars to an outsider was already the bravest step she'd ever taken in her life. Yet Qin Feng still found her repulsive. Lan Yaojia gave a self-mocking smile. Seeing her body covered in hideous scars, anyone would lose interest, wouldn't they? She understood Qin Feng. Moreover, she had no reason to blame him. It was only human nature. What are you doing? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Didn't you find me repulsive? How did I show contempt? Qin Feng shook his head. I was just wondering what you've been through. I was also wondering no matter how hot it gets, you'd never dare wear short sleeves or a strapless dress, would you? Lan Yaojia froze. Qin Feng didn't look down on her. Instead, he understood her. Yes. Lan Yaojia bit her red lips lightly. As the one in charge of ground operations, she'd interacted with far too many wealthy, beautiful women. Yet the gruesome scars on her arms and the scar on her collarbone made her dare not wear V-neck, strapless, or sleeveless gowns and evening dresses at important events. Even with her stunning beauty, her body remained a lifelong blemish. Lie down. I'll make you feel like a normal woman. Qin Feng said. Ha! Lan Yaojia's heartbeat quickened once more. Young master. I'll be gentle. Qin Feng said earnestly. Alright. Lan Yaoji lay down, closed her eyes, and even her breathing grew tense. Her skin was just like this anyway, she'd thrown caution to the wind. Whatever Qin Feng intended to do to her, she would absolutely refuse to cooperate. It was rare that Qin Feng didn't find her repulsive. She had already surrendered everything. But suddenly, a chill swept over her arm. Qin Feng was using massage techniques to smooth out her scars. Young master, aren't you going to? Lan Yaoji froze. Yes, Qin Feng replied. I'm removing your scars so you can be a normal woman. Ha! Lan Yaojia froze, her face flushing crimson. She had thought Qin Feng was going to do that thing to her. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just overthinking. Lan Yaojia turned her head away. So that's what the master meant by be gentle. Chapter 126, The Ultimate Gentleman. Before long, Qin Feng had smoothed out all the scars on Lan Yaojia's body. You can look in the mirror now, Qin Feng said with a smile. Lan Yaojia's expression mirrored Mu Zizuan's earlier. Yet she summoned her courage and approached the mirror. Her collarbone was perfectly delicate, smooth as snow. And on her arms, not a single hair could be found. Lan Yaojia covered her mouth in disbelief. As a powerhouse woman who frequently attended high-profile business banquets, Lan Yaojia had seen countless women with flawless skin. She had once longed to be like them. Now, she could finally achieve it. She twirled around the mirror like a delighted little princess. Even with her enviable figure and stunning face, the scars on her collarbone and arms had always prevented her from truly appreciating her own beauty. What woman wouldn't adore a curvaceous figure and a face and body that captivated countless men? Lan Yaojia was no exception. Especially in front of Qin Feng. So, as if possessed, Lan Yaojia asked, Young master, do you like it? When people are excited and happy, the first person they want to share it with is the one they care about most deeply. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng had long been the most important man in her life. That was why she had asked without thinking. Qin Feng's mouth went dry. It's beautiful. How could it not be? This full circle view allowed a 360-degree, flawless appreciation of this divine masterpiece. Lan Yaojie seemed completely lost in the moment, utterly forgetting she wasn't wearing any clothes. Ah! When she finally snapped back to reality, her face flushed as red as an apple. She hurriedly darted around the room. But this was Qin Feng's room, a large suite, no less. This wasn't Lan Yaojie's own room, which made her panic and lose her bearings for a moment. Yet as she scurried about, completely unclothed, she laid bare humanity's most primal spectacle before Qin Feng. Ever since the last time the Azure Dragon's blood erupted and the white peach blossomed, Qin Feng found himself particularly susceptible to the arousal of that wicked flame within him. He called it the Azure Dragon's fire. Like a primal male beast encountering a female during peak vitality, the outcome was predictable. But Qin Feng was, after all, human. Of course, some matters were beyond Qin Feng's control. The more frantic Lan Yaojie became, the more she stumbled. Careful! Qin Feng immediately stepped forward, catching Lan Yaojie in his arms. Feeling Qin Feng's broad, sturdy chest, Lan Yaojie remained completely unaware. All she felt was an unprecedented sense of security in his embrace. The blood of the Azure Dragon was truly terrifying. It easily tempted Qin Feng into losing control. But the thought that he'd just endured a fierce battle for her sake, only for her to unleash her animalistic nature, made her wonder what difference was there between them and beasts. Far from feeling disappointed, Lan Yaojie grew even more devoted. She dressed herself, and only then did Qin Feng muster the strength to suppress his burning desire. "I'll go fetch them up," Lan Yaojie murmured softly. "MHM." Qin Feng nodded. "Hurry up, or I won't be able to hold back much longer," Qin Feng thought to himself. As she reached the doorway, Lan Yaojie's cheeks flushed crimson. "Master, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. Let me recover first, then I'll serve you properly." With that, she practically fled downstairs. After Lan Yaojie descended the stairs, she too was flushed. "How was it, little Lan?" Black Rose and Blood Lotus asked immediately. "Very, very good," Lan Yaojie replied shyly. Actually, it wasn't quite perfect, they'd nearly consummated their relationship. But it was also very good. Because Blue Fairy now knew who she would pursue in this lifetime. Muzitsuan, noticing a familiar look, pulled Lan Yaojie close and asked, "Master, did he mistreat you?" Lan Yaojie shook her head vigorously. "The young master is wonderful. He's an absolutely perfect man." Black Rose overheard this and remarked with a faint, ambiguous smile, "In that case, I shall have to see for myself." Next, Black Rose stepped forward. Through years of sparring with underground bosses and leaders, Yang had developed Black Rose's effortless yet cunning and ruthless nature. In appearance, Black Rose favored heavy makeup and bold colors. Dressed in a form-fitting black gown, even her lipstick was black. As the Black Sister of Yunhai's underworld, she embodied a dark, icy elegance. Otherwise, how could her subordinates and rival bosses possibly submit to her? But precisely because of this, Black Rose has also made many enemies. Even many out-of-town bosses hired hitmen to kill her. Over time, Black Rose developed a fearless, unyielding character. Even when facing young Master Qin Feng, Black Rose showed no sign of respect, instead adopting a tone that sounded like she was negotiating. "Young Master, I hear the boss and Shaolan are utterly devoted to you. I'd like to see if you can win me over too," Black Rose said with a cheerful smile. She sat down immediately, crossing her legs, her entire body clad in black lace stockings, high heels, lipstick, and even that fleeting. Every inch of her radiated a deadly allure. Like a black widow, she radiated a certain aura from within, driving countless men mad. Qin Feng naturally carried no airs. He was solely focused on healing the Golden Orchid Trio. Well then, he might as well use this opportunity to properly acquaint himself with Black Rose and Blood Lotus. After all, they were also fighting for Muzitsuan. Qin Feng glanced at Black Rose, his mind forming a rough picture. But just then, Black Rose pulled out a cigarette, about to take a drag. Qin Feng was quicker, snatching it away and crushing it out. Qin Feng frowned. "Your internal injuries are severe. You're smoking? Are you trying to die?" Black Rose froze. She pulled out another cigarette. "Young master, with your medical skill, you must see that my days are numbered." Qin Feng remained silent. Black Rose's injuries were internal. And they were old wounds. The damage extended deep into her vital organs. Such injuries could be considered terminal. Had Qin Feng not possessed the Azure Dragon Eye, they would have remained undetected. "Truthfully, I never intended for you, young master, to treat me. After all, I've lived long enough." Black Rose was about to take a drag when Qin Feng snatched it away again, crushing it out once more. Qin Feng said coldly, "Who said you've lived long enough?" Chapter 127, The Stubborn Black Rose. Black Rose was starting to get annoyed. Even Muzitsuan wouldn't extinguish her cigarette. Qin Feng had already extinguished it twice. But seeing Qin Feng's youthful, resolute face, she held back. Besides, Qin Feng was their young master. "I've truly lived long enough." Black Rose looked at Qin Feng and said, "I was the first to follow the boss. I started negotiating with underground bosses at 7 and began killing at 12. Over the years, I've been in countless fights and battles, hundreds, easily. That's why my internal injuries are so severe. The doctors say my days are numbered, and frankly, I'm sick of this life. My only wish is that you heal Xiaolan and Xiaohong's injuries. Then I can leave with peace of mind. Nonsense. Qin Feng snapped coldly. You may find peace in death, but what about those who care for you? Those who love you? Black Rose froze for a moment. Do you have any idea how heartbroken they'll be when you're gone? This is irresponsible. Do you think you're being cool? You're just being foolish. Young master, you don't understand. Black Rose remained calm as she said, you don't know the despair of seeking doctors everywhere, only to be told one after another that I won't live long. Rather than endure that, I'd rather depart quietly. This may be my fate. Now, I die with no regrets. With that, Black Rose lit another cigarette. Truthfully, her thoughts were also filled with turmoil. She truly couldn't bear to leave her brothers and sisters behind. But she didn't want them to worry about her. Thus, she was conflicted. So she smoked and drank. Because it numbed her. Suddenly, Qin Feng grabbed her hand. Nothing is impossible. I can cure you. Black Rose grew even more impatient. But when she saw the earnest look on Qin Feng's face, she suddenly flashed a seductive smile. She stood up. Already tall, her high heels made her nearly as tall as Qin Feng. Whether my internal injuries can be healed isn't important. But if I could earn the young master's favor just once, I'd die without regret. As she spoke, her hand rested on Qin Feng's chest and slipped right inside. Truly the Black Rose. Her allure was irresistible, beyond compare. Black Rose was the eldest among the Golden Orchid trio. Though she's the eldest, she's not that old, just 27 or 28. It was her makeup and personal style that gave her that mature, alluring aura. She's like an experienced, enigmatic older woman. She could be alluring or provocative. Right now, Qin Feng was being teased by her, his inner dragon's fire reigniting. Little Black, don't do this, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. I was just teased by Lan Yaojia moments ago. Don't do this. How about I do this instead? Black Rose's hand withdrew, and this time she went even further. She actually reached down to the depths. Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Hei. Qin Feng snapped like an electric shock, grabbing Black Rose's hand. Wow. Black Rose let out a mischievous chuckle, radiating an aura of irresistible charm and peerless elegance. Who knew the master possessed such extraordinary talent? I wonder what Rui meant when she said the transformed state is truly breathtaking. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson. To be honest, old Ghostly never mentioned that the transformation would be like that. Was that even human anymore? He's practically several times more powerful than a normal person. Xiao Hei, stop playing around. Qin Feng's tone turned slightly stern. Black Rose finally stopped, looking a bit bored. Alright, young master. I came here to test your character. I wanted to know if Boss, Little Blue, and Little Red would be safe and happy in your hands. Now I'm satisfied. Black Rose smiled, her demeanor utterly carefree. Suddenly, Qin Feng asked, don't you want to grow old with them? The words struck deep into Black Rose's heart. How could she not? She'd even imagined growing old hand in hand with Muzitsuan, Blue Demon, and Blood Rose, wrapped in a carefree retirement by the sea. If that's the case, then let you try. Black Rose finally relented. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, having finally persuaded this stubborn one. Take off your clothes, Qin Feng ordered. Ha! Black Rose was slightly taken aback, but soon replied with a mischievous smile, young master's healing methods are truly unique. But I like it. Qin Feng explained earnestly, your internal injury is right in the center of your chest. It's already damaged your bone marrow. Without treatment, you have only a month to live. He actually knows something. It's almost the same as what that physician said. Black Rose couldn't help but give Qin Feng another look. I'm not like that physician, Qin Feng said calmly. He couldn't save you. I can. She regained that confident look on her face. Black Rose waved her hand dismissively, giggling, whatever. My body belongs to the young master anyway, do with it as you please. Qin Feng felt awkward upon hearing this. What do you mean, whatever you want? I'm trying to cure you properly, okay? He faced a slightly tricky situation. The root of that wound lies at the center of your chest. What follows might be a bit intrusive. Qin Feng's expression turned peculiar. It was like two inseparable friends, always together every moment, even their shoulders pressed against each other. How could they be separated? Only a slightly rough method would do. Hee, young master sure has a sense of humor. Black Rose found Qin Feng even more intriguing. Finally. That chronic ailment you've suffered for years is gone. I've already dissolved most of your internal injuries. Next, I'll prescribe medicine for you. You'll recover within a month, Qin Feng said. The treatment itself is quite simple. It's just that men and women are different. Sometimes it requires complete focus. Otherwise, one risks crossing the line. This, of course, is not the ethical conduct expected of a physician. Young master, I misunderstood you earlier. As recompense, I Black Rose glided toward Qin Feng with a captivating catwalk. Her dark lips were tantalizing, her eyes bewitching. This was utterly deadly. Such a figure would drive countless underground bosses mad. Don't come any closer. Black Rose had already drawn close, her breath warm and sweet against Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng felt a surge of desire, his hand instinctively reaching up. Don't panic, I'm just grabbing my clothes. Saying this, she reached behind Qin Feng, picked up his clothes, and began putting them on. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. He'd been toyed with again. Playing like this is playing with fire. Black Rose, now fully dressed, glanced at Qin Feng before heading downstairs. Young master, I know I'm playing with fire, but don't worry. When you need me, I'll be ready to burn for you anytime. High. Too high. Black Rose truly knows how to handle men. Qin Feng gave a wry smile but replied earnestly, no more smoking or drinking. Promise me. Black Rose paused, then smiled faintly. Alright, I'll listen to you, young master. After Black Rose left, the others gathered around. Sister Black, how did it go? Blood Lotus asked eagerly. Black Rose beamed. Good. Very good. That same line again. What should I do next? Blood Lotus inquired. Just take off your clothes. Blood Lotus frowned. But Mu Zitsuan and Lan Yaojia both flushed slightly. Boss, Little Blue? Blood Lotus looked at the two women. Indeed, that's the case. Chapter 128. The moment Blood Lotus entered, she didn't utter a single word before starting to undress. Qin Feng hurriedly stopped her. Little Red, what are you doing? They all said to take off my clothes when I came up, so I did as instructed. Blood Lotus remained utterly calm. As Mu Zitsuan's top enforcer and one known as the Bloody Lotus, her most crucial skill was learning to obey orders. In daily life, Mu Zitsuan's word meant she'd always be the first to charge forward. Sometimes her reckless disregard for her own life even startled herself. Qin Feng hurriedly exclaimed, stop. But it was too late. The Blood Lotus now stood fully exposed before Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt helpless. His helplessness stemmed not from the Blood Lotus shedding its petals, but from the fact that his Azure Dragon blood had manifested for the fourth time. Is there no respite in this life? The agony of suppressing it without release was utterly crushing. Qin Feng was experiencing it firsthand. It must be said that each of the Golden Orchid trio possessed extraordinary talent. Placed anywhere in the city, they would all rank among the top 10. What surprised Qin Feng, however, was that Blood Lotus bore almost no scars. Young master, do you find it strange that I have no scars? Blood Lotus suddenly asked. You must specialize in assassination or one-hit kill techniques, right? Qin Feng pondered before asking. Blood Lotus nodded. In past major battles, the boss and Black Sister always charged ahead. Little Blue handled cleanup, while I specialized in ambushes. Qin Feng understood. The primary targets of attack were Mu Zitsuan, Black Rose, and Blue Demoness. But because of that, Qin Feng added, you faced more ambushes. And these ambushes didn't just leave you with internal injuries. The consequence of specializing in ambushes is that you become vulnerable to traps. Because enemies aren't stupid either. Knowing your combat style, they tailor their countermeasures and fortify their defenses. The most effective counter to ambushes, naturally, are hidden weapons and poison. Cough. As if hitting the nail on the head regarding Blood Lotus's condition, he suddenly began coughing violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood. Indeed. Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe Blood Lotus's mouth while saying, you have at least 36 hidden weapon wounds on your body. These projectiles won't damage your skin surface, but they'll destroy your subcutaneous tissue and blood vessels, then seep into your blood, bone marrow, and even your internal organs. You appear normal only because you've channeled all the toxins to one spot. As he spoke, Qin Feng's gaze swept downward. A strange, almost resigned feeling stirred within him. As expected of the young master, you've already figured it out? Yes, Qin Feng said. All your toxins are concentrated in your buttocks. This was indeed the first time he'd encountered such an unusual method of toxin accumulation. Because with every cough, the Blood Lotus's toxins became impossible to conceal. Her entire buttocks had turned black. Qin Feng's expression turned grave. Why didn't you tell them? Blood Lotus concealed her toxins precisely to spare Mu Zitsuan and the others worry. The boss, Black Sister, and Little Blue have so much to handle every day. They're constantly facing enemies lurking in the shadows, who could appear from anywhere. I couldn't bear to distract them with worries about me. Besides, I've privately consulted several renowned physicians in the city, and they too are helpless against this. Qin Feng had already guessed all these reasons. This made him see Mu Zitsuan and the Golden Orchid trio in a new light. All these years, the four of them had remained loyal and devoted, a truly rare bond. Leave it to me. You'll be fine. Qin Feng said. What should I do now? Asked Blood Lotus. The toxin is in your buttocks. I need to help you purge it. Lie down. Blood Lotus obediently lay face down on the bed. Compared to the other three women, Blood Lotus was far more obedient. She was like the most loyal enforcer. Strike wherever commanded. never disobeying orders. When Blood Lotus lay down, perhaps due to her overly proud posture, her front resembled a flattened cotton ball. Though her figure was also impressive, among the 4 women, she was actually the least endowed. Yet when Blood Lotus lowered herself, Qin Feng realized his mistake. Her buttocks were like the imperial peach of the Queen Mother herself. His expression turned peculiar. The Golden Orchid trio truly, each was extraordinary, each possessing remarkable talents. Qin Feng muttered to himself. "Young master, what did you say?" Blood Lotus turned her head to ask. As she turned her head, half her body shifted with it. The breathtaking beauty of that instant stirred something within Qin Feng. "Get down on your stomach immediately. My detoxification technique might be a bit rough and direct. You'll have to endure it." Blood Lotus laughed with a carefree air. "I've endured the most potent toxins, suffering agony that left me immobilized for 3 days and nights. What pain could I possibly not endure?" "This pain, it's not ordinary pain," Qin Feng muttered again. "Come on, master. I'm ready." "All right." Qin Feng extended his palm, and a faint blue light began to flicker across its surface. "I'm coming," Qin Feng declared. "Come on, ah." The Blood Lotus flower's face contorted in agony. Her face flushed crimson. "So this is the kind of pain you meant, master? Did I hit too hard?" Blood Lotus murmured softly. She actually thought her strength was too weak. Qin Feng explained earnestly, "Your toxins have hardened like stubborn rock, all clumped together. First, I must break them apart before I can expel them effectively. So the process will be painful, you must endure it." "Okay," Blood Lotus nodded obediently. "Then I'll need to increase the pressure," Qin Feng said sternly. He possessed the power of the Azure Dragon himself. He knew exactly how powerful his palm strike could be. He truly feared hurting Blood Lotus. Qin Feng struck her left cheek again. Ugh! Blood Lotus gritted her teeth against the pain. But what followed was an unprecedented sense of joy. Seeing the Blood Lotus remain silent, Qin Feng began treating her with utmost care. Smack! After several slaps, it was impossible to tell whether the buttocks had turned red or black. In any case, Qin Feng was treating her with utmost seriousness. He swore. Suddenly, "Master! HM?" Just as Qin Feng was about to deliver another slap. What followed was an hour of relentless patting. "Wow, I never expected the master to be so fierce." Rue was utterly astonished. But Mu Zitsuan, Black Rose, Blue Demon Princess, and the others all flushed crimson. Could it be they were actually there? Not long after, an hour later, Blood Lotus descended the stairs, her face flushed. "Little Red, how did it go?" "Fine. Just fine," Blood Lotus replied awkwardly. No one knew how she had endured that hour. It could be said it was the happiest hour of her life. Moreover, she discovered she had grown to enjoy the sensation of being spanked. Qin Feng descended the stairs, wiping sweat from his forehead. Rue immediately piped up, "Master, did you two just battle it out for 500 rounds? I want to try too." "Get lost." I was seriously treating her. Qin Feng shot her a withering glance. "Master, is it my turn now?" Lin Yi approached, her eyes gleaming with a certain longing. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, "I know you always soak in the medicinal bath after I finish. You don't need to do it again." "Hee, my master found out." Lin Yi covered her mouth. "I wanted to. I got hurt too. Master can't play favorites." Rue joined the clamor. "You're not injured, just take some medicine to regulate your constitution. This kid, always causing trouble." Truthfully, Qin Feng thought to himself, one more, and the Azure Dragon's blood will truly be unable to hold back. "Alright, you've both worked hard today. We'll continue next time." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. At the mention of next time, Mu Zitsuan and Jinlan Sunawa's eyes lit up. Combat and healing had drained Qin Feng considerably, he needed to recover. The next day, after a night's rest, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, I almost forgot today is." He dressed quickly and rushed out the door. Chapter 129, Opening Day Chaos. Today was the opening day of Su Ru's company. Over the past month, she had poured immense effort into establishing the new company. Although Mu Zitsuan's people had assisted along the way, Su Ru had handled nearly everything personally. To keep the surprise for Qin Feng, she even forbade him from contacting her during the process. Meanwhile, he endured the torment of longing. Today being the grand opening of her new company, she had also invited Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan to witness the occasion. The company's office was brand new, located in the heart of Yunhai's downtown area. The opening ceremony was simple, attended only by Su Ru's family and a few newly hired employees. In the office area, Su Ru had prepared some delicacies and cake. "Su Ru, did you notify Qin Feng?" Zhang Kailan asked. "I did. I specifically reminded him last night, but he must be busy, he hasn't replied yet," Su Ru said hopefully. Today, she wore a professional suit with her hair neatly pulled back, giving her a clean and crisp appearance. "But he'll definitely remember," Su Ru said earnestly. Today marked the grand opening of the new company, and Qin Feng was the one she most hoped would attend. Moments later, a group walked in. It must be Qin Feng. Su Ru's face lit up with surprise, and she hurried out. Before Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan could exit, they heard Su Ru's startled voice. Who are you? I didn't invite you. A group of slovenly-looking men stood there, sizing Su Ru up with smirks that weren't quite smiles, their eyes filled with ill intent. One glance told them these were street thugs. This is private property. Please leave immediately. Su Shipei declared sternly. The leader, a bald man with a gaunt build, flashed a large gold tooth, looking thoroughly sleazy. We came to celebrate your new company's opening. What's the problem? Don't you welcome us, the bald man with the gold tooth said with a sly grin. Su Shipei retorted, we don't know you. One of them slammed his fist on the table and shouted, do you even know who my boss is? Just hearing his name would scare the hell out of you. We don't need to know. Let's go. Su Ru remained relatively composed. After all, today was supposed to be a happy day for the grand opening, but instead, a bunch of troublemakers showed up. Oh, this must be your company's boss, right? She's certainly pretty. Why not shut down the company and come keep me company? I promise you won't have to work a day in your life. As he spoke, the bald man with the gold tooth reached out to stroke Su Ru's chin. Su Ru quickly reacted, slapping his hand away and snapping, what do you think you're doing? The bald man with the gold tooth retorted angrily, do you know who I am? Mark my words, soon the entire Yunhai underworld will be ours. You've got some nerve. Then a middle-aged man stepped forward, sneering coldly, the real boss of Yunhai's underworld is our leader. Who the hell do you think you are? This man, Luo Guan, had been sent by Mu Zitsuan to assist Su Ru. He was well versed in navigating business relationships and teaching. Oh? You're that woman's man? The bald man with the gold tooth raised an eyebrow. Of course. Luo Guan declared proudly. But before he could finish, the bald man with the gold tooth drew an iron rod from behind and smashed it into Luo Guan's head, leaving him bleeding profusely. Ah! Luo Guan clutched his head, screaming in agony. Brother Luo! Su Ru's face turned pale. Luo Guan had helped her immensely these past days. Many connections, if not for Luo Guan, Su Ru wouldn't have known how to navigate them. Moreover, she often sought Luo Guan's advice on numerous matters. Humph. Mu Zitsuan is nothing. He's monopolized Yunhai for far too long. It's time for us, the living Yama, to take control. When Luo Guan heard the words living king of hell, his expression instantly changed. You're the living Yama's people? Luo Guan looked utterly shocked. The bald man with the gold tooth sneered coldly, paying no heed. What's going on? Just then, a security guard rushed in. The security guard was a man in his 50s or 60s. Seeing the bald man with the gold tooth and his crew, he clearly looked intimidated. Security! They're causing trouble here and have injured someone. Get them out of here immediately! Su Ru shouted. You guys get out of here! Bald-headed Goldtooth snapped impatiently, swinging his iron bar again. The security guard let out a wail and was knocked to the ground, howling in pain. This terrified Su Ru's family and the new colleagues, their faces turning pale. Humph! Little girl, you really don't know when to stop. The bald man with the gold tooth waved his hand, and his two henchmen immediately carried in two large burlap sacks. From the outside, something inside the sacks seemed to be wriggling. The bald man with the gold tooth flashed his gleaming teeth and grinned, Miss Su, today is your company's grand opening. I don't have much to offer, but these two sacks are my gift to you. Anyone with eyes could guess that whatever was moving inside those sacks wasn't anything good. I don't know you people. I don't want it. Su Ru gritted her teeth. Didn't your parents teach you that you shouldn't refuse a gift when someone offers it? The bald man with the big gold tooth grinned widely. His henchmen immediately tore open the sacks and dumped their contents onto the ground. Suddenly, a dark mass poured out of the two large cloth sacks. Rats, cockroaches, grasshoppers, and even snakes. The vermin began scrambling wildly, spreading throughout every corner of the company. Ah! The new hires were utterly terrified, jumping to their feet in an instant. I'm not working this shift. I'm going home. Mice! The group bolted straight for the door. Even Su Shipei clutched Zhang Kailan tightly with one arm while wildly waving his books with the other. As for Su Ru, needless to say, she'd been terrified of snakes, insects, and rodents since childhood. She was frozen in terror, trembling all over. Rats, cockroaches, and snakes darted everywhere, turning the entire company into a complete mess, a chaotic shambles. Su Ru's face was deathly pale. More than her fear of these creatures, what truly troubled her was the company she had poured so much effort into. It was suddenly in utter disarray. This was her life's work. Luo Guan and the security guard on the floor were both panicking, flailing wildly in all directions. Ha! Meanwhile, the bald guy with the gold tooth and his crew burst into loud laughter. Why did you do this? Su Ru looked utterly wronged, on the verge of tears. This was the grand opening of her company. We're just doing our job for the money. How about this grand opening gift? Like it or not? Ha! Bald Big Gold Tooth laughed shamelessly. Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan were both trembling with rage. The bald man with the gold tooth waved his hand and chuckled, "Guys, we've delivered the gift. Let's go." The moment Bald Big Gold Tooth turned, a face dark as shadow suddenly loomed over his own. A bone-chilling coldness made the bald man with the gold tooth tremble all over. Startled, he stumbled back 2 steps. Who are you?" A voice dripping with murderous intent rang out. "Who's the living devil?" Chapter 130, Forced Feeding. Qin Feng. The moment she saw Qin Feng, Su Ru felt a wave of relief and excitement wash over her. It seemed that with Qin Feng present, her entire heart found peace. Qin Feng nodded to Su Ru, signaling that he would handle this. The bald man with the gold tooth, startled earlier, now felt a surge of irritation. He'd brought over a dozen young thugs with him today. Wasn't this deliberately trying to humiliate him? "Kid, who do you think you are? Get out of the way." Qin Feng had originally come to celebrate with Su Ru, filled with joy and anticipation. But he never expected to walk in and find the place in complete disarray. This made his hair stand on end with rage. "You're one of the living king of hell's men?" Qin Feng stared intently at the bald man with the gold tooth. "Since you know who my boss is, kid, you scared me just now. Kneel down and beg for mercy, pay 1,000,000 yuan in compensation, or else this won't end between us." The bald man with the gold tooth saw Qin Feng, slung his iron bar over his shoulder, and adopted a defiant posture. "Well, if he knows my boss, that makes things easier. He was short on cash lately anyway, and money was exactly what he needed. You want 1,000,000 from me?" Qin Feng suddenly laughed. "I'll give it to you, do you dare take it?" The bald guy with the big gold tooth grinned back. "Ha! Even if you offered me your life, I'd take it. Is that so? Then come and get it," Qin Feng said. The bald man with the gold tooth instantly flew into a rage. This was clearly a provocation. "I'll come over and smash you with this iron rod." The bald man with the gold tooth swung his iron rod down with all his might. Don't let his skinny build fool you, he fought like a beast. Qin Feng snatched the club away with a casual motion, then swung it down with a thud. Crack! Qin Feng shattered the bald man's shoulder with a single blow. Ah! The bald man with the gold tooth clutched his shattered shoulder and stumbled backward. Big gold tooth! His dozen or so henchmen immediately closed in. Attack! Attack! Cripple him for me! The bald man with the gold tooth roared through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Him! Kid, you're asking for it. A dozen men casually grabbed machetes and iron rods from behind and charged at him. Qin Feng swung his blade in a sweeping arc, sending all of them crashing to the ground, wailing in pain. Only then did Su Ru and the rest of the family rush over. Qin Feng! Su Ru looked terrified. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms. It's okay. Qin Feng reassured her. Qin Feng, these people must know us. Su Ru said calmly. They even know her name, they must have come prepared. Uncle Su, bandage the injured and close the door, Qin Feng instructed. Su Shipei was usually a peaceful man, but even he was furious now. Qin Feng clearly intended to handle this privately. Su Shipei led Luo Guan and the security guard into the room before closing the door. Kid, what are you doing? Detaining us privately? That's illegal. The bald man with the gold tooth glared coldly at Qin Feng. He still had no idea what was about to happen. Did the living king of hell send you here? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on bald big gold tooth. Kid, since you know, the bald man with the gold tooth remained defiant. But Qin Feng suddenly grabbed a rat from the corner, walked up to one man, and forcefully shoved the rat into his mouth. The entire crowd was left speechless by the sight. Whoa! The man hadn't even processed what was happening when his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The wriggling rodent was shoved right into his mouth by Qin Feng. Gag! The man immediately clutched his throat, but the rat had already burrowed into his stomach. His stomach churned violently, and he finally foamed at the mouth before collapsing unconscious. A couple of people immediately started retching. Even the bald man with the gold tooth shuddered. Even if his arms or legs were severed, he might have endured it. But this was too much. Being forced to swallow a rat alive? Who sent you here? Qin Feng pressed. Kid, do you even know who you're messing with? Qin Feng grabbed another toad and shoved it into one of the men's mouths. The man clutched his throat, his skin flushing crimson before collapsing unconscious. Who sent you? Qin Feng asked, his face expressionless. The bald man with the gold tooth and the others swallowed hard. Kid, we're just following orders. You? Qin Feng darted forward several times, now holding a handful of cockroaches. He grabbed another man and forced one into his mouth. Gag! The man vomited up last night's food and bile, then convulsed on the ground. Zhang Kailan couldn't bear to watch, burying her face in Su Shipei's chest. Su Shipei took a deep breath. To deal with these people, one must fight fire with fire. Though Luo Guan was no stranger to violence, Qin Feng's move left him utterly stunned. He had heard Qin Feng's name before. But this was his first time seeing the man in person. The security guard was already drenched in cold sweat, wondering if this man would kill him to silence him. He watched as the venomous snake in Qin Feng's hand flicked its tongue menacingly, its appearance terrifying and ferocious. Especially those razor-sharp fangs. If they pierced his stomach, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. The bald man with the big gold tooth was drenched in sweat. Watching Qin Feng approach him with a blank expression, the bald man with the gold tooth finally panicked. "Kid, don't do anything crazy." Ah! Qin Feng didn't care about the consequences. He grabbed the bald man with the gold tooth, pinching his cheeks. Qin Feng's grip was too strong, and with his injuries, the bald man with the gold tooth couldn't resist. Qin Feng seized the venomous snake's head with one hand and shoved it straight into the man's mouth. The bald man with the gold tooth's henchmen had long since lost their nerve. Su Ru and the others turned their heads away. It was terrifying. Just thinking about it was horrifying. I really don't know who it is. Someone just found me. The venomous snake's eyes drew closer and closer, and bald big gold tooth was shaking violently all over with fear. "I'm telling the truth. May lightning strike me dead if I'm lying." Just as the snake's forked tongue flickered toward the bald man's lips, Qin Feng finally froze in his tracks. A foul, fishy stench hung heavy in the air. Because the bald guy with the gold tooth had completely soaked his pants. Yes, he had peed himself in fear. Even the strongest nerves would buckle when faced with a venomous snake this close. Qin Feng let go. The bald man with the gold tooth spat violently. After all, his tongue had touched the snake's forked tongue. Who knew if it was venomous? The others stared at Qin Feng as if he were a demon incarnate. Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold. The bald man with the gold tooth hadn't lied. Qin Feng could tell at a glance whether someone was lying. "Give me a clue, or none of you will leave here with full stomachs," Qin Feng declared coldly. The bald man with the gold tooth and his crew turned ashen. "Bro, I really don't know," the bald man with the gold tooth wailed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I know! I know!" Chapter 131, The Bargaining Chip Against the Su Family. All eyes turned to a man with yellow hair. "Yellow hair, just spit it out already." Bald big gold tooth was getting so impatient he could barely hold it in. "Gold tooth, when that guy approached us, I overheard someone calling him young Master Su on the phone." The bald guy with the gold tooth was sharp too. He glanced at Qin Feng and said, "It must be one of your enemies. And they're definitely from the Su family." Qin Feng's eyes flickered with shifting emotions. Su Ru and Su Shipei, the couple, were both furious. Especially Su Ru, her fists clenched, her whole body trembling. "Why? We've all come out now, why won't they leave us alone?" The Su family and Yunhai, the one called young Master Su besides Su Yua, who else could it be? It's obvious this is the work of the old lady Su and her kind. Qin Feng's face darkened. The bald man with the gold tooth timidly asked, "Brother, can we leave now?" "You aided the tyrant. Each of you will eat one. Otherwise, none of you will leave," Qin Feng said coldly. The bald man with the gold tooth turned pale with rage. "Brother, you're breaking the rules of combat. This clearly has nothing to do with us. You're the ones who let the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in, and you claim it's none of your business? Cut the nonsense. One more word, and I'll finish you myself." A murderous aura erupted from Qin Feng's body like never before. This sent shockwaves through the bald man with the gold tooth and his crew, their faces turning ashen. This aura is actually more powerful than their leaders. How could this be possible? You have 3 seconds. Do it yourselves, or I'll do it for you. The choice is yours. 1, 2. The bald man with the gold tooth turned and bellowed at his men, "What are you all standing around for? Eat!" Bald big gold tooth led the charge, snatching a grasshopper and shoving it straight into his mouth. Here there were snakes, toads, rats, grasshoppers, and more. Grasshoppers are actually the most palatable. But they're raw, after all. Only the man standing at the top of the food chain could possibly manage eating grasshoppers raw. Several of them nearly vomited. "Don't vomit. Swallow it," Qin Feng shouted. Everyone fought back the churning in their stomachs and forced themselves to swallow the grasshoppers. "Not enough. Eat more," Qin Feng bellowed again. The bald man with the gold tooth and the others paled. But Qin Feng's power was too overwhelming, they dared not defy him. And so, over a dozen men each consumed more than 10 grasshoppers. "Pack up all the rest and take them away," Qin Feng ordered coldly. "Uncle Su, Luo Guan, you supervise them. If any try to escape, report it to me. I guarantee they won't get far. If I find even one cockroach leg, every one of you will lose a leg." After delivering his threat, Qin Feng entered the office with Su Ru and the others. Inside the office, Su Ru's family wore heavy expressions. A perfectly good opening ceremony had been ruined like this. Worse still, all the newly hired colleagues had fled. Su Ru hung her head low. Qin Feng walked over and gently patted her shoulder. To his surprise, Su Ru suddenly lifted her head and smiled. "Qin Feng, I'm fine. I'll avenge you," Qin Feng declared. "The Su family has gone too far." "You mean kill them?" Su Ru asked. Qin Feng fell silent. Their goal is simply to stop us. But if we let fear overcome us because of this, then they've succeeded. Over these past 3 years, I've endured disability, disfigurement, and the loss of hope in life. Yet I rose again, rallied my strength, and started a company. I've grown accustomed to it all. Su Ru. Su Ru gripped Qin Feng's hand and smiled. If I were the type to back down so easily, I wouldn't have ventured out on my own in the first place. They aim to crush me, but the more I refuse to be defeated, the more I'll make them respect me. Qin Feng's heart surged with emotion. Su Ru had truly grown. He hadn't expected that in the face of injustice and provocation, Su Ru would choose to regroup and fight back rather than be defeated. This wasn't retreat, it was the kind of unyielding resolve that faced any difficulty head-on, even charging forward against adversity. Qin Feng looked at Su Ru with renewed respect. Su Shipei was deeply moved as well. Xiao Ru, you've grown up, he said. Rest assured, we'll stand by you. MHM. Su Ru nodded. She then turned her gaze to Qin Feng, as if awaiting his response. Fine. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support you. But these people, we absolutely cannot let them off the hook. Qin Feng said coldly. Su Ru shook her head, watching the scene in the office area where the bald man with the gold tooth and others were busily catching snakes and insects. She smiled bitterly. I think the most urgent task now is to hire people. Otherwise, the company won't be able to operate. Luo Guan will handle that for you. You can count on him. Qin Feng assured her. Su Ru looked apologetic as she said, Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I was trying to give you a surprise, but it ended up scaring you instead. The earlier panic had disheveled Su Ru's once sleek hairstyle. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and murmured softly, not a scare, a pleasant surprise. Every time Su Ru grew stronger and evolved, it was a delight to Qin Feng. Su Shipei spat venomously, they've gone too far. I'm going back right now and cutting ties with them. Su Shipei was genuinely furious. At the Su family banquet last time, he had defied the old Madame Su. Qin Feng had thought that was his greatest breakthrough. He never imagined Su Shipei would now threaten to sever ties with the entire Su family. Dad, think this through. Su Ru hurriedly interjected. Yes, Shipei, think carefully. Zhang Kailan also pulled at Su Shipei. Su Shipei gritted his teeth. Do they even consider us family? I have only this one daughter. I've already let Xiao Ru suffer too much. I can't keep living like this anymore. Without the Su family, we can still live. Su Ru was so moved her eyes welled up. She deeply felt the love and concern her father held for her. Dad. Su Ru clung tightly to Su Shipei. Xiao Ru, you've suffered these past years. It's my fault for being useless. I'm going to the Su family right now to demand justice for you. Su Shipei made to leave immediately. Qin Feng could sense Su Shipei's unwavering resolve. This wasn't just empty talk. But Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Uncle Su, wait. I want to ask you, have you truly severed all ties with the Su family? Su Shipei gritted his teeth. How many times have they schemed behind our backs? Since they show no mercy, I needn't hold back any family ties. Fine. There are many ways to bring down the Su family. We still hold the cards, don't we? Su Ru interjected, the shares in Su Group? Exactly. Qin Feng nodded. His eyes flickered as he said, why bother with knives? There are countless ways to make them learn their lesson for life. Just then, Su Shipei's phone rang. It was a text message. After reading it, his brow furrowed. Dad, what's wrong? The group is holding a board meeting. All directors must attend. Qin Feng chuckled, they're coming to us perfect. Su Ru, I'll go with you. Chapter 132, Board Meeting. Luo Guan continued overseeing recruitment and progress at Su Ru's company. Meanwhile, Qifang Group wouldn't let the Su Group's sabotage go unpunished. This time, the board meeting provided the perfect opportunity to see what tricks they were playing. In the Su Group conference hall, Su Boyang sat at the head of the table, with Su Yue seated below him. The other board members had yet to arrive. Su Yue sat with his legs crossed, resting them on the conference table, a broad smile on his face. Yu-he, have you taken care of everything? Su Boyang asked calmly. Dad, rest assured. Everything's taken care of. And the person I brought in this time is none other than the living king of hell, who recently infiltrated Yunhai's underground forces and is making quite a splash. Su Boyang nodded. Whoever this living king of hell or dead king of hell is, this matter must be handled properly. Otherwise, you know what will happen. If things continue like this, your grandmother will revoke our authority. Also, this board meeting is of critical importance. Your grandmother is paying close attention. Su Yuha lowered his foot and asked earnestly, honestly, I don't quite understand why were Uncle Air and the others invited to the board meeting? This just gives them an opening to meddle. What do you know? This is Grandma Su's plan. Just cooperate with me later. Su Yuha wanted to ask more, but the other board members began arriving one after another. Before long, Qin Feng and Su Ru arrived as well. The moment Qin Feng entered, his piercing gaze swept over Su Boyang and Su Yue. Both men shuddered involuntarily. They seemed to harbor an unusual fear toward Qin Feng. Simply because they had been defeated by Qin Feng too many times. Each defeat was etched into their memories. Ahem! Su Boyang let out a soft gasp, his body stiffening. This was their home turf, after all. How could they let nerves get the better of them? In contrast, Su Ru remained far more composed. Su Ru, you're not part of our board of directors. What brings you here? Su Boyang adopted a condescending tone. My father transferred his shares to me long ago. I represent him, Su Ru replied coldly. Su Boyang chuckled, your father's always been such a pushover, incapable himself, yet pushing his own daughter out there. Qin Feng added his own sarcasm, if your son were capable, he wouldn't be left without a single share. Come to think of it, you don't even have the right to sit here. Su Yuha flushed crimson. Su Boyang said coldly, he's my assistant now. He's responsible for recording the meeting's progress and content. Qin Feng snorted coldly but said nothing. Su Boyang despised Qin Feng's face. We'll see how you handle this later. Alright, everyone is present. Since that's the case, let's begin the meeting. It turned out a mysterious buyer had made a large-scale purchase of an old urban renewal district, aiming to transform it into a brand new, large-scale integrated new city. The project encompassed residential complexes, shopping malls, schools, hospitals, sports arenas, and other large-scale service facilities. The location of the old district was once the very heart of Yunhai City. Once this redevelopment is complete, the old district is poised to become Yunhai's new CBD. This news sent shockwaves through Yunhai's real estate industry and indeed, the entire province. Every company hoped to secure a piece of the pie in this partnership, or even become the exclusive agent. As a construction company under the Su Group, they naturally threw their hat into the ring. Unfortunately, Su Group's standing wasn't quite high enough to truly break into this competition. Madame Su exhausted every possible avenue. Su Boyang declared, the chairman has spoken. Our goal this year is to secure that partnership. If we secure these partnerships, your annual dividends will increase by at least several dozen times. The eyes of all board members lit up. The chairwoman of the Su Group was, of course, the elderly Madame Su. Su Boyang held the position of president within the group, but he was merely the second largest shareholder. Qin Feng glanced at the report on the table. The company acquiring the old city district was named Long Kuei Holdings. Long Kuei, Qin Feng murmured. Su Boyang stated, we've exhausted every avenue, but Long Kuei simply won't entertain us. We haven't even managed to meet their senior leadership. Whoever successfully handles this negotiation will be entrusted with the project. The entire board of directors stirred with anticipation. But the thought of how many renowned real estate groups in the city had already been rebuffed made them hesitate. Seeing this, Su Boyang looked down on them with contempt. Bunch of useless fools. But he had anticipated this. He suddenly turned to Su Ru and said, Su Ru, how about you handle this? Su Ru had actually been dragged into this by Qin Feng. She knew absolutely nothing about real estate partnerships. So she turned to Qin Feng. Su Boyang gave Su Yuha a subtle nod. The latter understood and said, Su Ru, as the group's new shareholder, you should contribute something to the group. All right. Before Su Ru could speak, Qin Feng had already responded. Even Su Boyang hadn't expected Qin Feng and Su Ru to respond so quickly. Qin Feng nodded to Su Ru, who returned the nod. All right. She trusted Qin Feng. At the same time, she possessed an innate refusal to admit defeat. She was determined to prove something to Su Boyang and the others. Su Boyang spoke calmly, Su Ru, don't agree so quickly. If this opportunity is missed, you will bear the responsibility. Su Yuha chimed in, exactly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our group's next decade, even 2 decades. If you promise the shareholders and then fail to deliver, how will you explain it to everyone? Su Ru's expression turned icy. All this talk? They just don't want to take the fall. Qin Feng placed his hand on Su Ru's shoulder, signaling her not to lose her temper, otherwise, she'd fall into their trap. Su Ru would negotiate the cooperation. The major shareholders all looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. This partnership had deterred countless real estate giants. Where did this man get the nerve? Su Boyang sneered coldly, Qin Feng, don't talk big. If you can't deliver, will you bear the consequences? What consequences? Qin Feng countered. Making empty boasts, betraying the group's trust, spreading negative influences and practices, deceiving the board, is that sufficient? Su Boyang retorted coldly. Qin Feng smiled. Su Boyang's act was too fake. If he were an actor, he'd be stuck as an extra for 1,000 years. If we can't deliver, Su Ru will resign from the board. How about that? Su Ru gasped, grabbing Qin Feng's hand. But Su Yuha reacted quickly, immediately interjecting, you said that yourself. Can you speak for Su Ru? Qin Feng nodded towards Su Ru. Yes. Chapter 133, Smooth Signing. And just like that, the board meeting concluded. Dad, I don't understand. Why assign such a major matter to Su Ru? Su Yuha asked. Su Boyang shot Su Yuha a glance. You didn't know? Then why were you so enthusiastic just now? Su Yuha retorted, because I know Su-ru absolutely won't close the deal. A renovation project of this scale could only be secured by top-tier real estate developers, at least provincially, if not nationally. Su-ru is just a frail woman, she can't even get her foot in the door. Let alone seal the deal. At least you have some sense. Su Boyang said, actually, this was Grandma Su's idea. The purpose of assigning it to them was to have an excuse to get rid of this troublesome person and then buy back the shares they hold. But this still won't help us close the deal. Su Yuha retorted. You finally matured enough to understand priorities. Let me put it this way, your grandmother is already 70% certain this partnership will succeed. Everyone else is just spinning their wheels. Su Boyang chuckled. Su Yuha was overjoyed. So you were putting on a show earlier, Dad? Deliberately laying smoke screens for them? And the partnership hasn't been announced yet? Ha! Exactly. The others can only play supporting roles to our group this time. Soon, the Su group will ascend to the ranks of top-tier conglomerates. In a week, the entire real estate industry will know our name. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng and Su-ru left the company, Su-ru fell silent for a long moment before speaking. Qin Feng, are you absolutely sure this is okay? They clearly intend to use this opportunity to oust me and reclaim our shares in the process. I know. Qin Feng smiled. Then why did you agree? Su-ru asked, puzzled. Truthfully, her focus wasn't on the Su group, but on her own company. She simply trusted Qin Feng wouldn't act recklessly. Besides, judging by Su Boyang's demeanor, he doesn't seem the least bit worried about losing this partnership. Qin Feng chuckled, since you've noticed too, this makes it all the more interesting. I suspect they had arrangements or plans all along, maybe they've already secured the partnership behind the scenes. This whole charade is just to kick you guys out. Su-ru's expression turned serious. Doesn't that put us in danger? Leave this to me. You just focus on the new company. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Su-ru's shoulder. Su-ru's cheeks flushed as she nodded obediently. After dropping Su-ru off, Qin Feng sat in the car, holding his phone. Hello? Who is this? A lazy voice like a silver bell came from the other end. Second senior sister, it's me. Upon hearing this, second senior sister's voice brimmed with delight as she laughed sweetly. You little rascal, you finally called me. Second senior sister, cut the nonsense. If you wanted me to find you, you could have just called directly. No need for such a grand spectacle. You stirred up the entire Yunhai district, even the entire province's real estate market. You've got some nerve. Master specifically told us not to disturb you. I've been waiting for you to come find me. I've just been so busy lately, with so much to do. Busy with what? Dating? You'll make third junior sister very upset. Second senior sister sighed helplessly. Third sister told you? Not just her, we all know. For one woman, you've given up so much, even retreating to this tiny Yunhai after leaving the mountain. Is it really worth it? Second sister asked. Worth it. Qin Feng replied earnestly, if I hadn't appeared, I would have ruined her entire life. Second senior sister sighed helplessly. Anyway, you need to explain things to third junior sister yourself. You know her temperament, she might actually do something rash. I know. I'll have to wait until I'm settled before talking to her. Qin Feng sighed, clearly troubled. By the way, since Long Kuei is part of your group, I'd like to ask second senior sister for a favor. Just say what it is. You own half this company. The next day, Qin Feng brought Su-ru along to sign the contract with Long Kuei's company. This left Su-ru utterly stunned. When did you arrange this partnership? Su-ru froze for a moment. Seeing Su-ru's astonished expression, Qin Feng chuckled, I naturally have my ways with your boyfriend. Su-ru's face flushed. She really didn't understand these things. The new company's establishment was also supported by Su Shipei and Luo Guan. Besides, she wasn't at all upset about matters concerning the Su group. Could they be playing us? Su-ru asked. They won't. It's already a done deal, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng was always so confident. Su-ru always trusted Qin Feng implicitly. Longkuei Holdings occupied the financial tower within the CBD of Yunhai New City. This financial tower was several times more luxurious than the building housing Su-ru's company. Seeing Su-ru's moment of reflection, Qin Feng said, you'll move to an even more luxurious location someday. Not me, but us. Su-ru looked at Qin Feng earnestly. Qin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. From the very beginning, Su-ru had intended to fight alongside Qin Feng. The backdrop at Long Kuei Company's front desk featured a blue dragon soaring among countless sunflowers. That blue dragon is quite beautiful, and these sunflowers give off a thriving, flourishing vibe. Su-ru was also captivated by the backdrop's artwork. Does it have to be so flashy? Qin Feng muttered. What did you say? Su-ru hadn't heard clearly. Never mind. Let's go inside. Soon, a front desk receptionist with delicate features and a short skirt approached them. You must be Mr. Qin. The chairman is currently attending a multinational conference abroad. She has already instructed the general manager. Please follow me. Suru felt even more astonished. She wasn't stupid. Longkuei Holdings' parent company was undoubtedly a giant in the industry. But it sounded like Qin Feng was negotiating directly with the group's chairman? Led by the receptionist, the two arrived at the general manager's office. Before they even arrived, they spotted a middle-aged man waiting by the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. My name is Du Chao. I'm the project manager for Longkuei Holdings in Yunhai. May I ask who this is? Du Chao was extremely polite. My girlfriend, Su Ru. She's also a partner in the project, Qin Feng replied. Miss Su, welcome. Please come in. Upon entering the conference room, the contract was already prepared. Su Ru felt a bit restless. This was all progressing a bit too smoothly. And as a doctor by training, to be honest, this was her first time negotiating a corporate partnership. Miss Su, Mr. Qin should have explained the details to you. All you need to do is sign your name. Ha! Even if Su Ru knew nothing about contracts, she understood that negotiations typically took a lot of back and forth time. Qin Feng? Qin Feng smiled. Just sign it. There won't be any issues. Du Chao added, yes, our chairman has already given his approval. This left Su Ru even more astonished just how powerful were Qin Feng's connections. Du Chao stamped the document and inquired, what is your company's name? Su Ru was about to say Su Group, but Qin Feng interrupted, Su Ru, I still don't know the name of the new company you've established. Su Ru's face flushed slightly as she replied, Qin Su. Qin Feng paused, startled. His last visit had been rushed, and he hadn't noticed. So Su Ru's heart always had a place for him. Qin Su, what a name. Manager Du, write it down. Qin Feng instructed. But we're representing the Su Group. Su Ru hurriedly protested. Who said that? Qin Feng's lips curved into a meaningful smile. This is our new beginning. Chapter 134, Grandma Su attends the meeting. Ha! At the Su family banquet, the Su family members watched Su Boyang's hearty laughter and found it rather peculiar. Grandma Su inquired, Boyang, what's got you so amused? Yes, uncle, what happened? Ha! Su Boyang laughed even louder. Dad, stop laughing and just tell us already. Su Yuha also grew expectant. Su Boyang laughed until tears streamed down his face. Wiping them away, he declared, that Su Ru girl and that madman Qin Feng, that young couple actually joined Longkuei Company. They must be out of their minds. Ha! The entire Su family burst into laughter. In truth, Grandma Su had convened a family meeting early that morning. The partnership with Longkuei was practically a done deal. Those two fools have no idea they've walked right into our trap. Grandma, this move of yours is truly brilliant. Luring them into the trap themselves, then kicking them out while reclaiming the shares, it's killing two birds with one stone. Su Yuha hurriedly flattered her. Grandma Su's expression remained cool and composed, showing little sign of joy. She's the one who doesn't know her place, always trying to oppose us. Exactly. Utterly ungrateful. And to think she'd start her own company? What a laugh. Su Yuha sneered. Since they're opening a business, I'll send them a grand gift, though I wonder if they'll accept it. The thought of hiring people to plant vermin in Su Ru's company, imagining her panicked and helpless expression, brought him a cold satisfaction. Mom, will the partnership with Longkuei go smoothly? After all that had happened, Su Boyang had grown more level-headed. He asked again. Su Lao replied calmly, you may not trust me, but you can trust your maternal uncle. Longkuei's manager was promoted by your uncle before being poached by a headhunting firm. Your uncle recognized his talent and gave him a chance. Su Yuha was overjoyed, wonderful. With uncle's support, we'll definitely make a comeback. The Su group had been struggling in Yunhai recently. All banks had halted loans, leaving them to rely solely on Grandma Su's savings to survive temporarily. Madame Su had never sought help from her eldest brother, unwilling to lean on her maternal family's influence. But this time, she had no choice. Su Boyang and Su Yua both knew that the eldest brother of the old lady Su was a powerful figure in the region. He was the sort of figure whose every move sent shockwaves through the entire region. The fact that old lady Su remained so robust at 60 was a testament to their family's hereditary resilience. Qin Feng, no matter how capable you are, this time you've finally been defeated. The next day, in the Su family's conference hall, all shareholders of the Su group had gathered. Of course, even the matriarch herself was present. Madame Su was a formidable presence in her own right, commanding immense authority. However, some of the newer employees at the Su group were meeting the matriarch for the first time. Madame Su is the group's chairwoman and largest shareholder, but I heard the company was founded by Mr. Su and his second younger brother, asked a young woman in a pencil skirt. A slightly older woman beside her replied, you don't understand. Back when the company faced a financial crisis, Madame Su single-handedly turned the tide. She invested her personal fortune into the company, which led to the establishment of the Su Group as we know it today. That's how she became the largest shareholder. The young woman exclaimed in surprise. Who would have guessed? Grandma Su actually had that kind of guts. Yes. Mrs. Su comes from a prominent provincial family. Rumor has it her maternal clan is incredibly powerful, a financial conglomerate whose influence could shake the entire region with a single stomp. In her youth, she was fiercely ambitious, amassing great wealth through business ventures. She was poised to retire had the group not been on the brink of collapse. She never would have intervened. In the conference hall, Su Boyang surveyed the room and stated, "Everyone, if Su Ru fails to secure this partnership shortly, we should move to remove her from the board." Exactly. Su Yuhua chimed in. "Let me be frank, everyone. Under the wise leadership of my grandmother, the group's chairwoman, we have a strong chance of securing this partnership." The shareholders' eyes lit up. "I've always said that Grandma Su is the cornerstone of our group. We will definitely turn our profits around." Exactly. Back in the day, Madame Su was a force to be reckoned with. She single-handedly turned the tide and pulled the company back from the brink of disaster. Rest assured, Madame Su, we will be your loyal supporters. Exactly. That Su Ru, she's untrustworthy. When the time comes, we'll vote unanimously to kick her off the board. Madame Su remained silent, clearly acquiescing. Before long, Qin Feng and Su Ru arrived. Both arrived empty-handed. Seeing this, Su Boyang and Su Yua beamed with delight. Su Yua grinned. "Well, Su Ru? Did you manage to secure the cooperation?" Qin Feng and Su Ru hadn't expected even old Madame Su to show up. Su Ru replied coldly, "You really went to great lengths to get rid of us, didn't you?" Su Boyang put on a show of false kindness and laughed. "Su Ru, don't say that. We're all family, after all. You agreed to this yourselves. I didn't force you to negotiate." Su Yua smiled sweetly. "Exactly. You could have refused back then. Did we have guns pointed at you or something?" Qin Feng sneered. "Of course they'd say that now. If Su Ru hadn't agreed back then, they would have come up with all sorts of excuses. But arguing with these scoundrels was a complete waste of breath." Qin Feng stated flatly, "We've secured the cooperation. The contract will be delivered shortly." "Ha!" Su Yuha burst into laughter. "Qin Feng, cut the nonsense. If you came here to fool us and salvage your pride, you should have camped out day and night at Long Kuei Company. Who knows, maybe their executives would have negotiated with you properly. But if you're here to make a fool of yourself, I advise you not to treat us like fools. If you can deliver, you deliver. If you can't, you can't. What's the point?" Su Yuha spoke with the air of an older brother. Su Boyang's face was equally contemptuous. "I detest those who are all flash and no substance, those who crave attention, spout nothing but lies, and wear hats too big for their heads." Su Ru retorted coldly, "What if we actually seal this deal? And what about the contract? Did you guys just make that up too?" "Ha!" Su Yuha roared with laughter. He hadn't expected watching a clown perform could be so entertaining. The other shareholders watched with cold stares. Old Madame Su spoke up, her tone even more decisive. "Su Ru, you've already been kicked out of the company. As for the transfer of shares, we'll find a time to sign the papers at the law firm." The old lady Su couldn't be bothered to say another word to Su Ru. She had always looked down on this so-called granddaughter, believing Su Ru's origins to be a disaster for the Su family. Especially the incident years ago when Su Ru, blinded by her infatuation with Qin Feng, had gone to the Lu family demanding justice and ended up disfigured. It had been an utter embarrassment. Su Ru's face turned icy. Grandma Su still disliked her so intensely, even more so than before. Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "Su Ru, why bother getting angry with these people? We won't be on the same level as them anyway." Su Yuha's temper flared the moment he heard this. Chapter 135, Changing Faces. "Qin Feng, what do you think you are? You started out as a mere caregiver. What social class could you possibly belong to? Do you really think starting some crappy little company means you can start over and make a comeback? Let me tell you, it was impossible before, and it's even more impossible now." Su Yua sneered coldly, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Their partnership with the Yi family hadn't yielded a single shred of benefit. But could the Yi family possibly compare to the parent company of Long Kuei? Of course not. The Yi family was at best a regional powerhouse. But Long Kuei Corporation's parent company? Its business spanned the entire nation, with partnerships extending overseas. Therefore, aligning with Long Kuei, this mighty vessel would yield far greater returns in the future than ever could be gained by climbing aboard the Yi family. As the Su family grew ever larger, they would leave even less room for Su Ru to survive. Su Ru's heart turned to ashes. Qin Feng said, "Su Ru, you see? Since they're so determined to wipe you out, you have nothing left to hold you back." Su Ru nodded. Truthfully, though Su Ru felt no attachment to the Su family, she still held affection for the corporate group. After all, it was the lifework of Su Shipei. Moreover, she had often visited the company to see Su Shipei when she was young. But the reactions and words of the old matriarch and the others had finally freed Su Ru from any lingering concerns. Su Yua chuckled, "Don't make us sound so heartless, okay? Su-ru, when you hand over the shares, we're simply buying them back at market price. Besides, they rightfully belong to us. Qin Feng replied coolly, forget about it. We won't sell the shares. Su-yuha erupted in fury, you're going back on your word? You were the ones who said if this partnership fell through, you'd hand over the shares and step down from the board. Qin Feng scoffed, and may I ask, do our words carry any legal weight? Su Boyang sneered coldly, we have full video recordings of the meeting, and so many people witnessed it. How could it lack legal validity? Illiterate. Su Yuhua sneered back. They remained calm and composed, having long since planned this move. This time, no matter what, Qin Feng and Su-ru would have to comply. Qin Feng laughed, but you seem to have forgotten our agreement to secure this contract. The thing is, we already have. Bull. Su Yuhua sneered angrily, where's the contract? Just then, a beautiful secretary walked in. Chairman Su, the contract from Long Kuei Company has arrived. Su Boyang and Su Yuhua beamed with smiles. Qin Feng, did you see that? We're the ones who actually secured the partnership with Long Kuei Company. They're delivering the contract personally. You two frauds, grandstanding for attention, you're nothing but clowns. Su Yuhua looked down on him with utter contempt. But old Madame Su felt a twinge of doubt. She hadn't even started negotiations with Long Kuei, how could they be delivering a contract already? After all, she intended to wait until she kicked Su-ru out and reclaimed those shares before leveraging her brother's connections. Perhaps her brother had already taken action? That thought crossed the old lady's mind. She smiled and said, let him in. Shortly after, a young man in a suit entered, holding a contract. Su Boyang promptly stepped forward, extending his hand proactively. Hello, he said. I'm the group president. I'll be representing our group in these negotiations. As he spoke, Su Boyang glanced sideways at Qin Feng, as if issuing a challenge. All the shareholders grew excited. But the young man asked curiously, who are you to Miss Su? Miss Su? Which Miss Su? Su-ru, replied the young man in the suit. All eyes turned to Su-ru. Su Boyang frowned but forced to smile. My name is Su Boyang. I'll be handling the cooperation with your company. She is Miss Su, Qin Feng stated. The young man in the suit hurried over, while Su Boyang stood there flustered. Hello, Miss Su. We've prepared the contract and brought it specially for you. The young man in the suit was extremely friendly, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Su-ru accepted the contract. But the entire room was stunned. No way. It can't be her. Su Yuhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Boyang quickly interjected, you must have made a mistake. She signed with you? The young man in the suit replied, no mistake. This was personally instructed by our CEO, Mr. Du. Grandma Su's expression darkened instantly. Both Su Boyang and Su Yuhua, father and son, looked utterly incredulous. Could it be? Su-ru really secured the partnership? This couldn't possibly be true. Su Yuhua stared in utter disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Qin Feng and Su-ru for putting on a show to attract attention. But now, the contract was actually being presented. Mom! Su Boyang panicked instantly, immediately turning to old Madame Su. Grandma Su's face was cold and unyielding, offering no response. Su Yuhua shouted, this is fake. You must be their hired actor. Exactly. Qin Feng, do you really think we don't see through your tricks? Ha! The young man in the suit coldly produced his employee badge and stated icily, I wasn't hired by Miss Su. I'm an employee of Long Kuei Company and also General Manager Du's assistant. This finally forced Su Yuhua to believe it. Su-ru had actually secured this partnership. It was utterly unbelievable. But old Madame Su, seasoned in business, chuckled, my apologies, my grandson hasn't seen much of the world, so he acted a bit out of line. Thank you for bringing the contract. Su Boyang quickly regained his composure. Regardless, the contract Su-ru signed represented their entire group, which meant their group and Long Kuei Company had successfully completed the partnership. From a certain perspective, this was a positive development. As for kicking Su-ru out, there would be plenty of opportunities for that later. Su Boyang chuckled, well, Su-ru, you truly live up to being our company's shareholder, young and accomplished. Seeing this, the other shareholders immediately changed their tune and chimed in, how delightful. Who would have thought Miss Su would prove so resourceful? She's truly a lucky charm for our group. Ha! I've always said our company desperately needed fresh blood. Look at that, Miss Su will undoubtedly be our company's rising star. Whatever Miss Su commands, we'll fulfill without hesitation. Watching this bunch of opportunists, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At the end of the day, these so-called shareholders only see money. Whoever can make them money becomes their master, they'd even grovel at your feet. Though Mrs. Su inwardly resisted, she still had to put on a good show. Su-ru, you've done well. Keep up the good work. Su-ru felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What a bunch of snobs. But the young man in the suit frowned. Have you got something wrong? The company partnering with Long Kuei Real Estate is Miss Su's Qinsu Corporation. The moment he spoke, the entire room erupted. Chapter 136, The Incompetent Confrontation. Su Yue stared in disbelief. How could it be their company? Su Boyang immediately retorted, "You've got it all wrong. Su Ru is an employee of our group." "You're the ones who got it wrong," Qin Feng stated. "Su Ru is merely a shareholder in your group. She runs her own company, there's no conflict." Su Boyang's face flushed crimson. He felt like he'd been played. Grandma Su seemed to gradually grasp what was happening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Boyang forced a laugh. "Su Ru, you must be joking, right?" Su Ru replied coldly, "We're not joking. I don't represent the Su group, I represent our own company." Su Yue roared angrily, "Then why was the contract sent to our group? What exactly are your intentions?" "You've got it all wrong again." Qin Feng clarified, "The contract wasn't submitted to your group, it was delivered directly to Su Ru. We simply wanted you to see that we secured this partnership, but it has nothing to do with you." Su Boyang and Su Yue, father and son, flushed crimson. This was nothing short of psychological warfare. Qin Feng and Su Ru had come specifically to inform them that the partnership had been finalized. Just as the elderly Mrs. Su and her entourage shifted their expressions, beaming with joy and even praising Su Ru, they were suddenly doused with cold water. They were told that while the contract had indeed been signed, it wasn't with the Su group, it was with Su Ru's company. What else could this be but a double blow? It was a blatant show of defiance. It was pure mockery. Old Madame Su's face was frozen in a bitter expression. She had come to the company full of enthusiasm, determined to witness Su Ru being kicked out and to assert her own authority and status. Yet she never imagined Su Ru would secure the cooperation contract with Long Kue. Though deeply dissatisfied, upon reflection, the old lady Su quickly accepted the outcome. After all, her eldest brother had been the one to recognize Long Kue's general manager's talent. With his endorsement, the partnership was highly likely to proceed. But the ultimate decision-maker wasn't Long Kue's general manager, Du Chao. The real decision-maker was Long Kue's parent company. Securing this partnership through Su Ru meant it was practically a done deal. This approach spared old Madame Su from having to leverage her connections and risk potential failure. After all, Su Ru was a shareholder of the Su group. It would be wise to wait until the project stabilized before considering any changes. Thus, Grandma Su's attitude toward Su Ru softened temporarily. But what Mrs. Su hadn't anticipated was that Su Ru had actually outmaneuvered them. This deal never even belonged to the Su group. Su Ru had pocketed all the benefits for herself. Bang! Su Boyang slammed his fist on the table, roaring with fury. "Su Ru, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to intimidate us right off the bat? Do you have any idea what you're doing? You're exploiting company resources to enrich yourself. This violates company policy. Do you even know what you're doing?" Su Ru's gaze turned icy as she fixed it on Su Boyang, then swept over the utterly grim expression on old Madame Su's face. "When has the Su group ever given me resources? You tell me." Su Boyang was rendered speechless, momentarily unable to respond. Su Ru said coldly, "Who was it that was helpless, failed to negotiate, and only then came to me? It was you. The group has given you so many resources, yet you can't even secure a partnership. In my opinion, you'd be better off stepping down as president sooner rather than later." The other shareholders all turned their gaze toward Su Boyang. Su Boyang's face flushed crimson, wishing he could sink through the floor. Su Boyang wanted to argue back, but didn't know where to start. As the company president, he certainly bore greater responsibilities. Su Yue shouted, "I don't believe it. Dad, Grandma, they must have teamed up to stage this whole charade. And this contract must be forged. What right do they have to secure this partnership?" The other shareholders also looked doubtful. "Su Ru, this is no joke, you could face legal consequences. Yes, I know you don't want to be ousted from the group, but you have to accept the consequences of your bets." The shareholders began siding with Su Yue. If Su Ru represented the Su group, that would be one thing, they'd support her unconditionally. But that's not the case. This has nothing to do with them. Naturally, they hoped this was all a lie. Su Boyang had also regained his composure. He sneered coldly, "Su Ru, considering this is your first offense, we'll let this matter drop. We won't pursue legal action. However, you must relinquish your shares. We'll purchase them at half the market price. This is the greatest concession we can offer you." Qin Feng looked at him as if he were a fool, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Qin Feng, what are you laughing at? This devilish scheme must be your doing. Caregivers are just caregivers, lowly people. Always resorting to underhanded tricks." Su Yue felt a surge of satisfaction once more. It seemed that asserting his superiority and mocking Qin Feng in front of him gave him an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps it was because he'd lost to Qin Feng too many times before. Now that he'd finally won once, he naturally had to rub salt in the wound. "I'm laughing at your incompetent, reckless accusations," Qin Feng said. "Contract forgery? Only a fool like you would even suggest such a thing. Whether the partnership is real or fake, it's easily verifiable and utterly meaningless. Why bother? Like father, like son. With the Su group in your hands, its downfall is inevitable. Qin Feng's dragon-like eyes could see into people's hearts and read their faces. This father and son were simply not cut out for great endeavors. Old Madame Su, however, possessed a destiny akin to a star candle flame still burning bright despite her age. She was barely worth considering. But she's hardly worth mentioning. Qin Feng, what did you say? Su Yuha was furious. Suddenly. At that very moment, nearly every shareholder's phone rang simultaneously. Longkue Real Estate has reached a deep cooperation agreement with Qin Su Company. As someone announced this news, the faces of everyone present turned pale. The official announcement had already been released. How could this be fake? Su Boyang slumped into a chair, his eyes vacant. Su Yuha's lips trembled. Clown. Su Ru, let's go. Qin Feng and Su Ru's group departed. After exchanging information with Longkue Company personnel, they got into the car. Su Ru remained silent throughout the journey, trembling slightly. Su Ru? Qin Feng asked urgently. Suddenly, Su Ru couldn't hold back any longer and burst out shouting. Ah! It was an outburst of unparalleled excitement. It was also a long-awaited release. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. After all these years of suppression, Su Ru had finally asserted herself in front of old lady Su and the others. She was finally free. Finally. Su Ru stopped shouting and exclaimed excitedly, that feels amazing. In the heat of the moment, Su Ru lost all restraint and planted a kiss right on Qin Feng's cheek. Qin Feng froze in shock. Su Ru realized what she'd done, her face flushing bright red as her heart raced. Qin Feng smiled faintly. This was the first time Su Ru had ever kissed him. Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I just got too excited. Qin Feng shook his head. It's okay. But I still want to thank you. Su Ru said. Su Ru. HM? Su Ru looked over. Suddenly, Qin Feng leaned in, their lips meeting as they lost themselves in the car. Chapter 137, The Furious Old Madame Su. In the conference hall. The shareholders' gazes toward Su Boyang and his father shifted, tinged with reproach. Su Boyang roared angrily, what are you looking at me for? This has nothing to do with me. It's all that damn girl's fault. How could it not be your fault? You're the CEO of our group. This partnership falling through is largely your responsibility, remarked an elder shareholder with a slightly larger stake. Yes, President Su. We're not blaming you, but if your relationship with Miss Su hadn't deteriorated, this contract would already be ours. Sigh, we could have earned dozens of times more in dividends each year. Now it's all gone. Su Boyang was furious. They claimed they weren't blaming him, but every word dripped with accusation and reproach. Chairman Su, I believe we should resolve this matter promptly, a white-haired elder interjected. If necessary, send someone to plead with Miss Su. After all, she is one of our founding members. This man was an old friend of the late Mrs. Su. When Su Boyang and Su Sherpei founded the company, he had lent his support solely out of respect for her. Su Yuha immediately erupted, roaring, who do you think you are, daring to? Yuha! Shut your mouth. Madame Su's face darkened. Grandma, don't indulge them. The group belongs to us Sus. All they know how to do is point fingers. What else can they possibly do? I said shut up. Old Madame Su finally lost her temper. Su Yuha seethed inwardly, wanting to retort, but Su Boyang shot him a warning glance. The other shareholders shook their heads in disappointment, clearly frustrated. I will give you an explanation. Dismissed. Grandma Su declared in a deep voice. The crowd sighed and dispersed. Su Yuha, unwilling to let it go, stepped forward and complained, Grandma, these people think they're something special just because they're shareholders. They're acting like they're the boss. Smack. Grandma Su delivered a sharp slap across his face. The blow stunned Su Yuha on the spot. Su Boyang shuddered and immediately fell silent. He knew that when Grandma Su struck someone, she was truly enraged. Grandma? You hit me? Su Yuha was completely stunned. Throughout his childhood, the old Madame Su had always been formidable within the family, with no one daring to defy her will. He himself had been scolded by her many times. But this was the first time she had ever struck him. Grandma Su fumed, if it weren't for your impulsiveness, why would we have to go to such lengths to reclaim what's rightfully ours? If it weren't for you, how could Long Kuei's collaborative project have been entrusted to others? Su Yuha clutched his face, his inner rage boiling. If it weren't for Qin Feng and Su Ru, he wouldn't have been slapped by Grandma Su. Grandma, it was clearly your plan. Why are you pinning everything on me? Su Yuha gritted his teeth in resentment. Su Boyang immediately snapped back, you insolent brat, you dare talk back? Your grandmother is cleaning up your mess, do you understand? You're the one who started this mess. If not for you, none of this would have happened. We could have negotiated the partnership with Long Kuei directly. But I did it for the family and the group. If I hadn't acted, would you have gotten Su Ru's mask formula? Su Yuha retorted, still unwilling to concede. Grandmaster's face darkened so much it seemed blood might drip from it. Smack! Su Boyang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him again. You little brat, shut your mouth. Su Boyang was getting desperate. Was this guy really that stupid? Old Mrs. Su's face was darker than a pot bottom, yet he still dared to speak up here. Su Yuha cursed Qin Feng and Su Ru 100 times over in his mind. Su Boyang quickly changed the subject. Mom, are we just going to let them snatch this contract away? This is our only chance to turn things around. How could Su Boyang not be anxious? In Yunhai, the Su group was already struggling immensely. Relying solely on the family's savings wouldn't sustain them for long. What's ours is ours, no one can take it away. Old Madam Su dialed the number. Hello, big brother. You must help me with this matter. Night fell. Grandma Su, Su Boyang, Su Yuha, and other family members were all on edge. They were waiting for a call. Before long, the phone rang. Everyone held their breath. Earlier that day, old Madam Su had finally reached out to her eldest brother for help. Clearly, she intended to leverage her brother's connections to reclaim the partnership with Long Kuei. That evening, the call finally came back. Mom, it's an unknown number. Su Boyang said nervously. Answer it. Su Boyang answered the call. Hello, Mrs. Su. This is Du Chao. I'm the general manager in person in charge of Long Kuei real estate in Yunhai. Mrs. Su exhaled in relief and smiled. Hello, General Manager Du, can our cooperation proceed smoothly now? Du Chao hesitated briefly before finally replying, I'm sorry, Mrs. Su. Though Mr. Su has been a great mentor to me, I don't have the authority to decide this matter. Perhaps we can collaborate on another project in the future. With that, Du Chao hung up. Mrs. Su's face instantly stiffened. Hello? Hello? Su Boyang answered immediately, but the line had already gone dead. Mom! You good-for-nothing brat! Old Mrs. Su grabbed the phone and slammed it onto the floor. She was furious. She'd thought it would be good news, but instead she'd been rejected. The worst possible outcome had come to pass. The entire family fell silent, too terrified to utter a word. Old Madam Su suddenly turned to Su Boyang and Su Yuha, bellowing furiously, useless pieces of trash. If you two don't find a way to salvage this partnership, you're kicked out of the group and the family. Su Boyang and Su Yuha's faces drained of color. Without the Su group and without old Madam Su, they were nothing. They had never seen old Madam Su this enraged before. This time, old Madam Su was truly serious. But mother, Long Kuei Real Estate has already signed the contract with them. Grandma Su replied coldly, if Long Kuei can't be reached, then find them. Find those two bastards? That's harder than climbing to the moon. Su Yuha retorted. What else? Go gun down Long Kuei Real Estate? Old Mrs. Su retorted coldly. Su Yuha immediately fell silent. Grandma Su's imposing presence was so overwhelming that no one else dared utter a word. Yes, the only option now is to seek out Qin Feng and Su Ru. Su Boyang's cousin whispered, I think our only option is to beg them for mercy. Maybe we can still get involved somehow. Impossible. Su Yuha immediately refused. Over my dead body would I seek them out. That would be admitting defeat to Qin Feng and the others. Su Yuha couldn't possibly bring himself to do that. Do you have any other ideas? Old Madam Su stared at Su Yuha. Su Yuha fell silent. I agree. We can't just do nothing. Exactly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Countless people would kill to be part of it. Uncle, this is something only you can handle. Boyang, why not just admit your mistakes? The rest of the family members urged him to reconsider. Fine. Su Boyang gritted his teeth and finally bowed his head. Chapter 138, Apologizing in Person. Though deeply reluctant, Su Boyang picked up the phone. When it came to apologizing over the phone, the sooner the better. Soon, he dialed Su Ru's number. Meanwhile, with the company's opening preparations still incomplete, Qin Feng and Su Ru arrived at the office. The previous disruption hadn't significantly affected them. With Luo Guan's assistance, they quickly recruited staff and commenced operations. But just as they arrived at the office, Su Ru's phone rang. Su Ru hadn't labeled calls from the Su family. Them? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Clearly, Su Ru held her relatives in high regard. Probably. Su Ru couldn't even be bothered to memorize their numbers. I'll take it. Qin Feng activated the speakerphone. The moment it connected, Su Boyang spoke in an authoritative tone, Su Ru, we're family. There's no grudge that lasts overnight. We were in the wrong before. You're still part of our clan. Come back, and we'll talk things through properly. While it seemed like an apology, every word dripped with reluctance and impatience. That sense of forcefulness and coercion was particularly pronounced. Su Ru couldn't be bothered to respond. Qin Feng replied coolly, we have nothing to discuss. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Boyang roared angrily, Qin Feng, I'm speaking to my niece. What business is it of yours? She's my girlfriend, how could it not concern me? Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. Su-ru felt a warm glow in her heart. Having someone by her side who made her feel supported truly felt wonderful. Let Su-ru take the call. Su Boyang commanded imperiously. Listen to your sister. Qin Feng hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Ha! Su-ru couldn't help but laugh at the joke. This guy, even his apology lacks sincerity. He must want to revert the partnership back to Su Group. Qin Feng remarked. That's impossible. Su-ru stated earnestly, this project is your brainchild. Even if you were willing, I wouldn't agree. Su-ru clearly didn't want Qin Feng to get the better of them. Qin Feng smiled faintly. What heart and soul? He hadn't done anything at all. Having Qinsu Company sign the contract was actually meant to help Su-ru regain her confidence and gain the leverage to break away from the Su Group. Qin Feng was merely playing a supporting role. This time, I'll make them taste the sting of being played. Just wait. They'll be begging you soon enough. Hey! Damn it! After Su Boyang got hung up on, he was so furious he smashed the phone to pieces. Qin Feng! Su Boyang roared like a raging bull. Grandma Su asked, what did he say? He cursed me, called me a bastard, then hung up on me. Grandma Su's face turned icy. You lack sincerity. Go confront them directly, old Madam Su declared. Grandma Su Yua's expression shifted slightly. Calling to apologize was already admitting fault, now we're going to their doorstep? Where would that leave their face? Leave immediately. Su Boyang urged urgently. He inwardly cursed his son for being utterly hopeless. At this critical moment, he still dared to refuse. Though displeased, Su Yuha was eventually dragged away by Su Boyang. Once in the car, Su Yuha gritted his teeth and complained, why? Why do those two have it all? Su Boyang said, Grandma is furious right now. You need to hold back and not provoke her further. We're doing this for your grandmother's sake. If we can't secure this project, we'll all be kicked out of the family. This time, she means business. Su Yuha seethed with rage. Because of Qin Feng and Su-ru's relationship, he'd already been slapped twice. By the time they reached the building housing Qin Su Company, Su Boyang's expression darkened. A shabby little company like that, daring to set up shop in the city center? Pure pride over practicality. I'll see how long they last. When the two entered the company, Qin Feng and Su-ru were already waiting in the office. Qin Feng, why did you hang up on my father? What do you think you're doing? Su Yuha roared furiously. Su Boyang made no move to intervene. He too wanted to confront Qin Feng. But for now, Su Yuha would play the role of the angry one. If you're here to confront me, then get out. You're not welcome here. If you're here to apologize, then do it sincerely. Didn't Grandma Su teach you manners? Qin Feng said indifferently. Su Yuha's face flushed crimson with rage. He'd been on the verge of losing his temper for a while now, ready to lash out. Qin Feng delivered a sharp slap. Blood spurted from the corner of Su Yuha's mouth. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Su Boyang roared in fury. I was only defending myself. Didn't you see your son strike first? Qin Feng retorted. I'll kill you. Su Yuha's eyes bulged with rage. He hadn't wanted to come up in the first place. Now, to top it all off, he'd been slapped by Qin Feng. Su Yuha had lost his mind, but Su Boyang hadn't. So he grabbed Su Yuha, who was about to lose control. Su Yuha, what kind of person do you think you are? If this weren't the new company, a place I don't want to sully, I'd have already broken every bone in your body. Don't you like this little gift I've given you? Su Boyang and Su Yuha's expressions shifted slightly. They had stormed in so furious they'd forgotten they were here to deliver a gift. They had assumed the place had been thoroughly cleaned up. But apparently, that wasn't the case. Don't be too surprised, each of them is already in the hospital getting their stomachs pumped. If you'd like to try it too, I can let you taste the flavor of rats. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Stomach pumping? Rat? Su Boyang and Su Yuha, father and son, turned pale instantly. Their entire bodies trembled. Su Boyang took a deep breath. They knew exactly what it meant, yet no one dared mention it. Qin Feng, Su-ru, we've come to apologize. Sincerely. Su Boyang finally bowed his head. Go back. Su-ru responded coldly, without a shred of mercy. She couldn't even be bothered to speak to Su Boyang. Su Boyang flared up at once. Su-ru, I'm still your uncle. Is there really no room for compromise? Only now do you remember I'm your uncle? Why didn't you stand up for me before? When my father couldn't get out of bed, what did you do? There were too many grievances to recount. Because she felt it was pointless. These people were no longer part of her life. So we're here to apologize and make amends, Su Boyang stated. Not necessary, Su-ru remained as cold as ice. Su-ru, don't be so ungrateful. My father has never spoken to anyone in such a servile tone. Send Uncle Tu over, let's see if he dares to be so arrogant. Su Yuha, accustomed to looking down on others from his lofty position, flushed with anger and humiliation. Luo Guan, show them out. Su Ru commanded directly. Su Boyang and Su Yuha's expressions darkened to the extreme. Su Ru, you'll regret this. Dad, let's go. Su Yuha pulled Su Boyang away. Qin Feng added with a smile, you'll be the ones regretting this. Better think about how old Madame Su will treat you when you get back. Father and son shuddered, yet they didn't even glance back. Chapter 139, Severing Ties. Grandma, Qin Feng, and Su Ru just keep pushing their luck. Dad apologized sincerely, but she wouldn't give him any face at all. She's still harping on past issues. Upon returning, Su Yuha immediately went to complain. Grandma Su's face darkened. Enough. I've made my decision. The next day, when the entire Su family learned that Grandma Su had personally gone out to apologize to Su Ru, the whole clan was stunned. After all, Grandma Su was the Su family's rock. She was the one who could turn the tide and save the day. Not a single relative of the Su family failed to fear her. Given her status and standing, even within the entire province, she carried immense weight. Yet she had personally stepped out to apologize to a junior member? If word got out, not a single member of the Su family would believe it. Meanwhile, the news had also reached within the Su group. The chairman personally stepping out to apologize to Miss Su? Could this be true? Of course it was. If Madame Su didn't do this, the Longkue cooperation project would fall through, and that concerned the company's future plans for the next decade or two. As for some shareholders, they were quite supportive of this move. It's huge. Grandma Su's vision is truly grand. Her personal intervention might just mark a turning point in her relationship with Miss Su, and a turning point for our company too. Exactly. Grandmothers and granddaughters don't hold grudges overnight. We can just sit back and wait for the dividends. For the Su family, it had been ages since Grandma Su had ventured outside the family compound. By going out, I mean attending banquets, visiting other people's homes, or going anywhere outside the company. It's been a decade since she last visited another company, hasn't it? With Grandma Su stepping in, this is a sure thing. Truth be told, even Su Boyang and Su Yua were utterly shocked by this development. But they also knew this was their final trump card to make amends. While Longkue Corporation was technically partnering with Qin Su Corporation, ultimately, it was all for Su Ru's sake. Replacing Party B with another company would be equally feasible. That was their objective. As for Su Ru being the person in charge, it doesn't really matter. The key is that she can make money for the company. Their own status would rise significantly as a result. Qin Feng went to pick up Su Ru first thing in the morning. This surprised Su Ru greatly. When they arrived at the company, old Mrs. Su, Su Boyang, and Su Yuha were already waiting in the office. Also present were Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan, the married couple. The incident had escalated to such a degree that Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan had rushed over first thing in the morning. Mr. Su, Luo Guan frowned. Luo Guan, you can go back to your work. Qin Feng instructed. Luo Guan nodded and casually closed the office door. What are you doing here uninvited? Su Ru's expression turned icy. Su Boyang snapped angrily, Su Ru, how dare you speak to her like that? She's your grandmother. Shipei, look at the fine daughter you've raised. Su Shipei replied coldly, mind your own son. How I raise my daughter is none of your business. You've lost your mind. Su Boyang's face flushed crimson with rage. Boyang. Grandma Su called out, motioning for him to step back. Standing there alone, she turned to Su Ru and said, Su Ru, these past years, I was wrong. I've come to apologize to your family. Qin Feng observed the scene, his eyes flashing a cold smile. His Azure Dragon eye could pierce through hearts. Though this old lady appeared sincere on the surface, her inner self was tightly restrained. Such people were two-faced and harbored ulterior motives. The moment she turned away, she would show a completely different face. Seeing the old lady Su apologize so earnestly, even Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan felt a twinge of pity. The old lady was already over 70. Though still robust, she had never once sought recognition in her entire life. To lower herself like this took tremendous courage. After all, human hearts are made of flesh and blood. How could Su Shipei not feel a pang of sympathy? In the end, however, reason prevailed. He had no right to interfere in this matter. Su Ru remained as cold as ice, saying nothing. Seeing Su Ru's silence, Su Boyang grew impatient. Su Ru, say something. Will you accept Mom's apology? Su Ru remained silent, her face still set in a frown. She seemed to be wrestling internally, as if searching for words. Su Ru, I'm sorry. It's Grandma who hasn't given you enough care. You can blame me, but the company is innocent. This company is also your father's life's work, said the elderly Mrs. Su. Su Shipei's body trembled. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He forced himself to harden his heart and turned his head away. Su Ru, say something. Su Boyang shouted. Finally. Su Ru took a deep breath and said, there was a time when I was a soft-hearted person too. I cherished family bonds deeply. But you have repeatedly broken our hearts time and again. I know exactly why you're here. Since this opportunity has presented itself, I might as well make it clear now, from this day forward, I, Su Ru, have absolutely no connection whatsoever to the Su family. At these words, Su Boyang and Su Yua's faces turned ashen. Even Su Shipei and Zhang Kailan wore expressions of anguish. To be honest, Qin Feng was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Ru to announce such a momentous decision here. This meant severing all ties with the Su family. Su Ru, do you even realize what you're saying? Su Yuha roared in fury, you ungrateful beast. Are you trying to sever ties with us? You're the beasts. Su Ru screamed hysterically, pointing angrily, what kindness have you ever shown us? None. Only enmity. Even ordinary friends wouldn't be this ruthless. You don't deserve to be my family. I'll never forget what you did to us. Get out. You're not welcome here. Su Boyang roared angrily, Shipei, are you mute? Your daughter is unreasonable, and you're no better? Shut up. Su Shipei clenched his fists and roared, my daughter's words are our decision. From this day forward, we have nothing to do with you anymore. Su Shipei gritted his teeth, clearly struggling. Qin Feng pulled Su Ru close, signaling that she still had him. Heaven only knew how long Su Ru had wrestled with this decision. But Qin Feng would always support her. Feeling Qin Feng's love, Su Ru's eyes shone brightly as she nodded firmly. You ungrateful son. Su Boyang's hair stood on end with rage. Mom, they. Old Madame Su's gaze flickered between light and shadow, her expression shifting like storm clouds. In the end, she suddenly let it go. Very well, Su Ru. You've truly grown up. Since that's the case, there's nothing left for us to discuss. Let's go. Old Mrs. Su turned and walked out first, with Su Boyang and Su Yua following behind. After exiting the building, Old Lady Su remained silent the entire time, her face stern. Not until they got into the car. Neither Su Boyang nor Su Yua dared to speak first. As the saying goes, either you explode in silence or perish in it. Clearly, Mrs. Su was the former. Finally. Grandma Su's face was cold as ice as she declared, Su Ru, since you refuse to acknowledge me, starting today, the Su family will treat you as if you never existed. Su Boyang and Su Yua exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with cold determination. Is old Madame Su finally getting serious? Chapter 140, hurry up and call her sister-in-law. After the old matriarch left, Su Shipei couldn't shake the feeling for a long time. Dad. Su Ru knew this decision had been difficult for Su Shipei, who had always been the model son since childhood. Su Shipei forced a smile. I'm fine. To me, you and your mother are the most important things. This was undoubtedly true, but severing ties with his saintly mother still stung a little. Zhang Kailan understood and said, Ru, your father and I will head back first. Su Shipei and his wife left. Qin Feng asked, do you regret it? No regrets, Su Ru declared with unwavering certainty. If I hadn't done this, my father would never have truly been reborn. By rebirth, Su Ru meant Su Shipei's second life after being cured by Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Changing the subject, Su Ru's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Feng. I've already decided you're now part of the company. I've reserved the position of general manager for you. After all, without you, the company wouldn't have had the start-up capital. So you'll hold half the shares. Though Qin Feng hadn't contributed a single penny, Su Ru had counted him in from the very beginning, starting with the company's name. Moreover, the seed funding itself was only possible because of Qin Feng. This left Qin Feng both surprised and deeply touched. Shouldn't I be your personal assistant? Qin Feng teased. Su Ru flushed slightly. I wouldn't want you as an assistant, that'd be underutilizing your talents. After their playful banter, Lu Xianming arrived. He immediately announced excitedly, Miss Su, the first batch of materials is ready and can be delivered anytime. I know some skilled workers who lost their jobs when their factory closed. I can introduce them to you. Additionally, Lu Xianming immediately resolved numerous issues with the company's mass production. For Su Ru, this was like a godsend. Mr. Lu, I can't thank you enough, Su Ru exclaimed excitedly. Lu Xianming turned to Qin Feng and said gratefully, this is all thanks to Mr. Qin giving us the opportunity to collaborate. Lu Xianming and Su Ru discussed several matters, leaving Qin Feng unable to interject. He could only sit on the sofa. They talked for a full 3 hours, and Qin Feng sat there for 3 hours. Only when the discussion concluded did Su Ru recall Qin Feng's presence. She immediately apologized, Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I got carried away in the excitement and completely forgot about you. Qin Feng smiled. It's fine. I'm not really interested in these matters anyway. Lu Xianming remarked with admiration, Miss Su, Mr. Qin is truly a remarkable man. Anyone else would have grown impatient long ago. And he's done so much behind the scenes for you. Su Ru's cheeks flushed slightly. Actually, I know all about it. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, I'll take my leave now. We've had a pleasant collaboration. Lu Xianming departed, while Su Ru remained immersed in the excitement of the moment. Oh, right, Long Kuei specializes in real estate, but that's not our area of expertise, Su Ru remarked. We secured the project partnership, but the problem is, this isn't their area of expertise. No worries. I've already found someone to assist you, Qin Feng replied. Shortly after, a tall woman in a blue uniform entered the room. Young master. It was none other than Lan Yaoji. Who is she? Su Ru asked curiously. She's Sister Zi Jun's counterpart, handling numerous operations. Leave Long Kuei's development to her. Lan Yaojie had long heard rumors that Qin Feng had a girlfriend. At first, she found it hard to believe, but upon seeing Su Ru, a pang of envy stirred within Lan Yaoji. But it vanished quickly. To her, as long as she could assist Qin Feng in his affairs, nothing else about him mattered. Even if he sought her out when needing to vent, Lan Yaojie would never refuse. Because without Qin Feng, she wouldn't have regained her confidence or become a real woman. Hello, Miss Su. Just call me Xiao Lan, Lan Yaojie smiled. The Golden Orchid trio each possessed distinct traits. Lan Yaojie was the Ice Queen type. Su Ru, on the other hand, possessed a pure and ethereal beauty subtle yet captivating. And as they say, kindness comes from the heart. Su Ru immediately smiled and said, Xiao Lan, no need to be so formal. Since we're on the same side, let's work together well from now on. Our own people? Did Qin Feng consider her one of his own? Lan Yaojie turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled, Mu Zitsuan and all of you are my friends. If that's not family, what is? Lan Yaojie felt deeply moved. The young master actually considers me a friend. This marked progress on an entirely new level. She nodded firmly and said, Miss Su, I will definitely assist the company well. Su Ru took Lan Yaojie's hand and smiled. Don't call me Miss Su, that's too formal. We're about the same age. Just call me Xiao Ru. But? Lan Yaojie shook her head hastily. The Golden Orchid trio had worked alongside Mu Zitsuan since childhood. They understood the hierarchy of status and class all too well. Especially in front of Qin Feng. So for a moment, Lan Yaojie felt at a loss upon hearing Su Ru's words. Let's do as Su Ru suggested, Qin Feng chuckled. Each of the Golden Orchid trio had their own strengths. Lan Yaojie excels in business matters. They already ran their own companies, covering various fields. With Blue Demon Princess's assistance, Su Ru wouldn't be flustered. Qin Feng would feel much more at ease. Su Ru, tomorrow I'll introduce someone to you. The next day. During this period, Yanzhou's family had remained indoors, too afraid to venture out. It wasn't until yesterday that Yan Xinran and Yanzhou's mother could safely venture outside. In truth, it had been several days since Hong Yuanfeng sent men to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng had simply kept them indoors for safety's sake. He called Yanzhou, and the two headed toward Qin Su Company. Qin Feng, how did things turn out last time? Yanzhou asked. Qin Feng smiled. You're the one with the conscience. It's been taken care of. Yanzhou exhaled in relief. You have no idea how many times that girl Xinran tried to run out looking for you during that time. I had to stop her every single time. She even complained, asking why you haven't come to see her. Qin Feng replied, Tell Aunt Chen and Xinran I'm sorry. Things have been hectic lately. But once she knew you were okay, she stopped worrying. She's already gone to school now. She asked me to tell you to come see her at school sometime. She said she needs your help with something. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Since his actions had indirectly caused Yan Xinran to be held back today, he ought to help her out. Oh, who are you planning to introduce me to? Yanzhou asked curiously. Didn't I tell you to tag along with me before? Qin Feng replied. Yanzhou exclaimed excitedly, Qin Feng, you finally remembered? I've been waiting forever. Is it to introduce me to some hospital director? Or to be a professor's assistant? Don't worry, for Sister Xin, I'll take any job. Otherwise, I couldn't even afford gas for that car you bought me, Yanzhou said. Qin Feng chuckled, Don't worry, I won't waste your talents. Upon arriving at the company, Su Ru asked cheerfully, Qin Feng, who is this? This is Dazhuang, my friend, Qin Feng introduced. So you're Yanzhou. Qin Feng mentioned you. I'm Su Ru. Su Ru greeted him politely. Yanzhou looked a bit dazed and turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng introduced, Su Ru, CEO of Qinsu Corporation. Oh, and she's also my girlfriend. Why don't you call her sister-in-law? Su Ru's face flushed. Yanzhou immediately caught on. Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 141, Some rejoice, some grieve. Actually, Qin Feng had wanted to introduce Yanzhou to Su Ru for quite some time. It just so happened that both were medical professionals. Yanzhou held an absolutely pivotal position in the development and production of the facial masks. Su Ru shot Qin Feng a disapproving look, clearly embarrassed. But she didn't deny it either. The two hit it off instantly. They soon began chatting. Qin Feng felt as though he was seeing that spirited young man once more. Qin Feng felt deeply gratified. He quietly walked out, not wanting to disturb them. He dialed Mu Zijuan's number. Zijuan, if the price is right, sell the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. This villa was originally purchased by Old Ghostly using Mu Zijuan as the representative, with Qin Feng's name written on the deed from the very beginning. This was to ensure he had a roof over his head when he descended the mountain. The Cloud Peak Palace was indeed splendid, but Qin Feng didn't particularly care for it. Unlike the mountains before, where a single breath brought such profound comfort, as if bathing in the forest itself, this was entirely different. Why? Mu Zijuan was utterly astonished. After all, the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace was the most luxurious villa district in the entire Cloud Sea without a doubt. When it was first built, countless wealthy individuals sought to purchase a villa there. The price of a villa had once soared to the staggering sum of 300 million. It was the very symbol of status and prestige in the Cloud Sea. Those wealthy individuals didn't truly care about the number of billions involved. What truly mattered was the scale of their prestige. At their level, prestige could be exchanged for vast sums of money. Qin Feng said, "That place is no longer safe." After the last ambush by assassins and the military, the greenery surrounding the Imperial Cloud Heaven Palace had long been stained with blood. Even if cleaned meticulously, the scent of blood lingers. But that wasn't the main concern. The real issue was that too many people knew where he lived. "Master, they won't dare come again," Mu Zijuan tried to persuade him. "I know," Qin Feng replied. "But I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about you. Those assassins are cunning and powerful. If they swarm again to harass him, Mu Zijuan and the others would inevitably be caught in the crossfire." Mu Zijuan felt deeply touched. So Qin Feng was thinking of their safety all along. "Alright, I'll contact the auction house immediately. Where will you be staying, Master?" "I'll scout suitable locations on the outskirts of the city. For now, I'll stay somewhere temporary." After giving his instructions, Su Ru and Yanzhou also concluded their discussion. "So, how'd it go?" Qin Feng walked into the office with a smile. Yanzhou slapped his thigh and laughed. "Qin Feng, you should have introduced your sister-in-law ages ago. Who knew she was a genius?" Su Ru blushed and said, "I'm not a genius, you are." Yanzhou was visibly excited, his eyes sparkling. "With such a formula and my expertise joining forces, what great undertaking could possibly elude us?" Yanzhou declared excitedly. Qin Feng chuckled in agreement. The young Yanzhou, once known for his flamboyant style and adventurous spirit, had returned. "Then let's pull off a big one together." Meanwhile, the partnership agreement between Longkue Corporation and Qinsu Corporation propelled the name Qinsu to unprecedented heights. Countless people came knocking, seeking partnerships, so many that they practically wore down the company's doorstep. Su Ru was naturally swamped with work, hiring more and more staff. As for Yanzhou, he was appointed director of the facial mask production line. Within a mere week, the name Qinsu Company reverberated throughout the entire Yunhai region. In stark contrast to Qinsu Corporation stood the Su Group. After missing out on the partnership with Longkue, the group had once again fallen into a state of squandering its assets, with expenses exceeding income. Su Family Villa. Upon learning that Qinsu Company's reputation had skyrocketed in just 1 week, even surpassing Su Group, the elderly matriarch and her family wore grim expressions. "Damn it! How could they get so lucky? I suspect that wild woman Su Ru made Qin Feng wear a green hat. Otherwise, why would Du Chao refuse to meet with us?" During this period, they had indeed attempted to contact Du Chao, the head of Longkue. But every time they went to his company, he was either in a meeting or claimed to be out of town on business. Su Boyang and the others knew full well these were merely excuses to avoid them. Su Yuhua urgently interjected, "Dad, we can't keep going like this. Those old guys already have it in for us." The old guard Su Yuhua referred to were, of course, the founding shareholders. Shareholders only care about money. They all blamed Su Boyang for missing out on such a huge urban renewal project like Longkue. "Don't tell me." Su Boyang was already deeply frustrated, and he shot Su Yuhua a sharp glare. Su Yuhua immediately fell silent. Though Su Boyang and the others didn't say it outright, they were still silently blaming Su Yuhua. This weighed heavily on Su Yuhua's mind. And he blamed all this pressure on Qin Feng and Su Ru. "Mom, the finance department said the funds we injected will only last us a month at most." Su Boyang's face turned ashen. A month would pass in the blink of an eye. "But you must understand, the money they injected was their entire life savings. Even the old lady's life savings had been tapped. Yet it still wouldn't last more than a few months. The Su Group was so vast that even a sip of water required money." Su Yuhua murmured, "Rumors of imminent bankruptcy are already circulating within the company." The entire Su family turned pale. "What can we do? If they liquidate, my restaurant will lose all its customers right now. They only patronize it because of our family's reputation. Me too. My beauty salon caters to the wives and mistresses of the city's CEOs. If the group collapses, my salon will go under too. I just bought a sports car with a bank loan, how will I ever pay it off?" One after another, they spoke in a chaotic chorus, enraging Su Boyang to the point of fury. "Shut up, all of you. If I'd known this would happen, why didn't you all try harder?" Su Yuhua muttered, "Dad, they're not really at fault. It's that dog couple, Qin Feng and Su Ru, who messed up. And with the group going under, your marriage to Aunt Lon is off too. You little brat, you always bring up the most sensitive topics. Su Boyong shot him a fierce glare. The old lady remained silent. These Su family members only live in luxury because of their family connections. But without the Su family, they're nothing but useless. Even when the Su family faced hardship, they couldn't be counted on for anything. All eyes turned to the old matriarch. After all, she was the Su family's rock. Finally, the old Madame Su spoke. This isn't your fault. The fault lies with them. A cold glint flashed in the old Madame's eyes. Just then, Su Yuhua glanced at his phone and exclaimed, Dad, great news. The Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace is going up for auction. The entire crowd gasped in shock. The Imperial Cloud Palace was a symbol of status throughout the entire Yunhai region, indeed, the entire province. Chapter 142, Tonight belongs to the important ones. Ever since construction began on the Imperial Cloud Villa, countless wealthy individuals in the city had been keeping a close eye on the project. It was a symbol of status and prestige. Especially the Imperial Cloud Palace atop the mountain. It was hailed as the most luxurious villa in the entire Cloud Sea. Its location was unparalleled, rumored to have been personally inspected by renowned feng shui masters. Residents there could ensure their family's prosperity for 100 years. Their careers would soar to new heights. Families enjoy harmony and multiply. Those in power would ascend effortlessly, commanding the nation from above. Not just in Yunhai, the name Emperor Cloud Palace carries immense prestige throughout the entire province. Yet strangely, though the Imperial Cloud Villa had stood for many years, no one had lived there in recent times. Thus, everyone speculated that whoever could afford to purchase the Imperial Cloud Palace must be among the wealthiest individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, or perhaps a high-ranking minister. Consider this, if it were merely a provincial tycoon who purchased the Imperial Cloud Palace, it wouldn't have remained vacant for so long. Yet countless people feel regret. Many considered it a waste of such magnificent architecture. Nevertheless, many still keep a close eye on the Imperial Cloud Palace, hoping the original owner might eventually put it up for sale. Until a few months ago, someone witnessed the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace aglow with lights. This news sent ripples through the entire realm. After all, this was a figure of great influence who wouldn't want to make his acquaintance? Unfortunately, the master of the Imperial Cloud Palace had categorically refused all visitors. Even the mayor of Yunhai City remained unaware of the identity of the resident above. Over time, the mysterious owner of the Imperial Cloud Palace became the subject of widespread discussion. Now rumors were spreading that the owner intended to auction off the Imperial Cloud Palace? Wouldn't that send shockwaves through the entire wealthy circle of Yunhai? Damn it! This is our chance! Su Boyong chimed in immediately. Su Yuhua chimed in enthusiastically, exactly. If we could secure residence in the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, it might just be a turning point for our fortunes. Then those business tycoons would come to visit us, even seeking partnerships on their own initiative. The eyes of the other Su family members lit up. This truly was a golden opportunity. Though many wealthy individuals were eyeing it, few possessed both the genuine means and willingness to spend the money to bid for it. But even when someone offered 200 million earlier, the Imperial Cloud Palace remained silent. This time, it might just soar to 300 million. What's 300 million? If this truly turns our fortune around, we could see tenfold or even hundredfold returns in the future. Even old Madame Su's eyes began to sparkle. She had always yearned to reside atop the Imperial Cloud Palace. It was a symbol of power. I have a sales manager I know personally. I'll call them right now. Su Boyong moved swiftly, dialing the number immediately. Grandma Su remained silent, clearly tacitly agreeing to the plan. Su Boyong activated speakerphone, but before he could speak, an anxious voice came through the line. Mr. Su, you're calling about the price of the Imperial Cloud Palace, right? We've already received over a dozen inquiries just now. I can't talk to you now, my boss just called and said we need to hold an emergency meeting. Su Boyong hurriedly interjected, don't hang up. Just tell me the price. The voice on the other end hurriedly replied, someone's already offered 300 million. With that, the line went dead. The entire Su family was stunned. This was outrageous. The reserve price was only 300 million, and the final sale price would easily exceed 500 million. Everyone was left speechless. A mansion costing hundreds of millions was already astronomical. But old Madame Su's expression remained solemn and composed. This price alone showed just how fierce the bidding would be. Mom, should we make a bid? Su Boyong asked. Su Yuhua quickly chimed in, yes, Grandma. We need to move fast to seize the advantage. Grandma Su replied, no rush. Everyone looked puzzled. Grandma Su calmly explained, since the owner of the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace is selling, they naturally want the highest price possible. We'll wait and see. When the time is right, we'll strike and secure it in one fell swoop. The entire Su household grew excited. This was the true Su Lautai, wise and decisive in her actions. Su Boyang was equally thrilled, but his excitement quickly faded as he realized something. But mother, he said anxiously, our funds are nearly depleted. The earlier excitement quickly faded. Indeed, who wouldn't want to live in a mansion? But the crucial question was whether they had the means. Without the means, it's nothing but a pipe dream. I'll handle it. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled in the coming days. Many members of the Su family began scrambling, scouring for information in an attempt to outmaneuver their rivals. The crowd gradually dispersed. Su Boyang stepped forward and asked, Mom, do you have any other ideas? Could we ask for help from our uncle? But after what happened last time, would Uncle Su even help us now? This time, even Su Boyang felt his confidence waver. Yet they truly couldn't think of any other solutions. The bank had turned them away, cutting off both mortgage payments and loans. They were now just sitting on their dwindling savings. He will. Then, old Mrs. Su dialed the phone. Hey, big brother, I need some money. After a long pause, a flat voice came from the other end. You rarely ask for help, but this is already the second time. Su Boyang held his breath. His maternal uncle was someone he only saw once a year at the annual family gathering. In his memory, his uncle loomed like Mount Tai. Every gesture and movement radiated an overwhelming presence. That's why he never dared to look his uncle in the eye. Simply because he knew his uncle was a man with connections reaching to the heavens. Grandma Su, however, had inherited her eldest brother's temperament. But before they passed away, my parents entrusted me to take good care of you. You really should have come to me sooner. I know you won't ask for help unless absolutely necessary. I'll give you 100 billion first, is that enough? Su Boyang's heart nearly stopped upon hearing this. 100 billion. From his uncle's mouth, it sounded so casually tossed out. This money truly wasn't money at all. It's too much. Old Madame Su was also somewhat surprised, but she still shook her head. Compared to family bonds, the sum of money was nothing but fleeting smoke. Meanwhile, Su Ru had been quite busy these past few days. Qin Feng hadn't seen Su Ru for several days. She ate and slept at the company. After Qin Feng arrived, Su Ru became swamped with work. Qin Feng, sorry, the meeting ran late. I was about to order takeout. Just as Su Ru reached for her phone, Qin Feng grabbed her delicate wrist. Even hanging yourself needs a breath, right? Let's go out to eat. Qin Feng said. Only then did Su Ru realize she had indeed neglected Qin Feng these past few days. Just then, the assistant entered with documents and said, Ms. Su, Mr. Zhang just called and requested. Su Ru abruptly ordered, schedule President Zhang for tomorrow. Then, turning to Qin Feng, she gave him a faint smile. Tonight, I have important company to attend to. Chapter 143, if you must go, go to the summit. After their meal, the two strolled hand in hand along the riverside promenade. Across the river lay the Diyun Villa complex. Leaning her hands against the railing, Su Ru gazed ahead. A gentle breeze brushed her face. The moonlight above, the streetlights along the sidewalk, and the glow from the surrounding residential buildings intertwined, casting a soft radiance across her entire face. It was a light born of yearning for life and pursuit of the future. So comfortable. It had been so long since she'd felt the river breeze like this. Su Ru closed her eyes, her face radiating pure enjoyment. Yes, how long had it been? For the past 3 years since her disfigurement, Su Ru had endured each day in agony and darkness. Forget about the sea breeze, even stepping outside had been a luxury. By the way, have you heard about that explosive news lately? Su Ru remembered something and asked. The auction at the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace? Qin Feng replied. Yes, it's caused a whirlwind of excitement throughout the city, even the entire province. Su Ru said with a touch of emotion. You've heard about it too? Qin Feng chuckled. Not really. Just overheard some executives discussing it during a meeting. Would you like to stay there? Qin Feng pointed toward the distant mountaintop. The Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace still glowed with bright lights. I want to, but I don't, Su Ru replied. How so? Qin Feng's interest was piqued. I want to because I heard you can overlook the entire night view of the Sea of Clouds from there. It's the best spot for viewing the night scenery. But I don't, because I feel content with my life now. My parents are healthy, my career is steadily progressing, and there's also. At this point, Su Ru's cheeks flushed slightly as she added, you're by my side. Qin Feng smiled gently. That was why he loved Su Ru, her sincerity, kindness, and down-to-earth nature. But it really is quite comfortable there, Qin Feng remarked. How did you know? Su Ru asked curiously. I wouldn't tell you if I lived up there myself. At this height, the air must be excellent, and with all the greenery, you get to see the night view of the Sea of Clouds every day. How could it not be comfortable? Qin Feng chuckled. True. Su Ru nodded. But honestly, the world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. I heard the price has skyrocketed to 500 million now. Qin Feng was astonished. He never imagined the Imperial Cloud Palace would hold such immense investment value. That old devil Li, who knew he was such a financial wizard? Qin Feng mused inwardly. Who knows how much more wealth old ghost Li has stashed away elsewhere? Qin Feng recalled that among his 9 senior sisters, the wealthiest, the second senior sister, had been chosen by old Ghostly precisely for her business acumen and entrepreneurial talent. Li had invested in her ventures. Naturally, the second senior sister's business grew larger and larger. But Qin Feng had little concept of money. Even 10 billion yuan meant nothing to him. Let those people fight tooth and nail over it. Let's go, Qin Feng called out. Where to? Qin Feng asked curiously. I'll take you to see the scenery at the Imperial Cloud Palace. Without another word, Qin Feng grabbed Su Ru's hand and pulled her toward the Imperial Cloud Villa complex. When they reached the foot of the villa complex, they encountered a group of young men and women. Qin Feng recognized them. They were the very same group Su Yue had brought to his class reunion banquet last time. Su Yue had orchestrated that whole affair back then to get Wu Chen to pursue Su Ru. Who else could be leading them but Su Yue himself? Su Yue announced, "Everyone, the Su family has entered the auction for the Imperial Cloud Palace. And let me share a secret with you, we have a 90% chance of winning it." Wow! Young Master Su, is that true? A woman with an innocent look in her eyes beamed with excitement. This woman was Li, the most beautiful girl among them. Her ample chest pressed against Su Yue. Su Yue's eyes flickered with desire. Li had been his secret crush back in the day, but at the time, Su Yue was going through puberty, covered in acne, so she hadn't given him the time of day. At the last gathering, they had already exchanged flirtatious glances. But Su Yue had to look after Wu Chen and couldn't spare the attention. "You little minx, just wait, soon you'll be climbing into my bed." Su Yue cleared his throat lightly and said, "Of course it's true. And our Su family has the upper hand." Li eagerly linked her arm through Su Yue's, her voice brimming with excitement. "Wow! That means the Su family will become one of Yunqing's top-tier families in the future." Su Yue corrected her, "Wrong. Not just the city, the entire province. Just imagine how many wealthy tycoons and major conglomerates will be lining up to befriend us." Su Yue spoke with great pride. "Young Master Su, you'll have to look out for us old classmates in the future." Li swayed her serpentine waist. Su Yue felt the soft, yielding flesh brushing against his arm, a wave of sensation washing over him. If not for the crowd, he would have already started groping her. The other classmates chimed in eagerly, "That's right, young Master Su. Whatever you need done, just give us a shout." Su Yue chuckled, "No problem. Since auction participants had to pass capital verification and identity registration, they could still admire the surroundings. Come on, let's go up and take in the city's most luxurious villa." Though they couldn't enter, simply viewing this top-tier mansion halfway up the mountain was an honor for any young person in Yunhai. This was precisely why Su Yue had brought them here tonight. Soon they arrived at the security booth. "I'm with the Su family," Su Yue declared to the security guard with remarkable confidence. Uncle Li checked the registration records and nodded. "Your identities have been verified. You may proceed." Su Yue lifted his head even higher. The group behind him grew even more excited. "We're lucky to be riding on young Master Su's coattails this time. Otherwise, none of us would have gotten in." "That's right. Only the wealthy or influential can live here." Su Yue's face glowed with pride. He felt like he could practically sprout wings and soar into the sky. Suddenly, Su Yue spotted 2 people he was extremely reluctant to see. "What are you doing here?" Su Yue's expression turned icy. Qin Feng and his crew snatched the Long Kue real estate partnership deal. Honestly, it really pissed him off. Especially since he wouldn't forget Qin Feng slapping him twice. "If you can come, why can't we?" Qin Feng replied indifferently. Li, who had heard about the relationship between Su Yue and Su Ru, shared his resentment. "You wouldn't be planning to go up to the mountainside to see the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, would you? Do you even have the qualifications?" Su Yue stood tall and proud. Although Qinsu Corporation and Longkue Corporation were collaborating. But now was precisely when money was needed. And to recoup investments and turn a profit? That would take at least 3 to 5 years. Simply put, Qin Feng and Su Ru were cash-strapped in the short term. Let alone entertain the fanciful notion of purchasing the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace. But the Su family has it. Once they acquire the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace, they'll have both money and status. Overpowering the Qin Su faction would be a breeze. Qin Feng scoffed. "What's so great about the mountainside? If you're going, go to the summit." Su Ru froze. Su Yue and the others were also dumbfounded. "Ha!" Su Yue roared with laughter. "Who doesn't know how to brag? I even claim I can pluck stars from the sky." But Su Ru knew Qin Feng wasn't just saving face, he was trying to crush Su Yue's spirit. Besides, they weren't qualified to enter anyway. Most importantly, she didn't want to see Su Yue either. She'd expected Qin Feng to pull her back, but instead he simply walked through the community gates with her in tow. Su Yue wore a look of pure scorn. "Ha! Showing off? Watch out for karma. Just wait and see, security will kick him out in a minute." Just as Su Yuha waited to witness Qin Feng's humiliation, the older security guard suddenly smiled and addressed him, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng gave a slight nod and strode inside with Su Ru. From start to finish, the security guard never once tried to stop Qin Feng. How could that be possible? Chapter 144, You're Dreaming. Su Yuha and his entire entourage stood speechless. This was Yunhai's most exclusive villa complex. Yet the gate security failed to stop Qin Feng. Su Ru had originally followed Qin Feng with gritted teeth. Yet not only had she not been turned away, strolling around so casually. Su Ru, that security guard, how does he know you? Are you a buyer too? Su Ru's eyes widened. Qin Feng turned to glance at Uncle Li, the security guard, who gave him a slight nod and a faint smile. The battle on the mountaintop against Lu Haoyuan and countless assassins from the organization, how earth-shattering it had been. And since he frequented the place, how could they not recognize him? Of course, this man was no ordinary individual. Qin Feng merely gave a slight nod each time he passed by, as a form of greeting. He probably recognized me. Let's go up, Qin Feng said abruptly. Su Ru found it hard to believe, yet a small flicker of happiness warmed her heart. At least for couples, dining at a place overlooking the city's beauty after a satisfying meal was enough to lift anyone's spirits. Watching Qin Feng and Su Ru ascend the stairs, Su Yuha's expression darkened considerably. Young Master Su, don't get so worked up. That guy looks like a cheapskate. How could he possibly afford to bid at an auction? He probably just bribed the security guard to get in, Lily said, linking her arm through Su Yuha's. The others chimed in with their own opinions. Exactly. The Diyun Villa complex offers panoramic city views. It's one of Yunhai's major attractions. Any tourist spot can be accessed with enough money. Su Yuha frowned. Wasn't this implying that Su Yuha could only show them around because he'd bribed the security guard? Lily shot back coldly, what do you know? With young Master Su's capabilities, he wouldn't stoop to deceiving us for appearances. I believe his family genuinely participated in the auction. The others quickly chimed in, exactly. Who even qualifies to bid? Just ask around, there aren't many families or conglomerates in the city with that kind of clout. Exactly. Young Master Su isn't the type to play such petty games. He must be nearly certain of success to bring us here. Su Yuha's expression softened considerably. He flashed a faint smile at Lily, his arm slipping around her slender waist. His hands then began to roam freely, utterly unrestrained. Lily flushed slightly but offered no resistance. The others pretended not to notice. As long as Su Yuha was pleased, the Su family would soon soar to new heights. And as his old classmates, they'd naturally reap the benefits of his success. Staring at the receding figures ahead, Su Yuha snorted coldly. What's the point of paying to tour this place? It's just for show. Lily murmured, young Master Su, forget about them. Let's head to the hillside too. I can't wait any longer. Su Yuha gave a wicked smile and whispered in Lily's ear, are you eager to finish the tour so we can go to the hotel, or are you eager to attend to me? That's different. Lily blushed and shifted her posture coyly. Soon, the rest of the group caught up. Qin Feng led Su Ru by the hand to the mid-slope. Here stood an open-air pavilion for meditation, offering views of the sea of clouds though not quite as breathtaking. How beautiful. Su Ru walked to the pavilion's railing, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, Su Yuha and his group approached. Wow! So beautiful. Young Master Su, look. Lily was utterly thrilled, one hand pointing at the night view of the sea of clouds, the other tugging at Su Yuha's arm. They looked every bit like a young couple. She kept stealing glances at Su Ru, as if taunting her. They were classmates, but during their school days, Su Ru, whether in personality or academic performance, was the type favored and adored by teachers. Lily, on the other hand, was the party girl, early romances, hanging out with troublemakers. This stark contrast naturally fueled Lily's resentment toward Su Ru. Especially at the last class reunion, where the renowned Wu family scion, Wu Chen, was present. She'd styled her hair to perfection, used several sets of makeup, yet couldn't even catch a single glance from him. Because Wu Chen's gaze was fixed solely on Su Ru. This left Lily seething inside. Now that she finally had a chance to climb into the upper echelons of high society, she was determined to seize it. Su Yuha was also deeply satisfied. Not just with the scenery, but also with the satisfaction of having women actively throw themselves at him now that he had status and prestige. And he was satisfied with the future. Though nothing was certain yet, he knew deep down they would soon be living here. Su Yuha smiled as he pointed toward the Imperial Cloud Palace atop the mountain. The view there is even more breathtaking. I'll take you soon. Wow. Really? Lily looked thrilled. The others all offered their congratulations. Then we wish young Master Su's family all the best in moving into the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace soon. Su Ru frowned. They'd come up the mountainside to admire the splendid night view, but this noisy crowd was such a downer. Su Yuha glanced at Qin Feng and Su Ru, then said indifferently, Su Ru, since we're relatives, and I see you enjoy the night view too, just let me know when you want to come up next time. Just say the word? I'll trample you underfoot before I stop being Su Yuha. Su Yuha sneered inwardly. He couldn't stand Su Ru's haughty demeanor. Thinking she could soar to the top just by teaming up with Long Kuei? Dream on. We don't need this, Qin Feng. Let's go. Su Ru's face was icy as she pulled Qin Feng away. Qin Feng didn't move. Instead, he turned to Su Yuha and asked, "You're participating in the auction too?" What? Surprised. Su Yuha sneered. But surprise is only natural. Soon we'll be worlds apart. What resources won't be within our grasp then? Then your efforts will be wasted. Qin Feng glanced at him and said. Ha! Su Yuha roared with laughter. Qin Feng, are you implying we can't afford it? Ha! Let me tell you this, our family has 100 billion in funds. No matter the price, we can buy it. Wow! Young Master Su, you're so impressive. Li Li looked utterly starstruck. 10 billion yuan. That makes him a billionaire. Seeing Qin Feng's lack of reaction, Su Yuha thought he'd been scared speechless. He sneered, "Do you even know what buying the Imperial Cloud Heavenly Palace means? It means status, prestige, power. Let me tell you, our Su family will only grow stronger. Mark my words, you lot might even be begging to partner with us someday." Qin Feng replied calmly, "I'm not well versed in business matters, but I know you're dreaming." Su Yuha grew irritated, dismissing Qin Feng's words as mere bravado. Li Li quickly chimed in with flattery, "Young Master Su, ignore him. He's just jealous. The less capable someone is, the more envious they become." Su Yuha chuckled. Exactly. The less someone has, the more they crave. He shot a glance at Qin Feng and Su Ru. "Su Ru, let's go." Qin Feng ignored them, pulling Su Ru away. But Su Ru suddenly realized Qin Feng was pulling her toward the mountaintop?